I clearly awakened as the son of SSS level talent and destiny, but was mocked by the teacher as a useless waste. Even the goddess who licked me for 3 years wanted to break up with me, and the school flower I pressed down and needed even went so far as to mock me. Su Shin, who dominated the school's top spot for 3 years, turned out to be a waste unable to awaken supernatural powers. I paid no attention to their sarcasm and ridicule. Awakening supernatural powers? It's just too weak, right? I am a cultivator. And just because this is a great era of universal awakening, I unexpectedly obtained a panel that allows me to cultivate. Just when I thought I could awaken my talent and cultivate at the same time, the panel prompted me that if I sacrificed my talent, I could gain additional cultivation techniques. The higher the level of the sacrificed talent, the more powerful the cultivation techniques obtained. Without hesitation, I chose to sacrifice directly. What if the talent profession is powerful? Even if I awaken as the son of SSS level talent and destiny, I am still just one of many in this vast sea of people, but the way of cultivation is different. Enough to make me transcend the world and become the only true immortal in this mortal world. Ding! The SSS level talent sacrifice was successful, rewarding a celestial grade technique, the devouring heaven demon technique. This technique can devour heaven and earth, swallowing everything. I was a bit surprised by this. How could it be a demon technique? Isn't this a cultivation world? But it doesn't matter. Techniques have no distinction between good and evil. The key is who uses them. At the same time, my classmates around the awakening platform were discussing me. Even the Lord and Principal in the viewing platform couldn't sit still. What's the deal with this dazzling golden light? Is this really an awakening talent? Damn! Could it be that Su Shin has awakened the legendary SSS level talent? The crowd around me was completely stirred up, and Bai Ruoxue, one of the 4 school bells, was overflowing with joy. It seems that awakening a powerful talent makes me happier than when she just awakened as an S-level high priestess. Did you all see that? That's my husband, Su Chen. Besides Bai Ruoxue, Zhao Xiaoya, one of the 4 school bells, was also very excited, loudly calling out that Su Chen was amazing today. Although we haven't confirmed our relationship, people around us often see us walking together. They think we might really be secretly in love. Thinking of this possibility, people around Zhao Xiaoya suddenly cast envious glances at her, satisfying her vanity, and her face instantly filled with proud radiance. As one of the 4 campus bells, Lang Ruyue's performance was completely different from theirs. The dazzling light on me seemed to make her feel very aggrieved, tightly biting her lower lip, her eyes full of tension. In school, she had always been in second place. Could she really not win against Su Chen just once? Just when everyone's emotions were at their peak, an unexpected incident occurred. The dazzling golden light on the awakening platform suddenly became distorted, not manifesting talents and levels like others, but twisted like foam, and then burst apart. This sudden change shocked everyone. Even the teacher in charge of the awakening found it a bit hard to accept. A possible SSS level talent genius, just like that, was gone. After a long pause, he helplessly announced that Su Chen, the top student of the second class for 3 years, had failed to awaken. As soon as this was said, it was like a huge rock falling into a lake, causing 1,000 waves in the crowd. Su Chen was the #1 student of Baiyun High School for 3 consecutive years. Even if he didn't awaken a combat profession, how could he fail to awaken? You see, in this era of universal awakening, if you can't successfully awaken your abilities, it means you have been abandoned by this era, and your future will be at the bottom of society. And you may not even be able to take the college entrance exam. The emotions of the crowd were polarized. Some felt sorry for not being able to awaken their talents, while others saw the top student of the 3 years fall from grace and began to mock. As I watched this scene, I didn't feel angry. I even felt like laughing a bit, because I had successfully obtained the immortal technique, the swallowing heaven demon technique, which could turn all things in the world into nutrients to strengthen myself. Not only could I devour the blood of fierce beasts and cultivate to the highest level, but I could also refine the entire world, and even devour this universe, which was far more promising than awakening an SSS level talent. With the cultivation technique of immortality, how could I care about the idle gossip around me? My current vitality has reached 9.8. As long as I complete 2 more tasks, I can unlock the cultivation panel. By going to the martial arts classroom and seriously practicing combat for 2 hours, I can increase my vitality by 0.1. Sprinting 100 laps around the playground at the fastest speed can also increase my vitality by 0.1. Just as I was about to leave after awakening my talent, my good friend Zhao Gang looked at me with a smile on his face. He thought I was using laughter to hide my sadness and was somewhat worried about my mental state. He approached me and asked, Morning brother, are you okay? You don't need to worry about the awakening thing. In the future, brother, I can help you level up. An A-level guardian knight is enough to carry you through the dungeon. Although I understood that Zhao Gang might have misunderstood something, I was still touched by his kindness, so, I patted Zhao Gang's shoulder and said, "Good brother, I appreciate your kindness, but I have something to do in the classroom now. I won't join you in leveling up in the dungeon later." The novice copy is the school's practice place specially prepared for the students who have completed their professional awakening. According to the usual practice of the past session, after the professional awakening, next they will freely team up to enter the copy to practice, and their strength will soar rapidly. However, these were obviously irrelevant to Su Chen. All he needed to do now was to perform 2 hours of fighting practice, as well as sprint 100 laps of the playground to complete today's 2 mini-quests to completely unseal the cultivation panel. So after politely declining Gangzi's invitation for a bit, Su Chen turned around and was about to leave. He couldn't wait to cultivate immortality. However, Su Chen's back, which was in a hurry to leave, felt a bit heartbreaking in Zhao Gang's eyes, because he knew that Su Chen, this is in front of his own pretense of strength, said what back to the classroom has an urgent matter. I'm afraid that it is to go back to silently cry to go. Zhao Gang clenched his fist and resolved to take care of Su Chen's mood in the future and try not to show his great strength in front of Su Chen. Can't hurt my own Dusty's ego. Su Chen, let's break up. However, just at that moment, a piercing voice rang out behind him. It drew a lot of attention. Su Chen paused at his feet and turned his eyes to look, only to see a wonderful young girl wearing a long green dress with a slender figure and an airfield parked on her chest, glaring at herself with her beautiful eyes. Zhao Xiaoya, the schoolgirl from class 3 next door, due to the fact that his father was a martial arts class teacher, and Su Chuan's top martial arts grades, he often used the martial arts classroom to practice. Inevitably, he had a lot of contact with Zhao Xiaoya. The other guy used to lie outside the window and peek in while he practiced, and he'd also been chasing him. However, looking at Zhao Xiaoya in front of him, Su Chen frowned slightly. What do you mean break up? Zhao Xiaoya, I don't think I remember promising to do anything about being your boyfriend. Humph. Zhao Xiaoya's face flushed with a hint of annoyance. Indeed, although she had always called Su Chen her husband in the past, Su Chen had never promised, but none of that mattered now. What mattered was that she was angry now. Since she was a little girl, she had a dream. That is to find a powerful rich second generation as a boyfriend. Although Su Chen did not meet this condition, but in the past Su Chen showed full potential, plus the person's parents are still handsome, so she has been chasing Su Chen for these 3 years. But who had thought that Su Chen would fail to awaken? Without any professional talent in the future can only be the bottom of the garbage, not to mention, but also caused her to lose face in front of her girlfriends. 3 years of youthful good times, but also all for nothing. The more she thought of these, the more angry she was. Zhao Xiaoya gave a cold snort regardless. Su Chen, let's break up. Don't bother me again. I'm an A-ranked nurse profession with a promising future. I don't want to be with a punk who failed to awaken. My boyfriend has to be an S-ranked professional anyways. Speaking of herself as a milkmaid profession, Zhao Xiaoya was very proud of herself and held up her fly. As we all know, among all professions, milkmaid is extremely special and irreplaceable. Even if it's just an A-ranked milkmaid, in a sense, it's even more valuable than some of the S-ranked professions. So Zhao Xiaoya does have something to be proud of as well. Except that the amount of milk might be a bit small, but apparently some people, just like the smaller ones, thought it was cute to be tiny too. Therefore, after Zhao Xiaoya finished saying these words, murmurs of agreement immediately rang out from the side. That's it. Su Dust people should know themselves. You're not the Su god of the past anymore. You're just a loser who failed to awaken. I advise you to stay away from Xiaoya. Don't think about unrealistic things like hugging your thigh and eating soft food. A flirty man with shiny oil hair and crocodile leather shoes walked over. His name was Wang Hao, who was the class president of class 3 and Zhao Xiaoya's suitor. In the past it had been gnashing his teeth at Su Chen, the bastard who had taken away the heart of his own goddess, but there was nothing he could do about it, and now he finally had an outlet. Ha! You've had your day. Su Dust has met our brother Wang and still not kneeling down. Do you know what profession our brother Wang has awakened? The 2 little brothers beside Wang Hao also helped out in time. Oh, what occupation? Su Chen's curtains lifted slightly, and there was no fluctuation in his eyes as he matched their performance. Humph. The 2 juniors expressed a bit of irritation at Su Chen's bland response, holding their heads high and shouting proudly not just at Su Chen, but also at the surrounding students. You're going to have to listen. It's the mech. Our brother Wang's awakened profession is that of an A-ranked mecha master. Wow. There was a commotion from the crowd. Surprisingly, it's a mecha master. Mechs, as the name suggests, are high-tech combat professions that pilot mechs and can fly Gundams. IT is a rather special category among all occupations, because whether it's a mage / cleric or a warrior, basically the strength of all professions is related to their own level, but mechs are different. A huge part of a mech's strength is based on how powerful or not he or she is at piloting a mech. If the mech is strong, the mech master is strong. If the mech is weak, the mech master is weak, except of course for the orange devil kind of exception. In this way, it also meant that even if one had just been awakened and was still a level 1 mecha master, if one could ride a god-level mecha, one could immediately possess the power to destroy the heavens and the earth. A few years ago there was a goddess named Yi Qingli among the imperial capital who awakened the profession of SS-class mecha master. When she heard in the high school entrance examination trial that there was an invasion of foreign races that wanted to exterminate the seeds of the new generation of their Kyushu at one time, and for this reason, she sent out a lot of super strong people whose chi and blood values were in the tens of thousands of levels. It was important to know that the standard for candidates to participate in the college entrance examination was only 10 points of chi and blood value, and a candidate with 10 points of chi and blood value could be said to be completely defenseless in front of a super strong person with tens of thousands of chi and blood value. It's going to be an abuse. Yes, those super powerhouses with a blood value of tens of thousands were abused by Yi Qingli piloting the Valkyrie, and after the plasma railguns blasted through, their corpses were directly left without bones. Unsurprisingly, Yi Qingli became famous in one battle and became the top scholar of that session of the college entrance examination, and now she is precisely the senior sister of the Imperial Capital University, and has long since become the national goddess of countless people, and the dream lover that countless mets aspire to. Wang Hao was naturally no exception. He might not be able to pilot a high-grade mech right now, but he would still have no problem piloting some training machines, and even if it was just the lowest level orange training machine, in terms of combat power, it was at least comparable to a first-order martial artist with a chi and blood value of 10.0, and amongst their peers with chi and blood values averaging 1.0 and 2.0. It was already considered to be outstanding. Sure enough, after hearing that Wang Hao had awakened to the profession of a mecha master, there were quite a few students in the vicinity who came over to brag and get close to him, and Wang Hao also had his hands clasped in his arms to show an expression of enjoyment. Only when his gaze touched Su Chen, he found that Su Chen's face was still plain. Mecha, it should feel good in your hand when you tear it. There is no way. Unarmed demolition of Gundam is every man's hobby. Su Dust is no exception. After knowing that Wang Hao awakened is a mech artist, the occupation of the heart cannot help but have such a thought of Wang Hao. For some reason, when he met Su Chen's stupid eyes, Wang Hao's heart suddenly panicked a little, feeling as if the mech he had spent a lot of money on was a little insufficient, and he had to buy a few more spares to make it work. What do you mean? Shaking his head, Wang Hao threw out such unrealistic thoughts as he looked into Su Chen's eyes, once again regaining his confidence, and said, if you want to participate in the college entrance exam, you need to reach the standard line of 10.0 in chi blood value to be able to do so, and I know that with your current chi blood value of more than 9 points, you must not be willing to give up. Let's put it this way, Su Chuan, seeing as we are all classmates, as long as you bow your head and call me Brother Wang, later on, I, Wang Hao, don't mind letting you hold a thigh and take you along to practice leveling, and try to help you raise your chi value to the point of 10.0 before the college entrance exam. How's that? Without waiting for Su Chen to reply, Zhao Xiaoya on the side muttered out unhappily, Wang Hao, I don't want to see him again. These words made Wang Hao's eyes instantly light up. Earlier he had invited Zhao Xiaoya to team up with him to brush the copies, only that Zhao Xiaoya didn't agree to it, but now he said such a sentence. Wouldn't the meaning of that be, Zhao Xiaoya, you agreed to team up with me? Wang Hao sounded a little excited. Zhao Xiaoya nodded. As a woman who was motivated to marry into a rich family, since Su Chuan has become a waste that has failed to awaken, she naturally wants to stop the loss in time. Wang Hao's family is good, and the profession of A-class mech division is also okay, so she will raise it for the time being. And the spare tire is also quite good. Well, the goddess was finally willing to team up with herself, and Wang Hao burst out laughing happily. In that case, Su Dust you, Zhao Xiaoya, what are you bullshitting about? An angry voice came from not far away, and Bai Ruoxue, who was tall and had a delicate body with a head of beautiful long pink hair, walked over. It's the goddess Wakayuki. Whispers rang around the neighborhood, the same for schoolgirls, but there are also high and low. Bai Ruoxue's gentle character is even sweeter, and her pure and lustful looks are more popular than Zhao Xiaoya's at school. Not to mention that goddess Bai Ruoxue has awakened the S-ranked high priestess of light profession. Not only can she milk, but she can also fight, possessing the abilities of both the milkmaid and the elemental envoy of light professions at the same time, and is one of only a few S-ranked professions in this session of ours. In comparison, although Zhao Xiaoya's A-rank priest profession is good, there are no other means of attack other than being a nurse, and even if it's just being a nurse, I'm afraid that if you look at the amount of milk, Zhao Xiaoya is nowhere near as good as Bu Surging. Bai Ruoxue stood beside Su Chen, holding up her fruitful breasts. That beautiful face that was pure and lustful was filled with anger. Zhao Xiaoya, after seeing it all, lowered herself to look down at her own toes, not daring to meet her eyes. Humph, Bai Ruoxue lightly hummed, before she put away her exasperated face, her beauty encouraging with some concern. Don't worry, Brother Su Chen, I'll take you to brush your copy. I believe, Brother Su Chen, you'll definitely be able to do it. Bai Ruoxue's concerned words caused Sun Chang, who was not far away, to only feel a tightness in his chest. He was not expecting his own goddess to be so concerned about Su-chen even after he had failed to awaken. Luckily, he just saw Bai Ruoxue rushing to Wang Suduan side in a huff, and thought that he was going to break up with Suduan like Zhao Xiaoya, and that he was going to have a chance with Wang Hao as well. I didn't realize it was to go for Su-chen. Damn it, he's failed to awaken. How can he still make our school's two biggest school beauties fight over their jealousy? Some of the surrounding students couldn't help but grit their teeth a bit when they saw Bai Ruoxue, who had always been mild in nature, going toe-to-toe with Zhao Xiaoya over Su-chen. Okay, Dusty, even without awakening, the SSS level supreme profession can still make the two school girls jealous. Good friend Zhao Gang also stood out, secretly gave a thumbs up to Su Dust, a burst of squeezing eyebrows, making Su Dust a little speechless. Just when he wanted to go up and say something, a high and cold voice came from not far away. Su Duan teamed up with me. I can help you reawaken your natural profession. People turned their heads to look, only to see Lang Ruyue, one of the four school beauties of Baiyun City, walking over with a pair of slender jade-like legs, although her face was still high and cold with a goddess look. The word she said broke the hearts of the surrounding group of male students. Shit, did Su-chen fail to awaken or not? How a career awakening failure of the waist can still turn to the three major school goddesses compete for. Believe it or not, 10 days after the first mock exam I shielded Yong Sun Chang the first to beat him. Talent Awakening Potion (IT) can help those who have failed to awaken their talents to try to awaken their talents again. And there is a certain probability that it can help the user to succeed in awakening. And it is an extremely precious potion. The market price averages $10 million apiece. How's it going, Su Dust? You join my team. And in the future, depending on whether or not your performance satisfies me, I can send you a Talent Awakening Potion to help you undergo another career awakening. Lang Ruyu stood in front of Su-chen, her tone crisp and clear, and there wasn't much expression on her high and cold face as she spoke. In fact, she and Su-chen are not familiar with each other. 3 years down the line have not said a few words. Naturally there is no grudge. The only intersection is perhaps the exams are often by Su-chen pressurehead. As the second oldest for 10,000 years. She inevitably took Su-chen as a target she wanted to surpass in her heart, and on this day she did. His own SS-level Cold Moonwalker's occupational talent was deservedly the number one in the entire school. However, she wasn't as happy as she thought she would be. The man she saw as her goal to catch up with had failed to awaken any professions. This made Lang Ruyue have the feeling of a punch in the cotton. Not only did she have no sense of accomplishment of being number one, instead, she was a bit downcast and had a complicated look because Su-chen failed to awaken. She didn't think it should be it was only right that someone like Su-chen shouldn't end up like this. So she was willing to give Su-chen a chance. Of course the awakening potion isn't so easy to get. Commoner disciples could choose to attach themselves to the disciples of the big families so that they could not worry about their future cultivation resources. But it was equivalent to signing a contract of sale. If Su-chen accepted it, it meant that he accepted her investment. And in the future, he would only be able to work as a cow, look at people's faces, and block the gun for her to die when necessary. It's an unspoken rule in this world. All the big family powers, more or less, would use this way to cultivate some loyal followers for their family descendants. Lang Ruyu was just optimistic about Su-chen, so she gave Su-chen such a chance, although once you agree you can only be a follower's identity and will be branded. But Lang Ruyue, as the daughter of the city lord, herself still has a top talent of SS level, and the person is incomparably beautiful, and the figure is okay. I don't know how many people want to become her follower. Anyway, a group of male classmates around them, when they saw that Su-chuan had such a chance, their eyes were red with jealousy. Awakening Potion. Goddess Lang Ruyu was actually willing to take out the awakening potion to give Su-chen another chance to awaken. Really, TND is outrageous. Su-chuan, this bastard, is not just handsome, good grades, strong, knowledgeable and poised. Other exactly what is the charm. Actually can let my White Cloud Middle School 4 big school flowers and 3 of the 4 compete for jealousy. Speechless, he still hesitates. If Goddess Lang Ruyu gives me a chance to be a follower, I'll immediately kneel down and lick it. Maybe in the future I can even have a last sweet master-servant drama. Su-chen, this guy even hesitates. Bastard. Such a good opportunity. You don't want me. The surrounding noisy sounds did not affect Lang Ruyu. She gazed at Su-chen's cool jade-like face, remained calm and spoke softly. Well, have you thought it over? Su-chen's eyes blinked. It was interesting to think that perhaps for the average person who had failed to awaken, accepting Lang Ruyu's advice was indeed a good way out. Still, I'm sorry, but I beg to differ. The mainstay of my generation of monks is rebellion. What? Refused? He actually refused? Brother Glasses, who couldn't wait to kneel down and lick furiously in place of Su-chuan, had his eyes glaring through his glasses, his face full of astonishment. Are you sure? Lang Ruyue frowned slightly. For a career awakening failure, the Talent Awakening Potion was the only life-saving straw that could help him climb out from the bottom. But he didn't expect Su-chen to turn down such a good opportunity. Aha! Thanks for the kind words. It's just that I have other plans. Su-chen nodded blandly and did not feel the slightest bit reluctant to give up, or perhaps for the average person. Accepting Lang Ruyu's charity to receive the awakening potion was a good choice at this time, but that won't be necessary for him. First of all, he is not awakened, but awakened, and still SSS level supreme profession, the son of heaven's destiny. Just that this profession was sacrificed by him, and has awakened the profession talent of him and then used the talent awakening potion is not going to have any effect. Secondly, he cultivates immortality. As about to step into the immortal path to open the cultivation of the immortal, he is really not interested in these what occupation you regard as a treasure. In my case but chicken ribs, and can be discarded. In addition to that there is another point. That is, as a traveler, to give others to be a cow as a horse is really not in line with his character. If he really accepts Lang Ruyu's charity, then what if she lets herself charge every day? Then it will not be able to mess up people's lives. That was why Su-chen refused Lang Ruyu's funding. Is it a man's boring pride? Lang Ruyu looked deeply at Su-chen. She didn't say anything more, but only looked at Su-chen with a few more points of disappointment in her eyes. She had thought that the man she had been chasing for 3 years would be able to grab the opportunity to climb out despite all odds, even if he fell into a slump. But she didn't think that she would turn down such a great opportunity she had bestowed upon her just because of her boring pride. This kind of mentality won't go very far even if you do awaken a gifted profession. There must be no more him on the path of future powerhouses. The fate of his life is destined to only look up at my back. Thinking of this, Lang Ruyu sighed lightly, seemed to put down the burden in her heart, relieved, and finally looked at Su-chen, then turned around and twisted through the flexible waist, beautiful legs and stepped out, leaving Su-chen with a haughty back. That's quite the high-flying goddess. After being rejected by himself, the way Lang Ruyu turned around and left without saying a word made Su-chen smile. And after saying a few words to Bai Ruoxue Zhao Gang, under the gazes of the crowd of various colors or despicable or mocking or worried gazes, Su-chen similarly turned around and walked away. Only one face is inward and the other outward. Let's unlock the immortal cultivation panel in one breath today and start my path of cultivation. Looking at today's 2 panel quests, Su-chen lightly exhaled, his gaze ethereal. Quiet, quiet. At the same time Su-chen turned to leave, the principal appeared on the awakening stage. His regretful gaze retracted from Su-chen's back, and he announced with a serious face, next I'm going to say a few words about the replica mystery realm. After the professional awakening, in order to help students better and more safely adapt to the professional fighting style through the break-in period, the school will prepare some low-level copies of the secret world for the students. The monsters in these secret copies were basically ordinary beasts that hadn't entered the rank, and their strength was on the low side, so they could be used by the students to practice, and not have to go to the wilderness area for life and death training as soon as they came up. So for the next 10 days, I hope you will make good use of these copies to skill up your own skills and upgrade to become stronger. In 10 days' time, we will organize a mock exam in the first middle school, and we hope that all of you will get a good grade in your first mock exam. Yay! It's finally time to do it for real. The principal's announcement of the mock exam made the students who awakened the combat profession at the scene shout out in excitement. Especially those boys who had been under Su-chen's pressure for so many years in the past and had accumulated grudges for so long were even staring at Su-chen's back as he left, shaking their fists and laughing playfully. In the past those so-called liberal arts martial arts exams, but there is no tiger in the mountain. Monkeys call the king. Su does that waste of time year after year to take the first, and so what? Look at this mock exam. He will dare to participate in my son Chong one-hand friction him. Where is the trouble with this kind of thing, brother son? Let my B-level professional genius, brother Glasses, take the stage first. I can't wait to see this genius of our first high school being trampled under my feet. Ha ha ha, look at him leaving like a dog. Yeah. Wang Hao said so to Zhao Xiaoya, and the surrounding cacophony rose again. Silence, silence. The principal pressed his hand, and then under the gaze of the crowd of students with immense anticipation, he distributed a kind of monoframe glasses that could be worn on the head, with only half of the lenses, filled with a sense of technology, into the hands of each and every one of the students who had awakened to the profession of the combat department, combat tester. As the name suggests, you just need to wear it on your head and turn on the switch to roughly test the value of each person's fighting strength. To be used to assist the students in fighting and upgrading. Ha ha ha, got it, it's finally here. Quickly let me see how much combat power you have. Sun Chang couldn't wait to put it on his head after getting the combat power tester. Fighting strength 5, fighting 5. As far as the eye could see, there was a sea of battle scum. It wasn't a strange thing. After all, they hadn't started fighting monsters, and upgrading their combat power a bit lower was normal. Holy shit! Awesome! Brother Sun, you actually have 55 combat points. The exclamations of the little brother next to him made Sun Chang smile triumphantly. This is not normal. He has awakened A-class shield brave occupation, plus usually also has been the habit of jerking iron fitness, or a sports student has up to 55 points of combat power value is not very normal. Name, Lang Ruyu. Occupation, SS rank. Cold Moonwalker. Blood value, 9.6. Combat power, 96. Advice, close your doggy eyes. Goddesses are not for you to look at. Hiss. The sound of sucking in a mouthful of cool air came from the crowd. Sun Chang did not think that he just casually looked at it, but actually tested it. Combat 96. Truly worthy of being the Lang Ruyu goddess of our first grade. To have 96 combat points at the initial stage right now was already standing out amongst their group of people who had an average combat power of between 5 and 10 points. Right. Where's Su Chen? After some people saw Lang Ruyu's combat power of up to 96, they inevitably associated it with Su Chen, looking back at Su Chen's back as he left. So pretentious all day. I'd like to see how high the combat power of this failed awakening great genius of our first school can be. After shaking his head and shading his head, Sun Chang pressed the switch for the combat power test in his ear. And in a moment, the combat panel about Su Chen appeared on the lens in front of his eyes. Name, Su Duan. Occupation, none. Blood value, 9.8. Combat power, 99. Suggestion, don't look at it. Scum. Even without awakening profession to beat you 100 is not a problem. 9.99? Class President Sun Chang froze, and the other students in the surrounding area who had measured Su Chen's combat power were also dumbfounded in place. The awakening ceremony was a big deal, not only involving the awakening of the profession, but also what was to come next in terms of teaming up to brush copies. All the students in the grade were basically in the square, instead of the usual hot and bustling martial arts classroom. It seemed a bit quiet, but that's good. In front of the large floor-to-ceiling window, Su Chen took off his jacket and placed it on the side corner. Looking at the empty martial arts classroom, he took a deep breath with his brows composed. This quiet environment was just right for him to complete his first basic task, 2 hours of fighting practice. The 8th National Fighting Gymnastics for elementary and middle school students will now begin. First style, fledgling, boom boom boom. Dull sounds echoed within the martial arts teaching room, as if someone was doing fighting exercises inside. Dull sounds thumped, and even from outside in the hall one could hear the successive vibrations inside. Who's practicing in there? Must be a big handsome guy for being so industrious. I'm going to get in there quick and see for a wiener. Wait, Xiao Ya, I heard you broke up with Su Chen. In the hall outside the classroom, Zhao Xiaoya, who was about to go in and ask for a handsome man's prestige, was called out by a middle-aged man in black training clothes. Yes, Zhao Xiaoya paused. She was wearing a turquoise long dress. Her appearance was clear and beautiful. Her body was slender. Her breasts were like steel plates. In the face of her father's inquiries, her eyebrows were slightly raised, and a few more points of pride and reality were added to her pretty face. I'm an A-ranked nurse profession with a great future. Su Chen is just a waste who failed to awaken. He doesn't deserve me at all. What's wrong with me breaking up with him? Zhao Yu looked at the young girl in front of him and frowned. He knew that his daughter's character was a bit of a realistic character, but it's still a bit not too wise for you to break up with Su Chen so quickly. Su Chen, he has a good talent for martial arts. His chi and blood values have long reached over 9.0, just an ordinary civilian family that has not used any advanced cultivation resources to cultivate. Yet they managed to reach the point where they are almost stepping into the ranks of a first-ranked martial artist with their own hard work and exercise before they have awakened their profession. This kind of talent can also be called a genius when placed in our ancient martial realm. The principal should have given you a combat power tester today, and you should have all seen Su Chen's combined combat power. Zhao Yu's words caused Zhao Xiaoya to pause for a moment as she remembered the piercing number of 99 in combat power approaching 100 battle points, far more than anyone else on the field. But, so what? Zhao Xiaoya gritted her teeth and said stiffly, what's wrong with having a high blood value? He's just a waste who failed to awaken. He doesn't even have a profession. What can he achieve in the future? Right now his 9.8 chi and blood value is really high, but it's harder to raise his chi and blood value the further back he goes. The college entrance exam is in 3 months, and for those who didn't awaken their occupational talent, it's not certain if he can raise his chi blood value to the minimum line of 10.0 in these 3 months. It's not like 99 points of combat power is 100. A comprehensive combat power evaluation of 100 was the standard for becoming a first-order martial artist, and there was a qualitative difference between that and a combat power of 99. Simply put, it was the difference between an ordinary genius and a rare martial arts genius of a decade. This, Zhao Xiaoya's retorting words caused Zhao Yu to choke on his words, and he paused before saying, but Su Chen, he has a high talent for martial arts, although it is not yet called a rare sight in 10 years. But 3 months may not be unable to raise the blood value in 0.2 points to break through to 10.0, and combat power to 100. Zhao Xiaoya snorted out a disinterested laugh. Even if it's been 3 months and his chi and blood values have reached the standard of 10.0, what's wrong with that? He didn't awaken any professions. Do you expect him to follow the path of pure martial arts like you? Even if he can follow the path of pure martial arts, so what? Father, you told me long ago that our Zhao family is an ancient martial arts family. and that you received martial arts training since you were a child. But what happened? Growing up on the pure martial arts path, you've been cultivating for most of your life, but you're only a second-ranked martial artist, and you can only hunker down in a school as a martial arts teacher. Zhao Xiaoya's tone was disdainful. It is not as if there are no other paths in this world for those who have failed to awaken professionally, or who have awakened to life as profession. Ancient martial arts flow, also known as pure martial arts, is a path, and one that has been passed down since before the Age of Awakening. The standard of qi and blood values was first used to measure pure martial arts, but the way of martial arts. Pay attention to talent, not to say also extremely consuming resources. Want to become a strong martial arts? Inheritance of enlightenment, the guidance of the high people, the realization of the intention, the cultivation method. The lack of one is indispensable, time-consuming and laborious, but also easy to be stuck in the bottleneck. Lifelong difficult to make further breakthroughs. Professional awakened people are different, with the ability to fight and upgrade like playing a game, easily and quickly breaking through to become stronger. Instances abounded of martial arts cultivation for dozens of years being surpassed by professional awakened people in just dozens of days. This is because, hearing his daughter use himself as an example, Zhao Yu opened his mouth to say that he was pulling this way because he was not talented in martial arts, but after thinking about it, his own daughter was right. So what if he had high martial arts talent? Pure martial arts is the strongest, but the great master realm, just comparable to the fourth stage of the professional, has long been eliminated by this era. Just as the firearms era, you still use cold weapons. The adult era has changed. The glory of pure martial arts has long since been relegated to the past tense. As good as Su Chen's martial arts talent was, in his opinion, his future achievements in this area would at best be the same as his, just a second-ranked martial artist. Ugh, Zhou Yu sighed. Forget it, Zhao Xiaoya, you're right. You have the profession of an A-ranked priest. You can indeed have better choices in the future. Su Chen, he doesn't deserve you. Humph. Zhao Xiaoya laughed triumphantly, as if being able to hear from Zhao Yu's mouth that the words that Su Chen was not worthy of herself pleased her. The young girl's face had an extra point, and she waved her hand with a flutter like she had won a battle and said, "Well, don't talk about that, Zhao Yu. Quickly prepare 3 pounds of papaya for me. Later I'm going to team up to enter the copy. Just watch. Soon my battle power can also reach 99, even surpassing Su Chen to reach 100 early to step into the first-ranked domain." Boo! While Zhao Xiaoya was preparing to eat more papaya and temporarily replenish her milk supply, there was a sudden loud bang from the next classroom, drawing the attention of the two men. What's the commotion? Without hesitation, Zhao Yu subconsciously pushed open the door and rushed inside to check. Boom boom boom. Inside the empty martial arts teaching room, echoing with the sound of air bursting, a handsome-looking teenager, in which he was carrying out air striking training. Between one punch and one kick, he could hit the harsh sound of breaking air, with a full sense of power, and his punching power had at least reached the level of tonnage, which should not be underestimated. The golden sunlight shone through the floor-to-ceiling windows, illuminating the teenager's focused face. The long hours of total concentration on the exercise, so that his body muscles have long been sore and stiff, but he moves movements rigorous and standard, his gaze staring ahead. Hidden God sweat was flying in the air until a certain point. Punch out. Ding. Today's objective, 2 hours of combat practice mission completed. Add 0.1 to your blood value. Buzz. Su Chen, who was sitting in the fighting practice, suddenly felt a hot current surging out from the depths of the dantian. The body's qi and blood instantly grew by 1 point, filling the 5 viscera and 6 bowels, and surging down the blood vessels to the arm at great speed. A burning and taut feeling of power, so that Su Chen couldn't help but hit the punch on the sandbags next to him. Blast! With Su Chen letting out a low shout, the powerful force traveled out along the blood muscle arm, then thumped and exploded when it touched the sandbag. The sandbags that were difficult to break under martial artists were instantly broken or rags are flying. What's happening? Up! It was also at this time that Zhao Yu hurriedly pushed the door and broke in, but did not wait for him to say 2 more words. The whole person froze in the doorway, dumbfounded. He looked at the scene in the martial arts classroom, the sun, the floor-to-ceiling windows, the crumpled sandbags, and the handsome teenager underneath the crumbs, tilting his head back and panting out softly, sweat dripping down his cheeks. The boiling qi and blood wrapped around the teenager's body, distorting the air and forming an inexplicable aura that caused Zhao Xiaoya, who had also walked to the doorway, to be dumbfounded in place. With a pair of beautiful eyes wide open, Zhao Yu said after his eyes trembled to Su Dust, "You've been there all along?" He was aware of Su Chen coming over in the morning when it was almost 11 or so, but he had a lunch and a nap at noon and thought that Su Chen had left a long time ago. Just now when there was a thumping inside, he thought it was someone else in the classroom, but he didn't realize it was still Su Chen. And look at its state. "I'm afraid I didn't even eat lunch, didn't take a break, and practiced intermittently for 2 hours. Ah." Su Dust nodded. Sweat left from his chin. Although very tired, Lactic acid massive accumulation of the body's feeling is very painful and intolerable hidden spasm. But he is the corner of his mouth lightly curled, with joy in his eyes. Blood value 9.9. All you need to do next is to go to the playground and sprint 100 laps to be able to reach 10.0 and unlock the cultivation panel. Zhao Yu's eyes were a bit complicated. He looked at Su Chen and then at the sandbags that were broken on the ground. Although he already had an answer in his heart, he still couldn't help but ask out loud, "Did you pop this?" "Well, I'm sorry, Mr. Li. I didn't confuse the force just now. I'll make it up to you." Su Dust nodded his head in acknowledgement. Although his family is ordinary, but his parents and the dying before, or left him a house plus a few million inheritance of the years down, although spent a lot of money. But compensation for a sandbag money is still there. So Su Chen didn't delay. After slightly stretching his body, he walked to the window and picked up the clothes. His eyes swept over Zhao Xiaoya's face, who was still a bit stunned at the first doorway. He then passed by the two and walked in the direction of the playground. After Su Chen's back disappeared from the martial arts classroom, only then did Zhao Yu walk inside the classroom, pinching up a crumb on the ground with an increasingly complex expression. "See? I told you that Su Chen's martial arts talent is high." Humph. Realizing that she had just actually looked at Su Chen and lost her concentration and tried to add to Su Chen's prestige, Zhao Xiaoya's face couldn't help but blush, and with some shyness, she lightly hummed, and said in a hard-mouthed rebellious manner, "That's not a high level of talent. It's not just a failure to awaken your talent, but also an impotent rage because your pride won't accept charity from others, and you run here to beat up sandbags." Incompetent rage. Zhao Yu chewed on these words in his mouth as he raised his head and looked at his daughter with some complexity on his face. "But Xiaoya, you know, the sandbags in our classroom are customized. It's impossible to break it without the strength of a first-ranked martial artist and 100 points of combat power." "What?" Zhao Xiaoya was completely stunned because of Zhao Yu's words, and she looked at the sandbags that had been broken inside the classroom with her beautiful eyes lost in thought. Unlike the sunny midday, after the time reached afternoon, a cloud gradually gathered in the sky and the land became slightly dim. The breeze was slightly cooler. Pieces of green leaves fluttered to the ground in the cool breeze. However, the cool breeze could not extinguish the hot and restless hearts of the students on the square. It's finally time to enter the secret copy. In front of the group of students were 10 secret realm entrances in the shape of a vortex. Within the secret realm are mostly wild monsters that have not yet entered the rank, and their combat power is usually below 100. In order to help students better adapt to the novice period and familiarize themselves with professional skills, usually it doesn't take too long as per previous sessions. Just one afternoon today is enough to double our strength and grow fast. It won't take more than 10 days to raise the blood value to 10.0 and the combat power to more than 100. A spectacled man in the crowd pushed his eyes up. "Hey, I'm going to upgrade like crazy next. 10 days. Just give me 10 days, and I'll be able to brush up my chi blood value to 10.0 and my combat power to 100. Reaching the standard of a first-ranked martial artist. Behind him, the class president Sun Chang, who was wearing a green cloak and had awakened an A-ranked shield brave, laughed out confidently, and at the end of the day, he also added a sentence without forgetting. "It's a pity that certain of us look as if our chi and blood values are quite high and strong, but unfortunately we don't have an awakened profession, so we can't even fight monsters and upgrade." Maybe he won't be able to break through 10.0 in his entire life, and won't be able to become a true first-ranked martial artist. There's no way this is fate. The biggest difference between the successful and unsuccessful professional awakening is here. The successful awakening will have professional characteristics. Just need to keep fighting monsters. You can get the invisible energy factor and gain experience to upgrade. Those who didn't succeed in awakening their professions don't get this treatment. We're only going to get stronger in the future, and the gap is going to get bigger. Maybe it doesn't need to be that long. Just this one time when we come out we'll all be able to crush Su Chen. Right? Xiaoya. Wang Hao, who wore a greasy hair and crocodile leather shoes, turned his head to ask Zhao Xiaoya's mouth after he spoke playfully with a few of the little brothers next to him. However, he found that Zhao Xiaoya's beautiful eyes were a bit lost in thought, and she seemed to be recalling something, which caused Wang Hao to frown slightly and said with concern, "Xiaoya, what's wrong with you? Are you uncomfortable somewhere?" "No, nothing." Zhao Xiaoya came back to her senses and shook her head as she looked at the 10 copies of the secret realm in front of her and lightly grunted in her heart. Even if Su Chen has the strength of a first-rank martial artist now, so what? So what if he is a rare martial arts practicing wizard in 10 years? It's not like he can brush copies to upgrade. He will soon be surpassed by us and fall far behind. It won't take long. We'll see the results in 10 days when the first practice test is given. I didn't say anything wrong. Su Chen just doesn't deserve me. After Zhao Xiaoya gave herself a firm conviction, her chin lifted lightly and her demeanor once again resumed its previous slightly proud appearance. Soon, the group of students who had formed a team walked into the replica one by one under the teacher's command, and in the meantime, while Sun Chang, Wang Hao and the others were entering the secret realm copy to brush up their levels above the empty playground in the relative recesses of the school. The clouds were even more overcast, and under the high pressure, the earth was dim and dark, as if it might rain heavily at any moment. A damp, cold wind blew across the plastic runway of the playground. Immortal cultivation panel, not fully unlocked. Progress of unlocking 99%, name Su Duan cultivation, not yet entered the rank. After reaching 10.0 chi in blood value, you can unlock the immortal cultivation panel, and will be rewarded with a newbie immortal cultivation technique. Immortal grade heaven swallowing devil technique, will be issued along with the newbie foundation building technique after the immortal cultivation panel is fully unlocked. Current chakra value, 9.9, normal 1.0, today's advice 1. Direct consecration of gifted professions, completed. 2. Go to the Budo classroom and practice fighting techniques seriously for 2 hours to gain an additional 0.1 to your blood value, completed. 3. Go to the playground and sprint 100 laps as fast as you can, and you will get 0.1 added to your blood value, not yet completed. Su Dust tightened his shoelaces while getting up. He took a deep breath and pushed down all the pain from the sore and stiff muscles caused by the previous fighting practice. His gaze looking ahead steeply condensed, and his figure instantly sprinted out. Today's goal number 3. 100 laps of the playground sprint begins. Why is he running? Somewhere in the moment. A light rain fell from the sky. 3 figures appeared at the edge of the playground. One of the big fat guys with a waist as thick as a water tank and a camera on his shoulder questioned out. A young genius, a fall from grace. In the past, he was called Su Shen by his fellow schoolmates, and he was number 1 in the arts and martial arts exams every year, both in literature and martial arts. But now, he lost in one of the most crucial exams, and it's just that he failed to awaken the high-level combat lineage profession, and he didn't even awaken the ordinary life lineage. A complete failure, abandoned for this era, and ridiculed by a group of classmates with such a huge gap between before and after. It's natural to need to vent. A sweet-looking woman in a transparent raincoat walked out from behind the 2 cameramen. 3 people are from the Baiyun TV station. Reporter in the morning heard that the most people attention in the first high school optimistic school god Su Dust surprisingly burst a big cold. Not only the combat system occupation, and even the living system occupation did not awaken. Directly awakening failure. Newspeople chasing hotspots of keen sense of smell so that they rushed to the interview at the first time, and this female is the famous beautiful reporter of Baiyun TV. Xiao Li.at. The moment Ray looked down at the teenager running around the playground below, a hint of pity flashing in her eyes. She still remembered that last year, Su Chuan was good at both martial arts and literature, and had repeatedly won the first place in the whole school and the whole city, and she was also the one who interviewed Su Chuan when he was given the title of Su God by his peers. At that time, the teenager faced the camera calmly and lightly, with a light on his face, as if the first place in the exam was not something important to him. But now it has failed to awaken head in the clouds and can only run wildly in the rain to vent his heart's unwillingness and anger. What a creation this is. Ray looked down at the teenager running around the playground below, a flicker of pity in her eyes, but at the same time, she also understood that all she needed to do was to report this matter, and it would attract countless hotspots and attention. A major event that could not be missed. So reaching down to catch the gentle rain falling from the air and glancing at the sky, Ray turned her head inquiringly to the 2 cameramen behind her. Ready? It might rain hard later. 2 cameras will need to follow him as he pans and runs while reporting live. Don't worry, Ray. You can't forget what we're both nicknamed, a fat man and a thin man. The 2 cameramen showed confidence. These 2 cameramen, one is fat as a millstone and the other is thin as a sparrow, are the famous fat and thin-headed duo of Baiyun TV. Among them, the fat man was known as the flexible fat man, with the strength of a first-order martial artist. And although his speed might not be up to par because of his size, he could definitely be called the fastest fat man under the first order. One of the most widely known deeds is when the World Sprinting Champion competition. It is he carries the camera, all the way running in front of the champion to implement the report. The process not only to maintain a certain distance, and the camera is smooth and jitter-free, like careful netizens found out. Once given the strongest original is the cameraman after being discovered by the netizens. He was called the strongest cameraman in the world and the uncrowned king of the World Sprinting Champions. Therefore, in Fatty's opinion, following Su Chen throughout the rest of the day while running live was not a problem at all. After all, the other party is just a student who hasn't entered the first rank. How fast can he run? How long can he run? Can he still run 100 laps? So that's why it's sprinkled. Yes. Then let's start preparing for the live broadcast next. Seeing how confident Fatty was, Bing Bing also nodded with conviction. Subsequently, hello viewers. This is White Cloud TV. I'm Ray, coming. It's finally on live. I love you. Ray's wife. How to outdoor live today. It's raining outside, don't freeze. As a famous beautiful reporter, Xiaoli still has a lot of fans on the network. A lot of people send epileptic pop-ups as soon as they open the live broadcast, But as a professional, Xiaoli was not affected. Just looked at the camera and continued to say, "This is something that perhaps well-informed people already know about. Just this morning, at the most important career awakening ceremony in Baiyun No. 1 Middle School, the genius teenager Su Chuan, who is known as Sushin, who is the number 1 in the entire grade in both literature and martial arts, actually failed to awaken in a major cold spell. Neither the combat department nor the life department have any career awakenings. Wow." Upon hearing the incident reported by Ray, the live broadcast boo-boo pop-ups were suddenly discussed in a serious manner. "Su Dust, I know. It seems to be the school bully of the first middle school. Perennial grade number 1. I thought he would at least awaken an S-rank combat profession. I didn't expect that he would fail to awaken. In the past by the classmates and teachers to give high expectations, but the result is in the most critical one, exam failure. This kind of failure is no less than in the past every year the first school bully in the college entrance examination play failure did not get in the same. He should be very sad and painful right now." The pop-ups of serious discussion in the live room made Ray nod with a slight curl of her lips. "I know everyone is concerned about this, so let's move on to what the people involved think. Just see the picture turn of the camera came to Su Dust. He ran across the playground, sweat mixed with rain sliding down his cheeks, his nostrils panting lightly and raggedly. "Hello student Su Chuan. We are reporters from Baiyun Television. We have a few questions we would like to ask you right now. I wonder if it's convenient for you right now." A microphone abruptly reached Su Duan's mouth, and at this time, Xiaoli was also running alongside while holding up the microphone to question Su Duan. "Not too convenient. Then is it okay for you to run like this and simply answer a few questions for me? It won't delay you much." Su Chen's eyes oddly swept over the fat cameraman who accompanied him as well as Xiaoli, who was holding the microphone. Inevitably, the heart of the 2 words of dedication to them rose. Thinking of everyone is not easy. Also loosened the mouth, nodded and responded, "Okay, just don't get in the way of my running." At the time when Xiaoli and Su Duan were negotiating, the live broadcast room was also flooded with many people one after another, and before the interview was opened there were careful netizens who suddenly discovered, "Crap, brothers, I suddenly reacted to running live like this." Then next to it is not always a big brother carrying a camera is also running with, what Baiyun first high school genius school bully? Garbage. No wonder the career awakening failed. Our camera big brother carrying the camera are faster than him. Really, the camera big brother is the strongest. That's right. You don't want to see who our big brother carrying the camera is. This is our White Cloud TV station's famous fathead. There are people working in the TV station in the live broadcasting room who proudly introduced the glorious deeds of the fat head of the Buddha. Attracted the pop-up screen a piece of bullfrogs and bullfrogs. The fat man who carried the camera and followed Su Chen next to the camera also gave a thumbs up in front of the camera, meaning small scene, low profile, but just carrying a camera and following a school student running. He dang fat head still can't keep up. "May I ask what you are doing now?" "The interview has officially begun." "Run. And may I ask how many laps you've run now?" "Don't remember." "Why did you choose to run on a rainy day? Is it because you're sad and venting because you failed to awaken?" "No." The sky was getting deeper and deeper in gloom. The rain was getting heavier and heavier, and the image of Xiaoli and Su Duan both asking questions and answering questions was clearly presented in the live broadcast. "It's obvious that you don't even remember how many laps you've run. And you're still stiff-arming me that it's not because of sadness. Oh my god, did you guys see that? He looked like he was going to shatter when he was pretending to be calm in front of the camera. I've seen through his calm face to the depths of his broken heart hidden by his pretense of strength. And whether it's rain, sweat or tears that run down his cheeks, boing boing, quickly let auntie hug you." There were quite a few rich women in the live broadcasting room who coveted Su Chen's male sex who couldn't help but wooing out after seeing this. Of course there were 2 sides to things. There were those who wanted to hug Su Chen, and then there were those who wanted to stomp on Su Chen like an extremely conspicuous green pop-up singing in the middle of a bunch of white pop-ups. Cold icy rain slapping haphazardly on my face only in the pheasant's secret copy. Sun Chang, who was holding a shield in his hand and had a green cloak behind him, couldn't help but send out a mocking pop-up when he saw that Su Chen in the live broadcast, who was incapable of rage because of his failure in awakening and chose to run in the pouring rain to vent his emotions. Pretending is all pretense. Don't look at what he says. He doesn't care. In reality he just likes to pretend. If he doesn't care, what is he running in the pouring rain for? Mocking Su Chen. Sun Chang glanced at a group of pheasants on the hillside that had been killed by the squad he was leading, and did not forget to add a sentence in the live broadcast in triumph. "Fighting? Yeah, I've even risen to the 3rd level now. My chi and blood value has directly become 3.0. Maybe it won't take 2 days to raise it to 10.0 and become a first-order awakened person over some genius who was number 1 in his grade. Hello haha." Sun Chang's bragging instantly caused a flurry of crouching. Bull bull bull. Big brother begging to hug his thigh. Pop-up bragging, which could have bullied him. Of course, in addition to Su Chen and their class president, Wang Hao, the class president of class 3, was also not willing to show weakness. A copy of the Boar's Woods, seeing that someone could actually rise to level 3 in such a short period of time. As a dang mech master, Wang Hao, who was piloting the mech, took a look at the body of the boar that had been chopped in half by his own sword, and couldn't help but open the hatch of the mech and jump down, taking a selfie of himself with the mech and the boar's corpse. He posted it to the live feed without forgetting Versailles edition. Oops, I killed another boar today, so I can treat everyone to pork. I'm just worried that certain people might not be in the mood right now. Ha ha, crap. This is a mech. I didn't realize that there were still big men in the live broadcast room who could drive a Gundam. I'm envious. Kneeling down and begging to hug my thighs. Unsurprisingly, there was another group of begging for a hug pop-ups in the live broadcast room, putting Wang Hao in a good mood as well. The corners of his mouth curled up. Zhao Xiaoya, who was standing not far from Wang Hao, also laughed out in triumph when she saw the wretched appearance of Su Chen running in the heavy rain in the live broadcast. Hurriedly posting pop-ups on the air to indicate that, I am Su Dust ex-girlfriend. I can prove that he is all pretending. Said not sad. In fact, the heart do not know how to cry it. All in saying the opposite. Pretending to be tough, do not dare to face the reality of the failure is just. Such a person at best brilliant for a while. The future is destined to go not much farther. But also thanks to me and him to talk about his friends when he did not be touched. The first kiss is also still in the Zhao Xiaoga's remarks to step on Su Dust is only one. The most important thing is still to publicly reveal to the public a message. Namely, she is still an ice-clean yellow flower girl. After all, she is to be married into a rich woman in the future. Do not want to let people misunderstand what, in this speech really also caused a lot of people's discussion in the live broadcast room. And the most of them are not more than Su Dust is not physically weak, external strong, so good girlfriend have not touched, and so on kidney deficiency male and so on. The speech, let the live broadcast screen once became a bit off. Ahem. On the playground, without continuing to run after Su Dust, Xiao Li, who stood in front of the thin-headed camera, coughed lightly. Let's not speculate. If there's anything you want to know, I can go and ask. The rain is getting heavier and heavier. Looking at the fat man who ran over after Su Chen in the rain curtain, Xiao Li hurriedly greeted him and was about to ask the question of whether it was false or not in front of the live broadcast, but found not far away carrying a camera chasing behind Su Dust fat head lump, gradually be pulled away from the distance. The body fat meat trembling is unable to get close to Su Dust, but more and more far away. The camera cannot keep up with the fast. Fatty, what's wrong with you? Xiao Li frowned, asking anxiously. I can't catch up. The fat man waved his hand, caught his breath, and put the camera down. Why not, fatty? Didn't you say you were the uncrowned king of the sprinting world championships, known as the fastest fat man under the first rank? How come you're so weak so soon? You can't even catch up with a student. The thin man walked over, and there was a flurry of hip-hop mocking pop-ups in the live broadcast room. Don't care if other people's Su Chen is false or not. I think this fat man is quite falsy just now. He said that the small scene was low-key, but now he can barely even see the backs of people's homes, in the face of his co-workers' questioning and the mockery of the pop-ups in the live broadcast. The corner of Fatty's mouth twitched and he was tempted to ask a rhetorical question. Can't even catch up with an ordinary student? Have you ever fucking seen an average student who runs 10 laps around the playground getting faster instead of slower? Fatty looked at Su Chen's back that gradually disappeared into the rain curtain, and was abused to the point that he wanted to doubt his life. Are all the students so awesome now? Teenagers in the rain, running in the playground. Is this anger at the injustice of fate or a cry of resignation to life? Xiao Li, who couldn't continue the live broadcast, could only let the thin man take a back photo and give Su Chen such a caption. Wakey, it's time to go. With your awakened S-ranked high priestess of light profession, after joining my light divine religion, you might be able to qualify to compete for the position of the holy maiden of the light divine religion in the future. Practicing in such a low-level copy provided by the school is a complete waste of time for you. Follow my old self to the outskirts of the city. Left side of the playground. Two figures stood. One of them had a beautiful figure. Her little pink and white dress swung gently. She had a soft face. Her skin was fair and delicate, graceful. Her rosy lips revealed sweet photons, and she felt as if she were as sweet as a little sister next door. The other was stooped, with wrinkled skin and a head full of silver hair, looking no different from an ordinary old crone. What was odd was that the rain was pouring down around them, but not a single drop fell on her and the young girl next to her, as if there was an invisible barrier separating the rain from the two. The young girl was naturally by Ruoxue, while the old crone, Lu Yun, was the protector of the light god sex branch in White Cloud City. After learning that Bai Ruoxue had awakened the S-rank high priestess of light profession, he immediately invited Bai Ruoxue to join the light god church. Ruoxue, come on, time is running out. The light escort that belongs to you is ready. Let's strive for today. Lu Yun still wanted to urge Bai Ruoxue to upgrade in the wilderness, But who would have thought that Bai Ruoxue was looking at the pop-ups in the cell phone's livestream that said that Su Duan was false, but suddenly interrupted Lu Yun's words and said in exasperation, "Not going? Not going?" Lu Yun's expression was a bit stunned. As if he didn't expect Bai Ruoxue to answer like this. And as if he also didn't expect the mild character Bai Ruoxue to look so angry. Is it because of him? Lu Yun's remaining light glanced down below. At Su Chen running in the playground, with the power of her Illuminati, naturally. The first time to investigate clearly the relationship between Su Chen and Bai Ruoxue. The two relations are not shallow. In the White Cloud Middle School, has always been the same table classmates. In the past, Su Chen is the first in literature and martial arts. Known as the Su God, Bai Ruoxue and the teenage girl pining for spring. How can it is impossible not to be in love with the heart, but now he is no longer worthy of you. This sentence, of course, Lu Yun did not say it outright, but only mumbled so in his heart. Although Su Dust had a lot of splendor in the past, career awakening is set for life. A dragon is a dragon. A worm is a worm. There are no exceptions, even if Su Chen has a bit of talent for cultivating pure martial arts. Right now, he's ultimately just an ordinary martial apprentice. He's not even a first-ranked martial artist. What was the status of the future High Priestess of Light of her Light Divine Church? And in the future, the status gap between the two would only grow wider and wider until they were not from the same world at all. Lu Yun didn't even say these words directly because there was no need for that point 10 days later. It is the first mock test before the entrance exam of Baiyun No. 1 Middle School, and Su Chen, who doesn't even have the strength of a martial artist, will only be stepped on hard if he dares to go on the field. At that time she believed that the perfect image that Su Chen had imprinted on Bai Ruoxue's heart in the past would also be ruptured along with it. The ending had been predetermined for a long time, so she naturally didn't need to be like the brainless villains in the novels who taunted Su Chen in front of Bai Ruoxue for saying bad things, causing Bai Ruoxue to recoil. So after seeing Bai Ruoxue say that she wasn't going, Lu Yun didn't say anything and just followed Bai Ruoxue as she turned around and headed out. How long has he been running? And meanwhile, the right side of the playground, the rain slapped on top of the dark umbrella snapping, the leaves of the umbrella trembling as drops of rainwater were shaken away. Back to the lady. It's been running all afternoon. The old tuxedoed butler with a white mustache holding an umbrella gave a slight salute to Lang Ruyu. One afternoon, Lang Ruyu softly murmured a sentence. Those cold and condescending eyes looked down at Su Chen, unable to read his expression. Just continued to ask flatly, "Old steward, how are the things I asked you to prepare?" "The awakening potion has been successfully ordered. It will arrive soon." The old butler first gave a standardized reply back before he slightly frowned and asked what was on his mind with a puzzled look, and even said with some concern, "Miss, why are you so concerned about him?" Although he had many accomplishments in the past, now that his professional awakening has failed, the past is like clouds and has no meaning. The current him is not even the lowest level of martial artist. Even if he is given an awakening potion that can help him successfully awaken, the future him will not be qualified to be able to stand shoulder to shoulder with Miss Neng. There won't even be a chance to see your back. Mississippi. Miss, you have the talent of a SS class cold moonwalker. The city lord has high hopes for you. You can't do it because of some childish personal feelings. Humph. Lang Ruyu blared at the old butler, but there was no intention of being ashamed. She just flatly said, "You're overthinking it," before twisting her thin waist and leaving with a pair of slender jade legs. Her willingness to help Su Chen did partly belong to her own personal feelings, but it wasn't anything like that. It just felt very similar. Thinking that Su Chen's back was very similar to the little boy who saved her 10 years ago, that's all. It's good if it's not. The old butler nodded, then followed behind Lang Ruyu holding the umbrella, glancing at Su Chen, whose speed gradually slowed down in the playground below with his afterglow as he walked, thinking silently in his heart, "Miss your future when like a phoenix to roam the 9 heavens, while he can only be like an earthworm struggling in the mud. The future is destined to only look up. It has been the greatest honor of his life to receive this gift from you." Ding! Playground sprint 100 laps complete. Increase in chi and blood value by 0.1. As the cultivation panel gave a reminder, Su Chuan, who was running on the playground, suddenly felt his body expanding by 1 point from the inside out. And this expansion was not like the kind of soreness that lactic acid builds up. Instead, there was a kind of extremely soothing sensation that came out from the dantian and surged the whole body's chi and blood. It was as if the bottle had been filled with water long ago and suddenly injected a hot spring into it out of nowhere. And the whole bottle shattered with a thud the moment Su Chen completely broke the bottleneck and broke through the realm of martial artists. Poof! Under the surge of chi and blood, his heart pounded, like a morning bell and a muffled drum, and a surge of energy filled his body. Lu Yun, who was following Bai Ruoxue, and the old housekeeper, who was following Lang Ruyu, at this moment, as if they had sensed something at the same time, their departing footsteps steeply lurched, and they cast their gazes with a somewhat suspicious expression. A breakthrough? Truly stepped into the martial realm? In the heavy rain, Su Chen gradually stopped, panting heavily, sprinting 100 laps, He had reached the limit of the body. In this out of thin air under the blood, as if once again increased endless strength, so that although he sweated profusely, muscle pain but a pair of pupils but both radiant, not half a bit of fatigue. This is the martial realm. Su Chen clenched his fist. The tensed power seemed to be all in one. One punch was definitely able to kill a cow. This is a very different feeling from the previous time when he did not enter the rank. As if the precision machinery has installed the last piece of parts. As long as it is opened, it can immediately enter the high-speed operation state. Not moving is already. Moving is a stone. At this moment, my combat power is at least twice as strong as earlier. My base strength is at least 1 ton, and at least 3 to 5 tons of force under full outburst. Su Chen felt the state of his body, and the corner of his mouth curled up silently. It wasn't just that he was happy that he had broken through the martial artist realm, more to the point. The chi and blood value has reached 10.0. Finally I can cultivate immortality. Su Chen's eyes were filled with anticipation as he gazed at the immortal cultivation panel, waiting for it to unseal and transform. And the other side, what's wrong? Lang Ruyu turned her head to inquire, and the old butler withdrew his gaze and shook his head with his face as usual. Nothing, miss. Let's go. But it's just a breakthrough in the martial artist realm. To be able to break through the first order martial artist realm on the day of the awakening day at this age without cultivation, it does prove that he has some martial arts talent, and calls himself a rare martial arts practicing genius of the first decade. But, after all, it's just a martial arts practitioner. Ryan shook his head. Su Dust can be today is indeed a bit out of her expectation, some surprise, but that's all, and does not deserve more emotions from her. After all, how can a martial arts practitioner be worthy of the future high priestess of light of my light god sect? Ding! The chi blood value has reached 10.0, fulfilling the unlocked condition. Cultivation panels begin to unlock. Unlocked successfully. Name, Su Duan Cultivation, Martial Artist Realm Technique, Perfect Body Forging Technique, Heaven Swallowing Demon Technique of Blood Value, 10.0, Heavy rain poured down. Su Chen, whose whole body was aching, was lying in a big shape on the playground. He was gasping for air. The burning hot chi and blood that belonged only to a martial artist steamed out, letting the cold rainwater slap on his body. He looked wretched, but the corners of his mouth could not help grinning, and he could not help but laugh out loud. Unlocked. Finally, unlocked. The Heaven Swallowing Devil Technique, which had been sacrificed in exchange for the SSS-ranked Sons of Destiny profession talent, and the Perfect Body Forging Technique that came with the Immortal Cultivation Panel unlock. The 2 feats had arrived at the door to cultivating immortality, which he had been waiting for so long, had finally opened for him. Ha ha ha, cannot wait to want to push open this door. Su Dust, gasping for breath to rest while the mind into the cultivation panel. Detailed exploration of the 2 cultivation techniques. The sea of life's misery. The flesh is the boat. Perfect forging art. From the skin, flesh and blood, sinew and bone marrow, brain, viscera and gas 9 aspects. Aims to build a supreme cultivation foundation for the cultivator. 9 parts of the 9 refining. Once cultivated, it is the human body is complete. A world of its own. It is the perfect cultivation of the body. The only drawback is that the cultivation process consumes some huge. In contrast to the devouring heavenly demon technique, effect is simpler and more overbearing. Reading the entire passages highlights one sentence. Using everything in heaven and earth as sustenance to strengthen one's own body. Fierce beasts, blood and flesh, pills and herbs, minerals and spirit stones. The more you devour, the stronger you become. The means are direct and crude. With the perfect body forging technique, exactly 2 complement each other. One majors in cultivating the roots of the physical body, but consumes a bit too much in the process. One can swallow all things for sustenance, but is likely to have unstable roots and a weak foundation due to breaking through too quickly in the process. When the 2 make up for it, it's a perfect match. After understanding the contents of the 2 feats in general, Su Chen climbed up from the playground and bared his teeth. Ouch! 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 Although the breakthrough in the martial realm made him feel like he had inexhaustible strength, it didn't ease the pain of the damage on his body's muscles. The feeling of lactic acid piling up was sour and unbearable. But compared to the pain in his body's muscles, he couldn't wait to start practicing these 2 techniques. Nothing can stop me from opening the path to immortality. Gulp! The protests coming from his stomach made Su Chen change his statement again. Nothing can stop me from cultivating immortality. Unless it's starvation. After all, in the state of starvation, cultivating feats, it was really a bit difficult. The perfect body forging art consumed a lot. He always needed to replenish his energy first, before he could cultivate. As for the Heaven Swallowing Devil Technique, Su Chen gazed ahead and could not find a suitable devouring target for a while. So go get a bowl of ramen first. As soon as we get home with enough to eat, we'll start practicing and see the results. At the end of the street alley located not far from Baiyun First High School, there was a small, Unassuming looking noodle shop with a green signboard with the words Young Family Noodle Shop written in white letters. The noodle shop is small, with 7 or 8 small wooden tables covered with clean tablecloths, giving people a sense of home coziness. The noodle shop is owned by a 40 or 50-year-old master named Lao Yang, who often wears a worn but clean white apron and busies himself in the front and back. Although the master is only one person and the noodle shop is small, but for the crowd like Su Chen who likes to eat noodles, this is a treasure. Noodle shop. Yangchun noodles, fried noodles, beef noodles, fried noodles, mixed noodles, cold noodles, hot noodles. As long as it is noodles, there is nothing that Lao Yang will not do, and the taste of each is wonderful. Su Dust. But the old customers here, weekdays most like is the end of martial arts training after hunger, come here to eat a few bowls of noodles. One sip of this is full of spirited jingle bells. The doorway wind chimes. Master. The usual. After taking a free hot shower at the school, Su Chuan walked into the noodle shop, and without much ado, bang, 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 4 big bowls of beef noodles. They were placed in front of him. A pair of chopsticks was handed to him by a pair of rough but steady palms covered in white flour. Brother Dusty, I heard that you failed to awaken. Su Chuan took the chopsticks, and before he could start eating, he heard such a sentence from old Yang ringing in his ears, which almost didn't choke him. How do you know? Su Chen turned his head to look at old Yang and asked out loud. The old Yang looks 40 or 50 years old, face covered with traces of age, deep wrinkles interlaced in the forehead and the corners of the eyes, revealing the vicissitudes of the years and hard work. A head of gray hair combed neatly exudes a rustic atmosphere, but I don't know if it is not Su Chen's illusion. The feeling that the old Yang looks pale and old a lot of a few days do not see. Nah, don't you know? That beautiful reporter from White Cloud TV has been giving you a live feed for a long time, and wrote a story about it, called something like Teenager Running in the Rain. Lao Yang nudged at one of the televisions hanging on the wall of the noodle shop. On it was broadcasting a White Cloud TV report about Su Chen, and the mocking pop-ups that matched in real time made the corners of Su Chen's mouth couldn't help but twitch when he saw it. It's true that good things don't come out of the woodwork, but bad things do. Who's all mocking me in the live stream? You guys have nothing better to do. He was especially speechless when he saw that there were obviously speeches from Sun Chang, Wang Hao, Zhao Xiaoya, and other students from the same school in it. Don't be sad, Brother Dusty. It's just that the career awakening didn't work out. You have such a good talent for martial arts. I'm sure you'll be able to become a martial artist even if you don't have a career awakening. Little Brother Dust. Old Yang is a warm-hearted noodle shop master, and almost every day to eat here and face Su Dust has long been familiar with. So in the knowledge of Su Dust awakening failure kindly comfort Su Dust, but there was a hint of sympathy and pity hidden in his tired eyes. After all, in this era of universal awakening, it was self-evident what a failure of professional awakening meant. This hint of sympathy Su Chen of course also saw. Of course he is not good to say anything. Do I have to say that I am actually a martial artist now? And the next step will soon be to cultivate immortality. If he really wanted to say that. He was afraid that old Yang would think that he had been stimulated to go crazy. Therefore, Su Chen had no intention of picking up this topic again. He shook his head and his chopsticks rested against the head of the table. I scanned the noodle shop for a week. Only 2 of the 7 or 8 tables were occupied. One by him and the other by a trio of what looked like punks, including Yellow Hair, who was diagonally behind him. Don't you just talk about me, Lao Yang? What about you? Why are there so few people in the store today? These past 3 to 5 days in preparation for the final Immortal Cultivation Panel awakening, Su Duan did not come here to eat noodles. Now the time is not too late. Just when the social animals are off work, if it is according to the past situation. The store has long been overcrowded. Before coming to the store, he was ready to take the noodles home and share with his cheap sister, but today, when he came in, there was only Yellow Hair's table, which inevitably made Su Chen feel a little odd. Little Brother Dust. You, hearing Su Dust ask about this matter, a bitter smile appeared on old Yang's rustic and vicissitudes face. When he was about to say something, boo. Duck neck. TMD, this bowl of beef noodles has duck necks in it. The Yellow Hair located diagonally behind Su Chuan violently slapped the table and stood up. He spat out his tongue. His face was ugly. He spat a few mouthfuls of saliva into the noodles as if he had eaten something dirty. And his expression was furious as he blurted out to the boss, "Boss, you explain it to me. Why is there duck neck in this bowl of beef noodles?" "I don't know. I'm allergic to duck necks." Su Chen swept his gaze across the Yellow Hair table and didn't speak immediately, but instead buried his head and dried his meal. "You're bullshitting me. My noodles are freshly made, cleaned every day, and the back kitchen is cleaner than your bedroom. So how could duck necks get mixed in?" Old Jiang was so angry by Yellow Hair's words that his face stank and his neck turned red with anger. "You call it a spider cockroach? I'll bite the bullet. But you even said it was a duck neck. This Yellow Hair is simply too deceitful. You think I'm blind? So big a duck neck. I can't see it myself when I serve the noodles. Old Yang was so infuriated that he picked up his chopsticks on the spot and rummaged around in Yellow Hair's bowl. The noodles are totally just a regular bowl of beef noodles. Look, where's the duck neck? TMD, the duck necks have all been chewed clean by me. Where do you think there are any duck necks? I don't care. If you don't compensate me $1 million or $800,000 today, I, Yellow Hair, am not finished with you. That's right. How dare you feed my yellow-haired big brother a duck neck? Believe it or not, we'll smash your shitty noodle shop. Yellow Hair and the two punks next to him, but it seems to eat the old Yang, even if there is no duck neck inside. But also hard to say that there is a duck neck. The old Yang angry, trembling, unable to speak. You're not bullying honest people. Ha! For old Yang's impotent accusation, Yellow Hair sneered and ignored it, instead placing his eyes on Su-chan as if he was kindly reminding him. Did you hear that, brother? Stop eating now. There are duck necks in this noodle. The soup smells like duck necks. However, suck it, suck it. Su-chan was still burying his head in dry rice. This kind of disregard caused Yellow Hair's eyebrows to furrow, and as he approached in large strides, he raised his hand and slapped Su-chan on the back of his head. Eat, eat, eat. Still fucking eating. Noodle-eating fairy. Right. Didn't you hear me say there's duck neck in this soup? Yellow Hair, palm waving with strength, vaguely have broken air sound. This palm, if hit solid enough to a normal adult, hit a stagger. Brother Dusty, be careful. Old Yang exclaimed out in shock, while the Yellow Hair's two minions clasped their hands and sneered. Ha! Toast the wine and eat the penalty wine. My yellow-haired brother is not a martial artist, but he has the cultivation of a martial apprentice 9, and his fighting strength is as high as 88, and there are few enemies under martial artists. That slap is still mercy for you. Snap. A slightly clear voice rang through the noodle shop. However, it wasn't the sound of Yellow Hair's hand slapping on the back of Su-chuan's head, but a pair of dark chopsticks that caught Yellow Hair's hand in midair. Yellow Hair's eyes instantly widened as he forcefully tried to pull his hand back from the chopsticks, only to find that the pair of chopsticks were like iron jaws locking his palm firmly in place, making it impossible to pull it back at all. What power this is! Other martial arts disciples who have not entered the ranks simply cannot do it. Right. His Yellow Hair's combat strength is as high as 88. Just a pair of chopsticks can be used to restrain his existence. The other party's combat strength should be at least 100 or more, so he's a martial artist. Yellow Hair's eyes were rounded, and his expression was incredible as he looked at the teenager in front of him, who was younger than him by an unknown number of years and still looked like a student. Yellow Hair, who knew that he had stumbled upon a tough opponent, opened his mouth and was about to say something, but suddenly he felt the sky spinning in front of him. Su-chan didn't raise his head and flipped the chopsticks in his hand. Yellow Hair only felt a powerful force twisting his palms, driving his entire arm and torso to rotate, causing his uncontrolled feet to be taken off the ground, flopping and smashing onto the floor on his back. What? The two little brothers saw their own big brother pretend not to get fucked. Expression instantly froze, but after reacting immediately still raised his fist and stepped towards Su-dust to smash. Dare to touch my yellow-haired brother. You seek death. Phew. A cracking sound passed by the ears of the two men. The fiery pain that came from the cheek as if it had been cut by a razor blade made the two juniors stop and subconsciously touched the blood that spilled out from the wound. Yellow Hair little brother, two-face white trembling, turned his head to look, only to see a pair of chopsticks have been deeply inserted into the wall behind them. The two little brother immediately only feel a scalp, a burst of numbness. Almost did not be scared to pee. Only then did Su-chan turn his head. His gaze, cold voice indistinguishable. Feelings said, I hate it when people interrupt me while I'm eating my noodles. Get out. I'm sorry, Brother Dusty, for making you laugh. After Yellow Hair ran out of the noodle shop with his two minions in tow, a new pair of chopsticks was handed in front of him by Old Yang. Su-chan took the chopsticks and asked while eating the noodles, it's okay to say what's going on. Old Yang also seemed to have been bottled up by this matter for a long time, as if he had finally met someone he could confide in. After he sighed, he used his rough palms to pull open the bench and sat across from Su-chuan, slowly saying, Brother Dusty, you should have heard of the Zhang Group. Zhang's Group is a big enterprise in our Baiyun city. A big company, mainly engaged in food and catering chain stores and other businesses. A lot of famous restaurants and eateries inside Baiyun city are opened by their company. The assets are heard to be tens of billions of dollars. But it's a hegemon in our Baiyun city, and almost half a month ago, someone from Zhang's Group took a liking to this noodle shop of mine and my craftsmanship, and wanted to buy this noodle shop of mine, and let me work for them in the meantime. But first of all, I've only been running this noodle shop for over 20 years, and I've long since gotten attached to it and don't want to sell it. Not to mention the fact that the only reason I opened it was because I didn't want to work for someone else. It's impossible to work part-time, not in this lifetime, so I turned down their offer. After I refused their offer, they sent people to me to negotiate 2 or 3 more times, and after that they got impatient, so they gave some money to Yellow Hair, a group of punks, and let them find things to do here all day long to harass me, harass my customers, slander the reputation of my noodle shop, and smash my noodle shop's plates. You can see the situation. Even if I can stand it, the face doesn't have any problem with it. And the customers can't stand it with this group of people from yellow hair. Shao Dust brother. To say it is not afraid of your joke. In fact, as early as yesterday this noodle shop no one came. You are the only one to come today. And so on. Perhaps not long I will have to close the store. Saying this, even old Young himself laughed out loud at these wimpy words. His grey hair swinging gently out as Dust buried his head and dried his meal, seems to open the box. Finally have a good confiding in the object. The old Young seems to have no alcohol since the drunkenness of the same slightly red eyes containing tears. The eyes of the pale memories of looking at the white ceiling of the noodle shop. Rambling, Dusty brother. You know, I actually dislike making noodles. A young man dreams. Who doesn't want to roam the 9 heavens and strive to be the first on earth? But I'm just a noodle maker. When I was your age, when I knew that all I had awakened to was this life faculty profession of noodle making, I too thought of rebelling. I too thought of living the ideal life in other ways. Living the way I dreamed of. But I failed. In this era of universal awakening, the kind of occupation I awakened as just an ordinary person means that I can only do the kind of occupation. And other career paths that are slightly likely to give me a little bit of hope simply won't want me. The most I've been asked to do is switch up the methods to get me to make the noodles. I hate it. Why is my profession a noodle maker? I also want to awaken a powerful combat lineage profession. Make my parents happy, honor my ancestors, and become someone else's child in the mouths of my neighbors' relatives. But I'm just a noodle maker. Later on, I also realized the reality. Making noodles is just making noodles. Although I got up early in the morning and worked hard. But at least I could support myself, my family and my parents. So I opened this noodle shop. It's ironic that I should say no. This craft that I resisted the most has become the biggest thing that feeds me. I'm also really worthy of awakening to this profession of noodle making. And I'm really talented in this aspect of noodle making as well. And in just a few years I've been able to run a noodle shop with a steady stream of regular customers. Doesn't it seem to think that this seems to be good? Work for yourself. Slowly open up this noodle shop. Make it bigger and stronger as well as create splendor. But brother Dusty, I'm just a noodle maker. Old Young poured a glass of water and seemed to be really drunk. His tone was slurred and broken. Brother Dusty, didn't you ask me in the past? My craftsmanship is so good, better than a 5-star chef. Why don't you open the noodle shop bigger and make it a chain? With this craftsmanship of mine, in the future, not to mention the rest of Bayun City, there will be a place for me, Old Young, in the seat of the noodle shop. I didn't answer you then, and now, the answer is actually quite simple. Because I'm just a noodle maker. Above me there are noodle shops, businesses, and so on and so forth in these moderately high living professions. I can only be responsible for making the noodles. I can't do anything else. They don't even look down on us and just want me to work for them. Little people at the bottom like us have no choice. So I can only run such a tiny noodle shop to support myself and my family. Any more than that and I'd be breaking their taboos and touching their mold. But that's it. Even if that's the case, this acre of mine will be plagiarized by them. Old Yang's tone was angry. His palms covered with signs of age and flecks of flour clenched up tightly, and powerless and humiliated tears flowed down from the corners of his eyes. Su Chen, who was quietly listening, put down the chopsticks in his hands. Old Yang wiped the tears from his pale old face and turned toward the kitchen, bringing up another large bowl of noodles with a kind smile. You haven't gotten enough to eat, have you, Dusty? Maybe tomorrow I'm going to close the store. This bowl of beef noodles is as a gift from me, as a thank you for your help just now. Don't reject it. You've been supporting the business of the small store for so many years. It's only right that you as an old customer I treat you to a free bowl of noodles before I close the store. Su Chen looked down. There was a slight silence. This bowl of beef noodle soup is clear and mouth-watering with a strong aroma of beef. The noodles look cute, bouncy and chewy, with a delicate texture that seems like it would make you want to go back for more. In noodle soup inside floating a few slices of fat beef slices. Meat tender and juicy. Melt in the mouth. With vegetables, ding ching, minced garlic and other colorful flavors. This bowl of beef noodles adds a touch of fresh taste. The whole bowl of beef noodles looks bright and inviting color. Aroma. A mouthful of aroma. Enough to bring back memories, but in the face of such a beautiful bowl of noodles, he did not eat directly, just quietly looking at the bowl of noodle soup. Tone seems to be some sigh said. Pity, it's a shame to turn it off. Old Young, if you close such a good noodle store, where am I going to get such good noodles in the future? Ha ha, Old Young let out a laugh, as if jokingly optimistic. Brother Dusty, don't be so sentimental. This time Zhang's group wants to acquire my face and let me work for them. It might still be an opportunity for me. There are quite a few 5-star hotels in their group, so when the time comes, maybe we, Lao Yang, can be a widely renowned 5-star chef as well. At that time, Brother Dusty, you can eat just as well at my part-time job. And I'll definitely give you a 30% discount. After the joke was over, old Yang's face was serious as he reminded Su Chen, "Brother Dusty, I know you're good, you're different from us, you have your own talent and work harder than us. Even if you haven't awakened any professions in the future, you might be able to shine in the path of martial arts. But this is something you should leave alone. Zhang's group is powerful. It's not something that you and I can handle. Yellow hair and these people are just unimpressive punks they found. Zhang's group can still have a lot of powerful martial artists and awaken people under their command. If you can beat yellow hair, how can you cope with these fighters? Even if we can deal with it, the Zhang clan can still invite even more powerful second order and third order awakened. It's simply not something we bottom feeders can fight against. I don't want to drag you down because of this. And besides these violent methods, the behemoths of Baiyun City like the Zhang clan have 10,000 other means to deal with ordinary people like us. There's no way to defend yourself. It's safe to say that from the moment they set their sights on me, my end was sealed. Little brother Dust, no matter how talented you are, you still need time to grow. And no matter how strong you are, you can only protect me for a moment. But you can still protect me for a lifetime so that's why you don't have to worry about this. I'll close the store tomorrow and work for them. I'll be sure to let you know when I'm put to work at whichever place I'm assigned to. Don't forget to give my old Young a show by then. Ha ha, old Young seemed as if he had really looked away, scratching the back of his head. An unspeakable smile appeared above his furrowed old face, and Su Chen still didn't look up. He stared at the crystal clear noodle soup in front of him. Looking at his own reflection on it and squinting slightly, the noodle soup swirled and the figures hovered. Although he had come to this world for 18 years, he was decidedly still uncomfortable with this era of universal awakening. The blue planet he was on before he crossed over. The summer kingdom he was in wasn't like this. The people at the bottom are in hard conditions and live in far worse circumstances than here. But there is hope on everyone's face. As long as they work hard they will be rewarded. As long as they study hard they will be able to make progress. As long as they learn they will be able to continue to forge ahead. All of them believe that they will be able to change for the better in the future. And all of them are filled with the desire for a better life tomorrow, overflowing with hope and full of energy. This era is different. The awakening of all people seems to bring people transcendent hope, unparalleled power, full of fervor and fighting, evolution and upgrading, seemingly bright and infinite. But what about the people down there? And who could see the dull glow on the faces of those who had failed to awaken? Those who had awakened to the lower levels of their professions ever since he came to this world, to this era. All the people at the bottom that Su Chuan had seen, their faces were all filled with exhaustion and numbness, and they couldn't see any hope in their eyes. Careers are set for life. Careers are set for life. Does the kind of occupation one awakens really predetermine where one will be for the rest of one's life? Su Dust doesn't think so. Coming from that hopeful era, he knew very well that a person's talents were varied, that they shouldn't be denied, and that they could be tapped to grow and grow. Just like the one named Jifan in their class during today's awakening, the awakened professions are just low-level lifeline food delivery. And it looks as if they have no prospects at all. However, Su Chen knew that Jifan's martial arts talent was actually very high as well. And despite his poor family background, his qi and blood value had also reached 6.0, which was second only to him as the highest within the second class. Another example is that student in their class named Wang Teng. Awakening occupation is a screw hitter. But Su Duan knows that he has good academic performance, and every exam is always stable in the second and third rank of the class. If such a person lived in the era he came from, even if he had a poor initial start, he would certainly be able to achieve something in the future. But in this era of awakening of the whole people, those who make noodles can only make noodles, those who play screws can only play screws, and those who deliver vegetables can only deliver vegetables. There is no room for choice and not the slightest opportunity to try. This is how sad things it was, because Su Chen had seen that wonderful era, coming from that era filled with hope, that he felt more deeply about the darkness and despair of the people at the bottom behind this era of universal awakening. Sometimes he wondered why the Blue Star Mother Planet sent him to this world, and gave him the cultivation method that could transcend the shackles of his profession and become the only true immortal in the red dust. Was this kind of funding so that he could pretend to fight like in cool novels, hanging all kinds of professional geniuses, pushing the invincible in the current world across the board, and competing with the pride of 10,000 races? Or is it something else? Su Dust doesn't know. He is not a warm-hearted good people. There is no kind of wide open the world of the great ambition of the cold people are happy, and there is no so-called for the heaven and earth to establish the heart, for the life of the life, for the past saint to succeed the absolute learning, for the world to open up the peace of this kind of saintly words available at, if you are poor, you are alone, but if you are rich, you can help the world. He could still do this kind of teaching of the sages. The reason why, even if he wasn't considered much richer now, he wasn't much stronger. But, after a long silence, suddenly, Su Chen spread his face and smiled. He seemed to have made some kind of decision, picking his chopsticks up and taking a big bite of noodles. 3 months? What? Old Yang's unnatural laughter came to an abrupt end as he looked at Su Chen, who was burying his head in dry rice, not understanding what the meaning of the word 3 months in Su Chen's mouth was. There are still 3 months to go before the entrance exam. Higher education. What's wrong? Old Yang's eyes blinked, even more confused about what Su Chen meant. Su Chen placed his chopsticks on the bowl for the time being. He looked up radiantly, his eyes glittering, the corner of his mouth tugging. That teenager's handsome face revealed a wanton smile. Old man, would you be interested in opening a noodle shop for me alone for 3 months before the entrance exam? If you wish, after 3 months, I'll guarantee you a lifetime. Free and clear. The teenager's wild voice rang out clearly in the noodle shop, and the confidence and seriousness mixed in with it caused Old Yang to be stunned, as if he hadn't reacted yet. Brother Dusty, you. Su Chen picked up his chopsticks and buried his head to continue drying his rice, saying in explanation as he ate, Old man, I don't know if you've ever heard of a man named Swirling Naruto. Naruto is an ordinary teenager who dreams of becoming a village chief. He didn't have many friends, and his favorite thing to do on weekdays was to eat noodles at the Happy Noodle House at the east end of the village. The happy chef of the noodle shop has been with him for a long time, and the noodles made by the chef of the noodle shop are even more of a throwback to his youth, accompanying him throughout his growing up years. Happy Noodle House is not a big noodle house. The noodles made by the master are also average. The master himself is just an ordinary person, placed in the entire village inside hundreds of noodle houses. Does not have too much competitiveness. At times have changed, and in the midst of fierce market competition, Happy Noodle House has gradually reached the brink of elimination, and the house is about to face closure. Until one day, however, the news came that Naruto had become the head of the village. Since that day, the Happy Noodle House, which should have been closed, has seen a steady stream of guests, pedestrians stopping by, and the business of the noodle house has instantly become booming. And all the people who came in, no matter how high or low status, no matter if he is a big clan family, or ruffians, all the people who came in are all respectful, full of smiles, and do not dare to have the slightest bit of behavior. Every single person in the entire 100 villages is polite and respectful to Master Viken. Do you know why this is, old man? After the last cut of noodles was finished, Su Chen placed his chopsticks on the bowl and raised his eyes. Kanji. Little brother Dusty, what do you mean? Old Yang's lips opened and closed, and he seemed to understand something. That's right. Su Dust drew up the next paper and wiped his mouth. He tilted his head and laughed radiantly, wantonly flying. Unspeakable juvenile spirit. When one man achieves the Tao, his chickens and dogs rise to the occasion, and no one dares to go against it under the great power. Old man, if I am the head of this college entrance exam, may I protect you? Gift me the face of March, and return you a world without worry. Su Chen stood up and placed a few coins on the table. Without waiting for Old Yang's response he turned around and left. Looking at the back of the teenager's departure, Old Yang's eyes were lost in thought, and his mouth muttered. Unable to speak for a while, the IT came at the end of the line. I'm not an old man, uncle, I'm only in my 40s, but your heart is old, uncle. Jingle bells. Su Chen pulled open the store door, and after returning Old Yang's remark with a sideways glance, he picked up his umbrella and walked in the middle of the rain. The heart is old. Old Yang lowered his head and murmured, looking at a few coins on the table in a daze, and when he regained his senses, then looked up again, Su Chen's back had disappeared in the middle of the rain. A curtain of rain and white fog. The teenager walks alone with an umbrella through the streets and alleys. At an alleyway entrance, Su Chen paused at his feet and turned his head to look into the alleyway. A small snake with a pitch-black body was lurking in the garbage, spitting scarlet snake letters at him. Its vertical eyes flickering with ghostly light. It seemed to have felt the pressure brought by Su Chen's line of sight. After locking eyes with Su Chen for a few seconds, he immediately lowered his head and turned around to crawl towards the sewers. The hygiene of Baiyun City is really getting worse. Snakes and rats run amok. Su Chen withdrew his gaze and continued walking in the middle of the rain. These days, I don't know if it's just him, but he always feels like he's seen a lot of these black snakes and rats in a lot of nooks and crannies. As if that wasn't the case in the past. And when did that start? The umbrella drooped back slightly, and Su Chen tilted his head, looking up at the impenetrable misty rain in the sky. He doesn't know, just like the impenetrable rain and fog in the sky, he didn't know when it was that there were so many snakes and rats in Baiyun City, and he didn't know what kind of hazards these snakes and rats would cause. What's more, I don't know that in this era of awakening of all people, the concept of a career set for life has created how many people like Lao Yang, who struggled and resisted in the quagmire, but could never jump out of their careers and eventually bowed down to tragedy. What can one do for them? Su Chen doesn't know any of these things, but perhaps when I transcend into immortality, I will be able to learn the answer to everything. Su Chen's eyes were ghostly bright, looking across the street at the apartment building. Put away the umbrella. Ha ha ha. Fighting. Upgrading. Awesome. Sunset and dusk. Rain and twilight. It seems to be in order to meet the new students. The sky cloudy rain has stopped. The golden sunset shines down. such as a touch of bright gold spread on the earth above. A vibrant group of teenage girls come out of the secret vortex, step on this golden path. Wang Hao, who had a greasy hairstyle and wore crocodile leather shoes, was surrounded by a group of people as soon as he came out of the mech, excited to inquire, "How many levels have you ascended, Brother Wang? And what's your current blood value?" "Ha ha, not much more than that, just 3.3. Wow, Brother Wang is bullish. I've only risen one level, and now my chi blood value is only 2.0, and Brother Wang has even reached 3.3. At this rate, won't it take less than 2 days for us to rub Su dust that pretender on the ground?" Ha ha ha. What is Su Chen? A waste that failed in career awakening is just a waste. Whether the chi blood value can break through to 10.0 to take the college entrance exam in 3 months is not yet known. Where is he still worthy to be compared with me? Wang Hao. My goal is to be in the top 3 on my first practice test in 10 days. Wang Hao waved his hand in a very spirited manner, stating that the kind of scum like Su Chen, who had been abandoned by the times and could only struggle at the bottom forever, no longer deserved to be considered as his opponent. As for why he is so mad, why he dares not say first place, only dare to say third place, that is because there are still Bai Ruoxue and Lang Ruoyue in front of the 2S level or above profession. Wang Hao is not a fool, naturally will not brainless wild words. Humph. Wang Hao, don't talk too absolutely. The third place in the first mock exam, who will end up in the end, is yet to be known. Even if Su Chen is trash, there is still me, the class president of class 2, who won't let you win so easily. Sun Chang, who had awakened his A-class shield brave profession, flung his green cloak behind his back and disliked Wang Hao nonchalantly. The tone is more or less personal now, not only because as the class president of classes 2 and 3, he and Wang Hao were already in a competitive relationship not to deal with each other. But there was also one more thing, which was very important. The same class has a school goddess inside it, and the same one's goddess like Su Chen. But after Su Chen pulled it off, why is it that you were able to hold a beautiful woman, but I couldn't? Sun Chang looked at Zhao Xiaoya standing next to Wang Hao with some jealousy, and then thought about his own goddess Ruoxue. Su Chen was that wasteful, but still defended Su Chen, ignoring himself. Sun Chang only felt a pang of mental imbalance. In addition to Wang Hao and Sun Chang, the 2 leaders who had raised their chi and blood values to more than 3 points in one afternoon, the other students who had come out had also had a considerable increase. Basically their chi and blood values had risen by a little bit and their strength had doubled. And this is just the beginning. This afternoon is just an appetizer to familiarize myself with professional competence. Starting tomorrow is the time to really binge on copies to upgrade and get stronger. When the time comes, no one will steal monsters for me. I, Brother Glasses, will be the first to level up to 10, and after my blood value reaches 10.0, I will go and spar with our great genius, Su Dust. Ha ha, let's see how many moves he can take from me. And by the way, let's ask how our great genius from the first school feels after trying to cultivate for several 10 years, only to be surpassed by us in more than 10 days. Ha ha ha. The spectacled brother's comment made the long-oppressed students in the surrounding area laugh out playfully. You don't say. This is really interesting. I also want to see what our Su Shen's face will look like when he's being rubbed on the ground by me. Don't worry. The school has prepared 10 copies of the secret world for us. There are more monsters in there than you can kill. There's no way to kill them all. Everyone gets a piece of the action. He. It's a pity that Su Chen can't brush his minions. He can only watch us get stronger without doing anything about it. He can only wait to be surpassed by us. He's in a hurry. While the students were laughing and joking about their remarks and shaking their fists in preparation for tomorrow's official start of monster leveling, Star Apartments, inside a bedroom. Su Chen had returned home. He sat cross-legged on the floor and didn't immediately start cultivating the perfect body forging technique. Instead, he first scrutinized the heaven-swallowing demon technique once more. The heaven-swallowing devil technique had 2 main abilities. The first was to devour the blood and flesh of ferocious beasts, providing him with fuel to convert into his own chi and blood values, replenishing his energy to keep getting stronger. The second is 10,000 Devil Heavenly Abyss. Su Chen's index finger stretched out, and above his white finger, a dark and pitch black, square-inch vortex that seemed to be able to absorb all the light into it was slowly rotating, reflecting on this innate divine ability of the heaven-swallowing demon technique. The corners of his lips could not help but smile. The 10,000 Devil's Heavenly Abyss devours ferocious beasts, but does not transform them into sustenance, but instead throws them into the middle of the heavenly abyss and transforms them into magical beasts that can be driven by themselves. And the wraith is unique. Only the strongest one of the same type can exist. That is, if he now uses this heavenly abyss to devour 10 flies afterward, these 10 flies will kill each other in the demonic abyss. And like raising a parasite, only the strongest one will survive. And the surviving fly will devour all the others of its kind and become the only fly demon in the heavenly abyss. Such an ability is interesting. Su Chen cupped his chin, and his mind couldn't help but wander a bit. So it looks like I can't be considered a summoner. One didn't need to do anything. One only needed to drive the 10,000 demons in the heavenly abyss to devour the enemy. This kind of fighting method of the summoner was indeed more pleasant. As for how to replenish the 10,000 devils under your own hand, it just so happens that they, in their first school, have prepared 10 copies of the newcomer's secret realm for the students who just awakened to their professions today. Inside each copy is a single type of low-level little wild monster, just in time to swallow it all tomorrow. Even though I don't have an awakened profession, but again, as a student of the first middle school, it shouldn't be a problem for me to enter a copy and fight the monsters. Moreover, the heaven-devouring demon technique of devouring blood and flesh into nutrients to nourish one's own body similarly requires devouring ferocious beasts. So that means the two things are done together. After deciding on tomorrow's trip, Su-Chen then stood up and began to try out the perfect body forging technique. Skin, flesh and blood, sinews and marrow, brain, organs and air. The perfection forging technique, which encompasses 9 major aspects of the human body, contains 9 corresponding crippling spells. The first step is to start with forging the skin, and the method of forging skin is called Golden Jade Dragon Emperor Body. According to the introduction in the perfect body forging technique, in the ancient times, there was such a kind of dragon with a golden body that fed on golden jade, and the scales on its body surface were so sharp and hard that normal people could not look directly at it for fear of losing their eyesight. Of course, the Golden Jade Dragon Emperor body recorded in the perfect body forging technique did not require him to cultivate his skin to be as hard as dragon scales, forging skin to a small degree of success. The skin is like ox leather. The sword and knife cut through only leave white marks. It is difficult to see blood. When the forging of the skin is complete, the skin is like gold and jade, so it can be impervious to swords and spears, water and fire, and cold and heat. This will be considered as completing the skin forging stage in the perfect body forging technique, and you can step into the next stage. After roughly understanding the steps of forging a skin, Su-Chen began to cultivate the Golden Jade Dragon Emperor body, which was a set of pile work with only 5 movements. Each action seemed simple, however. There were countless details that needed to be paid attention to. Just the first action, Su-Chuan adjusted it for half an hour before he could barely make it. And it was at the moment when this first action pose imitating the Golden Jade Dragon Emperor took shape, Su-Chuan suddenly felt the sound of his heart pounding inside his body. The sound is huge, like a flood bell. The blood in the body seems to flow rapidly among the blood vessels. Countless qi and blood power penetrates the body surface, constantly grinding and pounding the epidermal skin of the body. But in just a few minutes, Su-Chen's body then trembled violently. Sweat dripped above his forehead. Drops of dark red blood beads seeped out from the pores of the skin on his body surface, and the blood qi drifted in filaments. The intense pain and exertion caused the muscles of his arms and legs to nearly spasm, but even so, Su-Chen still tried his best to maintain the first movement of the Golden Jade Dragon Emperor God. He clenched his teeth tightly. His expression was grim, but he couldn't help but laugh out. Add 0.1 to the blood value. Add 0.1 to the blood value. Add 0.1 to the blood value. On the cultivation panel, in the column for his qi and blood, it jumped almost every minute that passed, increasing by 0.1 each time. In just a few minutes, his qi value had actually hit the point of 10.5 from the initial 10.0, and would soon be 11.0. What kind of concept is that? To know that he had obtained the cultivation panel for more than 10 years. In the past, like practicing martial arts, winter training 3 nines, summer training 3 volts, sniffing chickens and dancing every day, never slacked off in hard workouts, but also raised the qi and blood value from about 1 point to 10. A total of 8 or 9 points. On average, the average annual improvement was less than 1 point, but now in just a few minutes' time, his blood value was actually going up a little more. At this rate, Su-Chen simply didn't dare to imagine to what extent he would become stronger if he could hold on like this for a night. Sure enough, there is indeed no way forward in practicing martial arts in this world. Cultivation only. In order to facilitate cultivation, Su-Chen simply took off his clothes directly and threw them on the ground. Ding dong. Dreamy look. Is that your brother up there? While Su-Chen was refining his skin in his bedroom inside the bright living room, a 17 or 18-year-old childish loli, who was no more than 1 meter 6 tall, was lying on the sofa playing with her cell phone. She was wearing a white nightgown, childlike innocence, snow-white skin, exuding a faint fragrance. Her hair was wet, as if she had just taken a bath. 2 small white feet, kicking and bucking from time to time. I don't know what the video after brushing up on the smile reveals. A small tiger's teeth. It is very playful and cute. The young girl looked as if she was just an innocent and cute little loli, but judging from the size of her sprawled out on the couch and squeezed out, there was something inappropriate about using the word small to describe it. This big loli was none other than Su-Chen's cheap sister, Lin Xiaoming. Of course, you can tell by the last name that it's not Pro. It was carried back from somewhere when Su Duan's parents were still alive, and when they were carried back, not 2 days later, Su Duan's parents hiccuped after completing their mission. The remaining 2 people depend on each other, but fortunately, The parents' 2 hiccups before also left Sue dust the set with floor-to-ceiling windows of the big apartment house as well as a few million savings. So these years, Sue dust 2 people live in fact also good, both went along to high school. It was just that the 2 weren't in the same high school. Su Chen was in the 3rd year of Baiyun First Middle School, while Lin Xiaoming was in Baiyun Second Middle School. In the 2nd year, Lin Xiaoming, who was currently playing with her cell phone and swiping short videos to giggle, suddenly got a message from her own best friend Xiaoyu on her cell phone. My brother. What's wrong? Seeing her good girlfriend's eager speech, Lin Xiaoming's small mouth pouted with a somewhat puzzled expression. But then she seemed to remember something, and a touch of joy flashed in her eyes. Could it be that Su Chen has awakened some unimaginable profession causing the entire internet to shake? Thinking of this possibility, Lin Xiaoming immediately opened the chat box and clicked on a news video inside that her good girlfriend had sent over. Shocked. Falling from the altar. Baiyun No. 1 Middle School's perennial No. 1 genius school bully Su Duan even burst into a big cold. Awakening failure. Without any occupation. Teenagers in the playground. Running in the rain. Is it anger at the injustice of fate? Or is it a cry of resignation to life? One capitalized headline comes to mind, looking at the video's report of Su Chen's awakening failure, as well as the videos mocking pop-ups in the live broadcast room. Lin Xiaoming couldn't help but cry out in shock. What's going on? How did Su Chen fail to awaken? No wonder when he got home just now, he headed for the bedroom without saying a word and hasn't come out until now. So it's like this. Thinking of Su Chen's lost soul back just now, Lin Xiaoming couldn't help but cover her mouth. Her eyes slightly red. She felt that Su Chen must be sadly hiding in the bedroom and crying right now. How come? How could the awakening fail? Su dust, his grades are so good. Dream. Xiaoming, are you alright? Probably because she didn't get a response for a long time. Lin Xiaoming's best friend across the street sent another worried inquiry. I'm fine. Lin Xiaoming shook her head when she saw it. Little Dream. I know you're sad right now, but your brother was so radiant in the past, and now he has failed to awaken and fallen into a low point. The heart must have been even harder, and suffered a great blow. You see, he has run so many laps inside the rain, and used it to vent. Why don't you go comfort him? I'm afraid he'll suffocate if he keeps this up. Comfort him? The suggestion from her own good girlfriend made Lin Xiaoming bite her white thumb and think, for a moment, in reply, but how am I supposed to comfort him? He's so good. He used to be the one to comfort me. How should I know? I don't have a brother. Why don't you go to Cheeto for a bit? Aha! Good blah. After Lin Xiaoming returned a message, she immediately opened her cell phone browser. Cheeto for a moment. When my brother is experiencing sadness, what can I do to comfort him? Help him get his emotions out, and make him happy? Thousands of degree searches later. A thread of recommendations instantly appeared in front of Lin Xiaoming's eyes. The variety of methods is vast. I don't know what post Lin Xiaoming saw. Her cheeks reddened as she looked at it, and she looked shy. Yikes. How can this be? However, thinking of the possibility that Su Chen was now hiding in his room, crying and needing comfort, Lin Xiaoming still bit her cherry lips nod of approval as she took a deep breath and placed her cell phone on the tea table. Jade feet on pink little slippers, stepping towards Su Chen's room, and as could be seen through Lin Xiaoming's soon-to-be-extinguished cell phone screen, underneath the post she was referencing, the 3 words Tsangji Dong were displayed in the relevant recommendations. In the middle of the bedroom. Su Chen had already changed from cultivating the golden jade dragon emperor body to standing normally. He stood topless, in the middle of a sweaty berth, his chest heaving up and down, breathing heavily, drops of sweat flowing down his clear muscle lines, from the chest muscles to the abdominal muscles, as perfect as a carving, compact and powerful, full of strength, but does not appear to be bloated, but like a cheetah after rigorous exercise in the wild, accompanied by a sense of athletic speed. The searing heat that wreathed his body raised the temperature of the entire room by a few degrees. 15 minutes. Looking at the clock above the mirror on the wall. Su Chen exhaled a long breath. Golden jade dragon emperor body first posture. He only insisted on 15 minutes on not the whole body muscle soreness and weakness, body shaking like chaff sieve, physical strength a large number of consumption. Simply cannot continue to maintain, only forced to interrupt practice. But even after just holding on for 15 minutes, my blood value has increased from 10.0 at the beginning to 12.0, a full 2 points, and, looking at the light red stains of dirty blood and sweat on the ground, Su Chen pinched his skin. Not only does it look as if it's a bit whiter and more tender than it was at the beginning, the toughness has really strengthened a lot as well. The effect is remarkable, and the price for such an effect in such a short time is labor pains and hunger in the body, the soreness of the muscles on his body not to mention. The most important thing was that the hunger from his body's instincts made Su Chen have a deeper knowledge of the consumption of the perfect forging technique. The consumption was just too much, and he should know that before he came back. He had just eaten 5 big bowls of beef noodles at Old Yang's place. It hadn't even been an hour by now, but my stomach was rumbling with hunger again. It seems that if you want to continuously cultivate the perfect body forging technique for a long time, you have to replenish the required energy in a timely manner. otherwise overdrawing your body will be too much. And I'm afraid that ordinary food is not enough to support the dosage I need for my later cultivation. After making a judgment about your situation, Su-chen also had a clearer perception of his future cultivation path, devouring ferocious beast chi and blood with the heaven-swallowing demon technique before proceeding with the perfect body forging technique, and replenishing this chi and blood after it has been consumed. Such a positive cycle leads to the way. Tomorrow, when we arrive in the middle of the secret realm prepared by the school, it seems like we have to work a little harder on ourselves, not only to prepare the 10,000 devils material in the heavenly abyss, but also to devour a few more ferocious beasts to replenish our chi and blood, and use it for cultivation. As for now, eat. Looked at the glasses in their own more and more strong and perfect physical body. Su-chen did not stay too much to appreciate simply wiped the body sweat, then picked up the shirt on the bed ready to wear, and that's when knock knock. Su-dust, are you crying? I'm coming in. A knock sounded at the door, and without waiting for Su-chen to respond, Lin Xiaoming pushed the door in. Things I already know. Don't be sad. As she approached, her pink little mouth was speaking pre-prepared words of comfort. However, buzz. The curtains flickered, the door to the room opened as if the hot airflow in the room had finally found a vent. A burning hot air mixed with strong testosterone flavor came to the surface. Having just walked through the door, Lin Xiaoming subconsciously raised her head, and her half-said words were completely stunned because of the scenery in the room. Streamlined in the bedroom, the curtains flickered and bright moonlight filtered through. Under the moonlight, the teenager stood barefoot on the floor. His naked body faintly emitted the heat of twisted air, and a head of long dark hair seemed to be dipped in water with a few water droplets hanging down. Sweat dripped down in the moonlight as if it were crystal water droplets smashing on top of the collarbone, turning into countless small droplets that rolled down. The teenager's silhouette divided into muscle lines full of wildness and strength. His face was impeccably handsome, and he was holding his shirt in one hand, as if he had been disturbed by an outsider when he was about to put it on. So the teenager's side face was slightly deviated, casting a pair of pitch-black eyes. Regency. Such a scene. Let walked in. Lin Xiaoming subconsciously swallowed a mouthful of jade liquid, pink lips slightly open, a pair of eyes only greatly pure. Cute little face could not help but look a little dumbfounded. Dream, you're just in time. My body is sore. Help me press it later. Su-chen did not panic. He just put on his clothes and said calmly, whimpering. In the middle of a dense forest, a black and yellow boar was stomping the ground continuously with its front hooves, preparing for the next charge. The boar was about half a man tall, looking muscular and covered in large tusks and hard tusk armor, his head lowered and poised, his eyes staring ahead at the two-legged beast that didn't know how to die, glinting with a vicious light, and his nostrils spewing out gusts of hot air. Suddenly it seemed that the two-legged beast's movements had angered him. The boar let out a deafening roar before violently charging towards Su-chen. The fangs in his eyes flashed with a cold light, and his burly body ran as if it were a moving chariot carrying an air of madness and ferocity. However, in the face of such a savage charge, Su-chen did not dodge, nearly extending a palm towards the front. Boo! The grass vibrated and there were flakes of green leaves falling. The wild boar crashed straight into Su-chen's palm. The soil under his feet was trampled and splashed, and his mouth let out a whimpering and deflating sound. But he couldn't shake Su-chen in the slightest. Most of the newcomer copies that the school prepared for the students were ordinary beasts that hadn't entered the ranks. For Su-chen, who had reached a blood value of 12.0 and had long since stepped into the martial artist realm, pinning a boar couldn't be easier. It's just that creatures like wild boars have a reputation for being stubborn. Not if they hit a large tree. They usually don't change direction, but choose to angrily knock the tree down. This yellow-headed boar is also the same. Even if there is absolutely no sign of bumping, Su-dust, also still uttering and puffing, did not give up. Continued to resist Su-dust palm. For hooves to force more force. Gollum. A hungry voice rang through the forest. Su-chen lowered his head and touched his stomach with his free hand, in order to try out the ability of the heaven-swallowing demon technique. He had purposely rushed here this morning on a hungry stomach. The purpose is to find out, was there any difference between the two ways of devouring and the heaven-swallowing demon technique and actively eating to replenish energy on one's own? So, heaven-swallowing demon technique. Su-chen lowered his eyes and looked down at the stubborn boar. As he operated his gong method, a swirling vortex that was as black as a black hole slowly turned out from his palm, dark and deep, exuded a demonic aura that made people shudder. And it seemed that once he fell into it, he would be devoured. Like a sense of fear, which actually made the yellow-headed boar, who was known for his stubbornness, his hair instantly fall up and shiver, and he let out a fearful wail from his mouth out of his life instincts, and had to retreat backward. But before it could move, it was grabbed by Su-chuan's tusks with one hand. Unable to move, the boar looked up in panic but could only see a dark vortex covering it, accompanied by a mournful cry from the yellow-headed boar. The boar was swallowed up by the vortex without any surprise. Ding! Add 0.05 to your blood value. Along with a satisfying feeling of satiety coming from him, the column belonging to the chi and blood values on Su-chen's immortal cultivation panel suddenly jumped a little from the original 12.0 to 12.05 inch. Grip it. Such a sudden change caused Su-chen, who was always elegant and easygoing, to burst out. As we all know, the blood value is very difficult to raise, and the later it gets, the more difficult it is to raise it. In the past he's used it for over 10 years to get less than 10 points of improvement. Yesterday, he had spent 15 to 20 minutes practicing the perfect forging technique, raising 2 points, and had already felt invincible. But I didn't realize that there are still masters. Devouring a boar will increase 0.05 points. So what if I devour 100 of them? Won't that mean that I'll directly have to increase 5 points? What about 1,000 of them? What about 10,000 of them? With 500 points of blood value going down. Whether or not you can dominate the national college entrance exams is not to be mentioned first. Demolishing a Gundam with your bare hands shouldn't be a problem. Thinking this way, Su Chen looked at the group of wild boars hidden in the dense forest in front of him, and his gaze couldn't help but fire up. Boar Forest Secret Realm. Although a total of only 1,000 boars, not 10,000 so much. But do not forget that the school has another 9 newcomers secret realm. If all devour clean completely enough to make up so much blood value. So, fall all to my sustenance. GGG. Sure enough, although it is said that there is no difference between good and bad gong methods, but the devil's work is the devil's work, and after practicing more, the laughter is just easy to go off the rails. But okay, this state of affairs did not last long. To be exact, it was when Su Chen swallowed the second boar that he stopped, because, eat up, the messy jungle. Su Dust burped, feeling as if he had swallowed 2 wild boars raw. He was almost too full to devour any more. The blood value increased by a total of just 0.1. It seems that using the heaven swallowing devil technique to devour and replenish energy is really not too different from eating by oneself. And the fleshly body is not capable of exceeding the carrying limit. Su Chen stopped in place and cupped his chin, reflecting for a moment. It's a bit of a shame that you can't devour and ascend without limitations. But this state of being saturated with eating is just right for cultivating the golden jade dragon emperor body. Replenish when consumed. As this cycle repeats itself, the progress of skin practicing will be greatly enhanced, and it may be possible to reach the point of skin refining minor accomplishment in 3 days. Su Duan set a small goal for himself, however. He did not rush to immediately start cultivating the golden jade dragon emperor body here. He hadn't even tried the other ability of the heaven swallowing devil technique yet. 10,000 devil heavenly abyss. He himself was not able to devour without limit. There were flesh-bearing boundaries, but there are no demons in the heavenly abyss. The same type gets stronger the more you swallow it. That is to say that he only needs to throw the wild boars in the boar forest into the middle of the heavenly abyss and turn it into his own demonic pig. And after that, he keeps feeding the other wild boars and letting the demonic pig devour them. And then the demonic pig will get stronger and stronger. I wonder what realm this demonic pig of mine can reach after devouring all 1,000 boars in this boar forest? Su Chen's dark eyes cast deep into the boar forest as he prepared to start raising parasites. Crap. Guys, look, there are only 800 boars left in the boar forest secret realm. Yesterday there were still 1,000. Which big brother went in and swiped the monsters so fast? In the secret square of the first school, the vortex gate belonging to the entrance to the wild boar forest secret realm had a capitalized number marking 800, meaning that there were now only 800 wild boars left inside the wild boar forest secret realm. The signs displayed on the gates of the secret copies are partly a way for the school to keep an eye on the number of beasts in the secret areas and to replenish them in time when they are low in number. On the other hand, it was also to provide some information to the students, telling them that the monsters in this copy were about to be finished, so go to another copy. Don't all crowd together. And at the moment, on the secret plaza, in front of the boar forest copy, a group of people pointed at the numbers on the copies and kept letting out gasps of surprise. Phew. Reduced again. There are only 788 boars left. My god. Do the big boys roll like that? Yesterday we agreed that there were plenty of monsters in the copy, so don't rob it. But I just got up and got to school, and the fucking boar forest is almost finished by others. It's only the first day of the official start. What kind of big shot is in there that can brush up so fast? The wild boar forest subplot was a medium to high type of difficulty for the 10 newcomer subplots that the school had provided them with, and many of those who went into the wilderness yesterday fought for half a day without killing a boar and almost got hurt. But I didn't expect that in just but half an hour's time today. 1,000 wild boars were fucked by others with only 700 or so left. Could it be that a big brother with an awakened A-ranked profession went in? I know. It's Class 3's class president Wang Hao. I just saw Wang Hao take goddess Xiaoya inside. It must be him. Someone in the crowd testified out loud, instantly eliciting nods of agreement from a crowd of students. Exactly. If that's the case, then it's normal. My brother Wang is an A-class mecha master, and the mecha is loaded with radar scanners, holographic thermal imaging, Buddha said Gatling, and a 3-meter-long giant sword. So it's like a sword to cut up a boar. With this kind of strength and such seriousness in brushing monsters and upgrading today, It seems that my brother Wang is determined to win for the first mock exam in 10 days. Oomph. As the Class 2 students who were perennially competing with Class 3 were not happy, only to see Brother Glasses coldly snort and push his glasses with his middle finger, confidently saying, "You Class 3 don't put gold on your face carelessly." Just now that instant was a simultaneous reduction of 10 boars. Even if the mech division had a big advantage in the opening, but just piloting an orange training machine, it's not enough to kill 10 boars in one breath. If you ask me, there must have been a lot of people in there at the same time. And that's why there's been this massive reduction in boars for a short period of time. But even if that's the case, my brother Wang is the one who kills the most monsters. Among these 252 dead boars, my brother Wang must have killed at least 200 of them. If you don't believe me, let's wait and see. After Wang comes out, the answer will naturally be revealed. The gate in front of him that carried the entrance to the secret realm, besides being able to record the number of wild monsters inside, it could also detect the number of monsters killed in the hands of each of the students. And the more monsters killed, the greater the movement of the secret realm's vortex would be when they came out later. Wang Hao's little brother's statement, although a bit exaggerated, there was no one in the scene who objected to it. Even if Brother Glasses didn't want to be punched in the face himself, after all, the pre-existing advantage of the mechmaster profession is just too great. Even if we don't kill 200, there's always 100, and there's no point in continuing to argue about it anymore. Glasses, let's go. The speaker is precisely Su Dust class leader Shield Yong Sun Chang. His green cloak flung, after a light humming sound, led the team into his copy of yesterday's Pheasant Slopes. You could tell by his hurried pace that there was still some sense of urgency. Sun Chang also did not expect that this guy Wang Hao would be so rolled. He had only just finished eating the buns and came to school when Wang Hao had already killed 200 to 300 wild boars. The hell knows how many levels these 200 to 300 wild boars would allow Sun Chang to level up and how much experience they would provide? At this rate, 10 days after the mock exam, how can I fight against him? In the mock exam can only abuse Su Dust that failed to awaken the occupation of the waste can be. What is the point? No, I'm getting serious too. If you can kill 200 to 300 boars from 1,000, I, Sun Chang, am going to kill more than you. Sun Chang's eyes burned with a fiery glow, and he also set a small goal for himself. 10,000 pheasants on the Pheasant Slope. I, Sun Chang, will kill at least 5,000. While the students in the secret plaza were all hotly discussing and admiring big old bull Wang Hao within the secret realm of the wild boar forest. Ha! Strange. We've been walking in for most of the day. How come we've only come across 2 or 3 boars? A pair of crocodile shoes stepped in the grass. Wang Hao scratched his head and an unintelligible questioning sound came out of his mouth, big eyes full of doubt. It does seem a little strange. According to yesterday's route, we're already deep into the boar forest now, right? How come we ran into 2 or 3 boars along the way? Wang Hao, why don't you take out your mech and radar scan it? Zhao Xiaoya, who was next to Wang Hao, reminded him. The expression was a little impatient, because these 2 days of getting along with each other made her realize that Wang Hao was too stingy as a human being, obviously not using the organic armor, but insisting on bringing them around like headless flies in the boar forest to look for boar monsters, just to save that 1 or 2 broken energy crystals, messing with the fact that even walking in most of the day now I've killed 2 or 3 boars. The experience was divided among the 5 members of their squad, not much at all. By now she was only 2 levels old, with a blood value of just 2.0. Something that made Zhao Xiaoya feel very unhappy. This was because her goal at this stage was to use 10 days to raise her chi and blood values above 10.0 and surpass Su Chen before the first mock exam. It's best to beat Su Chen personally on the mock exam and tell Su Chen my Zhao Xiaoya's choice is not wrong. You don't deserve me at all. But according to this stingy Wang Hao now, when would she be able to level up to 10? Ha ha, Xiaoya, don't be in a hurry. I'll bring out the mech right now. Wang Hao also knew that he had wasted a lot of time and smiled awkwardly. Then he yelled out in a very middle of the roadway, "Mech emerge." An orange halo emerged behind Wang Hao with a clacking, 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 clacking of machinery. A 3 to 4 meter tall, orange-colored, white-colored training machine appeared out of thin air above the earth, and Wang Hao himself sat down in the middle of the mech. This is exactly the ability of the mechmaster. Not only can you match to pilot the mech, but you can also summon the mech out of thin air after binding, and get on the plane in a second. And there will be absolutely no such thing as a mechmaster being brutally beaten up because he didn't bring his mech on the street. Of course, a careful student here might ask, "Teacher, didn't you say there's 1 more second of uptime? What if you get your ass kicked during that 1 second of uptime?" Then all I can say is that this second belongs in the invincibility frame. AKBS Orange 9000 trainer activated. The dark cockpit, lit up with rows and rows of sci-fi light curtains, in which Wang Hao sits and commands the toggle, "Turn on the life radar. Search for all life forms in a 10-mile radius. Mark me the strongest boar king in this copy." Wang Hao, he wasn't a fool. Zhao Xiaoya's impatience. He felt a 2.0 in order to make up for the goodwill he lost in front of Zhao Xiaoya earlier. He was prepared to take Zhao Xiaoya directly to the boss, load up hard, let Zhao Xiaoya see the romance that belongs to men. Ding! Life radar is on. The distribution of lifeforms in a 10-mile radius has been rendered. Boar King location search in progress. Although it was only a training machine. But this was Wang how he endured the meat pain and bit his teeth to spend a huge amount of money to buy the AKBS Orange series of training machines. The kernel running speed is not low, but 3 seconds of time. Quickly look up the Boar King's location. Ahead. King Boar sighting at 800 meters. Warning. Detecting that someone is having a fight with the Boar King. Please be careful. Royal Master. Oh, someone is fighting the Boar King? Wang Hao looked at the 2 red dots leaning together above the radar and couldn't help but smile crookedly, although it was said that most of the copies provided for them by the school were filled with ordinary wild monsters. As a copy boss, the wild Boar King still had the strength of a first order. With a combat power of 1 or 200 points anyhow, facing this kind of ferocious beast with a fighting strength of up to 1 or 200, he had to be slightly careful even in his mech, not to mention the others. At this stage, within a period of awakening of but 1 day, there were almost no people among all the professionals in Baiyunwan who could fight the Boar King. So that with his up to 1 million IQ to judge, the front should be which unlucky classmate exploring the copy accidentally bumped into the boss is now being hunted down. Ha! Thinking of the adoring gaze he was going to receive when he went over to the gods and goddesses later on, the crooked angle of Wang Hao's mouth became even more exaggerated. It's just a pity that the person in front, that person who was being chased by the Boar King in front, would have been Su Chen. Wang Hao sighed in his heart. It is not that he wants Su Chen to be killed or something, but it is cool to pretend in front of his classmates, especially this classmate, who used to be a school bully, pretending to be number 1 in all kinds of martial arts classes all day long, but ended up in danger in the wild boar forest, needing him, Wang Hao, to come to the rescue. This kind of plot, just thinking about it, made Wang Hao feel like he was going to explode. In Wang Hao's eyes, career awakening failure Su Dust has been abandoned by this era. The future has nothing to say, can only be reduced to a third-line minor characters, used to set off his protagonists powerful. But this kind of thing, Wang Hao was only thinking about it. After all, in his opinion, Su Chen had failed to awaken, didn't even have the most trashy life profession, and couldn't fight monsters to upgrade. There was no reason for a secret copy at all. So the person in front couldn't be Su Chen either. Although I regret this, it's okay if the people in front of me are other students. Anyway, let me pretend for a while first to salvage Zhao Xiaoya's favor before I do so. Therefore, Wang Hao spoke to Zhao Xiaoya and the others as soon as he scouted out the Boar King's location and led them towards the target location. In the middle of a dense forest, the grass and trees were broken, and a large tree, as if it had been broken by some horrible beast, spilled out onto the ground, and within a radius of several 10 meters. It was a mess, and in the middle of this messy dense forest, a 2-meter-high Boar King that was the size of a Wuling Hongguan let out an angry roar to the sky. Under the harsh sunlight. In midair, Sichuan twisted his waist and turned his body, unleashing his entire body's muscle power, tons of strength gathered in one point, and violently slammed his fist on the Boar King's head. Boom! Accompanied by a dull popping sound, the ground under the Boar King's 4 hooves instantly cracked, and messy rings of dust and mist scattered out in all directions. Wait for the smoke to clear. The Boar King, whose body was bruised and battered, had completely collapsed to the ground. It's really taking a lot of time. It would be nice to have an offensive martial arts spell. Tread! Su Chen landed in front of the Boar King. His clothes were a bit disheveled and his breath was slightly panting. Obviously he had experienced a fierce battle with this Boar King. Unlike ordinary boars, this Boar King had the strength of the first rank, coupled with its huge size and thick skin. Even Sichuan took quite a bit of time to take it down. It was precisely because of this that Sichuan discovered his own shortcomings from this battle, and that was the lack of offensive power. Obviously there was a small difference between him and this Boar King's blood value, but because of the lack of powerful attacks, he was unable to take it down. It took a lot of time for that, but it took a lot of work though, but the rewards are worth it. Sichuan gazed on this huge Boar King carefully surveyed, such as the porcupine general, sharp rough hair, solid muscles, ferocious tusks, 2 meters high, huge size, even now collapsed on the ground, body triggered to emit out the ferocious beast pressure, but also enough to make the average person chills. Su Chen nodded slightly, his gaze growing more and more satisfied. Such a ferocious beast used to income the 10,000 demons heavenly abyss as the ultimate compulsion king blueprint could not be more suitable. Snap! A slender palm pressed on the Boar King's head. Become the first demon in my heavenly abyss. With a whisper from Su Chen. A dark vortex emerges from the center of the palm. It became bigger and bigger, like a black pool of water, gradually engulfing the Boar King's huge body that was up to 2 meters tall. The vortex flows retrograde. It gradually became smaller and retracted into Su Chen's palm, and through that piece of the palm, emitting a black crystal luster of the vortex can be seen in the endless depths of this vortex. There was an endless amount of demonic chi surging into the Boar King's body, transforming the Boar King's body, and when the demonic chi dissipated, the Boar King, who was originally exhausted and bruised, stood up once again. Its eyes were scarlet, its fur was pitch black and eerie, and its terrifying demonic aura wrapped around its body like a flame, exuding a ferocious and violent aura. And the first thing that this boar king did after standing up was, to the other injured demonic pig in this heavenly abyss, to let out a huge roar of this devil pig, the one that Su Chuan had devoured at the very beginning under his constant feeding, had also grown from the very beginning of half a meter high to the point of 2 meters high, but it was still not as good as the wild boar king, and when it had assisted him in his battle with the wild boar king earlier, it had been knocked into a serious injury, and had been recovered by Su Chuan in time to be taken back into the heavenly abyss, and now this boar, by the newborn boar king, crashed into a mass of demonic energy within the heavenly abyss and absorbed it in a flash. The two forces merged when Su Chuan summoned the boar king out again. The boar king's size was actually 3 meters tall and close to 4 meters, evolving from a fiveling hongguang to a baby bust. Such a huge size, coupled with the dark fur on its body surface and sharp claws and teeth, it was simply oppressive. Just standing in the forest, the ferocious aura conveyed by its body was enough to scare the surrounding birds and beasts to fly away. Nice. Su Dust looked at the newborn boar king happily and patted the huge tusks that were thigh-thick around his mouth. It was already a boss in the boar forest, and it had absorbed the yellow-headed boar that had just gathered the power of 200 or 300 boars. At this moment the boar king's strength has reached the level of the first order of the middle level. Combat power, less to say, must have 500 or 600. Such strength. Look at the whole wild boar forest. There is already no one who can be in the danger to the wild boar king. In that case, the matter of the first demon in the heavenly abyss can be put to rest for now. I'll also be able to cultivate with peace of mind. After all, it was still very unsafe to cultivate a technique like the perfect body forging technique, which consumed a great deal of oneself. In the wilderness without a protector, and now with the boar king, Su Chen could also cultivate in peace, waiting for him to deplete the energy in his body more or less before continuing with the devouring. Feel the hot blood rolling through his body. Su Chen did not delay too much. After ordering the boar king to stand guard, he found a quiet place and prepared to cultivate the golden jade dragon emperor body. See? Did you guys see that? That big ugly looking black pig is the boss of the wild boar forest. As Su Chen hid and began to refine his skin the other direction, Wang Hao rushed over with his men. See? That boar that grows as big as a baby bus is the boss of the boar forest. My god, it's so big, and it's a mutant boss. Not far away, behind a pile of rocks, Wang Hao and the others were gazing at the boar king, hair black and oily, like porcupine barbs, thick and hard, thick skin and neat body type, human thighs, thick sharp tusks, more than 3 meters high, as if a large truck, like huge body type, is full of a sense of oppression. Its scarlet eyes and the surrounding, if there is a black gas, obviously different from the ordinary wild boar king. It is a more tough mutant species. Brother Wang, why don't we forget about it? This mutant boar king looks a bit fierce. How does it feel different from the other boars? I always feel that there is something odd somewhere. It wasn't just the two juniors. Zhao Xiaoya was also frowning slightly, worry filling her pretty face above. It was no wonder that they were afraid. It was really that the aura oppression on the opposite side of the boar king was too strong, and the small boar monsters that they had encountered earlier were not of the same magnitude at all, and now they were only 2 or 3 levels, and their fighting strength was only 20 or 30. If they really provoked this boar king, if Wang Hao was not its opponent, their group would be miserable. Brother Wang, why don't I use the combat power measuring instrument to measure the combat power of this boar king first? And how about making plans afterward? No need. Some of the cautious faction's juniors took out their combat power meters and wanted to measure the opposite boar king's combat power, but they were stopped by Wang Hao's raised hand. Don't bother. I'm the strongest at this stage. Compared to the worry on everyone's faces, Wang Hao had a confident smile on his face. The 10 copies the school has prepared for them are all newcomer copies. Each copy of the boss is only ordinary first order level, so the combat power of this boar king, in Wang Hao's opinion, at best only a couple hundred. Even after the mutation, and then strong combat power should only be 200 or 300, belonging to the first order low-level beasts, and a first order low-level ferocious beast with a combat strength of 200 or 300 might still be an insurmountable chasm for other professionals who had just awakened for a day or two. But for him, an A-class mech, I don't believe there's any flesh and blood creature that can block the power of my lance cannon. So what if it's the mutant boar king? Let's see my pike. Smash it into a sieve. Click, click. The mech piloted by Wang Hao stood up from behind the pile of rocks. According to the radar, the student who confronted the boar king earlier should be hiding not far away now, probably shivering in pity. Let my brother Wang save him. Wang Hao's confident words seemed to carry some kind of infectious power, so that the juniors who had already put their hands on the switch key and were ready to measure the boar king's combat power subconsciously moved their hands away again. Will it win? Zhao Xiaoya inquired at last. It's going to win. I'm invincible inside this copy. Wang Hao turned his head to give Zhao Xiaoya a thumbs up for playing handsome, and then he drove the mech. Drew up the Type 99 Buddha, said Gatling. which was behind his back, and blasted the wild boar king in front of him. Tada. Dense bullets poured out like a storm. Wherever they passed, the grass, trees and boulders were all splashed around, and the wild boar king who was leisurely eating grass in front of him was instantly covered by fire, and smoke and dust rose up in all directions. Type 99 Buddha said Gatling. Instant 99 turns. One breath can fire 99 consecutive breaths. Total ammo 99 by 99. Totaling 801 rounds. Each round is enough to send someone to Buddha. I don't believe I can't beat you to death. Ha ha ha. An angry roar belonging to the boar king came from inside the thick dusty fog, and under the firelight. Wang Hao also laughed out loud. Crap. Bull 666 Brother Wang really deserves to be a mecha master. With this kind of terrifying firepower suppression, I'm afraid that the opposite side won't even be left with any dregs left. The juniors who originally had so much worry in their hearts couldn't help but stand aside and shout 666 after seeing such a powerful firepower equipped on Wang Hao's mech. Zhao Xiaoya's eyes also lit up. At first she thought that Wang Hao might be a bit hung up on fighting such a big boar, but now it seemed like she was really overly concerned if she did. It's common knowledge that mutated bosses get more experience than normal bosses. If Wang Hao could kill this mutant boar king boss in front of her, then when the experience was shared later, she would be able to go up a level anyways. Humph. Zhao Xiaoya couldn't help but hum softly. She knew she hadn't made the wrong choice. Look at the Wang Hao she's looking for right now, who can even fight such a powerful mutant boar king boss back and forth. This kind of thing. Could just Su Chen's punk with no professional talent do it? How about high martial arts talent? So what if the combat power might be above 100? It's still not beating the boar king, which can be like Wang Hao turning on the armor to directly crush and bring himself to upgrade quickly. When she thought of her old man's words yesterday praising Su Chen's martial arts talent, she couldn't help but want to rebel. Hey! Noticing the adoring gaze from Zhao Xiaoya and knowing that the goddess was already close to being mesmerized by himself, Wang Hao couldn't help but laugh out loud in his heart. Upgrading with a sister is just awesome. He yelled in the direction behind the boar king. Come on out. The student in front of you who's hiding. Don't hide. Come out. Your brother Wang is here to save you. The boar king has now been sifted by me. However, without waiting for Wang Hao to finish his words, a sudden change occurred at the scene. In the midst of the fire coverage, the angry roar of the boar king suddenly came out, and a black aura filled with magic spread out, followed by a shaking of the ground. The boar king's eyes were red, and he even met the stray bullet and charged out in a rampage. A bullet hit on its rough epidermal hair, but as if it hit on top of the steel, crackling a burst of sparks, it did not cause any damage at all. How did that happen? Inside the mech, Wang Hao's eyes were instantly rounded and filled with dismay. Unable to believe the scene in front of him, the Type 99 Buddha said that the Gatling was ineffective in attacking. Is the boar king's skin this thick? When did it become impenetrable to even bullets? Wang Hao's heart was filled with doubts. His face was white and his lips were dry and cracked as he muttered, this is not like the book. Brother Wang. Not good. I just tested this boar king's combat power with combat power measurement 697. This mutant boar king's combat power is actually as high as 697. Panicked shouts came from the junior brother behind him at this time as well. What 697? Wang Hao shouted out in fear. 697's combat power had already reached the middle level of the first rank, infinitely close to the strength of an advanced awakened person. And it shouldn't have appeared in the novice copy prepared by the school at all. The situation is urgent. Under the panic, Wang Hao couldn't care too much. Seeing this boar king charging over, he hurriedly dropped the Gatling, drew out his mecha sword, and slashed down towards the boar king's head with both hands, roaring with a fierce expression. So what if the combat power is 697? My mechs are the best at going over the top. Best 9000 at full power. Fire propulsion system activated. Vortex pressurization applied to the sword at full power. 1 slash. 2 cuts like the divine sword of intent. Stinking boar. Die for me. Roar. In the face of Wang Hao's 4-meter giant sword, the boar king still didn't flash or evade, but only growled angrily at Wang Hao. And the white tusks around his mouth were instantly stained with a touch of black, strengthening the flesh with demonic chi to form hard armor horns. This was the natural ability that the boar king had acquired after experiencing the demonic abyss. Under the reinforcement, the tusks around the boar king's mouth were like a pair of black steel spears. It collided hard with Wang Hao. Boom. Just a moment of contact. Wang Hao's mecha was just like a broken sack, being knocked out by the boar king, almost not falling apart, and the huge sword in his hand was flung to the ground, broken in half. Brother Wang. Shit. Not good. Brother Wang is going to be pouting power. Sad. After the wild boar king knocked Wang Hao's mech out, it still didn't relent like an old sow arching over a tree, and Wang Hao's mech was about to be broken into pieces. A group of people hurriedly exclaimed in alarm, and Zhao Xiaoya also shook her body, and her face was pale and full of panic. Piggy! No! Inside the mech, being arched up and down, constantly upside down, Operating panels do not bring sparks and lightning. Wang Hao that is. He is heartbroken that he spent more than 10 million to buy the mech. Not yet open 2 days so to dry scrapping, but also in a panic and then go on. He is afraid that he is also going to be the dreaded king of the wild boar to dry scrapping. Help! My life is over. Seeing that the cockpit was arching away from the line, Wang Hao let out a panicked cry for help from his mouth however, just when he thought he was going to die. This angry boar king, as if he was suddenly ordered by something, suddenly stopped moving, after a couple of utterances into the cockpit, right in the middle of the crowd's confusion. He turned around and leisurely walked towards the depths of the dense forest, until the boar king's figure disappeared. The crowd was still full of confusion, looking at each other unable to understand what was happening. Whimpering, deep in the dense forest, underneath a large tree that was as thick as 3 people could hold, the boar king, who had previously behaved ferociously, was now lying on the ground with his mouth gurgling as if he was reporting news to someone. In front of the boar king, there stood a handsome teenager. His skin was fair, his body straight, and his handsome features were set off a bit dusty by the sunlight. Previously the vicious and violent beast was so honestly bowing and prostrate in front of the teenager. Such a scene, if it was seen by Wang Hao and the others, it would definitely be shocked. The teenager was naturally Su Chen. At this moment, Su Chen's body was dripping with sweat, his chest was slightly heaving and panting, his breath was rolling hot, and beads of sweat were dripping down on top of his ebony hair. He had just finished from the state of cultivating the Golden Jade Dragon Emperor body. Knowing what had happened, his expression was a bit speechless. He also didn't expect that he was just fixing a practicing kung fu, but Wang Hao actually drove a mech and fought with his boar king. People's mechs have been fucked up. Whimpering, the boar king grunted twice, stating he started it. I'm resting there honestly eating grass and basking in the sun. Whoever thought of a 2-legged beast, came up and gave me a scratching greeting. Okay. Su Chen waved his hand at the boar king who was giving him complaints. You come back first. The shadows under his feet instantly swelled, transforming into a pitch-black vortex that took the boar king into the middle of the heavenly abyss. Just as this stage of his skin refining was over, the earlier feeling of being bursting at the seams had disappeared, and was replaced by the familiar feeling of hunger, need to eat for energy. Su Chen stepped out from behind the large tree, his gaze looking in the direction where Wang Hao and the others were. The boars in this area had basically been devoured by him. He was ready to change the place to hunt wild boars. After filling up his stomach, he could continue to open a new round of Golden Jade Dragon Emperor body cultivation, and at the same time, he could also devour a few more wild boars to help the wild boar king to upgrade a little bit to fight for the wild boar king before leaving the copy of the second order level. Bad. All broken. My arm. My leg. How much is this going to cost to fix? A chaotic battlefield matters. Wang Hao jumped out of the cockpit, and he looked at his mech that had been arched by the boar king and was tattered and battered with electricity bubbling up in many places, revealing a very distressed expression. 10 million to buy the mech. Not open for 2 days. Not yet how to pretend to be a bully, and then the wild boar to arch the rotten. This kind of thing put on who does not heartache. His family can't be so spoiled even if they're rich, and now his mech is so badly damaged that it obviously can't be used anymore, delaying today's leveling. Not to mention, he can't just carry the mech and walk out later. That won't be a day's worth of carrying, right? If I don't move it, I can't bear to leave it here, and if I do move it, I'm too tired. Xiaoya, you're a priest. Can you help me heal my mech's injuries? Wang Hao was so sick and desperate that he actually wanted Zhao Xiaoya, a priest, to give the mech a holy light spell. Zhao Xiaoya gave him a look at a fool and asked rhetorically, do you think I can? Wang Hao, why don't you try? It doesn't need to be all healed. It just needs to be able to drive so I can take the mech out for repairs. Zhao Xiaoya was too lazy to accompany him to lower his wisdom, and directly rolled his eyes to Wang Hao. You think your broken copper and iron is a biological weapon? Eva, I'll be damned if it's going to work. She turned her beautiful eyes to stare at the direction where the boar king disappeared with suspicion. Somewhat strangely, why did the boar king suddenly run away? Not only did Zhao Xiaoya feel strange about this, but so did the others present. In that earlier situation, they all thought that Wang Hao was going to be pouted, but they didn't expect that halfway through the pouting, the boar king actually ran away. I know, it should be the power of my sword that caused that stinking boar to be seriously injured. Don't look at him in the end acting as if he wasn't injured at all, but in reality, I'm afraid that all of his organs have been shattered. Humph. In the end, if he didn't run, it might be him who falls on the ground now. Wang Hao gave his speculation after some thought. The speculation, though, is suspiciously self-aggrandizing, but Zhao Xiaoya and the others couldn't really think of any other possibilities, and in their hearts, they could only accept this argument. 666. Cow. Brother Wang, a mutant boar king with a combat power of 697 can be seriously injured by your sword. With this kind of strength, the first mock exam in 10 days, the #1 position in the whole school will be yours, and that punk Su Chuan won't even have the chance to lift your shoes for you. Brother Wang, the 2 juniors next to Zhang San and Li Si, who were almost scared to pee just now, bragged at once. Wang Hao's desire to pretend was instantly satisfied. The IT seemed to feel acceptable for the damage to his mech. Ugh! Lo and behold, is not just defeated a stinking bore, and did not kill. No big deal. If he dares to come back again, I will be on the spot. Scared the piss out of me. Sasha. Suddenly there was a shifting of the grass and trees ahead. A dark shadow emerged. Wang Hao was so shocked that he didn't hold his breath and leaked a few drops. Of course Wang Hao performance is still good, only leaked a few drops. As long as he is not embarrassed, outsiders cannot see. But Zhang San, Li Si two little brother reaction is a little big. Ah, boar. The boar king is here again. The two little brothers rolled and crawled backward, shitting and pissing in unison. Zhao Xiaoya and her girlfriends, too, were tense, their faces pale, and their beautiful eyes filled with trepidation. They were only 2 or 3 levels, and their blood value was only around 2.0, 3.0. Really, if that boar king returned over, even if the other party was heavily injured, it was not something they could deal with. They would definitely be smashed into pieces. Sasha. Under the nervous gaze of several people. A handsome-looking teenager stepped out from behind the bushes. Su Dust. After seeing that the one who came out was not only not the boar king, but also an acquaintance, Zhao Xiaoya sighed in relief. But thinking that she had just been surprised by Su Chen, she couldn't help but question in a somewhat shy tone. Su Dust, how come it's you? How did you get in the copy? Didn't I tell you to stop pestering me in the future? It's impossible between us. What are you talking about? Who's pestering you? Su Chen was a bit speechless. How did this woman make random associations? You're not pestering me. So what are you doing in this copy of the Boar King? Zhao Xiaoya frowned slightly, her expression somewhat disbelieving. I'm also a student in the 1st grade. Why can't I come in the copy? Su Chen's tone was flat. He had nothing more to say to Zhao Xiaoya, this flat snobbish woman with an overabundance of self-consciousness. You don't know a good reason when you're looking for one. You haven't even awakened your occupational talent, and you can't fight monsters and upgrade to enter a copy. What's the point? It's still not to pester me. Zhao Xiaoya clasped her hands in her arms and hummed lightly. Unhappy with Su Chen's bland appearance, Wang Hao's face is also a little ugly. This Su Dust people are ruined, even still want to pester their own goddess. Really do not know what is good and bad. So out of the words of sarcasm to belittle the road, Su Dust, if I'm not wrong, the person who was chased by the Boar King and hid just now should be you. You're lucky that I saved you this time, but next time you might not be so lucky. Less fooling around in the copy in the future. I don't have the time to save you every day. Especially the wet feeling in his crotch made Wang Hao's tone a little more dissatisfied. Oh, then should I thank you for saving me? Su Chen swept his gaze over Wang Hao's scattered mecha parts. Hey, what a tone you're taking. Our brother Wang, in order to save you, the mech is broken. You are not grateful. Just say thank you, brother Wang. The reaction is still so flat. You still think that you passed the Su God. Wang Hao's 2 little brothers also climbed up from the ground, looking at Su Dust in the eyes full of ill will. If it is not because of Su Dust, they just did not have to be scared of shit and urine spraying. So adults. Fortunately, pulling pants pockets. A short period of time and the general public cannot smell it, or else if they are known by other people, how can they still hold up their heads to speak? However, they might have thought that their pants pockets were well closed, and Wang Hao's few people might not have smelled it for the time being. But how could this be hidden from Su Chen? The smell of shit and urine coming from both Zhang San and Li Si.tom. It simply stinks. Su Chuan could not help but take 2 steps backward, fanning the stench around him. Fearing that he would be contaminated with the stench, he had no intention of communicating with Zhang San Li Si again. He turned around and took a big step in the other direction to leave. This action caused Zhang San and Li Si's faces to instantly stiffen, their faces unsightly to the extreme. It's such a nice thing to say. It doesn't need saving. You see, his face is sweaty. Still playing calm for us. Earlier we did not come. He was scared by the Boar King when he hid. Maybe how to be scared of shivering, sweating profusely. Scared of pee may also say look, he's all sweaty. Ha ha, stop it. He, Su Chen, is the great genius of our first middle school. How could he be so scared that he's sweating? People have so much sweat on their bodies. It can't be said that it's from practicing hard in the boar forest. Goo. I'd like to see how much the great genius of our first middle school's cultivation can increase his combat power by this much. Has it reached 100 from his 99? Their own embarrassing things were actually discovered by Su Chen. The 2 men who were infuriated wanted to redeem some dignity for themselves by degrading Su Chen verbally. Zhang San took out his combat power tester and was ready to measure Su Chen's combat power and properly humiliate Su Chen. It's really admirable to me, to work so hard even after failing to awaken his natural profession. He can't be preparing for the first mock exam in 10 days. That's not wanting to accept reality. Still living in the past glory. He doesn't still think he's some kind of Sushin who's been number 1 in the exams year after year, and thinks he'll be number 1 in the mock exams this time around as well, right? I would also like to see if our first middle school Sushin, Su Daitian can still create a myth that belongs to him. Li Si was still mocking mercilessly over here, but as he spoke, he suddenly realized that Zhang San, who was measuring Su Chen's combat strength next to him, seemed to have seen something frightening, and was frozen in place. Lic shook Zhang San's shoulder with a puzzled look on his face. Zhang San, snap. Zhang San looked like he had suddenly pooped his pants, his eyes filled with disorientation, and the combat tester in his hand fell helplessly to the ground. There are measurements on it. Name, Su Duana. Occupation, none. Blood and gas value? Combat strength, 359. Well, so this is what the Golden Jade Dragon Emperor meant when he said on his body that the refined skin comes with its own astringent function after reaching a certain level. Dusk. The golden afterglow of the setting sun was spread over the mountains and forests. Su Chen was holding a combat strength gauge in his hand, looking at the basic data about himself on it, and nodded with a look of understanding. Today he ate and practiced in the copy. Practiced and ate. Although there was still a distance from the small success of skin refining, and he was not yet able to achieve the point where his skin was like ox leather and his sword left a mark. However, it is able to control the closure of the pores on one's own body surface to a certain extent, and achieve the state of astringent and closed breath. At first, he didn't really understand what the use of this state was, but earlier, because of the stench from Zhang San and Li Si's two bodies, he subconsciously entered the astringent state. He also heard the matter of Zhang San measuring his combat power in the back, and even more so, he heard that after measuring the value of his combat power, Zhang San and Li Si, because they were not quite able to accept that their combat power was not even enough to reach a fraction of their own, didn't want to accept the reality, and used the chi and blood value displaying a piece of a question mark as a reason to state that the combat tester was broken, and to make excuses for themselves. And it was also this matter that caught Su Chen's attention, which was why he borrowed a combat power gauge and took a closer look. Sure enough, the chakra value is a question mark. Looking at the displayed on the column of his chi blood value on the combat strength tester, Su Chen's eyes narrowed. Cultivating this practice function that came with the Golden Jade Dragon Emperor body refining skin, this was an unexpected delight. Su Chen did not want to casually let people see his combat power. After all, his combat power had increased so quickly, it would not be good if he scared others. Originally, he was considering whether to buy a prop to shield against prying eyes to carry on his body at a later stage. But now it seemed that he could save that part of the money. But the practice isn't quite there yet. The chi value display is a question mark though, but the comprehensive combat power value can still be roughly assessed. It seems that the progress of practicing the skin is still a bit poor. Perhaps after the skin refining has become a small success, it should be able to be completely shielded. Of course, the combat power measuring instrument in Su Chen's hand was only a low-level version issued by the school. The other party would have to have a higher configuration of combat power tester. Even if he refined his skin to reach a small level of success, or even a large level of success, it was possible for him to be snooped out. But right now then, these were not yet in the scope of Su Chen's considerations. So, strive to reach the small success of skin refining the day after tomorrow, and be able to shield the measurements of this low-level combat power meter issued by the school before saying that. As for today, let's end it first. Looked at the sunset sky. Su Chen threw out the combat power gauge. Give it back. In front of Su Chen, there was a wild boar that had been killed, and a pothead classmate who was sitting paralyzed on the ground, and he had borrowed the combat tester in his hand from this pothead classmate. Consider this boar as a loan gift I'm returning to you. Devouring supplement. Cultivation consumption. Devouring supplement. Cultivation consumption. One day down such a high-intensity cultivation, his body has been exhausted and is going to be on the verge of collapse. There is no need to cultivate in the devourer boar. The boar king is now in the process of evolving into a second-order magical beast within the heavenly abyss, and does not need to be devoured for the time being, and when it comes out it will be a second-order magical beast with a combat power of over 1,000. So Su Chen graciously gave this boar away. However, the pothead student who was sitting paralyzed on the ground seemed to have been stunned by something. His face was pale as he stared at Su Chuan, motionless, his eyes full of shock and disorientation, and his mouth kept muttering something. 357,357,357, tossing back to him the combat gauge. He dropped to the ground. There was no response to Su Chen's words either. Oh, taking a look at Pothead's powerful combat power of up to 37, Su Chen reacted at this time. There was one drawback to this school-issued combat power meter, and that was, it was hard to see one's own combat power. So before he looked at it, he did ask his Pothead classmates to measure it for him. Pothead has been in this state of lost soul since then. Zero. Crap. Zeroed out. Baiyun number 1 middle school. On top of the square outside the secret copy, a group of students gathered in front of the boar forest copy. Looking at the number of boars above the copy showing 0, exclaimed in shock. Coward. Yesterday there were still 1,000 wild boars in there. But today, since my brother Wang went in with his mech, the boars were killed in just 1 day's time. Such strength. Such efficiency. Just ask us in Baiyun First Middle School. Who's going to compete? 1,000 boars. That's 1,000 boars including the Boar King boss. Even if Wang Hao went in and didn't kill 1,000 and only killed 800 heads, the amount of experience he can gain is absolutely massive. And I don't know how many levels he'll go up when he comes out. Maybe the chi blood value has broken through 10.0 by now, crushing that punk Su Chen to reach level 10. Crap. I've only been brushing for a day now but I'm only at level 3. And Wang is already level 10. Wang is awesome. When brother Wang comes out, I must have a good interview with him about how he upgraded. Why is it so awesome? Thou art even a dick who. Damn it. I'm so envious of those two dog legs of Zhang San and Li Si, being able to follow brother Wang and mix experience. They might have risen to level 5 or 6 by now. I also want to experience the feeling of being taken flying by brother Wang. There was a lot of noise above the square, and the crowd cheered with excitement. Sun Chang, who was clad in a green cloak and holding a small shield, led the way from a copy of Pheasant Slope on the side. After hearing about Wang Hao's terrifying battle results, the heart was also shaken. He had only killed 500 chickens even after spending a day in the Pheasant Slope replica with his team today. But Wang Hao had killed more than 800 wild boars in the same situation. Is this the power of a mech? Damn it! Sun Chang gritted his teeth and clenched his fist. But I will never admit defeat. Wang Hao, you will never try to defeat me. He turned around and glanced at the number displayed as 9,000 on the copy of Pheasant Slope behind himself. The heart secretly swore that tomorrow he would also brush the number 9,000 on the Pheasant Slope secret to 0. And if he could not do it, he lived chopped it off. Wow! Suddenly, there was a violent fluctuation in the vortex of the Wild Boar Forest's secret realm copy, instantly drawing the attention of a group of people. Out! It's coming out! With such violent fluctuations, it must be Wang coming out. The secret copy has the function of counting the number of monsters killed by each entering classmate. Only the counting process needs some time. There is a delay, usually 1 or 2 minutes after the classmate comes out on the big screen, showing the number of monsters killed by the corresponding classmate. So, in order to be the first to know who killed more monsters and who killed fewer monsters, many people would judge by the degree of fluctuation of the entrance to the vortex when each of their classmates exited the copy. The more the entrance fluctuates, the more monsters the person about to come out has killed inside. The entrance to the secret realm of the Wild Boar Forest copy in front of me went from being as calm as the surface of a lake to being choppy and violently twisted and shaken. Such a great commotion was something that had never happened before in the past. So it must be my brother Wang came out. He has at least 800 wild boars killed it. Wild Boar Forest copy by my brother Wang on the body of the murderous aura trembled into this is also positive. Wang Hao's little brother, Bucktooth, was still bragging in the square, but the silhouette that walked out froze the students around them, and the bragging came to an abrupt end. Su Dust? Tread. Su Chen stepped out from the copy vortex. He looked at the crowd of onlookers to the left and right, and then glanced on the copy of the Wild Boar Forest to the side. At the number of monsters killed behind his name displaying a few words entering the statistics, there was no stopping to wait. Knowing the number of monsters he kills doesn't mean anything to him. It would be better to hurry home and let Xiaomeng step on his back and go to bed early after relaxing his aching body to prepare for tomorrow. After all, although pheasants are not as strong as wild boars, 9,000 pheasants are enough to keep him busy for a whole day. It could bring him one step closer to forging skin miner. Therefore, after such intense cultivation, it won't do to not have a good rest tonight. Su Chen left without any delay, and it was only after Su Chen left that the silent square resounded once again, with many people looking at Su Chen's back and whispering, "Su Chen, what's he doing in there? He doesn't have an awakened profession. He doesn't even have the most trashy living profession. He can't upgrade at all by fighting monsters. What's the point of going in?" It's speechless. Just now, the reaction to the entrance of the copy was so great that I thought it was my brother Wang coming out. Wow! Just then, the vortex of the Boar Forest copy once again experienced a fluctuation in ripples, although it was nowhere near as drastic as when Su Chen walked out. But this time it should be my brother Wang without a doubt. I've already seen my brother Wang's tall and powerful big mecha. Boom boom! Brother Bucktooth shouted out. And as the crowd watched, the tattered mech was carried out from the replica vortex by Wang Hao and the others. Head, arms and legs, cockpit, were dry-wired, not to mention smoking and squealing with electric sparks. Wang Hao and the others who finally lifted the mech out of the replica after lifting it for a day were so tired and sweaty that as soon as they threw the mech on the ground they immediately sat down like a pug with their tongues out. Finally out. Such a dusty and wretched look to it made the crowd look odd. The little brother who likes to brag about Wang Hao, Bucktooth, was even more red in the face. Unable to speak, he wanted to grab Wang Hao's collar and ask a question. Brother Wang, what's wrong with you? I've given you so much face, but you're useless. What kind of crap is this that you're lifting? But the words came out of his mouth. Bucktooth's words still turned into Wang. What's going on with you? Wang Hao was also startled by so many people surrounding him. And he didn't expect to be noticed by so many people just by coming out. Could it be that he has completely stepped on the trashy Su-chen to become the top man of the hour in the first middle school? Scratching his head somewhat awkwardly, Wang Hao gave the crowd people the reason why his mech was so rotten. Ho ho ho! Brother Wang is awesome. Surprisingly, he was able to fight the mutant boar king boss with a combat power of up to 697 back and forth, losing both. Who else at this stage can achieve such strength? Who else? Wang Hao's explanation made Bucktooth lead the neighboring students to a boil. It's unimaginable. At a time when their average combat strength was only 20 or 30. Their brother Wang was surprisingly already able to fight back and forth with the mutant boar king whose combat strength was upwards of 600 by turning on his armor. Can such a thing be done by Su Duan? Nope. Brother Wang should still be modest. The mutant boar king should have been killed by Brother Wang. Otherwise, how would the number of wild monsters in the boar forest have turned to 0? Yeah, crap. Brother Wang, this is too bullish. Not only did he kill over 800 boars, he pushed the boss of the boar forest copy in the process. Bull beer. How many levels are you now, Brother Wang? Can you take my little brother Bucktooth to brush up on the copy in the back? Wang Hao? The excited chatter of the people around him caused Wang Hao to freeze. What's the situation? What, killing over 800 boars and pushing the boar king sideways in the process? When did I become so powerful? How come I don't know? Ouch. Don't be modest, Brother Wang. You turn around and look at the wild boar forest copy of the wild boar have been killed cleanly by someone. Who else can it be if not you? It can't be Su Dust. What? Kill it clean? Wang Hao looked back in shock. On the copy of the boar forest, the large 0 character labeling the number of boars remaining inside broke into view. No way. I just killed 2 or 3 boars. I haven't upgraded much yet. How come there are no monsters in the copy? Wang Hao couldn't accept the shocked outcry. The boar forest is considered a high experience copy among the 10 copies the school prepared for them. A boar at least tops 10 chickens. But now the boars are all killed cleanly. How can he practice leveling odd? He was still thinking about changing his mech to go in and fight the boar king in a second battle for revenge tomorrow. So how come it's gone? Brother Wang, don't be so low key. Who else in the whole copy has the ability to kill the monsters cleanly except you? You can't say that it's Su Duan's waste that hasn't even awakened his profession. Su Duan's measly 99 points of combat power is just a battle dregs in front of your invincible mecha. It's simply impossible to beat the mutant boar king. Bucktooth brother, as Wang Hao's little fanboy, only felt that Wang Hao was being modest, and with a confident face, more so than Wang Hao. He pointed his finger to the column of Wang Hao's battle record settlement for the number of monsters he killed on the screen to the side. Look, Wang's brilliant battle record is going to be tallied. Everyone hurry up and top off. Wang Hao's boar forest copy battle results settled. Access time, 10 hours. Number of monsters killed, 3 common boars. Harvest, basically nothing. Comprehensive evaluation. Level Z waste. A boar piloting a mech can fight better than you, Buck. The atmosphere was somewhat silent and awkward. Bucktooth brother was completely frozen by the passive evaluation. His face was a burst of shame and a burst of red. More wonderful than Wang Hao's face change. But ultimately, the person who was rated as a grade Z waste was not himself. So Bucktooth was still able to speak. He rubbed the back of his head and smiled a somewhat unnatural Shannon smile and said in a tiny tone, "Gee, weird, how can this be? Could it be that there was an error in the past settlement? Not who else in my Wang's copy has the ability to kill all the boar monsters. It's Su Chen." The pothead student who had been scared silly inside the boar forest earlier also walked out at an unknown time, and he stood in the crowd of the square, his hand trembling as he pointed to a certain position on the clearance settlement display. It's Su Dust. It was Su Chen who killed all 1,000 boars in the boar forest. People looked in the direction of the pothead's finger, only to see Su Chen's name appear at the top of the boar forest copy record, large golden letters marked out, catch the EAR. In particular, the 951 words in the column of the settlement of the number of monsters it killed were extremely eye-catching, making all the students present, including Wang Hao and Zhao Xiaoya, completely lost in thought and speechless. After a long time, it was only then that the buck-toothed brother asked weakly, "How are we going to upgrade when all the monsters have been killed by him? Damn it! This bastard Su Chen is really a cub seed. How come I didn't realize he was so bad before?" He failed to awaken himself and couldn't upgrade to become stronger, so he purposely grabbed monsters with us to prevent us from upgrading. People's hearts are sinister, starting to take revenge on the society. Right. 3 days later. Dusk time, a Kung Fu rabbit mystery in an evocative grove. Su Duan's class leader, cloaked in a green cloak shield, Yong Sun Chang, was exploring the copy with several juniors including Brother Glasses. While exploring, he cursed under his breath. "Let's just kill through the boar forest on the first day." The next day even dared to steal chickens to kill with the head of this class. 9,000 chickens were killed by him alone. 8,000 beasts. Right. Even if he grew up working in the slaughterhouse, he can't kill it so fast. I didn't even make it to the first level yesterday. I seriously doubt that he deliberately made things difficult for me because he heard about my speech about chopping it up live. And I, Sun Chang, am not going to do what he wants. I won't chop. There are also so few rabbits in this Kung Fu Rabbit copy now. It can't be that they've also been killed clean by this beast Su Duan. At this rate we can't say that we'll really let his plan succeed. Boo! While Sun Chang was cursing and expressing his grievances, Brother Glasses on the side suddenly pointed at the Kung Fu Rabbit in the grass in front of him with surprise in his eyes and reminded him, Sunday, keep your voice down and don't say anything. There's a mutant black Kung Fu Rabbit up ahead. Kung Fu Bunny, with a white appearance and ruby eyes. Their size is not much different from that of an ordinary domesticated rabbit. And they even look a bit cute, however. Their pack is extremely good at boxing and kung fu. Adult kung fu rabbits usually have a higher fighting strength than normal humans. And things like classmates who were spirited after awakening their professions and just entered a copy being beaten up by rabbits had happened many times in the past few days, within the 10 newcomer copies provided by the school. It is considered one of the most skillfully difficult, and at the moment, in a thick bush, stood a kung fu rabbit. This kung fu rabbit was different from other rabbits. His body fur was as smooth as black satin, as deep and beautiful as the sky at night. His pair of red eyes were animated and twinkling. His ears were pointed and he stood agilely on top of his head, observing from left to right. It seemed that after observing for a while and not finding anything unusual, the little black rabbit whose appearance was different enough to trigger a young girl's heart lowered its head again to eat something in the grass. Unusual kung fu rabbits are white, but this kung fu rabbit is black. It should be a mutated species. It's not easy. We've been in the copy for most of the day, and finally we run into a rabbit. Go on. Fuck him. If I don't upgrade, I'm going to suffocate. About 30 meters away behind a small mound of dirt, Sun Chang and the others clad in green cloaks were peering in the shadows. Brother Sun, wait first. I always feel that there is something strange about this black rabbit somewhere. It feels like the chicken we met yesterday. Glasses pushed up his glasses. He recalled a mutant species of chicken that he had encountered in the Pheasant Slope copy yesterday, which also had black red eyes. At that time, there was Dun Young. Sun Chang took the lead. They did not think of anything, and swarmed to do it. Turns out it's just as well you didn't fuck the little black guy chicken. They were also poked and prodded by chicken with their combat power gauges, and suffered heavy losses, and were chased all the way out of the copy by chicken, so humiliated that they even got pecked on the ass a few times. So at this point another kung fu rabbit of the same color scheme was seen. The vague pain in his ass made Cobalt want to warn everyone to be careful, but there's no need for that. It's just a rabbit, not as big as my foot. Brothers, go. Fuck him. With a wave of his hand, Sun Chang jumped out from behind the small mound of dirt with a few of his minions. Jie, little bunny boy. My great sword has long been hungry and thirsty. This bastard Su Chen wants to curb our growth and prevent us from upgrading by robbing monsters, as a way to try to continue to maintain his reputation of being the number one in the whole school in the first mock exam a week from now. It's really ridiculous. Today, my brother Sun is going to tell him that the splendor that belonged to you has long since passed, and that the new era has no ship to carry you. Don't hang on for dear life if you are abandoned by the times. Even if you are despicable and shameless enough to grab monsters with us and hinder us from upgrading, you can only watch as we continue to get stronger and stronger until one day you are stepped on by us. And this is the general trend. Brothers, all give me a go. Let's use this kung fu rabbit to sacrifice our swords to start our path of king's evolution. Hurry up and die, Su Chen. Ow ow ow. Sun Chang's flurry of cocktail speeches made a few of his juniors wail in excitement. Yale the thief. What a way to take you guys. Cobalt stood up from behind the small hill and pushed his glasses with his middle finger, shaking his head helplessly and laughing out loud. Even I'm getting hot under the collar from all the talk. A hopeless smile spread across the corners of his mouth, but a green bow and arrow surfaced unambiguously in his hand. B-rank profession forest archer. The back of the glasses is all yours. Xiao Air. Wan Wu. You guys flank left and right. Don't let this rabbit escape. Pocky, you're coming with me. Sun Chang led 3 warrior profession juniors and quickly charged towards the kung fu rabbit in front. During that time the left and right commanded and lined up their troops. And it was really like that. The kung fu rabbit that was grazing in the grass also heard the commotion over here. He raised his head. His ears perked up, and a pair of ruby scarlet eyes looked over. Sun brother, I with you on? Followed Sun Chang's side of the pockmarked face, by the kung fu rabbit's scarlet eyes staring scalp numb. Heard the command is inevitably a little hesitant. His jeans on the butt position rotted a few holes inside the exposed and white and red butt flesh, reminding him yesterday in the small black sun of the chicken brother fighting the downfall of the battle. The pain that still lingered in his buttocks made the pockmarked face subconsciously feel a sense of awe towards the black wild monster. Don't be afraid. The best way to overcome fear is to face it. Running between Sun's strong hand patted down the back of the hemp as success mentor General Exuberant Encouragement said. Yesterday's black cockerel was just an accident. Today this kung fu rabbit that's not as big as my foot can't beat us up. Don't worry. Don't forget that your son brother I'm a class A shield brave. My defense can't even be broken without the strength of the second rank. Brother son. Paki's blood boiled at old Wang's words and he exclaimed with eyes full of adoration as he turned his head to look at Sun Chang. Instead, they only saw a black shadow cross. Immediately afterward there was a deafening crash ringing in his ears. The shield in Sun Chang's hand, the kung fu rabbit, was kicked in all directions and burst apart. Sun Chang's entire body also instantly flew backwards under this powerful force and fainted. Asako. Pieces of the shield are falling apart. It was reflected in Asako's progressively disoriented eyes. Broken shield. Just like the broken fervor in his heart. This black kung fu rabbit that kicked the dreams of teenagers and shattered the path of evolution of the teenagers' kings became a nightmare that lingered forever in Asako's heart. Bang. Kung Fu Bunny turned in the air and kicked Pocky face along with him. What a bunch of mongrels messing with friendship, bonds and hot blood, and trying to surpass the Demon Lord. Live it all in a dream. After cleaning up all of Sun Chang, Pocky, and glasses, Kung Fu Rabbit spat disdainfully on the ground, refining the skin into a small success. The skin is like ox leather, tough and unbreakable. The knife over leaving marks without bleeding. The human body appearance defense function greatly improved. Do not have to worry about being used with a sharp blade randomly scratched. This kind of thing happens. At the same time, after refining the skin into a small success is also able to autonomously converge their own breath. Hidden. Thus to a certain extent to achieve the effect of shielding the detection of the low-level combat power measuring instrument. Not so much that it is an individual who can detect your three-dimensional data. Retaining the privacy of ancient trees or green deep in the dark. Dense forest. A beam of sunlight slanted through the dense jungle above the square inch of earth. Beyond this beam of sunlight, in the middle of the dimly lit forest lay a large boar with coarse black and steel hair. A dark body and snow-white tusks. The boar is huge. Eyes closed, as if fake sleep. As if the beast generally prostrate on the ground. Round body together with an undulation exudes a faint pressure so that people do not dare to approach. This boar was none other than the Boar King who had completed the second stage of evolution. Next to the wild Boar King, there was a dark and godly more than 1 meter high, neck proudly facing the sky, as if treating himself as a phoenix, as arrogant and elegant walking around the inspection of the pheasant. This pheasant was none other than Su Duan, the chicken brother who was included in the 10,000 Devils Heavenly Abyss in the pheasant slope yesterday, and at this moment, in the midst of Chicken and Boar King's embrace, the area that was covered by the golden sunlight, standing there was a handsome-looking young man. He had a handsome appearance, a robust physique, and his fair skin was covered with a light golden color under the illumination of the evening sun. As if he was a fluttering noble gentleman, the teenager was none other than Su Chen. At this moment, he was checking the results of his current cultivation. 3 days have passed. The current me has not yet reached the point of skin refining mini completion. But, it's also just a hair's breadth away. Su Chen lowered his eyes and looked down at his palms. Shaking his hands, he could feel that just now, when he was cultivating the golden jade dragon emperor body, the skin on the surface of his body had reached a certain critical value under the constant flow of chi and blood rushing and refining. Only needing to poke through this layer of window paper, he would be able to immediately step into the ground of practicing skin minor accomplishment, ushering in a qualitative change. Only just at the critical time, the chi and blood in his body was exhausted, and he was unable to break through. Coupled with the fact that in order to raise the strength of the demon rabbit that he had taken into the level of the second stage, the entire Kung Fu Rabbit secret realm had also been scavenged by him for the whole day today, and I am afraid that it would be a little difficult to find a rabbit to devour and replenish his chi and blood in a short period of time. The reason why go home and break through. It was about the same time he had planned to anticipate anyway. Su Chen took a step toward the light beyond. A dark shadow burst out of the woods and landed on his shoulder. Karaku. Karaku. The Kung Fu Rabbit who had beaten up Sun Chang and the others stood on Su Chen's shoulder and reported something with his hands in the air. What? Did someone just approach? Oh, so it's a stray fish. It's already been taken care of by you. Su Chen was now in a hurry to go home to complete the last trace of progress in refining the skin. How could he have the time to pay attention to the stray fish? And directly waved his hand. That goes without saying. In the future, this kind of thing about stragglers doesn't need to be reported to me. LOL. LOL. Whimpering. After the Boar King and Chicken behind him answered, they drilled into the middle of the heavenly abyss through Su Chen's shadow that had expanded on the ground, completing today's guard vigil. Coming out. Su Chen has come out. Sunset.su Dust walked out of the Kung Fu Rabbit secret realm. The moment he appeared, he drew the attention of countless people, and I don't know how many of his classmates cast gnashing teeth and hostile gazes at him. As for the cause, and Su Young knows it, during these 3 days of cultivation time, there was gradually such a conspiracy theory argument against him outside. In the past, the 5 good teenager known as Su Shun, the moral standard bearer, after failing in his career awakening, he even began to blacken his mind to take revenge on society, robbing monsters to kill with classmates, preferring to labor for a day and not get well, but also killing all the monsters and not leaving a single experience packet for classmates to upgrade, to the detriment of others. Is this a distortion of human nature or a corruption of morality? Let's come into the White Cloud TV studio and follow me on a journey to verify the answer. Hello everyone, I'm Ray, the reporter in charge of this interview. Wow, the pop-ups rolled in the booth. The wife is at it again. Above the crowded secret plaza, the fat and thin headman was carrying the camera. Ray was walking backwards while holding the microphone up to look into the camera's live feed. Briefly describing what was going on, the wife and wife pop-ups in the live feed began to change as well. How come? How could the former teenager running in the rain have blacked out? Alas, this can't be blamed on his blackening. It's really the reality that is too cruel. In the past, he was number one in the whole school, both in literature and martial arts, enjoying thousands of glories to add to his body. But now he has failed in awakening and doesn't have any natural professions. Once you fall from a high building and hit the bottom, from a genius known to everyone to a waste known to the entire network. This huge discrepancy. I wouldn't be able to stand it even if I were to come. I can only say that this era is too cruel. Talent occupation determines everything. My next door family has a kid named G-Fan in his class. Martial arts talent is also good. Chi blood value of 6.0 it. But now I heard that has dropped out of school to go to the takeaway. Bullshit. What time's forced? Extenuating circumstances. Waste is waste. It's just that he himself didn't figure out his status. In the past those what academic achievements are all false. Being blown by others for a few years. Geniuses really think they are geniuses. To say geniuses, my family Zhang San is a real genius. B-level occupation you can compare. That's right. Miley C is also a genius in a B-rank profession. This guy called what's his name Su Chen. In front of Miley C, he can only be beaten the shit out of him. The pop-ups in the live feed quickly argued. Everyone, don't be in a hurry. Don't jump to conclusions. Let me start by interviewing the victims at the scene and ask them what they have to say. Ray calmed the viewers in the broadcast room, then she took the microphone and found a raggedy classmate on the outskirts of the crowd wearing a tattered green cape and holding a few raggedy pieces in his hand for some reason. Hello this student. I'm a reporter from White Cloud TV. Xiao Li. We have a few questions we'd like to ask you about Su Chen. I don't know if it's convenient for you right now. Convenient is convenient. But I wanted to ask if I could get a code. Sure. Well then, if there's anything you want to ask you can just say it. I'm his class president. With the appearance of a man with a sharp and thin voice full of mosaic in the live broadcast room, the live broadcast interview about Su Chen officially began. This class president student, may I ask why you think Su Chen would do these things? Why? It's not even for the first practice test in a week. This guy, Su Chen, immersed in the false glory of being number one in every exam in the past, didn't dare to face the reality of failing to awaken, so relying on the fact that he is now starting out with a high chi and blood value, and his combat power is slightly stronger than ours. He maliciously robbed the monsters, wanting to use this to curb our growth and evolution, so as to achieve his despicable, shameless, and ulterior motives. And how do you feel as a victim when he does something like this? Does it feel out of your league? Feelings? Well, the mosaic-faced man contemplated for a moment before facing the camera with a somewhat indignant accusation in his voice. This guy Su Chen, he's a bad seed. You were all fooled by him in the past. From the moment he robbed me of my Ruoxue goddess heart, I knew he was no good. The fact that you would do such a thing now is considered to be a revelation of nature in my opinion. There's nothing strange at all. If it wasn't for this bratty bastard robbing my copy of Pheasant Slope yesterday, causing me to be only a level 3 until now. Otherwise how could I possibly be kicked unconscious by a wild rabbit? Shame. This is shame. Su Chen, you wait for me. I'll tell you. 100 refines make steel. 100 folds. You can block me for a moment, but not for a lifetime. 7 days later, for the first mock exam, I, Shield Brave Sun Chang, will definitely cut you down. Well. I can see that this class president student is a little emotional. We changed the next student interview, seeing that this man with a face full of mosaic was too emotional, spittle flying around with the intention of grabbing the microphone. Shelly hurriedly changed the interview with a classmate. This time the mosaic man had crocodile shoes on his feet, a greasy head in burnt bag, and a brand new mech, also mosaicked, parked behind him. This student, I heard that your mech just pouted once a while ago. May I ask what you think about what Su Chen is doing now? Reflections, nothing to lose. I prepared this new spare mech long ago in advance. Destroying one won't prevent me from upgrading at all. Destroy this one of mine too if you can. Regarding these despicable acts of Su Chen, I just want to say that justice will prevail and all evil will eventually be brought to justice. In the face of absolute strength. So intrigue and trickery are all vanity. After a week watch my old Wang abuse him hard with a big hard mech and be done with it. Interview after interview tainted the audience in the broadcast room with the same equal amount of indignation as the two mosaic men. The pop-up picture became lopsided. Ray sighed in her mind as well. She looked at Su Chen, who had just stepped out of the copy and was surrounded by the crowd. and her beautiful eyes were filled with complexity. She had interviewed Su Chen's feelings of springtime and being hailed as the Su god. She had also witnessed Su Chen's fall from the altar and his wretched appearance of running in the rain, and now she had seen Su Chen act in such a way that was detrimental to others and himself. Inevitably, there are multiple feelings, but as a professional journalist, Ray pushed down these emotions and said to the camera, "People don't jump to conclusions. That's not always the way things are. How it really is remains to be seen until we come to hear the answers of the parties involved." For Su Chen, Xiaoli still did not believe that the excellent teenager who was as plain as water in the past would become as despicable as he is today, so to speak. Su Dust student, do you have anything you want to refute about everyone's speeches? A microphone was handed to Su Duan's mouth. The classmates are saying that you are purposely robbing monsters and not allowing them to upgrade for the first mock exam in a week's time in order to slow down their upgrading progress before the first mock exam so that you can achieve the #1 ranking in this mock exam. Is that right? Rumor. Pure rumor. Su Chen walked through the crowd, taking the time to say a couple words back to the camera. But why did you kill all the monsters in the copy, leaving none for your classmates? It's all about practicing. I heard that you even bought a mega space prop to keep your classmates from licking their bags and picking up the pieces. Is that true? Sorry, cultivation secrets. No comment. It's over. Enough questions. I'm going back. Su Chen was in a hurry to go home this time to break through the realm of refined skin success, and didn't have time to accept the interview, and simply answered Xiaoli's 2 sentences before leaving in a hurry. However, this hurriedly departing back falls on people's eyes as punctured speechless. Motherfucker was so wrong about him. Lost. I used to think that although his career awakening failed, but the character of the heart is good. The future may not be able to repair pure martial arts, may not have some way out, but now it seems that I really looked away. So the heart of his pure martial arts on the road in the future cannot go much farther. When he fails to upgrade after his own awakening, he prevents other students from upgrading and becoming stronger. And he's playing this kind of cheap trick. I'd like to see. A week later in the mock test he can test in the first place. At that time I have to let my family glasses to teach this kid a good lesson. Surrounding students a crowing indignation noise. The pop-up screen is also a curse. Xiaoli stopped where she was, her beautiful eyes slightly red. She couldn't help but shout at Su Chen's back. Have you fallen, Junior? Su Chen did not reply. The teenager did not turn around. The microphone in Xiaoli's hand hung down feebly, and her eyes were filled with disappointment as she looked at Su Chen. Arrogant. What arrogance? This Su Chen isn't even pretending anymore, is he? My Xiaoli's wife interviewed him, but he still has this look of love and disdain. He really deserves to fail in awakening. Teacher, where is the teacher? Are we just going to let him steal monsters from us and destroy our upgrades like this? Don't worry, I've already snitched to the teacher. He won't be able to bounce around for long. The glasses brother who snitched seemed to be proud as he pushed down his broken glasses that had a few more cracks on the bridge of his nose. A former genius, now a wastrel. What is the reason for the fall of the teenager? Why he chose to start taking revenge on society after failing to awaken and sabotaging his classmates' evolutionary upgrades? Is it the times, or is it just nature? What will be the result of the mock exams of the first middle school in a week's time? And what will be the end of the fallen youth? Baiyun TV station for your continuous coverage. Baiyun I. Inside the school affairs conference room, a live report about Su Duan was projected on a large screen, and above the round table in front of the screen, there were more than a dozen classroom teacher-level roles situated. Gentlemen, things you have seen. What do you guys think should be done next? Should we ban Su Chen from entering the secret realm? The principal sat at the front of the room, elbows propped up on the table, arms crossed under his chin with a serious expression. Moon on a branch of the bright moon and stars shine. Bright moonlight shines through the screen windows and shines in the middle of the simple bedroom. A drop of sweat that was the color of moonlight hit the ground in mid-air. Splash. At this moment, Su Chen was standing in the middle of the room in an extremely odd posture. He was seen pointing one finger to the sky and the other to the ground. Both palms were propped up as if they were independent of the golden Buddha. This is the forged skin stance of the third style of the golden jade dragon emperor body, which is several 10 times more effective than the first style. Su Chen had only lasted but 10 minutes, and already he could hear the violent movement of the chi and blood in his body rolling and moving, impacting on the surface of his skin like waves lapping at the shore. 1,000 strikes at a time, one beat at a time, one grind at a time. Mist of blood penetrates through the cracks of the skin pores. Su Chuan felt his body gradually sour and swollen. The whole person was like a balloon filled with gas, filled with a sense of bloating, countless chi and blood in the body constantly surging towards the outside, as if it wanted to break through the limitations of the skin on its surface to surge out to the outside world. Su Chuan's skin on his surface body were all under this impact to reveal inches of cracks, until a certain point, snap. The ever-inflating balloon finally blew up. The skin on Su Chen's body surface also instantly broke apart at this moment. Old skins die and new skins are born. And the collapse of the seemingly dead skin under a layer of newborn skin exposed. Skin texture delicate, white through the newborn baby like pink. vaguely as if you can see the texture of the skin under the emerging composition of the dragon scale pattern. Phew! Su-chen let out a long breath and retracted his stance as he removed the dead skin from his hands and looked at the newborn skin below him. An uplifted joy in his eyes. The Golden Jade Dragon Emperor body has finally been cultivated to a small completion. Refining the skin is small. The skin is like ox leather. Ordinary swords and knives are difficult to hurt. I don't know if it's like this. In order to test the results of his small success in skin refining, Su Duan took out the art knife from the drawer. He started by flicking a hobby knife across the back of his hand. No feelings. The sharp craftsman's knife, which in the past could cut people out of blood with its own hands, was cutting into the back of his hand. But now it was cutting into his hand without any feeling at all. The it was as if it had been scratched with a wooden knife, and even the white marks that had formed disappeared in a flash. For the second time Southern began to try to step up. He put the art knife against his fingertips, slowly applying force. His finger belly and the tip of the art knife against the pressure slightly downward depression, but still did not pierce the surface of his skin out of the appearance of blood. Su Chuan, eyes quietly watching, continued to press down. The utility knife blade began to bend from his fingers. A faintly mournful sound of overwhelm occurred, but it still didn't pierce the skin of his fingertips. No blood was left behind. Go on. Su Chuan did not stop, his eyes watching closely, continuing to apply force. The bent body of the art knife began to tremble violently, as if it was about to break apart. Snap. Finally the artisanal knife shattered open in an overwhelming manner. A sharp shard that glistened with a cold aura kept enlarging in Su-chen's eyeballs. Su-chen slightly side-eyed, the shards cut through the corners of his eyes, but the imaginary blood did not overflow. The blade still did not cut through the skin of the corner of Su Chuan's eye, and even Su Chuan suspected that just now, even if he did not hide and let the debris cut in the eye, I'm afraid that it will not cause any damage to him. Ha! The results of such an experiment made Su-chen couldn't help but laugh out loud, which is what skin is like. Cow leather. A real dragon removes its scales, and I'm afraid its dragon skin is just like this. At this point he finally didn't have to worry about some embarrassing dog blood plot like a great martial arts expert accidentally being stabbed through the abdomen with a knife by a child due to a momentary lapse of attention happening to him. With his current realm of Golden Jade Dragon Emperor body small completion, let alone letting a small child sneak attack with a knife. Even if he lay on the ground and let an adult cut for 10 days and 10 nights, the other party would not necessarily be able to break his defense. After all, although the knife is small, but the degree of sharpness is not low at all. A lot of unusual swords and knives are sharper than a knife, and now he used his fingers to crush the knife cannot pierce his skin in the slightest. Su-dust naturally probably can also speculate on the degree of toughness of their own skin. It was entirely possible to say that from now on unusual swords and knives would already be difficult to inflict damage on him. Survivability is greatly improved, and this is only the result brought about by the minor success of the Golden Jade Dragon Emperor body's minor success in refining the skin. I really don't know what will happen to the Golden Jade Dragon Emperor body after its great completion. The skin refining is accomplished. The skin is like golden jade, just the word Jinyu. Once heard, it is unknown how many grades higher than ox leather. I really don't know. When I have cultivated to the point of great accomplishment, will electromagnetic sparks come out when a sword cuts on me? When the time comes, maybe I'll actually be able to demolish Gouda with my bare hands. Thinking of the spare new mech that old Wang had just brought out today, Su-chen couldn't help but reveal an eagerness to try it out in his eyes, and without resting much, he set up his stance and continued to cultivate the Golden Jade Dragon Emperor body, aimed to reach the realm of the great perfection of skin refining before the first mock exam goes up in a week. Ding dong! Dream! Shaq, if it's your brother up here? Steaming hot water fills the space in the spacious and bright bathroom. Childish innocence and lovely Lin Xiaoming is soaking in the bathtub, playing with the phone. Snow white skin rolled down with beads of water. Dense peach red. Looks incomparably fresh and delicate. The entire bathroom is filled with a light aroma that is delightful. Her big watery eyes were bright as stars. Her long eyelashes trembled slightly, and the innocent smile on her face made people want to love her. Point 1 is in the previous 2 days, Lin Xiaoming, who was playing with her cell phone, received another message from her good girlfriend Xiaoyu. What's wrong? What happened to Su-chen again? Lin Xiaoming, somewhat strangely, opened the video link sent by Xiaoyu. Just a few words written large on the title of the video. Junior, have you fallen? Inside, on the other hand, a former genius, now a wastrel. What is the reason for the fall of the teenager? Why he chose to start taking revenge on society after failing to awaken and sabotaging his classmates' evolutionary upgrades? Is it the times, or is it just nature? What will be the result of the mock exams of the first middle school in a week's time? And what will be the fate of the degenerate teenagers in the end? Lin Xiaoming covered her mouth as she watched the live interview about Su-chen. Her eyes fluttered, her big watery eyes a little red. How come? Su-dust. How could his own brother do such damaging things? Could it be that he has really fallen? Fizzle. Scarlet snake letters spat out. A small black snake, half a meter thick and half a meter long, was lying on the edge of the window. A pair of deep white sharp fangs exposed in the air, and its grim snake eyes staring at the young girl below like a hunt. Lin Xiaoming, however, seemed to be immersed in the video of Su Chen's interview without realizing it. Ugh. Although I also want to believe that brother Su Chen wouldn't do such a thing. The reality is like this. Brother Su Chen, he used to be so outstanding, but he suffered such a big blow at the awakening ceremony. He couldn't bear it for a while. He was polluted by filth in his body and mind, and it's not incomprehensible to do something self-depraved. Why don't you, Xiaoming, go and help your brother purify himself a little bit? Across the street, my best friend Xiaoyu sends words of consolation, but Lin Xiaoming bit her white tender thumb, her pink and rosy little face revealing a somewhat tangled expression of distress. And I haven't awakened yet. Not being a light priest, how can I purify Su Chen's body of the fallen filth that has accumulated inside his body? How should I know? I'm not awakened either. Why don't you go down 1,000 times? Yeah, bah. After some discussion, Lin Xiaoming opened the last 1,000 degrees posting bar labeled with Songji Dome and started posting a question. I have a brother who is now corrupted. May I ask what I should do to help him purify his body and mind? Soon. A god in the field of orthopedics gave a reply right in the middle of the posting bar. And I don't know what he said. Looking at Lin Xiaoming's red face and blushing, and just as Lin Xiaoming was mesmerized by what she was looking at, fizzle. By the window, the black snake swam. A pair of cold-blooded vertical eyes staring at Lin Xiaoming. Maiden, do you crave power? A voice full of compelling surprises rang through the bathroom. Lin Xiaoming, who was studying with the posting god, looked up in shock as if she had been caught by a teacher looking at something she shouldn't have been looking at, and looked from side to side to finally notice the small black snake coiled around the edge of the window, spitting its snake letters of fizzle. Maiden, do you crave power? Desire to gain the power that will help your brother purify his mind of defilement. The black serpent seemed to speak, its compelling voice ringing in his ears, but, Lin Xiaoming's screams rang out in the bathroom. Swish. Su Chen, who was cultivating the golden jade dragon emperor body in the bedroom, violently opened his eyes. Dream. After hearing Lin Xiaoming shout, he didn't hesitate for a second. Boom. The bang, the bathroom door was violently pushed open by Su Chen. What's wrong with Dream? A mass of snowy and greasy color. Not caring about the spring light leaked to hide behind Su Chen. Snake. There's a snake. Su Chuan raised his head and was seeing a small black snake with fangs and mouth open lunging towards his face. What's with the snakes? Su Chen frowned slightly. Without the need for too many words, one hand first grabbed the black snake in midair. The black snake struggled violently, hissing threatening noises coming out of its mouth. It's okay, Dream. The snake has been caught by me. Don't be afraid. Su Chuan ignored it, turned his head to pacify Lin Xiaoming first, but Lin Xiaoming, who had grabbed the corner of Su Chuan's coat, pointed forward in panic. Brother, look out! Only to see the black snake that was grasped in Su Chuan's hand, revealed its sharp fangs to bite at the back of Su Chuan's hand. Su Chen hung his eyes and did not dodge. Hiss. The black snake's sharp fangs bit viciously into his hand. The sharp snake's teeth rested against the skin, two small craters appearing underneath. Still I chew. Chewed half a day. The viciousness in the eyes of the little black snake is no longer. It raised its head, a pair of cold vertical eyes. Actually more than a few points of bewilderment and stagnation, looking at the white skin on the back of Su Chen's hand that he had bitten halfway through the day but didn't have a single mark on it, big eyes full of questions. It seemed that the scene in front of it was a bit beyond its cognizance. When had human skin been able to block its sharp fangs? Lin Xiaoming also blinked her eyes because of this scene, feeling a bit incredulous. Su Chenyu, she was about to say something when she exclaimed as if she had suddenly realized something. Ah, blood. Bleeding. Su Chen, you're bleeding. Bleeding? Su Chuan's gaze swept over his hand. He refined his skin to a small degree in his golden jade dragon emperor body. Even swords and knives are difficult to break through. How could he be bitten and bled by a small snake? Su Chen's eyes swept over his hand. Tick. A drop of crimson blood dripped down on top of the floor. Su Chen touched his nose. Oh, it's okay. It's just a nosebleed. Hello? Law enforcement? I just found a snake inside my home. Yes, it's black. Okay. I'll wait for you guys to come over. In the middle of the living room. Su Chen hung up his cell phone. He looked at the black snake in his hand that was still disbelievingly continuing to bite his hand and trying to pierce his skin with its fangs, and narrowed his eyes slightly, revealing a thoughtful light in his deep eyes. Why are there snakes in the house? His home was located on the 9th floor, and the star apartment was also a slightly mid to high-class apartment, with accommodations that weren't exactly luxurious, but at least they were clean and tidy. In the 10+ years he's lived here, he's never seen anything like snakes or mice burrowing into his home, but today this kind of thing came up after associating it with a black snake that was similarly encountered in the same alleyway that he had previously left from Old Yang's noodle shop. As well as earlier, he had seen these small black snakes in schools, shopping malls, food markets, along roads, In gardens and various other places, it seems like it's been just the last 2 years, the small black snake just suddenly filled the White Cloud City in a ubiquitous manner. Today it even showed up directly at his house. This caused Suchen to have many unwarranted associations. So we called the law enforcement bureau side just now to notify them, and the attitude on the side of the law enforcement agency is also intriguing. As soon as I heard that he had encountered a snake, just ask him in a heartbeat if it's black. After confirming that it was black snake, the opposite side was even more obviously serious and grave. Letting him wait for a moment and immediately sending someone over to deal with it. Could it be that something big is involved behind this? Suchen's dark eyes flashed. Heaven-swallowing demon technique. Devouring the small black snake that had been coiled around his arm and had been tearing at him into the middle of the heavenly abyss. Wait for the devouring vortex to dissipate. After the little black snake came out again, it had changed its appearance. Although it was still pitch black, the pair of snake eyes had become scarlet, and it looked as if it was even more terrifying. But after it came out, it was very intimate and rubbed itself on Suchuan's face, and then it obediently coiled itself on top of the sofa. The world is not a peaceful or very dangerous place. Externally, there were endless ferocious beasts, and gawking foreigners. Internally, there are sinister groups that hunt professionally gifted people, and some cultists who believe in evil gods. Teasing the little black snake on the couch. Suchuan was now somewhat skeptical that these black snakes were not put in by some cult that believed in the snake god. I just don't know what they're up to. Too little current information. Suchun also had no way of knowing, and could only temporarily take the little black snake back into the demon abyss, waiting for the arrival of the law enforcement bureau to see if he could obtain further information. Yes, she was in the shower at the time. I rushed in when I heard the noise, and then I saw the black snake. Yet, where are the snakes? Eaten by me. Eaten by you? Law enforcement bureau came 2 people. The leader is wearing a tight leather jacket, body concave and convex. A pair of beautiful legs long as if always practicing martial arts, looks tight and powerful. Exquisite features with a little British-colored beautiful law enforcement officer. They seem to be routinely asking questions. One person inquired, the other next to make a statement. The whole act of competent and stern, and did not give Sudust to reveal other information. It was only after hearing that the little black snake had been eaten by Suchen that some astonishment appeared on the face of this beautiful enforcer. It seemed that he didn't expect Suchen to answer like this. Just when she wanted to ask something more, she suddenly saw Lin Xiaomeng, who was wearing a nightgown and standing behind Suchuan, with an innocent appearance, having a childish doll face. But with that devilish figure, the beautiful enforcer reacted as if it were an afterthought. Wait, you just said she was in the shower earlier and you rushed in. What is your relationship? She's my sister. Well, dry. As if to prevent others from misunderstanding, Suchen added another sentence, yet this addition caused the beautiful enforcers to look at him in an odd way. A professionalism kept her from asking more questions, and she'd seen more messes before. So after the routine questioning, the 2 law enforcement officers left in a hurry. Captain, this group of evil spiritists are really getting arrogant lately. It used to be that they operated in the gutter sewers, but now they are surprisingly all out in the open in residential buildings. Outside the room door, after closing the door to Su Duan's room, the law enforcement officer wearing the hat who was responsible for making the statement just now couldn't help but bite his teeth and hate his voice. Maybe they've got their eye on the city. There is some kind of conspiracy brewing in the dark. The beautiful enforcer in a leather jacket also had her beautiful eyes slightly downcast and a serious expression. Order it down and tell all departments to pay more attention, as quickly as possible. Uncover all of the evil spiritists lurking in White Cloud City and ask them what their purpose is. Tick-tock. Just as the 2 were about to leave, there was a sudden ringing of an incoming cell phone call in the beautiful enforcer's leather jacket. Hello, Hatsune. Have you come to White Cloud City now? On the other side of the phone was a slightly familiar middle-aged man's voice. Yes, Uncle Zhao. I was just transferred to White Cloud City today. What do you want? It's like this. Hatsune, do you remember that teenager named Suchen that I told you about earlier? He has a good talent for martial arts. He is a good seedling for practicing martial arts. He shouldn't be buried just because he didn't awaken his vocational talent. Later on I'll send you his information. You can see if you can introduce him to the old master and give him a way out. It turned out that the man on the other side of the phone was Suchen's martial arts teacher, Zhao Xiaoya's father. Zhao Waiyi is a member of the same ancient martial Zhao family. He and Zhao Chuyin were uncle and nephew. Okay, Uncle Zhao. I will seriously. Wait. Suddenly Zhao Chuyin seems to react to something. She turns her head to look at the closed door of the room next to her. Uncle Zhao, did you say that Suchen lives in the star apartment and has a sister at home? Fuck. Yeah, Hatsune. What? You've met him? Shoyu's voice on the other side seemed a bit surprised. Aha. Just met Uncle Zhao about his information. You do not need to send again. I have understood. The body of the chi and blood is indeed far more than the same age. The strength should be stepped into the realm of the martial arts. No family resource supply but can have this kind of strength at this age is really a bit of a gift. Counted as a bang 10 years out of the practice of martial arts genius, but that's about it. But it's only a rare sight in 10 years. Not a rare sight in 100 years. This kind of talent can't even enter Grandpa's eyes. It's rare to meet once in 100 years. Opposite Zhao Yu's voice was a bit stunned. Corin, is it possible that Su Chen offended you somewhere? Or is there some kind of grudge between you two? No. I'm just being honest. Zhao Chuyan's voice was calm. No dissimilarity could be heard. In fact, with her upright character, what she hated the most in her life was lecherous people like Su Chen who kept a godsister at home. That's why you should not mention this matter again, Uncle Zhao, unless he's a rare martial arts practicing wizard that comes along once in a century. I won't bother Grandpa, but a rare in 100 years martial arts practicing wizard. Even if Su Chuan can be able to crush all levels of professionally awakened people with pure force to crown the first in the first mock exam in the back, it still won't be able to rate the title of a rare in 100 years. Yes, Zhao Chuyin nodded her head coldly. She would be invited as an inspector to observe the mock exam of Baiyun First Middle School soon. On the opposite side, Zhao Yu, who heard that Zhao Chuyin could not see Su Chen's talent without the intention of introducing him, laughed out bitterly, his voice somewhat helpless. If you want to be awarded the title of once in 100 years, perhaps it's only the possessor of the 9 absolute heavens of martial Dao, Hatsune. That's a bit too strong. Su Chen was not aware of the conversation between Zhao Yu and Zhao Chuyin. This time in the room, Su Chen sat on the sofa with a slight frown on his brow, analyzing this incident of the little black snake. It does seem like there's a lot of involvement behind it. It's just that there won't be a large-scale outbreak in a short period of time, is that right? Through the two men's attitude of avoiding disclosure, he could probably guess this through this incident. But there was no way to probe further if he wanted to. This feeling caused Su Chen's heart to feel an extra sense of urgency. Cultists are not normal people. In order to obtain the power of the evil god, the matter of slaughtering and sacrificing had happened in the past, and he didn't want to wait for things to explode without being able to fight back. Looks like we need to intensify our cultivation, striving for an early date to perfect the perfect body forging technique. The 9 stages were fully cultivated, obtaining the true method of feathered immortality, as long as he was able to transform into a red dust immortal. At that time, even if the evil god were chaos, he would not be afraid of it. However, the matter of refining the body and building the foundation to perfection, and feathering his way to immortality was still a bit far away from the current him. The first goal at the moment should be to first cultivate the Golden Jade Dragon Emperor body to its great completion, cultivating the skin like golden jade, while still trying to find a way to solve the safety issue of Xiaomeng. Su Chen looked behind him at Lin Xiaomeng, who had started to sprawl on the sofa again, mindlessly playing with her cell phone and giggling that he was there today. That's why Lin Xiaomeng didn't get bitten by the snake. But he can't always be by Lin Xiaomeng's side, so it's really necessary to place a bodyguard for Lin Xiaomeng just in case. After all, that's the only family he has in this world. Just a million demons in his hands at the moment. The Boar King was too big, Chicken was clearly a monster at over a meter tall, and the Kung Fu Rabbit was better suited for camouflage, with a cute appearance like a normal bunny. But ultimately, it was a demon rabbit, and it was inevitable that others would be able to tell the difference if they got too close, not to mention the little black snake. Su Chen was afraid that he would be cut down as a little black snake of the evil god sect as soon as he released it. That's why he needed a wild monster that could keep a little distance, preferably flying, to transform it into a demon in the heavenly abyss to protect Lin Xiaomeng. And this wildlife. Su Chen also had a goal. That would be the owl copy of the 10 copies prepared in the first school. It's just right that you can continue to cultivate the Golden Jade Dragon Emperor body while populating the demons in the heavenly abyss to grow your own power and prepare for the future. Ha! Look! He's doing it again. The next day, above the school's secret square. Su Chen's arrival caused the students in the square who were picking out secret realms to enter to let out whispers. However, compared to yesterday's indignation, this time Wang Hao, Sun Chang, and these people's tones clearly carried a slight gloating demeanor. Turns out it was yesterday, after Glasses snitched, the principal of the first school called a meeting with all the classroom teachers of all the senior classes. The content of the meeting was a resolution related to whether or not to allow Su Chen to continue entering the school's secret realm. On top of this meeting, it was heard that Wang Mang, the homeroom teacher of Class 1, took the lead in opposing Su Chen's entry into the secret realm, saying that Su Chen was completely wasting the resources of the secret realm and destroying the evolutionary upgrades of his classmates. This resolution was approved by the majority of classroom teachers, but again, due to the class teacher of Su Chen's second class, Chen Guanzong, voted against it, insisting on defending Su Chen's personal interests. Both sides argued at the meeting. So both sides took a step back, and Wang Mang, the class teacher of the first class, agreed to let Su Chen continue to enter the secret realm, but the condition is to make a bet with Chen Guangzong, the old class of Su Duan's class. The content of the bet was whether or not Su Duan could still maintain his first place in the first mock exam a week later. No, it was whether he could enter the top 3 in the whole school. The bet is, whoever loses gets their ass up. It was important to know that earlier, when Wang Mang and Chen Guangzong, the class teachers of the two classes, were betting on who had the higher occupational awakening score in their class. Chen Guangzong had already lost once, this time. Anyone with a discerning eye knew that Su Chen, who didn't even have a profession, even if his starting point was a bit higher, with a high blood value of more than 9 points, how could he compare to the growth and evolution of a professional, according to the law of the first mock examination in previous years? The first 100 in their first middle school will basically reach about 10.0 in blood value. 7 days later, I'm afraid that Su Chuan's strength will not even be ranked in the first 100, let alone what? The first 3. Chen Guangzong dared to agree to this bet. It was simply an ass delivery. So the agreement signed by the two parties yesterday is also known as the ass delivery agreement. This is the opportunity your homeroom teacher sold her ass for you in exchange, so you should cherish it. Ha ha ha. Su Chen, don't be a shrunken head turtle who doesn't dare to go on stage at that time. I'll show you what a true genius is. Wang Hao, who had changed into a new pair of mechs and had crocodile skin on his feet, smiled happily. He patted Su Chen's shoulder, his face full of complacency. Class 1 teacher Wang Mang is actually none other than his cousin. What about being a human being? It's all about recognizing reality. A waste is a waste. Do you think that just because you go around robbing monsters and maliciously entering replicas, that you can hinder us from upgrading and getting stronger so that you can achieve the result of still being number 1 on the mock exams in a week's time? Ha! Let me tell you the good news. At the meeting yesterday, the principal has decided to go to the pig farm, the chicken farm, to stock up and replenish us with wild monsters. Soon we will be able to continue to fight monsters and upgrade as normal. Su Dust, your baby's plan failed after all. How's that? Gas or not? Just ask you if you're angry. Ha ha. Being honest and resigned to your fate is fine. A career that doesn't work is a career that doesn't work. Look at other people. Yifan and Dragon King don't all quit school to go to a takeaway as a security guard. You don't even have a gifted profession. You're not even as good as them. So don't fool around and engage in these crooked ways all day long. Now you're stupid. Not only can't you stop us from upgrading, but instead you're dragging our old class down together with you, and you're going to have to sell your ass. What a pest. The class president of Su Chen's class, Sun Chang, who was wearing a green cloak, also shook his head, with a high teaching look, and without knowing it, he thought that he had changed his new shield because he liked it. So that's it? Knowing that old Ben had agreed to an ass bet for him that was impossible to win in the eyes of the crowd, Su Chen was slightly moved in his heart, thinking of yesterday's old class. The miserable screams of being violently kicked in the ass by the first-class homeroom teacher Wang Mang. Su Chen's thoughts couldn't help but drift along with his gaze to the teaching building, and at the office, the corner of his mouth lightly picked up. Don't worry about it, old Ben. I'll make you kick back in public this time. You see, he still wants to get into the owl copy. I'm really drunk. How can one be so brazen? I was really unintelligent in the past. I didn't even see through Su Chen's true colors. Not far away from the airfield, Zhao Xiaoya saw that Su Chen was always ignoring and disregarding himself, and could not help but stand out and brush his presence. That's it. Wang Hao, who was courting Zhao Xiaoya, couldn't help but chime in. Xiaoya, you were also in the past was also a victim of being hoodwinked by him. Just don't blame yourself. He didn't even have an awakened profession, and after being nudged by the school he still shamelessly went in to grab monsters with us. This is really— Wait. Su Chen, wait. Amidst the squeezing sounds of Wang Hao, Sun Chang and the others, Su Chen walked straight towards the owl copy, and just as he was about to enter the copy, a voice came from behind him. The crowd was watching, only to see a pothead teenager panting all the way over. He seemed to be holding something extremely precious in his hands. Wang Hao, Sun Chang and the others couldn't help but cast a curious gaze. Su Chen, wait a moment. This is the career awakening potion that Kisaragi-sama asked me to give you. Sun Chang, Wang Hao, Zhao Xiaoya. The scene was suddenly quiet, the surrounding crowd that took Su Chen's lack of awakening profession to squeeze Su Chen. At this moment, their faces were extremely wonderful, especially Sun Chang, who felt even more like he had eaten fly feces full of suffocation. On what grounds? TMD. What on earth is he capable of? Being valued so much by Goddess Ruyu. People are wasted. And he even gave him the occupational awakening potion to help with his awakening. How come this kind of good thing can't be on my head? Thinking that his goddess Ruoshue was still unknown where she was running around for Su Chen until now, Sun Chang couldn't help the urge to have a brain bruise. Su Chen looked back. He remembered this pothead. Yesterday he had borrowed the pothead's combat power gauge and measured his combat data, perhaps being the only one in the scene who had actually seen Su Duan's combat power data and was somewhat convinced. Pothead's attitude towards Su Duan was slightly respectful as he handed the special gift box containing the awakening potion in front of Su Duan when Lang Ruyu funded some poor students to form a force for herself during the awakening ceremony. Although Su Chen refused, Potato Head was one of the funded members. Miss Kisaragi specifically instructed me to give it to you in person. Su Chuan's eyes were on the awakening potion, and he felt that Lang Ruyu, who was known as a high cool goddess among them, was also a person who was cold on the outside and hot on the inside, and it was clear that the two of them did not know each other well, and there was no special grudge, but he was willing to fund him with 10 million awakening potion to help him reawaken his profession. A gentleman discusses signs regardless of heart. And no matter what Lang Ruyu's side was thinking about funding him so much, but this friendship Su Duan heartily accepted. Of course the awakening potion he still refused. After all, he really couldn't use it. What an insensitive person. Sun Chang muttered with some jealousy as he looked at Su Chun, who was walking towards the owl copy. I, like the goddess of the moon, gave him the awakening potion and he still refused. If he's really so tough, don't go into the copies to rob the monsters and sabotage our upgrades. That is, on the one hand, he refuses to accept the alms of goddess Lang Ruyu. On the other hand, he also goes around robbing copies and maliciously brushes monsters. It's really dang and risque. They are all accounted for by him. For the mock test in a week's time, I'll definitely use my hard and big mechs to beat him again. The rare Wang Hao and Sun Chang reached a unity of opinion. Wait. Su Chen's refusal made Potato Head a little anxious. This was the first task Lang Ruyu had given him after he accepted her funding. If he couldn't finish it, then wouldn't he be labeled as an unfavorable person in front of Lang Ruyu in the future? So when he saw Su Chen heading towards the owl copy, Potato Head hurriedly tried to chase him upwards, but he had just taken 2 steps when he suddenly felt a hand on his shoulder. Slow down, Pothead. I'll give it to him. Pothead looked back, only to see a man with a gold necklace around his neck, a diamond luxury watch on his hand, and a high-class black anima suit stopping him. Zhang Feng. The man's appearance caused the neighboring students to gasp out in shock, and both Wang Hao and Sun Chang cast wary gazes at him. In their session of the White Cloud 1 Awakening Ceremony. A total of 4 major A-ranked career possessors appeared among the boys aside from Wang Hao's Mecha Master, Sun Chang's Shield Brave, and the missing best friend. The remaining one was Zhang Feng, the class president of the first class. A-class profession Blast Swordsman, mastering the power of the blistering wind and pulling all 3 items of attack speed and sensitivity, is the #1 enemy that Wang Hao, Sun Chang and the others think they are fighting for the 3rd place in the mock exam this time. What's the matter? Potato Head doesn't recognize your brother Zhang? Zhang Feng's head tilted. His tone was flippant and arrogant, like a playboy from a wealthy family, and that was exactly what happened. Zhang Feng was the only son of the head of the Zhang clan group, which was gaining momentum in hotels and restaurants in Baiyun City today, worth tens of billions of dollars. Deservedly rich young master. No, Chang. Pothead's eyes dodged. In front of this kind of rich kid, a kid from an ordinary family like him would always be unable to hold back his inferiority complex. The awakening potion was something that Miss Ruyui asked me to personally hand over to Su Chen. Snap. Without waiting for Pothead to finish, Zhang Feng slapped the lid of Pothead's pot as he snatched the awakening potion that Pothead was holding in his arms directly. Oomph. Your brother Zhang. I am worth $10 billion. I can buy 10,000 awakening potions like this if I want to. I can still swallow it. Zhang Feng certainly didn't have much of an idea about the awakening potion. He was here to intervene across the board, just simply looking at Su Chun with displeasure, because he was in the same class. The thing that he liked Lang Ruyue had long been known to everyone, but all along, Lang Ruyue had been cold and indifferent to him, but she had paid a lot of attention to Su Chen. This matter in the past, he admitted that in the past, Su Chen was indeed a bit of a big sculpture. Even he is a little afraid of the future awakening ceremony. Su Dust directly awakened to what SSS level supreme profession. Sensational national, shocked the world. So in the past, although Su Dust a little bit upset, but he put these upset also pressed down. Do not dare to be too straight to find things. But now, Su Dust counts as a chicken feather. A waste who failed to awaken and dares to refuse my goddess Ryu's charity. Today I'll show him that a waste should behave like a waste. Kisaragi said she would give him this awakening potion, but he wouldn't accept it, right? Don't worry, I'll make him take it. Although he didn't know exactly what method Zhang Feng was planning to use to make Su Chen accept the awakening potion, but seeing as Zhang Feng didn't seem like he was trying to forcefully mess things up, Potato Head couldn't help but hesitate a bit. If you're really worried, follow me over there and see how your brother Zhang and I gave him the stuff. Zhang Feng glanced at Pothead as he patted Pothead's rear pot lid again and said in a confident tone, watch and learn later. Some things aren't given away like that. I'll make Su Chen kneel and beg us to give him the awakening potion. After saying that, Zhang Feng took the awakening potion and walked towards the owl copy, and Potato Head struggled for a while to change in his eyes when he saw it, but eventually gritted his teeth and followed Zhang Feng inside. Snap! Inside the Yang family noodle shop, a palm wearing a gold watch slapped on top of a weathered, middle-aged man's face. Great! Old Yang counts on your knowledge. This is what you said. Give me an answer after a week. If you don't give me a satisfactory answer by then, don't blame this manager for not giving you face. The person who spoke was a man dressed in a suit, with a gold watch on his wrist, all dressed up as if he was a successful man. The man was precisely the manager of Zhang's group's marketing department, Lu, and it was he who was responsible for acquiring Lao Yang's store.at this moment. He patted old Yang's face with his hand and spoke eloquently. Behind him followed Yellow Hair and 3 other punks, the old Yang dress plain, waist tie worn but white apron. He lowered his head, a pair of hands covered with signs of age pinching the apron cannot see the expression. Lu manager does not care. He just smoked cigarettes, spit in the face of the old Young smoke circles, laughing and flirting. Old Young, don't feel like you're at a disadvantage either. Speaking of which, don't you think you should thank this manager for this? Our Zhang's group has assets of $10 billion and is now in a booming stage of development, with plans to reach $100 billion within 3 years. Don't you think it's honorable for this shitty noodle shop of yours to be included in our group's plans? And you should have heard about it. The first formed career awakening a while back. Do you know what level occupation our group's young Zhang has awakened? Tell you about the A-rank combat profession blast swordsman. Do you know what that means? It means that in the not-too-distant future young Zhang will become a top figure in White Cloud City, and even the entire land of the 9 states. It's the ordinary people like you who only make noodles who can only ever look up and be out of reach. If it was in the past, people like you wouldn't even have the chance to come into contact with a circle class like our Zhang Shao would not exist, much less who would come to eat the crappy noodles you make. And now, if you are lucky, after this noodle shop of yours is acquired, you can come and work in our Zhang group's hotels. And it's not likely that when our young Zhang happens to come to the hotel where you work, and happens to want to eat noodles, it's not likely that you'll have the honor of making noodle dishes for our young Zhang. You will witness the growth and splendor of a top big man, and yet such a great man has eaten the pasta you made. Do you think it's a blessing for you? With honor. Lao Yang was silent. Manager Lu snorted a laugh. Also feel a little bored. Will the old Yang shoulder clothes pressed the cigarette out after he shook his head, turned around to greet the Yellow Hair, the 3 of them to go out. Right. Seemingly thinking of something again, Manager Lu, who had walked to the entrance of the store, turned his head again, a smile on his face. The guy who beat up Yellow Hair yesterday is called Su Duan, right? It seems like they're also students from Baiyun First High School. You said you would give me the answer after a week. After a week, if I remember correctly. It happens to be the first mock exam of Baiyun First Middle School. You said to whether there's any possibility for him to meet our Zhang Shao in the mock exam. How about we sit down and watch the live broadcast together before signing the contract at that time? Manager Lu's smile was a bit cruel. He left after saying this. Within the empty noodle shop, remnants of cigarette ash fell from his clothes. Only then did Lao Yang raise his head. The vicissitudes of the face is full of fatigue. His pair of cloudy eyes looked at the wall TV, which flickered with bright and dark light. So it is. No wonder I always felt like something was missing earlier. Now it's finally been filled in. Inside the owl copied eye in the middle of the mountains. Su Chen stood under a large tree, his eyes revealing the color of excitement. Just a moment ago, after he had cultivated the golden jade dragon emperor body to the 5th posture, he suddenly comprehended something. The 5 postures of the golden jade dragon emperor body, when linked together, are actually an offensive art whose name is dragon scale. In ancient times, the golden jade dragon emperor fed on gold and jade, representing the extreme gold way. Each piece of scale armor contains incomparably sharp meanings. Ordinary people looking directly at it will be stabbed blind. The dragon body sweeps through the youth and the sun. Sharp scales are enough to cut all the obstacles. The so-called strongest defense is the offense is nothing more than this. This dragon scale method is a chopping technique that maximizes the advantages of skin refining. Su Chen merged his fingers into a sword and pointed at the tree trunk. He recalled the 5 stakes of the golden jade dragon emperor body in his mind. His expression serious and his eyes flashing. The sharpness of the sword can easily cut people. This has long been the consensus in people's minds. But how many people have thought about why the sword will cut people? Just because it's sharp? No. The answer is friction. The friction that occurs between placing the blade on top of the human body and gently dragging it downward is the principle behind how easily a sword can cut someone down. And the same is true of dragon scales. Swish! Essence light exploded in Su Chen's calm eyes. His sword finger swung violently horizontally, and the friction force generated between his fingertip and the trunk of the tree erupted into a light golden luster that flickered and fled, faintly sounding like a dragon's roar. Phew! Su Chen lightly exhaled a long breath. He glanced down at his fingertips, which had white skin and were not damaged in any way, with faint golden dragon scale patterns disappearing. Then he took 2 more steps back and looked up at the large tree in front of him. Squeak, squeak, squeak. A crack appeared in the place where the large tree had previously been chopped by Su Chuan, and after shaking, it fell to the ground with a thud. The incision was smooth, as if it had been swept by a sharp blade and could not be seen at all. It was a trace chopped out by Su Chen with his fingers. This is the dragon scale. Su Chen looked at his masterpiece and couldn't help but laugh out loud. The appearance of the dragon scale, just to make up for the lack of his offensive means. If as early as a few days ago, he comprehended the dragon scale, when he took in the thick-skinned boar king, It would not have been such a fierce battle for half a day, and now with such a lethal dragon scale technique, his own offensive ability will be greatly enhanced, and he can easily kill people in the same realm. It's still a little raw, though. Su Chen's eyes narrowed slightly. The execution of the dragon scale was closely related to the 5 types of pilework contained in the Golden Jade Dragon Emperor's body, which he was just barely able to set out in one breath earlier. In order to execute the dragon scale, he had stood here for half a day before brewing this strike up. There's no time for him to brew when it comes to the real fight. So here's what he's aiming for next. Turn the move into a flat A. As long as I don't make a big move, there's no build-up or cooldown. Goo. Just as Su Chen was preparing to skillfully cast the dragon scale, seemingly startled by the sound of a falling tree, a black owl cooed and flew overhead. Is someone coming? Su Chen turned his head to look into the distance, and he was seeing a dude teenager and an animal walking over in the middle of the woods in the distance, leading a group of people over. Zhang Feng? Su Chen recognized the visitor. Su Chen. About 3 to 5 meters away from Su Chen, Zhang Feng stopped, and with his hands in his pockets he smiled evilly as he suddenly threw something over in his hand. It seems to be a battle gauge. Take a look. It contains the combat power data belonging to this young man. Su Chen did not take it. He was slightly puzzled in his eyes, not understanding what Zhang Feng's brain was pumping for. Suddenly showing me your combat power for what? The combat gauge fell to the ground. Zhang Feng didn't react in any way. He just laughed lightly and said with a disdainful expression, Su Chen, I've heard about all the things you've done these days, trying to hinder us from upgrading by robbing and killing monsters, right? How naive. Do you think you'll be able to hinder this young man from upgrading just because you're here to rob and kill all the monsters in the copy? To tell you the truth, this young man's combat power has now reached a full 250. Zhang Feng's chin was raised as he uttered these words, his face condescendingly filled with a proud look of self-satisfaction and confidence. Hiss. Young Zhang is awesome. Brother Zhang is invincible and terrifying, with a fighting strength of 250. Not to mention now, even if it's a week later for the mock exam, I'm afraid that he'll be able to securely enter the top 3. I only have a combat power of just over 40. Not even a fraction of young Zhang's. Young Zhang is really awesome. How on earth did he cultivate? A few juniors behind Zhang Feng exclaimed out in great admiration. This kind of shocked voice caused the smile at the corner of Zhang Feng's mouth to become more and more evil, as he looked at the corner of Su Chen's mouth in mockery. How about it? Our superb genius with an initial battle power of 99. What do you think now? The efforts of the past 10 years or so have been countered by me by so much in just 3 or 2 days of awakening. You must be furious right now. It's very upsetting, isn't it? But it can't be helped. This is fate. Just like He Fan and Wang Tong, those 2 losers who can only deliver and beat screws. You who didn't awaken your profession must also recognize your fate. Coo. Above the branches of the tree, the owl cocked its head and hooted twice, its large round eyes, as if it were looking at a retard. Unblinking and gleaming. Su Chen retracted his gaze as Zhang Feng took out a mysterious potion that emitted a light blue glow from Potato Head's hand. It's the Career Awakening Potion. Zhang Feng waved the potion in front of Su Chen. Su Chen, honestly, I actually admire you. Mom's person is wasted, but you still managed to make Ryu think so much about you and send you an awakening potion to help you awaken once more. You should know very well what this awakening potion means to you. As long as you can awaken once more, even the lowest level of life profession can help you get out of your current predicament and give you a possibility to catch up with us. But, I know that our great genius does not care to use these, or to accept the contempt of others. With that said, the corner of Zhang Feng's mouth lifted up a wicked smile as his hand that was cupping the awakening potion suddenly loosened, and the awakening potion that was valued at $10 million just smashed onto the ground. Snap! Zhang Feng stomped on it. The potion test tube was instantly crushed and cracked. The light blue potion flowed all over the place. Zhang Feng stomped on it furiously while eventually letting out a maniacal laughter. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha. Zhang Feng, what are you doing? This is the awakening potion that Ms. Ryu personally ordered to be given to Su Chen. Potato Head's face turned white with fear at Zhang Feng's sudden seizure earlier. Zhang Feng had sworn to assure him that he would let Su Chen receive the awakening potion before he would follow him, but now the awakening potion was crushed by Zhang Feng. And if this matter was known by Lang Ruyue, then wouldn't he be, pothead? I see that you don't understand at all. Zhang Feng seemed to be tired of stepping and laughing as he patted the back of Pothead's pot lid before pointing his finger at Su Chen and said with a teaching look, do you know why he didn't want the awakening potion you gave him earlier? Why? Because he still has self-respect and the so-called pride, unlike the 2 losers, Yi Fan and Wang Tong, who haven't recognized reality and still think that he's the Su God who could call the shots in the past. So if you give it to him, he won't want it. If you want him to accept this awakening potion, you can only destroy his self-esteem and break his pride, so that he recognizes the reality like those 2 losers Yi Fan Wang Tang, and only then will he know the preciousness of the awakening potion. Let me ask you, If I beat you to your knees and humiliate you severely in public during the mock exams a week from now, like a dog with a broken spine, will you crawl over and lick the ground stained with the awakening potion under my feet clean? Zhang Feng's words caused Potato Head to fall into deep thought. He thought about that scenario, and if he was brought into Su Chen's perspective, the answer would be yes. Not only would he lick the ground clean, but he would also lick the awakening potion that was stained on Zhang Feng's leather shoes. It's not over. Ha ha ha. Zhang Feng laughed out loud as he hooked the pothead's shoulders, as if he completely treated Su Chen as if he didn't exist, brightly turning around and walking as he said, Kisaragi said for you to hand over the awakening potion to him, so just tell me if I succeeded in this method, right? But, Pothead turned his head to look at Su Duan. He remembered the wild boar that was killed by Su Duan's punch that day, as well as the possibility that Su Duan's combat power could far exceed Zhang Feng's Gouda 357. Pothead opened his mouth to say something, however. He was taken away and driven away by Zhang Feng's strong arm around his shoulders. Don't worry, there's nothing but you, Brother Zhang. My A-rank blast swordsman profession and up to 250 combat power. Can't I still abuse Su dust out of my psyche on the mock exams? Just put your heart in your stomach. When the time comes, I will destroy his pride and break his arrogance, so that he will recognize reality and lick this place clean of the awakening potion. And Ruyue won't blame you for not doing your job properly. The voices of the group faded away. Cuckoo. The owl that stood on the branch and watched for half a day flew above Su Chen's shoulder. This owl's feathers were dark and oily, and the part belonging to the eagle was divinely handsome. But when combined with that cat's head, with those big eyes tilting its head at 90 degrees, there was an indescribably strange feeling. Have you hunted all the wildlife here clean? Cuckoo. One lord and one beast, looking at Zhang Feng and the others' backs, he slowly conversed. Almost there is it. This owl was a bodyguard for Little Dream. So compared to magical beasts such as the Boar King, Chicken, and Kung Fu Rabbit, he had allowed the owl to devour more in the copy. And I'm afraid that its strength at this stage is also the strongest one among the many magical beasts, with Su Dust's estimation of devouring 90% of the wild monsters in the owl copy is 1. He should have a combat power of around 2255 for this owl. Ouch. So it seems like Zhang Feng is still very powerful. It's almost caught up to your 0. After assessing the owl's combat power, Su Chen couldn't help but voice out in surprise. Cuckoo. The owl stood tall and cooed twice. There are no years of practice. 7 days passed in a flash eye in the blink of an eye. It was almost time for the first practice test. In the midst of these 7 days, the 10 copies that the school had prepared for the students were basically pretty much scrubbed as well. Only 2 copies remain with a number of wild monsters still surviving. 1 is the most dangerous copy of the Wolf King, the other is a copy of the King's Turtle that you can't fight half the time and is the most time consuming, and at this moment, within the copy of the King's Bastard Turtle. Oh ho! Young Zhang is awesome. Brother Zhang is invincible. Surprisingly, it only took 100 blades to cut the turtle shell of the King's Bastard Turtle. It's really worthy of being an A-ranked profession blast swordsman. The attack power is really terrifying like this. The edge of a cobblestone creek, there were 7 or 8 millstone-sized king turtles that were cowering in their shells, resting like rocks on the edge of the creek, not moving, and in this 7 or 8 king 8 turtle is surrounded by 80 or 90 people. This group of people like chiseling, holding the hands of the weapon sword constantly to look at the king 8 turtle shell crackling chaotic cut. The sword slashed on top of the turtle shell of the King's Bastard Turtle, splashing countless sparks. An operation is as fierce as a tiger, and a look at the damage is 0.5. This was the King's 8 turtle that was known for its defense amongst all the copies, and the hardness of its shell, not to mention them awakened ones who hadn't entered the rank. Even if it was a first order or even a second order awakened one, if they wanted to break the turtle shell of the King's 8 turtle, it would take them a while to do so. Therefore, in the wild, basically no one would take the initiative to hunt the king turtle. It was too much of a waste of time. Hunting tortoise shells was like ironing. With this time to hunt other beasts they would have long ago lost track of how many levels they had risen, but it was the tortoise shell that they had so milled 1,000 times before they could hit a single crack. Surprisingly, it was completely chopped off in Zhang Feng's short less than 100 blistering wind frenzy chop. So powerful that no neighboring minions were in awe. Ha! Under the sunlight, Zhang Feng took his sword back into its scabbard, laughed lightly and patted the dust on his anima, and in a very pretentious tone, said, low key, I'm just playing around. It's the upper limit of this segment. It's just a king turtle. In fact, just now I didn't even put out my full strength. 50 strokes. If I'm serious, I only need to slash at his turtle shell 50 times to cut it in two. Wow. Terrifying as I am. Zhang Xiao. I can't believe that I only need 50 slashes to cut down the bastard turtle. I can't even cut his turtle shell with my 5,000 fucking knives and my knives are shattered. Brother Zhang. This is too bullish. 7 days have not seen how far Brother Zhang's strength has soared. It can't be that he's already in the second rank, right? It might be more powerful than even Goddess Lang Ruyue. If that's the case, wouldn't young Zhang have to be number 1 in this mock exam? Su Chen is nothing but a hooker. Goddess Lang Ru, you should be conquered by a powerful man like our young Zhang. Shu, be careful what you say. Ru Yu, what kind of talent? SS level cold moonwalker. Zhang Feng blast swordsman, although it is not inferior to S level professional talent, but it is not arrogant to such a point. That being said, however, as he spoke, Zhang Feng could not suppress an evil smile at the corner of his mouth. It did seem that he had such a thought in mind. After all, after chasing Lang Ruyu for so many years, he also knew that a high cool goddess like Lang Ruyu could only be conquered by a strong man. In the past, before he was awakened, Su Chen was considered half. That's why he was able to attract so much attention from Lang Ruyu. And now if he could replace Su Chen's past position and defeat Lang Ruyu in tomorrow's mock exam, would the other party be conquered by himself as a result? Ha ha ha. I don't know if he was thinking about fart eating, but Zhang Feng actually laughed out loud at the thought. After laughing, Zhang Feng lowered his head again and pondered, seemingly really starting to think about this issue. But with my current strength, I'm afraid it's still difficult to defeat Lang Ruyu. It's important to continue to familiarize yourself with vocational skills. Next time I'll strive to hack a bastard turtle to death with just 49 blades. And just at that moment, a sudden commotion occurred in the crowd in front of them, and someone shouted out, "Wait, you guys come over here and see what this is. I can't believe someone split the turtle in half with just a single slash." Zhang Feng? What? Pothead, are you too heavy on your head and stupid in the head? Even our young Zhang needs 50 slashes to kill a king turtle. How can anyone kill a king turtle with a single slash at this stage? A few of Zhang Feng's juniors shouted out in displeasure. Even Zhang Feng frowned and cast a displeased look. He was just talking about trying to kill a king turtle with 49 knives next time. And now this pothead is saying that someone killed a king turtle with one knife. What is this? Punch him in the face, is it? But what I said is true. If you don't believe me, come and look. Pothead stood in front of him, and he pointed his finger at a rock that looked like the back of a turtle. The rock is called the King's Turtleback Rock. It is a rock formed by the wind and sun after the king turtle molted its shell. This kind of rock hardness is extremely high, although it is not as good as the turtle shell of the king's 8 tortoises in the body, but it is also hard than the iron and steel of the sturdy things. At the moment, this piece of turtle-backed rock seems to have been cut in half from the center. Its incisions are flat and smooth. Even the hardest of talkers could tell at a glance that this piece of bastard turtle-back rock had indeed been chopped off with a single cut. For a moment several of the surrounding minions cast awkward glances. Zhang Feng's face also stiffened, also among the copies of the king's 8 tortoises. Deeper down, at the edge of a wide pond, the earth is full of green grass, and green moss climbs over the gravel. The edge of the rocky outcrop has been scattered. There are a number of king turtle shell was divided into 2. And it's cut complete as smooth as a mirror, as if it is cutting tofu like a person cut in 2. And that's exactly what happened. Su Chen walked in the center of the rubble. The corners of his clothes were white and no stains could be seen behind him. All the 8 tortoises were chopped in half, and in front of it, there were also 2 millstone-sized kingbird turtles, huddled in their shells, towering above the ground like 2 1-meter-high rocks. Su Chen didn't say anything, nor did he make any big movements. Just as he passed by these 2 kingbird turtles, his palm was placed on top of the turtle shells of the kingbird turtles, gently scratching them as if he was stroking his lover's skin. Following which, wow, dragon scales. After Su Chuan took 2 or 3 steps behind him, these 2 king bastard turtles were instantly split in 2. Blood soared wildly, and the dragon scale sword chi penetrated through his body, and even the sturdy rock block underneath him was cut through a slit in a straight and smooth manner. The cut marks were smooth as if a knife had passed through them, and it was inconceivable that they had been casually scratched with a human hand. What was even more frightening was that this expressiveness was only brought about by Su Chen gently stroking up and lightly scratching. If people saw it, they would definitely be mistaken for some special hidden profession. Otherwise it is simply difficult to explain this phenomenon in terms of martial arts, in terms of science. But excuse me, I'm an immortal cultivator. It's normal for my means to be a bit more metaphysical. Su Chen turned around. The shadow under his feet instantly swelled, like a giant mouth of an abyss, instantly covering an area of several 10 meters in front of him, swallowing up as many of the king's 8 turtles on the ground as possible. Add 0.05 to blood value, add 0.05 to blood value, add 0.05 to blood value. Alerts from the cultivation panel continued to ring out, and only after devouring all 8 of the king's bastard turtles on the ground did Su Chen touch his stomach. It's only about 60% full. This week, as he continued to cultivate the golden jade dragon emperor body, he was getting closer and closer to the realm of the great perfection of refined skin. His body's carrying capacity and food intake have obviously improved dramatically. As it was now, he had devoured 8 king's bastard turtles in one breath and was only 60% full, whereas for the boars of the same size at the very beginning, he was only able to eat 2 before he was braced. The obvious effect of this change was that the rate of increase of his chi and blood values became much faster. 1 meal will increase your blood value by 0.5.3 or 5 meals a day, plus practicing the golden jade dragon emperor body was an increase of 4 or 5 points at least. By now, he already had 30 to 50 points of chi and blood value. properly stepping into the first-rank intermediate realm, and with a single arm swing he had 30 to 50 tons of power. Enough to easily lift a small car, coupled with the dragon scale chopping technique that had been completely mastered by him. It was difficult for even Suchen to predict at what level his own combat power was, beyond that there is looking at Turtle Buster, who was slowly crawling over from the distance. For 10 days in a row, excluding the little black snake, he had gathered 8 magical beasts in the middle of the heavenly abyss, all of which were at the second rank or above, with a combat power of over 1,000. Plus this Turtle Buster. That's 9 second-order magical beasts. With these 9 second-order magical beasts, when he went out of the city to the wild area after this mock exam, he didn't say that he could push across the city, but he didn't need to be too afraid of something enough to put him into a wild growth spurt. Everything is ready. All we need is an east wind. However, it wasn't without flaws. These past few days, due to the need to cultivate the dragon scales, it inevitably took up the time to refine the skin with the golden jade dragon emperor body. The result is that now still did not reach the great success of skin refining, did not reach the realm of skin like gold and jade, which is inevitably a bit regrettable for a perfectionist. Suchen looked at the sky. It's only noon. I still have an afternoon ahead of me. I wonder if I can break through the golden jade dragon emperor body to the grand completion realm in this one afternoon. Although the cultivation of dragon scales took away from his progress in refining his skin, it greatly increased his speed in killing monsters, such as this copy of the king's bastard turtle, which was recognized by all as the most difficult to kill. It's actually been killed through by him, and after just one morning's time, the efficiency of brushing the monsters was greatly improved, and occasionally a few were left behind, and when they were encountered by others, Suchen was too lazy to compete with them. So for the rest of this afternoon, let's go to the last lesser visited copy of the Wolf King. While adding a Wolf King to the heavenly abyss, also try to cultivate the golden jade dragon emperor body, striving to break through to the skin refining grand completion realm today. In that case, I'll be at my highest state of completeness for tomorrow's practice test. After putting the Turtle Buster away, Suchuan left the King Buster Turtle copy and headed to the Wolf King copy. And an unknown amount of time after Suchuan left the King Buster Turtle copy, a group of people gradually came up from this area where he was earlier, and the leader was none other than Zhang Feng. Meh, interesting, really interesting. I didn't realize that our first middle school is really a crouching tiger hiding a dragon. And without realizing it, another sword master has popped up. A group of students looked at the traces left on the surrounding rocky ground with amazement, while Zhang Feng, wearing an anima, stayed in front of a decapitated turtle-backed rock with a few juniors, his mouth holding an evil smile as he scrutinized the decapitated interface in front of the turtle-backed rock, and appeared to have regained his old confidence, because he realized something. There weren't any king turtle corpses around here, nor were there any bloodstains. Just some turtle-back rocks that had been unfurled. That meant that among the people who had awakened in their session, someone was practicing swordplay with the turtleback rock, and had practiced to the point where they were able to separate the turtleback rock with a single sword. But, swish, Zhang Feng sheathed the sword blade in his hand, drew his sword against the turtleback rock in front of him and closed his sword, and with a single breath, the turtleback rock that had been split into 2 was instantly split into 4 under his sword. The district is just a weathered and corroded turtleback rock. It's not like it's the turtle's back of a real bastard turtle. I, Zhang Xiao, am equally capable of cutting it in 2. Earlier, I was shocked, thinking that a pervert who could cut a king turtle in 2 had come out, but it turns out that it's just cutting a rock. He can only split turtleback rock into 2 with 1 slash, but my brother Zhang can split it into 4. In terms of strength, it's still my brother Zhang who's better. The surrounding minions cheered in a high pitch again, but Zhang Feng waved his hand. Alas, you can't say that. To be able to use a weapon sharper than the sword in my hand to slice the turtleback rock in 2, he's still a bit strong. In terms of swordsmanship, he should be second only to me. Zhang Feng gave his critique in a pertinent manner, and also at that moment, a bald little brother hurriedly ran over behind him and shouted in panic. Not good. It's no good. Chang, what's wrong, bald head? Didn't I tell you to go out and see how many bastard turtles are left? Panic. What's the matter with the behavior in the future? How to be my Zhang Feng's little brother? Zhang Feng frowned and rebuked unhappily. Apart from the group of kingbird turtles at the very beginning, after they searched halfway around the copy without finding a few kingbird turtles, he asked Baldhead to go out and see how many kingbird turtles were left in the copy. Say, now that there are a few hundred left in the copy, are all the king turtles hiding inside the pond? No more, brother Zhang. The king's turtles have all been killed cleanly by Su Dust, and now the number of king's turtles in the replica is only 3 or 5 as shown outside. What? The bald man's words caused the group of minions at the scene to have incredible expressions. They didn't understand. Even the king turtle that they could only hack one to death in most of the day. How did they let Su Duan kill it cleanly in 1 day's time? Baldhead, are you looking at this the wrong way? While people are still questioning if there's something wrong with Bald Eyes. At the back of the crowd, the lid of the pot's lid was trembling slightly, As he remembered again that day's combat power tester about Su Chen's combat power of up to 357. Another glance at the chopping marks left on the surrounding rocks, Pothead couldn't help but offer a guess. Young Zhang, you said that the chopping traces left here. It can't be Su dust. No way. Absolutely impossible. Before he could finish his sentence, Zhang Feng raised his hand to dismiss Pothead's outrageous conjecture as he glanced at Pothead with an unkind look in his eyes. Do you want to say that the marks here are the aftermath left behind after Su Chuan slashed through the bastard turtle? And that just the aftermath chopping marks alone are second only to this young man's serious slash? According to you, wouldn't my Zhang Feng's A-ranked profession, blast swordsman, be a piece of fucking shit waste in front of Su Chen? I didn't say that. Pothead denied it in a huff. I'm just wondering, if the traces here aren't left behind by Su Chen, then how did he kill so many king turtles? It's not simple? Zhang Feng's wise eyes however seemed to have seen through everything, said with a direct point of view, it's not done with poison. No matter how hard a turtle's shell is, it can't stop the poison. Crap. Thoughts are opening up. Not only is young Zhang strong, his IQ is actually so surprisingly high. Why didn't I think of using poison? Su Dust is really a beast. In order to steal monsters from us, even use poison on the naive and honest Wangba turtle. Tomorrow on the mock exam, brother Zhang, you must teach him a hard lesson for us. Surrounding little brother noises were loud and Zhang Feng, however, was calm, and Qi Chao do not six pressed his hand first. He pointed out that Su Chen was nothing but a waste that failed to awaken. Just a jumping clown. In the future, don't mention teaching him a lesson alone in front of me. Otherwise it will only lower your Zhang's compulsion. Then added that it was more interesting to him than whether it was Su Chen or the mysterious swordmaster who had left chopping marks here. Then, brother Zhang, if you were to go up against this mysterious swordmaster in tomorrow's mock exam, what would be the odds? 10-0 open. I'm 10, he's 0. Zhang Feng's confident words made the surrounding minions boil. Worthy of being their brother Zhang. Do you know why he would be one step behind me? Zhang Feng seemed to have feigned interest as well and spoke slowly. Why? The minions were cooperative. Responding, because stones won't fight back. Zhang Feng stared at the chopping marks on the ground and shook his finger with meaningful eyes. What's the point of practicing swordplay with a turtleback rock? There is a high wall between actual combat and training. Let's go. Since the bastard turtle copy has already been destroyed by that punk Su Chen, today, your brother Zhang will take you to the Wolf King copy to see what the charm of actual combat is. Wow. Are you telling the truth, brother Zhang? It's really going to the Wolf King copy. Hearing Zhang Feng say that he was going to take them to the Wolf King's copy to fight in real combat, the surrounding minions immediately stirred, each with an excited expression, shaking their fists and eager to give it a try. There was both fear and excitement. The school prepared 10 copies for them. Most of the wild monsters inside are vegetarian, or mild temperament. Like Kung Fu Rabbit basically will not cause life-threatening danger to them. Only the Wolf King copy inside a group of ferocious hungry wolves. Go in there is really maybe out of the life of the people if they are not careful. Therefore, after hearing that Zhang Feng was going to take them to the Wolf King's copy for training, the people on the scene were inevitably a bit scared. But then again, as the favorites of Heaven's mandate, as combat profession awakened, it was inevitable that they would be more than a little excited about this matter. Many of them had long wanted to try their hand at getting into the Wolf King's copy. It's just that no one has led the way in the past and is afraid to enter. If we have Zhang leading the way now, what are we afraid of? With Zhang's strength, killing through a copy of the Wolf King is enough. There won't be any danger at all. Let's get going. My greatsword is hungry and thirsty. While the crowd was impatient and Zhang Feng couldn't wait to mount a wave, the bald man standing in the crowd weakly raised his hand. That, young Zhang, there's something I haven't told you yet. When I came back, it wasn't really just this copy of the King Turtle that was out of monsters. The Wolf King's copy has also been swiped clean by Su Duan. Zhang Feng, huh? Crowd. Above the secret square, the calm copy vortex suddenly emitted a violent fluctuation amidst the various gazes of the crowd in the square. Su Chen stepped out from it, beneath the dusk. He stretched, finished swallowing, all devoured. The Wolf King copy was also rated by him. So far, the 10 secret copies provided by the school were all brushed by him. And there were 10 more magical beasts in the heavenly abyss. The men are strong. The dragon scale, an attacking technique, was also used by him. The blood value is soaring to nearly 50 points. Completely stepped into the realm of the middle martial artist. The specific combat power is unknown. Without the use of the devouring heavenly demon Gong, this mock exam, in addition to do not know how the situation of Leng Ruyue other than there should be no one can pose a threat to him. To make so much progress in just 10 days can be considered very impressive. Except for the only thing I have some regrets about. The Golden Jade Dragon Emperor body still hasn't been cultivated to its great completion. It's still a small distance away. This hint of flaw and perfection caused Su Chen to frown slightly. If we could give him another half day, he might be able to break through to the great success of skin refining. When the time comes, the skin is like gold and jade. The killing power of the dragon scale technique will once again be raised by one step, not to mention that the main thing is that the great success of skin refining. The skin is like gold and jade, can be impervious to swords and spears, water and fire and cold and heat. If he was the one who could reach this realm, he would be able to deal with Lang Ruyu's SS-ranked Cold Moonwalker with a few more points of certainty, but alas, it's already 6 p.m., school is almost over, and all the wild monsters in the 10 copies have been pretty much brushed away, so it's hard to find a few beasts to devour, and it's hard to replenish him with the energy he needs to cultivate to the skin refinement grand finish. Can we only wait until after the mock exams to find a chance to break through? Suchen frowned and thought for a long time, somewhat reluctantly still. He sighed as he looked at the slowly growing evening sky. Forget it, these past few days have been spent in intense training, and with the mock exams coming up tomorrow, it wouldn't be a bad idea to take a little break tonight to prepare for tomorrow. Suchen let go of the obsessive thought in his heart. These days he had been busy with his cultivation, and it had been a long time since he had gone to old Yang's noodle shop to eat noodles. I wonder if the noodle shop is still open. Thinking of this, Suchen's eyes became more frustrated. He was going to check out old Yang's noodle shop first. If it's open, then we'll go have a bowl of noodles. If it wasn't on, Dusty. Wait. As Suchen was preparing to leave, a familiar voice suddenly came from behind him. Turns out it's long-lost best friend Gundam on the line. I don't know out of what mentality. In front of Suchen, he didn't wear his luxurious Guardian night suit, but in the past, he was like that. A normal white school uniform, which looked approachable. Brother Dust, have you forgotten that the school is going to distribute our chi and blood pills later? The chi and blood elixir, Gangzi's reminder caused Suchen's footsteps to lurch, and a bright color flashed in his eyes. I can't believe I forgot about this myself. For the chi and blood elixir is an elixir that aids in cultivation, with a market price of 10,000 yuan apiece, which can enhance chi and blood to strengthen the body. And it is heard that the chi and blood content within a chi and blood elixir is 10 times that of an adult boar. The school would usually uniformly distribute a chi and blood elixir to all the students more than 10 days after the career awakening and before the mock exams, as an aid for breaking bottlenecks in the final sprint. In the past, after more than 10 days of grinding, thick and thin, students usually have a very obvious boosting effect after using the chi and blood pills, and there are quite a few stuck students who were only able to sprint their chi and blood values to the point of 10.0 after using the chi and blood pills on this day. Suchen naturally didn't need to perform any blood value rushes, but if there is a chi and blood pill to assist, tonight maybe I can actually try to reach the realm of great skin refining and skin like gold and jade. Then everything will be complete. Humph, a waste who hasn't even awakened to his profession, but still has the nerve to receive the chi blood. It's a waste to give it to him. Wang Hao, who was wearing crocodile leather shoes, sneered and walked over, and the two juniors, Zhang San and Li Si, who were pulling the pockets of their pants behind him, also echoed in succession. That's right, not awakening your profession, but also messing with the monsters in the middle of the day trying to hinder us from upgrading. Wasting the copy resources prepared by the school is not even a problem. And now you have the nerve to ask for the chi and blood elixir issued by the school. Might as well give me his share. Give me 2 chi and blood pills, and I, Zhang San, will have a 10% chance of sprinting my chi and blood value to the point of 10.0 tonight, and stepping into the realm of a first-ranked professional. When he said these words, on Zhang San's face, there was pride and complacency. The teasing and playful eyes seemed to be saying to Suchen, you want to hinder our promotion? Sorry to disappoint you, but my Zhang San's blood value is still raised to the point of 10.0. I wonder, how much blood value can our first high school's great god Su have right now? It's not still stuck at 9.8, is it? Alas, what are you talking about, Zhang San? Suchen is the Su god of our past. As early as 10 days ago he was 9.8 chi and blood value. If you ask me, it must be 9.9 now. Just waiting for the chi and blood elixir issued by the school to break through to the same 10.0 as us. Ha ha ha, he's finally going to catch up with us then. Zhang Sanli laughed playfully, obviously still holding a grudge against Suchen for discovering them pulling in their pants pockets. Suchen, I told you that we are not from the same world. You don't deserve me at all. Now you see it clearly. Do you think your current 9.8 chi blood value is high? Do you think your 100 plus fighting strength is strong? Do you think you're great because you've been called by my father as a martial arts practicing wizard that you've seen once in 10 years? Hee hee. Zhao Xiaoya also stood out at this time, a snicker escaping her lips. To tell you the truth, Su Dust, my lady's chi blood value has now reached 15.0. Wow. In just but 10 days, it has increased from 2.0 to 15.0, a full 13 points of blood value. Goddess Xiaoya, truly worthy of being one of the 4 school beauties of our Baiyun number 1 middle school. Compared to this, Suchen's past efforts of more than 10 years in order to raise his chi and blood value to 9.8 is simply laughable. But in 10 days, he was surpassed by our goddess Xiaoya. More than just goddess Xiaoya, truth be told. In fact, I have also reached the point where my blood value has reached 10.0, which is enough to rub Su Chen on the ground. Zhao Xiaoya's self-exposure caused a group of students around her to worship her, which caused her to raise her chin as proudly as a white swan. She who had fervently pursued Su Chen during the period when Su Chen was still a Su god but was delayed in accepting him, and who had decisively abandoned Su Chen after he failed in his awakening. One of the things she most wanted to prove in front of Su Chen was, "There is nothing wrong with this lady's choice. You just don't deserve me anymore." Wang Hao, Zhao Xiaoya, Zhang Sanli Si, and the surrounding group. The other students were all casting playful gazes at Su Chen. Su Chen's eyes swept over the faces of the crowd. The atmosphere has long since changed, unlike the resentment and dissatisfaction at the beginning. After these days of fighting monsters and upgrading their chi and blood values, it was as if the increase in chi and blood values had given them an endless bottom line. The faces of the people looking at him at the moment were filled with eager, fist-pumping eyes. All seemed to be thinking of pulling him down. What would it be like to step on Su Chen, who used to be the perennial #1 in the past, in a mock exam? Just thinking about it makes us high as hell. What are you doing? I forbid you to talk about Brother Dust like that. Good Brother Gangzi stood out and blocked these sights for Su Duan. He had some heartache in his heart. He only felt that Wang Hao and these people were really too much. In order not to hurt his good brother's self-esteem, he purposely took off his powerful night suit before he came to see Su Chen, just because he didn't want Su Chen to feel inferior in front of him. But now Wang Hao, these people, their own brothers are wasted. These people still want to step on their own brother's foot to ascend the altar. Now being mocked like this, he didn't need to think about it to know that his good brother Su Chen should be feeling bad in his heart right now. Ugh! A sigh came from behind himself. Su Chen patted Gangzi's shoulder and took the initiative to walk out from behind Gangzi. Dusty, are you okay? Gundam glanced around at the malicious stares and asked worriedly. I'm fine. Su Chen shook his head. He didn't want to say more, lifting his eyes at the twisted gazes of these unknowing people, somewhat speechless. In fact, he didn't want to hide the meaning of his own strength. In addition to the heaven-swallowing demonic skill, is a bit evil to use it out to be easily mistaken for a member of the evil god cult. All the other power he didn't mind showing it out. It was just that in the past, he was busy training, and just cultivating the Golden Jade Dragon Emperor body day after day. He was already exhausted and didn't want to talk, so he was too lazy to care about them. And after all, we are also a traveler. The two lives together, age to do their father is enough. You cannot let him with a group of sons, but instead of ignoring them themselves, they jumped higher and higher. It's really a 3-day fight. Still want to get high? In that case, a bunch of mole crickets. Tomorrow I'll show you what a descending blow from an immortalist is. What? Griffin? Hearing Su Chen say these words, the scene boiled over. Even his good friend Gangzi also let out an ah sound, his face full of astonishment, as if he did not expect his good brother to suddenly say such arrogant words. Wang Hao, Zhao Xiaoya, Zhang San, Li Si and the others' faces were even more instantly unsightly and full of gloom. At most, they would mock Su Chen for being a waste. And Su Chen actually turned around and called them mole crickets? Mad. It's fucking crazy. Who does he think he is? He still thinks he's the Su god of the past. Now that times have changed, we're the gods compared to the unawakened trash. Brothers, flatten him. Don't anyone grab it from me. I, Brother Glasses, will be the first to shoot him in the mock exam tomorrow. Brother Glasses, who stood next to shield brave Sun Chang, grabbed a line that belonged to Sun Chang. The scene was crowed, noisy to the extreme. Su Chen was also lazy and they pushed more. After receiving a chi and blood, Dan turned around and left the school. He still had to try to break through the realm of refined skin. Great achievement, skin like gold and jade tonight. Only then would he be able to confidently deal with Lang Ruyu, who hadn't shown her face since the day of her awakening. Without the use of heaven-swallowing devil technique. As for Wang Hao, Sun Chang, Glasses and these people, after bouncing around for so long, he will teach them to be human tomorrow on the mock exam. But before that, Yang Family Noodle House. Su Chen first came to the Yang Family Noodle House. What relieved him was that the noodle house was not closed, and the green and white signboard was brightly flashing in a crowd of street stores. A ding 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 ding. Same old master. The welcome bell rang, and Su Chen pushed the door open. Unsurprisingly, the noodle shop was empty, and above the 7 or 8 tables, only his table was occupied. However, the noodle shop was still clean and tidy, not full of dust because no one came in. It seemed that Lao Yang still cleaned every day. Dang it. 4 bowls of beef noodles were served on the table. A pair of flour-stained rough palms handed over a pair of chopsticks. Su Dust took the chopsticks. His eyes in the old Jiang clothes at some time was cigarette burn a hole swept. I do not know whether it is his illusion. He felt that today's old Yang seems to be much younger, covered with vicissitudes of life on the face of the original pair of tired numbness of the eyes, as if it also has more than a weak candlelight. Little brother Dust, tomorrow is your first middle school's mock exam, right? Old Yang sat across from Su Dust, and the two of them asked and answered each other as if they were pulling up a family routine. Aha! Will you be attending? Will. Then brother Dusty, you have to cheer up. I heard that beautiful reporter from White Cloud TV will rush over to give you a live broadcast tomorrow. I don't want to see you get your ass kicked by someone. Old Jan's chin gestured toward the TV hanging on the wall of the noodle shop. Su Chen continued to bury his head in dry rice. The two men just had a question and answer session until at one point old Yang's pale eyes dropped and he rolled his throat, swallowed, and then said with some thoughtfulness in his voice, "Brother Dusty, 2 mornings ago the people from Zhang's group came looking for me again. What do you say?" Su Chen's movement of eating noodles paused. "I said, give them the answer tomorrow." The corners of old Yang's mouth lifted up in a Huron smile as he looked at Su Chen's numb eyes flickered with a bright and uncertain light. "Ha!" Su Chen did not raise his head as he looked at the bowl of noodle soup, the corner of his mouth curving up into an arrogant arc. "Then you'll keep your eyes open tomorrow. Uncle, I'll make you, give them satisfaction." Name, Su Duan, blood value, 50.0, cultivation level, mid-skin refining stage, techniques, heaven swallowing devil technique. Perfect body forging technique. In the middle of the room, Su Chen checked his cultivation panel. His qi and blood value had reached 50.0. Such a huge amount of qi and blood in front of his classmates whose qi and blood values now averaged no more than about 10.0. He was already considered to be a one-hit wonder. With the strength to push across the room however, Su Chuan's target was never Wang Hao, Zhang Feng and these stragglers. Lang Ruyu, who had awakened her SS-level profession, was the source of the slight pressure he felt since that day at the awakening ceremony. He hadn't seen Lang Ruyu's figure in the past 10 days. Lang Ruyu, who possessed the SS-class Cold Moon Walker professional talent, as well as a large supply of resources from the city lord's mansion, had grown to what point by now? This was something that Su Chen could hardly predict. So in the interest of caution, tonight, no matter what, I'm going to try to impact the skin refining great achievement realm. Su Chen took out the Qi and blood pill. The Qi and blood pill was no more than the size of a marble. The beads were round and moist, with a faint fragrance emanating from them. Refinement of the skin into a great success. The skin is like gold and jade, can be invisible to swords and spears. Water and fire do not invade. Cold and heat are not afraid of. Such a realm coupled with his up to 50 blood value. So even if you do not use the heaven swallowing demon technique, Su Dust can be confident that the Lang Ruyue will be suppressed on the ground. That's what he promised Lao Yang. "I'll be the head of the June entrance exam, so I can't afford to fall flawed and have an accident at this first step." Refined light flashed through Su Chen's eyes. He stopped reverie and after holding his breath, he swallowed the qi and blood dan into his stomach in one gulp. Boom. White Cloud City. Within the city lord's mansion. A heavy door to the room opened with a loud bang, and the cold air was so rampant that the earth was tinted with a frost on top of it. Congratulations to Miss on the end of her retreat. A blue-haired, blue-eyed beauty walked out of the room. She had long hair as deep as the ocean. Each strand of hair glittered with the light of the moon like sapphires, and her long hair gently fluttered in the night breeze as if it were silk, flowing with elegance and nobility. The young girl's eyes were cold, as if she was an iceberg goddess. Her expressionless face carried a trace of natural disdain and indifference, as if it was the top of that lonely snowy mountain. Cold, arrogant and lonely, exuding a charm that people could not resist. The young girl was none other than Lang Ruyu. After her career awakening, she didn't go to the school's copy to fight monsters and upgrade like ordinary students, but closed her eyes and cultivated for 10 days. Name, Lang Ruyue. Profession, SS-class Cold Moonwalker. Blood value, 40.0. Moonlight. Within the breezy courtyard, the old housekeeper who greeted Lang Ruyu's exit from the gate simply used the combat power tester to detect Lang Ruyu's cultivation results before applauding and praising her. Miss is truly worthy of her SS rank professional talent. To be able to raise your chi blood value from 9.6 to 40.0 in just 10 days. Such a talent is enough to rank at the top when looking at the whole country. Lang Ruyu walked in the middle of the courtyard. Her figure was slender and elegant, like a carefully carved crystal work of art emitting a haloing glow under the moonlight, and her pair of slender legs were as straight and strong as two white jade-like columns. Whenever she walked, those beautiful legs swayed gently in the moonlight, like dancing willow branches, exuding endless charm. In the face of the old housekeeper's praise, there was no expression on her high-flying, refined face. She only said in a brittle voice as she passed by, "Tell me a little bit about what's been happening in the time I've been in seclusion." "Yes, ma'am." The old butler gave a slight salute as he followed behind Ling Ruyu, walking towards the villa across the street while recounting the events of these days. When she heard about the deeds that Su Chen had done, as well as Zhang Feng pouring out the awakening potion that she had given to Su Chen, Lang Ruyu frowned slightly. However, after turning as if he agreed with Zhang Feng's approach, his slightly furrowed brows stretched out again. Zhang Feng is right. It's me who overlooked this issue. Su Chen was called a genius in the past and was number one year after year. It's inevitable that he would have arrogance in his heart. The failure of this awakening may be a great blow to him, but of course it's not enough to break the arrogance in his heart. And in order to get him to accept the awakening potion that I've gifted him with, it's indeed necessary to break his arrogance and shatter his boring self-esteem, according to Zhang Feng's words, so that he can completely recognize the reality clearly. A moment of honor or disgrace is not a shame. And accepting alms is not a lowly thing. It is a fool's errand to choose to give up because of pride and conceit when it is clear that you can seize the opportunity to break free from the mire. I hope that after experiencing the setback, Su-chen will be able to grow up mentally and realize this matter, or else he won't even get a chance to see my back again in the future. Lang Ruyu's words revealed condescension and coldness, but as the old butler who had watched Lang Ruyu grow up, he still felt that Lang Ruyu was a little too attached to Su-chen. In the past, other than the one from more than a decade ago, when was the selfsame young lady so attached to a person of the opposite sex? Listening to Lang Ruyu as if she would take Su-chen under her wing as long as he willed to bow his head, the old housekeeper could not help but frown. He admitted It.Su Dust is indeed a little bit handsome, just a little bit worse than when he was young, I guess. But Ms. Yu, Lang Ruyu threw over her gaze. I told you, old housekeeper, you're overthinking it. I don't have that kind of mind for him. As if she didn't want to say more on this topic, Lang Ruyu turned and said in a flat tone again, prepare that for me tomorrow. I'm going to try to break the 50 mark in blood value in one breath. But, miss, tomorrow is the mock exam for the first middle school. Aren't you going to take it? Hearing Lang Ruyu say that she wanted him to prepare for that, the old butler couldn't help but issue a question. Mock exams? Lang Ruyu turned her head, a pair of ice blue eyes, deep and stern. Do you think I need to participate? With my up to 40.0 blood value, I have the ability to sweep the field even without using my cold moonwalker's occupational skills. School mock exams and the like are a complete waste of time for me. For Lang Ruyu, there was a Su Duan above her in the past exams to press her down, and she was still somewhat interested in participating, and now that Su-chen had been completely pressed under her and could never turn over, where was she still interested in taking any boring mock exams? I'm aiming for the national entrance exam in 3 months. Lang Ruyu's eyes looked into the distance. The old butler nodded behind him as well, saying yes, indeed, with your current strength, miss, everyone in the entire Baiyun First Middle School, including Su Duan, combined are not your opponent, miss, and participating in a sadistic game like the mock exam is indeed a waste of time. The sparkling event that gathers all the heavenly pride and demons of the 9 states is where your shining glory lies. But how could he know it was because Lang Ruyu did not participate that she avoided a chance to be fired by Su-chen? Ruoshue, you don't have to take the practice test tomorrow. As a candidate for the future saint daughter of my light goddess cult, this kind of school organized stuff is no longer meaningful to you. Got it? Don't forget to come to the Temple of Light in the morning to be baptized. The divine liquid of light that I requested down from the temple's headquarters for you has already been delivered. This is a very valuable thing, and extremely rare in my bright god cult. It can help you strengthen your base and narrow the gap between you and the heirs of those great clans, and prepare for the college entrance exam in 3 months. That's where you'll be on stage. Well, it depends on the situation. The bright moonlight hangs upside down in the sky. Downstairs at the Star Apartments. A stunningly beautiful young girl with pink hair appeared, wearing a small pink and white skirt that was light and airy, swinging gently with her stride. Looking somewhat playful and cute, she was holding a parcel in her arms, which was bulging as if it was stuffed with something very important, and the beautiful maiden held it tightly in her arms, pressing out another kind of wonderful curvature from the full and graceful curves in front of her chest. The young girl seems to be in a good mood, walking up and down the road bouncing those bright eyes, shy with a smile, just like the stars on the starry sky, glittering, slightly upturned corners of the mouth as if living in happiness. Depends? The young girl was also followed by an old crone with a head full of silver hair. The old crone was naturally the old woman Lu Yun, and at the moment, she was carrying some doubts on top of her old face. See what's going on? Does it mean that you have something else tomorrow? Rakusatsu? By Ruoshue? As an S-rank high priestess of light profession possessor, Lu Yun could have always trained her as the future holy maiden candidate of the light god sect. If there's any of those things, just say so, and I'll have someone help you out. You can't delay your practice. 10 days ago, she was persuaded by Ruoshue to go out with her to practice. The first stage to familiarize themselves with their own careers. The second stage is to begin to accept the baptism to take the cultivation resources to supplement the underlying. The third stage, this well-formulated cultivation plan. She does not want to let by Ruoshue because of other things distracted delay. No need. Protector Willow. Brother Su-chen might have to take the mock exam tomorrow. I'm going to personally go over there to cheer him up. What? Lu Yun froze for a moment. She thought that by Ruoshue had put off tomorrow's baptism of the bright divine liquid because she had something big to deal with. But it turned out that she was actually cheering up a roadie who had appeared in no more than 3 chapters? Thinking of those things bulging and stuffed inside by Ruoshue's bag, Lu Yun, who seemed to have figured something out, opened his mouth and wanted to persuade something more, but by Ruoshue indeed couldn't wait any longer, waved her hand and was about to bid farewell and go upstairs. Well, no more. I'm going to go prepare dinner for Brother Su-chen first. I won't allow anyone to say Brother Su-chen is false. Wait! Lu Yun called out in time to stop Bai Ruoxue. Facing Bai Ruoxue's searching gaze, she shook her head, somewhat helpless in her heart. That's just it. If you want to go and cheer him up tomorrow, go ahead. But the matter of the bright divine liquid is so important that I have to personally watch over it in the temple and can't accompany you. So for your safety I'll have Jack bring a team of bright knights to follow you. Jack? Thinking of this annoying man, Bai Ruoxue frowned slightly, but she also knew that if she didn't agree, I'm afraid that if she didn't agree, Lu Yun wouldn't be able to easily agree to the whole thing tomorrow when she wanted to cheer up her brother Su Chen. Bai Ruoxue could only nod her head in agreement. Don't forget to come back quickly to be baptized by the Knight of the Light God after you've finished pumping him up. Got it. In response to Lu Yun's relentless nagging, Bai Ruoxue answered and then ran all the way into the apartment with the package in her arms. Quickly getting on the elevator and disappearing from view, Lu Yun also withdrew his sight at this time. Her gaze was on the 9th floor of her apartment. Her eyes pale as she murmured, go check it out. It's good to be there. It won't take long anyway, won't it? After all, in Lu Yun's opinion, Su Chuan is just a passerby who has failed to awaken. Tomorrow's mock test, maybe the first one will be eliminated. Back and forth is only 10 minutes, and it won't delay anything, and more importantly, when you rush to the scene and see with your own eyes how he was crushed, and see how ugly he looks, the perfect image of that kid that used to remain in your heart will naturally be shattered as well. By then you should understand that he, a martial arts practitioner, and you are not from the same world after all. Goo, goo. Under the silence of the moonlight, there was a sound of a bird of prey calling, and Lu Yun, who was murmuring and whispering, turned his head following the sound just in front of her. On a pole not far away, there was a dark and handsome owl looking at her with a crooked head. A pair of large, gleaming eyes revealed a blood-red luster. It was when Lu Yun felt that there was something strange about this owl somewhere. Wow. Moonlight, the owl lifted its wings. Ladies and gentlemen. Hello audience, the much-anticipated first mock exam of Baiyun No. 1 Middle School finally kicked off today. The following day, the morning sun broke through. In Baiyun No. 1 Middle School, the host's fervent voice came from the martial arts arena. Let's start with the rules for this mock exam. This mock exam is based on the ring. There are two main stages. Stage 1 is a group battle pandemonium mode. Please have the camera look in the direction of my finger. One could only see that in the central area of a huge building that resembled a coliseum, 5 large rings were placed, with the 5 rings arranged in the directions of east, south, west, north, and center. The 4 rings on the outside have a radius of 500 meters and a diameter of 1,000 meters, and can accommodate 800 people on the field at the same time. The first stage of the group battle pandemonium mode. Please all students draw numbers to enter these 4 rings on the periphery. Free to team up and play. Only the last person left will be qualified to step into the 5th ring in the very center. To decide the top 4 candidates of this mock exam, the rules are simple and brutal. Melee, then singles, 4-in-1, keep away mode. The higher the ranking, the greater the reward. Without much explanation, the students who were already geared up and at the peak of their intellectual powers already understood the rules of the practice test just by listening to it once. So next, before this mock exam begins, let's proudly introduce a few special guests. First up is the number 1 sponsor of this mock exam, the parents of Zhang Feng, the founder of Zhang's group and the pride of our first middle school. The A-ranked professional awakener blistering swordsman Zhang Feng, father and mother Zhang speak. As the camera moved, a middle-aged man with slightly graying temples, greasy combed hair, and standard entrepreneurial glasses appeared in the shot. He was beaming and full of joy as he waved his hand at the camera. Good morning, everyone. I'm Zhang Feng's father, Zhang Yangwei. This mock test friendship first, exam second. I hope you can have a good time. All tea expenses in between will be paid by my Zhang group. Wow. Zhang Feng's father's bold statement caused a cheer to ring out from the scene. Young Zhang is mighty. Young Zhang is atmospheric. I don't know if our father still lacks a godson. The boasting of the juniors around him made Zhang Feng, who was standing in the crowd, proudly smile evilly. However, there was another mountain to climb, and without waiting for the chatter of the students to subside this time, another loud shout could be heard coming from the microphone. Mommy, Zhang Feng loves you. On this practice test, Mom is sure you'll come in first place. Students turned their heads to see a charm, wearing a red stepmother dress, body-rich full body exudes a mature atmosphere of the beauty of the woman. Grab the microphone appeared in the middle of the camera. This beautiful woman sitting beside Zhang Yangwei was clearly Zhang Feng's mother. Hong Yu Yao. Wow. The crowd cheered heavier. I didn't expect Zhang Feng's mom to be so beautiful. It's amazing. The style is still there. Do you still lack a godfather? Zhang? Scram. I don't know who said these words, causing Zhang Feng to turn his head to curse as he couldn't help but turn his face black. Well. Seeing that the students at the scene were a little too emotional, the host hastened to bring the microphone back. Take it easy, everyone. we have other special guests who have not been introduced. After a couple of reassurances, the hosts let cut the camera in the other direction. Next we have our second special guest, Miss Xiaoli, the beautiful reporter from White Cloud TV. Sweet-looking Ray, dressed in a proper host's black silk uniform, appeared in the middle of the shot, and she gave the same wave to multiple cameras. Hello everyone, I'm Ray from White Cloud TV. This time it will be live coverage of the first school mock exam. More than that, I will accompany everyone to witness what kind of ending that degenerate teenager in the first middle school will finally usher in this mock exam. Ah, wife, I love you. Pop-ups flew across the room, and the crowd boiled. After all, those present are still high school livestock, more than the temptation of Chow Thief, or some normal people who like black silk uniforms, plus Xiaoli as their Baiyun City famous beauty reporter. Usually there are a lot of students or her fans, cheering louder is normal. What's more, some of them have already begun to impatiently rub their fists, wanting to immediately go on stage and perform well in front of Xiaoli. But don't get excited everyone, there are still masters. There's one more special guest that we haven't introduced yet. So let's move on to our third special guest for this mock exam, the beautiful enforcement officer from the White Cloud City Law Enforcement Bureau. Enforcement Officer Hatsune speaks. A black tight-fitting leather jacket, perfect fit, curves concave and convex, long and tight legs, delicate features, no lack of inchy highlighting the alternative temptation of Zhao Chuyin appeared in the middle of the camera. Hello everyone, I'm Cho Korin. For the next practice test, please be realistic and just play with as much strength as you have. Don't choose to cheat the line of dexterity, or if I find out, I will punish you severely. Zhao Chuyin's speech with a stern face caused the fiery atmosphere to quieten for a few moments, but then even more enthusiastic popping sounds rang out in the center of the martial arts arena. Ah, sister is so valiant. Step on me with your heels. The students cheered enthusiastically. The flock of fowls boiled, the blood of the beast boiled, and could not wait to get into the ring for 300 rounds. And the host seemed to know that the atmosphere had arrived and there was no need to drag it out any longer. So, after looking out at the sky with the morning sun breaking through, the host took the microphone and chanted, I know the students can't wait for the test to start, so I won't say much next. Straight to the last session before our mock exams begin. Please, let's have a speech from our great first school principal. The very center of the observation deck. A thin, white-bearded old man stood up, and he spoke to the camera, as well as to the crowd of students on stage. Good morning, teachers, students, everyone. I'm the principal of the first school. The ounce of March, the morning breaks, and next we are greeted with a feast of professions and talents. The morning dew sprinkles the campus and the flower of courage blooms in the heart. March is a time for heroes and aspirants, a time for passion, a time for fervor, a time for challenges to come. I'd like to make a slightly shorter comment or two here as the principal of the school to deliver a pep talk for all of you that will be used to boost our morale and inspire our potential. Next up is my speech proper. Blah 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 blah. The students who were all ready to applaud were dumbfounded when they heard the principal start his long speech. So that wasn't all just now. It's just getting started. A live cranky old man even started to curse directly. Can TMD this principal be less of a pussy? He was like this when I was in elementary school, and now that I'm out of college, he's still like this. He's the one who's got a lot on his mind. But the principal seemed to know that everyone's patience was limited, so he only exerted half his power this time. Therefore, an hour later, that's all I'm going to say. And then I'm going to ask the students to give their best to the excitement of their profession. The principal sat down. Then, we have a speech from our vice-chancellor. The director of instruction has the floor. I'd like to invite the senior classroom teachers to the stage. 3 hours later, the midday sun was high in the sky. At a time when the students were already sitting on the floor fast asleep. Dang. The sound of a heavy drum boomed in the martial arts arena. Class, wake up. All classroom teachers have spoken. Baiyun number 1 middle school. The first mock exam is about to begin. Please wash your heads and get ready for the exam room. Wow. Finally, the old pussy denizens have finally finished. TND, I was dreaming of coming first, so it's just now. The drowsy atmosphere in the martial arts arena instantly became as noisy as a marketplace again, and all the students were rubbing their fists and mobilizing their emotions once again. Next we have students lining up one by one as a class to come forward, to draw their own ring numbers and prepare to enter the examination room and board the ring. The moderator spoke again in a very high pitch over the cacophony of the room, only this time, when the host says he's going to draw numbers to board the ring, the hot atmosphere of the scene suddenly quieted down, and the imagined lively number drawing is not the same. Unexpectedly, there is not a student immediately took the initiative to go forward to draw the number. All the students' gazes coincidentally looked in the same direction. There in the ranks of the third-year sophomore class, there stood a handsome young man. He had an upright figure. His ebony hair was pitch black, and his fair skin was like gold and jade under the sunlight. sparkling as if it emitted a faint luster that shook people's hearts and minds, originally not knowing why everyone was looking that way. Zhang Feng's mom, the beautiful woman in a red stepmother dress, Hong Yu Yao, was seeing it. The mind couldn't help but swirl. It sends out ripples. What a handsome fluttering boy. The skin refining is accomplished. The skin is like gold and jade. It can be impervious to swords and spears, water and fire, cold and heat. This realm is a qualitative leap from the small success of skin refining, where the skin is like ox leather, body surface skin like gold like jade, tough and incomparable, when strong is strong, when hard is hard, rigid and flexible. Knife and gun collision can cut out sparks, not to mention that, more importantly, is able to perfectly convergence of their own breath, resistance to cold and heat, to a certain extent, immune to the flame and icy cold damage, the equivalent of the material resistance to the magic resistance at the same time. To add points, has been gradually transcending the cognition of the world, began to move towards the development of the angle of the metaphysical fairy cultivation. It has gradually transcended the world's perception and started to develop towards the perspective of metaphysical cultivation. Therefore, this realm is naturally not so easy to break through. After devouring that chi and blood Dan yesterday, Su Chen actually didn't make a breakthrough. He was still quite a bit worse, and he thought that this mock exam could only be taken with this flawed posture. But he didn't expect that behind him by Ruoxue came to his house to visit, and gave him a pot of delicious food, and he didn't know what was in it, and after eating it, he was full of energy, and his chi and blood were bursting directly after playing 33 sets of Golden Jade Dragon Emperor body before calming down the hot blood. But also because of this, he broke the bottleneck, reached the realm of refining the skin into a great success, skin like gold and jade. Under the sun. Su Chen looked at his white and delicate palm and clenched his fist. Who would have thought that this palm that looked as if it had 10 fingers like a piano calligrapher had the firmness of gold and jade dragon scales? Motherfucker. Su dust. This guy after awakening failure should not go to do beauty to go. How more white boy? This is to recognize the reality. Want to go to the evening, rich woman, is not it? Look at young mother Zhang looking at him with straight eyes. No, you should say Zhang Xiao. Father, look at his face is black. A murmur rang out among the crowd. Many people were so handsome by Su Chen that their eyes were red with envy, and they could only keep using words such as white boy, waist that failed to awaken, and so on to belittle Su Chen to gain some pathetic sense of psychological comfort. There was a lot of noise and discussion in the surrounding area. However, the weird thing was that there was still no one who went up to draw the number first, as if Su Chen didn't move. No one would move. Please come and draw your numbers into the exam room. The mock exams are about to start. The host prodded twice. However, there was still no one starting to act, and all the students' gazes were looking towards Su Chen's side. Su Chen naturally knew why this was. All want to come and stomp on me, do they? Come on then. He withdrew his eyes from his own palms, his dark gaze sweeping over the various faces of his fellow students around him. The corners of his lips quirked up. They had been waiting for this moment for a long time. And so had he, calling him a loser in front of him every day. You really think you don't have a temper, don't you? If it was not for the fact that he was too busy cultivating in the past to pay attention to these stray fish, otherwise he would have already struck out to teach a lesson. And this mock exam was just what he wanted. Today, he was going to let this group of mongrels recognize the reality and know what it meant to know a descending blow from an immortal cultivator. It also saves him from having people coming after him all day later. Therefore, for this mock exam Su Dust is very willing to participate and satisfied. Perhaps the only regret for him about this mock exam was that the school had prepared 4 rings for them. The 4 exam rooms are split and the whole school can't fight in one big ring, which prevents him from beating the whole school all over again. I can only beat a quarter of the people who are in the same ring as me. Unfortunately, after Su Chen sighed softly with some regret, his gaze retracted from the faces of the surrounding students, and did not refuse to take the initiative to walk forward to draw a number. And wherever he passed, everyone gave him a lane. Wang Hao, Sun Chang, Zhang Feng, and the others were all rubbing their fists in excitement. Why didn't they go up first to draw the number and give this opportunity to Su Chen? Was it because they wanted Su Chen to act tough? No, of course not. They just wanted to know which ring number Su Chen had drawn, so that they could follow up and beat Su Chen up. This mock exam. I heard that Long Ruyue and Bai Ruoxue are not participating, and the first 2 slots that were originally booked by the 2 of them have been vacated again. Which means that the first place in this mock exam will most likely be generated among the 4A-ranked gifted professionals. Zhang Feng, Wang Hao, Sun Chang, Zhao Gang. Mr. Chen, who do you think will come first in this mock exam among these 4? As Su Chen stepped forward to draw his number. On top of the high platform, the homeroom teacher of the first class, a big old man full of muscles, laughed out. He looked at the homeroom teacher of Su Chen's class, his face pretending to say, "Oops, I almost forgot. You're more concerned about your own ass if you're talking right now, Mr. Chen. Then who gets first place?" Class 1 class teacher Wang Meng smiled evilly. His eyes flickered over the old class's buttocks as he stuck out his tongue and licked it greasily across his lips as he laughed evilly. Don't forget the bet between us. If Sue Dust doesn't make it into the top 3, I hope you'll be cool enough to get your ass up. It's a rare occasion that reporter Shaoli is here. And I think everyone in the live broadcast room would love to see me use my newly purchased leather shoes to kiss your ass hard. Right, Ray girl. Shaoli was disgusted by Wang Mang's brotherly greasy speech and moved to the side without speaking however. The audience in the live broadcast room was heckling and uproarious. Good. That's the kind of cheer I like. Speaking of this time, Goddess Lang Ruyu and Goddess by Ruoshua do not participate. For Sue Dust class teacher is still a good news it. The original bet is that Sue Dust to enter the top 3, but there is Lang Ruyu and by Ruoshua in the front to say that it is the top 3. In fact, there is only one quota, but now that the 2 people do not participate, so there will be 3 quota. Maybe Sue Dust can really squeeze in it. A great genius who didn't manage to awaken any professions is now squeezing into the top 3 slots in the examination of a bunch of A-rank B-rank professionals. Thinking about it really makes my blood boil. Ha ha ha. Humorous laughter erupted from the live broadcast room, and Wang Mang, the homeroom teacher of class 1, was grimacing. Su Chen Guangzong, Su Chen's old classmate, was so infuriated that his whole body trembled and yet, he couldn't say anything after all. At that time when he agreed to this bet, he also simply wanted to fight for Su Chuan to get a share of the benefits he deserved, and did not think about Su Chuan being able to enter the top 3 to help him win this bet. Su Chuan did not even have a profession, and the starting point was even higher, and the talent of the martial arts was even more outstanding. So how could it be comparable to all kinds of powerful A-level B-level combat lineage professions? So even though he was stomped on by Wang Mang and jumped on his nose repeatedly, old Ben was so angry that his wig fell off. But he could only endure and cover his buttocks quietly waiting for the end to come. Number 3. On the draw table. Su Chen turned around and showed the number in his hand with a smile to Wang Hao, Zhang Feng, Sun Chang, and the crowd of mole crickets who wanted to step on him to get to the top. I wonder which lucky person will get to be in the same ring with me next. Sun Chang, Wang Hao, or Zhang Feng. Wow. The crowd instantly boiled over as countless people scrambled towards the raffle table. Number 3. Sue Dust. He's in exam room number 3. Grandma and grandpa and mom and dad and grandparents bless me that I must draw exam room number 3. TND just Sue Dust. This loser must have been eliminated in the initial round. If I can't pick number 3, how can I step on him in the future? Ha ha ha. Number 3. Number 3. Hit it. Master Dao, I hit it. Ha 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 ha. Arg. So damn. Why am I ring number 1? I'm damned if I didn't draw ring number 3. The scene was a mess. The person who grabbed ring number 3, like he had won the lottery jackpot of several $100 million, smiled with a crooked mouth and evil eyes. Those who knew it was the number he drew for ring number 3. Those who didn't know it thought that he had already come first in the mock exams. The people who did not draw ring number 3 and could not be in the same chaotic battlefield with Su Chen. This was pounding the ground and hugging their heads and crying, as if they had died, as if they had lost their parents. Please, make sure I draw number 3. Brother Dust is relying on me to guard him. Seeing that more and more people surged up from ring 3 and surrounded Sue Dust, his good friend Gangzi rubbed his hands anxiously. With so many people going up there, if he wasn't there to guard them, wouldn't he, Dusty, have to be beaten up by a group of people? No, as a good brother, he would never let that happen. Brother Dust, let me be the guardian, even if this time inevitably, I will expose the strong power belonging to an A-class profession and make Brother Dust feel inferior in front of me. Even if after this time, there might be an extra layer of pathetically thick barriers between Brother Dust and me, but even so I will guard Brother Dust. By the guardian god, please wish me luck in the drawing for ring number 3. Zhao Gang let out a roar and violently took his hand out of the draw box. The number in his hand showed exactly 3. Yay! Zhao Gang instantly jumped up with joy, looking in Su Chen's direction. His hands clenched into fists, and his eyes were vividly bright. Dusty, don't be afraid. Good brother, I've come to guard you. Damn it. Missed the draw. In the middle of Class 1's team, Zhang Feng frowned as he looked at the number of ring 1 in his hand. He had all but guaranteed earlier that he would publicly humiliate Su Chen, crush his pride, and make Su Chen kneel down and lick the awakening potion. But now, as a man who promised to leave a permanent psychological shadow on Su Chen, but now that he hadn't drawn a ring, it was a bit of a problem. With the strength of that punk Su Chuan, he must have been eliminated in the melee right at the beginning. And there's no way he could have stayed at the end and gone to the central ring to PK with my imperial city. Zhang Feng, he gazed at Su Chen in ring number 3 again, and after his gaze changed, he finally sighed. Ugh, forget it. The big deal is that after the mock test, I'll privately find my way to leave a psychological shadow on Su Chen. The effect is pretty much the same anyway. Zhang Feng shook his head, no longer thinking about this. Compared to a third-tier little gaffer like Su Duan who hadn't even awakened his profession, he was now more concerned about where that swordsmanship master hidden in the copy of the bastard turtle was. As an A-class profession blast wind swordsman possessor. What he, Zhang Feng, likes most is to crush the other party ruthlessly in the area where they are good at, leaving the other party with an everlasting indelible psychological shadow. Ha! Can you beat me in a sword match? Next to the trash can, Zhang Feng sneered before throwing the ring number paper in his hand. Casually on the ground, also not drawing ring number 3 and feeling a bit sorry for himself was Wang Hao, who was piloting the mech. He withdrew his gaze somewhat helplessly. Count your blessings, your brother Wang. I drew ring number 2, so I can't give you a taste of my big, hard mech. He. Brother Wang, don't worry. We drew ring number 3. Your share of this will be taught by our brothers for you. The two Zhang Sanli Si who were pulling their pants pockets held the number of ring number 3 in their hands and looked at Su Duan with an unkind hee smile, the revenge of that day's scared piss-pulling pants pockets. The two of them today will be 10 times to return the favor. Ho ho ho! Si Zhang Feng and Wang Hao, two competitors, did not draw. Wearing a green cloak, Sun Chang looked at the number 3 in his hands, smugly laughed out, and even good as deliberately show off as if to Zhang Feng and Wang Hao. Two people shook, shaking his head. Very green tea tone of voice said, "Gee, I'm so sorry, I accidentally drew it. Actually, I don't want to go up and step on Su Duan. A scum who hasn't awakened his talent is just a scum. There's no point in stepping on it. But who let me draw ring number 3? There's no way but to go up." The green tea owed a beating. Looking at Zhang Feng and Wang Hao, both gnashed their teeth. Their fists hardened, but there was nothing to be done. Who made them unlucky not to be drawn in the same ring as Su Chun? Can only silently swear in my heart, have the ability to finally go to the central ring Imperial City PK? See, I do not break your broken shield. Ha! Facing the two men's gnashing gazes, Sun Chang smiled smugly, like a victor who had won the jackpot, and no longer paid attention to the two losers. Zhang Feng and Wang Hao, his gaze swept over a pink silhouette not far away. On the viewing platform, Bai Ruoxue was standing there. If I can majestically crush Su Chen head on above the ring and step on his feet, Ruoxue might have shattered her favorable impression of this punk Su Chen and changed her opinion of me. Hold that mindset. Sun Chang stared at Su Chen in the center of ring number 3, licking over the corners of his mouth as he walked up with battle intent. The green cloak behind his back was violently thrown. It's time for the myths of the past to come to an end. The future will be a legend written by me, Shield Brave Sun Chang. Today, he, Shield Brave Sun Chang, is going to use Su Chen as a stepping stone to step back onto the path of the king who embraces left and right. Soon all the candidates drew their numbers, mounted the examining ring of his OWN. As far as the eye can see, a crowd of people, densely packed, each ring above at least 500 or 600 people, and at the moment above ring 3. Led by Sun Chang, Zhang San, Li Si, Xiao Er, Wang Wu, Paki, and a host of other classmates, eyeing intently at Su Chen, who was surrounded by them in the center of the ring. The flies rubbed their hands together and laughed out wistfully. Hey, you alone have been surrounded by a group of us. Su Chen, are you ready to die? Facing the unsuspecting gazes of the lucky ones such as Sun Chang, Su Chen smiled gently and corrected himself by raising his finger. It's not that I alone am surrounded by a group of you, but a group of you are surrounded by me alone. Ha ha ha, my god, mad. Our great genius Su is still so mad. How worthy of Su Shen, who dares to call us mole crickets. Still basking in the glory of the past, you've surrounded a group of us? Good. Originally, I, Zhang San, was still in a wait-and-see attitude, thinking that it wasn't a bit too bullying for so many people to beat up on you, a waste who failed to awaken. But now, I have to go down. I'd like to see how you surrounded us all by yourself. Su Dust's sentence stirred up 1,000 layers of waves. Would have had the heart to step on Su Dust on the idea of a group of students also do not pretend to be a group of indignation. In all directions will be surrounded by Su Dust. The sound of the people. The momentum is not extraordinary. The crowd began to provoke words, wanting to make Su Chen say 2 more words. But since that sentence Su Chen stopped speaking. He looked at the marble floor 3 meters in front of him with his eyes downcast, his face expressionless and silent. Sniping is not in his character. When the exam bell starts, he will naturally. These people know what it means to be ruthless. However, Su Chen didn't speak at this time, but he was taken as a wimp, and many people teased and laughed and talked. Ha ha, look at him. He's too scared to speak by me. Everyone be kind with your expressions. Don't scare our great genius Su. It wouldn't be good to scare people away from taking the test and just surrender. Good friend Gangzi also walked over at this time and patted Su Chen's shoulder, stating, "Don't be afraid, Dusty, I'll do my best to guard you." Su Dust, for some reason looking at Gangzi's broad back as he blocked himself, as well as the mockery of the surrounding group of miscellaneous fish classmates, Suchin suddenly had a flat association. If he hadn't chosen to sacrifice the SSS-ranked profession of his destined son at that time and entered the if line, what kind of plot would be unfolding now? All the reference candidates of Baiyun First Middle School's first mock exam have entered the ring exam room. There are 5 minutes left until the exam bell rings, so please be calm during this 5-minute adjustment period. Using this time, I'll start by briefly saying that for this mock exam, in order to motivate everyone to try to get a good score, our school administration has spent a huge amount of money to bring out a large amount of chi and blood pills as a reward. Anyone whose final score is in the top 100 will receive a chi and blood elixir as a reward. For everyone who advances, the chi and blood elixir reward will be increased by 1. The 100th place gets 1 chi and blood dan as a reward. The 99th place gets 2 chi and blood dan as a reward. And the same first place gets the whole 100 chi and blood dan. Wow! The announcement by the host caused the ring to instantly boil over. Chi and blood pills. It's amazing that the school would come up with a chirography sheet as a reward. Chi blood dan is worth 10,000 yuan apiece. How much did the school have to spend to give out rewards to all of the top 100 students? Is there a good math person to teach me how to do the math? Each advancing rank will receive 1 more chi and blood dan. In that case, wouldn't the first place winner of this mock exam receive 100 chi and blood dan? A full 1 million. It was no wonder that a group of students gasped out in shock, although they had all awakened their combat professions. After all, they had only just awakened, and most of the people in there still belonged to ordinary families, the kind where the two parents combined barely made $10,000 a month. So for a student of this age, a chi blood dan worth $10,000 apiece was already an unbeatable amount of money. Even Su Duan, who was thinking about if threads, had looked up in surprise. The effects of the chi and blood pill were something he had tasted yesterday. A chi and blood elixir that could top 10 wild boars did have a considerable amount of wonderful uses for him who had to cultivate the perfect body forging technique. If he had had 2 chi and blood pills yesterday, he might have been able to break through to the skin refining great achievement realm in one breath without drinking the mysterious treasure soup that Bai Ruoshue had boiled for him. Now then, although he had already achieved the golden jade dragon emperor body and didn't need to deliberately train his skin, but the perfect forging technique had a total of 9 stages. And with the end of the first stage of refining the skin, he was just about to enter the second stage of training blood and flesh, which consumed even more chi and blood, and this reward from the school came at the right time. If I could have 100 chi and blood pills, it would be enough for me to cross over to the second stage and push the perfect body forging technique into the third stage in a single breath. Do the students feel excited and thrilled to hear this news? And can't wait to get started on their exams and place well? Don't panic. I have a big announcement yet to make. In order to motivate the students to win the first place and compete in the competition, on this mock exam, our sponsor Zhang's group, Mr. Zhang, has specially prepared for the first place of this exam, a mysterious prize worth $100 million. Wow! This time the whole room was completely sensationalized. What the hell? How much? Did I hear right? 100 million. What exactly is the mysterious grand prize worth $100 million? Zhang Shou, our father, has not been too atmospheric. $100 million of the grand prize directly to me, how good? Not to mention the other students. Even Zhang Feng himself was shaken to his core and ring one eye in front of the camera. Zhang Yangwei smiled and nodded with a very local entrepreneurial demeanor. When the youth are prosperous, the country is prosperous. When the youth are strong, the country is strong. Zhang's group this time to provide 100 million worth of mysterious treasure, is to subsidize my Baiyun City teenager. I wish him to fly to the sky. The dragon swims in the 9 heavens. The college entrance examination on top of the strength of the group, the courage to win the first, for my Baiyun City, to fight for honor and glory. Good. Zhang Yangwei's words drew warm applause from countless students, and those who didn't know thought he was a good person, but actually his Zhang's group market value was only just 10 billion. How can he take out a treasure worth 100 million for no reason as a mysterious reward for this bullshit mock exam? This is going to be a pain in the ass. The reason why his flesh hurt earlier and he had to endure the pain to take it out was because Ling Ruyu was there. Ling Ruyu is the daughter of the Lord of White Cloud City. Their Zhang's group is next ready to unify all the catering industry in Baiyun City, taking the opportunity to become 100 billion or trillion level giant. So they intend to take the opportunity of the mock exam to offer a gift. After all, in his opinion, with Lang Ruyue SS level talent, the first place in this mock exam will only be Lang Ruyue. And the gift will naturally be given out in this way, but I never thought that I would realize that Lang Ruyue did not participate in this mock exam at all before I came to the front. This is awkward. What else could he do? Words have been set out. Cannot take back it, can only endure the flesh pain. Say these open words to earn some fame. But it's a little meaty though, but Zhang Yangwei wasn't too worried. After all, fertilizer doesn't flow into outsiders' fields, so it is. Above ring 1, Zhang Feng saw the encouraging gaze from his own father. He remembered the meaningful words his father had given him earlier. Ask him if he's sure he'll win first place in the mock exam. So that's how it is. Zhang Feng was instantly moved. He didn't expect his own father to trust him so much and take out $100 million of assets to motivate himself so much. Father and mother, you can rest assured. The name of first place in this mock exam is mine. Zhang Feng revealed an evil and confident smile. As the only 4A level occupation in the boys' Blizzard swordsman owner, he certainly has this confidence. That what's Sun Chang, Wang Hao, Zhao Gang Jitong only to be stepped on by him under the foot of the share. As for Su Dust, that does not even think of a little impossible option on his mind. I'm afraid that they will be immediately eliminated from the game the moment the exam bell rings. And there's no way they can last until the end to be my Zhang Feng's opponent. Only I, Zhang Feng, can take what belongs to my Zhang family. A mysterious gift worth $100 million? I didn't expect a windfall. Above ring number 3. Su Chen smiled. I thought it would be quite good to obtain 100 chi blood pills this time. But I didn't expect Zhang Feng's father to be so atmospheric, rushing up to give him a gift. That can't be helped. I'll take the mysterious gift worth $100 million. Beep. That's when it happened. While the crowd was all excited by the big mystery gift, the bell from the start of the exam rings at this moment. 5 minutes to adjust. All students take your places. White Cloud Middle School's first mock exam. Now open. Boom. In the crowd, there was a sudden commotion. The exam started so suddenly. I'm not ready. Just in time. I've been waiting impatiently for a long time. Come and have a good fight. Su Chen Jr. suffered death. Above a large ring. The commotion was incomparable. Especially in ring 3. When the host announced the start of the mock exam, everyone's gazes were like hungry wolves staring in unison at Su Chen in the center of the ring. Where they rubbed their fists or licked over their lips or laughed out wistfully, as if they were newborn wolf cubs baring their fangs at a past wolf king, impatient to pull him down from under the throne himself. Su Chen's time belonging to you is past. It's up to me, Sun Chang, to end your myth of being number 1 year after year. Sun Chang was the first to stand out from the crowd with a flick of his green cloak behind him. Dusty, move back. I'll protect you. With a big wave of his good friend Gungzi's hand, he protected Su Chen behind him. Su Dust, the scene was touch and go. But the host laughed out loud in a weird way. Before everyone does it, let me start with a friendly reminder that free teaming is allowed in this mock exam. It was also the sentence that made the touch and go atmosphere of the scene suddenly become odd. Allowing free teaming. Wouldn't that be? Above ring 3. Everyone's gazes began to retract from Su Chen, and their attention wandered back and forth between Sun Chang and Zhao Gang. Their eyes flickering, and the rewards for this practice test have never been greater. The first 100 can have blood. Dan is just. The first place can also get a mysterious gift package worth 100 million. Who do not want to sprint a hand? But they also understand in their hearts that they are just ordinary D-level and C-level professions, with B-level and a level above them. Not to mention the first place. Even entering the top 100 is a bit suspenseful. But if free teaming is allowed now, then the strongest must not be taken out first? Sun John? Although he thought that he was indeed the strongest one present, but you guys have changed your faces too quickly. I'm your opinion leader, Sun. Gaming and competition, cooperation and betrayal. That's exactly the theme of this mock exam. Held in this format, the strongest won't necessarily have the last laugh, and may be the first to be eliminated by the herd. The weakest won't necessarily be the first to be eliminated, and may fish for a winner and stay until the end. Wanted to stand in this round until the end. Not only is it a test of one's individual combat power, but it is also a test of one's charisma, socialization level, perception, global manipulation, psychological gaming, speech and lobbying ability, and other comprehensive standards. After all, no matter how strong a person is, he can't take out everyone in the ring combined. The question maker of this mock exam on the observation platform proudly recounted his thoughts on the question. Name, Sun Chang. Profession, Class A Shield Brave. Blood value, 25.0. Battle strength, 350. Name, Zhang San. Profession, Dual Sword Stream Swordsman. Blood value, 11.0. Combat strength, 150. Above ring 3. After being reminded that they were free to form teams, many of those with flexible minds took out their combat power testers and began to test the combat power of the people on the airfield as a reference point. After seeing Sun Chan Kauta 350 battle strength, the average battle strength is only 100. Up and down students group immediately issued a burst of exclamation and discussion. Blood value 25.0. Combat power 350. Sun Chang really deserves to be a class of professional shield brave. So the strength of the field. I'm afraid that only Zhao Gang can fight with him. The rest of the people and the gap between the two of them and the combat power, almost all have is a big fault. Single combat in the case we simply cannot win over the two of them. Aided by the combat tester, the students on the floor had a clearer idea of the battle divisions of the crowd on the field. The entire ring 3 had 500 to 600 people in it, and aside from Sun Chang and Zhao Gang's combat power, Almost everyone's combat power was just above or below 100. Zhang San with 150 combat power was considered the first tier of combat power excluding Sun Chang and Zhao Gang, thanks to teacher's timely reminder. Otherwise if we start off fighting like headless flies, how can we win over Sun Chang and the two of them later? The crowd resounded with murmurs of tactical discussions among the students. They were discussing whether to join forces against Sun Chang and Zhao Gang or not and which one is better to deal with first. And among these voices, there was a bald classmate who was more curious and aimed the combat power tester at Su Chen. Don't panic yet. Let me see how much combat power this great genius of ours has now. It seemed to have sensed something probing itself. As Su Chen turned his eyes to look at drops. With a beeping sound from the combat power tester, the combat power belonging to him was displayed on the bald man's chip. Name, Su Duan, occupation, blood value, combat power, crap. After seeing the series of question marks belonging to Su Chen's body, the bald student's eyes rounded and he couldn't help but burst out. What the hell is this? What's up, Baldy? The companions of the struggle who were discussing whether or not to unite next to him couldn't help but frown inquiringly when they saw how much the bald head reacted. What's going on? All of a sudden? You see, I just took the combat power tester to measure Su Chen's combat power. The bald head hurriedly handed over his own combat power tester. You measure Su Chen's combat power? He failed in career awakening, can only practice martial arts. But more than 10 days. What kind of increase in combat power can there be? Don't need to look at it to know that it's around 99 or 100. Not as high as us. What's there to measure? Ah, a question mark? After hearing the bald head say that Su Chen's combat power display was a piece of question mark, the few students present froze. They looked down and sure enough, the combat power tester about Su Chen's information except for his name had all turned into question marks. How could this be? They turned their heads to look at Su Chen in shock, realizing that Su Chen, who was not far away, had already retracted his gaze with a smile at that moment. The meaningful smile at the corner of that mouth looked at them shivering, and their hearts couldn't help but surface a horrible speculation. Combat power can't be measured. How is this possible? Could it be that Su Chen's combat power has exceeded? Snap. Mud. What's so shocking? At this time, a muscle man in the bald small gang who was 2 meters tall and full of muscles, and appeared to be the leader's role position, cursed after hearing the report and gave the back of the head of the bald several people a slap. Tell you fitness first, brain fitness. Usually read more books and newspapers. A piece of question mark. What is so shocking? It is not like he is beyond the range of the highest 1000 of the combat power measurement in our hands. Moving and shouting. Even the props of shielding detection do not know. Didn't you hear that some time ago? This guy Su Chuan had already worn a shielding prop, resulting in an error in the assessment of combat power, showing what 357. This matter has long been debunked on Wang Hao's side. You guys are still screaming about the shame of it. Such an intellect. It really doesn't deserve to be my muscle man's little brother. The vested muscle man's reminder pointing out made the bald man who received a slap touch the back of his head and look at Su Chen's eyes suddenly filled with resentment and spitting. Motherfucker. A waist that failed to awaken. But also by what shielding props to wear on the body. Scared the old man. So many question marks. Do not know, still think you are more bullish. Leave him alone. He just likes to play God. The muscular man waved his hand, his wise gaze resting on Sun Chang with a serious expression. The most important thing now is whether we want to take this opportunity to join forces and get the toughest ones down first. Otherwise, if we wait and let us fight and lose, if we want to unite again to fight against Sun Chang and these people, we won't have that power. As for Su Chen, this punk stays until the end and we'll take him down just the same. Finding the gazes of the crowd, starting to look towards themselves, the stupidity made Sun Chang's face look a little ugly. Are you guys really going to target me first? Su Chen's combat power is a question mark. Are you guys sure you don't want to test Su Chen's strength first? A good man can't stand up to a pack of wolves. Although he was an A-ranked shield brave, the strongest person in this ring, he couldn't withstand so many people swarming around him. Ha ha ha, the muscular man laughed out loud. Sun Chang, I may be all muscular but my brain isn't bad at all. Don't you have any stereotypes about muscular men? Okay, the combat power tester that the school issues us has a range of 1 to 1,000. And there are only 2 situations where there would be a test that doesn't produce a single question mark. Either the opponent's strength exceeds the standard of 1000, or the opponent is wearing a shielding prop. Sun Chang, you can't be reminding us that Su Chen's combat power exceeds 1,000 with those words, right? Don't treat people like idiots. Okay. The muscular man's teasing statement caused a few of the surrounding minions to stifle their laughter as well. Ha ha ha, Su Dust, he used to be even more powerful. Now he is just a waste who failed to awaken and can only practice martial arts. If the combat power can exceed 1000, my bald head will live broadcast upside down and eat shit. Su Dust combat power to be more than 1000. We are still here to discuss what strategy and tactics. The whole school together are not the opponent. Directly kneeling and sliding is not finished. Ha ha ha. Sun Chang, you can say this kind of cerebral palsy words. I'm a little suspicious of who we have brain problems. Hearing the mockery of the crowd, Sun Chang's face was a bit ugly. He was also a bit anxious just now. He didn't go through his head and casually said that. He didn't really think so, after all. His Hall Shield Brave fighting strength is only more than 300. Su Dust to profession have failed to awaken the waist fighting strength if you can have 1000. Then his Shield Brave Sun Chang in front of Su Dust is not a fucking piece of shit. Su Chen is not enough to worry about though. Sun Chang gritted his teeth against the crowd's taunts. But don't you forget that there's another A-class professional present besides me. He single-handedly wreaked havoc, drawing people's attention back to Su Chen's side, where Kong Zi stood in his way. Don't you guys forget that Zhao Gang? He's also an A-rank occupation. The Guardian Knights are no less battle-hardened than I am. If you guys target me first, and then let him reap the benefits, how will you guys break through his guard to teach Su Chen a lesson? This, Sun Chang's words caused the crowd to hesitate a bit, which was more important to them. Teaching Su Chen or Bo a chance to come first in the exam? Kind of hard to choose. To be honest, compared to the mysterious jackpot of $100 million, beating up Su Chen here seemed like it didn't make much sense, but don't forget, in the past, Su Chen's exams were first year after year, and has been pushed up to the altar. And now there is a rare opportunity to pull Su Chen down from the altar to step on a foot. This feeling is simply awesome. Okay, plus the previous Su Chen's behavior of maliciously going to the replica to rob the monsters in order to impede them from upgrading has also long since made them all hold a stock of anger in their hearts. Therefore, after Sun Chang pointed out this matter, the expression of a group of students were a little tangled. You look at me. I look at you. For a time difficult to make a resolution, and in this time of dilemma, the crowd's gazes habitually looked toward the third group in the ring other than Sun Chang, Su Chen, where the two Zhang San Li Si stood behind the young girl wearing a long green dress with flat breasts. The young girl was naturally Zhao Xiaoya. What about Xiaoya-san? Who to hit first? The two of them were also a bit indecisive at the moment. They both looked towards Zhao Xiaoya. In their eyes, now that the boss wasn't around, they had to listen to their sister-in-law. Zhao Xiaoya also seemed to understand that the key point of the battle in the entire Ring 3 was in her hands at the moment, and her gaze looked towards Su Chen, and without much hesitation, she clenched her teeth and said, "Get rid of Zhao Gang and Su Chen first." Wow! Stalemate in the ring. There was an instant clamor. Zhao Xiaoya, as one of the four school beauties of number 1 middle school, had a certain appeal in her own right, not to mention that Zhang San and Li Si, as Wang Hao's number 1 lapdogs, had the strength to be situated in the first ranks in this number 3 ring. Second only to Sun Chang and Zhao Gang below, the two strongest groups had already united. So naturally, they, the small group of scattered people, didn't need to think about it that much. Everyone's gazes went to Zhao Gang and Su Chen. Let's get rid of them both first. Well, that'll have to do for now. The muscular man's side also nodded. Wow. A group of combatants who had long been unable to hold back instantly swarmed. Ha ha ha. Su Dust, take a life. I bald head has long looked at you not happy. Idly on the body with what shielding combat power props to pretend. You a slag. Even the occupation is not. Who cares to look at your combat power? This pussy can be let you to pretend to the end. A group of people came from all directions in an aggressive manner. The boring foreplay is finally over. Facing the crowd that swarmed around him, Su Chen revealed a pleased smile. He had actually been waiting a little impatiently for a long time. A bunch of milling about. Half an hour for tactical arrangements and 2 minutes for the course of the battle. If he hadn't wanted to test the effect of his skin like gold and jade's astringent effect with the help of their combat power gauge, or else he would have taken the initiative long ago. How could he have dragged his feet until now? But although he had wasted a bit of time, at least Su Chen was sure of one thing. With my current realm of skin like gold and jade, ordinary combat testers of this low level should no longer be able to detect my information, and the higher level is unknown for the time being. The only uncertain factor is, Sun Chang and the others can't see my combat power. Is it because the skin is like gold and jade? Or is it because my own combat power has exceeded the detection boundaries of the low-level combat power tester? Just right. We can use this to test it out. Looking at the crowd that surrounded him, the corners of Su Chen's mouth curled up as his eyes blossomed with a great light and he stepped forward, his body's aura changing abruptly. What a baby! While Su Chen was preparing to meet the attack and make a move, his good friend Gangzi on the side could not help but grit his teeth and cursed in dark anger when he saw so many people trying to fall down the well against his dust brother. Then he drew a circle around Su Chen under his astonished gaze and hurriedly instructed, 2 fists can't beat 4 hands. Brother Dust, I might not be able to take care of you in the fight later. Just stay in this circle and don't come out. I'll try to protect you as much as I can. Guard the fortress. Along with Zhao Gang's shout, a transparent bunker that seemed to be made of crystal emerged with the circle drawn by Zhao Gang as its boundary, protecting Su Chen perfectly. Su Dust? Su Chen, who was originally all set to make a move, couldn't help but freeze for a moment as he looked at this transparent fortress that had suddenly appeared to surround him. Who exactly is this fortress protecting? Guardian Fortress. Can instantly coalesce a defense fortress harder than diamond? Fortress size 1.5 by 1.5. In the future, it can also become bigger and harder to evolve into powerful defenses such as Guardian Walls, Guardian City, and so on. And as long as the user has enough stamina, it can be released and maintained indefinitely. Such a wonderful means of defense is a well-deserved Big Daddy in a group fight copy. Gangzi looked back at Su-chun, who was guarded by him in the fortress. He didn't explain more about all this. He just gritted his teeth and turned his head in his heart with some reluctance, because he knows the tangible, physical barriers might be broken next, but from this moment on, an invisible, thick, pathetic barrier like this guardian barrier would forever stand between him and his own dusty brother. The relationship between him and his own dusty brother would be cut through a crack by this barrier. It will never heal. After seeing his powerful strength, I'm afraid that my own brother Dust will be unable to raise his head in front of him in the future with an inferiority complex, and will no longer be able to get along as well as before. And the reason for all this, it's all your fault, you bunch of falling bastards. With red eyes, Zhao Gang raised his large shield and took the initiative to meet the muscular man head-on. Dang. A not-so-small battlefield was instantly formed in front of them, and within the rear Guardian Fortress. Clang! With curiosity in his heart, Su Dust knocked on the outer shell of the barrier, which actually made a crunching sound like a metal collision. These are the exclusive vocational skills of the professionally awakened, which can be acquired through learning just like the martial arts feats of a martial artist. But the difference is that while martial artists can't help but use their fists and feet to perform whatever martial arts feats they learn, professionals can just play skills like a game. And people's skills are still as marvelous as Guardian Fortress, water balloon technique, and fireball technique. Whether it's from the point of view of juggling or from the point of view of combat power, there is indeed a reason why the ancient martial arts stream has declined in this era of universal awakening. Su Chen could probably also judge the hardness of the Guardian Fortress barrier by knocking on it. It was similar to the turtle shell of the King's 8 tortoises, and although it couldn't stop him, this hardness would take quite a while to destroy even an awakened who had stepped into the First Order realm. Gundam looks to have zoomed right in to protect him. GGG. Su Chen, where are you running to? Looking at Gangzi, who was being beaten up by the group in front of him. At the time when Su Chen was about to break the barrier and go out, suddenly a rampant laughter sounded above, only to see Zhang San jumping in the air and striking with a resounding clang as his double knives chopped on top of the guarding barrier. He said with a flushed face and a twisted smile, his face filled with pleasure. Su Chen, you think we can't do anything about you just because you're hiding in a turtle shell? Zhao Gang, he's only one person after all. How can he possibly hold off so many of us? I'd like to see how long this broken turtle shell he gave you can protect you. The two Zhang San Li Si, a B-rank swordsman and a B-rank swordsman, were so excited that their twisted smiles were reflected above the barrier. They have never forgotten the revenge of pulling on their pants pockets that day. We've waited a long time for this moment. Not only Zhang San and Li Si, in addition to the two of them bald, muscular man and a host of other students full of cocky smiles, similarly followed around Zhao Gang in front of them from the left, right, and back directions, rushing towards Su Chen. Dang, blades and swords, fists, feet, fingers and tigers, all kinds of attacks hit the top of the Guardian Fortress. Sparks flying everywhere as Zhao Gang's pressure located in front of him instantly plummeted. This scenario made Su Chen, who had already placed his hand on top of the barrier and was planning to instantly break it with his dragon scale technique and head for support, pause. Considering that the guardian move that his teammates had put on him felt a little bit not so good if it was broken by himself and didn't reflect any protective effect. After all, Empty Big is going to get a bad rap. Therefore, Su Chen's hand that was placed on the barrier was withdrawn again, and he looked around at the students who were constantly blasting on top of the guardian barrier with various occupational skills, and finally his gaze was placed on the face of Zhang San, who had the brightest smile, and he raised 3 fingers. 3 minutes. I'll give you 3 minutes. Within 3 minutes. If you can't break this barrier, I'll step in and help you. Ha ha ha. Su Dust, you just load up inside. Still 3 minutes. Brothers, 1 minute to burst him. I want to see, after we break this turtle shell that protects you, can you still pretend so much in front of us? Zhang San laughed maniacally, the 2 swords in his hands, slashing even harder. Ding 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 ding. Crunching sounds like metal clashing continuously resounded in the ring. No good. In the center of the battlefield in front of him where he was tangling with Xiao Wan Wu, Pocky and the others, Zhao Gang's face instantly became a bit anxious after seeing this scene. The reason why he took the initiative to rush out earlier was that he wanted to attract firepower and temporarily protect his dusty brother for a period of time. But he didn't expect Zhang San and Li Si's group of people to bypass him without any martial virtues and make a move on the powerless dusty brother. What a bunch of despicable people. Zhao Gang was instantly furious, and after repelling Xiao Wan Wu, and the others, he turned around and wanted to go back to protect Brother Dust, but, boo! The green cape shimmered in the sunlight. Your opponent is me, Sun Chang, who was holding a small shield, blocked in front of Zhao Gang. Shit. Sun Chang's appearance caused Zhao Gang to resist cursing, although he was an A-ranked profession. Guardian Knights were not supposed to be powerful offensive professions and fought defensive battles, but now the defense battle has turned into a breakthrough battle. Sun Chang, who was in his way, was likewise a shield wielder. The two of them weren't that far apart in strength in the first place, coupled with the fact that there were Xiao Er, Wang Wu, Paki, and others pestering him on the side. Zhao Gang knew deep down that he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to break through to Su Dust's side to protect his Dust brother in a short period of time. He could only fight Sun Chang while shouting anxiously, "Zhang San, let's see what kind of skill is it for you guys to make a move on my brother Dust. It's not like he's awakened and not strong enough. If you want to fight, fight me if you can. Ha ha ha. Zhao Gang, haven't you heard of the saying, persimmons should pick the soft ones?" Zhao Gang's anxious words caused Zhang San and Li Si to laugh out in triumph. "Your brother Dust is not strong? I'm sorry, but I beat the weakest." Zhao Gang was too shameless speech. Angry, speechless, heart anxious, but there is no good way. Can only continue to work hard to try to break out. The atmosphere in the ring gradually took on that sense of sadness. 1 minute. 1 minute has passed, and now you have 2 minutes. Within the barrier, Su Chen slowly spat out words, reminding Zhang San and the others to fight more seriously and not to be distracted by blind pussyfooting around. Ha! Su Chen's reminder made Zhang San smile. "Su Chen, I admit that this turtle shell is indeed a bit hard, but with so many of us here, we will be able to break it in no time. At that time let's see if you can still be so calm and collected." "Zhang San, you're wrong to say that. Maybe Su Chen is going to be on a rampage in 2 minutes. We have to be careful." Next to him, Li Si also playfully teased, "Oops, Su is going to be on fire in 2 minutes? I'm so scared. Ah, Su Chen brother, see me now so arrogant. 2 minutes later should not want to beat me, right?" Zhang San, Li Si, two people sing and talk about the double read. Yin and Yang owes a beating look, not to mention the scene of the people. Even the audience of the live broadcast room to see the fists are hard, cannot help but sigh out. Ugh, even we can't afford to look away. If he had the strength, where would he be talking about going out to beat them up in another minute or two long ago? The former genius has been reduced to the point where he has to be protected like this. I don't know how he feels in his heart right now. Reality is so cruel. He who failed to awaken his profession will be the first to be eliminated when the barrier shatters. I'm afraid. There were sensitive and empathetic girls in the live broadcast room who couldn't help but wipe their tears for Su Chen after transposing themselves to Su Chen's perspective. Ray also spoke with mixed emotions. "Let's all watch and cherish as we come together to witness the end of this fallen teenager." Dang! Under the countless slashes of swords, the Guardian Fortress, as hard as diamond, began to show channels of unrecoverable white marks and grooves, and the impenetrable fortress began to tremble gently. 2 minutes. Now you only have 1 last minute left. Su Chen stood within the barrier and had already waited somewhat impatiently. If it wasn't for the reason of obsessive-compulsive disorder that said to wait for 3 minutes, not waiting for the last 3 minutes was uncomfortable. Otherwise just now, Zhang San Li Si was so arrogant, he would have long gone out and chipped them. Ha ha, Su Chen, you're still pretending for me here. Can't you see that the turtle shell that Zhao Gang inflicted on you is about to break? 1 minute to go. Now only 59 seconds to go. Everyone step up. Let's break the barrier as soon as possible in 58 seconds to satisfy our great genius Su. Let's see if he can still pretend when this turtle shell is broken. Soon, the Guardian Fortress had already produced the slightest crack under the crowd's continuous attacks, and Zhang San, Li Si and the others couldn't help but laugh out loud, their eyes beaming as they saw their results. "It's ending," Ray on the viewing platform said with some reluctance. "No, brother Dust, you quickly surrender and admit defeat. It's a brother. I didn't guard you well." Zhao Gang shouted anxiously, wanting to break out to guard Su Chen, but he was stopped by Sun Chang. "Hey, Zhao Gang, don't be in a hurry. After Su Chen, you're next." Sun Chang had a smug smile on his face, and even had the heart to turn his head and shout at Zhang San, Li Si and the others. "When the barrier breaks later, I don't care how you guys teach Su Chen a lesson, just leave the last blow to me." His own goddess Ruoshua was watching from above, and in the end, he must use a stern and handsome pose to end Su Chen completely. Humph, it's finally coming to an end. On the outskirts of the crowd, Zhao Xiaoya also nodded in satisfaction, her pretty face full of complacency. Let's just say that she had made the right choice. Su Chen was not worthy of her at all, and now she was about to be the first to be eliminated. She knew that after no more than a moment, she and Su Chen would not be in the same world at all. One is in the ring and one is out of the ring. A few moments later, under the continuous bombardment of the crowd, Ka-ching, a chipped piece of debris bounced off of the Guardian barrier. Broken. The people who had their hearts set on Su Chen all tensed up at this moment, the faces of Zhang San and Li Si, who were struggling to chop and slash. On the other hand, a flash of unspeakable joy emerged in an instant, and Zhang San raised his head to show a fierce smile to Su Chen inside. Grrrrrr. Su-chen, if you have the guts, let's not surrender. This turtle shell has cracked a seam. It can't protect you for long. When this turtle shell breaks your third brother, I'm willing to fight with you one-on-one. Let me see how much our great genius Su's strength has improved in these 10 days of so much hard work and cultivation. No way. I'll go first. Let me try to see if our Su-chen still has the grace of the past. Li Si said, I'll do it. I'm first. The bald guy and the muscular man also scrambled to be first. Don't anyone grab it from me? Su-chen and I are in the same class. I'm sure he'd be more than willing to spar with me first. There was a clamor in the neighborhood. Everyone's gazes looked at Su-chen as if they were viewing a delicious feast protected by a barrier. And they were on the verge of arguing over who would be the first to go on. As if everyone was set on eating Su-chen. 3 seconds. You have the last 3 seconds. And within the barrier Su dust. He quietly stood within the guardian barrier, hands naturally hanging down. Near the end of his instead, not in a hurry. A pair of deep eyes watching the barrier in front of the gap broken open. Such as wild beasts' hibernation seems to be waiting for a certain time. Gaze calm. Ancient wells without waves. Ha ha. 3 seconds? Say it like it's true. Come out if you're capable. I, Zhang San, am begging for abuse online. Okay. 3, 2, 1. Now the 3 seconds are up. Please come out and hit me. My bones are itching. Zhang San laughed rampantly. Satisfy your perverted demands. What? Zhang San froze. He looked at Su-chen inside the barrier, was about to inquire about what Su-chen had just said. Boom. Right at this moment, a loud bang came. Inside the barrier, Su-chen suddenly took a large step forward. His eyes flashed with a dazzling light, as if they were as bright as 2 stars. The power of his entire body instantly erupted out. His chi and blood rushing like a raging river. His aura was majestic, just like a ferocious beast rushing out of a cage. He pulled back his arm as if pulling back a strong bow, then violently stabbed out a slamming hand. As fast as lightning, like a passing arrow, fiercely stabbing towards the crack that had crumbled open on the guardian barrier. Vaguely, Zhang San seemed to have heard a faint but clearly audible sound of a dragon's roar. Ka-ching. Boom! Immediately afterward, a crisp and loud sound rang in his ears, just like the sound of glass breaking. The defense barrier, which had originally only cracked a seam and was estimated to take some time before it could be completely broken, unexpectedly collapsed at this moment, turning into countless fragments that splashed around and smashed into his face. Just at this time, from the distance came Su-chen's cold and merciless voice. I told you. 3 minutes have passed. When Zhang San heard this, a stunned look appeared on his face, and before his brain had time to react to what was happening, he only saw Su-chen's large hand enlarging in front of his eyes. With a crisp ringing sound, snap, Su-chuan unexpectedly broke the guardian fortress directly, and immediately afterward, he did not stop, but smoothly transformed his palm into a sharp claw and grabbed Zhang San's face, then violently twisted his waist, and with a smooth and forceful palm, he ruthlessly pressed Zhang San to the ground. This palm not only cured Zhang San's itchy bones, but also made him feel unprecedented pain and shock. With a loud bang, a deep crack appeared on the ground, and Zhang San sprayed a large mouthful of blood from his mouth, his legs stretching out to the point where they almost detached from his shoes. The sudden change caused Li Si, who was standing on the sidelines, to completely freeze. However, before he could make any reaction, a sharp pain suddenly hit him from his abdomen. He bent over like a boiled prawn, and his entire body flew up high like a stray arrow. It turned out that while pressing Zhang San to the ground, Su-chen incidentally kicked out at Li Si, and so it was that one of the brothers went up to heaven and the other into the earth. You're the ones who said for me to beat you. I've never seen such a request in my life. Sweeping Zhang San, who had already rolled his eyes, Su-duan coldly opened his mouth. The whole room was shocked at this moment. Ha! That loser who only hides in a turtle shell and doesn't dare to come out is the Su-chen who beat you guys up? Yang Family Noodle House. The LCD TVs hanging on the walls were broadcasting the first grade mock exams in real time. There were 5 or 6 people sitting in the noodle shop in bits and pieces. One of them, dressed most like a successful person, is naturally Manager Lu. Lao Yang sat opposite Manager Lu, and a stack of black and white contract books were placed between the two. The moment, they couldn't help but burst out laughing when they saw the way Su-chen was hiding inside the Guardian Fortress in ring number 3. Not daring to come out even though he was being hollered at by Zhang San. Li sees people in various ways. Yellow Hair also scratched his head with both a quick and flattering smile on his face and said to Manager Lu, "We're just punks. How can we compare to a high achiever from the first high school? 2 days ago when he looked like that, I thought he was much of a dick, but I didn't realize that this is a punk who failed to awaken. He can only bully us punks to get a sense of accomplishment." Once he got to the ring, he was instantly revealed. When the Yellow Hair trio said these words, their faces couldn't help but gnash their teeth in secret hatred. When they were taught a lesson by Su-chen 2 days ago, they thought that the other party had the strength of the martial realm at such a young age, and must have awakened some unparalleled occupational talent. So that's why at that time they ran away without even daring to put in a single harsh word. But he didn't expect Su-chen to be a waste that failed to awaken. What a TND can pretend. I should have known that he's a punk who failed to awaken, but at that time, I should have called the boss over to teach him a hard lesson and help us out. Yellow Hair and the others said viciously. Ha! Manager Lu also let out a light laugh as he turned his head to look at Old Yang pushing the contract forward and said in a somewhat mocking tone, Old Yang, sign the contract first. What's there to see in a punk who's going to be the first to be eliminated right away in a melee like this? You're not pinning any unrealistic hopes on him, are you? That's ridiculous. However, Lao Yang ignored it. He did not make any movements. His eyes were still on the side of the live TV room. Unable to see what was in his heart, the gesture made Manager Lu frown. Lao Yang. You, boo. Suddenly, a deafening sound of breaking glass rang through the TV. Lao Yang's half-clenched fist resting on his leg tightened violently. Manager Lu suddenly turned his head to look, and his face instantly changed, making a shocked outburst that was hard to believe. What? The broken guardian barrier was like a piece of broken glass, spilling out all over the sky and refracting a seven-colored luster under the sunlight. Ding ding ding, the debris smashed down on top of the ring like rain with a crisp ringing sound. Under this messy rain of glass, Su dust as help will arise. Palm from Zhang San face retracted. Li Si fell from the air. Under the gorgeous glass rain, Su Dust lifted his index finger to between his lips. To the 10,000 consternation of the crowd said with a smile, I'm sorry you guys are playing so slow. I'll step in and give you a hand. That's okay. What? The good friends in the anxious entanglement, Gangzi and Sun Chang, simultaneously widened their eyes. How can? Zhao Xiaoga's beautiful eyes were lost in thought. This is impossible. Muscleman and Baldhead and other surrounding students who had also joined in the siege of Suchen along with Zhang San and Li Si were all shocked. Their eyes rounded in disbelief as they looked at this scene. It seemed to them that Zhao Gang's guardian fortress was as hard as the tortoise shell of a king's tortoise, although it had been hacked apart with a crack under their efforts. However, if he wanted to completely break the barrier, he would need to slash it at least a few hundred more times before he could do so. But the reality was that the entire barrier crumbled with a thud under Su Chuan's strike, and the two people who leaned on the closest, Zhang San and Li Si, were instantly killed in seconds. How is this possible? Not to mention whether the Guardian bunker was originally already almost unable to support or how it was so easily broken by Su Duan. Alone Zhang San, Li Si, these two are not small characters, okay? One of the two has a blood value of 11.0 and a combat strength of 150, one with a blood value of 11.5 and a combat strength of 160. Realize that they are above this ring. The ones whose chi and blood values could reach 10.0 or more were only 20 to 30 at most. And more were still a bunch of players with chi and blood values of 7.0 and 8.0, and combat strengths hovering around 70 to 80. Zhang San and Li Si, the two of them, with their swords and daggers, their high combat power of 150 or more placed above their ring, was already quite impressive and ranked at the top, but he was instantly killed by Su Chen, who didn't even have a profession, and fainted like two stray fish without even saying a word. How is such a thing possible? Zhang San. Li Si is not a miscellaneous fish, hey. Could it be that this chi and blood value of Su Chen has also broken through to 10.0? Reaching the martial artist realm. Someone in the crowd made an incredulous guess. Obviously not having awakened any profession, he was able to raise his chi and blood values from 9.8 to 10.0 within 10 days, breaking the bottleneck of martial artists to step into the first rank realm. Such talent can be called a once-in-a-decade martial arts genius. The live broadcast has Brother Knowles answering questions and solving puzzles. I told you that this kid is weird, right? You guys didn't believe it then. The fat-headed man carrying the camera, recalling the playground where he was pulled around by Su Chuan. The fat on his face trembled, and said by his own proper name, "It's unbelievable." Ray murmured incredulously before recovering her professionalism and turning to the camera. The fallen youth is actually a once-in-a-decade martial arts genius. It has now stepped into the realm of the martial artist. It seems that things are not going as smoothly as we thought. I wonder what twists and turns will come next. Please wait and see. 666. No wonder he killed Zhang San. Li Si, who was at the same level, so easily. So he's a martial arts genius that is only seen once in 10 years. I have long heard that although the martial way has many limitations, the cultivation speed is slow, the upper limit is still low, but it has a nearly dominant advantage in close combat, and the strongest people who specialize in the martial way have the ability to cross the level of the battle. And today I have a glimpse of it, and it is really a different reaction. Su Dust, even if he has broken through, he should have a little more than 10.0 chi and blood value now, but he was able to beat Zhang San and Li Si, who have a higher chi and blood value than him, to the point where they don't recognize their parents. It's really worthy of being a martial arts genius that comes out once every 10 years. The Su God of the past one middle school wasn't called that for nothing. Even though the fierce tiger is old, it still has 3 points of power left. It seems that there are still a few more points of interest in this battle today. Do you guys think it's possible for Su Chuan to hold on until the end and achieve the first rank in the mock exam like he did in the past? Su Chen's sudden display of power made many viewers in the live broadcast room excited, and some even started discussing the possibility of Su Chen getting first place again. But it's impossible. The netizen nicknamed Brother Understanding in the live broadcast room splashed cold water and coldly analyzed. He only had a chi and blood value of 9.8 10 days ago, and now after 10 days even if he breaks through the martial artist into the chi and blood value is at most around 10 points or so, and his fighting strength is at most between 110-130. Which doesn't have much of an advantage over these students in the ring. Fom was only caught off guard in order to take down Zhang San and Li Si so easily. Now I'm afraid it won't be that simple to take down opponents of the same level that easily again. After all, he's just simply a martial arts practitioner. It's not like he's doing both martial arts and professions. And there are limits to practicing martial arts. A once-in-a-decade martial arts talent isn't enough to make up for his huge flaw of not having an awakened profession. Not to mention the possibility of taking first place. The opposite side only needs to swarm. It won't take long for Su Chuan to be eliminated from the ring, and it would be considered impressive for him to last even a minute in this ring next. Brother Understanding's analysis was reasonable and convincing, and the pop-ups in the live broadcast room, which had been somewhat ecstatic, subsided. It's also true that a good tiger can't stand up to a pack of wolves, not to mention the fact that it's debatable who's a wolf and who's a tiger. Even if Su Chen breaks through to the martial artist realm, he's still just a martial arts practitioner in the end. As strong as he is on his own, can he still be stronger than the power of everyone in the ring put together? The glory of this moment is but a flash in the pan. A return to the light before the curtain falls. Brother Understanding is worthy of being Brother Understanding. His words really hit the nail on the head. I admire them. The pop-ups in the live stream became a bit of a headshake and sigh of disapproval. Miss Ruoxue, you came over to watch the battle despite the baptism of the bright divine liquid, just for such an ordinary man? And on the side of the viewing platform, next to Bai Ruoxue stood a foreigner in platinum armor with blonde hair and blue eyes, who was pointing at Su Chen with a foreign accent. The gringo name is Jack. It was the captain of the escort assigned to Bai Ruoxue by the Light God sect. At this moment, Jack looked at Su Chen with a hint of dissatisfaction and hostility in his gaze. He had thought that a teenager who could make Bai Ruoxue postpone the bright God's night baptism to also come to the scene to refuel and watch the ceremony would be some kind of JoJo absolute pride. But he hadn't expected that it would be a waste that had failed to be awakened, and what so-called martial arts talent circulating around the neighborhood. What once-in-a-decade martial arts geniuses, in Jack's opinion, was simply trash, not worth mentioning. Professionals are the strongest in this world. What Kyushu Kung Fu is trash in front of a truly powerful professional awakened person like me? Miss Ruoxue, it's too boring here. Let's go back. He's going to lose soon. Lord Protector is still waiting for you to return to receive baptism at the divine liquid pool. No. He won't lose. However, Bai Ruoxue was still standing in the same spot, with no intention of leaving. Won't lose? Jack frowned. Ms. Ruoxue, you should be able to see that he'll be eliminated soon as that group swarms him next. No, he told me that he would still be number one this time. Bai Ruoxue stood in place, her voice soft, looking at Su Chen in the ring with her beautiful eyes flashing, her eyes full of trust. It made Jack frown deeply. Goddess Xiaoya is right. Let's all go together. No matter how strong Su Chen is, he's only one person. Can he still beat us all? So many of us will pile up and kill him. 3 days apart. Now we are noble awakened beings, not the mongrels of the past. Su Chen. He's the one who's a mongrel in front of us. Above ring 3. Although Su Chen's sudden outburst was a bit beyond expectation, in the past 10 days since the professional awakening, Muscle Man, Baldy and a group of other classmates had long since accumulated a bountiful amount of confidence and strength after constantly brushing copies and upgrading, coupled with the fact that there were so many like-minded companions on the scene who were willing to crusade against Su Chen. Even though Su Chen's aura was so strong just now that they didn't feel like taking a step back. They didn't feel like they would lose at all after joining forces now. Imagine that. Can't even imagine a future where we lose. Mud Sneak attacked me. Su Chen, you can only play these ghost domain tricks now. Not far behind Su Chen, the two Zhang San and Li Si, who had originally fainted to death, were back on their feet after Zhao Xiaoya's holy light technique healed them, and one of them touched his face, while the other covered his stomach, a hideous smile on his face. Su Chen didn't expect us to be able to stand up, did he? This is the power that belongs to us professionals. So what if you broke through to the martial realm? Just a martial arts practitioner. Pure-blooded martial artists in the same realm are scum in front of us professionals. Brothers, get on and swarm him together. Under the lead of Zhang San and Li Si, the muscular man, bald guy and a group of first-class awakened people flew towards Su Chen, with a fierce and agile movement, as if they were team hunting beasts with a great sense of oppression. Today, those of them vowed to start by pulling Su Chen down from his godly position and stepping on his feet to ruthlessly humiliate him. Mouth 2. Dusty, run. Although the fact that Su Chuan had instantly killed Zhang San and Li Si together with the barrier he had set up in one blow had confused Zhao Gang for a moment, however, it had now reacted to the fact that the reason why his barrier had been broken by Su Chen was entirely because Zhang San, Li Si and the others in front of him had already worn down the durability of the barrier to almost nothing, which was why it had been broken so easily by Su Chen. The two Zhang San and Li Si were only killed by dust in seconds because they were accidentally sneak attacked. Now that Zhang San, Li Si and the others had been healed, they had obviously gotten serious, plus the bald guy muscle man. So many people were surrounding them. I'm afraid my own brother Dust is going to be in a bad way next. Zhao Gang was anxious and wanted to rush over to join Su Chen to protect him, but he was blocked by Sun Chang, who was unable to approach from tens of meters away, so he had no choice but to shout anxiously, "Dusty, run! You hold on for a while. Brother, I'll be right over to protect you. If you can't do it, brother Dust, just call for surrender. Don't let them humiliate you severely. It's brother, I didn't protect you well. Grrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrr The sound of base friends persuading to escape. The sound of Zhang Sanli Si clamoring. The four sides of the audience commenting. Noisy. Sound into the ears above the ring. Su Chen's eyes were deep as he looked at the crowds that were besieging him in all directions. The light in his eyes flickered. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up into a maniacal arc as he chanted under his breath, if a tiger does not whistle, the end man will suffer from his sickness. The dragon doesn't chant, mistaking its shallow waters to make a mockery of it. You bunch of mole crickets. Today I will teach you to recognize the reality of what it means to be an ant. Shaking a big tree. Su Chen's words were clearly transmitted into the crowd that surrounded him in all directions, and the students from all parties instantly exploded. Crap. Mad. I've never seen a protagonist call someone a mole after reading novels for so many years. So Su Chen must not be a protagonist if he's so arrogant. He's just a punk who failed to awaken. Let's all go up and fuck him. The Zhang Sanli Si and others who surrounded them couldn't stand it anymore. They used to taunt Su Chen, but they only used words like waste, scum. But Su Chen, he directly chanted a poem. This bastard Su Chen, worthy of being the number one in culture in the past, he can pretend to be so cultured even when he's pretending. Zhang San, will not allow such a cultured person to appear in the first middle school. Feeling that fighting a war of words cannot catch up with Su Chen, the four directions of the southeast, northwest, and north, Zhang San, Li Si, the bald muscular man, and a number of other students also gave up the link of putting harsh words before the war when they were about 10 meters away from Su Chen. They fiercely pointed their feet on the ground, and their figures suddenly accelerated like arrows leaving the strings, and shot up. Since a war of words can't be fought, then speak with strength. I'd like to see which one of us makes who recognize reality. Who's an ant and who's a big tree? Sneaking up on us can be a bullseye for you. Su dust eat my move. Double blade jumping slash. Ikajiru Azumi. Cthulhu Buster Fist. Bullet Ironhead Kung Fu. No good. No good. Little dream your brother was beaten up by people in the ring because he was too arrogant and offended the crowd. White Cloud 2. Bayun City. 9 high schools, competing with each other to compete with each other. Today is not only the time for the first high school mock exam, but also the time for the second high school mock exam. The difference, though, is that, again, it's a mock exam, and the opening ceremony on the second high school side is clearly more popular with the youngsters than the 4 hours of bullshit fervor speeches by the first high school's principal and teachers. In a nutshell, there were beautiful young cheerleaders dancing, and at the moment, the cheerleader changing room changed into a blue and white cheerleading uniform, waves revealing white neat, slender navel, snow white legs, looks pure and lovely. With a doll face, Lin Xiaoming organized a short skirt, picked up 2 groups of cheering flowers, is ready to go out to meet with other cheerleaders to open the dance. The door to the changing room, however, was pushed open with a bang, and Xiaoyu ran over in a hurry. Her face was red, her body was dripping with fragrant sweat from running. Her anxious tone made Lin Xiaoming's heart shake. The cheering flowers in her hand fell. She shook Xiaoyu's shoulder and hastily inquired worriedly, "What's going on with Xiaoyu? What happened? How did my brother get swarmed by people? How is it now?" I don't know. I just waited in the back seat of the cheerleading squad a little bored. So I took a look at the live broadcast, and saw a group of people wanting to beat up brother Su Duan in a group. I rushed over to find you. And now how it is I'm not sure. Xiao Mengyu quickly opened the live broadcast to see it. Your brother, he has not even awakened the occupation. Maybe even now have. Good girlfriend Xiaoyu said, here tone choked down. Right. Xiaoyu's reminder let Lin Xiaoming reacted. A burst of nodding, wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes, hurriedly took out her cell phone. Her fingers flipped over anxiously looking for the live broadcast of the first middle school's mock exams, and her heart was incomparable, anxious and worried about her prayers. Su Chen, you must not be alright. I'm going to be, when something happens to you. Bang bang bang, bang. Four thuds came from the live feed of the first grade mock exam. Frame only to see a double knife obscene man. From the top and down want to chop Su Chuan. But with Su Chuan a hand grabbed the wrist, casually towards the side of a fling will be smashed in the other want to Jua draw the sword of the small obscene man. Two people smashed together, rolled out dozens of meters away. At the same time there is a full-bodied muscles, looks like 30 or 40 years old undershirt big man. Take advantage of this time to Su Chuan's head a punch. Su Chuan slightly side head, one hand on top of its fist, destroying its center of gravity, and then a top knee hit the abdomen. The muscle man directly standing on the ground to fly up, the bald guy behind him, wanting to take advantage of this good opportunity, slammed headfirst towards Su Chuan's back waist. His speed was as fast as a bullet in human form. Only a flash of residual shadow was seen however. Su Chuan was able to get to him first, gently turning half of his circumference. He dodged the iron head impact of the bald guy's bullets, and at the same time, a hand knife slashed on top of the back of the bald guy's neck, and the bald guy instantly lost his consciousness and fell to the ground. The whole process was flowing, as elegant and delicate as a butterfly wearing flowers, all in one go, full of the art of fighting. And after solving such 4 people in just one instant, more students followed up to encircle towards Su Chen. In all directions, like flowing water striking a pillar. The momentum is extraordinary, but no surprises. It boom, 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 accompanied by a dull, heavy sound came out in the broadcast room. Lin Xiaoming could only see these students who went forward and backward to rush towards Su Chuan, like a heavenly maiden scattering flowers one by one, flying out backwards, flopping and flopping as if they were thrown out of the ring like garbage from high altitude, eliminating them from the game. The appearance of this scene made Lin Xiaoming, whose beautiful eyes were slightly red, all ready to cry, her small face slightly condensed, not only turning her head to look at her good girlfriend, inquiring, Xiaoyu, is this what you said? That my brother was beaten up by a group of people? It's one of him swarming a bunch of others. This, facing Lin Xiaoming's strange look. Her best friend Xiaoyu also had a bit of embarrassment on her face. She didn't expect it either. A group beating can also be interpreted as one person beating up a group of people. The viewpoint is once again back to White Cloud 1. Above ring 3. The moment is Zhang San, Li Si, Xiao Er, Wang Wu, Hemp, has long been bruised and swollen nose and face, clamped pants pockets of the Tongton was beaten out of the shit. They looked at the crowd surrounded in the center, but it seems to open the peerless mowing mode. One punch a small child Su Chuan. His face was shocked and furious. The look of the hamster. How is that possible? How is this possible? Su Chen, how could he still be so powerful? The scene in front of them was unacceptable. As the pride of the heavens, the combat profession. They were actually rubbed on the ground by a waste who had failed to awaken in the mock exam. This kind of thing happens and it simply shocks all 3 of their views. This can't be right. It's only right that this can't happen. They acknowledged that Su Chen had good martial arts talent and a high starting point, with his 9.8 chi and blood value far exceeding everyone present. But these were all things that happened 10 days ago. 10121011130150. Compared to the past, their strength has long had a skyrocketing change. Plus there are so many like-minded and complicit companions on the scene. The 2 advantages added together should have formed an even greater advantage. It should have far surpassed Su Chen. It should have been able to rub Su Chen on the ground. But what the hell is it for now? Why are we the ones being rubbed on the ground? Didn't he fail his awakening? Wasn't he a waste that could only practice martial arts? Why is he still so strong? Zhang San shook his head frantically, unable to believe such a fact. His eyes trembled, remembering the fear he had been dominated by Su Chen in the past. It was fine that we weren't his match in the past. Why can't we beat him now? Wow. I didn't think it would turn out this way. I had thought that under the leadership of Zhang San, Li Si and the others, Su Duan would not even last a minute to be swarmed off the stage. But I didn't realize how it's the other way around now. And the opposite side is about to get the shit beat out of them. I'm knocking. Bull Bacha. Su Dust really deserves to be called the man called Su God. Even without a profession, he can still beat a bunch of people by himself. The unexpected reversal above the ring caused an uproar in the live streaming room, and the crowd sighed repeatedly. Mud. Bunch of losers. Mages. Assassins. Archers. What are you guys standing out there for? Assist. Hurry up and go up and assist. Match. Match. Where's the fucking match? Above the ring, Sun Chang couldn't help but curse out after seeing how Zhang Sanli C's group was on the verge of letting Su Duan beat the shit out of them. He's like a veteran coach who can't help but crack up, red-faced, angry and furious when he sees his team members game play a piece of shit. The rabble. A bunch of rabble. Net damn letting Su Duan act like a pussy. Sun Chang in this side of the curse, and in the opposite side of Sun Chang's good friend Gangzi this looked wide-eyed. He did not seem to think of his own dust brother how can still be so fierce, but looking around the periphery is still in the steady stream of people pouring over. Zhao Gang clenched teeth. He knew his own dust brother is likely to just a moment of courage just a little longer will not be able to hold on to the time. So hold on Dusty, bro, I'll be right there to save you. Boom boom boom. Zhao Gang and Sun Chang both continue to tangle with their shields, and as time passes, unconsciously, the dense crowd on top of Ring 3 had begun to become bustling, and the floor of the ring or the lawn underneath it was already filled with corpses lying on the ground. Look around at the crowd that was originally densely packed with 500 to 600 people, but at this moment, those who could still stand in the ring were surprisingly less than 100 people. Ah, put. As Zhang San and Li Si were knocked 3 meters off the ground, 10 times the amount of shit and piss flew past their ears and smashed into the ring. The outermost part of the crowd, Zhao Xiaoya, couldn't help but blink her eyes as she looked at the center of the battlefield, like a tiger entering a pack of wolves left and right. No one could be his enemy. Her eyelashes fluttered, and her small face turned white. The plate-like slender body stumbled back a step. Her heart was a little flustered. Her ears unconsciously recalled her own father's evaluation of Su Chen. See, I told you he had good martial arts talent. Above the viewing platform, Zhao Yu turned his head to Zhao Chuyin and said, as such, Zhao Chuyin's features are exquisite. There is also the Ying Qi, a tight black leather will, the concave and convex body embodied to the fullest. At this moment, her back is against the leather chair, a pair of slender and powerful legs on the table, overlooking the battlefield below Su Dust, while the expression is unchanged, lightly nodded in response. Nice indeed. Not having awakened any vocational talent, not having been cultivated by a family force, yet being able to power through fellow professionals with a body of pure martial arts, and doing so at this age is indeed very good. He bears the title of once in a decade. Then, Shoyin, are you? Hearing Zhao Chuyin's compliments to Su Chen, Zhao Yu's eyes lit up and he was about to help Su Chen out in a favor. However, she was interrupted by Zhao Chuyin raising her hand. Her pair of eyes were cold and calm, not shaken in the slightest because of Su Chen's outstanding performance. As if she was used to it, she said coldly, Uncle Zhou, I understand what you mean, but you know that, to Grandpa, he's seen too many martial arts geniuses of this kind that he sees once every 10 years in the district. It's just that to this extent, which one of our ancient martial Zhao family's core heavenly prides can't do it? That's why you should stop talking about this matter. Unless it's a once-in-a-century occurrence, Grandpa won't step in. But, Zhao Yu was still unwilling to see such a good seedling buried and wanted to fight for Su Chen a little more. Uncle Zhao, I haven't finished talking yet, Zhao Chuyin, however, said indifferently as if she had already had a plan. With his martial arts talent, wanting me to call Grandpa isn't that qualified, but afterwards I can introduce him to our Zhao family's martial arts school. Even though he's not an inner disciple who can't access our Zhao family's core feats, it's still a doorway, isn't it? This, Zhao Yu hesitated for a moment. Ancient pure martial arts schools like theirs paid the most attention to inheritance, and the core techniques basically would not be spread out. Su Chuan, if he joined the martial arts hall, exposure to the gongfu naturally just some ordinary public goods skin, although the future according to the performance will also be able to step by step deeper into the core circle of their Zhao family, but this will require too much time, and the most crucial thing about martial arts is time. 12 to 30 years old is the crucial golden time period. Once this age period has passed, want to make achievements in martial arts? It will be as difficult as heaven. The difference between introducing it into a martial arts school and introducing it into the Zhao family was like the difference between a small branch in the Black State and a headquarters building in the imperial capital. So Zhao Yu's idea had always been that it would be best if he could introduce Su Chen directly into the core circle of the Zhao family. But now words, it can only be so. Zhao Yu sighed and nodded helplessly. Well, don't worry Uncle Zhao. I'll find a good martial arts schoolmaster to take care of him. Zhao Chuyin nodded her head in satisfaction, finally pushing out this lecherous person who was raising a dry sister at home. Alright, you're more familiar with this piece of Chuyin, so I hope you'll put in more effort to find a good martial arts teacher for Su Chen. Suddenly Zhao Yu seemed to have thought of something else. He suddenly raised his head and his eyes looked towards Zhao Chuyin. Zhao Chuyin? Uncle Zhao, what are you looking at me for? Boo! Ring 3. Another muffled thud came with a muscular man in the black undershirt flew out of the ring spitting out a mouthful of old blood. Motherfucker. All a bunch of losers. Can't even deal with a Su Chen who failed to awaken? It's really not useful at all. Seeing that Muscle Man and the others had fought for most of the day and had yet to take down Su Dust, as the group battle instructor, Sun Chang really couldn't help himself as he shouted at Xiao Air, Wang Wu, and Paki, who were still alive in the center of the battle zone. Asako, you guys come over here and help me block Xiao Gang. I'll personally come to meet Su Duan. Here we go. The green cloak shines in the sunlight. As the self-professed strongest combatant in the room, Void Commander, Internet Cafe Sprayer Sun Chang finally couldn't help but go down himself. Sun Chang, I won't let you go over there and hurt Brother Dust. The wind and water take turns. Zhao Gang, who was in front of Sun Chang, bellowed, although this Brother Dust's strength was a bit beyond his expectations. Zhao Gang knew that it was all because the strongest Sun Chang had been held back by himself, otherwise, Once Sun Chang was allowed to get close, his own brother Dust was afraid that he would inevitably be eliminated from the game. So to speak. Sun Chang, if you want to go and hurt brother Dust first, pass me. Zhao Gang let out a roar as his aura violently erupted out of his body, his hands tightly gripping the huge shield like a fearless warrior as he lunged towards Sun Chang. Every step carried a firm determination and unrivaled strength, as if the entire world was trampled under his feet. As he charged, a powerful air current surged up from his side, forming a golden whirlwind. This whirlwind was like a roaring dragon, rushing forward with teeth and claws. Zhao Gang's figure loomed in this whirlwind, just like a god of war descending to earth. Zhao Gang. Sun Chang's eyes widened and his face was filled with anger. They had been entangled in this fierce battle for a long time, and the smell of gunpowder between them was getting stronger and stronger. At this moment, when he saw that Zhao Gang had gone out of his way to stop himself, the anger in Sun Chang's heart was instantly ignited. You made me do this, he roared through gritted teeth. There was a ferocious glint in his eyes, as if he wanted to eat Zhao Gang alive. He decided not to hold back any longer and would respond to Zhao Gang's provocation with his fiercest attack. Good. Sun Chang said 3 good words in a row, his voice deafening and echoing throughout the space. Immediately afterward, his entire body radiated a raging and surging green light, like a star about to explode. These green lights converged into a huge torrent of energy, which continuously tumbled and surged on the small shield in his hand. The small shield began to emit a dazzling light whose brightness even surpassed that of the sun. Sun Chang held his shield high, his feet stepped apart, and he charged towards Zhao Gang with a determined stance. His speed was as fast as lightning, and in the blink of an eye, he crossed the distance between the two. At this moment, Sun Chang was like a green chariot, carrying an endless pressure and destructive aura as he crashed straight towards Zhao Gang. In this thrilling moment, time seemed to freeze, and everyone's eyes were focused on these two figures. Well, since you want to seek death, then I'll fulfill you. Let's see me eliminate you before I assault your brother Dust. Sacrificial strike. Sun Chang roared, his body erupted with surging green light, his energy rolling. The small shield in his hand emanated and exploded with a dazzling luster. He similarly held up his shield and ran, releasing a big move. Under the surging energy glow, it was like a green chariot, slamming head-on towards Zhao Gang. That's right. Shedding strike was exactly the skill that was common to all shield professions, using the shield as a means of attack and injecting the entire body's strength into it. One could reach a state of extreme speed in an instant. And the faster the speed, the greater the power. The descriptions may vary and be a bit complicated, but to describe it in a simpler way is to take a shield and slam it in front of you. Boom, boom, boom. Loud collision sounds, like thunder, exploded continuously in the ring. The two of them, Sun Chang and Zhao Gang, were like two windswept minivans, colliding with each other at an astonishing speed. This collision was majestic, lifting up a sky of dust, causing people to look sideways in amazement. However, this was only the beginning. Again and again, their figures flashed and interlaced in the ring, each flash accompanied by a deafening roar. As if they were about to tear the entire world apart, the two of them kept changing their positions, sometimes in the eastern part of the ring, sometimes in the unoccupied western corner, and sometimes on the side edges. They seemed to have forgotten everything, with only each other in their eyes and only one belief in their hearts, to decide the winner. In the confrontation of this body-sacrificing strike, their shields all began to show cracked lines, their faces reddened like blood, and blood even spilled out along the corners of their mouths. However, they had no intention of retreating and continued to go all out. At this moment, Sun Chang and Zhao Gang had already forced themselves into a desperate situation. They knew that if they continued like this, they would only lose both of them. However, things had come to this point, and there was no way back for them. Today, I, Shield Brave Sun Chang, am going to take the name of the top of the ring, punching Zhao Gang and stepping on Su Chen, opening my own path of kingship and holding the goddess Ruoxue in my arms. I can lose, but before that, I'm going to clear you, the biggest threat, for Brother Dust. The two men's gazes burned like torches as they let out a roar at the same time. Sacrificial strike. X2, with this roar, the entire ring trembled. Boom! This strike seemed to shake the heavens and earth, causing everyone to hold their breath. The roaring sound resounded in the ring. There was the sound of Sun Chang and Zhao Gang shedding their bodies in a collision, as well as the sound of punches and kicks coming from the center of the ring, and the sound of one of their classmates flying backwards into the sky and smashing underneath the ring. Noisy, cacophonous, chaotic. Why is that? Why yes. And in the middle of this chaotic venue, in a quiet area that seemed to be unattended, Zhao Xiaoyao's hair was disheveled, and her mouth was constantly murmuring and whispering, her pair of eyes looking at the center of the ring where she could casually send people flying out with a single punch or a kick. And the mighty Su Dust was gradually covered in blood and twisted in anger. Why is that? Su Chen, why are you still standing there? You failed awakening punk. What once-in-a-decade martial arts genius? You just don't deserve me. I'm not wrong. Holy light spell. Healing light. Zhao Xiaoya's cloaked hair, as if a female ghost sobbing for blood suddenly hissed out. A pair of eyes full of resentment, fiercely locked on, tens of meters away in front of Sun Chang and Zhao Gang. Sacrificial strike. The fight between Sun Chang and Zhao Gang seemed to be coming to an end, and at the moment there was blood spilling out of the corners of their mouths, and the shields in their hands were covered with cracks, as if they were two small cars that were about to be broken into pieces. But even so, the duo continued to throttle up. Without flinching, they crashed into each other. Only unlike the previous times, this time before the two were about to collide. A milky white holy light fell from the sky. It fell on Sun Chang in an instant. Sun Chang only felt his spirit shaken, his body healed from his injuries, and he gained an extra dash of strength out of thin air. Boo! Under the mutual collision, this time he only retreated 3 steps, but Zhao Gang was not more than 10 meters away from him. A sudden change of heart. It made Sun Chang turn his head violently. Sun Chang, hurry up and finish off Zhao Gang, then go deal with Su Chen. Zhao Xiaoya shouted in a stern voice. Sun Chang also seemed to understand what was going on, and a hideous smile appeared at the corner of his mouth as he answered excitedly. Yes, Zhao Gang, your end has come. Sacrificial strike. Put. Zhao Gang, who was knocked down on the ring, spat out blood, glanced across the room at Zhao Xiaoya, who was constantly healing Sun Chang by adding blood, and then glanced at Sun Chang, who didn't give him a chance to catch his breath as he charged towards him. He clenched his teeth, and Chang braced himself and roared in anger as he finally made a move. Sacrificial strike. Boo! As the last of the brilliant pyrotechnics shattered in the ring, Goodfellas Gonzo was completely knocked out of the ring. Ha ha ha! Finally getting rid of Zhao Gang. Sun Chang laughed out in pain. Zhao Gang is dead. Su Dust, next you're left on your own. He turned his head out with a grimly quick face, but suddenly realized, boo! As Su Chen kicked the pockmarked man out of the ring, Sun Chang suddenly realized that there were surprisingly not many people still standing in the large 1,000-meter square ring other than him and Su Chen. Breeze blowing through. An empty. Su Chen wiped his hands with the clothes on Bucktooth Brother, who was still standing in front of him, and then casually threw Bucktooth Brother to the bottom of the ring as if he was throwing garbage. And then, after taking a look at Gangzi, who was knocked out of the ring, he turned his eyes to Old Wang and said in a cold voice, yeah, all that's left is you. By now there were only 3 people left in the entire big ring. #3. Su Dust, Sun Chang, Zhao Xiaoya. In just such an instant, the grinning, hot-blooded Sun Chang felt a wave of cold water splashing against his face, causing all the hot blood in his body to instantly freeze. Earlier, when he sparred with Zhao Gang, he was too involved and hadn't paid much attention, and now after reacting, he realized, crap, where are the people? Where's Xiaoer, Wan Wu, Paki, Zhang San and Li Si, all taken out by him alone? No way. The entire ring is 500 to 600 people. They won't all be taken out by him. At this instant, Sun Chang, who ignorantly realized the seriousness of the problem, couldn't help but shiver. Can he do this kind of thing? Facing Su Chen's cold gaze as he approached step by step, Sun Chang couldn't help but put his hand by his chin in a somewhat vain manner and coughed. Ahem. Nah, Su Dust, I haven't even filled up my blood yet. Oh, the change in Sun Chang's attitude caused Su Chen to stop, and he raised his hand indifferently in a gesture. I'll wait for you to add. Save yourself the trouble of making excuses like a pussy when you lose later. Did everyone see that? The teenager who failed in his professional awakening actually emptied the entire ring of all the awakened people of the same class by himself. What a... Above the viewing platform, the reporter Shaoli, who witnessed how Su Chen swept the entire ring in its entirety, was shocked beyond words. Unable to express the words in her heart, the live stream was even more internally noisy. Crap. Bullshit. There's only 2 left. Su Shen, truly worthy of being the man who used to be called a god in the first middle school. Not even awakening his profession, but still able to do this. Drawing out the entire ring with his own strength. The question teacher is going to lie down in the toilet and cry to death. No way. This is too much. That's 500 to 600 combat professionals, not 500 to 600 pigs. Besides, even if it's 500 to 600 pigs, it's not as if all of them were eliminated so quickly. The pop-ups in the live stream were a mess, even if they witnessed it with their own eyes and had the facts to back it up. Many people couldn't believe that a person who had failed to even awaken his profession was able to hang all of the awakened people in the ring to defeat them one by one. This can't be right. Wasn't playing me. How can he be so strong for a martial arts practitioner? Some people in the live broadcast room questioned, and even Brother Understanding couldn't give a good explanation for a while. Let's hold our horses, folks, and let's interview a few of our guests for their thoughts before we pass judgment. After adjusting her mood, Ray spoke to the live broadcast, then he turned the camera to Joe Hatsune's side and opened his mouth to inquire. Hatsune Enforcer, I'm sure you've seen the skepticism from the viewers and friends. May I ask if this kind of expressiveness from Su Chen is considered normal in your opinion? Nothing to be surprised about. Martial artists are just better at endurance and have a longer combat endurance than professionals. Although these students are professionals, after all, they've only been awakened for 10 days. Their average chi and blood values are only around 10.0. Their combat experience isn't rich enough, and their teamwork is terrible, so they can't beat pure-blooded martial artists. And it's a normal thing to see this happen. I can do it too. Or this kind of thing, under the same chi and blood value. But any disciple who is proficient in ancient martial arts can do it with 1 against 100. If I'm on the field I can even clip Su Chen to death with just 2 pairs of legs. Zhao Chuyin, who was dressed in a tight leather jacket with long and powerful legs, still had a cold voice and picky and tricky words. It seemed that in her opinion, Su Chen eliminating everyone in the ring with his own power was not a big deal. So it's not that I'm deliberately making things difficult for you, Uncle Zhao. It's not impossible for you to want me to be his master and teach him martial arts, but you also know that I'm rather busy. And if you want me to teach him, how can you say that he'll have to take the first position in this mock exam? First in the mock exam, Zhao Chuyin came up with a condition that made Zhao Yu's face hard to see. Su Chen was able to eliminate Zhang San and Li Si and all these people. To be honest, it was already a bit beyond his expectation. But he didn't expect that he still couldn't get into Zhao Chuyin's eyes. Need to be number 1 on the practice test to do that. The current match was only the first in one ring of the third ring. There was a quarterfinals match behind it, not to mention that there was still a person that Su Chen couldn't deal with in this third ring alone. Compared to Zhang San Li Si, whose combat power is only 156, Sun Chang is an A-ranked professional, with a combat power of up to 350, far exceeding everyone present. And he's also a shield profession. The best thing he can do is defense. He didn't even find Su Chen to have any powerful offense when he watched the entire battle. And he couldn't break Sun Chang's defense at all. Coupled with Su Chen's previous battle, must have long consumed a lot of physical strength. While on the contrary, Sun Chang's side has his daughter Zhao Xiaoya constantly add blood to recover. Under this counterbalance, how can Su Chen win over Shield Yong Sun Chang to become the first place in the ring number 3? Even the top 4 have progressed. And what the first mock exam Hatsune? That's some harsh conditions you've got there. Zhao Yu shook his head with a bitter smile. A teenager who failed in his professional awakening yet managed to persevere until now. I wonder what your thoughts are, Mr. Zhang? While Shaoli was interviewing Zhang Feng's parents about their thoughts the other direction of the observation deck. See, I told you that brother Su Chen would win. Bai Ruoxue, who had long pink hair and a look of pure desire and beauty, smiled with starlight in her eyes. Jack frowned, then said he eliminated 500 to 600 people in the ring by himself, which seems impressive, but in reality, 90% of these 500 to 600 people have chi and blood values that lie between 7.0 and 8.0, which are lower than his. And there are only 20 to 30 people who can be at the same level as him. Rounding up, he only beat 20 to 30 people of the same level. A level that the knights trained by our Temple of Light can also do. Ms. Ruoxue, you shouldn't be fooled by appearances. He'll reveal his true strength when he fights that shield-wielding teenager next. And then you'll know that professionals are the strongest. And that there's no way out of Kyushu's kung fu. His aforementioned performance would have been able to be done by any battle-experienced professional. After all, his opponents were all just a bunch of rookies. I'd even be able to beat him 100 times in the same situation. Jack, with a burst of eloquence, speaking as if he had a point, pointed out with arrogance and prejudice on his face. Ms. Ruoxue, do you know why at this moment he is pretending to have a gentlemanly attitude to let that teenager with the shield to add blood to recover? Why? Because unlike the others on the field, that shield-wielding teenager is an A-ranked professional, the strongest powerhouse on the field, and he knows deep down that he can't win. Which is why he pretends to be a gentleman and lets his opponent regain his status as a way of making excuses for his defeat later on. Bai Ruoxue was silent as she listened to what Jack said. Then she turned her eyes and smiled. So, should we make a bet? Bet? Bet on what? Jack raised an eyebrow. Well, let's bet on whether or not brother Su Chen can win over Sun Chang to take the first place. If you lose, don't come pestering me in the future if there's nothing to do. Jack clasped his hands together as he nodded confidently. Yes, but Miss Ruoxue, if you lose then in the future please refrain from being capricious. Listen to Lord Protector's arrangement to cultivate, and stop wasting time by associating with this kind of low-level people. Good, Bai Ruoxue answered softly. She didn't say much as her pair of beautiful eyes looked downward at Su Chen. A soft light flickering. Ha ha ha. Recovering from injuries on the body. Stamina restored. Spiritual recovery. Full status. Above the ring, Sun Chang suddenly erupted in a burst of maniacal laughter. He glanced at Bai Ruoxue on the viewing platform, and then violently turned his head to stare at Su Chen. The green cloak behind him flung out. His battle spirit was high, and his mouth let out a loud shout. Su does to fight. Today, he, Shunyong Sun Chang, vowed to beat and humiliate Su Chen severely in front of Bai Ruoxue. Adding up, I've been waiting for you for half a day. Above the ring, Su Chen swept his gaze at Zhao Xiaoya at the back, then looked at the battle-hardened Sun Chang, and slowly opened his mouth as he stepped forward. Get started. You've been given time to recover your condition. Don't make excuses if you lose later. People like Sun Chang, if you want to beat him into submission, you have to wait for him to enter a complete state. Otherwise slightly which state is not right. He may have to make excuses afterward. So in order to beat Sun Chang into submission in one go and save him from jumping in front of himself later to woo and taunt like a mosquito, Su Chen waited for such a period of time. Oomph. Sun Chang snorted disdainfully, his eyes revealing a wise light as he said with an air of I've already seen through you, what waiting for me for half a day. Su Chen, don't think that I don't know that you're actually using this time to recover your physical strength, right? Still pretending to be nice about waiting for me? I've seen through these tricks of yours a long time ago. Say it like you're making me. All day long you've been pretending. Just you wait. Next I'll crush you hard with my shield. Sun Chang thumped his shield, wariness is high. Earlier, he was shocked by the fact that Su Chen had eliminated everyone in the ring. But now, after a period of calm reflection, his thoughts were coincidentally the same as Jack's. 500 to 600 people seems like a lot, but in reality most of them have a blood value of just around 7.0, 8.0, and a fighting strength of just 70 to 80. And with my current fighting strength of up to 350 I can also punch a little friend. So eliminating the entire ring sounds coaxing, but it's really not enough to be feared. If Su Chen can do it, I, Sun Chang, should be able to do it as well. Win. Plus, although both sides were recovering their stamina, their own side had Zhao Xiaoya behind them to add blood and healing, and Su Chen's recovery speed was definitely not as fast as their own. This is the opposite of the other. Win. As well as the last and most important point, Sun Chang carefully measured Su Chen up and down. The corners of his mouth could not suppress a smile. Bare hands and empty fists. Who gave you the courage to have the confidence to fight me? Sun Chang, one-on-one without even bringing a weapon. Is it me? Shield brave. Who can't lift my shield anymore? Or are you, Su Chen, floating? How can Su Young break his defense without a weapon? So to speak, win. In summary, 3 wins, win hemp. Imagine that. It's completely unimaginable that I, Sun Chang, will lose this battle. Sun Chang shook his head and laughed, a confident smile filling the corners of his mouth, and just as he raised his shield, he was about to make a courtesy remark about letting Su Chen go for 100 rounds first. Wait! Zhao Xiaoya's voice sounded behind her. What's wrong? Sun Chang turned his head in confusion. Zhao Xiaoya glared viciously at Su Chen. Then she gazed at Sun Chang and said in a cold voice, I'll give you one last extra care. Plus care? Triple circle plus. With a wave of the scepter in Zhao Xiaoya's hand, a triple transparent barrier instantly surfaced on Sun Chang's body, thin as a cicada's wing, translucent as ice crystals. It looks as if it will break with a single touch, but anyone with a discerning eye knows that this is a high-level support skill belonging to a nurse priest. Triple circle reinforcement. Each layer of the circle looks weak, but in reality even the outermost layer is enough to protect against bullets from firearms, and ordinary handguns can't break through the defense at all. The second layer of rings further back, on the other hand, doubles the defense capability of the outermost rings and can withstand the sweep of a submachine gun. The last layer, the third layer, the hardness of the circle is then doubled that of the second layer of the circle, and I'm afraid that not even a heavily armored Barrett can penetrate it. Once such a high-level skill was released, it caused quite a stir at the scene, but that wasn't the end of it. After releasing the triple circle enhancement to Sun Chang, Zhao Xiaoya, whose face was a bit pale, disregarded the feeling of weakness in her body and gave Sun Chang 3 more high-level aids one after the other. Qi and blood increase. A red light from the body of Sun Chang through the body. So a moment, Sun Chang only felt a body of the blood boiling, filled with a steady stream of inexhaustible power. It seems that at this moment, he can do a fist can dry over the entire world. Life source. Another green circle, surfaced under Sun Chang's feet, and Sun Chang immediately only felt refreshed, as if he was in the midst of healing all the time, and could recover immediately once he was injured. Physical strengthening. A yellow glow surfaced in response, and under the triple increase Sun Chang only felt as strong as an ox at this time. Unprecedentedly powerful. Wow. Triple increase aid, plus triple plus circle of protection. Such a succession of powerful buffs fell on Sun Chang, causing all the people in the arena now to be shocked and unable to hold back their exclamations of surprise. I know about the Qi and blood increase. It can instantly boost one's Qi and blood content, allowing one to burst out with power far beyond one's own Qi and blood value in a short period of time. Together with the physical strengthening, it can make this short period of time start to continue to elongate. At least it can be maintained for a 5-10 minutes or so. Under the 2 increases, Sun Chang's combat power should at least double. My god, Sun Chang's 350 combat power was already the strongest one in the ring. Now if it's doubled, wouldn't the combat power be as high as 700? It's already comparable to a high-level awakened person. This fucking punch shall not fuck Su Chen to pieces. The most outrageous is also the life source, capable of constantly adding blood to recover for a duration of 10 minutes. Which means that in the next 10 minutes, no matter what kind of injury Su Chuan inflicts on Sun Chang to consume, how the stamina is of no significance. The other party will soon be able to recover over. No, and cause damage? Don't forget, Sun Chang was originally a shield courage profession, with surprisingly high defense, but Zhao Xiaoya also added the triple circle to him, and under this kind of defense, Su Chuan, not to mention injuring Sun Chang, can break the defense and touch Sun Chang is already smoke from his ancestors' graves. The pop-ups in the live feed went wild. The expressions of the group of guests on the viewing platform were also somewhat varied. That, Uncle Zhao, Xiaoya and Su Chen, have a grudge? Zhao Chuyin inclined her head, her eyes odd. Zhao Yu face also some embarrassment. He also do not know why his own daughter and Su does not much hatred. Even if the breakup is also good to get together. How to make it seem like there is some deep hatred? Ms. Ruoxue, it's none of my business. You can't renege on a debt when you lose. Jack also laughed out in slight surprise. Ruoxue didn't say anything. Just a pair of jade hands gripping the railing tightly, the backs of her hands turning white. Above the third ring, Zhao Xiaoya's successive outbursts of assistance shocked Sun Chang for a few moments, but he soon saw the various colors of the protective aura on his own body, as well as the endless explosive power of terror that was constantly surging out of his body. Sun Chang couldn't help but laugh out wildly to the sky. Jia. Yes. Is this the power of assistance? Is this the power of a fucking assist? Endless defense, endless strength, endless stamina, endless life. The current me. It feels like I can even kill gods and demons, with Zhao Xiaoya's assistance. At this moment, the aura on Sun Chang's body was rising, like stacked waves and layers, with one wave stronger than the other beginning to increase wildly, increasing fiercely, powerful increase, overwhelmingly increasing. It had long since gone far beyond the realm of a junior professional. Such strength, such momentum, who else on the scene could match it? Ha. Su Chen, I told you, we're not from the same world. You don't deserve me at all. Wastes who failed to awaken their professions should stop pestering and struggling. Stop appearing in front of my eyes. Stop appearing on the stage of our professionals. And immediately go back to the bottom of the garbage heap where you deserve to be. The successive 3 layers of increase as well as the release of the Guardian Circle had long since made Zhao Xiaoya's body weak and shaky, but she laughed out insanely on her staff, looking at Su Chen with a look of pleasure in her eyes. Go Sun Chang, dry out Su Chen. If you can dry out Su Chen, I, Zhang San, will recognize you as my boss from now on. Zhang San, Li Si and other corpses were talking under the ring. Go Sun, Su Chen, he's so hateful. He doesn't know how to show any mercy when he strikes. Boss, take the heat for us. Asako was shouting. Su Chen has stayed in the number 1 position for too long. It's long past time to go down. Sun Chang, let's witness the alternation of the old and new eras. The muscular man was also speaking. Dusty, watch out. Amidst a chorus of quick laughter, Gonzo's worried voice came from below. It's okay Gonzo, your brother Dust will always be your brother Dust. On the ring, Su Chen turned his head and returned a sentence to Kong Zi. His eyes gazed ahead, his body slightly leaned forward, staring intently at Sun Chang, whose aura was increasing wildly ahead. His fingers flicked, like a wild beast storing up momentum at any time it could explode. Jia. Don't worry, it won't take you too long. I will soon finish off Su Duan. Sun Chang also laughed back at Motzi and the others with a big, brutal smile before his gaze was placed on Su Duan, who pounded his hand on the shield on his arm and licked his lips overexcitedly, a cruel smile pulling out from the corner of his mouth. Su Chen, you are ready to die. Boo! Suddenly, a deafening popping sound rang out, and the expression of Sun Chang, who was laughing rampantly, was stunned, as he suddenly realized that there was no longer any figure of Su Chuan at his previous location, and could only see the marble floor at Su Chuan's location suddenly crumble apart, sinking inch by inch, revealing cracked veins, and debris splattered and flew high. Where's Su Chen? Sun Chang's heart tightened violently, and his eyes turned quickly, instantly locking onto Su Chen's figure. I don't know when Su Chen had actually appeared in front of him, and swung a fist. Its momentum was majestic. Where the peak of the fist was, there was a sharp whistling sound that cut through the air. How could? Sun Chang was surprised by Su Chen's sudden burst of speed, and even more surprised by the power of Su Chen's punch as he subconsciously lifted his feet and retreated backwards, but not yet half a step out to it was then seen that the peak of Su Chen's fist had already reached the top of the triple thickened circle. 50.0 blood value of the basic power of 5 or 6 tons. plus the skin like gold and jade of the realm increase. At this moment I fully erupted under the power of a fist should not be less than 10 tons. More than 10 tons of power convergence of a fist on top of even the fine iron armor can be pierced. Not to mention the district triple padded. Su Chen's gaze blazed as he blasted his fist on top of the 3 times circle boom. Waves of air rolled in and deafening sounds came of the 3-layer protective ring that was able to withstand heavy barret was destroyed like paper mache under Su Chuan's punch, and was instantly broken and destroyed, turning into fragments that were thrown all over the sky, and did not even do anything to obstruct Su Chuan's movements. What? Tofu Dreg's construction? At this moment, Sun Chang's eyes were rounded, and his heart was full of dead souls, seeing that Su Chen was about to bully his way up. He didn't care to think about why the triple protection circle couldn't even block Su Chen's punch, and hastily backed up as he lifted up his shield as a driving block. Zhao Xiaoya's triple addition circle may be a Tofu Dreg's project, but the power brought about by the life source, qi and blood increase, and physical strengthening, the triple aid is cut and dry. Faced with the sudden arrival of a strong attack, Sun Chang was enraged, gritting his teeth in shock and anger, roaring out, "Must defend first! Must defend first!" This is Sun Chang's exclusive passive skill as Shield Brave. No matter who, the first time he tries to attack him, the damage inflicted will surely be transferred to the shield, meaning, the man who must not be attacked by stealth. Su Dus, now I might even be able to kill gods and demons. I don't believe you can break through my defense. Sun Chang's voice growled beneath the debris of the threefold circle crumbling in the sky. Su Chen raised his head, and a divine light shone in his eyes, refining the skin to great completion. The skin is like gold and jade. When it meets strength, it is strong, and when it meets rigidity, it is rigid. Compared to the dragon scale chopping technique, which is based on dragging the blade and rubbing it, after the skin refining grand completion, with a skin like gold and jade, I can perform even more advanced offensive techniques, more penetrating than dragon scales, more lethal. Its name is Dragon's Teeth. Su Chen let out a soft shout, and after shattering the triple guardian circle, he followed the trend of his feet, fiercely stepping forward, twisting his waist and switching his hands, and with a swift as lightning slam, he blasted and stabbed at Sun Chang's raised shield. Roar! In a trance, Sun Chang seemed to see the swimming dragon raise its head, revealing its terrifying and sharp dragon's teeth as it lunged and bit at him. Boom! Just a moment. In the moment when Su Chen's hand touched with the shield, Sun Chang seemed to hear the sound of strong metal clashing. The shield in his hand, which was already covered with cracks from the collision with Zhao Gang, instantly exploded and splattered in all directions. Impossible! Sun Chang's eyes instantly widened to a level that couldn't be any wider, unable to accept the shocked outburst. It's not! Boo! However, before Sun Chang could make another sound, after breaking the shield, Su Chen's momentum did not decrease. He instantly bullied his way up, strangled Sun Chang's neck with one hand, and lifted him up high under the sun. 3 layers of guardian ring broken. Jingjing iron shield exploded. The violent wind has not yet subsided. Gusts of airwaves blowing Su dust white corner of the coat. Black hair scattered, its potential as god as the devil. You say you can even kill anything? Su Chen's cold voice sounded at this moment. Sun, boss, Sun Chang? At this moment, the entire room was dead silent. Zhang San, Li Si, Paki, Muscle Man, as well as Zhao Xiaoya and Gang Zi froze completely dumbfounded by the appearance of this scene. The series of processes in the battle between the two of them, Sun Chang and Su Chen, appeared to be slow, but in reality, it only happened in a split second. The viewers could only see through the live broadcast that Sun Chang, who was still furiously and rampantly laughing in front of him, saying that even gods and devils can be killed, had his triple guardian ring and shield dry shattered in the back foot, and was lifted up by Su Chen with a stranglehold on his head, asking a question like, what did you say you could even kill? Such a sudden change, not to mention Sun Chang himself, who was already suffocating. Even the heads of other people watching the battle were blank, unable to accept the huge amount of information contained in the middle. Therefore, the scene fell into an extremely strange state of dead silence, whether it's the first and second year schoolmates, or the principal and teachers on the viewing platform, Shaoli, Zhao Chuyin and other special guests. None of the bigwigs from all sides spoke out, and even the pop-ups that had been densely packed and sliding by in the live broadcast room every now and then were cleared out at this moment. I don't know how much time has passed. You can only see when Sun Chang has already suffocated and is foaming at the mouth and rolling his eyes. A woman's scream rang out from Ring 3, breaking the dead silence of the scene. Open. No way. This can't be. Zhao Xiaoya screamed out in an unacceptable panic, shaking her head. Triple Guardian Circle. Theoretically it can protect against armor-piercing bullets. 100 years ago there was a saint who cast a 33-fold Guardian Circle to block a space-based weapon from an extraterrestrial civilization that penetrated 10,000 miles. Although the one I cast was only 3-fold, it could never be broken by you so easily. Not to mention that there is also a life source, qi and blood increase, physical strengthening, Under the triple assistance, Sun Chang's strength should at least be doubled. His combat power has reached more than 700 points to say the least. Stepping into the realm of high-level awakened, how could he be pinched and fainted over by your bare hands? Impossible. This is impossible. How could you win? Zhao Xiaoya seemed to be struck by the blow. She covered her head and kept shaking her head, cloaked as if she was crazy as she kept denying the facts in front of her. Able to why is it impossible? Su Chuan's voice resounded in the ring as he casually threw the fainted Sun Chang under the ring like a humanoid piece of trash. Taking a step towards Zhao Xiaoya, he approached, heads up, looking at the approaching figure of the man in front of her. Zhao Xiaoya's eyes gradually grew more and more a certain fearful dread. Her slender body trembled, and she took 2 steps backward, retreating to the edge of the ring, as if she was like a little sheep cornered by the big bad wolf. Her head lowered and her eyes closed, and her mouth screamed out in fear. Don't you come over. Snap. Zhao Xiaoya's scream certainly couldn't stop Su Chen's pace as he casually flicked a finger at Zhao Xiaoya's white forehead, and he bounced Zhao Xiaoya off the 2-meter-high ring. At this moment the only person still standing above the ring was completely Su Chen. Looking around, the high stage was filled with spectators, all over the place. Up and down the ring, there were dead bodies lying all over the place. Su Chen, who was standing on top of the ring, caught a glimpse of the pink silhouette on the viewing platform that was cheering him on like a little sister next door. He smiled at Bai Ruoxue. Look, I told you that brother Su Chen wouldn't lose, Bai Ruoxue said with some pride in her tone after returning a smile to Su Chen as if she was a little girlfriend showing off her boyfriend to Jack. Now as promised, you are not allowed to bother me again when you have nothing to do. Jack, who was wearing white and gold armor, stood on the side, and under his tightly furrowed brow, there was also a trace of astonishment in his eyes, completely not expecting that a crippled person who had failed to awaken had stayed until the end to become the first place in the ring. This was a bit of a surprise. Crap. 666. Winning. Su Chen won. How is this possible? It seemed as if Bai Ruoxue's proud voice had repressed the start button for the silence, and the entire room rang like thunder. Countless pop-ups flew up in the live broadcast. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Unimaginable. A person who hasn't awakened any professions has actually achieved the first place in the ring in this mock exam for geniuses of the combat profession, with one's own strength, sweeping the same ring of 500 to 600 people, and will be full state, full increase, double the combat power of the A-class professionals instantly crushed, unarmed pinched to suffocation fainting. Such a war record. Fallen teenagers. Really fallen? On the viewing platform, the reporter Shaoli looked at the bottom, skin like white jade handsome young man, cannot help but beautiful eyes lost in thought, murmured out, I knock. No way. In the homeroom teacher's seat, the homeroom teacher of the first class, Wang Mang had a pair of tiger's eyes glaring round, and only felt a tightening of the chrysanthemums at the appearance of this situation, as if there was already a kind of bad thing that was going to happen to him. Is the next bet on my ass that I'll lose? High-ranked martial artist. He erupted with strength comparable to that of a high-ranked martial artist in that instant. How can this be? Wasn't it said that 10 days ago he hadn't entered the rank? Zhao Chuyin, who had always acted coldly and indifferently, finally showed an expression of emotion on her face this time. Her brows furrowed as she struggled to understand. Breaking through from a freshly ranked martial artist to the point of a high-ranked martial artist in just 10 days. Isn't this cultivation speed a bit too fast? I don't know either. On the side of the teacher who was responsible for teaching Su Chuan the martial arts, Zhao Yu looked down at Su Chuan with a blank look in both of his eyes. Let you 10 years out. Did not let you really 100 years. This kind of cultivation speed, even if it can't be called 100 years, hard to come by, but it's also quite demonic. Okay, to know that he, the martial arts teacher, has been cultivating for more than 30 years, and it's only a second-order martial arts master's realm, obviously. 2 days ago, he wasn't even a martial artist. How could he feel that his own student was about to surpass him in the blink of an eye? Isn't reality suddenly becoming a bit metaphysical? The viewing platform was in a commotion. Everyone was shaken by Su Chen's victory. Even Zhang Feng's mother, the beautiful woman with a body as ripe as a peach, Hong Yuyao, couldn't help but rub her legs with a blush on her face, and her beautiful eyes were filled with Su Chen's majestic appearance as he stood above the ring alone. How could there be such a young man? No way. But that's impossible. Sun Chang is an A-ranked combat profession shield brave, with a 25.0 blood value and a combat power of up to 350, far exceeding that of everyone present. Not to mention that under Zhao Xiaoya's multiple aids, his strength must have at least doubled. Right, with a combat power of 700, comparable to that of a high-ranking professional. How could such strength be instantly killed in seconds by Su Chen, lifted up and thrown out of the ring like a chicken pinch? How could such a thing happen? On the lawn below ring 3.it had already been covered with all kinds of corpses, and in the midst of this pile of corpses, Zhang Sanli and the others who were still alive were unable to accept the facts in front of them, constantly shaking their heads in denial. Even his good friend, Gongzi could only say one thing when he looked at Su Chen, who stood above the ring dripping with divine might. Brother, you strike me as a stranger. Zhao Xiaoya's triple guardian circle was no worse than his guardian fortress in terms of defense, but as a result, he was even punched out by Su Chen. Then did this mean that the guardian fortress that he had used to protect Su Chen earlier, if he was willing to do so, could likewise be smashed by Su Chen with a single punch? And what is one doing with some of one's guarding behavior? And who is it guarding? Gundam looked at his large shield, caught up in the doubts of his life. Even the strengthened Sun Chang was resolved by a single move. If that's true, then how strong must Su Chen's current combat power be now? 800, 900 or 1000, earlier. The combat power tester couldn't detect Su Chen's combat power. It couldn't really be beyond the detection limit, right? Within the live broadcast room, a new round of discussion was also set off. All unable to imagine why Su Chen was so strong. He doesn't even have a career. It's just a martial arts practitioner. By what right does one person press against so many professional awakened people to fight? Although I've heard that he's some kind of 10-year-old martial arts genius. But as far as I know, 10 days ago he only seemed to have a chi and blood value of about 9.8, and hadn't even entered the rank yet. But now in just 10 days, his strength has already rivaled that of a high-ranked martial artist. It's open and shut, isn't it? Even if the martial arts talent is high, it doesn't have to be this outrageous. The pop-ups were rolling in the live room, and it was hard to understand that this kind of thing was happening, and Ray's reporter couldn't give a good account of it. I know. And right at this moment, the eyes of Zhao Chuyin on the side flickered, and a thoughtful expression appeared on her face as she regained her composure and slowly said, I know why Su Chen's strength has increased so quickly. Ray hurriedly handed over the microphone, facing the camera. Zhao Chuyin slowly analyzed without panic. In just 10 days' time, a martial apprentice who has never entered a rank leaps into a high-ranking martial artist. This kind of thing isn't really too much of an exaggeration. The martial realm is, after all, based on enhancing one's own chi and blood. And with only a certain amount of martial talent, plus a large supply of resources, it's not that difficult to achieve a rapid breakthrough in a short period of time. So according to my guess, Su Chen should have been knocking down some great medicine during this period, or practicing some secret technique that can instantly increase his combat power. That's why his strength increased so quickly. So it is. The answer given by Zhao Chuyin made people realize, so it's high on drugs. How shameless. Zhang San and Li Si gritted their teeth. I said, how could Su Chen be so strong? It turns out that he is high on drugs. Although the drug stream goes fast, it is easy to cause unstable roots and weak feet. He won't be able to go far in the future. The muscular man clasped his hands in his arms and grunted indignantly. That said, but if he really has the strength of a high-ranked martial artist right now, then wouldn't the first-place winner of this session's mock exam be? Under the ring, Paki, who was pinching Sun Chang, couldn't help but speak out a question that concerned everyone. You can't say that. Glancing at the other three rings, one after the other, the candidates were decided. On the observation deck, Zhao Chuyin shook her head. Uncle Zhao, you should know the advantages and disadvantages of pure-blooded martial artists compared to professionals. The reason why a martial artist can gain an absolute advantage in close combat is not because of how high the chi and blood values are, but rather, it's the degree of proficiency in martial arts attainment that determines the ability to put 1 point of force into 10 points of strength, which is where the advantage of the martial artist lies. And regardless of whether the strength that Su Chen showed just now was raised by getting high on pills or temporarily raised by using secret techniques, his foundation was bound to be weak and unstable, unable to grasp this power well, and had already fallen short. Saying that, Zhao Xiaoya's slender jade finger pointed at ring number 2. Their Wang Hao's 4 or 5 meter high orange mech shimmered under the sunlight with a metallic luster that made men unable to resist looking at it. Let's not talk about the others. Wang Hao's this AKBS 9000 series machine, loaded with heavy firearms, alloy giant sword. Its power for the average martial artist, rubbing that is injured, touching that is dead, to build its material of the exoskeleton armor, but also using the latest orange-grade steel, enough to withstand the power of a few 10 tons and not fall apart. With Sichuan's bare hands, how can he defeat such a technological product? In the true sense, I'm afraid he can't even break the defense. Plus another one. Zhao Chuyin's finger pointed back to ring 1, where Zhang Feng, dressed in a black anima suit, was fiddling with his hair. Zhang Feng has the profession of an A-rank blast swordsman. Mastery has the power of the blistering wind. Agility speed far exceeds the same level. Not to mention, the most crucial thing is that it can form dozens of wind blades when it raises its hand, each of which can easily exhibit a gully on the marble ground, and if it falls on a person, I'm afraid that it can instantly cut the person off. With this kind of killing power, it's hard for Su Chen to even get close. How can I win? Based solely on the fact that he's twice as fit as the duo? This kind of advantage might be useful against Sun Chang, who can only hold up his shield to take a beating, but against Wang Hao's mecha and Zhang Feng's wind blades, how can Su Chen face them with his bare hands but a body of flesh and blood? Zhao Chuyin made a well-reasoned analysis. Not only did it convince the audience in the live broadcast room, it also left Zhao Yu speechless and unable to speak. You're going to backtrack? On the other side, Bai Ruoshua's willow brows were slightly furrowed as her looked at Jack, her face a bit ugly. No, Ms. Ruoshue, you've misunderstood. We knights are most concerned with promises, and I do not go back on them. Earlier I said that if he lasts until the end of Ring 3, I will leave you alone in your daily life. But I can only guarantee myself. I can't guarantee that the others won't bother you, so why don't we bet again? If he is able to get the first rank in this mock exam, I can assure you that no one else will bother you. How about it? Jack spoke his mind eloquently. Yes. After learning Jack's idea, Bai Ruoshua's face eased and she nodded her head without much hesitation and agreed. You're that confident? Jack said with a raised eyebrow, somewhat unable to comprehend. Miss Ruoshue, he's just a martial artist who came up on drugs. You should know the huge gap between a martial artist and an awakened person. Whether it's that mecha teenager or that blasted wind teenager, it's not something that he can fight against. Even if that mecha teenager and the blast wind teenager, if they don't stop their hands later, it's very likely that he'll be hit by a gun or a wind blade to the point that he'll be seriously injured, missing an arm or a leg, and there's no possibility of winning at all. Martial artists are only flesh and blood no matter what. They can be easily scratched by swords. They can be sifted by bullets. In the face of this kind of extremely lethal attack, martial artists are not much different from ordinary people. At the most, ordinary people may only need one cut to die. Martial artists need 2 cuts. Therefore, after comprehensively comparing the strengths and weaknesses of both sides' battles, whether on the viewing platform or in the live broadcast room, almost no one would be optimistic that Su Chen could win over both Sun Chang and Zhang Feng. But I trust him. Brother Su Chen wouldn't lie to me. Bai Ruoshua looked at Su Chen below, her beautiful eyes still shining like last time. This caused Jack, who was on the sidelines, to look a little deeper. Ha ha ha. I didn't think people would react so violently. Isn't it a matter of course for me, Wang Hao, to achieve the final victory as a hallowed mecha master? I'm a bit embarrassed by such warm cheers. While the murmurs of Su Chen's victory in ring number 3 were still echoing continuously in the surroundings, ring 2. Wang Hao jumped out of the mech, crocodile shoes in the sunlight glittering around the grand excessively lively discussion sound. Let him scratch his head, embarrassed to laugh out. Thought everyone was cheering for his victory. Brother Wang, a voice came from below the ring, and the 2 brothers, Zhang San and Li Si, supported each other and limped over. Ha! Zhang San, Li Si, why are you guys beaten so badly? Who is it? Is it that bastard Sun Chang? After seeing the panda eyes and other injuries on the faces of Zhang San and Li Si, Wang Hao instantly turned from joy to anger. Really wanton. Hit the dog but also look at the master. Sun Chang knows that you guys are my little brother, but still dare to move so hard. You guys don't worry. Later on, your brother Wang will take the heat for you guys. Let's see if it's his broken shield that's powerful, or your brother Wang's big, hard mech that's powerful. Zhang San explained with more than a little embarrassment on his face. Brother Wang, you've misunderstood. It wasn't Sun Chang who did it. He's still lying down. Still lying down? Wang Hao froze for a moment as he looked in a certain direction under ring 3, and sure enough, he saw Sun Chang lying on the ground at a glance. If it wasn't Sun Chang, then who injured you guys? Could it be Zhao Gang? Wang Hao questioned. No, it's Su Chen. Zhang Sanjian pointed to the top of ring number 3, where Su Chen cast his gaze. What? After seeing that the person who stood at the end of ring number 3 was actually Su Chen, Wang Hao's face was stunned, incomprehensible. How did this punk Su Chen stand until the end? Brother Wang, you must avenge us. This guy Su Chen is high on drugs these days. His strength has risen so fast. Not only us, even Sun Chang has been beaten out. After Zhang San and Li Si's explanation, Wang Hao, who understood what had happened, immediately had a disdainful expression on his face. Sun Chang is really fucking useless, and all day long, he said that other Su Chen is a waste. He's almost beaten the shit out of himself, and he doesn't take a piss and look at himself. I, Zhang Feng, hereby declare that from now on, Sun Chang is not worthy to be listed alongside us as the F4 of the first middle school. After Zhang Feng in ring 1 heard that Sun Chang had lost to Su Chen, he hurriedly came out with a sacred cutting speech so as not to be pulled down in a pushy manner. Damn it! This guy Su Chen must have been pretending to be a corpse the entire time, and finally took advantage of our son's inattention and sneak attack my son in order to be able to stand at the end. How despicable. Don't worry, brother Sun, your revenge will be avenged for you by my glasses. Above ring number 4, brother Glasses, who didn't know the exact process and managed to get to number 1 by pretending to be a corpse the entire time, looked at Su Dust in ring number 3 and gritted his teeth as he fought for Sun Chang. Be quiet. Everyone be quiet. Next I'll explain the rules of the Final 4. The Final 4 is a 1v1 keeper format. The 4 remaining students in the outer ring can all head to the centermost ring, Number 5. To determine the winner. As the camera moves you can see there is a drawbridge connecting the outer rings in all 4 directions, southeast, northwest, and north, to the centermost ring, hashtag 5. Ring number 5 compared to the periphery of the 1-4 ring. The size of only 100 meters times 100 meters, but the height of up to 10 meters. Ripples, the periphery is a ring of moat. Climbed on it, will inevitably give a person who will be overriding the top of the feeling. The student who thinks he has the ability to win the first place can be the first one to go to the center ring and accept the challenge from the other 3 consecutively. And if he wins, he will be successful in defending the ring and will be the first in this year's edition. If you lose, you are eliminated behind 3rd and 4th. The host briefly explained the rules of the final 4. Whoever is confident can be the first to ascend to the center ring and then accept the challenge from the remaining 3. If they are knocked out of the ring by the first person to go up, then they will be 4th. If they are knocked out of the ring by the second person to go up before they are knocked out of the ring, then they will be 3rd. If one succeeds in guarding the ring one after another, then the number 1 ranking in this year's mock exam is well deserved. It's obvious under this rule that the first one up has the most to lose, and you need to win 3 in a row to get first place. The last person to initiate the challenge is the most favorable. Whether the opponent has won 2 games in a row or is the new owner of the ring, he can wait for the challenge with a full victory and take the first place. Or even if he is undefeated, he can still get the second place. In ring number 3, the light in Su Chen's eyes flashed for a split second before he figured out the pros and cons of this rule. Therefore, after the announcement of this rule in the past, the first 4 people in the room would basically weigh things up a bit before someone would be brave enough to be the first to step into the center ring and accept the 3-way challenge. But this time it was clearly different. As the host announced that the final 4 could begin, Su Chen moved his feet slightly. There's no point in wasting this time. I'll be the first to come. As a light shout rang out, one could only see a figure landing on the center ring like a rock spreading its wings. After seeing the figure on the field, the scene was in an uproar. It's him! I can't believe it's him! I didn't realize it was him. Is he so confident that he jumped up first? Without even thinking about it. The crowd of onlookers in all directions were surprised by the performance of the first person to jump onto the ring. Su Chen was also somewhat speechless. I didn't realize that someone was more anxious than he was and jumped on the test just as the bell rang. Above the center ring, Brother Glasses held a green longbow in one hand, pushed his own glasses with one hand, and slowly said after provoking Su Chen with a glance, I know that I can't win against Young Wang and Young Zhang with my glasses' strength, so my glasses walked up to the ring this time with only one goal in mind. That would be a watered-down candidate among the top 4 picks for our current mock exam in the 1st grade. Seriously brings down the gold of our mock exams. If we let him stay in such a sacred central ring for even one more second, it would be a humiliation for our first middle school mock exam. And if this kind of thing spreads out, how will people from the 2nd and 3rd middle schools, these outside schools, look at it? Let him even get into the top 4. Thought we had no one in the 1st grade. Therefore, as an A-ranked goalkeeper and the strongest in a B-ranked profession, it is necessary for my glasses to weed out the impurities for everyone and increase the gold content of the mock exams. So that's why Su Chen has the guts to come up and fight. Above the center ring, Glasses finger Su Dust issued an invitation to battle with a loud shout. Today I, Glasses, am going to avenge Brother Sun and ruthlessly shoot you. Wow! Cobalt's sudden declaration of challenge to IT made the pop-ups in the broadcast room scroll fast, and everyone's performance was very excited. Every one of them was asking questions left and right in excitement. Who is he? Who's the guy with the glasses? After saying so much in front of me, I thought that he was declaring himself, but I didn't expect that he would be so brave as to challenge Su Chen by name. If I remember correctly, this Glasses seems to be Sun Chang's little brother, a B-ranked archer with a combat power of around 160 or 70, I think, and just now with a handful of pretending to be a corpse in Ring 4, he managed to survive until the end. No way? Combat power of only 160? Hasn't anyone ever told him that Sun, who had been strengthened with a combat power of up to 600 or 700, was all but snapped off by a single move from Su Chen? All around the sound of too much noise. What exactly is said in the hearing is not too clear, but the Glasses brother do not need to think also know. It should all be people cheering for me. I, Glasses, in the center ring, not far away. Sun Chang, who had awakened, walked over with the help of Pocky and the others, and was about to say something to his eyes. Brother Sun, you don't need to say more. I understand what you mean. Glasses raised his hand to stop Sun Chang's speech as he patted his chest in assurance. Just watch from below. I'll give it back along with your share. After saying that, Glasses didn't even give Sun Chang a chance to speak more, and shouted directly at Ring 3. Freeze! If Su Chen is a man, don't be a shrunken head turtle. Dare you to get in the ring and fight my Glasses. Fulfill your wish. Su Chen, who had intended to be the first one to go up to the ring for a quick battle, didn't have anything to hesitate about, and under the gaze of the crowd, He walked straight to the ring. Su Chen. I know what's on your mind. Refracted by the sunlight, Glasses confidently pushed the glasses on the bridge of his nose in a speculative analysis. Don't you just want to let me and Wang Xiao and Zhang Xiao and the others first get into the ring to kill each other? And then either I'll be eliminated first, or one of Wang Xiao and Zhang Xiao will be eliminated next. The last one on the field is able to get the third, or even the second place. No matter what, you will be named among the top 3 of the mock exams according to this way. But it's a pity that you thought that my brother Glasses would not understand the thoughts that you had meted out until the end. Being torn apart by me face to face with the obscene calculations in your mind and having to come up to answer the battle. You should be very angry now, right? In the center of the ring, Glasses holding a longbow spoke eloquently as he was distantly facing Su Chuan. His confident words made the aside Sun Chang's eyes anxious, and wanted to remind one more sentence. Glasses, you don't worry, brother Sun. I have my own measure. I won't hurt him too badly. Sun Chang, Glasses didn't even give him a chance to remind him, and after one sentence, he drew the longbow in his hand. B rank occupation forest archer. A self-forest colored glow emerged from the spectacles, and the channeled energy converged on top of the arrow, as a forest bow. My normal shot can achieve the effect of blue and silver winding. The arrow will instantly spawn a patch of vines after hitting the target, binding the opponent in place with a certain degree of control. But if you are faced with you, Su Duan, in order for you to stop defiling this sacred stage as soon as possible, you will have the honor of meeting me. The newly developed Archer's Arcana of Brother Glasses. Elf in a flash. Pay attention. Su Chen, this is your last chance to raise your hands and surrender. Otherwise, if you get hurt later, don't blame me for not reminding you. This strike of mine is enough to penetrate the stars. Spectacles, glasses flashing sharp luster. Serious look. Do not say really have a few points of momentum. Round bow drawn full Dao of forest-colored light converged on the tip of the arrow, emitting a dazzling luster. Those glasses look like they've got something. Can't say it's even possible. There were pop-up comments in the live feed. Su Chen, I'll ask you one last time. Are you voting to surrender? The glasses bow and arrow aimed at Su Dust with a warning tone and finally asked. Okay, Glasses, you don't even have a name. It's worth it to talk so much crap. Stop wasting everyone's time. I'm in a hurry to take first place in the championship. Su Chen impatiently waved at the glasses. If the remaining 2, Wang Hao and Zhang Feng, could still make him slightly interested, but the glasses? The audience doesn't even know your name. Who are you? So much talk here. Well. Su Chen, you asked for it. Brother Glasses gritted his teeth and spoke angrily. He didn't expect his good intentions to be fed to a donkey's liver and lungs. In that case, don't blame me if you get hurt later. Su Duan, you want to enter the top 3? And want to win the championship? Ha! Sorry, 4th is your limit, because I, Brother Glasses, will thwart you here. Won't let you Waterboy taint the gold of our top 3 in the first grade anymore. Alpha Flash. Accompanied by a furious shout from his eyes, the arrow in his hand instantly flew out like a bullet, splashing a gust of airwaves, as if a green pillar of light was shooting towards Su Chen at a strangely fast speed. There was a gasp from the crowd, and the pop-ups rolled wildly in the live stream. Oops, I was the one who underestimated Cobalt. How can this arrow be said to be more powerful than a gun armor bullet, if it were to be shot at a person? I'm afraid, Su Chen shouldn't really be shot up. Don't worry, I aimed for his shoulder. Seemingly anticipating the people's worries, Brother Glasses said as he held his own glasses as the arrow was shot. Won't really shoot him up. Of course, dare to underestimate me so much, Cobalt. Eat some bitter is. Snap. Suddenly, a clear voice rang out from the ring. Cobalt turned his head to look only to see, across from him, Su Chen picked up the Alpha Flash with his bare hands, and his 5 fingers were like iron pincers holding the sharp arrow tightly in his hands, not moving at all. Glasses, huh? Gorgeous sunshine. Above the vast ring, the elf flickered, lifting a cloud of dust by the raging airwaves brought about by the forced stoppage. Rolling waves of air blew the corners of Su Chen's white coat. Well, speed is okay, strength is terrible. As for sharpness, sloppy. Su Chuan took the arrow in his hand and gave a fair evaluation after glancing at his white palm that was intact without even a trace of skin being injured. Hey, what the hell was I expecting just now? Seeing this scene, there were pop-ups in the live broadcast room that spoke with exuberance, as if they had already had a mental anticipation. However, Brother Glasses, who didn't know about Su Chen's performance in the 3rd ring, was unable to accept it with his eyes wide open. What? The Elven Flash. But the latest Upanishad I've comprehended is fast, powerful, and lethal enough to easily pass through concrete walls several 10 centimeters thick. Even Brother Sun praised it and didn't dare to take it head on. But how is it now being given by Su Chen with his bare hands? This is impossible. Glasses couldn't accept the reality and shook his head, revitalizing his mind and still wanting to fight again. But snap! Su Chuan broke the wooden arrow in his hand, and from the broken part of the arrow, He casually removed a piece of wood shavings, and casually flicked this piece of wood shavings onto Brother Glass's glasses. Only a click was heard. Cobalt's glasses fell to the ground and shattered open. Victory and defeat have been decided. Winner Su Chen. The invigilator also gave the verdict instantly at this moment. The glasses-less cobblers froze therefore for a moment. Ha! What did you say, Sensei? I'm not defeated yet. I can still fight again. I still have the blue and silver winding that I haven't used yet. It's only the glasses that are broken. Not me. Will this fellow eyeglass holder please stop messing around? Do you think Su Chen would be afraid of you? Blue-silver tangle? Your essence is shattered. So don't fight anymore. Please hurry down and take your essence to heal your wounds. The invigilator gave his advice expressionlessly, signaling Brother Glasses to hurry off the stage and not get in the way of the next big show that would decide the top 3 of the first middle school mock exam. What ontology? What eye holder classmate? I'm the cobbler. It's only the glasses that are broken. It's none of my Brother Glasses' business. Brother Glasses still wanted to struggle and argue again, and fight Su Chen. But 2 teachers who were maintaining order soon came and dragged him straight down from the ring on his left and right frames. There's something shady about Shady. I just broke my glasses. Why shouldn't I be allowed to fight again? I'm not convinced. I haven't lost yet. Dragged out of the ring, Cobalt stomps on his 2 legs and keeps shouting left and right, attempting to hope that someone will step up and say something for him at this point. But, Glasses, I know you still have blue and silver wraps that aren't working, but honestly, no one's afraid of your blue and silver wraps. So you might as well get your glasses frames to hurry up and take you to therapy. I see that your injuries are a bit serious. Both lenses are cracked, so don't get attached to the battle. It's better to go and use the glue to heal it first, or if not, brother will take you to Zhao Xiaoya and let her give you a holy light spell. Ha! Who are you talking to? Brother's son? Brother Glasses said with some difficulty in understanding as he watched Sun Chang hold his glasses and worry about speaking there. I'm here. What are you talking into my glasses? Oomph. Alright, punk. A loss is a loss. Don't get entangled here. At this time Wang Hao feet stepped on the crocodile leather shoes came over, his hands clasped in his arms. First to Sun Changhan cracked glasses cold snort seemed to be very despised on the glasses brothers gibberish, and then he looked at Sun Chang with a disdainful and mocking gaze. If a soldier is wasted, one is wasted. If a general is wasted, a litter is wasted. Sun Chang, no wonder you were the first in our F4 to be eliminated by Su Chen. What a waste to watch your men. Next let you see. Want to share the same name with me? Wang Hao, a middle school F4 should have the strength. Wow. Amidst the jubilant movement of the crowd, Wang Hao leaped up and stepped into the ring. Come on, come on. The real deciding match has finally begun. Brother Wang is not a brittle archer like Glasses who can take a second with a single move. A-class professional mech artist, which is a super technological profession that can pilot a mech, equipped with heavy firepower weapons and super hard exoskeleton armor. In this mock exam, it can be said that it is completely invincible in offense and defense. Earlier on our ring too, Wang didn't even make a move the entire time. He just stood there with his mech on, leaving us with absolutely no way to deal with it, and we couldn't break the defense at all. Wang Hao's appearance on the ring represented the beginning of the arrangement of the top 3 places in the mock exam, and the surrounding students all stirred up because of this, especially those who previously belonged to the same ring number 2 as Wang Hao, and could not help but show their admiration. It's completely unimaginable how Wang, who was driving a mech, would lose to Su Chen, who was barehanded and unarmed. It looks like he can only stop here. Observatory, the reporter, Ray, said regretfully, although the teenager has not really fallen. He has been working hard to get high in cultivate for the past 10 days, even at the expense of his own reputation, and hindered his fellow classmates from getting stronger by maliciously robbing monsters externally and internally. Underhanded and undermining tactics. All kinds of tactics have been used, and he has done as much as he is capable of doing. But there are some things that can't be achieved just by trying. Just like he didn't awaken his profession. It's a mountain that can't be crossed no matter how hard he tries. Even if his current blood value may have reached the standard of a high-ranking martial artist, but the strength that he can exert when high on drugs is simply difficult to meet the standard. Not to mention facing a profession such as a mech artist, loaded with heavy firepower, high offense and high defense super technology professions. Even if it's a battle-experienced high-ranking martial artist, it's also necessary to wield a special weapon with all the caution in order to cope with it. And Su Chen didn't bring anything with him. With his mortal flesh, not to mention winning, this time it's really hard to even hurt Wang Hao. It's over. It ends here. Zhao Chuyin gave her judgment, and Zhao Yu on the side sighed helplessly. It seems that the matter of wanting you to teach Su Chen martial arts is out of the question. The time is also the destiny. He did his best, but how could flesh and blood compare to mechanical armor? In response to Zhao Yu's sigh, Zhao Chuyin didn't say anything. She looked at Su Chuan on the center ring. Su Chuan's beautiful eyes flickered. Although she had always rejected such a lecherous man like Su Chuan, She had actually already made a plan in her heart, even if Su Chen lost here. It wasn't like she couldn't accept being Su Chen's master. As for why, Grandpa should be happy when he sees it. Thinking of that poor old man whose life was only about martial arts, Zhao Chuyin sighed softly. Ho ho ho, Su Chen. You should have heard all the sounds in the surrounding area. Above the center 5 ring, Wang Hao, who had crocodile leather shoes on his feet, stood across from Su Duan, and he touched his flirty greasy head and laughed. Su Chuan, you managed to stay until now by a fluke. To be honest, I'm surprised, but that's where it ends. Meeting me, Wang Hao, your luck is considered to have run out. Don't think that you can get carried away just now by defeating a mere spectacled brother, so you can go up against your brother Wang and me. I'm telling you that's impossible. This 3rd place is your limit. It's impossible to go one step further. Hurry up and get in your mech. In the face of Wang Hao's eloquent speech, Su Chen raised his eyes slightly and just said faintly for Wang Hao. Su Chen was also a little interested in him in this aspect. Ha! Although Su Chuan's urging interrupted his pretentious speech, Wang Hao was not annoyed. Instead he shook his head inside and laughed out, a wise light emanating from his eyes, as if he had completely seen through Su Chuan's inner thoughts, and he continued to point out, Su Chuan, it seems that you still don't die. You don't recognize the reality, and you have the fluke to think that you can fight against professional geniuses like your brother Wang and me even if you don't have professional talent. For this reason, they even go so far as to get high on a lot of drugs, damage their own roots, and seek power for a short period of time at the expense of their futures, wanting to get good grades in this mock exam and prove themselves, prove that you haven't lost, prove that you're still the Su Chen of the past, prove that even if you don't have an awakening, your professional talent can still be something, and indulge in nice fantasies. It's pathetic. Pathetic. Hurry up and get in your mech. In response to Wang Hao's long-winded speech, Su Chen just returned a sentence. It seemed that Su Chen's overly bland expression made Wang Hao a little displeased, and he raised his eyebrows. Then with a hint of a mocking smile at the corner of his mouth, he continued to chuckle. Su Chen, I understand your mind. You want to defeat me as soon as possible to prove that you're not wrong. You want to defeat me as soon as possible to firm up your inner thoughts. You want to defeat me as soon as possible to prove to the world that you're still the same genius you used to be even though you failed to awaken. But Su Dust, some things are destined, not something you can change just by working hard. You Wang brother, hurry up and get in your mech. This time Su Chen directly interrupted Wang Hao's speech. And even to prevent Wang Hao from continuing his long speech, he added a mocking sentence after finishing this sentence. Waste. It was also these 2 words that made Wang Hao, who had wanted to continue with his victory speech, instantly annoyed, and with veins jutting out on his forehead, he gritted his teeth and laughed. Good. Su Chen, brother Wang, I'm kindly teaching you, but you don't listen. Since that's the case, there's no need for you, brother Wang, for me to say anymore. Today, I'll let you see what true strength means. Take a look at this huge mech that bangs and clatters. It will become a sharp weapon to shatter your unrealistic fantasies. At the same time, it will also make you realize what the cruel reality is. I'll show you who the real trash is. Mecha merge. Accompanied by Wang Hao's furious shout, the orange light was like a bright meteor that traced a dazzling arc on the field. Immediately after, the light gradually dissipated, and a giant mecha that was 4 or 5 meters tall appeared in the ring. Its entire body was glittering with a dazzling metallic luster. As if it was a god of war from the future world, the crowd erupted in cheers. It's on. It's on. Brother Wang is finally going to show his real skills. Sister Xiaoya, don't worry. Brother Wang can definitely help us out. At this moment, Zhang San, Li Si, and Zhao Xiaoya, who still had a slight blush on her forehead, under the ring, their faces instantly overflowed with smiles of joy and anticipation intertwined, and on the viewing platform and in the live broadcast room, there was an equal burst of gasps. Everyone was shocked by the huge mecha summoned by Wang Hao, and a question couldn't help but well up in their hearts. How on earth was barehanded Su Chen going to defeat such a steel behemoth? Ho ho ho, Su Dust, don't think that just because you defeated a waste like Sun Chang's Shield Yong in Ring 3, you think you're also qualified to provoke this young man. Let me tell you, your brother Wang's hard and big mecha is no match for a punk like Sun Chang, barehanded and without even a weapon. I really don't know where you got the confidence to provoke this young man's mech. In the cockpit, Wang Hao revealed a hideous and wild smile as he said in a confident and contemptuous tone, and I don't bully you. 100 moves. I'll give you 100 moves. Within 100 moves. If you can break my defense, I'll concede. If you can't, GGG, then I won't blame you Wang. I'll teach you a hard lesson with my big hard mech. 100 moves? Su Chen looked at the training machine that Wang Hao was using in front of him, and a trace of undetectable disappointment appeared in his eyes. In the very next moment, Su Chen's figure was like a ghost, instantly disappearing from his original position. In the blink of an eye, he unexpectedly stood diagonally above Wang Hao's cockpit in an unbelievable position. forming a 75-degree angle with the ground, only to see him stretch out a hand as if it was a sharp blade, effortlessly inserting it into the hard and unrivaled steel of the cockpit's exterior, with the violent force of Su Chen's arm. An ear-splitting metal cutting sound and toothache-inducing steel twisting and popping sound sounded at the same time. In the chaotic scene of electromagnetic sparks flying around, the cockpit door that was originally closed tightly was actually torn open by Su Chuan with just one hand. Strong sunlight shone into the cockpit through the crack in the hatch, creating a dazzling column of light. And in the midst of this light, a human-shaped shadow was reflected. At this moment, the smile on Wang Hao's face, who was sitting in the cockpit laughing openly and triumphantly, suddenly froze. His eyes were wide open, his gaze was confused, and his expression was stagnant, obviously not having regained his senses. Not knowing what exactly had happened, only Su Chen's voice, which was tinged with a bit of boredom, clearly entered Wang Hao's ears. Who are you looking down on, trainer? And make me 100 moves. Say that next time you take the fighter out. Wang Hao, eh? The familiar voice caused Wang Hao's eyes to gradually focus, as if adapting to the blinding white world of the sunlight around him, and to see the face of the man in front of him casting shadows on his face. It was Su Chuan. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? In this instant, the three questions of life flashed through Wang Hao's mind. Where's my mech? Where's my big, hard mech? I thought I was in the cockpit. What's going on? So bright. What a big sun. What blinding sunlight. How did Su Dust lift the door of my cockpit? Could it be that I left the door open when I came in? Countless questions burst out in his mind. But looking at Su Chen's large hand that was gradually reaching into the shadows that constantly cover the face, let the 1,000 words in Wang Hao's heart finally converge into one sentence. So what? Dust. Dust. I'm a mech. I don't carry a direct attack on the pilot. Dazzling sunlight, the steel behemoth that could be called a weapon of war had been ripped apart with bare hands, hardening the driver from its stomach. The appearance of this highly impactful scene simply shocked the eyes of the crowd. Crap! Brother Wang! Zheng San and Li Si's two little brothers couldn't hold it in completely, and both couldn't help but burst out foul language. Of course, the one who had the hardest time accepting this scene was Zhao Xiaoya, who looked at this scene with a pale face and a shaky figure. At first, she was the one who decisively chose to cut and break up with Su Chen when he failed to awaken, choosing to put Wang Hao in her position as the 99th spare tire. But now Wang Hao even, how can this be? The reporter on the viewing platform, Xiao Li, her beautiful eyes were lost in thought, and her cherry mouth mumbled out unconsciously, as if she had completely lost the ability to think. She hadn't even been this shocked when Su Chen had killed the strengthened Sun Chang in seconds earlier. It was really because the appearance of this scene was too much of an eye-popping impact. Demolishing Gundam with your bare hands? Blanche, how is this possible? Even the lowest level of training machine building material is orange-level steel. Hardness and toughness in bank vault door are comparable. Not to mention unarmed tearing open. General rockets cannot be blown open. How did he do that? This kind of expressive power, let alone a high-ranked martial artist. I'm afraid even a second-ranked martial artist wouldn't be able to do it. The viewers in the live broadcast room were also completely shocked, and with their minds and insights, they were completely unable to comprehend the appearance of the scene in front of them. How could this be? As the only second-ranked martial artist present, Su Chen's martial arts teacher, Zhao Yu, was also looking at Su Chen as if he was looking at a monster at this moment, completely speechless. He can't do it. He really can't do it. Second-order martial artist. The body contains true chi, whether it is covered in the body surface above or in the body operation, can greatly enhance the body's various functions. Faster, stronger, physical endurance is better, more responsive, and even to a certain extent can block the attack of firearms and so on. There would be a qualitative change in the martial master realm compared to a martial artist. But I can't do it. I can't do it to dismantle Gundam with my bare hands. Zhao Yu cried out madly in his heart, although he had always said that Su Chen was very powerful and highly talented. But it doesn't say it makes you so contrary. No matter how powerful the martial master realm is, it's still just a mortal body. How can you possibly take apart such a sturdy mechanical creation with your bare hands? No matter what, you have to hold a competent weapon in your hand. But what about Su Chen? Just a martial artist with nothing in his hands. How much force does it take to try to tear the cockpit apart hard in this situation? No, don't you guys notice? The most outrageous thing is how his hand reached inside the mech and used the force to rip the hatch open. Frantic discussion inside the pop-up group. Finally, someone has gotten to the heart of the matter due to the special nature of the profession of the mech artist. As the pilot mech artist himself, in the mech merge is able to directly integrate into the interior of the mech, so that in the design of each mech from the outside there is no gap able to open the hatch. The only way to open from the interior mech artist himself, that is to say, there was no such thing as the so-called door handle at Wang Hao's cockpit location, not even a doorway, but it was penetrated by Su Chuan's hand to create a crack. How the fuck is that possible? How can human hands, flesh and blood, Run through and tear apart alloy steel. Orange steel is not some kind of tofu flour ahe. In this case, unless, could it be? Snap. Suddenly on the viewing platform, Zhao Chuyin's eyes fiercely shrunk. She seemed to have thought of something. Her body instantly had to shoot up the table like a stress reaction. What's wrong, Hatsune? Zhao Yu, who was shouting madly in his heart on the side, turned his head with a puzzled face. Are you seeing what's going on? Zhao Chuyin didn't answer immediately. Her pair of narrow eyes looked at Su Chen's snow-white skin that was refracting like gold and jade light under the sunlight, and she shook her head woodenly. No, I should be wrong. She slowly sat down again as if nothing had happened. But in her mind, she kept recalling all the strange things that had happened to Su Chun from the beginning until now, reflected in the sunlight like gold like jade luster. Too perfect and beautiful to make women envious and jealous of the skin, in just 10 days' time. From a martial artist who has not entered the rank to a strength comparable to that of a high-ranking martial artist. And it doesn't look as if there's the appearance of unstable roots after getting high on a large amount of drugs. With one punch, he can burst the triple-boosted ring of armor-resistant bullets and tear open the hatch of an orange steel trainer with his bare hands. Zhao Chuyin recalled this series of things about Su Chen. There was not much change on the surface, but her heart had gradually flooded with shocking waves. Putting aside the tinted glasses of Su Chen's preference to bring a sister to look at it, she found that Su Chen's performance was too stunning, too exaggerated. And it was not at all the so-called once-in-a-decade martial arts talent that could be explained. Never heard of anyone else doing this in at least this century, if it's really what I think it is. Things are big. I'm afraid the entire martial arts alliance will be alarmed. Zhao Chuyin looked at Su Chen below, her eyes flickering. The stakes are high. She needed to take a closer look. No way. Absolutely not. Below the ring, Cobalt, who had glued his glasses back together, came out shaking his head and yelling in an unacceptable manner. How can Su Chen be so powerful? If he can even tear apart a steel mech, then wouldn't he have just torn me alive in the ring as well? Doesn't that mean my glasses are the most watered down of the top 4? All that talk in the ring and introducing yourself the whole time? Or what do you think? How do you think your brother Sun's shield shattered? Sun Shang's brain was also a bit down as he looked at the pieces of his shield in his hand. It's okay to go over there. But now, haven't I awakened the noble A-rank profession? The great shield brave. How come I'm still no match for Su Chen? A martial arts practitioner? Sun Chang's eyes were in a trance, feeling as if he was having a dream. Brother Dust. The expression of Gangzi on the side was a bit silent. Yes, he's just a martial arts practitioner. Even with a once-in-a-decade martial arts talent, he hasn't even awakened his profession. So how can he win against Wang Hao, who is driving a mech, with his bare hands? No, it's not true. It must not be true. How could he tear apart Wang Hao's mecha? Zhao Xiaoya was even more caught up in deep self-doubt. Does that mean I'm wrong? It's me who doesn't deserve Su Chen. Snap. Just as the crowd was murmuring and in a trance, shocked beyond words by the scene of Su Chen's hand tearing apart the mecha and doubting his life, a crisp clap sounded in the arena. Only Zhang Feng, who was wearing a gold necklace and a black anima suit, stood out, and he said with an evil smile on his lips, Su Chen, you really are deep in hiding. I can't believe it. So you're the sword master from the original copy of the King's Turtle, a master swordsman? The crowd was puzzled and placed their eyes on Zhang Feng. Some days ago when we were brushing monsters in the copy of the King's 8 Tortoises, we found someone practicing sword practice with the King's 8 Tortoises back rocks. The sword is exquisite. The blade is sharp. The hardness of the King's 8 Tortoises back rocks can be compared to iron and steel. All of them were cut in two in front of it like cutting bean curd, and the incision is smooth. So I can see that there is not the slightest bit of strain. At that time, Zhang Xiao suspected that there was a master with excellent sword skills hidden among us. But he just didn't know. According to this current statement, could it be that you, young Zhang, suspect that the sword master is Su Chen? The potheads in the back answered people's questions. A master swordsman? Sword practice? But I saw him stick it in with his hand. Where's the sword? For the doubts of Zhang Sanli and the others, the evil smile on Zhang Feng's face remained unchanged, and his eyes were extremely wise. As if he had seen through everything, he said with confidence, Nano sword. It's a nano sword. I don't know if you guys noticed that just now there was a light golden light flashing when Su Chuan's palm penetrated Wang Hao's cockpit, and at the same time there was also the sound of metal clashing coming from it. It is well known that flesh and blood colliding on top of metal will not make a clanging golden sound, much less burst into any golden sparks, so it's a nano sword. Su Chen hid a nano alloy sword in his hand. Nano alloy sword. The full name is Polymer Vibratory Ultra Frequency Nanoscale Bioalloy Sword. This nano bioalloy sword, with the characteristics of flowing water, can be freely changed into any shape such as bracelets, necklaces, watches, etc. Extremely hidden. Hidden in the body. Outsiders only with the naked eye. It is difficult to distinguish, and because of its ultra-high frequency rate molecular vibration pattern, This nanosword is extremely lethal. Even the lowest configuration of the nanolevel can easily cut through all kinds of steel and concrete with molecular vibrations of tens of thousands of times per second, decapitating tanks and cannons, and is an extremely lethal branch of all technological weapons. Of course, with everything there are pros and cons. Although the nanosword has a very high biological characteristics, covert and convenient, killing power is also strong. And even the top version can access the brain to open the automatic killing. All aspects are extremely good to use, but the biggest downside is that it's expensive. Even the lowest level nanosword, which vibrates 10,000 times per second, is sold by the milliliter, averaging 100,000 per milliliter. It is important to know that disposable paper cups filled with water are only 200 to 250 milliliters. That means a half cup of water content nanosword would require millions to buy, barely enough to be used as a small dagger, and can be called the silver quicksilver of the weapons world community. You all know Su Chuan. He wants to win too much. He's robbing monsters with us and getting high on drugs. But even so, he's no more than an ordinary martial artist, and he's having trouble cracking Sun Chang's defenses or Wang Hao's mech. So that's why he bought a nanosword and hid it on his body to specifically target Wang Hao's mecha. With this nanosword hidden in the cuffs and revealed when necessary, with the high-frequency killing power of the nanosword vibrating tens of thousands of times per second, it's not difficult to tear apart the armor of Wang Hao's training machine. Zhang Feng spoke eloquently for a while. The wise radiance emanating from its body caused the hearts of those who saw it to be shaken, only to feel that the fog that had previously plagued their minds instantly dispersed. The only thing that they can't understand a little bit. Zhang Feng, how do you know about this matter? And how do you know so much about nanoswords? Sun Chang asked the last question of concern. Cough. Zhang Feng surreptitiously covered the silver-colored watch on his cuff, and after he coughed clearly and realized that everyone's attention wasn't on his watch, he continued with a sigh of relief. The answer is simple. Remember what happened earlier when Su Duan robbed monsters from us in the copy? I've done the math. The number of wild monster corpses from all of these 10 copies that Su Chen has brushed these days add up to just enough to sell for $2 to $3 million for a minimum specification nanosword. Yes and no. Saying that, Zhang Feng turned his head to look at Su Chen above the ring, an evil and confident smile on his lips, as if he was telling Su Chen, I've seen through all of your scheming little tricks, so stop pretending and pull out the nanosword. Wow. The crowd instantly boiled at these words. There's nothing more to say. Case solved. The reason why Su Chen was able to tear Wang Hao's mecha apart with his hands was entirely due to the nanosword hidden on his body. Crap. 666. This kind of reasoning simply blows my brain cells away. Not only up and down the ring, even the viewers in the live broadcast room were all shocked by Zhang Feng's reasoning, and all of them double-clicked 666. It's not to say how people are A-class professionals. In terms of finesse, it really has to be our young Zhang. The bald and muscular man laughed out proudly. Points into threads lead to threads into surfaces, grasses and snakes, ambushes for thousands of miles. It's all connected. Everything's connected. No wonder I was wondering earlier where all the bodies of the monsters Su Chen brushed had gone. So it turns out he sold them all to buy nanoswords. Young Zhang is truly worthy of being the smartest man in our first grade. He can even think of this. How despicable and shameless. Hiding a nanosword on his body but still pretending to be barehanded. Pitting my brother Wang, causing him to accidentally fall for a trick with a light enemy. Simply winning. Ha! Is that so? Hatsune. Zhang Feng's reasoning, not to mention the crowd of onlookers, even the crowd of bigwigs on the viewing platform, were all convinced to reveal a dawning realization as they nodded their heads, and Zhao Yu, who was on the sidelines, couldn't help but ask a question. Zhao Chuyan's pinkish red lips opened, but she couldn't say anything, and even more than her own guess, she felt that Zhang Feng's analysis was rather more reasonable and probable. The crowd's reaction of admiration and admiration caused Zhang Feng to nod in satisfaction. Cool. It really wasn't in vain that he had spent so many brain cells analyzing and reasoning out the answer. But it's not the best time yet. It's a well-known fact that the most enjoyable part of a deduction game like this one is when the culprit pulls out the weapon of the crime and kneels down to cry and admit his mistake. So say, Su Chen, don't hide it. Pull out your nanosword and show it to everyone. Zhang Feng turned his head towards Su Chen and urged, so my shield was also stabbed by you with a nanosword. Sun Chang, who was at the side, also cast an indignant gaze. Is that so? Su Dust. In the center ring, above the torn open cockpit, Wang Hao, who was gripped by his shirt with two panda eyes, couldn't help but angrily question Su Chen. You're actually hiding a nanosword in your body. What a baby. If I had known that you had a nanosword hidden in your body, would this young man have lost to you so easily? All eyes were on Su Chen, and all eyes looked towards him, wanting to ascertain this fact from him. However, for these gazes Su Chen ignored them. He glanced at the confident Zhang Feng below him and merely exclaimed, the human imagination is really rich. After that, he had no intention of responding, and his gaze went back to Wang Hao in front of him. Come on, Su Dust. Are you hiding, on your body or not? Bang bang! Wang Hao glared angrily. His face was indignant and filled with defiance as he wanted to question Su Chen. But his words ended abruptly in the middle of his sentence. Su Chen threw 2 more left and right thumps towards Wang Hao's face. The tone was cold. Forget about the nanosword for now. Did you remember what I said just now? Next time don't drive the damn trainer. Come over here in a fighter jet and fight me. Better save up enough money to buy a Gundam and drive it out. To be honest, Su Chen was a bit disappointed. For Wang Hao he still has a little bit of regard. After all, what man does not have the dream of dismantling Gundam with his bare hands? I thought that this mock test, Wang Hao would buy a Gundam to drive through, but I did not expect to not open the fighter just, but even still open this broken training machine on the field. Of mass production trainers are all over the streets. What's the point of taking this apart? Don't fight. Dusty, I heard you clearly. After being punched twice, Wang Hao was honest and no longer dwelled on the matter of whether or not Su Chen had a hidden nanosword on him. Only the corners of his mouth twitched a little. He would like to fly fighters and Gundams. But it's expensive. It costs money, okay? Standard fighters have a minimum of 50 million, and Gundams are in billions, tens of billions, hundreds of billions, and trillions. He an awakening not a few days of people. Even if the family is rich again cannot take the fighter. Take up to practice it. If so, practicing in the hands of more money is not enough for him to spoil. Plus the higher mech match is also still a bit low right now. You can't drive it even if you want to. So that's why you drive a trainer on the field. Or you think I want to? Just think about it. I hope that the next time we run into each other, you'll change into a better looking fighter. Su Chen nodded. And then he threw Wang Hao directly out of the ring. He jumped off the cockpit after turning around and kicking the broken trainer out of the ring as well. His eyes were on the only remaining Zhang Feng. Ha! This is irritating. Seeing that Su Chuan did not admit that there was a nanosword inside his hand, Zhang Feng was not in a hurry. He just laughed. And his silver-white watch shone in the sunlight. Kanye said as he walked up to the ring. Su Chen, do you think you can threaten this young man just because you have a good weapon hidden in your hand? That's ridiculous. A truly strong person never relies on these external objects. Today this young man will show you what it means to have strength overpower everything. With a sound, Zhang Feng jumped into the ring. Wow! A huge cheer erupted from the crowd. The final showdown has begun. Audience, did everyone see that? Did you all see that? The final showdown to determine the number 1 spot in the first middle school mock exam is about to begin. In this duel, will Su Chen be able to continue the myths of the past and reign first in the exam? Who should end up with the mysterious prize worth $100 million? Let's wait and see. Above the viewing platform, reporter Shaoli excitedly voiced out in front of the camera, mobilizing the atmosphere both inside and outside the live broadcast room. Before the finals begin, I have a question for you. Unlike the surrounding flourishing and boiling atmosphere, next to the principal's seat was slightly quiet. At this moment, the principal crossed his hands, resting on his chin, and opened his mouth with a serious face to inquire. That said, who is the strongest A-class professional in your eyes? Zhang Feng, Wang Mang, Zhang Feng's homeroom teacher, spoke without hesitation. It's Zhang Feng, isn't it? It depends on the circumstances, but I think it should be Zhang Feng. Wang Hao's homeroom teacher in class 3, also gave the answer he had in mind. If in the case of disregarding the second and third middle schools and other external school professionals, I think it should be Zhang Feng as well. As Zhang Feng's martial arts teacher, Zhao Yu gave a comparatively more rigorous answer after a moment of contemplation. A ranked professional blast swordsman, at the same time mastering the power of swordsmanship and the blast wind, can be seen as a combination of a warrior plus a mage, close enough to attack, far enough to defend. Whether it's a melee competition or a long-distance battle against the bombardment, all have the advantage of getting both hands. From the speed, agility, flexibility are top, especially in terms of lethality. Swordsmanship and blistering wind 2 matching under the addition should be the strongest in the A-level occupation. Go for it. Go Yang Zhang. Down with Su Chen. Eliminate Su Chen down. The crowd cheered. The old and the new changed. The times changed. The new king replacing the old king and whatnot was their favorite to watch. Go Zhang Feng, you're the best. Our family's $100 million depends on you. Sun Smash Mommy loves you. The atmosphere was hot. Ha! Su Dust, do you hear me? This is the big moment. On the ring, Zhang Feng opened his hands wide to enjoy the cheers from all directions as he spoke with an evil smile on his lips. Everyone is hoping to see you lose. That's going to be a disappointment, although less. But there are also people looking at me behind my back, hoping that I will win. Su Chen's gaze turned around, and he found it interesting. He hadn't done anything to harm the heavens. Why did so many people want to see him lose? Ha ha ha. Zhang Feng laughed out. Su Chuan, it's an inevitable thing that new things replace old things. This era belongs to professional awakened people. Not a stage for losers like you. You don't really think that you can win against me just because you have a nanosword hidden on your body, right? I'm telling you that these are just things outside of your body. And you still need to be hard on yourself to strike iron, whether it's the strength that was forced up by getting high on drugs or the nanosword hidden on your body. Su Chen. You're so pathetic that you can only retain your self-esteem by relying on these external objects. Zhang Feng hadn't forgotten his purpose yet. On top of this decisive match, he not only wanted to win the first place, but he also wanted to break Su Chen's self-esteem completely and humiliate him to the bone. I will shatter your illusions and make you realize reality. I tell you, this world belongs to the awakened. Think of a waste like you who failed to awaken. You can only struggle at the bottom. If you want to catch up with me, then fight hard. Ugly. Lick the awakening potion on the ground clean. Become stronger after awakening. Strong enough to take revenge on me until I can. I'll be waiting for you at the top. Cut the crap. Hurry up and get started. Fighting time is not as much as the nonsense you talk. In this mock exam, the only one who made Su Chen feel threatened was Lang Ruyu, but now that Lang Ruyu hadn't even participated yet, then what else did he have to say to Zhang Feng and these people? Start early. Finish early. Su Chen, I didn't expect you to still be so arrogant. Very well. I like the way you're unruly now. I hope you'll still have this attitude in front of me later. Zhang Feng put away his smile. There was more of a cold aura in his eyes, and he no longer wanted to say anything more to Su Chen. A breeze blows between the square inches. Before you make your move, remember this. Su Chen, I, Zhang Feng, am the man destined to leave you with the shadow of a lifetime. Wind blade. A cold aura appeared in Zhang Feng's eyes, and a light green colored wind blade was instantly flung out from his hand, tearing through the air and heading straight for Su Chen. Phew! There was a gasp from the crowd. It's a wind blade. This is a wind blade that can easily cut a marble concrete pillar in half. Young Zhang, is he trying to kill Su Chen? Even if Su Chen's physical quality is now twice as high as ours, a body of flesh and blood can't stop the wind blade's cuts. A familiar scene plays out again as Zhang Feng seemed to have known what was worrying people's hearts, and after the wind blade struck out, he patted the non-existent dust on his anima suit, an evil smile appearing at the corner of his mouth as he slowly explained. Don't worry, it's just a small wind blade. I purposely lowered the output. It doesn't cut people right off. The power is almost equivalent to being swung by someone with a knife. Right. There's no way. This is already the least offensive means of this young man. If Su Dust can't catch it, then it can be. Snap. Crisp voices rang out across the field. The wind blades that attacked Su Chen were casually slapped away by Su Chen. The breeze was blowing the hair. The overflowing shards of wind blades sliced past his ears and couldn't even cut a single strand of his hair. That's it? Su Chen's tone was a bit disappointed. The reason why he was a bit interested in Zhang Feng was because he had heard that Zhang Feng had the highest attack-killing power as a blast wind swordsman profession owner, and he wanted to use this to judge the limit of his own Golden Jade Dragon Emperor body's utility of having a skin like Golden Jade after its great accomplishment through Zhang Feng. However, he did not expect Zhang Feng's attacks to be so brittle and disappointing. A wind blade of this power can be ignored when I'm a small success in practicing my skin. Ah, it's young Zhan? This sudden scene caused all of them to be stunned. Especially Brother Glasses always felt that this scene was a bit familiar. He still remembered as if he was the one who was eliminated from the tournament immediately after his attack was easily received by Su Chen. Young Zhang shouldn't be, too, facing those oddly skeptical gazes cast over by the crowd, as well as the undisguised and naked disappointment in Su Chen's eyes. Zhang Feng's face was a shade of red and a shade of green. Extremely embarrassed. Testimonial. Just now it was just a test. Very well, Su Chen, you have successfully passed this young master's test. Next you will be qualified to witness this young master's true strength. Multiple wind blades. Zhang Feng shouted out in shame, and waved his hands towards Su Chuan. This time there were actually dozens of wind blades shooting towards Su Chuan at the same time. Whether it was the size and power or the speed, it was obviously a step stronger than the one at the very beginning. The wind blades whistled past, cutting even the air in two. Wow! There was a commotion among the crowd. I told you that Zhang Xiao couldn't have pulled it off like that. So this is young Zhang's true strength. In that case, my father is relieved. On the viewing platform, Zhang Feng's old man, Zhang Yangwei, was also relieved, scared and just now at the treasure he took out this time in order to climb up to the city lord's mansion. But it is a rare thing. The market price is $100 million. But many times there is a market without a price. Put it in the auction. Especially this time period of the national candidates college entrance examination sprint. Shoot at 2 to 300 million is not a problem. This rare thing he also got by chance. If it is not for the company's longer term development, he cannot afford to pay out to Lang Ruyu. Now Lang Ruyu did not come. His idea is also fat and water flow outsiders. Stay to their own son to eat is not good. But just now Zhang Feng performance pull crotch. And Glass's brother is strong sense of immediacy. Scared him a jump, almost thought he sponsored the mysterious big baby to keep the flow to the hands of outsiders but now it seems Zhang Feng was worthy of being his Zhang Yangwei's son. The strength to keep the family treasure is still there. Snap, snap. A series of crisp sounds rang out in the ring, and Zhang Yangwei's thoughts abruptly stopped. He looked down, just see the ring. Attack to Su Dust. Dozens of strengthened version of the wind blade, such as the previous wind blade, was Su Dust's single hand as much as shot scattered. Feet did not move in the slightest, even if the other hand and even back behind the back did not come out, which cannot see there is any meaning of straining. At this moment Zhang Yangwei's heart stopped. Not really, no. Zhang Xiao really wouldn't stick to the main act as much as the nonsense that Su Chuan said. Would he? This series of slaps didn't just make Zhang Yangwei on the viewing platform turn pale and go into cardiac arrest. Even the onlookers underneath the ring quieted down, with only whispers ringing out from below, and all sorts of odd gazes, averting their eyes, pointing behind their backs in a manner of speaking. It made Zhang Feng in the ring completely furious. With a reddened face, he violently pulled out the long sword straddling his waist, and the scabbard was directly thrown to the side. Su Chuan, don't think you can win against me just because you broke a few of my wind blades. Let you see the gold content of the word swordsman belonging to this young blast wind swordsman. Zhang Feng let out a furious cry. He no longer hid his own strength. Light green colored blizzard resided under his feet. Z-word snakeskin walking position. Rapidly approaching towards Su Chen. When he was almost 10 meters away from Su Chen, Zhang Feng violently jumped up from the ground, gripped the hilt of his sword with both hands, and with the help of inertia, ruthlessly slashed down towards Su Chen's head. Draw your sword, Su Chen. The sharp sword in his hand swung violently downwards, and Zhang Feng roared out at Su Chen with red eyes. This young man recognizes that you are qualified to fight this young man with all your might. Quickly take out the nanosword you're hiding on your body, or don't blame me for hurting you if the swords are blind. A sharp whistling sound came from the sharp blade slashing down. Su Chen raised his head and a soft sigh escaped his mouth. Draw your sword? I told you, I don't have a hidden nanosword on me. The sharp blade was constantly enlarging in his eyes, looking at this sharp blade that was splitting straight through his own demise. But he didn't have any intention of dodging. He just opened his 5 fingers under Zhang Feng's shocked gaze and reached out to grab straight through. Dang! A clanging golden sound that sounded like metal meeting metal rang out in the ring. Dazzling sparks erupted in his eyes. The sharp sword that blew hair and could easily cut through steel and iron was held by Su Chuan in his palm, unable to move, and even gave out a squeaky and twisted sound that made people's teeth ache. Such a sight to behold. It shocked everyone in and out of the arena. Empty-handed? I knock. First dismantling Gundam with his bare hands, and then receiving a white blade with his empty hands. This performance of Su Chen is really getting more and more inhuman. Zhang Yang hands of the long sword, but the use of meteorite stars outside the sky to build would have blown hair, cut iron as mud of the benefit. I heard that a sword is worth hundreds of thousands of it. Coupled with Zhang Yang itself, Blast Sword Hero Sword in Blast Dual Percentage Edition. Not to mention human flesh and blood. Even if it is the steel mecha can be chopped out of the traces of it. How to the side of the dust to the Su. Shu, don't talk about Su Chen. Look at young Zhang. Before the murmurs could rise, someone signaled his companion beside him to stop talking loudly for a moment and look towards the ring. Just see above the ring at the moment Zhang Feng, who had always been considered by them to be the most powerful, was stomping on the ground with both feet, his hands grasping on top of the hilt of the sword, forcefully trying to pull the long sword out of Su Chen's hands. However, Zhang Feng, with his mouth open and eyes closed, puffing and puffing for most of the day, his mouth couldn't help but let out a series of unidentified meaningful endeavor sounds, suffocating his red face, even sweating on his forehead. But he still didn't pull the sword blade out of Su Chen's hand. Such an ugly look. The students who wanted to make a loud and shocking clamor because of Su Chen's empty hand catching the white blade could not help but cover their mouths, no longer making shocking noises, but staring at Zhang Feng with odd eyes and starting to whisper. No way. What's the situation? Young Zhang, this is. There wasn't much whispering around, but the insults are extreme. Even if Zhang Feng did not turn around, he could still feel all sorts of finger pointing from his classmates at the back, which caused the already red warm face of Zhang Feng to become even more angrily red. Su Dust. And you said you didn't hide the nanosword. Don't think I can't see it by covering the nanosword in fluid form in my palm. It was all fucking sparking just now. Take us for fools. Zhang Feng let out a roar that wanted to divert everyone's attention. He also no longer dwelled on the long sword held in Su Chen's hand, realizing that he had underestimated Su Chen, and sensing the sense of crisis from Su Chen, he decisively chose to abandon his sword and jumped back, quickly pulling away from Su Chen, and then he calmed his breathing. As he took a deep breath and exhaled slowly, the red temperature on his face finally dropped a few degrees. That's good. Suden, I didn't think you'd be able to push me this far, and to be honest, it's really out of my expectation. But do you think I've lost by taking away the sword? Zhang Feng laughed out coldly. He seems to still have any extremely confident bottom card moves not used, even after being broken wind blade and taking away the weapon. The corners of his mouth were still able to raise that evil smile after the ugly appearance. Ha! Innocent! How naive! Unbeknownst to you, you have unsealed me. Su Chen, congratulations, you will have the honor of seeing me in my prime. Well no, why are you so full of crap? Clank! The sword blade in his hand instantly disintegrated. Su Chen casually threw Zhang Feng's broken sword blade on the ground and beckoned. Got any tricks up your sleeve? He was still waiting to use Zhang Feng to test the tolerance limit of his skin refining de Chang. As he glanced at his shattered sword blade with his afterglow, the corner of Zhang Feng's eye twitched as he gritted his teeth. Yes, Su Chen, you forced me to do this. Don't blame me if you can't catch it later and die. After Zhang Feng's words, his hands opened up and embraced the void, seemingly channeling some kind of energy. Not a moment too soon. Shoo shoo shoo. The tide is stirring. Above the ring, the sound of wind gradually rang out, from small to large, getting sharper and sharper. This rising gust of wind hidden in the countless sickle winged beast. The wind sound scratched, even in the flat marble floor left through the channel scratches, as if by the claws of the beast scratched like the ground scratches become more and more sharper. Phew. A sharp wind blade whistled. Su Chen slightly sidestepped, and the wind blade cut across the cuffs of his sleeves, leaving a neat cut, revealing the white skin inside. A little something. Su Chen was astonished, not because of the power of this wind blade, but he looked around. It was found that this gust of wind actually centered on him and rose up in an encircling trend, like a curtain that splashed the sky, with endless wind blades swarming towards him. Ha ha ha, face the blast. Su Dust, eat my whirlwind move. Invincible. Tornado. Outside the whirlwind, Zhang Feng's body was covered in a great bloom of green light as he opened his hands wide and laughed out maniacally. This move, whirlwind invincible tornado, consumed him greatly. Light anemia and lack of oxygen for 3 to 5 days. Heavy kidney deficiency and not lifting for half a month. Since he acquired it, he never used it. And you feel grateful. Su Chen, you are the one who has the honor of being the first to try its taste. Ha ha ha. The violent tornado, like a roaring dragon, with Su Chuan as the center, rose up in an instant, whistling through the sky up to tens of meters high, as if it was going to swallow Su Chuan whole. The powerful might was palpitating. Not only did the water of the surrounding moat roll up into the sky, even the cut marble floor and the sword blade that was broken into 2 halves were also swept into the air. For a time the flying sand and stones were also swept into the air. The scene was exceptionally spectacular. Wow! This time, the scene was completely abuzz, terrifying as hell. To be able to summon such a powerful tornado with the lift of a hand, I never thought that the true strength of my Zhangsha would be so terrifying. I've long said that I, young Zhang, must have left room for maneuver before. Now it seems to be true. This is the true strength of our young Zhang. The crowd gasped in awe, overwhelmed by the powerful strength Zhang Shao had displayed. They originally thought that Zhang Shao was already very strong, but at this moment, seeing him easily summon such a huge tornado, they realized that they had still underestimated his strength. Mr. Zhang, you've given birth to a good son. This kind of power, not to mention a martial artist who just broke through. Even an average martial artist wouldn't dare to take in its front after encountering it. Your child now possesses the might of the 2nd rank even though he has only just awakened. In my opinion, the first place in this year's mock exam is already set. Zhang Feng's homeroom teacher, Wang Mang, nodded and said, Where? It's still you, teacher. Who led the way? Zhang Yangwei was happy to politely reply back. As he looked at the battle below, his eyes narrowed, filled with a joyful smile. Although the answer seemed to be modest, it didn't deny the fact that the first place in this session's mock exams belonged to his child. Crap! Something won't happen to Su Chen. While the crowd was still marveling at the mighty power of Zhang Feng's move, Zhaoyu on the viewing platform stood up violently and exclaimed in shock. Wang Mang's voice reminded him Zhang Feng's move. Even he didn't dare to carry it hard. He could only break out from the tornado as soon as possible. Otherwise, once he was surrounded by the tornado, even if he was a 2nd-ranked martial artist and so on, when his true chi was exhausted, he would still be dead. The fact that he had the ability to break out of the tornado was also purely due to the fact that as a martial artist, he was able to cover his true chi with his body surface to form a layer of protection to charge hard. But Su Chen can't. Su Chuan is at most a high-ranked martial artist. He hasn't been promoted to martial master yet. Without true chi in his body, how can he carry this kind of overwhelming attack of wind blades? Not to mention breaking out. It's already Su Chuan's fate that the tornado hasn't turned blood red by now. I'll go save him. The more he thought about it, the more anxious he became. Zhang Feng moved, but he was pressed down by Zhao Chuyan's shoulder. Wait, Uncle Zhou. Wait for what? If we wait any longer, Su Chen might be turning into meat paste. Zhao Yu couldn't understand and turned back, but he saw Zhao Chuyan frowning slightly and said with a pair of eyes staring straight down at the tornado below. He's not easy. Uncomplicated? What's not simple? Zhao Chuyan shook her head and didn't say anything. but only narrowed her eyes and looked at the tornado in the center of the ring with extreme seriousness, as if she wanted to see the scene inside through the airtight wind wall. Maybe the others didn't notice, but she, who had long had her suspicions, had seen clearly that when Su-chen slapped away the Zhang Feng wind blade earlier, he didn't slam it into the blade, but directly slammed his hand into the blade, which wasn't even that different from a hard catch. According to reason, with a martial artist's body receiving the wind blade hard, not to mention directly breaking his arms and legs, at least he would bleed a little. However, the result was that the two collided, and it was Zhang Feng's wind blade that shattered instead, and Su-chen's hand was always intact. Without the slightest hint of injury, this is clearly not common sense. It made Zhao Chuan take a step further towards the suspicion in her heart. As for whether or not it was exactly what she had in mind, it would depend on whether or not Su-chen could walk out from inside this tornado. Not good. Brother Dust. Below the ring, Zhao Gang clenched his fists in worry. Although it was said that his own brother Dust's strength was a little tiny beyond his expectations, as if he didn't really need his guardianship, but one thing led to another. As a guardian knight known for his defense, he only needed one move of Guardian Fortress to be able to crack Zhang Feng's move. But this brother Dust isn't a professional flesh and blood. How can this hold up? It's been so long without movement. Su-chen shouldn't have died in there, right? Not far away. Wang Hao and Sun Chang couldn't help but mutter, Ms. Ruoxue, aren't you going to make a move yet? This blasted Win Jr.'s attacks are so fierce. If you don't make a move, I'm afraid you'll delay the best healing time. Jack's kind voice sounded slowly. A smirk tucked into the corner of his mouth. He was very satisfied with Zhang Feng's behavior. If it's possible, it's not impossible to incorporate him into my temple of light to cultivate him. Bai Ruoxue didn't say anything, just a pair of eyes staring tightly at the tornado below. Her small hands clenched white, ding ding ding, at a time when everyone was thinking about Su-chen's life and safety. Countless large and small wind blades crashed into Su-chen's body. Sparks were flying. Just the tiny fragments that came out from the broken wind blade were enough to leave a trail on the marble floor that looked like a sword had cut through it. And the lethality was astonishing, yet such a lethal attack could only tear the clothes on Su-chen's body to shreds, revealing the beautiful white skin like gold inside. The sharp wind blade scraped on top of Su-chen's surface skin, but it was like a breeze, never could break the defense, not to mention the blood. Not even a hair hurt. But all of this is covered by the windscreen. Outsiders cannot see it. Awesome. That's quite a move. Su-chen, who was left with only a pair of tattered underwear hanging on his waist amongst the wash of wind blades, cupped his chin as he looked at the hundreds of wind blades that were coming from all directions, and gently nodded his head, not begrudgingly praising Zhang Feng. There are some parts of a professional's advantage that really aren't comparable to that of a martial artist. It was like this whirlwind invincible tornado move of Zhang Feng's. If he hadn't been a Golden Jade Dragon Emperor body grand finish with skin like golden jade, he would have been able to ignore an attack of this magnitude. Otherwise, think of it purely from a martial artist's point of view. Su-chen really couldn't think of anything too good to crack. It's either that or hide. Use the method of dodging and wait for Zhang Feng outside to run out of stamina and not be able to maintain this tornado. Either that or they have some gear on them ahead of time that they can flush out. But these two methods, an extreme test of stance, not ancient martial arts family from childhood carefully trained elite disciples. It is difficult to avoid it without injury. Even like their kind of school-taught amateur martial artists. Basically impossible to avoid. As for having your gear ready in advance, there's not much to say about that. Kryptonite bigots are awesome everywhere they go, but, although it was said that Zhang Feng's move was a bit out of his expectation, but what disappointed Su-chen was, snap, casually slapping away a wind blade that was trying to shred his underwear as well. He looked down at his white, jade-like palms, sighing softly. Zhang Feng's move increased the range of the attack though, but the power of each wind blade's attack honestly didn't increase by much. And it still didn't allow him to gauge the carrying limit of his refined skin greatness. Blistering Wind Swordsman is famous for his attack power and speed. I wonder if he has any more cards? Although he still wanted to see if Zhang Feng had any other tricks to help him test the upper limit of Pyroyu's effect, but Su-chen kept his eyes on himself. Aha! Only one panty left, still in tatters. After contemplating for a moment, Su-chen decided to let it go. It's being broadcast live, and it's not good for teenagers to fight in the ring in just their underwear. If you move a little too much during the fight, your underwear accidentally rips. It's even more degrading for the country to run around naked, so it's better to forget about it. A quick battle. After taking Zhang Feng's seconds, by the way, I'll ask him to borrow a piece of clothing to wear. I haven't worn any anime brand clothes in my 2 lives combined. Only after thinking well did Su-chen raise his head, a pair of eyes looking at the vast curtain of wind in front of him. A golden light in his eyes, lifting a hand and stretching it out towards the front. 5 fingers seemed to grasp something hidden in the wind. A sharp stroke downward. Dragon scale. Roar. A golden light appeared, accompanied by the sound of a dragon's roar if there was one. Dazzling golden light suddenly blossomed within the tornado. Ha ha ha, how does Su-chen feel? It's not pleasant inside. You forced me to do this. I warned you about this a long time ago. Don't blame me if you die. Seeing as there's not much movement in there for so long, Zhang Feng felt that Su Chen had roughly died inside. And he couldn't help but laugh out loud. Even if he didn't die under the baptism of my whirlwind invincible tornado, I'm afraid he's still half crippled now. I won this duel after all. It's an inevitable thing that the things of the new era replace the things of the old era. Just like the awakened replacing the martial artists. From now on, number 1 middle school will be my Zhang Feng's world. Damn it! It's cheap for this Zhang Feng guy. Sun Chang and Wang Hao were so angry that they gritted their teeth in secret hatred. Su Chen had been sitting on the number 1 position in their first middle school for so long that a layer of glory light had long lingered on his body. And the first person to pull Su Chen down from the altar would naturally be able to share the most glory and the highest amount of attention. As Zhang Feng said, I'm afraid that from now on, number 1 middle school will be his world. Who in the world does not know the king? Using Su Chuan as a stepping stone to get to first place. I'm afraid that Zhang Feng will become the daily topic of conversation for all the pretty schoolgirls in our first middle school. And in the future, embracing the right and left and starting a harem won't be a problem. And he might even be able to attract the attention of goddess Lang Ruyue like Su Chuan did. After thinking about this, the two of them, Sun Chang and Wang Hao, immediately cast envious and jealous eyes at Zhang Feng. Ha ha ha, yes, that's the kind of look. I like this kind of look in your eyes. Two losers who failed. I, Zhang Feng, once again announced that from now on, the F4 group of the first middle school no longer exists. There is only me, Zhang Feng, the Emperor Flower alone. Wang Hao and Sun Chang's eyes made Zhang Feng feel good to the core, and after a moment of pleasure in his heart, he couldn't help but stroke his chin, an evil smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. I wonder what Kisaragi is doing now. Have you seen my magnificent and majestic posture? If Ryu sees this scene, it's not possible to say that she might actually be attracted by my Zhang Feng's invincible stance of crushing Su Chen. Thus, ha, roar. While Zhang Feng was thinking about peaches to eat, a loud voice suddenly rang out. Zhang Feng, what are you doing? My brother Dust hasn't even moved. Why don't you stop the tornado? Do you really want to kill my brother Dust? As Zhang Feng began to think about fart eating, Zhao Gang's anxious shouts came from under the ring at the same time. Sorry, I always forget more often than not when it comes to my underlings. I'll disarm the tornado. Zhao Gang's reminder caused Zhang Feng in the ring to react as well. His purpose was to leave a deep psychological shadow on Su Chuan, so that Su Chuan would recognize reality and go to accept Lang Ruyu's alms of kneeling down and licking the awakening potion. Not to really kill Su Chuan. Not if he accidentally killed Su Chen. How would he explain to Lang Ruyu? That's why you'd better hold firm. Su Chen. Zhang Feng stretched out a hand far away from the tornado, preparing to disarm the big move. Medic stand by. Nurse priest prepare to resuscitate. Watch it live. And don't forget to pinch it off later. On this side, Zhang Feng has not lifted the tornado. The host school is busy. Stretcher bandages. Medical personnel ready. And even for fear that the scene will be too bloody later, the live broadcast is ready to pinch off at any time. Miss Ruoshue, let's go. It's already over here. On top of the high platform, Jack's eyes returned to indifference as he no longer paid attention to Su Chen and turned to Bai Ruoshue, who was on the side. With the school's new professional medical team in place, even if he is wasted, he can be picked back up again. There is no longer any business for us here. You quickly return with me to be baptized with the bright divine liquid. The great protector should be waiting impatiently. If you don't go back, you will be rushed. Bai Ruoshue gripped the guardrail in front of her with both hands as she shook her head without speaking, her eyes still staring at the tornado in the center of the ring. Seeing this, Jack frowned, but didn't push any further. He remembered what the protector had told him before he came. It's good to see. Seeing what he looks like when he's all messed up and ugly will also better help you shatter the good impression he left in your mind in the past. To help you break the thought in your heart and better yourself as a priestess virgin of my Church of the Light. Could it be that I guessed wrong? On the other side, seeing that Su Chen did not come out of Zhang Feng's tornado for a long time, Zhao Chuyin sat back with a despondent expression. Guessed wrong about what? Chuyin, what exactly did you misunderstand just now? Why did you stop me from going down to save Su Chen? Zhao Yu looked doubtful as Zhao Chuyin let out a bitter laugh. Uncle Zhao, it's not that I'm intentionally trying to stop you from saving Su Chen, but I just realized that Su Chen most likely possesses the skin in the 9 extreme heavens of the martial Dao. Roar. The lull. Just as Zhang Feng reached out and prepared to disarm the whirlwind invincible tornado. A voice like a dragon's roar suddenly sounded within the tornado, dazzling golden light as if sharp sword chi. In the white blank windscreen through the body. As if there are 9.5 golden dragon because of a small windscreen is blocked in violent anger in the inside waved out the sharp claws. The whole dozens of meters high tornado windscreen instantly be torn apart. Buzz. Powerful winds are spilling out. A silhouette gradually revealed itself clearly above the ring, sunlight sprinkled on Su Dust body. Pectoral muscles, abdominal muscles, broad back muscles on the body of each muscle, are clearly visible, as if the knife chiseled like sharp edges. taut and thick, full of power, but does not appear to be bloated, but instead, such as a work of art as perfect as a beautiful, especially its surface skin, such as gold, like jade, glittering. The crowd saw it and exclaimed with sideways glances, yet more shocking, ding, 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 after the windscreen was torn into countless fragments, such as rainstorm pear blossoms scattered shooting out in the marble ground cut a deep cut marked gully. However, these sharp fragments collided in the center of the windscreen on Suchuan's clean skin, but issued a sound such as a metal collision. Ding 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 ding. Sparks splattered all over the place. What the? The appearance of this scene not only made Zhang Feng's eyes widen with dismay, but also caused the entire crowd to open their mouths wide to reveal an expression as if they had seen a ghost. The old butler. Are the school practice tests over? Inside the city lord's mansion. A spacious living room of a luxurious villa, the old butler wearing a tuxedo with an exquisite mustache was sitting with a straight spine on the living room sofa, sipping black tea while watching the live broadcast of the first high school's mock exams on the TV across the room. The image of Su Chen trapped in the middle of a whirlwind tornado was currently playing on the live broadcast, and it was also at this point, the smartwatch in the old butler's hand made a sound. That was Lang Ruyu calling. The old butler placed the black tea on the table and lifted his wrist in a non-committal response. No. The final qualifying battle between the first and second place finishers is now underway. Miss, how is the situation on your side? Calling now. Was there some accident during the absorption of the deep sea tears? No, it went well. Inside a darkened retreat room, cold air and white mist, the ground was covered with blue ice crystal frost, and the top of the wall and the ceiling had long been covered with large or small ice crystal milk columns. The cold air drifted and pierced the bone marrow. The minus 30-degree temperature labels hanging on the walls of the retreat have long since been frozen and bursting. However, under such an extremely cold temperature that was enough to turn water into ice, there was a drop of dark blue liquid emitting an abundant luster that dripped down the cold ice milk column condensed on the ceiling. Tick. The liquid drips down into the middle of the tub. It actually made a crisp falling sound. The water splashed and the ripples sparkled. There was actually a bathtub of dark blue liquid that was not frozen within this extremely cold retreat. Tears of the deep harvested from the depths of the northern ice blue sea, located about 30,000 meters below the blue sea. It was an extremely cold substance that existed in liquid form, and just one drop was able to turn a 10,000 meter radius into a world of ice and snow. It was a supreme treasure belonging to the fifth class. It's worth $1 billion, yes, $1 billion a drop. And at this moment, Lang Ruyu was soaking in such a big bucket of deep sea tears and talking to the old housekeeper. She had a delicate and beautiful face. In this kind of environment more appear a few points of cold and dusty. Eyes seem to become more deep and blue. A head of light blue long hair also seems to begin to become dark blue. Snow white skin in the bathtub and the dark blue medicinal liquid intermingled, exuding a seductive luster. In fact, at the very beginning, she had asked the old butler to prepare this for her, preparing to absorb only one drop for experimentation. But she had not expected the deep blue tear to match her cold moonwalker talent so well that there was no risk at all in refining it. The only thing needed is digestion and absorption. So she simply took out all the tears of the deep sea that her father had prepared for her, preparing to absorb them all in one breath, predicting that it would take 2 to 3 months, just in time for the college entrance exams. It's just that the process can get a little boring, which is why I remembered about the practice test and inquired about it a little bit. Of course, for the mock test itself, Lang Ruyu doesn't care much. What she cares about is, how is Su Chen now? Has he been eliminated a long time ago? Hearing the old housekeeper say that it was now already a deciding match between the first and second place, Lang Ruyu just blurted out without much thought. However, to Lang Ruyu's surprise, the boss's family didn't answer immediately after hearing this question, but after a moment of contemplation, their eyes swept over the tornado that was whistling more than just a tornado in the live broadcast room before answering. Miss, there's been a slight accident with Su Chen. Accident? Lang Ruyu was slightly surprised. Yes, miss. Next, the old housekeeper briefly explained Su Chen's performance in this mock exam to Lang Ruyu. Oh, a curious look appeared on Lang Ruyu's face. The old butler turned the live feed over to me, just in time for me to pass the time as well. But, sweeping his eyes at Su Chen, who was still trapped in the middle of the tornado in the live broadcast without knowing whether he was alive or dead, the old housekeeper hesitated for a moment, but then he seemed to have figured something out and shook his head and laughed out. Really? What am I worried about? Let's be bloody if it might be bloody later. It's not like we're showing the lady naked men. The old butler turned the broadcast around, and that was right after the old butler clicked the forward button. Roar. It was accompanied by a sound that sounded like a dragon's roar. The tornado that occupied most of the screen of the live broadcast room suddenly collapsed, and Su Chuan's figure emerged from it. Countless wind blade fragments that were enough to easily cut an incision in the marble floor slashed at Su Chuan's body, but didn't even cut through his skin. Only the sound of metal clashing came from one after another. This scene comes to life. It left the audience of students there completely and utterly numb with shock. Me, Sabo. What the hell? Why can't the wind blade hit him? Why naked? Even the marble floor was easily cut through. Is his skin harder than marble? It can't be. Or did Su-chen secretly become a reformer behind our backs during these few days? Why naked? It shouldn't be. How can a reformed person be reformed so quickly? Plus the school will also review it in advance. If Su-chen had undergone human body transformation, we would have already known about it. Then why can't the wind blade penetrate? Say, why naked? All around. Whether it was Wang Hao, Sun Chang, Zhao Xiaoya, Zhao Gang and the others below the ring, or a group of bigwigs on the left and right viewing platforms, all of them couldn't help but coax and discuss. No way. This can't be right. How is it possible that wind blade can't cut you? Although the performance of the students watching the battle was shocking enough, the most shocked was still none other than Zhang Feng. This feeling was like playing a game with the most proud of the silky small moves to hit the boss for half a day, thinking that the replica boss would be taken away by a set of their own half a day of complacency. But the result was found to be unexpectedly did not break the defense. A drop of blood did not hit off. The mind is breaking down. Facing Su-chen, who kept walking closer and closer, Zhang Feng even had a few more points of fear and trepidation on his face, and as he staggered back, he raised his hand and swung dozens more wind blades at Su-chen, this time. However, Su-chen didn't even bother to dodge aside from one wind blade that tried to attack his underwear that was slapped away. The rest of the dozens of wind blades were allowed to slash at his body. A moment of clanging gold and sparks, the wind blade crashed into him. It only pressed a minuscule gap downward on his skin. And when the wind blade shattered, the skin that had been pressed down popped back up. It's just a trivial elastic deformation. The skin was still white and smooth. Not to mention bleeding. Not even a wound. Impossible. Impossible. It's impossible. It's impossible. How can you not break defense? Illusion. It must be an illusion. Wind blade. Wind blade. Great wind blade. Multiple major wind blades. Zhang Feng shouted out somewhat hysterically, as if his worldview had been shattered. He kept shaking his head frantically and roaring loudly, and in his hands, he also kept waving a wind blade to attack Su-chen. However, Su-chen was just so close. One hand casually slapped the oncoming wind blades with the attitude that it didn't matter if he could catch it or not. Don't say that it made Zhang Feng crumble as he watched. The surrounding onlookers also felt extremely shocked and puzzled, and in their hearts, they shared the same deep doubt as Zhang Feng. That's why. Why can't you break defense? Zhang Feng's wind blade can easily cut through even steel and concrete, but when it chopped on Su-chen, why didn't it even break a hair? It can't be that even the hardness of a hair on Su-chen's body is harder than steel and concrete, right? Then wouldn't he be the hardest man in our first middle school? Is it a full-body nanotech overlay? But even if the nanotechnology has a mimetic mode, a certain degree of being able to be transparent and invisible, but after all, it's not really invisible, close at hand, how can we not see it? And besides, even if we can't see it, how can we not see it from the big guy above us? There's no such thing as nanotechnology. Zhang San, Li Si, Xiao Air, Wang Wu, Paki, Brother Glasses and other different students gave their different guesses and opinions, but they are all broken and flawed and unconvincing. Observatory, the principal and the other class teachers looked at each other and shook their heads at the same time. They also couldn't see why the wind blade sliced at Su-chen physically would have no effect at all. It's clear that he hasn't awakened his occupational talent or undergone mechanical modifications. Yet he's able to ignore the wind blade's attack. Could it be that he's practicing some kind of Vajra unbreakable divine power? The group of bigwigs who couldn't figure it out placed their eyes on Su-chen's martial arts teacher, Zhao Yu, although the probability was small. In their opinion, Su-chen, who had no professional talent and no traces of high-tech modifications on his body, was able to achieve such a level of ignoring wind blades. So I'm afraid that this last possibility was the only one. The inquiring eyes of the crowd caused Zhao Yu to open his mouth, but he didn't know how to answer. The 9 forces of the martial Tao, that supreme grandmaster in the Vajra temple known as the Flesh Bodhi, whose pioneering Vajra unbreakable divine power could indeed have this kind of invulnerability to swords and spears. However, this level of inheritance was basically an untold secret. I'm afraid that only the core disciples of the Vajra temple were able to cultivate it, and even he couldn't access it. So how did Su-chen access it? Besides, the most important thing that is needed for a horizontal training technique like this is the effort of water grinding, which is basically cultivated and nurtured from a young age. But he clearly remembered that Su-chen was not like this 10 days ago. The Su-chen of 10 days ago was in his eyes, although his martial arts talent was very high, making him appreciate it. But it's still personal. It is still within the realm of the human. But now, from the last unarmed demolition of Gouda, it's been straight up no man's business. He can't do it. He couldn't do what Su-chen did to carry the wind blade hard in his flesh. So that means you guys don't look at me. I don't know either. Zhao Yu was fidgeting and his scalp was a little numb from the searching eyes of the crowd. He turned his head in Zhao Chuyan's direction, ready to ask for help, yet it was just then, boo. Under the gaze of the crowd, Zhao Chuyan violently slapped the table and rose up. Her eyes trembled and her voice moved, even though there were speculations in her heart. When the facts actually appeared in front of her eyes, she still couldn't help but be shocked out in unbelief. Pai Ruyu. It's Pai Ruyu. Pai Ruyu? Zhao Yu. Who understood what this was? After hearing these three, his pupils suddenly shrunk, and then when he looked at Su Chen again, a look of realization appeared on his face, and his lips trembled a little as he said, no wonder, no wonder. Surprisingly, Pai Ruyu, Pai Ruyu? The two from the ancient martial arts family knew what this meant, but the others were confused and uncertain because of their behavior. Reporter Ray inquired for everyone. May I ask Hatsune Enforcer? What do you mean by skin like jade? Could it be that student Su Chen is now able to carry the wind blades with his physical body without any injuries because of skin like jade? In front of the camera, Aizhao Chuyin took 2 deep breaths before she calmed down, took back her complicated vision from Su Chen, and slowly explained facing the camera. As we all know, martial arts cultivation is most concerned with talent. All true martial arts prides have the ability to fight beyond their level. Some people are born with divine strength to lift the tripod. Some have thick bones with unparalleled offense and defense. Some have meridians that are unadulterated, and some have unforgettable talent. On top of the past 5,000 years of history, these martial geniuses have left a colorful mark on the history of our Kyushu, and are the heavenly talents that our ancient martial realm will never be able to bypass. And under the long years, the forefathers, by summarizing and generalizing, divided all the martial arts talents into 9 major fields based on the composition of the human body, in which the 9 major talents that stand at the apex of all the martial arts talents are known to us as the 9 absolute heavens of the martial arts. They are skin like jade, bone blazed, flesh divine elephant, blood phoenix, ape king's tendon, dripping heavenly marrow, 5 elements of dirt, precious weather, and brain tong ming. All of these 9 great martial arts talent possessors are rare to find in 100 years. The king does not see the king. Only one person appears in the same generation. Once it appears, it is basically an invincible character in the same class, and is called the absolute top. The 9 patriarchal Grand Masters of today's Martial Dao Alliance are called the 9 Jedi, and are called the Jedi Grand Masters precisely because of this. Absolute Great Masters. There are only 9 in this world. Wow! Gao Chuyin's revelation of the ancient martial secret set off a huge clamor at the scene. Jedi Archon I know. Amidst the scrolling pop-ups in the live broadcast, the netizen nicknamed Brother Understanding popped up again, giving a slightly additional explanation. Generally speaking, the apex of martial arts, the Grand Master, can only correspond to a 4th order awakened. However, I heard my father say that Jedi Grand Masters have the power to fight against 5th order powerhouses, crossing over the ranks, and are among the extremely strong handful among the 5th order realm. It can even be said that a Jedi Grandmaster is another realm altogether, and cannot be measured by common sense. Skin like jade. The description of this martial arts supreme talent in the ancient books on skin like gold and jade, like silk and glass, when encountering strength, strong, when encountering rigidity, rigidity and flexibility, attack and defense, fully awakened can be impervious to swords and spears, inviolable to water and fire, cold and heat, a true once-in-a-century martial arts wizard. Once he appears, he is destined to be an unrivaled figure of martial arts in the same realm. It's the object that the 9 major forces in the Martial Arts Alliance are all going to frantically scramble for. Brother Understanding's speech became a bit hyperactive, and it seemed that people could see through his speech that there was a rich son of a wealthy family from the Martial Arts Alliance on the opposite side of the screen, who was currently looking for a phone with a red face, hyperactive and ready to inform his own elders. Crap. So dickish? A once-in-a-century martial arts wizard? Understand the detailed explanation. Not only let the netizens in the live broadcast room a shock, the scene Su dust of the same classmates is even more difficult to accept the exclamation of surprise. Su Chen is a martial arts wizard that comes along once in a century? At one time, Wang Hao, Sun Chang, Zhao Gang, Zhang San, Li Si, Wang Wu, Pocky, Pothead, Baldy, Muscle Man, Brother Glasses and so on. Everyone's expressions became extremely complicated at this moment. It's like suddenly being told that the unassuming deskmate next to you is actually a hidden billionaire. TMD, everyone is a first-timer. Why are you a once-in-a-century? Even though it was said that in this era, martial arts had fallen and it was the world of professionally awakened people, this kind of mentality would just be unavoidable. And again, I in the front. Brother Understanding had explained to them clearly that a Jedi Grandmaster was comparable to a 5th order powerhouse, and the 5th order, it wasn't weak anymore. In today's era, the 7th order is already the strongest. The 9 royal clans plus 1 imperial clan. The entire land of the 9 states is only 10 7th order powerhouses in the open. 2 hands will be able to count clearly. The strength of the 5th rank was already a first-tier powerhouse when placed in the Kyushu. Their White Cloud City Lord, Long Wufei, was only at the 4th rank, but he was able to take charge of a city with a population of millions like White Cloud City. and his power was evident. Many people who had reached the A rank in their occupational level didn't necessarily end up being able to become 4th order powerhouses, let alone 5th order. So says, compared to Su Chen, we're still the trash we used to be? The words that came out of nowhere from Brother Glasses made all the students at the scene, including Wang Hao and Sun Chang, fall silent, especially Zhao Xiaoya. At this moment, her eyes looked up at the ring as the handsome young man like a gentleman like jade glittering in the sunlight. Her heart did not know what it was like. Pai Ruyu, while Wang Hao, Sun Chang, and the others were silent because they were caught up in self-doubt. Wang Hao's cousin on the viewing platform, the class teacher of class 1, Wang Mang, after murmuring a few times out of his mouth, he turned his head to look at Zhao Chuyin and inquired with a curious look in his eyes. Just one of Pai Ruyu's top talents is so powerful, enough for a 4th-ranked grandmaster to fight against a 5th-ranked awakened. What if there is a person who has the talents of the 9 absolutes of the martial arts path converging on him at the same time? What would be the result of that? At those words, Zhao Chuyin turned her head. He immediately revealed a look at Wang Mang like a fool. The 9 absolute talents. A rare occurrence in 100 years. Since the beginning of time it's always been the king who doesn't see the king, and only one person will appear in the same era. It was only that huge change 500 years ago, when the earth and sky of the 9 regions shifted, and the Qi destiny was in turmoil, and 9 supreme beings appeared at the same time, blocking the catastrophic plague in the early stages of the coming era of universal awakening. Otherwise, why do you think there would be 9 supreme great masters in the same era now? One Jedi is already at the top of a lonely mountain, and I don't see 2 Jedi in the same body. The rarity of the talent of the 9 absolutes of the martial way, for a martial artist, is in contrast to the SSS-ranked talent profession in the eyes of the awakened. Do you think that a person would be burdened with 2 SSS-ranked talents at the same time? Zhao Chuyin's eyes that looked at him like a fool made Wang Mang look a little embarrassed. He smiled awkwardly and scratched his head, and was about to say that he was actually just helping his little nephew Wang how to ask about it to Zhao Chuyin. However, suddenly withdrew her eyes from looking at the fool and turned her gaze to become somewhat respectful as she slowly said, "Actually, it's not nothing." Zhao Chuyin suddenly said these words. Not only did it make Wang Mang freeze, the others in the surrounding area, along with the audience in the live broadcast room, also perked up their ears. And under the people's gaze, Zhao Chuyin looked at a certain direction in Kyushu, her eyes respectfully saying, "The 9 absolute heavens of the martial way. Now the 9 Jedi have it. Do you know where the sky is? In the old days, when the age of universal awakening had just descended, countless ferocious beasts and beasts came out of thin air from the secret realm, thousands and thousands of them, causing great trampling and devastation to human civilization. Even the unranked Boar King can carry bullets without injury thanks to its thick skin and flesh, not to mention the first order, second order, and third order ferocious beasts that were mixed in with the endless waves of beasts. For these ferocious beasts that could easily destroy a city at every turn, the human civilization's thermal weapons at the time simply couldn't do much damage to them. Even facing beast kings above the 5th order, even forbidden weapons such as nuclear bombs don't have much effect. So you can imagine what kind of subversion human civilization has been subjected to under the leadership of these beast kings. According to incomplete statistics, 500 years ago the disaster at the beginning of the advent of the era of universal awakening led to the demise of at least 100 small countries in this world. Even those large and powerful countries' losses were extremely heavy. The country's land area was drastically shrunk, especially Sakura country. I heard that at that time it was on the verge of extinction. If it weren't for the fact that those ferocious beast kings were restricted by certain rules, and were not able to step out within a certain realm during that period of time, or else there wouldn't be such a thing as the Sakura country right now. And it is at this time of universal catastrophe, when all the nations of this world are facing devastation. We in Kyushu, however, were the least damaged of all the countries that survived. Do you know what this is about? Zhao Chuyin's voice sounded slowly in the field. I know. A human voice sounded behind him. The homeroom teacher of the 3rd class Wang Hao, Li Min, stood out. He was a middle-aged old man with pale temples, facing the camera, and spoke in a deep voice. The era of universal awakening has come, and the Kyushu has entered a new chapter. Students who have received 9 years of compulsory education should have had a general understanding of this history. On top of our textbooks, the description of this darkest period at the beginning of the age of universal awakening is given in a single sentence. The group of martial artists hidden beneath the civilization of the table world, led by the Emperor clan and the 9 imperial clans' wise and heroic leadership, led our Kyushu to hold back the darkest moments of the earliest days of the age of universal awakening and enter a brand new chapter of the era. It's just a sparse page-turner and not much mention of it. When I was in school, I was more interested in studying history, and later on, during my time in college, I purposely looked up historical information and learned, in detail, about the splendor that belonged to martial artists during that period. At that time, the ferocious beasts were cholera, and it was difficult for mankind's backward thermal weapons to pose a threat to them at all. And the dangers faced by my Kyushu were not much different from those faced by other countries. The difference, though, was in that moment of crisis. In the 9 regions of my 9 states, there are ancient martial arts families hidden in the middle of the inner worlds, hidden sects that have taken the initiative to come forward, led by the 9 supreme great masters of the 9 forces of the current martial Dao alliance, each guarding a state to block the Beast King's tide of beasts outside of the city. Think about it. At that time, it was only when the era of universal awakening had just descended, and even first-order professional awakened people had not yet appeared, but my Kyushu has seen 9 overwhelming great masters comparable to 5th-order awakened masters sitting one after another. This is such an opening advantage, and that's precisely why my Kyushu has become the country that suffered the least shock damage from the advent of the age of universal awakening, standing at the top of the world. Isn't it, Ms. Zhao Chuyin? Saying that, Li Min looked towards Zhao Chunin. Some other experts and scholars who had studied the history of ancient books also nodded at this time. As far as they knew it was also true, however. Zhao Chuyin continued with a nod and then a shake of her head. It does. But it's not enough. At the beginning of the age of universal awakening, there were beast kings with strengths comparable to those of the 5th rank, and even beast emperors of the 6th rank, who appeared, plus endless waves of ferocious beasts attacking. Even though I have a supreme grandmaster sitting in my Kyushu, it's still not enough to defend against the impact of such a vast era descending upon us. The reason why our Kyushu was able to survive such a huge impact with minimal damage, and even the territory of Kyushu remained intact and still standing, not nearly extinguished like the Sakura Kingdom, and more than half of the reason is because there is that senior who made a move. That senior? Which senior? The crowd was puzzled. They didn't know who Zhao Chuyin was referring to. Zhao Chuyin looked into the distance with a reverent gaze. Dragon Tiger Mountain. The Heavenly Master's Mansion. The old Heavenly Master. At the beginning of the age of universal awakening, the fundamental reason why my Kyushu was able to minimize the damage and not lose an inch of its territory lies in the fact that the old Heavenly Master has come down from the mountain. It is the old Heavenly Master who walks over the land of the 9 states. Will awakening era early descent of all the Beast King? Beast Emperor's single click to kill swept away the group of demons. Without the command of the Beast King Beast Emperor, the Beast Tide is naturally a piece of loose sand. No longer exist. So I 9 states to become the biggest winner of the universal awakening era. Impossible. Before Zhao Chuyin finished speaking, someone immediately denied it loudly. The Beast King is even so. The Beast Emperor is comparable to a 6th order awakened one. The early stage of the awakening era. How could anyone be able to kill a 6th order Beast Emperor? A strength of the 6th rank is also a deserved top tier powerhouse even now. Isn't the highest in martial arts just a Grandmaster of the 4th rank? I'll admit it, if a Jedi Grandmaster can battle the 5th rank and the 4th rank, you're not going to say that the old Celestial Master can battle the 6th rank and the 4th rank, are you? Don't treat people as fools. Okay. Zhao Chuyin ignored this fool. She just turned her head to look at Wang Mang and asked, so that means you now understand what the 9 absolute heavens of the martial Dao means. The 9 Jedi refers to the 9 supreme grand masters of the world, and by heaven, I mean the old Heavenly Master on Longhu Mountain. Rumor has it that the Heavenly Lord is burdened with 3 overwhelming talents, possessing 3 top martial arts talents. I don't know exactly which 3, but just being 3 overwhelming talents is known as not encountered in 1,000 years. Overwhelming through and through. You're asking me if it's possible for 9 great martial arts talents to converge in one person at the same time? It's possible. Zhao Chuyin gave an affirmative answer, but sighed deeply. If it were possible, would the martial way have been eliminated by the times and fallen to this point? Although she ignored the man's crazy dog barking, she understood what people thought about the decline of martial arts in this era. So after saying this, Zhao Chuyin was also a bit downcast. What would happen if such a person really appeared, with all 9 martial Dao 9 absolute talents in his body at the same time? I don't know who asked a question behind her, but Zhao Chuyin didn't turn around to confirm, and just murmured with a reminiscent gaze. 3,000 years ago, there was a sentence passed down by an elder surnamed Yuan who was good at divination before he sat down and died. You don't meet an old celestial master for 1,000 years, and you don't get a Wutongshin for 10,000 years. This phrase or this prophecy has been secretly kept in the ancient martial arts world 3,000 years ago and has been passed down to this day. And now, the old celestial master was born in response to a prophecy 1,000 years ago. But where is Wutongshin? The 9 absolutes of the martial way. The 9 absolutes of the way to heaven. Rumor has it that if someone can be burdened with the 9 great martial arts talents at the same time, they will be able to break the bottleneck of martial arts and break through to a whole new realm above that of a Grand Master, pulling the entire civilization of martial arts up to an unprecedented height of being able to pass through the heavens. God! Wow! Zhao Chuyin's words caused a commotion to flow from the scene. Passage? There are gods in this age. The strongest person in the world today is of the 7th rank, and it is rumored that a deity is that supreme 9th rank. and that the martial path can lead to a deity. So doesn't that mean that the martial Tong god, who was prophesied not to come out for 10,000 years, has the potential to become a deity of the 9th rank? Such hyperbolic rhetoric. Someone opened their mouth and tried to retort, but think about it, the history of the 9 states from ancient times. The path of martial arts in the land of the 9 states, up and down a total of just 5,000 years. 410,000 years is only half over. In today's era of universal awakening, just the past 500 years martial arts has withered, lagging behind the times, almost eliminated. Another 5,000 years, martial arts can still exist. I'm afraid it's all a question mark, but also martial arts through the gods? Even if the prophecy is true, this son of prophecy cannot be born. After thinking about this, although the crowd felt that Zhao Chuyan's exaggerated words had the suspicion of selling herself short, no one opened their mouths to deny it, or Zhao Chuyan seemed to understand this. So after finishing, she sighed lightly with her beautiful eyes slightly downcast. Not good. Su Chen, be careful. And it was at this moment that Zhao Yu, who was paying attention to the ring situation from the side, suddenly exclaimed. The crowd turned their heads in a hurry. Stay back, you monster. The ring. As Su Chen continued to approach, Zhang Feng seemed to have broken down in his heart, crying and howling, and the wind blade in his hand gradually could not be wielded, and his 2 hands were just waving haphazardly in the air, crazy and insane, and his mental state was worrying to look at. Calm down. Su Chen arrived in front of Zhang Feng. His face was a bit speechless, and he didn't know how Zhang Feng was scared like this by him. I just wanted to borrow Anima's clothes from you, nothing else. After a slight explanation, Su Chen reached out and grabbed towards Zhang Feng, and it was at this moment. Su Chen, you've been tricked then. I, Zhang Feng, will not be scared silly by you. Scared out of my shadow. Nish and I. The corners of Zhang Feng's crying and howling mouth suddenly hooked up a hideous and unrestrained wry smile. The silver watch on his left wrist instantly turned into flowing water, as if it was a silver snake in a flash. It flowed from his wrist into his palm, turning into a silver short-bladed dagger, and he took the opportunity to fiercely stab towards Su Chen's neck. It's a nanosword. Su Chen, be careful. On the viewing platform, Zhao Yu, who had realized this, hurriedly shouted out a reminder. The eyes of all the people turned. The silver-white dagger, smooth as a flowing blade with a razor-sharp tip, shone with an oozing luster in the sunlight. This nanosword was originally bought by me to specifically deal with Sun Chang and Wang Hao. Who knows that those 2 losers were even eliminated by you halfway through the process. I thought I couldn't use it, but I didn't expect to give you a taste of it now. This is all because you forced me to. Su Chen. The camouflage madness and panic in Zhang Feng's eyes retreated as much as possible, and a flash of harsh, bloodthirsty ferocity appeared from his eyes as he laughed out in a hideous frenzy. Jia. Su Dust, I don't care about your skin like jade. What once-in-a-century martial arts wizard? I don't believe you can block my nanosword. Let's see me cut you in 2 on a molecular level. The silver-white nanosword scratched in the air, as if there was an invisible vibration that tumbled out from the nanosword, and where it passed by before it touched it was visible to the naked eye as the air in mid-air was cut in half. Buzz off. Su Chuan's eyes widened, and vaguely he seemed to hear the overclocking sound from the billions of biological alloys vibrating in the nano-sword. At the moment, the distance between the 2 of them was only half a step. Coupled with Zhang Feng's sudden sneak attack, it was difficult to dodge. But Su Chen had no intention of doing so. Good coming. Just in time for me to see Pyru's ceiling. His eyes were shining brightly. He grinned. More than a few points of madness. His feet did not retreat, but instead stepped violently on the ground. His 5 fingers spread out in midair to catch the nanosword with his bare hands. A piercing sound of gold and iron clashing rang out. The bloodlight appeared. The crimson blood was reflected in his eyes, and a bloodthirsty smile appeared at the corner of Zhang Feng's mouth. Serves you right, Su Duan. And you dare to catch it with your hand. Do you think the killing power of the nanosword is joking with you? It vibrates 10,000 times per second. Enough to cut off the vast majority of objects in this world on a molecular level. Let me waste one of your hands first today, and then let you know. Don't think that you can be arrogant just because you're a martial arts prodigy that comes along once in 100 years. This world still belongs to the era of our awakened ones after all. And you, remnants of the old days, either bow down to us and apologize, or go back to your tombstone. Zhang Feng let out a roar. His hands violently want to cut Su Chuan's palm down the road. But it was at this moment, Zhang Feng's hideous face suddenly shook. His eyes trembled incredibly. It felt as if he had taken a blunt knife and cut on top of a non-Newtonian fluid. Obviously it felt as if a knife could be able to cut in 2. But after slicing through the epidermis, wanting to go further, it felt like it was as difficult as climbing into the sky. The full name is Polymer Vibratory Ultrafrequency Nanoscale Bioalloy Sword, right? I'll remember. I'll be careful with this kind of weapon in the future until the perfection forging technique is further advanced. Crimson blood flowed down the nanosword's blade. Su Chen gazed at the dripping blood with his eyes downcast. Its flat voice resounding from above her. Zhang Feng raised his head. He looked at the nanosword that was buzzing in Su Chen's hand and did not move no matter how much force he exerted. And in a trance he suddenly remembered something. I've heard that this guy Su Chen is high on pills, as if he's knocked up to the point of being a high-ranking martial artist. Physical fitness, chi and blood values are twice as high as mine in every aspect. Boo. Before Zhang Feng had much time to think, he only felt the sky spinning in front of his eyes, and there was a fierce wind whistling in his ears. A dull, heavy thud rang out in the ring, using the nanosword as a pivot point. Zhang Feng was backhanded and heavily slammed on top of the ring by Su Chen. The stones cracked and the rubble flew. The nanosword clanked out of his hand, and Zhang Feng, whose back had hit the marble floor hard, could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood under the powerful impact of the recoil. What really alarmed him, however, was this. Above. Su Chen lifted a foot and stomped it violently towards the location of his head. No! Zhang Feng exclaimed in fear. Su Chen's strength he had just learned. This foot of 10 tons of force, after stepping down 100%, would crush his head like a watermelon. Help! Brother Dust! I was wrong. I didn't want to kill you earlier. Rumble. Zhang Feng's terrified plea for mercy did not stop Su Chuan's foot from falling, and a loud roar was heard in his ears as the marble floor crumbled inch by inch with Su Chuan's landing foot as the center. The power is amazing, but perhaps it was also because Su Chen's movements were too great. The last line of defense hanging around his waist, which was already tattered and torn, at this moment also finally couldn't withstand the might of this force and fell away with a bare sound. It was as if there was a huge dragon roaring in the sky. And Zhang Feng, perhaps he was scared by Su Chen's foot on his ear right next to his head, or perhaps because he was shocked by the horror of the giant thing that was revealed in front of him. Zhang Feng stared in horror and screamed miserably. His head was tilted and he was directly fainted by fear. At this moment, the whole room was dead silent. Only Su Chen spread out his palm and looked at a slender wound in his palm that seemed to have been cut by a craftsman's knife, slightly falling into silence. Still can't practice enough? Tomorrow, let's start the blood refining and flesh refining sessions immediately. Su Dust let out a sigh after that. It was only then that the host seemed to come back to his senses and gave the announcement out loud. Wow! In a flash, countless gazes and cameras sized up Su Chen. Drums and gongs and firecrackers. Winning! Winning! Su Chen won, first in practice exams. The scene was abuzz. Did everyone see that? A teenager with no career awakening failures was able to achieve first place in the career awakening test. This is simply something that has never happened since the age of universal awakening. Is martial arts really gone? It's unbelievable that the teenager we mistook for a degenerate in the past could reach such an achievement. Before the camera ray covered her eyes, her face flushed red as she stirred her voice for everyone. Wang Hao, Sun Chang, Zhang San, Li Si, Xiao Er, Wang Wu, Paki, Brother Glasses, and the others looked at Su Chen, who had the camera above the ring all focused on him, with extremely complicated expressions, and even lowered their heads with some inferiority complexes. As for Zhao Xiaoya, after seeing Su Chen's majestic stance like a giant dragon in the sky, an emotion called extreme regret inevitably rose in her heart. As for Zhang Feng's mom, the beautiful woman Hong Yuyao had a reddish tinge on her face, her eyes staring straight at Su Chen, her beautiful face filled with shock. Zhang Feng's father, Zhang Yangwei, on the other hand, at this moment, his face instantly darkened, and his complexion became extremely ugly after glancing at Hong Yuyao on the side. Anyway, in this moment. Everyone's eyes were focused on Su Chen. Their respective emotions might be different, and their focus might be different, but without exception all of them were shocked by this scene. Even Jack, who had always been haughty and superior in demeanor, was wide-eyed at this moment, as if he had seen his god, and could hardly accept that he had spoken his native language. Oh my god! No looking! You are not allowed to look! But soon, without letting everyone be shocked for too long, a holy light descended from the sky. Bai Ruoshue ran up to the ring with a red face, gave Su Dust to cover up. Winning! Winning! Yang family noodle house. A suit, hair combed shiny, dressed in the most successful people like Manager Lu. Looking at the noodle shop wall LCD TV lost in thought, mouth hard to believe murmured out. Young Zheng unexpectedly lost. Bear. The black paper contract was pushed back from the opposite side. Manager Lu turned his head to look. Across from him, the noodle shop master Lao Yang's weathered face revealed an unprecedented luster. Manager Lu, I think we can wait until later to talk about this matter. Yay! Winning! Brother Su Chen won. So handsome. Dream. Your brother is so huge and handsome. In the second middle school cheerleading team seating, two wearing cheerleading uniforms, youthful and beautiful girl flesh excitedly hugged together, jumping and jumping, mouth shrieking, full of surprises. Dream. Is Goddess Xiaoyu so happy to be celebrating me? on top of a ring not far from the two-dotted tart with a red cloak and a long spear in hand. Looking for the sound, his heart could not help but gain a few points of complacency. It seems that he is the strongest gun courage in the second middle school, and he will soon be able to use his invincible body to conquer the goddess and hold the beauty. I just don't know how my good friend Sun Chang is doing now. Is he also entering the deciding round like me to soon embrace the beauty? I guess it should be okay. Good boy. The 9 absolutes of the martial way. Pi as Jade, worthy of being a once-in-a-century martial arts prodigy, just based on this terrifying capital like a giant dragon in the sky. It's enough to press down people of the same generation who can't raise their heads, even to my age where my mind is smooth. Looking at it, I can't contain the inferiority complex in my heart. It's really hard to imagine. If this video were to be circulated today, what kind of shattered Taoist heart people of the same generation as you would have if they saw it? Inside the city lord's mansion, in a luxurious villa, the old butler looked at the scene of Su Chen winning in front of the camera and couldn't help but smack his lips in admiration. A crushing victory over fellow professionals with a body of pure martial arts. Ascend to the top of the mock exam. This kind of thing has never happened since the era of universal awakening. He could almost already imagine the uproar that would be created after this video went out today. But it's okay, at least my lady. Wait. Suddenly the old housekeeper seemed to have thought of something, and it seemed like he had just transferred the live feed to Lang Ruyu. Thinking of this matter, the old housekeeper then looked at the horrifying images in the live broadcast room, finally no longer elegantly bounced up violently and exclaimed out in shock, "Wait! Miss, don't open it! There's a big scare in the live room!" Ah! A young girl's shriek came from within the cold and chilly retreat room, and the live broadcast screen that had just been lit up on the big screen across the room was quickly turned off. Hoo-hoo! Tick-tock! Icy blue droplets of water dripped down the ice crystals above and into the tub. A young girl's sharp gasp came from the quiet retreat room. Lang Ruyu's face was red and hot. Her hair was messy, and her eyes still carried a slight look of confusion and shock. Her previous coolness and haughtiness was gone at this moment, and she didn't expect to be ridden in the face by a flying dragon just after she opened her holographic projection. Who wouldn't be scared for anyone else? Stand up for yourself without fear. TikTok. At this point, the old butler's worried message came through. "Miss, you haven't turned on the live feed yet, have you?" The shocked Lang Ruyu also thus came back to her senses. Her delicate pink lips lightly spit out a mouthful of aroma, as if there was a reddish color on the small face. Once again resumed the previous day's coolness. The tone of voice flatly replied, "Oh no, really? Of course not. Why, old steward, is there something wrong?" No." Inside the living room, the old butler froze a little. Just now he had prepared for the worst, but he didn't expect his own young lady to turn out to have not opened the live broadcasting room yet. "No is good. Miss, actually I'm here to inform you that you don't need to open the live broadcasting room anymore. Just a moment ago the first place in the first middle school mock exam has been decided. The winner, Su Duan." "Oh, is that so?" Lang Ruyu pretended not to know as she replied, looking down at her own stunningly beautiful face reflected in the tears of the deep sea, the corners of her crystalline lips unconsciously evoking a faint smile as she listened to the old butler's report. A once-in-a-century martial arts prodigy, the 9 absolute pi of martial arts, Pai Ruyu, is really out of this young lady's expectation. But it's not enough. To catch up with my lady's back, that alone is not enough. Mock exams are nothing more than miscellaneous fish pecking at each other in a small pond between schoolmates. Suchin hopes that you can cultivate well during this period and become stronger. 3 months later, we will meet on the battlefield of the higher education examination in Kyushu. At that time, I still hope that you will insist on staying in the battlefield for a little longer and look up at my back. Su-shin, Su-shin, Su-shin. Deafening sounds rang out in the martial arts arena of Baiyun No. 1 Middle School, and countless students excitedly voiced out and cheered for Su Chen, especially some female students whose screams resounded throughout the arena, thoroughly conquered. The sound waves rolled. Lose. Zhang Feng lost. In such an atmosphere. On the observation platform, in the class teacher's seat, Class 1's class teacher Wang Mang was lost in thought for a moment before his tiger eyes glared and he suddenly had a jolt. Crap. Zhang Feng has lost. So wouldn't that be me? He remembered the bet he had made with Su Chen's homeroom teacher, even covered his ass in fear. Look around. It's a good thing that old Chen guy had to go back to the office in the middle of an emergency. Otherwise I'm afraid I'd be pouting my ass off right now. No good. Old Li, what are you doing? However, before he could wait, Wang Mang breathed a sigh of relief. He suddenly realized that Li Min, with a face of excitement and agitation, left his seat and ran towards the faculty office. Wang Mang instantly looked anxious, also quickly stood up, covered his butt and ran outside. Looks like he cannot afford to play one to break the contract. Could you? What brings you here? Unlike the clamor inside the faculty office that at the moment reeks of freshly minted test papers. Su Chen's homeroom teacher, Chen Guangzhong, looked at the unexpected visitor who pushed the door in, and his pupils suddenly dilated. The visitor was a middle-aged looking man. He was wearing a white suit, wearing gold glasses. His hair was combed meticulously. His appearance was quite handsome, giving people an elegant and easygoing feeling. It was hard to imagine that Su Chen, the classroom teacher who sat behind a desk, with a beer belly and Mediterranean Sea, would know such a man who looked as if he was in two worlds and two styles of painting altogether. However, what surprised Wang Tang on the side even more was the way this middle-aged man addressed the class teacher Chen Guangzong. Big brother, haven't seen you in years. Little brother misses you. Can't I come to see? Chen Guanyao looked at Chen Guangzong's Mediterranean Sea, the corner of his mouth lifting up a faint smile. It seems that you have suffered all these years, big brother. The two were actually brothers. Did you come here specifically to mock me? Chen Guangzong lowered his head. His voice suddenly became dull, revealing an expression that Wang Tang had never seen before, a downtrodden look that he had never shown in front of their group of students. Where? I have the utmost respect for you, big brother. You used to be the hope of our Chen family, the greatest genius. Father looked up to you. Little sister revered you. Mother was proud of you. Even my little brother and I looked up to you as a role model at one point. All the children in the family trusted you and believed in you. Chen Guanyao looked down at Chen Guangzong in a condescending manner. His voice was light, and the corners of his mouth carried a iffy smile. I still remember the words you uttered on the day of your failed awakening. Big brother, even if they are teachers? Even if the awakening fails? So what? Even if it's not a combat profession? So what if it's not a high and powerful profession, but just an ordinary people's teacher? You will still serve as the hope of our Chen family and revitalize the glory of the family. Honor the family and make a name for yourself. You will teach countless excellent students, peaches and plums all over the world. We all believed in you at the time, even mother until she died. But now 30 years have passed. The Chen family has long since passed through the most difficult period under my leadership. And what about you, big brother? Chen Guanyao pressed both of his hands on his desk and leaned forward, a pair of pale and deep eyes revealing a cold color. Where are the students you taught? Chen Guangzong lowered his head in the face of Chen Guanyao's pressing gaze. His fists clenched and trembled. It wasn't anger but an extreme guilt that made him not dare to face his brother's questioning. Chen Guanyao let out a light laugh and did not pursue the matter any further. His afterglow glanced over Wang Tang, who was on the side without any concern, and continued, big brother, I understand you. Occupational awakening not only depends on talent, but also filled with a lot of randomness. You are forced to come to such a small place with a big pond. People don't know how to do things. You can't raise a dragon in a pond. And I understand you. So, this time, I heard people report that among this class of students, there are the best, most outstanding, and proudest students that you have brought up in your 30 years of teaching, big brother, who are preparing to undergo a career awakening. I put off all my activities that day. From the Qingzhou side, I purposely took an airplane to come here just to witness how the most outstanding student you taught, big brother, is like. But just the other day, I hadn't landed, just to hear someone else report back to me again that your most excellent and proud student has failed to awaken. Not even as good as you were back then, completely unawakened to any profession, a complete and utter wreck. Ugh, with such an achievement, no wonder that for such a long time, the Qingzhou Imperial clan side has almost forgotten about your relegation to this side of the world, feeling that the atmosphere in the office is getting more and more out of place, as if there is some heavenly hidden secret about to be unveiled, and knowing that the more things you know the faster you die. Wang Tang took advantage of this gap, trembling with fear and trepidation. Well, then, sensei, I'll leave if there's nothing else. Wait, Chen Guangzong called out to Wang Tang. He took a deep breath and put Chen Guanyao's arrival aside first, and after his demeanor returned to Wang Tang's familiar homeroom teacher appearance, he faced Wang Tang and advised him in a serious manner, Wang Tang, won't you think about it anymore? Although your awakened occupation is just a screwball, you have good academic performance. You've always been the best in arts in our class. Except for Su Dust. Are you really going to drop out of school on this and not think about taking the literature exam? The default college entrance exam after the arrival of the age of universal awakening was naturally the martial arts exam, but under martial arts exams, also on that day, a national liberal arts exam will be held that is relatively less popular and less of a spectacle, but also dark and extremely competitive. And a good score on the exam will be able to stand out just as well. Chen Guangzong's persuasion let Wang Tang silent for a while, his clear face with a large black glasses frame, eyes drooped down to look at the ground. Inside flashed a fluctuation, but soon returned to gray. Looks very numb. Without the slightest hope shook his head. The corner of his mouth with a bitter smile said, Mr. Chen, thank you for your kindness. It's just that I've already considered it clearly. There's no chance for low-level professionals like us to turn over a new leaf. The literature examination is for those whose professions are experts, scholars, professors, researcher, scientist and other higher life faculty professionals. Not for screwing people like me, and I'm afraid I don't have the heart to take the literature exams anymore after some recent events at home. Wang Tang's reply caused Chen Guangzong to sigh as he nodded feebly. Okay. Chen Guangzong pulled open the small drawer on the left-hand side of his desk while saying with some sadness and sighs, that kid Dragon King is even secretly reading novels in class all day long, and now dropping out to become a security guard is kind of like what he wants. But you, Yi Fan and Su Duan, you three are the ones I'm most optimistic about within the boys, but now it's a career awakening failure. Without any career, falling from a genius to the altar and being mocked by millions. One dropped out of school to deliver food and move bricks on a construction site. Now even you're dropping out of school and going to the factory to work on screws. Oh, I'm really a failure as a teacher. Chen Guangzong said, also shook his head bitterly and laughed out, tears glistening in the corners of his eyes. Chen Guangyao, on the other hand, stood on the sidelines and watched the scene with interest. Wang Tong, this is the Qi and Blood Elixir that the school issued to you. Every student has a share. Yi Fan and the Dragon King, those two boys were in such a hurry to wind up leaving that I didn't even have time to give it to them. So if you have the time you can help me pass it on to them. Give them a message for me. By the way, hang in there, don't give up on yourself. I've always believed that awakening to a profession doesn't define a person's life, according to their own ideas. As long as you try to persevere, you will be able to see hope. Chen Guangzong walked out from behind his desk. He placed 3 reagent tubes containing Qi and blood pills into Wang Tang's hands, patted Wang Tang's shoulder, and gave a final word of advice. Chen Guangyao, who was on the side, lost a laugh when he heard it. Not knowing what it meant, Wang Tang received the Qi and blood pills. He pursed his lips, nodded his head and said thank you before preparing to turn around and open the door to leave a flop. The door to the office was suddenly thrown open violently from outside. Winning! Winning! Old Chen won. Li Min ran in, his face red as if he was having a seizure, shouting frantically, oh, the results of the mock exams are out? Chen Guangyao raised his eyebrows, a playful smile appearing at the corner of his mouth as he suggested to Chen Guangzong, big brother, why don't we go out together and take a look? No, the win. Isn't it just pouting your ass out? I'll go over there, okay? Chen Guangzong was also not in a good mood and shouted at Li Min. This old man just likes to watch the fun. The last time he got his ass kicked was when this old guy laughed the hardest. No, old Chen. You may have misunderstood. I'm not saying that, old Wang one. Li Min froze, reacting to the fact that Chen Guangzong might have misunderstood somewhere, and hurriedly explained, if Wang Mang didn't win, who did? Could it be me? Yes, it's you who won. It's Su Chen who won. First in the school. Li Min shouted out, his face flushed red and his expression extremely exuberant, causing all 3 people in the office to be stunned. What? What did you say, old Li? Who did you say won? Who was first in the whole school? Chen Guangzong's beer belly shook as he hurriedly shook old Li's shoulder to confirm. Su Dust. It's Su Chen who won. It's Su Chen from your class, crushing Sun Chang, Wang Hao, and Zhang Feng, all the professionals, and being number 1 in the whole school's mock exams. Chen Guangzong, go kick Wang Mang's big old ass. He's probably running away now. After getting confirmation from senior, Chen Guangzong only felt a roar in his mind. He couldn't remember what was behind him, and after shaking old Li from one hand, he hurriedly pushed open the office door and ran all the way to the corridor. Wow! The clamor and boiling sound from above the martial arts arena came to the surface. From a distance he saw the huge live screen. The holy light disperses, changed into a black anima suit. Su Dust's figure appeared. The original one and the recognized strongest A-level professional Zhang Feng was stripped, only a pair of underwear lying at Su Dust's feet, lying corpse. Congratulations to Su Shen, renewing the myths of the past. Reigning exam number 1, with the body of a pure martial artist without a professional, to forcefully suppress the same class of heavenly pride professional awakened person. This kind of battle record is really unheard of. The voice of Su Chen being declared the first in this year's mock exam stumbled from the direction of the martial arts arena, like a sonic bomb, blowing Chen Guangzong's face red and shouting out with an exuberant expression, winning! Winning! Su Chen won! Ha ha ha! Good boy is awesome! Chen Guangyao, who was also standing in the corridor, looked at the handsome teenager on the screen, while frowning slightly. Su Chen really won? With the identity of failed awakening and no professional, he won Sun Chang, Wang Hao, Zhang Feng and these people by relying closely on martial arts. And he was the first in the mock exam. Wang Tang's eyes widened, incredulously looking at Su Chen's figure on the screen, but the corners of his mouth were unconsciously grinning, a smile revealing 8 large white teeth, and something seemed to be rising in his originally gray and godless eyes. Su Dust's when announced fireworks and gongs were blaring in a huge celebratory atmosphere. Beep 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 beep. A communication sounded over some blonde gringo. Jack, what's the situation now? If my estimation is correct, Su Chen's perfect impression in Ruoshua's heart should have been shattered long ago. Well, tell Ruoshua not to be too sentimental. She, as the future holy high priestess of my temple of light. And that kind of waste that failed to awaken are not from the same world in the first place. Let bygones be bygones. In the future, it won't take long, just 3 months from now, at the time of the National College Entrance Examination, she'll see what true heavenly pride is. The stars will shine, and at that time, the heavenly prides that I, the bright divine hall, have carefully cultivated will go out to battle together. At that time, she will know that those so-called outstanding achievements of Su-chan are not worth mentioning in front of a true heavenly pride, not worth to her to stay, just a little toad at the bottom of a well. That's why it's a good idea to bring Wakayuki back quickly, and don't let her comfort Su-chan that unawakened waste of time. It's a waste of time. It's better to come back quickly to absorb the bright divine liquid. Next I'm going to bring her to start the second stage of cultivation right away. During that time maybe she will meet with quite a lot of Big Power's family descendants. At that time, after seeing these real geniuses, she should also figure it out all of this, and her thoughts will be clear. Elderly woman Lu's eloquent and confident voice rang out on the other end of the phone. Jack, who heard these words, was first silent for a while. Then he looked at Bai Ruoshue, who was hanging on Su-chen's arm in the ring receiving the cheers of the crowds together. And after a moment's thought, he still said in a mouthful of broken Kyushu language, "Or Protector Lu, if you want to comfort Miss Ruoshue, I don't think there's a need for that. She's happy now." Happy? Yes. That waste of a failure to awaken you spoke of. He wasn't eliminated in the first round as you expected, rather, winning to the end. Jack blurted out the truth with an extremely hard look on his face. "And as promised, now we can't interfere with her daily life." What? The opposite side of the old woman Lu froze after hearing this and asked with some suspicion that she had misunderstood. "Jack, who do you think won in the end?" "Who won in the end? Hear it for yourself." Jack held the cell phone call toward the front. "Gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen, our White Cloud number 1 middle school mock exam, at this moment, officially comes to an end. Let's all congratulate Su-chan, reigning supreme over the myths of the past, winning the number 1 ranking in this year's mock exams with pure martial arts. Next let's give out the rewards for Su-chan for coming first in this mock exam." Under the ring in front, fervent cheers rose to the heavens. Boom! Old Mrs. Lu on the other side of the phone snapped her eyes wide when she heard it. What the hell? First up is the school's special chi and blood elixir of 100. The old principal with a long white beard came over with a laugh and joy. He was carrying a happy red safe in his hand. The safe is open, gas and blood wafting. Inside were placed 100 bejeweled, red-colored, full-blooded chi blood pills. "Su-chan, teacher, I truly didn't expect you to be able to achieve such a level. Can't wait. I hope that these 100 chi and blood pills will help you get to the next level and excel in the college entrance exams behind you." The principal patted Su-chan's shoulder and said some words of encouragement. It could be seen that this old man was very happy. Su-chan used to be the baby bump of their first middle school, bringing glory to their first middle school in an unknown number of competitions, and was treated as his best child with high hopes. He also didn't want to see Su-chan fail to awaken and roll down into the mud like that, but it didn't seem to matter if it was now because of the once-in-a-century martial arts wizards. Pai Ruyu, one of the 9 absolutes of martial Dao, is truly unexpected. With such talent, it's impossible for the Martial Arts Alliance to sit back and ignore it. And even the only daughter of the Zhao family in the ring will soon be unable to resist throwing in an olive branch. The old principal's eyes glanced towards Zhao Chuanin's side. Although it is said that the martial arts have now declined far more than professional awakened people, when the National College Entrance Examination is held in 3 months, Su-chan, who can only practice martial arts, may suffer a great disadvantage in front of the truly powerful professional heavenly pride in the Kyushu, and may not even be able to rank. But with the Martial Arts Alliance as a dependency, how about in the future? Su-chan won't be too bad. After all, in the past, due to the great contributions made at the beginning of the Age of Universal Awakening, although the martial arts have declined, the status of the Martial Arts Alliance in Kyushu is extremely high, especially those 9 Supreme Grand Masters. Even if the power holders of the Imperial Clan have no matter what attitude they have in their hearts, they can only be respectful in the face of them explicitly. Martial Arts Alliance, eat and drink, with such a behemoth to rely on, no matter what. There would be no need to worry about cultivation resources in the future. So that now can again, like in the past, Su Dust award the first place award. The old principal is very happy. "Thank you, principal." Su-chan took the safe, although he was a little surprised that someone knew about Pai Ruyu, but this was just what he wanted, saving him from thinking of excuses to explain. A once-in-a-century martial arts prodigy. I'll take this title. However, this is just the beginning. The corner of Su-chan's mouth curled up as his gaze crossed over the principal to look into the distance, a ray of essence bursting out from his eyes. "I will go higher and farther in the future. 1,000 years, 10,000 years. Only then would he have the certainty of suppressing all the demons and devils on top of the final entrance exam. Damn it! 1 chi and blood pill, with a chi and blood content equivalent to 10 wild boars. is a great tonic for martial artists. Su Chen already had a rare martial talent that comes along once in 100 years, and now he's obtained 100 chi in blood pills. Eat it all. Then, we can still win against him at this rate. Zhang Sanli Si and the others, who had been eliminated in the first round, all became anxious after seeing Su Chen's chi and blood pills. Wang Hao and Sun Chang, who had regained their faith and revitalized themselves, could not help but gnash their teeth. What they cared about was certainly not the 100 chi blood pills in Su Chen's hand. Instead, don't forget that the first place in the mock exam is in addition to the Dan of chi and blood reward, and an additional mystery prize worth $100 million. Although I don't know what this so-called $100 million mysterious prize is, I don't need to think about it to know that if it can be worth $100 million, it won't be any simple treasure. At least it's a heavenly treasure of the third order or above. That's the big one. Even they can't afford to buy it. But now it was taken away by Su Chen. I don't know exactly what kind of treasure it is, and how much help it can give to Su Chen. If it's really something rare and uncommon, that would be bad. Under the anxious gaze of Wang Hao, Sun Chang and the others, Zhang Feng's father, Zhang Yangwei took the microphone handed over by the host. He first swept Su Chen with an unkind look in his eyes. Then his expression recovered to face the camera and slowly said, I know that everyone is interested in the mysterious grand prize offered by my Zhang group for the first place this time. But this reward is so valuable that it was placed in my safe and not taken out and brought to the scene, so it's unfortunate to say that it's not possible to show it to you directly. But please rest assured, it is well known that I Zhang Yangwei do things always. A spit a nail. Zhang's group has always been based on credibility. It is impossible to make renegade behavior. Even if this once-in-a-century martial arts practicing wizard of ours is the one who stripped my son of his clothes and stood here, I, Zhang's group, will not find any excuse to make things difficult for retaliation. I will gladly hand over the grand prize personally to our martial arts wizard 2 days later without any deliberate delinquent behavior. We can all supervise together. Now if I may also go see how my boy is doing first. He's still in a coma. After Zhang Yangwei said some open words, he finally glanced coldly at Su Chen before returning the microphone and walked all the way towards the other side of the ring next to Zhang Feng, who was surrounded by the medical team choking people. TSK. Su Chen scared and not being able to get this $100 million mystery prize right away did make him look forward to it a bit in vain, and it was tempting to say, if you can't afford to give it, don't give it. What's the hold up? But once he thought that the person who had uttered those words was Zhang Feng's father, he seemed to be able to understand it instantly. What goes around comes around. Zhang Feng is like that. It's not incomprehensible that Zhang Feng's father could do such a thing. As for whether or not Zhang Yangwei would play the rogue and indefinitely default on the mysterious prize that should be given to him, Su Chen didn't feel the same way. After all, it's live in front of a citywide audience. Su Chuan felt that Zhang Feng's father, no matter what, should not be so shameless as to go back on his word. We'll know exactly how it goes in 2 days. Ha ha ha, serves you right. What a deserved. Su Chen's side didn't immediately take the grand prize into his hands, but it made Sun Chang and Wang Hao laugh. It's best if Zhang Feng's father can be as shameless as Zhang Feng, so he can delay this grand prize indefinitely, so that Su Chen can never get this 100 million. Rush him to death. Both of the re-energized men figured out one thing, that is, what is the most important thing for a cultivator? Is it talent? Of course not. How can any higher talent grow without resources to cultivate it? Just like what about Su Chen's once-in-a-century martial arts wizardry? It sounds bullish, but he is alone. There is no big family behind him to support the big power cultivation. He can't get high-level resources. How far can he go in the future? Losing to you this time is because we were careless and didn't use the cultivation resources that the family prepared for us in advance. When I get home, I'm going to start getting high right away. Let's see who's the dragon and who's the bug when the second mock exam is held in a month's time and the 9 schools compete in a joint competition. The two of them, Sun Chang and Wang Hao, stood underneath the ring, their hands clasped in their arms, their faces full of comfort, especially Sun Chang, who was clad in a tattered green cloak. His eyes were filled with pleasure. Before the start of the mock exam, he and the second middle school, his own good friend Gunbrave Front, had an agreement to meet at the top. The results of their own in the first round of the melee was eliminated by Su Dust. Just now he also received a message from his good friend, said that has been into the final, almost embraced the goddess returned. Asked his side of the situation how? He didn't even dare reply to the message at that time. And now seeing that Su Chen didn't take the mysterious prize worth $100 million into his hands immediately, Sun Chang couldn't help but laugh out with a quick grin. Worth $1 million? Is 100 chi blood pills a lot? I'm not talented. My family isn't much richer. It's just an ordinary family in White Cloud City. But it's still not a problem to take $8 or $9 billion out to purchase several third and fourth order cultivation resources. So says Su Dust. Are you good at fighting? Coming out is about power and background. So it's the little Yakuza. The two of them, Sun Chang and Wang Hao, sang in unison. But they were bullied. The spirit of the netherworld is still alive. What a ghoul. What's the point of a punk without an awakened profession that keeps pestering my future holy maiden of the Temple of Light? I'll rush over there and crush him with my own hands. On the viewing platform, on the other end of the phone, after hearing the various voices of Su Chen's first place in the mock exam various awards, old lady Lu couldn't help but be furious, and could vaguely hear the entire hall shaking. But, Lord Protector, I'm afraid it won't work if you want to come over and crush him. Jack suddenly said so. Lu Yun on the opposite side froze. The terrifying aura rippling from his body all had a pause at this moment as he inquired in confusion. Why? Because, the Martial Arts Alliance has struck. Jack's eyes went to the ring, where Zhao Chuyin was walking towards Su Chen. Mr. Su Chen, we meet again. I wonder if you are interested in joining our Martial Arts Alliance. Zhao Chuyin stretched a white jade hand out in front of Su Chen. Straightening up, the Martial Arts Alliance? Su Chen raised his eyes. Wow. Zhao Chuyin's sudden invitation shook the scene. Although the martial arts were in decline, the Martial Arts Alliance was not the strongest organization in Kyushu in terms of strength, monologue status, but it is above all official organizations. The location is extremely high, also rich as hell. As we all know, into the Martial Arts Alliance and the people. His strength may not be very drip, but want to cultivate is never a lack of resources. Every month will be based on the strength of the alliance within the martial artists issued a certain amount of salary, not to mention, but also according to the contribution of the exchange of a variety of rare resources. Almost what you want to have. What? If it wasn't for the strict entry rules of the Martial Arts Alliance, which only accepts martial artists. Otherwise I don't know how many professionally awakened people would have to squeeze their way in. It's good to have your back to a big tree. The Martial Arts Alliance was, in a sense, the tallest tree in Kyushu. No way. Sir, Sun Chang Wang, how two people a little taught, just now also set out to mix to talk about the background. Now how to feel Su Dust background to be bigger than them. Su Chuan, you possess Pai Ruyu among the 9 absolute of martial Dao. Your talent is overwhelming. A martial arts wizard that is rare to come across in 100 years. Join us in the Martial Arts Alliance. I'll apply to the league to give you top billing. $10 billion of welcome money for joining the alliance. A villa in the imperial capital. Plus 1 type of 5th order cultivation resource. More than 90% of the inherited merit rights within the alliance are open to you. You'll also receive $100 million in pocket money from the alliance every month going forward. Zhao Chuyin kept recounting the favorable conditions of inviting Su Chen to join the Martial Arts Alliance. The crowd was baffled to hear it. Ha! What the hell? How much pocket money per month? $10 billion of welcome money for joining the alliance. I remember that the total assets of young Zhang's family only add up to $10 billion. No. And a villa in the Imperial City? 5th order cultivation resources. I haven't seen them in the White Cloud City Chamber of Commerce since I grew up. Zhang San, Li Si, Sun Chang, Wang Hao and the others couldn't hold back completely. The corners of their mouths twitching continuously. Their expressions extremely jealous and twisted. Wishing that the ones receiving Zhao Chuyin's invitation at this moment were them. Now that's really a little yakuza. Only it wasn't Su Chen, it was them. Even Su Chuan was surprised by the generous conditions of the Wudao Alliance. But considering the current state of the Wudao, he could also understand the Wudao Alliance's desire for talent. A rare martial arts prodigy of the year. A supreme talent in martial arts. Pai Ruyu, it's worth the price. Zhao Chuyin smiled and said it quite frankly. By joining the Martial Arts Alliance, not only would you have a large power to rely on, and a lot of pocket money as well as various martial arts legacies, although it was said that he, an immortal cultivator, had the perfect body forging technique in place and wasn't lacking in cultivation techniques for the time being, but the cultivation resources within the Martial Arts Alliance, as well as systematized martial arts teaching and experience, are indeed what I need right now, especially since he was now a great success in skin refining, and was about to carry out the flesh refining and blood refining sessions. These 2 sessions were extremely consuming to the cultivation resources, and I was afraid that just 100 chi and blood pills would be far from enough. Plus there is also the quenching of sinews and bone marrow, internal organs and so on in the back, all of which require resources. So Su Dust, after some consideration, the answer was already there in his mind. After all, solo travelers did have a lot of inconveniences in this world. And with the Martial Arts Alliance offering him such a generous offer, he had no reason to refuse. But before that, let me ask, at what cost? Is there anything I need to do after joining the Martial Arts Alliance? Su Chen asked the core question. With so many secrets in his body, he didn't dare to use the heaven-swallowing demon technique. And if he joined the Martial Arts Alliance in the future to be monitored and regulated, it would be better to forget about it, and it would only slow down the progress of his cultivation. Regarding Su Chen's worry, Zhao Chuyin shook her head. If an ordinary person were to join the Martial Arts Alliance, there would naturally be certain requirements. But you don't need it, classmate Su Chuan. You have the Pai Ruyu of our martial Dao's overwhelming talents. A martial arts practicing wunderkind that comes along once in 100 years. Not only will we in the Martial Arts Alliance not place any restrictions on you, Instead we will strongly support your cultivation and fulfill your various cultivation requirements without any cost. But if there's a condition, it's one. I hope that after you enter the alliance, your first choice will be to join our Zhao family. Join your Zhao family? Su Chuan's tone carried doubt. How do I join? Could it be joining the family? Bai Ruoxue, who was on the side, instantly revealed a wary look. After all, ancient martial arts families love to play this trick. Wow. Once this kind of talk is out there, on the instant in the crowd set off a furor. Especially Zhang Sanli Si, Wanghao Sun Chang and a host of other male students, but also jealous of the face's green, wealth and color. What a way to top off your life. No. Zhao Chuyan's eyes subconsciously glanced towards between Su Chen's legs, her face blushing slightly, but she still made herself say in a tone that remained as calm as possible. Although the martial alliance is one externally, internally it is divided into 9 factions. And these 9 factions are precisely the 9 forces headed by the 9 supreme grand masters. 4 great families, 5 great clans, the 4 major clans of the martial arts, including the Zhao family, and the 5 major clans of the martial arts represented by the Vajra Temple, and the Jade Maiden sect. These are the major forces that make up the 9 factions of the martial arts alliance. The rest of the people who join the martial arts alliance later on will basically climb under these 9 factions. The 9 factions compete with each other. So what I mean is just that I hope that after you enter the martial arts alliance, you'll choose to join our Zhao family. So, it is. Su Chen nodded with a look of understanding. And then he asked the last question that he was slightly concerned about. The 9 absolute heavens of martial Dao. I wonder which one the ancient martial Zhao family is. Blood Phoenix. Zhao Chuyin didn't hide this. My Zhao family's inherited secret method. Although with your Pai Ruyu talent, it doesn't exactly match. But I see that your talent has awakened to a great extent, and you almost don't need to develop it any more a posteriori. And my Zhao family is fully capable of cultivating you. It will also go the extra mile to offer you a generous package. How exactly? I'll introduce you to Grandpa. He should be very happy to have you accepted as a personal disciple. With that, Zhao Chuyin took out her cell phone and seemed to be dialing a certain phone number. Crap! Some of those in the know couldn't help but explode. Zhao Chuyin is the only daughter of the Zhao family. Wouldn't her grandfather be top of the line? Blanche, Wanhao and Sun Chang really didn't know what to say, and could only use this one word to express what was in their hearts. It was clear that they, the higher professions, were more promising in comparison, but just because of a once-in-a-century title from Su Chen, he fucked them over. Is there such a big difference between people? If Su Chen worshipped a supreme great master as his teacher, wouldn't that be taking off from the same spot and rocketing up? How could they fight Su Chen in the future? After all, the absolute top grand master, how to say, is also comparable to the 5th order of the strong. Then their White Cloud City Lord Lang Wuxi is also stronger than one order. No matter how much the martial arts are in decline, there is this kind of strong cover. In their White Cloud City, Su Dust is not going to walk horizontally. I'm so over it. Even Su Chen's good friend, Zhao Gang, couldn't help but fall silent at this time, as he vaguely seemed to see an invisible layer of thick and pathetic barriers that were about to arise between himself and Brother Dust. As Zhao Xiaoya was even less talkative at this time. From a young age, she aspired to marry into a rich family. Immediately after knowing that Su Dust awakening failure, she chose to break up with Su Dust Cutting, but did not expect Su Dust as 100 years rare encounter martial arts wizard. The 9 Jedi Pai is like jade. Now not only was she invited into the martial arts alliance by her cousin from the Zhao family's own clan, she enjoyed the highest level of treatment, entry reward of $10 billion and a luxury villa in the imperial capital. The pocket money is in the hundreds of millions every month. Now it was even more likely that they were going to be accepted as personal disciples by their Zhao family's old ancestor. There are a few bigger giants in the world than that. Dad, it's not like that. That's not what you said at the time. You only said at the time that he was gifted, that he would emerge once every 10 years, and that he would be able to break through to the realm of a second-ranked martial master in the future by practicing hard for a good 30 to 50 years. You didn't say that he was a once-in-a-century martial arts prodigy. Zhao Xiaoya's beautiful eyes were red as she looked at Zhao Yu. Her eyes filled with tears of regret. Endless remorse overwhelmed her. If I had known that Su Chen was so powerful, why would I have broken up with him at that time? I should be the one standing by his side right now. His own daughter's questioning made Zhao Yu a little embarrassed as well. He doesn't know. He doesn't know that either. What the hell happened? What exactly happened in just 10 days? How did Su Chen turn into a once-in-a-century martial arts prodigy? He can't read it either. He really couldn't read it. Zhao Yu didn't say anything, and while Zhao Chuyin was on the phone, Su Chen squinted his eyes drooping as he pondered slightly for a moment. If you join the ancient martial Zhao family, you can worship the Jedi as your master. This condition was indeed tempting to the average person, but to Su Chen, it was something that needed to be carefully weighed. Worship what is not important. After all, pulling the tiger skin to do great things. There are people above everything is convenient. The main problem is that he's just Pai Ruyu now though. but next he is going to practice the perfect segment of the body art. For the practice of meat, blood refining and other aspects of the link. Not only will be skin like jade, but will also become Zhao Xiaoya's mouth of the 9 absolute flesh divine elephant. Blood phoenix, this kind of change. If it was the case that no one paid much attention to it now, he could have Versailles a sentence. I don't know what's going on. It appeared when I practiced. Maybe this is just giftedness, other people didn't know what was going on. And even if their hearts were in doubt, they could only accept this explanation from him. But if one worshipped the master, I'm afraid that in the future, when one's other 9 absolute talents appeared, it would be more troublesome to try to explain them. This was exactly what Su Chen was worried about. However, the specifics of what to do next, whether or not to worship the Jedi as a teacher, still had to see what kind of conditions the Zhao family side could give him first, and then it wouldn't be too late to make plans. Toodaloo. What happened? The call didn't go through. Did Grandpa not have his cell phone? Zhao Chuyan's eyebrows were slightly furrowed. Her grandfather's delay in picking up the phone made her face a little anxious. Su Chen's 9 absolute talents was skin like jade, and their Zhao family was not this branch. Rather, the Jade Maiden sect was. Pai Ruyu's talent was almost as important to the Jade Maiden sect as the Blood Phoenix was to their Zhao family. It was a heaven-to-find core candidate. Zhao Xiaoya didn't have the slightest doubt that later on, when Su Chen's talent came to light, those among the Jade Maidens would resort to frequent tactics and use vile and nasty beauty tricks to trick Su Chen into going over, and then consider the character of the Suden color batcher. Zhao Chuyin didn't need to think about it to know that Su Chen would definitely fall deeper into it and be unable to extricate himself after all. How could an old sex maniac who raised fuck sisters in his family not like the atmosphere of the Jade Maiden sect with all its beautiful women? Therefore, taking advantage of the current Jade Maiden sect, still do not know the existence of Su Chen. Hurry to take Su Chen down to income their Zhao family. Knocking bricks and nails is the right solution. However, his own grandfather was not present at this critical moment and could not give specific conditions for pulling the strings. That's a little awkward, but don't worry. Su Chen-san, you also know that ancient martial arts masters of the last era like Grandpa don't like to use modern technology much, and it's unusual to rush by foot. It's normal to not have a cell phone with you when you're all into 1,000-mile messaging on a regular basis. I'm going to call my dad. He's just as capable of making the call. Under Su Chen's thoughtful gaze, Zhao Chuyin explained and then walked to the side to dial another phone number with some urgency. Piss me off. What a gas. Those old ladies of the Jade Lady sect really don't even have a face. Imperial capital. Zhao family inside a quaint, old-fashioned complex eye in the middle of the central living room. A middle-aged man in a tang suit was shaking with anger. The man was tall, with a pair of tiger eyes. His aura was compelling. His body's chi and blood was as hot as a furnace, especially now that he was angry. It was more like a volcano of fire that was about to erupt. The whole living room seemed to be oppressed by his aura, and the air was all distorted. If anything, this man was none other than Zhao Chuyan's father, the contemporary head of the Zhao family, Zhao Qingtian. The reason why he was so angry was because some time ago, when the new generation of students in the 9th middle school was awakening for all, someone within the Martial Arts Alliance discovered a martial arts prodigy that was rare to come across in 100 years. 9 Jedi talents. Blood Phoenix. It was well known that their Zhao family's old ancestor, who also had the overwhelming talent of the martial Dao's 9 absolute Blood Phoenix, was an absolute grandmaster, such a good seedling of the new generation that comes along once in 100 years. It's already obvious who to worship and who to give the teaching to, isn't it? But unexpectedly, the people of the Jade Woman sect were not even talking about martial virtues, and before the people of their Zhao family could rush over, they had hoodwinked the people into signing the contract of sale of their bodies in ignorance. Real baby. Shameless. It must have been a beauty trick. The Jade Lady sect's group of old ladies are only capable of this kind of dirty trick. My Zhao family has never bothered to use such despicable and shameless tactics. Ahem. The householder interrupts here. That Blood Phoenix genius is a woman. The family's grand elder on the side reminded. Humph. And what's wrong with women? I have long heard that Jade Rui, that old woman, has lesbian hobbies. Likes to pick to make up for otherwise after living for most of her life. How could her appearance not have changed a bit? Such a great talent with a Blood Phoenix, being mutilated and pitted by their Jade Woman sect in this way. I'm heartbroken. If it's Pai Ruyu, it's just as well to hand it over to them. It's just the right time to learn their ice muscle and Jade Bone divine skills. Don't say that they discovered it first. Even if our Zhao family discovered it first, we'll take the initiative to give it to them. But the Blood Phoenix belongs to fire, and the Jade Maiden sect belongs to ice. Handing over such a fire martial arts genius to them, what kind of talent can they teach? Waste. This is a waste. The Jade Maiden sect are all a bunch of little women with long hair and short senses, without a single bit of pattern or big picture perspective. A once-in-a-century martial arts prodigy is going to be ruined by them just like this. In this day and age, our pure martial arts have been squeezed into such a state. Why can't we be united and be courteous to each other? and still engage in individualistic sectarian rivalry like in the past. How can we revitalize our martial arts glory if we go on like this? Zhao Qingtian's righteous speech resounded deafeningly through the living room, its impassioned words so that all the family elders present, the heart also cannot help but rise up an atmosphere of indignation. Also feel that the Jade sect this thing to do is too unethical. Have to clap the table said to go to the door to crusade against the Jade sect. To make a statement, to the blood phoenix of the genius to snatch over. When the Zhao family buys to cultivate, cannot let them spoiled. Tick-tock. Wait. I'll take a call first. And it was at this time that as Zhao Qingtian was preparing to start discussing matters related to attacking the Jade Maiden sect with a group of elders, Zhao Qingtian's phone call came through. When next a group of elders can only see Zhao Qingtian, connected to the phone, first revealed a shocked and puzzled expression, and then trembled with excitement, followed by a villainous smile, and finally shifted, said what at any cost, even if the sacrifice of color with a beauty trick also want to blah blah blah. Hello, baby, what's up? Your daddy's busy. What? Pai Ruyu. Fine. I'll call my old ancestor right away. Zhao Chuyin. Now that I'm not your father anymore, I order you in the name of the family head, before old ancestor comes into contact with him, no matter what means you use, you have to stabilize him first. It doesn't matter even if you have to sacrifice your sex and use the beauty trick if necessary. Such a martial arts prodigy can only be cultivated by our Zhao family, and absolutely cannot be snatched away by any other clan power that finds out about it. With such a wonderful double act. Not to mention Zhao Chuyin on the opposite side of the phone was dumbfounded. Even the crowd of family elders who didn't know anything on the scene froze in their tracks. It was only after a long time that the first grand elder who had come back to his senses stood out, and after arching his hand in a salute, he inquired in a very puzzled manner, Master of the house, what did Hatsune tell you that was so happy? Ha ha ha. Putting the phone away, Zhao Qingtian laughed up to the sky as he patted the grand elder on the shoulder and briefly gave the grand elder the happy news that Zhao Chuyin had reported. Wow. In an instant, the dozens of elder family members in the living room, including the grand elder, all boiled over. Pai Ruyu. Well, take that. Family master, such a good seedling must be personally taught with our Zhao family. It must never be spoiled by another clan. Don't worry. I'll call the old man right now. Old ancestor himself. No one can rob it. Zhao Qingtian didn't delay any longer and immediately pulled out a special cell phone from his pocket, dialed a phone number that was 502 digits long. Hey, old Joe is this way. What? Don't mind him. Oh, got it. What was very different from what Zhao Qingtian had imagined was that when he informed the old ancestor of his discovery of a Pai Ruyu supremely gifted teenage talent, the old ancestor's reaction was surprisingly flat, and completely different from what he had imagined in terms of being ecstatic and rushing over to take in his disciple. How come? A once-in-a-century martial arts prodigy, supremely gifted Pai Ruyu, can't he still be in the eyes of the old ancestor? It shouldn't. After the cell phone hung up, Zhao Qingtian scratched his head in confusion, his face full of puzzlement. What's the matter, family master? What's the situation on the old ancestor's side? How? The grand elder and the others gathered around and inquired out in surprise. Old ancestor said, there's no need to care about him. When Zhao Qingtian uttered these words, not to mention the crowd of family elders, even he himself was confused. Don't you want such a great supreme genius? Do you really want to give it up to the Jade sect? What's going on? Can you memorize 500 plus digit phone numbers too? At this moment, above the land of the 9 states I don't know exactly where, 10,000 meters underground, in the middle of a vast, dark base. Rang a chorus of puzzled voices from his old friends. It's okay, it's just that I found another teenage celestial with a skin like jade, and Optimus Prime is giving me a briefing. The only 9 supreme grandmasters of the contemporary era, the Zhao family's oldest ancestor, Zhao Huang, tucked his cell phone into his bosom and shook his head in a flat tone, as if he didn't care about any Pai Ruyu's heavenly pride. Yikes. Pai Ruyu. If I remember correctly, Pai Ruyu has always been a woman, and now that a teenager has come out with Pai Ruyu's supreme talent, it's strange. A surprised voice rang out in the darkness. More than that, as far as I know, the Jade Maiden sect has already taken in a female doll with skin like jade in its early years, secretly offering it in the sect, and thought we didn't know about it. It's even if 2 of the 9 extreme talents appear at the same time between centuries, 2 or even the same talent. It's really weird. Ha ha. Another old and bold voice rang out. What's so strange about that? Times make heroes. It's only normal for some special circumstances to occur at special times. They say that our martial arts are withering and falling, but this year it seems that's not the case. As of now, just the light one Jade Lady sect that I know of has taken in a Pai Ruyu and a Blood Phoenix's supreme heavenly pride at the same time. Haven't they? Old woman. Fuck off. Who are you calling an old woman? Believe it or not, I'll get you killed. A fiery old crone's voice rang out. A few other figures in the darkness didn't pay attention to the two's bickering and continued to talk. Some time ago in Shuzhou, I remember that an overwhelmingly gifted martial arts practitioner also popped up. Whether it was the Eight Kings Tendon or the 5 elements of dirt. Old man Bodhi, I remember that reincarnated Buddha son of your Vajra temple seems to be the flesh god elephant. There also seems to be a Taoist son for the dripping heavenly marrow among the Tao sect. And the dragon protector villa. A few silhouettes said in words. It's detailed words. The information revealed actually will be the top secrets of the Martial Arts Alliance revealed as much as possible. Can learn this kind of information person? Its identity status can be imagined. Ho ho ho. So many supreme celestial pride have appeared between the same era. The last time was the one we had 500 years ago, with such a glorious martial arts heyday. Who dares to say that my martial arts are withering away? Humph. Where there is a demonic change, something big will happen. I've heard that it's not just our Budo that's been brilliant this year, but the stats have come out on the professional awakened side as well. An SSS-ranked talent awakener has appeared over in the Central Imperial Prefecture, and some SS-ranked professionals have popped up in the Qing Prefecture, Song Prefecture, and other places as well. According to the previous awakening situation, normally just one SS-level professional would be enough to reserve the position of senior high school scholar, but now not only has the 3's level appeared, but there are also 4 double S level, not to mention the other S level and A level professionals. I heard it was called something like 1 emperor, 4 emperors, 16 vassals, 24 heavenly stars, 108 generals. This is a luxurious lineup that has never been seen in the 500 years since the age of universal awakening descended. Ha ha ha, 108 generals. Are they trying to go up to Mount Shuepa? Someone spat out a laugh. Hee hee. I don't know if they want to go to the watery mountain. I only know that because of this unprecedented heyday of professionally awakened people, I'm afraid that the Imperial Clan, and the Imperial Clan side have been unable to hold back, especially the Qingzhou Imperial Clan, which has secretly made quite a lot of small movements. And I'm afraid that they are trying to take advantage of this opportunity to press us to death with our martial arts alliance. Press us to death? Ha! I shucks. Dick him. Royalty counts for a tick. Especially the Qingzhou royal family. That thing with the Chen family back then. I've been upset for a long time. What the hell? If you guys hadn't stopped me, I would have smacked his big mouth to see if he dared to put a fart in it. The darkness rose and fell in quick succession, ringing with a chorus of coarse words. This time is different. A more refined and easygoing voice, as if it were a scholar, shook his head and spoke out the news in a flat tone. Old Celestial Master. It's dying. What? Dying again? I heard that the old Celestial Master was failing when I was in my grandfather's generation, but it turns out that my grandfather died of old age, and the old Celestial Master is still alive and well. More than that, it was like that in my grandfather's and grandparents' generation. This time it's for real. Grandmaster realm lifespan of 500. The old heavenly master lived from 1500 years ago to now. Already beyond common sense. Plus that changed 500 years ago. The old heavenly master alone went down the mountain to slay the devil, and fought with the 6th order beast emperor, and inevitably fell injured. To be able to support until now, honestly, it has far exceeded my expectations. The figures in the darkness fell into a silence at the news. After a long time, only then did a voice ring out. Say, Bullnose, how old are you? 530 something. So you're dying too. Get lost. You're the one who's dying. Old me has 5 dirty elements and has lived longer than you guys. Where else do you have any 5 dirty elements? It seemed to be the reminder of this voice that caused the atmosphere that had just risen in the scene to fall into silence once again. A dead silence. And also after the dead silence, suddenly, ha ha ha, ha ha ha, ha ha ha, 9 maniacal voices of laughter resounded in the dark world. Wonderful, wonderful, we're all going to die. And the old celestial master is dying. The pinnacle and the heavens of the martial arts in the 9 states are collapsing. In its place, the rising professional awakening bloomed. 1 emperor, 4 emperors, 16 vassals, 24 heavenly stars, and 108 generals, plus the 9 imperial clans and the imperial clan watching intently. On all sides, the Jedi are under siege. My martial arts alliance is truly in danger. Dangerous. Then let's bet all the chi of my martial arts Tao towards death for a final collision of absolute supremacy. Such a grand stage, as we wish. Whether it's my martial chi Changlong, or a new era is coming, a brilliant and unstoppable force, then let's have a battle of the peaks. Ha 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 ha, buzz off. 9 people's maniacal laughter. A bright light came on in the dark underground base. That's when you can see it. The entire underground base was extremely vast and vast. The foundation is silver and white in color throughout. It covers an area of 10,000,000 meters. In the middle of this vast base, there was a large human petri dish erected, as if planting a large tree, neatly arranged and densely packed. No less than 1 million as far as the eye could see. Inside these millions of large petri dishes, it seems that a horrific experiment of some forbidden nature is taking place. However, the experimental tests seem to have all failed, and the nutrient solution inside all the petri dishes had turned into a puddle of blood color, with some blood and flesh crumbs vaguely visible. Of course, this is not the most ghastly to some. The most gruesome thing would be the way the 9 figures looked under the light. Some are skinless, with only flesh and blood exposed, someone boneless, paralyzed on the ground like a puddle of mud. Some people are fleshless and skinny as a bone, someone is bloodless and as pale as thin paper. The only ones who still looked normal in appearance were a few, but they also gave off all sorts of strange feelings, as if they were missing something crucial, or their bodies were stiff or their feet were weak. These 9 people look strange and horrible, walking together with a child to seek and cry for more than 3 days and 3 nights. However, if it is seen by the high and mighty, people will be more shocked by the appearance of the 9 people. This was because these 9 people were none other than the 9 supreme grandmasters of the current martial arts alliance. 9 Jedi at the moment, all stood before the only petri dish amongst 1 million that showed a greenish gold color. Within this petri dish, there is a slender figure, closed eyes, such as a baby, like knees curled up in which, his skin white as jade, long hair as black as ink covered most of the figure. Cannot see its face? Nutrient solution up and down, sinking and floating, as if a dormant god thing, a breath between the revealed and ineffable rhythm, so that people such as the face of another level of life as only feel small. 500 years and 1 million experiments, consuming untold financial resources, we finally made it. Skin like jade, bone blazed, flesh divine elephant, blood phoenix, ape king's tendon, dripping heavenly marrow, 5 elements of dirt, preternatural weather, and brain tong ming. The 9 absolutes are gathered in one body, and the martial arts path can lead to the gods. The son of prophecy, which will only be born out after 10,000 years, has been perfectly crafted by us 5,000 years in advance. Science and technology are really the first productive force. Ha ha ha. The 9 looked at the figure in the petri dish with a twisted and hideous expression, and laughed out in madness. I'm afraid the world can't imagine how these 9 last era's impression of rushing only with their feet, telephoning with a 1,000-mile voice transmission, and wearing ancient-style robes of the supreme great masters, had unexpectedly come to the forefront of the times. Taboo like human research, using himself as a specimen, and it really worked out for them. In the era of universal awakening, why did the martial arts path wither and fall into disrepair? Logically speaking, the group of martial artists that already had an innate advantage, coupled with the professional awakening, should be like a fish out of water in the era of universal awakening, ushering in unprecedented power and splendor. Yet the truth is the opposite. The martial artists who had practiced hard since childhood had gradually lagged behind the professional awakened in this era. Until now they had been completely surpassed by the awakened and had been reduced to the point of embracing the warmth of the group. The root cause of this lies in the curse that this age has placed on the martial arts. Anyone who was a strong martial arts master, especially the group of martial arts masters at the beginning of the age of awakening, the grand masters, none of them have awakened a combat profession. All of them are some brick carriers, cart pullers, floor sweepers, and other miscellaneous life professions. If professionals want to become stronger, the first is the need to constantly fight to kill monsters, through constant fighting to gain experience from it. The second is the level of understanding of one's profession and improving one's vocational skills. In the case of a warrior, for example, for a combat-oriented professional, all one needs to do is to keep hacking away at monsters with a sword, and the 2 major conditions will basically be practiced at the same time. But for the life faculty professionals, for example, you awaken directly as a deliveryman. You want to upgrade and become stronger. In addition to fighting monsters and battles, you have to moonlight as a deliveryman, and only after both experience meets a certain condition will you be able to advance. This was precisely the biggest drawback of the life profession awakened. However, this kind of disadvantage, for the early era of universal awakening of the patriarch, the great masters, are actually not much impact. After all, they are also idle in the weekdays. Martial arts big brother. The world outside the high people have some tree planting, cooking, sweeping the floor and so on. The hobby is also a very common thing. So even if the awakening is unfavorable, only awaken the profession of the living department. But if they are willing to do it, is completely possible to enjoy the era of dividends. But here's the key point. They don't want to. 1 or 2 of these things would be fine. They could have cursed the bad luck, and then had the cheek to sneak around and hide it from 3 or 5 of their best friends to work part-time as a delivery boy and sweep the streets. But this is a situation that is occurring in large numbers and in large quantities in the martial arts community. In the same batch of awakened people, ordinary people are at least a warrior profession, but they are more excellent and outstanding in all aspects of the martial artist is given to planting trees and so on. This kind of low life department profession. What's that supposed to mean? Not to mention the 9 supreme grandmasters led by Zhao Huang, even the ordinary grandmasters, martial masters, and martial artists below. All the martial arts clans and ancient martial arts families could feel a deep malice, from the malice of this age towards their martial arts community. It's targeting. A naked targeting, because our presence spoiled the intentions of the makers behind this game, so that Kyushu didn't suffer too much damage like the other countries, the foreign races. So the person behind the planning of this game has placed a curse on us martial artists. No group of martial artists will awaken any good professions. Either it's a life profession that does odd jobs, or it's a combat profession that's the lowest form of trash. F-ranked, E-ranked or something like that. And to get up to D-ranked would be the top of the heap. The other side has thrown the cake on the floor and trampled and ravaged it. And you're going to go on your knees? Whoever cultivates martial arts doesn't have a few points of arrogance. The higher the attainments of martial arts, the more diligent and hardworking, the more outstanding the talent, the deeper the arrogance in their hearts. As if a spine dead welded to them, they can't get down on their knees. Marred, lousy is a supreme grandmaster. And you're asking me to deliver a takeaway? You're not so bad. Look at me, old Tao, my profession, god fucking condom salesman. I'm a Taoist master. I heard that the old celestial master was assigned a miscellaneous occupation by them. Humiliate who? The 9 people on the scene had obviously had a long history of resentment and indignation about the incident, but if that's all, they may rage and roar. Will be resentful, but not so much that they would go mad. What really made them crazy, insane, twisted and even engaged in forbidden human research to build the legendary son of prophecy ahead of time was this. It's fine for that group of high and mighty rule makers of the game to drop curses on us, but what does it mean for you imperial emperors to fall on us at this time? Without us you would have perished long ago. It is we who guard the people of Kyushu. We are the ones who have defended the borders of Kyushu. It is we who guard the dawn of the world's pale. Without us holding back those beast king beast tides at the beginning of the awakening era. Where did you guys get to be high and mighty now? The cunning rabbit dies. The dog cooks. Some people in the royal family say that we want too much. It's not like martial artists can upgrade quickly enough to need so many cultivation resources for what? There are those who advocate innovation, saying that the products of the old age should be eliminated to welcome the new age. Some people say that if you can't keep up, you deserve to be out of business. Ha ha ha. There's even a shameless old thing inside the imperial clan, saying that our martial chi is a product of the old era, destroying the chi of the new era of the awakening of all the people in the 9 states, and that it's a stain to be gotten rid of. There are even beastly remarks, saying that we are too selfish. We are selfish. Good martial arts techniques are tucked away, why not openly share them for everyone to share together and provide a force for professional awakened people? Damn. The person who said that is a fucking animal. The white-eyed wolf can't even compare to you. Well. They all say that our martial way has fallen. So let's use this session of the college entrance exam as a battlefield and gamble all of my martial ways chi to touch base with you. 1 emperor, 4 emperors, 16 vassals, 24 heavenly stars, and 108 generals. Luxury is really luxury. Just in time to suppress them all. Let there be a collision of martial chi and the waves of the times. If we win, then the Wudao can open the gates of heaven, reach the heavens and the gods, and step into a new and unprecedented realm. If you win, then everything will be as you wish, and my Wudao will completely wither away, and the sky and the earth will crumble to extinction. The 9 supreme grandmasters looked at the sleeping figures in the petri dish with their knees embraced at the moment and laughed out in madness and frenzy. Son, wake up, there are only 3 months left. 3 months from now will be the National College Entrance Examination, and during these 3 months we 9 will teach you all the martial arts underpinnings of the 5,000 years of the 9 states. As for the martial Dao's supreme heavenly prides that are appearing all over the Kyushu at this moment, in response, we won't interfere too much. They will be your best touchstones, whether it's Pairyu, the Blood Phoenix, or the 5 dirty elements. All of the martial arts prides that should be born in this session. In the future, you will personally defeat them one by one. One by one, they will be subdued. You will serve as the only holy son of my martial arts alliance. Lead them to undertake my martial chi fortune to start a supreme grand gamble with the new era professional celestials. And your name, you don't meet an old celestial master for 1,000 years. And you don't get a Wu Tongshin for 10,000 years. Son, your name is Wu Tong. God. Boom. Seemingly hearing the call of the 9, the figure sleeping in the nutrient solution violently opened its eyes. A scarlet eye revealing itself from behind its pitch-black hair. The huge petri dish that was able to protect against missile bombardment instantly crumbled at this moment. The mystery prize that was supposed to be in my hands, said it was put in the safe, didn't bring it over, said it would be given to me in a couple of days. Now this Jedi Master, who is nowhere to be seen, is also slow to respond. Looks like I really didn't read the calendar when I went out today, since Zhao Chuyin finished the phone call and said that the old ancestor would immediately talk to him. Almost a quarter of an hour had passed. Suchen still didn't wait for the old ancestor's call in Zhao Chuyin's mouth, as if the father in Zhao Chuyin's mouth on the opposite side of the phone call to the old ancestor. The phone number had been pressed the wrong way and didn't get through. Quietly, there was no response at all. Of this caused Suchen to shake his head and sigh. and he no longer dwelled on these things, but instead gazed into the distance, ready to start planning for what's next. Based on past experience, school copies are basically over after the first mock exam. Next the students will all team up and head out into the wilderness to practice real life and death combat, where the heart is in the right place and full of danger and opportunity. If the school copies are the career adaptation stage, then the field copies outside the city are the stage where students who have awakened their careers grow by leaps and bounds. At the same time, this phase is going to be a wild ride of extreme insanity for me. Su Chen's gaze, looking towards the endless plains and wilderness outside the city, sensing the countless ferocious wild beasts hidden within, the heaven-swallowing demon technique in his body was already stirring. Whether it was refining the blood, refining the flesh, or the later cultivation, it consumed a lot of one's own chi and blood. When he arrived at the uninhabited land in the wild area, he didn't have to worry about being seen by others using the heaven-swallowing demon technique like he did in the school copy, and he could let go of his mind and devour it at the same time. It was also possible to release the 10,000 devils of the heavenly abyss and let them grow to their heart's content. There is still some preparation needed before that though. After all, you can't be too careful. The wild area is dangerous. It's still necessary to buy some first aid supplies before heading there. So that's why next Su Chuan was going to head to the school hospital and use the student discount to buy some first aid items to prepare for tomorrow's trip to the wilderness area. As for the matter of joining the martial arts alliance, let's wait until Zhao Chuyan's side gets through with this thought. Su Chen gave Zhao Chuyin a greeting before preparing to leave first. Student Su Chen, please wait. Zhao Chuyin, who was also waiting a bit anxiously beside him, saw Su Chen leaving and hurriedly greeted him. What's the matter, Hatsune Enforcer? Is there anything else you want? Su Chen looked up, his eyes puzzled. Zhao Chuyin was dressed in a tight black leather jacket, her slender legs twisting and turning. She blocked in front of Su Chuan, her face flushed red. She didn't even dare to look at Su Chuan head on, and Jude still remembered that not long ago she was still considering whether or not to be Su Chen's master. And now that half a day had not passed, she was about to consider whether or not to use the beauty plan to sacrifice her color to Su Chen. It was really embarrassing and humiliating for her. At the same time, Zhao Chuyin also some teeth secretly hate her dead father. Weigo is not said to call the old ancestors immediately back to it. How to now have not come back? Cannot be the phone number, did not remember it. Messing with the fact that she hadn't called back until now made her so torn up. Enforcer Hatsune, I'll leave if you have nothing else, Su Chen said with an odd look in his eyes. He didn't know why Zhao Chuyin suddenly became wriggly, rubbing those long legs one after another. It couldn't be because she wanted him to pinch them. Don't go yet, Su Chen, I still have something I haven't told you. Just as Zhao Chuyin made up her mind to use the beauty plan, a sudden change occurred in the ring. Only a short distance away, a Zheng Feng, who was knocked to the ground and had already woken up from choking people, suddenly fainted again after a miserable scream. Ambulance! Ambulance! The patient is too emotional. Hurry up and take him to the hospital. Such a tumultuous movement caused Su Chen to turn his head, his eyes surprised. What's the situation? He didn't lay any harsh hands on Zhang Feng, did he? How did you pass out again? Don't blame me if you're sick. Thinking of this possibility, Su Chen pulled his leg and wanted to run. Don't try to run, you murderer! A fragrant wind came, and before Su Chen could run, he was hugged by Zhang Feng's mom's arm. White Cloud Hospital. Ah, it's huge. How awful. Don't you come over here. Inside the ward filled with the smell of sterilized water, Zhang Feng, who had changed into a blue and white striped hospital gown, was having a seizure on the hospital bed, as if he had seen something extremely horrifying, constantly screaming in fear, curling up inside. His body shivering. It looked as if it had been dumbfounded by something, and beside him a big-headed doctor in a white coat was diagnosing him in detail with a stethoscope. Woo, my little wind was fine before the match. It was only after he fought you that he became like this. You still say it's none of your business. What will you do if you go crazy now? Su Chuan, don't think that just because you have high talent and the martial arts alliance values you that you can do as you please. If anything happens to my little wind, you don't want to run. And wanting my Chang's group's $100 million mystery prize. I told you no way. My Zhang family will make you pay even if I scatter my family's wealth. Across from Zhang Feng's hospital bed, separated by a layer of white gauze curtains, led by Zhang Feng's parents, Zhang Feng's 7 aunts and uncles all came and cried at Su Chen. Make it sound like it's my problem. He was mentally ill originally, saying some Zhonger words all day long. You guys didn't check it out yourselves. And now you're breaking out and blaming me. For this group of people wanting to blame Zhang Feng on themselves, Su Chen would not recognize it. Even he has reason to suspect that this is Zhang Feng's father. Too shameless to want to pit him a 100 million mysterious jackpot, deliberately, and Zhang Feng to join forces to do a play. What? Zhang Feng's father, Zhang Yangwei. Once he heard it, he was as anxious as if he had been poked in the heart of something, his face red and neck thick. Said, I, Zhang Yangwei, have always been a spit and a nail. How could I possibly do something like this without honoring my word? That's it. Loss. I previously read the report. Also think you are quite good. I did not expect a small age so deep-minded and credulous. Really worthy of being able to make to the copy of the malicious robbery monster people. Next to Zhang Feng's mother, Hong Yu Yao. There is another. Front and back. The appearance of the delicate short-haired hot imperial sister is holding Hong Yu Yao's shoulders to comfort Hong Yu Yao of the consolation of Su Dustin and Yang a sentence. Which one are you again? Su Chuan asked without any good humor. Not spoiling them at all. I'm his sister-in-law. Auntie? Su Chuan's gaze swept up and down on Zhang Feng's sister-in-law, who was surprisingly as long as 18, it's still really sassy. Woo woo. Little sister, you say if little Feng goes on like this, what should I do? Zhang Feng's mother, Hong Yu Yao, cried out as her sister-in-law hurriedly patted her shoulder to comfort her. Sister, don't be sad, Xiao Feng, he's lucky he'll be safe and sound. After comforting her, her sister-in-law threw her head back and stared angrily at Su Chun with rounded almond eyes. Humph. Look, what's there to see? I'm telling you, if anything happens to my little Feng today, I'll have to gouge out both of your eyes for you, said Auntie Zhang Feng as she erupted with an aura that belonged to a second-stage professional. In this regard, Su Dust speechless. He used to read novels protagonist to people injured, how no medical incident. His turn on how to fall on the body is there, but this matter and he has chicken hair relationship are to blame him. It's not like I did anything other than beat up Zhang Feng. People's doctors have said there's nothing physically wrong, it's mentally wrong. It's not like I used a mental attack on him. It's got nothing to do with me. Yakking wastes my time. Go away. Su Chen turned around and was about to leave. His own time was precious. If it wasn't for Zhang Feng's family getting involved, he might have started the blood refining and meat refining sessions by now. He is ready to finish the perfect forging technique before the college entrance examination. Feathering the red dust fairy, giving you a staggering separation. Don't go. Don't you go. You murderer. See Su Dust want to run. Wearing rich stepmother dress, red Jade Yao suddenly pounced over. Fragrant wind, charming. Soft touch. Two small hands in Su Dust body grabbing around. Looks as if it is in the cry. But because Su Dust's skin like jade is not afraid of being her grasp a few times the sake, let this scene looks a little bit like a girlfriend hugging on her boyfriend to give her boyfriend to pampered. Madam, please behave yourself. Su Chen ripped Hong Yu Yao away from his body, signaling her to respect herself. Hong Yu Yao at this time also seemed to react to the fact that she was too emotional just now. She looked down at her disheveled appearance, blushing slightly, and Zhang Yangwei, who was on the side, seemed to have noticed the atmosphere as well. His face instantly darkened into a flowing loach, but there's not much to say, after all no one did it on purpose. The atmosphere was slightly silent, and also at this time with a clatter. The white gauze curtains were pulled back and Dr. Big Head couldn't walk out of them. Zhang Feng's 7 aunts and uncles instantly surrounded him. 78 tongues of inquiry. How's it going? How is my little Wind doing? Su Chun also cast a glance behind him. He would like to know if Zhang Feng's illness had anything to do with him or not. At this moment, there was still a slight shocked expression remaining on Dr. Big Head's face, as if even he hadn't thought that Zhang Feng had suffered from such an unprecedented disease that had never really appeared in the medical world. Upon hearing this, Hong Yu Yao's body instantly went limp. And if it wasn't for her sister-in-law holding her up in time, I'm afraid she would have fallen to the ground by now. What the hell is wrong with you? Go ahead, doctor. We'll take it. And you, don't you dare run. I'm telling you. I'm staring at you. Zhang Feng's sister-in-law glared at Su Chen with reddened eyes. As Su Chen shrugged, there was no desire to run at all. And he would like to see what was wrong. Does it have a dime to do with yourself or not? Gigantophobia. Dr. Big Head spoke of Zhang Feng's condition, and then he looked at Zhang Feng's parents with extremely odd eyes, inquiring in a very puzzled manner. What the hell did you guys show him? Patient, suffering from gigantophobia. In all the years I've been practicing medicine, and in all the thousands of years the medical profession has been developing, this is the first time I've seen an actual case of this condition. Ha! The atmosphere of the scene instantly became awkward at these words. Zhang Feng's mother and sister-in-law, with reddened faces, sneaked 2 glances at Su Chen. Zhang Feng's father is even more black, almost did not directly fainted in anger. This is to know that he was born Yang Wei. Deliberately as it had, the atmosphere in the room was silent and odd, only there was Zhang Feng's voice screaming out at that moment. It's huge. So scary. Don't you come over. Zhang Feng on the hospital bed pointed at Su Chuan, shrinking backward repeatedly. His eyes filled with fear of huge things, seems to be thoroughly beaten and scared out of his wits. Su Dust, huge object phobia? The corner of Su Chen's mouth twitched. In a rare moment, a flash of embarrassment crossed his face. I didn't think Zhang Feng's condition was really related to him. I just didn't expect. You say you're suffering from something bad, and you're suffering from this crap. I'm the one who grew up. Su Chen, who couldn't stand the atmosphere in the room, turned around and left the room without much delay, and just as he was about to drop by a doctor and buy some essential first aid medicine for tomorrow's trip to the wilderness. Ha! Yi Fan? In the corridor, Su Chen saw a figure wearing a yellow takeout suit hurriedly running past. The feeling was somewhat familiar to him. Inside a clean and tidy hospital room that smelled faintly of flowers, there was a small hospital bed set up by the window. The bedding is clean and white, the sunlight through the glass window, sprinkled on the bedside table. Lilies, flowers white above the remnants of crystal and water droplets. Looks like someone often to change. Next to this lily, there is a beautiful young girl sitting on top of the hospital bed. Her figure is relatively thin. Her features are delicate as a picture. Her white skin looks like she has not seen the sun for a long time, as if she is a little sick. A head of snow-white hair from both cheeks down. As if the world of the snow and the elves have a different sense of beauty. Your brother didn't come today? Next to Yi Xiao, a stunning Charlene Air in a white lab coat was helping Yi Xiao check her body. It's mock exam time today, and he said he might be a little late. Mock exam? Xiao Liner was a bit surprised, and then her beautiful eyes flickered. She seemed to understand something and turned to continue helping Yi Xiao check her body when she seemed to ask carelessly, "Did you see him on the air?" Yi Xiao sat on the hospital bed, holding her cell phone, which was constantly replaying the images of the first middle school mock exams. The doctor's words made her eyelashes flutter lightly, and her voice was a little low as she shook her head. No, the melee in the first round was so chaotic, so maybe it's normal for your brother to be eliminated down the line at some point without being photographed. Charlene Air comforted. Aha. Yi Xiao nodded and wasn't speaking. Charlene Air also fell silent, silently helping Yi Xiao to check her body. She did not say any more, but in her heart, she could not help but sigh. As Yi Xiao's attending physician, she had naturally known about Yi Xiao and Yi Fan for a long time. The two siblings have no relatives in the family and are alone and dependent on each other. Sister Yi Xiao grew up with a strange disease. There is no good treatment. Can only spend $20,000 to $30,000 a month to maintain the condition. The older brother, Ye Fan, then took on the responsibility of treating his sister. I've been working part-time as a delivery boy since high school, and with social welfare, school discounts, and orphanage sponsorship, I can barely scrape together enough money each month. It was a hard time, but at that time, both siblings had hope in their eyes, because Yi Xiao's brother, Yi Fan, was very talented, although society basically doesn't give them any more subsidized benefits after they turn 18 and become adults. But with the blood value of Yi Fan L 6 points or so at that time, if there is no accident, it will be in the awakening ceremony, awakening a good combat profession. Then it will be easy to make money, with Yi Fan's level of effort earning 100,000 a month. $1 million is not a problem. The matter of giving Yi Xiao a medical treatment was naturally full of hope. But who had thought that Yi Fan had failed to awaken? Probably because he usually delivered more takeaways on the side. And his awakening occupation was and is a life department takeaway delivery. This one cut off the future in hopes of two siblings. On that day, Yi Fan begged her not to tell Yi Xiao for fear of giving Yi Xiao a psychological burden. She was also trying her best to help Yi Fan round up his lies. It said that Yi Fan had awakened a good B-rank combat profession, but if such things can be hidden for a time, how can they be hidden for a lifetime? Yesterday, after hearing that there was a live broadcast of the first middle school mock exam, Yi Xiao was very happy for a long time, and opened the live broadcast with great excitement was to cheer for Yi Fan, but it turned out that he didn't see Yi Fan's figure after half a day of rummaging. I'm afraid I already have a guess in mind. Squeak. The door to the room was pushed open from the outside. Sorry Xiao. I'm late. It's your favorite Lily. Yi Fan walked in. He was wearing a white shirt with a slight sweat stain on his forehead, scratching his head with a flower in one hand and an apologetic smile on his bronzed face. What happened to your hand, brother? This time when she was arranging the flowers into the vase, Yi Xiao saw the abrasion at Yi Fan's elbow. Yi Fan rolled his elbows up and looked down before straightening up and explaining. Oh, it's okay, Xiao, you know, today is our school mock exam. That group of rollers see my strength is strong to join forces to sneak attack me, accidentally injured by them. But you don't worry. Your brother, who am I am the future of the Hall of Fame Yi Tian De God King, will only sneak attack of the little Gaga, by my fist and foot to be eliminated. Yi Fan laughed and recounted his performance in the ring. But, brother, I didn't even see you. Yi Xiao's tone was lost. She lowered her head and didn't look at Yi Fan. She just kept fiddling with the cell phone in her hand. Yi Fan was stunned as he looked to the side at Charlene Air. Charlie Air shook her head at him, only then did a forced smile appear on Yi Fan's face. Xiao, our exam stage 1 hundreds of people mixed battle. It's normal that you can't see it. Nothing. If it's not your brother, I was careless. Accidentally slipped my feet and scratched out of the ring. Or else ring 4, which is the turn of brother glasses. That watery bastard to go up to the ring and disgrace himself. Even Su Chen didn't receive a single move before he was shattered in the body. And the whole process of self-reporting. Disgraceful. Brother, do you still treat me as a child? If it's really like what you said, how could I not see you? Saying that, Yi Xiao opened the chat box of her cell phone. There's a short video in there. She clicked the video open and handed it in front of Yi Fan. Brother, just now Xiao you told me that at noon during the mock exams, There was a delivery guy who took a shortcut from their school in order to deliver 2 more orders of takeout, and accidentally drove a car and slipped and fell. And quite a lot of people took a video she forwarded to me. And look at it. The person on it isn't a little bit like you. Me. Yifan's pupils suddenly shrunk. How could he not expect that he had been photographed? Although the video was blurry and did not capture his front face, but it's still easy to tell the difference for those who are familiar with it. So brother, are you lying to me? You didn't even take the mock exams. And you didn't even awaken your combat profession? Yi Xiao asked with tears in her eyes. The glittering luster in her eyes made Yifan panic for a while and was at a loss for words. His eyes trembled and he opened his mouth but couldn't say anything. Sister Xiao has really good eyes. She saw with one glance that this takeaway boy who slipped and fell to the ground was Yifan, and it was also at this point another familiar figure walked in the doorway. Su Chen walked in playing with his cell phone, a playful smile on his lips as he spoke. Charlene searched for the sound and a ray of luster flashed in her beautiful eyes. Brother Su Chen? Yi Xiao was also slightly surprised by Su Chen's arrival. What brings you here? Brother Su Chen? Su Chen seemed to be sending a message to someone, and after the message was sent he put the phone back into his pocket and returned with a smile and a greeting. Mock exams are over. And tomorrow I'm going out of town to the wilderness area to practice. So I came to get some discounted first aid supplies at our school hospital. I came over to take a look when I thought that you were here too. Sister Yi Xiao, perhaps many are wondering, why are there only 3 of the 4 schoolgirls at White Cloud Middle School? It can't be that the statistician has a bad brain and is so bad at math that he can't tell 3 from 4. The answer, of course, is not. Yi Xiao is exactly the last school flower of their first high school, only in the first year of high school. Did not go on a few days to take a leave of absence. Suspended. And because of its appearance is too outstanding, the empty position has not been able to supplement. So the 4 big school flower is only the remaining 3 people. He and the 3 of them, Yifan, were still in the same class in their first year of high school, so it was fair to say that Su Chen and Yi Xiao knew each other. The impression was of a soft, strong little girl. It's just been a long time. I didn't expect that after not seeing you for a while. Sister Xiao, you've become even more beautiful. Su Chen looked at Yi Xiao's crystalline white hair. A trace of dissimilarity flashed in his eyes, but it was well hidden. Thank you. It seemed that Su Chen's compliment caused Yi Xiao to lower her head in some embarrassment. And congratulations to you, brother Su Chen, for coming first in the mock exams. Su Chen smiled when he was about to say something else. Su Dust, what are you doing here? Yifan's nervous voice rang out from the side. Although it was in the same class for 3 years in high school, his relationship with Su Chen was not that good. 1 chi value first. 1 chi value second. The 2 competitive relationship. He could challenge Su Chen less in the past. All kinds of pre-war bad-mouthing sessions like Zhang Sanli Si are not missing. Su Chen's eyes swept over Yifan's arm abrasion, thinking of the takeaway car he had just seen from the second floor that had also had a friction very close to him. He probably had an understanding. The corner of his mouth curled up in a meaningful smile as he opened his mouth. What am I doing here? A look at the underdogs. Of course. Who's under your thumb? Yifan was a bit annoyed. He felt that Su Chen came over after he got the first place in the mock exam. He deliberately came over to humiliate him, wanting to expose his lies in front of Yi Xiao and see him laugh. What? Su Chen cocked his head. Yifan, you forgot who it was who challenged me with a burst of self-confidence before today's exam. Say, whoever loses, whoever sends a cup of milk tea to the other sister over even if she doesn't take the mock exam. Now you lost. The mock exam didn't take place, not to mention that halfway to send the milk tea, you also had a funny fall. I'm sorry to say these words out loud. Lying to our sister Xiao is giving someone else a beating in the ring. You're not afraid of losing face when you say this. Su Chen's revealing of his old self made Yifan freeze. Charlene's eyes flashed with an astonished luster. Her red lips lightly opened, and in a voice that no one could hear the first whispered sentence, interesting. Su Chen you. Yifan was stunned and wanted to say something Su Chen but just smiled back. Brother Su Chen, he's telling the truth. Did you make a bet with brother Su Chen that you didn't take the mock exams and went to deliver the takeaways over at second middle school? Yifan turned his head. Facing his own sister's searching gaze, he didn't react for a moment. Or Su Chen returned for him. Sure, ask Dream if you don't believe me. Just now, he was playing with his cell phone to conspire with Lin Xiaoming. But Yifan is just too much of a rookie, just like before. One move and I'm out in seconds. You're bullshitting me. The gap between us wasn't that big in the past. Su Chen, Yifan retorted loudly in exasperation. On the value of chi and blood he is the second in the class. Su Dust the first in the class. 1 more than 6 points. 1 more than 9 points. In the middle there is only a difference of more than 3 points. 3 to 500 pounds of strength only. How can I be a move by you in seconds? Which mustn't go 3 rounds. Cluck cluck cluck. Yi Xiao's laughter resounded in the hospital room. Her gaze retracted from the picture of milk tea in the chat box, and she giggled out as she looked up at Yifan, who was arguing with Su Chen. Brother Brother Su Chen is the number one in this mock exam, and he was able to defeat so many B rank A rank professionals without awakening any professions. So don't put gold on your face. Bam! Hospital, hallway, bench in front of vending machine. Su Chen handed a bottle of drink in front of Yifan. Thanks. Yifan took the drink. He was sitting in a chair next to a somewhat worn yellow outfit. You're welcome. It's just a can of drink. Su Chen also sat down. Thank you really. Su Dust. Yifan shook his head. He looked to the side of the Su Chen eyes sincere. Just a few days time did not see him seems to have grown a lot. The character has become more calm. Perseverance. Unlike in the past when he saw him said that sooner or later he would step on him in the bottom of the feet of the willful look. This kind of appearance of Yifan, uttering thanks, made Su Chen's eyes lowered to say that he couldn't tell his mood and smiled. Don't say that. What's going on with Xiao? He asked about Yi Xiao's condition. He was under the impression that in his first year of high school, Yi Xiao still had a head full of black hair, and his skin, although white, was a normal and healthy color. But now the doctor can't say exactly what kind of disease it is. He only knows that as the condition gets worse, Xiao's body will get weaker and weaker, and in the latter case, she may bleed to death from a common cold and fever or a tiny wound, or she may even never wake up again in her sleep. Yifan said all this in a deep voice. The voice was laced with hopeless agony. Can't you cure it? Yifan shook his head. Dr. Xia said that there is no good treatment for this kind of case, can only be temporarily maintained by drugs. The condition does not continue to deteriorate. Ordinary drugs are difficult to produce effective treatment for it. Perhaps some sixth-order divine medicines can cure. Sixth order. After hearing about such a high-ranked divine object, Su Chen also sighed. Heavenly materials and treasures were of immense value once they reached the sixth rank. It was not something that could be bought with money. There was nothing he could do about it. Need help? Although the current him could not take such a high-level treasure, but proposed a certain financial help is possible. After all, is also 3 years of old classmates. It's nothing more than a show of hands to him. Moreover, Yi Xiao and his little sister are also good girlfriends. He as a brother should give a helping hand. Why Yifan fell silent. Only after a while did he raise his head to look at Su Chen, his dull eyes reflecting Su Chen's appearance flickering with a certain luster, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Su Chen, you're really a good person. So gentle, thoughtful and attentive. No wonder so many girls in school like you. Even I'm a little ticked off, but no need. Su Dust although awakening failed. But the blood value, how to say, there are still more than 6 points at 5 or 6 times the physical quality of normal people. A month to earn 2 or 3 million. To give Xiao advances to maintain the drug is still enough money. Yifan's answer did not surprise Su Chen. He had to be strong all his life. Although his character has become calm and resolute, and his face has become a little mature and dark, he has not changed in essence, and is still so strong, preferring to suffer himself rather than trouble others. I'm going to go to a construction site on the side to move bricks while delivering. Don't look at all the hard work. It's less than $800 or $900 a day. Also, Su Dust, I haven't congratulated you yet. Truly worthy of being my Yifan's eternal rival. Without awakening, professions are able to rub Zhang Feng, Wang Hao, Sun Chang and that group of douchebags on the ground, obtaining the first place in the simulation exams. It's an eye-opener for me. But Su Chen, you don't think that I, Yifan, have fallen away from this? What you can do can't I, Yifan, do it? Well, maybe it won't do any better than you, but I can make deliveries to work on my stance. I can go to a construction site and move bricks to build up my strength. And I've already decided that I'll be applying for the next GCSEs next year. You can do this without having an awakened profession. I, Yifan, am still at least a delivery boy. What makes me not? Yifan said his plans and thoughts about the future, as if he was encouraged by Su Chen's matter, and his tone was mixed with a few points of optimism. Good, then you have to cheer up, Yifan. Su Chen encouraged. A sentence is also from the heart. Yifan in the martial arts is indeed talented, if you can single-mindedly cultivate. In fact, do not even have to wait until the next year. Perhaps 3 months later we'll be able to raise the chi and blood value of 10.0 to enter the realm of the martial arts, to meet the standard to participate in the college entrance examination. Oh, right. Su Dust, this for you. Saying this, Yifan pulled out an encapsulated chi blood dan from his pocket. This was forwarded to me by Wang Tang. I can't use it either. It's for you. I know that your first place rewarded 100 chi and blood pills as well as an invitation to the Martial Arts Alliance. And I don't have more than one of these to cultivate in the future. But more is always better. So take this as repayment for the trouble you've just solved for me. Su Chen looked at Yi handing over the chi and blood dan and didn't take it. Instead, he pushed the chi and blood pills back again, shaking his head and smiling. It's better if you take it for yourself. You also have to prepare for next year's college entrance examination. With the aid of chi and blood dan can let you better break through the martial arts realm in advance. And you have to deliver takeaways but also insist on moving bricks to the construction site. Nutrition can't keep up with. I'm afraid you'll die suddenly. You can't raise your sister until your own body is well. Or if you hiccup that day, don't blame me for taking your sister under my wing. You fuck off. I knew Sue Dust, you're an invisible LSP. You've got the top 3 schoolgirls pestering around you and still have your heart set on my sister. Yifan laughed and cursed. The tone was indeed lighter than ever after that. He looked at the chi and blood pills in his hand and fell into silence again. After silently taking it back, Su Chen, what are your next plans? He asked about Su Chen's future. Intended. Su Chen's eyes narrowed as he looked at the first aid supplies he had bought in his hands and said slowly, less than 3 months before the entrance exam. Time is short. I'm going to leave the city tomorrow and head to the wilderness area to train and get stronger as soon as possible. After all, I've already given my promise to get the first place in the college entrance exam in 3 months. First? Yifan seemed to be shocked by what Su Chen said, and the drink in his mouth almost spewed out. Number 1 in Kyushu. Are you serious? Aha! Su Chen nodded his head without explaining too much. Yifan wiped the drink left around his mouth and didn't inquire too much. He just looked at Su Chen. No mockery or incredulity, just a growing light in his eyes, the corners of his mouth unconsciously smiling. Yes, if it's you, Su Chen, who's number 1 in the 9 states this term, then I, Yifan, will be number 1 for once next term as well. Let's meet at the top. Yifan extended his fist at Su Chen, although it always felt like the phrase meeting at the top was a flag. After looking at it, Su Chen still extended his fist and gently touched it with Yifan. A few moments of goodbyes later. As Su Chen stood up from his seat, he looked at Yifan's back as he hurriedly left while trotting in his takeout clothes, and softly recited under his breath, Yifan, the red dust is like a quagmire. All beings are suffering. You and I need to work hard if we want to get out of it. Puff. Dispose of drink bottles in the trash. Su Chen also no longer hesitated. A stern luster flashed in his eyes as he picked up the medical bag and walked in the other direction with a firm pace under his feet. Name, Su Duan. Blood value, 50.0. Cultivation, late skin refining technique, perfect body forging technique, heaven swallowing devil technique. Jutsu, dragon scale, dragon tooth. Note, the perfect body forging technique, when practiced, will lead to the red dust immortal ascension technique. So it turns out that after practicing the perfect body forging technique and building the foundation, one can transform into the body of an immortal. I thought that after building the foundation one would have to Jin Dan, Yuan In, and transmigrate. It's a lot of work to save the stillness of night moon on a branch of star apartments. In the room. Su Chen looked at his immortal cultivation panel and found that after he had achieved great success in refining his skin, there was an additional note on the immortal cultivation panel in the column about perfect body forging, and that he only needed to complete the 9 aspects of perfect body forging to obtain the method of feathered immortality. There is no need to build the foundation like in the novels of his previous life, and then start to make Dan. And after making Dan, he still has to be the old man of the first generation for a while, and after being the old man of the first generation for a while, he still has to be the old man of the first generation for a while. There are not so many troublesome and tedious steps. Just need to finish cultivating the perfect body forging technique. He could ascend to immortality in one step. That was something he was looking forward to a little more. After all, originally, according to the plan, he was prepared to completely cultivate the perfect body forging technique within 3 months, before the college entrance exam, and now, the original plan remains unchanged. But add one more to the original plan, strive to be immortalized before the college entrance exams, so that he won't be afraid of whatever demons and monsters he encounters in the battlefield of the next college entrance exams. So is the next choice to practice flesh or blood? Su Chen sat cross-legged on the bed. He stared at the description of refining flesh and blood inside the perfection forging technique, and his mind lapsed into contemplation. After the perfect body forging technique had passed the skin refining stage, he was free to choose whether to refine flesh or blood next. It was just that Su Chen was slightly hesitant on the choice of cultivating that one first. Refining meat to strengthen itself and every cell of the organism can be rebuilt back into the human body and quenched for a new life. Refining blood, powerful chi and blood, enhance the human body. Endurance, explosive power, blood like an ocean, heaving like a great river, ghosts and evil, all to be easy. Each of the 2 cultivation paths has its own benefits. To put it in layman's terms, if the human body was compared to a car, refining the blood was to transform the oil, and refining the flesh was to transform the car body, and both directions, no matter which one was transformed, would be of great help to him. Therefore, having to choose which one to cultivate first made Su Chen slightly hesitant. Should we refine the blood or the flesh first? In the end, after thinking about it, Su Chen chose to practice meat first. None other. Strength increases fast. The name of the perfect body forging technique's method of practicing flesh is Zunwang Divine Elephant Steps. The Zunwang Divine Elephant Steps, with 9 postures in total, were created by copying a divine elephant named Zunwang in heaven and earth with extreme power. It is a totem of heaviness and solidity. Rumor has it that Zunwang divine elephants are born with negative worlds, Walking in the universe of heaven and earth with worlds on their heads, they will not turn corners. They will only go forward in one direction, and all the star obstacles in their way will be ruthlessly crushed by them. The purpose of this method of Zunwang divine elephant steps is to use the human body cell mustard seed to transform the divine image of Zunwang. Each cell mustard seed is a Zunwang divine elephant, and 600,000 billion cell mustard seeds are 600,000 billion Zunwang divine elephants, which is the place of the ultimate terrifying power. Of course, Su Chen's hand was a crippled method, not to mention a single cellular mustard seed incarnating the Zunwang idol, with the part he could see in his hand. After cultivating to perfection, all the cellular mustard seeds in his entire body combined would only be enough to make an embryo, but it was enough for the current Su Chen. The body is as heavy as 1,000 pounds and as thick as the top of Mount Tai, refining the flesh to a small degree. The body is like 1,000 pounds of weight, and the mountains and rocks are scared at every turn. When the practice of flesh is accomplished, it is as thick as the top of Mount Tai. When the sky collapses and the earth shakes, cultivating the exalted king divine elephant steps would actually increase one's weight at the same time? This was somewhat surprising to Su Chen. Refining the flesh to a small degree, the body is like 1,000 pounds of weight. Not a metaphor but a tangible weight, and the weight of 1,000 pounds, i.e., 30,000 pounds, 15 tons? Great guy, a human road roller. No wonder refining meat has the biggest boost to one's strength. This 15 tons alone is scary enough. At this point Su Dust estimated that not many people under the third rank can receive a punch from themselves. I just don't know if I'll be able to lose any more weight after I gain it back. Or it won't be good to go back to the house and collapse it. After probably having an understanding of the exalted king's divine elephant step. Su Chen then took out the chi and blood pills rewarded by the school and prepared to slightly familiarize himself with the 9 basic movements of the Zunwang divine elephant steps tonight, waiting until tomorrow when he entered the wild area to officially start practicing again. At the same time, he was looking forward to the spells attached to the 9 movements of the exalted king's divine elephant steps. Like the golden jade dragon emperor's body comes with dragon scales and dragon teeth, the 2 major offensive arts. I wonder what kind of arts the Zunwang divine elephant steps will bring. Will they be offensive or defensive, aka body techniques? The eyes contained in anticipation. Su Chen swallowed the chi and blood pill in his hand in one gulp. Protector Lu. Just now someone saw Su Chen buying many wilderness first aid supplies out of the hospital, and I think he will leave the city tomorrow and enter the wilderness area. Should we send a team of second order knights to follow us there and take advantage of the opportunity to meet? White Cloud City. Temple of Light Branch. Jack, who was wearing white and gold knight's armor, gestured at Lu Yun. Although Su Chen's performance today was unexpected, in their eyes it was ultimately nothing more than a martial arts practitioner. So what if it's a once-in-a-century martial arts prodigy? Isn't it still a martial arts practitioner after all? And their Light Divine Hall's future candidate for Holy Maiden, Bai Ruoxue, was just evaluated as one of the 24 heavenly stars of the Kyushu. Only 24 out of 10 million candidates in Kyushu. He, Su Chuan, ranks up there. Therefore, in the opinion of Jack's group of light god cultists, Su Chen's existence would only hinder Bai Ruoxue's progress, and must be gotten rid of if necessary. Not for a while. Lu Yun shook her head, her pale gaze looking at the live replay about Su Chen on the first middle school mock exam, and slowly said, Su Chen is in the wind right now, a Pai Ruyu talent that is rare to come across in 100 years. I'm afraid that the side of the Martial Arts Alliance has already had their eyes on him for a long time, and I think that it won't take more than 2 days for someone from the side of the Martial Arts Alliance to make contact with him. Although it is said that the Martial Arts Alliance will fall apart in another 3 to 5 months, and is already terminally ill, with half of its body in the ground. But after all, a dog still bites when it's mad, and there's no need for us, the Temple of Light, to make a splash at this time and be targeted by the Martial Arts Alliance. Don't worry about Su Chen for now. Rarely encountered in 100 years are martial arts wizards. Martial Arts 9 Absolute Talent Pairuyu. Sounds like a very intimidating name, but it's only a big advantage in the early stages. There are still a lot of shortcomings compared to powerful professionals, just like the growth and evolution speed. According to the previous rules, the professionals who awaken the A-class combat department will roughly have the strength of the second rank in the second mock exam a month later. And Southern, 1 month later, he's past his prime. The appearance of Pairuyu's talent allows him to be able to surge forward in the martial artist realm strength for a short period of time, but then he will enter a plateau. Perhaps compared to other martial artists he will still be able to cultivate very quickly, but compared to professionals above the A level it will be as slow as a tortoise crawling. That gap will grow wider the longer the timeline stretches. So, if it's not what I expected, the next second mock exam, when the White Cloud City 9 schools competition takes place, that's when he will usher in his defeat. And at that time, all these Zhang Feng, Wang Hao, and Sun Chang, the rivals who have been defeated, will surpass him? And Ruoxue will also come to understand the huge gap between Su Chen and her, thus seeing the truth clearly. Big deal. If he wins next time, it won't be too late for you to make another move. Lu Yun's well-reasoned analysis made Jack nod, and he said with some regret and anticipation as he spoke in a broken accent. Alright, if he dares to tangle with Miss Ruoxue after being defeated in the next mock exam, I'll personally take action. Let him see the power of my Light Divine Church's paladins. Jack tightened his fists. As an A-rank divine power reinforcer, what he was most proud of was the power of his physical body. Thinking back to when he was just awakened a few days ago, the blood value is only 100 points when, and the strength is enough to be comparable to the second-order professional awakened brute force ox battle 300 rounds and not defeated. So the strength has long been in the Temple of Light branch left enough to seal the record of the gods. Boom! In a wilderness jungle, a brute force bull that was strong enough to match a second-stage professional awakened person in terms of strength was smashed by Su Dust with a single punch. A mist of blood was flying. The shadow under Su Chuan's feet instantly transformed into a hideous dark mouth, devouring the blood mist that drifted in midair as well as the brute force bull's corpse and bones. Blood value increased by 0.01. It sure has gotten less. The midday sunlight filtered through the large green vine trees, casting dappled shade on the ground. Su Dust stood by a big tree. Retract your fist. He looked at the devouring vortex tumbling at his feet and couldn't help but stroke his chin. Name, Su Duan. Blood value, 10.0. Cultivation, early flesh refining technique, perfect body forging technique, heaven swallowing devil techniques, dragon scale, dragon tooth, devouring mask, devouring heavenly demon clothes, devouring origin spear. Note, after the perfect body forging technique has been practiced, the red dust ascension technique can be obtained. One could clearly see the change in terms of his chi and blood value. Last night it was still more than 50 points. Today he went out of the city and came to this dangerous wilderness area to cultivate for a morning. And as a result, his chi and blood value was only left at 10.0. It looked as if he was regressing instead of advancing, going back to the time when he had just stepped into the ground of a first-ranked martial artist 10 days ago, but through the head of the brute force bull that he had just tackled with a single punch. One could tell that the result was clearly not like that. After all, the brute force bull was known for its strength, and many self-proclaimed geniuses who fought with it for 300 rounds would not necessarily be able to take it down, whereas he had blown his opponent away with just a single punch. And there was obviously a lot of increase in strength compared to yesterday. Su Chen clenched his fist and carefully felt his current physical state. If his body was a ball of cotton in the past, then it was now a piece of fine iron. The strength of the body up and down through the even, more like a change in the nature of life to make Su Dust greatly surprised, recalling the process of cultivating the Exalted King's Divine Elephant Step. Devouring chi and blood pills with these ferocious beasts before cultivation would result in a significant rise in his chi and blood, whereas when he cultivated the Zunwang Divine Elephant Steps, his own chi and blood values would begin to fall downwards again. A rise and a fall. One supplement and one consumption. Back and forth. Back and forth. Back and forth. This situation had actually manifested itself somewhat during the cultivation of the Golden Jade Dragon Emperor body. It was just that it hadn't been too obvious at the time, and the chi and blood he had devoured was completely sufficient to make up for the chi and blood consumed by the cultivation of the Golden Jade Dragon Emperor body. And now the words are different. Cultivation of Zunwang Divine Elephant Step consumed chi and blood, far greater than he thought. Seriously, not enough to make ends meet. Chi and blood pills on the current him, I'm afraid, that can only be eaten as a sugar bean. Even now he is in the wild, don't know how many head of the ferocious beasts that are far larger than his size to devour. However, it was still unable to make up for the missing chi and blood, which led to the kind of chi and blood value reduction he was experiencing now, returning to the initial 10.0 thing, and in this process of the chi and blood values rising and being compressed, it was as if it was like striking iron, compressing his strength all over his body to become even more solid. Mao! Suddenly a beast roared. The brother of the brute force bull just now saw that his good friend was killed by Su Chen with a single punch, and after a roar of anger, he also charged towards Su Chen. Ooh, no surprises there. It was still a punch, just one punch, and the brute force bull, which was comparable to a second order awakened in strength, was sent flying out tens of meters away by Su Chen. Although the chi and blood values show that they've become less, they've increased in strength instead, and they feel more solid and thicker. That punch had at least 10 tons of power. The chi and blood value to strength ratio has basically reached 1 to 1. It should be 10:1000 in terms of combat strength. And on top of that, after assessing the changes that had occurred in his body after cultivating the Zunwang Divine Elephant Steps, Su Chen revolved the heaven-swallowing devil technique again, and the devilish chi flowed above his palms to transform into a pitch-black mask. The IT was a new discovery for him. As we all know, for many ordinary professional awakened, a 10.0 blood value can almost be converted into a ton of strength, 100 points of combat power. The ratio is probably at 10 to 1. Yet there are geniuses in this world who are not. Also in the middle of a dense forest in a wild area. A rough-looking middle-aged man with a big, thick beard was walking in the deep forest with a few relatively young-looking students wearing the uniform of the first middle school. It was also explained as we walked. After such a long time has passed, I think you should have heard about the one emperor, the 4 emperors, the 16 vassals, the 24 heavenly stars, and the 108 generals. Based on this session of professional awakening, we, the officials of the Kyushu state, have decided on such titles and will be dispatching auditors to issue these titles in the coming period of time. Once the audit is passed and the title token is issued, it is the highest honor recognized in the 9 states, the seal of heaven's pride. Aha! I just saw it yesterday. This title is really cool. I wonder if I, Zhang San, can have a chance to be on the list of 108 generals in the future. As for my brother Wang, how can I say that he is also at the level of 24 heavenly stars? Alas, low key, to be recognized as a 24 heavenly stars I still need some time to learn and settle down anyways. Exquisite crocodile shoes glistened in the sunlight. It turned out that this group of students walking in the middle of the wilderness area in their school uniforms were none other than Wang Hao, Zhao Xiaoya, Zhang Sanli Si and the others. As for the big man leading the group, it was Wang Mang, Wang Hao's cousin and the class teacher of the first class, who had purposely taken a month's leave from school and was afraid to go back in order to avoid getting his ass kicked. He brought Wang Hao out today in order to teach Wang Hao some knowledge of wilderness survival. Only at this moment, when he heard the conversation between Zhang Sanli Si and Wang Hao, the corner of Wang Mang's mouth twitched. He didn't know why. Obviously, after being punched twice by Su Chuan yesterday, he still had a disheveled look on his face. But after buying a new mech early this morning, his cheap nephew was able to pull himself together again, and said that he wanted to obtain the title of 24 heavenly stars. It made Wang Mang not even know what to say, but confidence is a good thing. So although Wang Mang was a bit speechless, he didn't strike his nephew's confidence and just continued. 1 emperor? For emperors you all know the title of, but the criterion for judging the latter, I wonder if you have ever looked at it clearly. I know, it seems to be something like 100 times the amount of genius fighting power, 1,000 times the amount of genius fighting power. What is the meaning of this, Uncle Wang? Li Si asked, scratching his head in confusion. 100 times the amount of genius fighting power, 1,000 times the amount of genius fighting power. This goes back to what I mentioned earlier. For many ordinary awakened people, 10 points of blood value for a ton of strength, equivalent to 100 points of combat power. But some are gifted and heavenly. A 10.0 chakra value is capable of converting 2, 3, 4, 5, or even 10 tons of strength to a perfect 1:1 inch equivalent to 200,300,400,500 or even 1,000 combat power. And this is called the 100-fold amount of genius fighting power versus the 1,000-fold amount of genius fighting power. Means being able to beat 100 others at the same level can beat 1,000 others. Hiss. The words Wang Mang recounted made Zhang San and Li Si's eyes widen and they sucked in a breath of cool air. Crap. I was looking at the official Kyushu website earlier. 100 times the amount of genius fighting power corresponds to 108 generals, 1,000 times the amount of genius fighting 24 heavenly stars, behind the 16 vassal kings, followed by 10,000 times the amount of genius fighting power. Doesn't it mean that a sealed king can fight others 10,000? That's not even outrageous. Don't forget the 4 emperors. What's the concept of 100,000 times genius fighting power? Can it still be considered human? In that case, the most horrible still one belongs to the first emperor. Million times the genius fighting power. Simply not the same class characters can win the object. Right. Horrible as this. Really perverted. SSS level talent, really your mom dick. I also do not know who. The college entrance examination cannot have the honor to look at. Hold a thigh. Zhang San and Li Si were so shocked that they even exploded in foul language. My 10 points of blood value only translates into a little bit of a few tons of strength, I think, let alone 1:1. 9:1 is not even possible. Even Wang Hao's eyes widened. He was genuinely surprised that 1,000,000 times the fighting power of a genius meant this. I remember, Zhang San, you have a chi and blood value of 11.0 and a combat power of 130, right? Li Si, you have a blood value of 11.5 and a combat strength of 140, yes? How many times genius fighting power is this? 1 point several times? Just fantasizing about the 1 emperor. The 4 emperors, they don't have much of a concept of it yet. But just put that concept of 1,000 times 10,000 times more genius on the people around them. They would be able to instantly understand the gold content of such a sealed genius. It's outrageous. Brother Wang, I remember that you seem to have more than 20 points of chi and blood. How many tons of strength can you have? I don't know who talked too much. For such a let, making Wang Hao cough twice at once. Thinking that he was but 2 point several tons of punching power, he hurriedly coughed lightly and explained. Nah, your brother Wang. I'm a mecha master. You can't count like that. Ding. Name, Wang Hao. Occupation, a mech. Blood value, 25.0. Combat power, 250, rating. Double the amount of genius combatants. If you are not a mecha mechanic, you will be awarded the title of most standardized mongrel. Name, Lee C. Profession, B-rank swordsman, blood value, 11.5, combat strength, 140, evaluation, 1.21739 times the amount of genius combat power. We suggest you continue to train in the 10-mile slope. Don't go out of the village. It's dangerous outside. Name, Wang Mang, occupation, B-rank boxer, blood value, 300, combat power, 6,000, evaluation, 20 times the amount of genius fighting power. Even if injured state. Among the same rank. A fight 20 no problem. Uncle Wang. When you say how many times genius combat power, is that what the evaluation column on the combat power tester shows? Zhang San, who wore a brand new combat tester on his head, raised his hand. That's right. Wang Mang nodded. The combat power tester that the school issued you is a low-profile version that can only estimate the range of combat power up to a color of 1000, whereas what I'm asking you to buy belongs to the generic version. Combat power below 10,000. Basically can be measured. You can also through the evaluation column above, see each other's strength potential. So as not to walk in the wild area in the future, I do not know what the other side of the bottom line will be offended. Wang Mang's serious explanation obviously did not fall into Zhang Sanfa's ears, and he just shouted out with an exaggerated wow expression after getting Wang Mang's confirmation. Uncle Wang, you are awesome. Surprisingly, it's 20 times the amount of super genius fighting power. One person beating 20 of the same level. It's really scary as hell. If my Uncle Wang was young, he might have been able to compete for the title of 108 generals as well. Ahem. That's what. Low key. Your Uncle Wang, I'm still quite a bit short of a general level genius. Zhang San's pat on the back made Wang Mang's heart a pleasure. He finally understood why his little nephew brought Zhang Sanli see two people around all day to wander around the tour. It turned out to be this kind of feeling, but although he was blown away, Wang Mang was not so blown away. 9 states issued the title. Thousands of millions of professional awakened. The general level genius only a total of 108. The degree of competition is intense. Can be imagined. At least 300 times the genius fighting strength to qualify for selection. Your Uncle Wang, I'm not enough. But, said Wang Mang, patting Wang Hao's shoulder encouragingly. I may not be qualified though, but Xiao Hao, you're an A-class mecha master. It's not like you don't have a chance to hit the 108 general seal in the future. So that means cheer up and practice these days. Cousin Uncle, I'm optimistic about you. As for losing to Su Chen this time, you shouldn't be too pessimistic. Su Chen, he's just trying to be brave for a while, relying on Pai Ruyu's martial arts talent to get ahead of you guys in advance. But how can martial arts cultivation be compared to professional awakened people? Not to mention the 1 emperor, 4 emperors, 16 vassals, and 24 heavenly stars. Just the 108 generals level of awakened geniuses would be enough to hang Su dusts. And this kind of 100 times the fighting power of geniuses is simply not something that he can end up with. The time for his talent to explode has passed, and what follows is just a plateau. While the time for your talent to explode has only just begun, and what follows is a phase of rapid development. Aha! Wang Hao nodded heavily, his eyes confident and his tone calm. Don't worry, Uncle Cousin, I know all this, and I am not going to be hit so easily. Su Chen is nothing. Earlier I thought he was quite powerful without hearing you introduce him, Uncle Wang. But now as soon as I heard you say that we have 1 emperor and 4 emperors announced in the Kyushu, 100 times the amount of combat geniuses, and 1,000 times the amount of combat geniuses, I knew it. What bullshit. 100 years of rare encounter of martial arts wizard absolute top Pai Ryu. His blood value and power conversion ratio is more than 9 points to 1. It's just a little bit more than us. Not to mention the 24 heavenly star level geniuses who can do a perfect 1-to-1. Even the 108 generals can leave him far behind to eat dust. Winning this mock test against us is just a monkey on a mountain. Winning a painless school mock test. He really thought that his district's once-in-a-century martial arts prodigy would be able to defy the heavens in this era. Su Chen's peak has passed. Just watch. Cousin Uncle, you don't need the battlefield of the National College entrance examination in 3 months. 1 month. I'll crush it hard in the second mock exam in a month, and return yesterday's revenge. There's a figure? Wang Mang and Wang Hao, who were talking eloquently and bragging, did not notice that Zhang San, who was walking at the very back of the group with a combat tester on his head, stopped his steps at this time through the bushes on one side. He noticed that 20 to 30 meters away from them, there was a black-clothed figure that was quite familiar. He just couldn't recall who it resembled for a while, but it doesn't matter who it resembles. It's not Su Chen anyway. Let me see your combat rating first. I wonder if it's double the amount of combat power, or double the amount of combat power, and if it can surpass your third brother? After Zhang San, who had curiosity in his heart, let out a smile. He opened the combat power tester and conducted a direct combat power scan on the figure. Aha! Little how I'm happy that you think so, Uncle Wang. This month Uncle Wang I will properly accompany you to practice and teach you the knowledge of surviving in the wilderness area, and strive for you to punch Su Duan and kick the first place in the joint examination of the 9 schools in a month. Uncle Wang, my revenge for my ass depends on you to help me get it back. While Zhang San was preparing to measure Su Duan's data with the latest combat power tester, Wang Mang was still pushing Wang Hao here. In fact, the reason why he was so active in caring for Wang Hao's upgrading, apart from his own relationship, there was also another point that he was ready to wait for the second mock exam of the 9 schools joint exam in a month's time, and bet with Su Duan's homeroom teacher, Old Chen. One more time, this time the bet is directly doubled tenfold. Whoever wins kicks the others as 10 times as hard. Of course some may say that he didn't play the old man and failed to fulfill his bet this time. All I can say, then, is that I wouldn't call it cheating in failing to fulfill it, just that I'm putting this one off until the next one. Waiting for the next second mock exam, his own little nephew, Wang Hao to Su dust dry down. He big deal less kicking the old Chen asses hello. Ha! Uncle Wang, don't worry, I will let you win back. The corner of Wang Hao's mouth raised in a spirited smile, as if he had returned early to the way he was when he first awakened these 10 days ago. Even Zhao Xiaoya, who was on the side, after listening to all of this, there was clearly a few more points of radiance on her somewhat downcast face at that time, and she certainly wasn't because of the overly breathless conversation between Wang Mang and Wang Hao, rather, 108 generals, 24 heavenly stars. She felt that if she could find such a boyfriend, she would be able to crush Su Chen, right? Su Chen's martial arts talent that was rare to come across once in 100 years, although it sounded scary. She didn't think that Su Chen would be more powerful than the 24 heavenly stars that were officially enshrined in the Kyushu. I'm afraid that just 108 generals, 100 times the amount of genius fighting power, will gradually leave Su Chen far behind. After all, this is the only 108 awakened amongst the millions of powerful professional awakened in Kyushu, so that if one could find a sealed awakened among the 108 generals, no, it would be best to find a 24 heavenly star level professional awakened as a boyfriend. In that case, I'm afraid Su Chen won't be able to raise his head in front of himself. Zhao Xiaoya, who had fallen into extreme regret due to Su Chen's affairs, at this moment, the most urgent thing in her heart was to hurry up and find a boyfriend who was even more talented and powerful than Su Chen to prove that she wasn't wrong, and that Su Chen just wasn't good enough for her. And now, it was obvious that the 108 generals and 24 heavenly stars announced by the Kyushu were the best targets for her. These seal-level professional geniuses, but the only thing that gave Zhao Xiaoya a bit of a headache, how should I meet them? After all, the White Cloud city she was in was not considered to be a big city, so I'm afraid that wanting to encounter this kind of 24 heavenly star level super professional genius was not an easy task at all. And even Zhao Xiaoya doubted that there was such a genius in their White Cloud city, and while Zhao Xiaoya was agonizing over it, Rira playing with the new combat power gauge, Zhang San, suddenly, the body shuddered violently. Ding! Ding! Name? Occupation? Blood value, 10.0, battle strength, 1. 300, evaluation, 1 star, 1000 times the amount of genius combat power. Blood value and power ratio has reached a perfect 1-to-1 or even still have more than. Cannot be common sense degree? Even if the combat power is higher than this level of genius, please be very careful, do not easily clash, because the boss enters the second stage. After the third stage, the combat power can be deviate a little bit from the value you saw at the beginning. The warning beeps from the combat tester rang in his ears. Zhang San looked at the blurry silhouette in a certain direction behind the bushes on one side, his eyes widening, his body constantly trembling, his face unnaturally white, and drops of cold sweat running down his face. 24 heavenly stars, Uncle Wang, I found a problem. An ordinary person with 10 points of blood value has a fighting strength of 100 points. 108 general level geniuses, on the other hand, are between 200, 300, 900, 24 heavenly stars level daily talents. 10 points of combat power can reach 1,000. Then if we calculate it like this, 16 vassal kings, 10 points of blood value combat power can reach 10,000. For emperors, combat power 100,000. Wouldn't an emperor have a combat power of 1,000,000? Isn't this a bit too much? Wang Hao Zhao Xiaoya's people in front of them hadn't realized that Zhang San was different. They were all attracted by the question posed by Li Si. That's certainly not how it's calculated. Wouldn't it be a bloated collapse if you counted combat power like that? In fact, after the chi and blood value to strength ratio reaches 1-to-1 is the perfect state will not appear to exceed the situation too much. Otherwise the chi and blood value has no meaning to measure. So from the aspect of combat power, it's impossible for a more talented person to have 10 points of 0 chi and blood value corresponding to a combat power of 100,000. 1,000,000. After all, The physical quality is put aside here, let alone a single emperor who has awakened one SSS-ranked career talent. Even if 100 SSS-ranked talents were added to one person, he would still be vulnerable when he first awakened, and wouldn't be able to pull off too much of a gap compared to an ordinary awakened person, at most more than 10 times. An emperor, 4 emperors, 16 vassal kings of the seal. To this extent is more on the talent. The potential for the future measurement is the future, if not unexpected, will certainly be able to reach 1,000,000 levels of combat power, 100,000 levels of combat power potential. That's why this numerical inflation in combat power will only occur below the 24 heavenly star level, and when it reaches above the 24 heavenly star level, there will be another set of judging criteria. Exactly how it is will naturally be known later when you meet a 24 heavenly star genius. Now, words you do not need to know. After all, 24 days star level is not so easy. Wang Mang rambling and talking quite a lecturer style. Just this time the rear remembered a set of discordant voice interrupted Wang Mang's narration. That, I think I already know. The crowd turned their heads to look. Uncle, you said 24 days star genius. Is not it will be in evaluation that column will be specially marked, star, 1,000 times the amount of combat power genius? Wang Mang paused. How do you know? Because I saw it, said Zhang Sanji, pointing at his combat power tester. His expression shocked as if he hadn't regained his senses. There's a 24-day star level 1,000 times the amount of combat power genius right here. Zhang San's behavior caused Wang Hao to slightly frown with some displeasure. He had only just said that he was going to work hard to strive to join the 108 generals, and his goal would only dare to place it on the general rank title. But now Zhang San was saying that there was exactly 124 heavenly star rank super heavenly pride here. What does that mean? Trying to change bosses are we? Where is there any 24 heavenly star level heavenly pride here? How come I didn't see it? Wang Hao yelled. It was no wonder that he didn't believe it. After all, their White Cloud City wasn't much of a big city at all when placed on the continent of Kyushu. To have a Lang Ruyu awakening SS level talent and most likely will be named one of the 4 emperors is already an extremely incredible thing. Where else could there be another star celestial pride of what was only 24 in the country? That dickhead Sudden is far from a flunk. In contrast, Zhao Xiaoyao's eyes then lit up after hearing Zhang San's words, and she somewhat couldn't wait to see where the star genius Zhang San was talking about was. Zhang San, you're serious? It's not that you're looking at it wrong. Uncle Wang, I'm telling the truth. There's no misreading. Such big words. Can I still not recognize them? If you don't believe me, Uncle Wang, take a look. Zhang San handed over the combat power tester. Wang Mang held the combat power tester in his hands with confidence. And Wang Hao, Zhao Xiaoya, Li Si and the others all gathered around. I'd like to see if it's true. Wang Hao clasped his hands in his arms, his demeanor proudly. After saying, the words have not even landed, only to hear a ding. The sound of Wang Mang projected the data on the combat power tester. Name, occupation, blood value, 10.0 combat power, 1, 300 evaluation, 1,000 times the amount of combat power star genius. The blood value of the power has reached a perfect 1-to-1 or even still have more than. Cannot be common sense? Even if the combat power is high out of his, please be very careful, because the boss into the second stage. After the third stage, the combat power can be a little bit of deviation from the value that you see at the beginning. Wang Hao, I knock. The blood value is only 10.0 lower than mine, and the combat power is surprisingly high at over 1,000. With my 11.5 blood value, my combat power is only 160. The chi and blood values have reached a perfect 1:1 with the power. Doesn't that mean that a little bit of the other party's chi and blood values represent a ton of power? The density is 10 times that of ours. No wonder the combat power is so high. This is the 24 heavenly star level? Facts speak louder than words. After the virtual screen of the combat power tester was placed in front of the crowd, Wang Hao could no longer say anything, and Li Si and the others even let out bursts of exclamations of surprise. They can't even imagine it. With a blood value of 10.0, the combat power is as high as over 1,000. So if we wait for the other party to have 100 points of blood value, wouldn't the combat power be as high as 10,000? Comparable to that of a third-ranked professional, fighting a whole big realm over. This is what 1,000 times amount of combat power genius means. After trying to notify a bit, Li Si and the others all froze a bit behind even Wang Mang. At this time, his eyes were wide open, caught up in the emotion of shock, simply unable to imagine that he was discussing the super geniuses that were so scarce in number that they couldn't possibly appear in their White Cloud City any longer. And then they appeared in front of him the very next foot. This is outrageous. Right. Who is the other side? Wang Mang suddenly realized the point. In addition to Lang Ruyu and Bai Ruoshuet in their White Cloud City, there shouldn't be anyone else who could be in the classified into the 24 heavenly star level to be right. At best, It would be the 108 generals, but now another one has popped up in the wild. Who's on the other side? Where did you see him? Facing the crowd's anxious and curious inquiries, Zhang San first shook his head before lifting his hand and pointing in a direction. It was behind Wang Hao and the others, sideways behind the bushes. The crowd looked in the direction of Zhang San's finger. It's just about 20 or 30 meters or so. About a familiar figure turned his head to look over. The figure that appeared before the crowd was extremely mysterious. He wore a dark mask over his face, making it impossible to see his face. This mask is very strange, giving people the feeling as if flowing water and as if the starry sky, obviously static, but let a person feel incomparably deep, as if everything can be absorbed into it. Sunlight, air, light. The black mask is like a slowly rotating black hole, looking at it for a long time, as if even their own vision will be attracted into the inescapable, so that people have a kind of shuddering feeling. But if it was just that, Wang Hao and the others might have felt strangely stunned, but not so much that they were frozen in place in a daze. What really made them freeze in place the moment they saw that silhouette, this man with a slender and upright figure. The clothes they were wearing were very different from the technological style of their current clothes. Instead it was an ancient style robe. Those who didn't know thought that the other party was playing cosplay, but it was very obvious that the material used for this set of clothes was the same as the weird mask. The whole body is as black as ink, with a few fine lines outlined and embellished, revealing a different kind of mystery and charm. Black hair, black eyes, black masks and robes. So dressed down, the man was just standing in the middle of this dense forest. It was as if it stood in the center of the world like a black hole. Once people cast their eyes on it, they could never take it back. And the dazzling light and noisy sounds seemed to be swallowed up when they touched the man. The surrounding area seemed extraordinarily dark and silent. It was also fortunate that the other person's hair was long, but not that long, not black as a waterfall. The most crucial point was missing. Otherwise Wang Mang, Wang Hao, Zhang San, Li Si, Zhao Xiaoya and the others were going to think that it was the appearance of a horrible immortal cultivator in a novel. Devouring mask, devil swallowing clothes. These were two new abilities that Su Chen had discovered after his understanding of the use of the heaven swallowing demon technique had progressed, concentrated and converged with a large amount of heaven swallowing demon chi. The devouring mask, with its ability to shield the breath from prying eyes. Swallowing the sky magic clothes have incomparably powerful defense, buffer effect. Have swallowing the sky magic clothes protection. The enemy hit in his body attack will be like hitting into the swamp. Quagmire in general was swallowed up, unless beyond his current carrying boundaries, or else simply cannot hurt him. The emergence of these two capabilities, not only did it greatly enhance Su Chen's own strength, but it also allowed him to have an extra layer of hidden identity to make things easier, such as seizing treasures in the wilderness. Life and death feuds can be done in this appearance, which can greatly reduce the negative impact of such things on his own. After all, although he is not afraid of a lot of things, but there is still a cheap sister inside the family. Although there is an owl remote protection, can avoid a lot of risks, since he can be a little more careful. Naturally, he should be a little more careful. As for the devouring mask's effect on hiding and concealing identity, it's out, too, isn't it? Looking at Zhang San, Li Si, Wang Hao and the others who froze more than 10 meters away from him, the corner of Su Chen's mouth under his mask hooked up into a satisfied smile. Through their state, he could also judge it. It might be possible to detect my blood value, combat power stats, etc. with a general purpose combat power meter, but I shouldn't be able to see my name. Otherwise, with his knowledge of people like Zhang San and Li Si, he would have called out long ago. Now it was this shocked and disoriented look. Obviously didn't see me for what I am and took me for some other mysterious figure, and that would be enough. After all, the market standard combat power meter is even the third order professional combat power below 10,000 can be measured. He is only now but a martial artist, can be in the leather like jade, and devouring mask with the assistance of shielding their own name and other key information is also almost enough. The future as he becomes stronger. The blood value, combat power data of these information will naturally be completely shielded off. Therefore, after understanding the utility of the devouring mask, the most interesting thing for Su Chen at this moment is that in addition to the devouring mask and devouring heavenly demon clothes, which he used for covering and defense, there is actually a weapon evolved by the devouring heavenly demon technique that he didn't take out. Devour the origin spear. Who? The lull. A beastly roar from the distant mountains drew Su Chen's attention. It's the Boar King? The voice of the Boar King. Could it be that some treasure has been found? Su Chen's eyes flickered, and after entering the wild area, he wasn't just cultivating by himself. The 11 magical beasts in the heavenly abyss were all released by him as well. Let them devour to their heart's content and take the fine product route, and had told them that if they found any treasures in the middle of the journey, they would come over and call themselves. After all, even though he had the heaven-swallowing demon technique, which allowed him to devour the blood and flesh of ferocious beasts and replenish his chi and blood, ferocious beasts would feel greasy even after they had eaten more than one meal, and it would be quite good to eat some heavenly treasures with a refreshing and light taste to relieve the grease. Heavenly materials and treasures. condensing the essence of heaven and earth. If there is really any second order and third order heavenly treasures, for Su Chen, then devouring a dozen or 2 dozen corresponding second order and third order ferocious beasts can be too much complimentary. Eat a few more second and third order heavenly treasures. Maybe he won't take 2 days to be able to reach the realm of refining the flesh into a small heavy as 1,000 pounds. Now that the Boar King side has made such a big commotion, it should have discovered something. Thinking about this, Su Chen did not hesitate, and after sweeping a glance at Wang Hao and the others, he quickly ran towards the direction where the sound came from. It was just the right time to test the power of the devouring origin spear. He's gone. Scared me to death. I really don't know what profession he awakened so strong sense of oppression. I felt like suffocating after being watched by him for that moment. Is this the 24 heavenly stars level of 1,000-fold amount of genius? After Su Chen left Zhang Sanli Si, Wang Hao and the others were only relieved and talked about it. What is he going to do? Zhao Xiaoda's eyes flashed a trace of remorse and anxiety. Her heart regretted that she had just been subdued by her aura and had forgotten to ask to find the other party to ask for a prestige plus penguin. This is a super genius of 24 heavenly star level. And although he didn't see the face, but just based on that figure's standing posture, he knows that under the mask is definitely a super invincible handsome man. If he can find such a boyfriend, he can definitely make Su Dust die of inferiority complex. But now the other person just disappeared. If I don't follow up, I don't know if I'll be able to see him again in the future. So how can I chase him? The more Zhao Xiaoya thought about it, the more anxious she became. There seemed to be a beast's roar coming from that direction just now. He should have rushed towards where the sound came from. Why don't we follow them over there and check it out? Wang Mang is the lead teacher, his brows frowned. And after weighing the situation for a moment, he also decided to follow up and take a look. He also wanted to know what the identity of this star genius that had suddenly appeared was. In the middle of a valley, there is a water hole hidden deep in the valley, which is surrounded by cliffs. Creating a secluded and beautiful place, the green grass warbler waterhole is shaped like a huge emerald gem lying quietly in the valley, the sunlight sprinkled above the water table, refracting a beautiful halo. The water pool surrounded by all kinds of wildflowers and grasses swaying in the wind, surrounded by trees and jungles as well as all kinds of large stones and small slopes, silent and beautiful, giving people a feeling of being away from the hustle and bustle and returning to nature. But right now at the edge of this silent, beautiful waterhole, instead, there were 2 ferocious beasts the size of a double-decker bus roaring and colliding with each other. 2 ferocious beasts. A body that was pitch black, covered with rough and stiff hair, with a devilish aura twisting around its body, was precisely the Boar King that had been released by Su Chen. On its opposite side was a similarly large-sized ferocious beast. He is a one-horned rhinoceros, greenish-gray skin, as tough as a rock, solid muscles as if a taut steel general, hard and full of power, large hooves on the ground running wildly, as if a small earthquake. As the same will be the earth stepped on the boom, countless large and small pebbles up and down jump a rumble. The 2 huge ferocious beasts violently collided together. It was as if 2 giant trucks with full horsepower had collided on the highway. The sound was so loud that the entire ground shook violently. Crap! It's the mutant Boar King. Acquaintances meet in a relaxed manner. Zhang Sanli Si, who had followed him all the way to the neighborhood, saw the Boar King and almost spewed out their shit and urine in a stressful reaction. Even Wang Hao was scared to pee a drop, but thankfully, he retracted again in time as he realized, that's not the Boar King from the school copy. That mutant Boar King in the school copy is nothing more than a first-order advanced. With your brother Wang's current strength, I'll definitely be able to abuse him in another battle. But this Boar King is different. You guys see, although it looks as if it looks exactly the same on the outside, it has obviously swelled up in size, from a baby bus to a big double-decker bus. And its strength has just stepped into the realm of second-ranked ferocious beasts. To be able to fight this second-ranked green-horned rhinoceros without a fight, this changing pig Boar King's strength is probably at the early second-ranked stage, with a fighting strength of about 500 up or down. Wang Mang, the leading teacher on the side, gave his assessment with a grave face. As we all know, when it comes to combat power in the same realm, it is very difficult for an ordinary human awakened to be able to compare to a ferocious beast. Facing this kind of ferocious beast with a huge body size, sometimes fighting strength doesn't determine everything. Just like this mutant Boar King, and the opposite green-horned rhinoceros, all of them belong to the type that belongs to the type of skin and flesh with infinite strength. As human beings, if you encounter this kind of huge-sized ferocious beast in the wild, if you don't have a special weapon in your hands, even if your combat power is 1 or 2,000 higher than this kind of ferocious beast, my suggestion is that you try not to mess with it if you don't have to. Although Wang Mang looked big, unkempt, and appeared to be a greasy brotherly middle-aged man, he had to say that he could serve as the homeroom teacher of the first class of Baiyun First Middle School, and as a lecturer, he was still qualified utilizing the site for its own sake. He gave Wang Hao and the others a little wilderness trivia. Uncle Wang, why do you think this mutant Boar King and the green-horned rhinoceros fought? Behind a small dirt slope shaded by large trees, Zhang San asked out the doubts in his mind. Why the fight? Wang Mang murmured a sentence in his mouth, and was pondering the possible reasons for it. You see. What's that? The crowd followed the direction of Li Si's finger, only to see a blood-red lotus flower floating above the water in the water pool behind the boar king and the green-horned rhinoceros. The lotus flower is but the size of a palm, but it is extremely delicate. Looks crystal clear. The sun's illumination. Even can see the lotus petals in that one root like human capillaries like lines. Blood-red lotus flowers bloomed above the dark pool of water. A single branch when the petals bloomed. A light and elegant fragrance that invigorated people's spirits and made their chi and blood vaguely feel like they were about to make a breakthrough came from their bodies. It's a third-ranked heavy treasure. Blood lotus. Wang Mang's eyes widened as he called out the name of the lotus flower above the water pool in one breath. Blood lotus is also known as air blood lotus. There are 18 petals and leaves. Each petal of the flower and leaf contained a huge amount of chi and blood vitality. Not only could it replenish the professional's chi and blood for a quick breakthrough, but some of them had a healing effect that could be deadly. Put it before the era of universal awakening. It is the chi and blood yang medicine that is more powerful than ginseng, and more magical and rare than Ganoderma lucidum, the healing saint. Even if the person who is going to die only needs to contain a petal in his mouth, which can also keep his vitality continuously, because of the two effects of replenishing chi and blood and treating injuries at the same time. The chi and blood lotus flower is one of the few heavenly treasures that can be swallowed and taken directly with mildness, with almost no risk of use and digestive burden. For professionals, especially those who have just awakened and whose bodies are still relatively fragile, are even more valuable treasures that can be found. It can help you to help boost your strength in the shortest possible time. Hiss. Wang Hao sucked in a breath of cool air and his eyes were on fire. No wonder this mutant boar king and the green-horned rhinoceros are fighting so passionately. So it's for this blood lotus flower. More than that, unusual blood lotus flowers are only second order. This blood lotus flower is a rare third order heavy treasure. Not to mention for you guys, even for your old uncle, I'm also a great tonic. When Wang Mang uttered these words, his eyes were also staring straight at the blood lotus flower above the water pool, his tone burning. What are we waiting for here? Cousin uncle, get on it. You're at 20 times the amount of combat power, genius. Your combat power is as high as 6,000 it. These two ferocious beasts combined are not even your match anymore. Wang Hao prodded. There has been a bit of a rush. He also wanted to experience the thrill of getting high and upgrading without side effects. The current match between him and the advanced combat mech had reached 66.666%. If he could obtain this blood lotus flower, he might be able to match more than 80% immediately, and at that time he would be able to pilot a combat mech. It is simply not possible to use the second mock test in a month, and directly turn his head to find Su Chen to take revenge. Let you dismantle my mech. Wait. Don't rush. Mr. Wang's mini-class has begun. Although Wang Mang also wanted to take down Blood Lotus as soon as possible. But at the moment, the two beasts have obviously just started fighting. Both are still in a state of total victory, and have not suffered too much damage, but instead are wild because of the collision between the two sides. If I make a move at this time, I'm bound to cause the two beasts to target me. And although I'm not afraid, the snipe will be the one who wins. Why don't we wait for these two ferocious beasts to fight to the death before we strike? When the time comes, not only can the blood lotus flower be included in the hands, but also these two ferocious beasts can also be accepted together. The mutant boar king and the green-horned rhinoceros. These two second-order ferocious beasts. The body can be all treasures. To say the least, sell a 3 to 5 million. Crap. 666. Worthy of being our Uncle Wang. To think so far ahead. Admirable, admirable. Zhang Sanlisi shouted 666 from the sidelines. Wang Mang waved his hand. The corner of his mouth picked up a smug smile and said, "It's nothing, just some basic wilderness trivia, and you'll be able to understand that later if you follow me around. Watch and learn. You look like that mysterious teenage heavenly pride we met today. I don't know exactly where he is right now though, but your Uncle Wang, I can assure you all with my ass. He must be holding the same idea as us, silently waiting for the best time to strike after the two beasts have fought to the point of defeat. This is what a smart person has to do." Boom! Suddenly, an earth-shattering roar came from the waterhole in front of them. The crowd rushed to look up and look around right after the intense collision between the two giant beasts. Taking advantage of the moment when they separated and shook their heads in an attempt to recover, Su Chen sped out of the dense woods like a bolt of lightning, and quickly flew above the green-horned rhinoceros. Using his waist as the axis and his spine as a bridge, he flexibly twisted his waist and converged every ounce of his body's strength into a single point. Then, he rotated his body in midair as if he had turned into a pitch-black colored lance, aiming directly at the back of the greenhorn rhinoceros's neck, like a maddened dragon, swooping downwards from above, with a raging momentum that could not be resisted. Dragon's teeth, accompanied by a roar. Su Chen's attack carried the heaven-swallowing demonic chi produced by the devouring demonic skill, as if it was a hideous and vicious dragon that had struggled out of the abyss. tearing down with open teeth and claws. This pitch-black dragon's teeth attack was extremely terrifying in terms of power, and in just one strike, it easily penetrated the hard outer skin of the green-horned rhinoceros, which was known for its defensive capabilities. A deafening roar followed. The huge impact brought about by Dust as he fell from the air slammed the green-horned rhino hard into the ground with a loud rumbling sound. The earth began to crumble, and smoke and dust filled the air and flew everywhere. The whole scene was mind-blowing. Wang Mang, Dust's sudden shot. Let his young freely for a few people in front of pretend to do the master teacher style. Wang Mang directly dumbfounded. How he did not expect the other side will be at this time. Is this time? As a normal person, we should not wait until the two beasts fight each other. Fight to exhaustion after the two defeated, and then out of the way? Could opponent be a Mangina? Although Wang Mang froze, but the others did not freeze. The crowd saw this mysterious pride so brazenly. All exclaimed in shock. So strong. Did you guys see it just now? It's so cool, even though it feels like it's a bit similar to the one Su Duan used. I just think this is so cool. Much cooler than Su Duan's guy. There seems to be a flash of black dragon energy. What is his profession? This is the 1,000-fold amount of combat power genius. The chi and blood values aren't even as high as mine. Yet he was able to punch the two-story car-sized green-horned rhinoceros to the ground with a single punch. Compared to that, Su Chen counts as a hook, not even having the qualifications to lift this big man's shoes. This is the truly powerful force of our professional awakened ones. Zhang San and Li Si both exclaimed out, full of adoration and excitement, looking like if it wasn't for Wang Hao here, they were afraid that they would have to run over and recognize their new boss on the spot. Zhao Xiaoya was also full of surprise, looking at the figure with a glitter in her beautiful eyes, only feeling that the other party was so cool and handsome that her own legs were going soft. Their own goddess and little brother, all because of another man so excited. This let aside Wang Hao some face black upset, but also not good to say anything after all. The other party is a heavenly star rating, the only 24 in the thousands of millions of professional awakened in the state of Zhou. It is indeed very strong, very outrageous, stupid. However, while everyone was looking adoringly at that figure and Wang Hao was sulking, an angry voice rang out that made Wang Hao happy to see only a Wang Mang, who was on the sidelines, immediately broke out after his head turned the corner. The green-horned rhinoceros is huge, known for its thick skin and defense. Even if you just used some unknown means to break through his defense and leave penetrating damage, but for that little damage you did, it's simply a superficial wound for the massive size of the green-horned rhinoceros. It can't injure the deeper vitals, not to mention that it will instead enrage the other party and increase the burst of energy. The end is at stake. Moo! It was just as Wang Mang had said. The back of the green-horned rhinoceros that had been smashed to the ground by Dust stood up from the ground again. He let out an angry growl at Dust on his body. This damn two-legged beast dared to sneak attack him. He was going to crush it hard. The crowd's mood instantly seized up again. The green-horned rhinoceros began to violently jump up and down, preparing to throw Su Chen off of him. Boom boom boom. The ground shook. Zhang San, Li Si and the others' expressions also changed from the initial adoration to shock. They also didn't expect the green-horned rhinoceros to be so strong. It was as if that strike just now hadn't done any damage to it at all. Still alive and kicking. Alive and kicking. And even angrier. I've already told you that in the same realm, we human awakened beings have no advantage over these ferocious beasts. If he can be rated as one of the 24 heavenly stars, his natural strength must be extraordinary. Maybe he is an S-ranked occupational talent, but no matter what, his blood value is only 10.0 after all. Crossing a large realm to fight against the green-horned rhinoceros with a blood value of hundreds of points, he's bound to suffer a big loss later on, not to mention the fact that there's a mutant boar king watching from the sidelines. If he doesn't have any other preparations, he's bound to pay a painful price for his arrogance today. Mr. Wang, the second class of the mini-class is in session. No matter how talented or strong you are, if your brain is not working well, everything is for nothing. I won't make a move to save him until the last minute in this matter today. Take this as a warning. Think twice before doing anything. And in the future, don't be like him, thinking that you're strong and gifted to do such brainless and stupid things. Wang Mang clasped his hands in his arms, and his serious and sharp remarks commented. It made the crowd nod deeply. Uncle Wang is right. It's true that we thought of the green-horned rhinoceros too simply. It's a second-ranked ferocious beast. If it weren't for the fact that Teacher Wang was by our side, we would have run away a long time ago. And although the other party is evaluated as 1,000 times combat power star genius, in the end the blood value is only 10.0, just entering the realm of the first rank. How could he possibly win over the second-ranked green-horned rhinoceros? Thinking of this, Wang Hao sneered. People being stupid is the biggest disease of all. This is a fact that no amount of awakened talent can hide. Not everyone is like your brother Wang. I have an IQ of up to 1 million. There is absolutely no need to worry about this aspect. Maybe we'll even witness a fall of a heavenly star today. Wang Hao's statement caused Zhao Xiaoya to cast a worried glance. Moo! Moo! The water swirled and the beast roared. The greenhorned rhinoceros was still violently bouncing up and down, attempting to drop Su-chan from his body. Such a raw look it wasn't beyond Su-chan's expectations. After all, how could he not know the problems that the big and bold Wang Mang could think of? And from the very beginning, he had no intention of using the dragon's teeth to solve the greenhorned rhinoceros. Wow! Su-chan's palm that had penetrated into the back of the greenhorned rhinoceros' neck was pulled out from it. Blood spurted out instantly. However, the strange thing was that there was not a single drop of blood left on the palm of Su-chan's hand that he pulled out, and any blood splattered on his body also seemed to have been swallowed by the heaven-swallowing demon clothes, leaving no traces behind, and only the number of chi and blood value plus 0.00001 could be seen on the cultivation panel jumping around for these at this moment. Su-chan naturally did not care. After he pulled his hand out, the green-horned rhinoceros screamed out in pain, his eyes becoming red, jumping up and down, and his behavior becoming even more violent. Even he had the feeling that he could be turned upside down at any moment. Up to this point Su-chan no longer hesitated. The demonic aura rolled over him. The cold and chilling heaven-swallowing demon chi was like flowing water that gathered and condensed towards his palm, eventually transforming into a pitch-black spear that appeared in Su-chan's hand. Devouring Origin Spear. Devouring Origin Spear. A weapon evolved from the essence of devouring heavenly demon technique, with an unparalleled devouring function. Its greatest characteristic was its devouring power. The entire spear was like a black hole in the shape of a spear. Just the moment it appeared in Su-chan's hand, all the sound rays, dust, and fallen leaves that fell on this spear in all directions were directly swallowed up. Even though this devouring origin spear was now in a state of concealment, not erupting in power, if there were people with sharp senses, I'm afraid that they would have been able to detect the wrongness of the airflow at this time. Any air that came close to this spear was basically swallowed up. A steady stream is swallowed up and a steady stream of air replenishes it. Therefore, wind up? Zhao Xiaoya, who was in the distance, raised her hand with a somewhat puzzled expression. What's that? He changed into a black spear, all dressed in black, and a chilling black energy on his body as well. Could it be that he has awakened the rare S-rank darkness profession talent? Hiss. I don't know why I always feel a bit cautious when I look at this spear. Zhang Sanli and the others discussed out in surprise because of the black spear that suddenly appeared in Su-chan's hand. Wang Mang, who was on the side, frowned. He actually felt a trace of a strong aura of danger from that pitch-black spear. But I still say that fierce beasts and humans are different. He can still feel a hint of danger to ordinary pistols, but as a hall of second-order professionals, fighting ordinary pistols can kill him. Not anymore. So, just because this spear of his can bring me an aura of danger doesn't mean that it can defeat me, much less the green-horned rhinoceros. That's what you're going to learn from the field later on. Even if it's really some rare S-class darkness profession ability, so what? Unless you can hand-rub black hole. Otherwise don't think that you have what can cross the level and fight the bottom of the card. Big move can be in the wild area and scrupulously. The ferocious beasts powerful. Not at all the same realm profession awakened person can be comparable. You think you're the only one who has an undercard and a big move. Other ferocious beasts are just made of clay and don't have a crushing natural aptitude. Hiss. Wang Mang's wise and confidently convincing words caused Zhang San and Li Si to instantly suck in a breath of cool air as they withdrew their attention from the devouring origin spear in Su-chan's hand and turned their eyes to Wang Mang with shocked guesses. Uncle Wang, what do you mean, moo? At the edge of the water pool, above the back of the green-horned rhinoceros, with the spear in Su-chan's hand as the Centera light wind blew. As if the god of death had taken its life. The green-horned rhinoceros in its furious beating seemed to have been warned of death from its life instincts, and fiercely let out a loud roar. Its greenish-gray stony skin instantly became red, and scorching blood-red steam gushed out from its body's surface. It's really the same as what Uncle Wang said, going berserk. Not far from the back of the small dirt slope, Zhang San and Li Si saw this and immediately revealed a gaze of admiration and worship to Wang Mang. This caused Wang Mang's mouth to break into a sorry I got loaded smile. After the green-horned rhinoceros that had entered the berserk state, its strength and maneuverability increased greatly. It jumped violently towards the air, and when it landed, its large body carrying an incomparably powerful inertial energy shook violently, and it shook Su-chan away from its back, and flew high into the air. Moo! After shocking Su-chan away, the greenhorned rhinoceros immediately turned around and let out an angry roar at Su-chan high in the air. .4 hooves pounded the ground, its large size instantly soared out like a cannonball, and its sturdy green horns slammed straight toward the mid-air Su-chan. It was as if he was going to ram the two-legged beast into the ground. Ah! Look out! Zhao Xiaoya exclaimed out in shock. Not daring to look at the eyes she had already covered, Wang Mang said with his hands on his chest, shaking his head and sighing in an educated tone of a professional lecturer. I've already said it all just now. The battle between the green-horned brood bull and this mutant boar king has only just entered the trial stage. Both sides haven't used their full strength at all, but this reckless person's is charging straight up, completely not knowing what it means to wait for the snipe. Snipe and clam. Now well, it's his turn to eat the bad fruit. Green-horned rhinoceros, with thick skin and flesh, known as a blood cow, has one of the most simple and brutal innate skills, Berserk mode. Under this mode, the green-horned brute bull doubles its entire attributes. The combat power almost reaches 3000. It's simply not something an ordinary professional can deal with. That's why I've been emphasizing that no matter what ferocious beasts you face in the wilderness area, don't take it lightly. Who knows if the other side has any powerful natural skills? You guys just watch. Facing the green-horned rhinoceros that has fallen into a berserk state. This stark genius. I'm afraid that the next thing to do is not to die but also to be half mutilated. So let's take a good lesson from him. Don't think that you can just wave around because of how high your strength is and how much talent you have. Aha! Wang Mang's words of instruction caused Zhang Sanli and the others to nod earnestly, saying that they had learned in mid-air. Su Chen naturally didn't know that in the distance. Wang Mang's people were evaluating themselves. He just recalled the ability of the wind to devour the origin spear, reversing his stance and adjusting his posture. The entire person flipped 180 degrees. The light in his eyes was exquisite, and he met the greenhorn rhinoceros that crashed over head-on. The spear in his hand clenched. Devouring origin spear. The utility is twofold. In static mode, the power of devouring is hidden and can be used as a weapon like a spear. The second mode is then active. The heaven swallowing and earth devouring ability belonging to the devouring origin spear will be fully energized, using the tip of the spear as the prime, erupting with a strong devouring gravitational force, as if it were a small black hole punched into the enemy's body, which can devour the life form from the inside out. And this stance is named Swallowing Heaven. As Su Chen let out a soft shout, he pressed down with one hand, and placed the hand holding the spear behind him, like pulling a bow with a full moon, suddenly projected out, the spear in his hand, just like a black meteor shooting straight toward the green-horned rhinoceros that met the collision, with almost no hindrance. A hand stabbed above the green-horned rhino's forehead half a foot deep. What a strong penetration. But, this is it? There were exclamations of shock and disappointment from Zhang Sanli and the others hiding behind the small mound of dirt. I thought this spear looked so powerful that firing it would create a big explosion. The result is this. Apart from being a bit sharper, it's really just an ordinary spear. The 24 heavenly stars are nothing more than that. The expressive power of this move seemed to disappoint them a bit, and Wang Mang even shook his head inside as he came out, verbally commenting of this point of injury, simply cannot cause fatal damage to the green-horned rhinoceros, and did not even stop the other party's movements. You guys see the next if there is no accident. He will immediately be hit by the green-horned rhinoceros, moo. Suddenly and not far away, the green-horned rhinoceros's agonizing cries of grief drew the attention of Wang Mang's men, who subconsciously turned their heads to look, and that's where the really scary stuff happens. See, only after the devouring origin spear was inserted into the forehead of the green-horned rhinoceros, its power seemed to have been completely inspired, and the powerful devouring gravity instantly erupted with the tip of the spear as the center. Just like a black hole plasmic point was born, the body of the green-horned rhinoceros with this point as the center, instantly began to distort and collapse, erupted a painful wail, as if there was a pair of invisible giant hands, its huge body toward a certain mass point constantly gripped and compressed, and its solid sharp green horns have not yet hit dust, was swallowed up in midair by this black hole mass point, completely disappeared in the world, without a single bit of residue. Add 0.05 to your blood value. The cultivation panel's reminder sounded, and Su Chen settled down on the ground at that moment. Eye in the sky above it, black as the size of a grain of rice devouring black hole, in the crazy swallowed the green-horned rhinoceros residual blood mist, like a little drop of ink on the sky scroll is extremely conspicuous. The vortex turns and wails in all directions. In the green-horned rhinoceros residual blood mist as much as possible after swallowed clean, from all directions of the air leaves, pool water dust, also did not escape the black hole vortex swallowed. In the flat ground rose a storm airwaves, not far away. Zhang Sanli, Wang Mang and the others all looked frozen. Their hairstyles were blown left and right without even realizing it. They just looked up dumbfounded, staring at the pitch-black point of light in midair that was the size of a grain of rice, their eyes blinking. What the hell? What's this black? What's this? Why does this feel a little familiar? Where's the green-horned rhinoceros? Dull voices came out from the mouths of Zhang Sanli and the others. Not only were their expressions dull, even their thoughts were a bit spinning at this moment, or they had actually realized what that bit of pitch-black, ink-like luster in midair was. It was only their reasoning, their brains that had put a layer of fog on them, used to give them a bit of a buffer time to accept it, and this buffer time, but also in the devouring vortex constantly devouring, turning from the size of a grain of rice to the size of a sesame, from the size of a sesame to the size of a needle's eye until the moment of disappearance. The fog that enveloped Zhang Sanli and the others, in their minds, was also completely blown away at this moment. The crowd that realized what they had just seen instantly screamed out, "Crap! Hand rubbing a black hole? Nima! This is still human. This is the 24 heavenly stars level, well, 1,000 times the amount of super combat power genius. Big brother to kneel. The appearance of such a scene. Not to mention the Zhang Sanli Si, who had already knelt down and was ready to recognize the boss. Even Wang Hao's face was pale and his knees were so weak that he almost didn't kneel down. So cool. Zhao Xiaoya showed her flowery eyes of black holes and stuff can be much cooler than mechs. Uncle Wang, what do you mean by that? Didn't you say that even if you are a 24 heavenly star level, 1,000 times the amount of combat power geniuses, you will still be at a disadvantage when you fight with the ferocious beasts over a large realm? How do you solve an opponent's hand rubbing a black hole? Zhang Sanli Si. These two wallflowers demolition speech. Let Wang Mang face skin pumped. The heart, although it is also extremely incredible, but as a professional teacher in the first class of the first secondary school, he is not allowed to let the students to see their own jokes. Even if they are demolished, Wang Mang still try to let himself keep a calm face, his hands clasped in his arms, in a posture of a senior, shook his head. His tone is not flustered, pointed out, you guys, you're just too eager and don't see things fully enough. As a rare S-rank darkness professionist, he can rub a black hole with his hands, and he truly deserves the name of 24 heavenly stars. But this kind of underhanded move, how many times do you think he can rub it? Didn't you see that the black hole disappeared a long time ago with the spear he conjured up? And on the opposite side of him, don't forget that there's also a mutant boar king whose strength is no less than the greenhorn savage bull just now. He's not some summoner who can still rely on summoned beasts to fight when his stamina is gone. What else do you think he can do in this situation? Hiss. Wang Mang's wise and composed analysis made Zhang San and Li Si both suck in another breath of cool air, eyes full of admiration. Crap. Uncle Wang. You're also too calm and too smart. How can you think so comprehensively? Such an important thing we didn't even notice just now. Yes, after rubbing the black hole with his hand, his stamina must have been overdrawn. It's simply impossible for him to rub out a second black hole. But now there's still a mutant boar king on the opposite side eyeing him. I'm afraid he'll be in danger next. Yikes. No good, the boar king is onto him. Walked towards him. Mr. Wang, you quickly step in and save him. Seeing the wild boar king at the edge of the water pool approaching towards Su Chen with his huge body, Zhang Sanli Si's group of people immediately cried out in alarm. Humph. The appearance of this situation made Wang Mang, who had pretended to be there again, laugh out in triumph. And he shook his head in a very Versailles manner. That's why fitness starts with brain fitness. You should have all seen clearly through him in this matter today. No matter how strong you are and how talented you are, you need to use your brain more before you make a move. Otherwise, even if you go through all the trouble of defeating a green-horned rhinoceros, so what? There is still a mutant boar king waiting for him. Mr. Wang, you should stop talking about teaching and hurry up to save him. Seeing that terrifying boar king, step by step, approaching towards her future husband, but Wang Mang was still over here being a good teacher. With no intention of making a move, Zhao Xiaoya was getting anxious. Ugh, there's no rush. However, in the face of Zhao Xiaoya's urging, Wang Mang only raised his hand blandly, and slowly explained as a pair of bullseyes watched the situation ahead. Remember what I said earlier? Sandpiper. Although he should have used up quite a bit of his stamina just now by rubbing his hands against the black hole, but he can still stand up and confront the boar king now. So I think he hasn't reached the point of exhaustion. Let the two of them keep fighting for a while. When this star-leveled great genius of ours is about to lose, then your teacher and I will make a move. Do you think he will be even more thankful and grateful to us? And directly offer us the blood lotus flower with both hands as a gift for saving his life? Crap. 666. Wang Mang's rather confident teaching philosophy made Zhang Sanli Si and the two of them instantly shouted 666 with long knowledge. Uncle Wang, you are really a cub seed. The psychology of human nature can be taken by you. Ha ha, lo and behold. In fact, your Uncle Wang, I'm not that powerful. Just slightly more experienced than you guys, so billion points point just. You can also learn in the future. Wang Mang was complimented with a somewhat embarrassed smile, and his greasy old face was filled with an indescribable sense of self-satisfaction. But Uncle Cousin, the other party is after all a star genius with 1,000 times the amount of combat power. So maybe there are still some undercurrents that he hasn't brought out. If the battle between him and the Boar King ends up being won by him, what should we do later? Wang Hao raised the question of another possibility at this time. It doesn't matter. I'll strike. Yet this question seemed to be difficult for him at all. Not at all difficult for Wang Mang. This question from Wang Hao, he just said frankly with a flat expression and a serious look, as if he was an expert and invincible. If things really get to that point, I will personally take action then. Faint words, faint compulsion, although just a simple sentence, but let a person from the bottom of the heart issue a sigh of relief, only to feel that Wang Mang's figure are taller, so that people actually have no words to refute. Wang Hao can only use a kind of seems to have known the answer in advance of the tone of voice asked to the opponent is the 24 heavenly stars. Will they win? Don't worry, packed to win. Whimper. Whisper. At this time the direction of the waterhole, the Boar King was already less than 10 meters away from that mysterious heavenly pride's position. Seeing that this man and beast were about to fight, Wang Mang also waved his hand. Don't talk about all this nonsense. Wait until he passes the Boar King first. Later on, don't talk about the qualification of being an enemy with your King Uncle Me. Maybe he still needs your King Uncle Me to save him. After Wang Mang said this, the crowd also stopped talking, held their breath, raised their heads, and all focused on the opposite side of the edge of the waterhole, enough to have 3 or 4 meters high, 8 or 9 meters long mutant Boar King, step by step towards that figure. Its coarse black hair, huge body is very oppressive. A pair of deep white tusks in the sunlight flashing sharp luster. Compared to its huge size, humans in front of it is not as big as a tusk of others. A big one and a small one. So two distinct contrasts. The two Zhang San and Li Si, who had brought themselves into it, shivered in disbelief. Just now, it was indeed us who thought too much, that we would think that he could still be in a position to defeat this mutant Boar King. I'm afraid that we don't even need Teacher Wang to make a move. Just the second-ranked mutant Boar King would be enough to crush him, whose stamina has been almost depleted. Unless he can hand-rub the black hole one more time, there's no way he can win against this boar, which can still hand-rub a black hole again. You see his stupid standing dare not move. Must be just consumed too much physical strength. Can stand are already very reluctant, which can still hand-rub a black hole again. Today if not have our teacher Wang kindly prepared to help. Said not allowed us to be witness to heavenly stars fall. The students of the first school have been talking about it. Wang Mang also proudly lifted his chin when he heard these words and smiled crookedly, seemingly ready to dazzle out and save the day at any time, and also just the next moment. At a time when all the students thought that the Boar King was going to launch a charge to send the opposite side flying, flutter, the earth gave a shudder. The mutant Boar King, which was 3 to 4 meters tall and resembled a big double-decker bus, plopped down directly in front of the figure. His head lowered and his mouth let out a whimpering sound. It seems as if they are trying to curry favor with, this sudden turn of events. Not to mention Zhang San Li Si's people. Even Wang Mang, who had always clasped his hands to his chest and maintained the demeanor of a famous teacher. His eyes glared as big as brass bells, completely unable to strain himself, and almost didn't spurt out. Although the characteristic of the 10,000 devils of the heavenly abyss was that like swallowed like, leaving only the strongest, it didn't mean that these magical beasts under his command could only devour their own kind in order to evolve. In fact there was no restriction, just like him, regardless of whether they were of the same kind or not, whether they were living creatures or not. As long as they were able to provide energy, they were all capable of devouring and digesting them. It was just that in the past, he had been in a fairly safe environment overall amongst the schools within the city, so at the time, he had focused mainly on replenishing his numbers, and now he comes to this field. The wild land is full of crises. There can be nothing ethical and moral to speak of. Occasionally more than the number of dust is now more focused on the quality of the development. Therefore, if there were no unexpected circumstances, within a short period of time, he did not have the intention of increasing the number of magical beasts in the heavenly abyss. Instead, he was prepared to first cultivate these 11 magical beasts in his hands, letting them devour and grow to their heart's content, regardless of whether they were of the same kind or not, eating whatever he saw, and taking the route of boutique products, and striving to wait for these 11 magical beasts to have the strength of the third stage before considering increasing some other magical beasts to carry on into the heavenly abyss. And at the moment, whimpering, Dust touched the Boar King's head, was evaluating the Boar King's combat changes. At the very beginning when he put it out, the strength was only at the beginning of the second stage. Combat power was just a little more than 1,000, whereas now the words are over 2,000 points, almost double the strength. Don't say it looks as if 2,000 combat points isn't much, but don't forget, he's only released the Boar King for one morning now, breaking through a realm in a morning's time, and it was still within the second stage realm, much faster than he could upgrade. This kind of thing if spread out, do not know how many people's eyeballs to burst. Not to mention there are other 10 magical beasts have also been released by him. Think the results will not be too bad. The specific how he has just issued a recall command, and so on. Chicken, Kung Fu Rabbit, Bugsy Turtle. After coming back he will check carefully. I guess the overall strength should go up a level. Nice. Suchin patted the Boar King's head and laughed out in delight. Second order isn't good enough, but follow the pattern of past years. Generally speaking, the strength of the Kyushugaoshu scholar was probably located around the third order. The strength is comparable to a martial arts master, and now, whether or not he could strength sprint to the realm of martial grandmaster in 3 months, let's not talk about it. But these magical beasts, the wild Boar King, should be stable. But I've heard that this year's senior lineup is unprecedented. 1 emperor, 4 emperors, 16 vassals, 24 heavenly stars, and 108 generals. Even SSS-ranked gifted professionals have appeared. Using the previous law that the third rank is the strongest as a cultivation goal is obviously a bit not too appropriate. Our next cultivation goal is to try to charge up to the 4th rank. And my words, just endeavor to complete all 9 feats contained within the perfect body forging technique before the college entrance exam and obtain the method of ascending to immortality. In this way, under the double insurance, only then could Su Chen have full certainty of eliminating all accidental possibilities. As for the words now, the road must be taken one step at a time, and the meal must be eaten one bite at a time. So that means one of the next small goals is to reach a small success in meat refining first. The body is as heavy as 1,000 pounds. Su Chen twisted his head to look at the blood lotus flower in the center of the water pool. A third-ranked heavy treasure. The blood lotus flower should be enough for me to cultivate to the point where I'm a small success in refining flesh. Ah, damn rabbit. Master Rat, I'm going to skin your rabbit skin. Somewhere in the wild jungle. A short, slightly lewd-looking man shouted out angrily at the black rabbit in the distance. Today they blood wolf mercenary group, out hunting for treasure. Just walked to this neighborhood when the nose is more sensitive wild dog said smelled the smell of the treasure at least the 3rd order or more. Only the distance is a little far. Smell is not too clear. The wild dog to get close to explore a little bit, and their troops stay in place. And so on after the confirmation. The wild dog will come back to notify them, and during this waiting time, Mouse Master he hole a little hungry. Just happened to see a small rabbit, ready to catch to beat the teeth, but did not expect him just close to be this rabbit of back stomp legs to kick over. Ha ha ha, you can't even catch a rabbit as a rat, so you might as well stop calling yourself Master Rat and call your rat in peace. Kicked down in a single stomp. You couldn't have been scared to the point of weak legs by that black-scaled python just now. Cowardly as a mouse really deserves to be our master mouse. The jeers of his peers let the original anger on the head of the rat face even more shame. A red, although when the mention of the python, the rat's eyes inevitably flashed a trace of scorn, but in the face of his companion's ridicule, he is still stalking his neck mouth hard and strong said, "Who's afraid? Isn't it just a long worm?" By now Wolf might have already chopped it up for snake soup stew, so I'll just grab this rabbit and serve it with a pot of vegetables. The mouse pointed to a rabbit not far away with a menacing face instead. This pitch-black kung fu rabbit was just topped with a metacute cute little head, standing on the ground with 2 feet, holding a carrot with both hands, its scarlet eyes looking at the furious rat, while a little rabbit mouth blah 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 didn't stop at all. And look, the other a rabbit is not the slightest bit afraid, themselves, even if, but also make such a mocking behavior, already cannot stand the companion ridicule of the mouse instant anger. I'm going to arrest you and make you a spicy rabbit head. Mouse drew out his dagger with a furious cry. His body belonged to the second stage of the powerful breath flashed, and his figure instantly disappeared in the same place, having stood behind Kung Fu Rabbit with his dagger raised as he appeared. A flash plus backstab is clearly an assassin. You're the first rabbit who can force you, Master Rat, to use my professional skills. Something to be proud of. Get into my stomach next. The rat's eyes were ruthless, and the sharp blade in his hand, without hesitation, stabbed down at the rabbit's head. Mouse's sudden backstabbing attack caused Kung Fu Rabbit to stop nibbling on his carrot, and he looked back over his shoulder, his dopey eyes flashing with a sharp glint, just as he was about to make a move, but suddenly as if he received a signal, the sharp look in his eyes had disappeared, and with just a hop and a jump, he leaped high in the rat's stunned gaze, easily dodging his backstabbing strike. What? The rat's eyes widened. How he didn't expect his backstabbing to be dodged by a rabbit. However, without waiting for the rat to have too much of an emotional reaction, it was directly a pair of rabbit's feet put in his eyes, using the rat's face as a stepping stone. The Kung Fu Rabbit's legs stomped, and like an arrow, he used his strength to dart towards the distance, disappearing into the bushes. Poof! Once again, the mouse was kicked to the ground. Ah! Don't run, you beast! Don't run if you have the guts. I'll flay you alive. The mouse's hysterical, impotent and furious voice rang out in the jungle. Boo! A large tree, thick as a closed arm and with a lush, dense canopy, thumped with a vibration. Put! A young man in white armor spat out a mouthful of old blood after hitting a tree without holding back. Mud! It's really a damn tiger being bullied by a dog. A chicken also dares to bully my white wolf. If it wasn't for the fact that Lousy was just injured by that black-scaled python sneak attack, how could I be bleeding from one of your chickens? The young man looks like 25 or 26 years old, with a leaner figure. 3 scratches on his face looks like he has a ferocious wolf-like wildness, giving people a feeling that he is not to be messed with. He has blood flowing from the corner of his mouth, and his expression is even more hideous. On top of a canopy of trees across from the white wolf, there was a big chicken with a body size of 2 meters and a black body, with its neck raised high like a phoenix, standing on 1 foot on the trunk of a tree, glancing down at him with a haughty look in its eyes, such anthropomorphic, insulting eyes, let the white wolf instantly enrage. His Hall of Blood Wolf Mercenary Corps, White Wolf Squad. When the captain has been so humiliated, even by a beast to look down. Up to this point, the White Wolf, also regardless of what face is not face, a wave of command around the 20 or 30 minions angrily shouted together, "Get me this chicken! Everyone make a bowl of chicken soup before the wild dogs come back with good news." Ha, boss, what did you say? The surrounding minions obviously froze because of White Wolf's order. You're asking us? More than 20 elite members of the Blood Wolf Mercenary Corps with an average battle strength of more than the second rank, to go besiege a chicken? Does the name of one of the three major mercenary corps in White Cloud City even matter? The crowd's reaction caused the corners of White Wolf's mouth to twitch, and he was extremely speechless in his heart as he thought back on his experiences along the way to date. In 2 days is their Blood Wolf Mercenary Corps young master's birthday. Thinking as soon as possible for the young master to prepare a birthday gift, he, early this morning to get up to lead the team to this wild area. Want to see if they can find any good heavenly material treasure as a birthday gift to their mercenary corps young master. However, they didn't expect to encounter the Moon Wolf King's attack halfway through their walk, and then a black kung fu rabbit ran over from somewhere behind them and broke into their group, suddenly causing a commotion. It caused him to be distracted by a black-scaled python hanging from a tree and sneak attacked him, accidentally suffering internal injuries. After driving the black-scale python away, he saw a 2-meter large chicken brother, so he wanted to eat a chicken casserole to make up for it, but he didn't expect even a fucking chicken brother to be so strong. It also has the strength of a second-order mutated ferocious beast, for fuck's sake, causing him to be gullible and careless. He was beaten in front of his own team members and spat out old blood, losing such a big face. Thinking about the fact that all the ferocious beasts he encountered along the way were predominantly black in color, the White Wolf couldn't help but grit his teeth and curse to bad luck. I just feel that today I definitely went out without reading the yellow calendar and had bad blood luck, and a blood debt must be paid in blood. He had already been harassed for half a day by a group of ferocious beasts that came out one after another from nowhere, and today he was going to use this chicken's blood to sacrifice his flag and exorcise the evil spirits. The Moon Wolf King and that giant python are even. What are you, chicken? And dare to attack me? Everyone together, take down chicken for me. White Wolf bellowed once again. This time everyone reacted quickly. After answering, they quickly surrounded in all directions towards the big tree where chicken was standing. Surrounding chicken. Ho ho ho. Seeing this, White Wolf sneered out. If those two beasts hadn't run fast earlier, they would have been left behind by me. And you, chicken, I'll see where you can run this time. Today you can't escape even if you have wings. Obediently enter our stomach. Mage, archers prepare for fire coverage. After 3 seconds, shoot chicken down first. The White Wolf gave an order. Someone in the squad immediately drew a bow and arrows, rubbing their hands together in fireballs, ready to fire with remarkable power. 3, 2, the countdown sounded from White Wolf's mouth, and it was only then that chicken lowered his head, a pair of cockeyed eyes looking squarely at White Wolf and the others below. I was about to make a move. Buzz. Chicken suddenly looked up again as if he had received some message. 1. Fire them all. White Wolf let out a low shout and slammed his hand downward. More than 10 fireballs, along with several dozens of bows and arrows, were instantly launched towards chicken's location. Boom. Smoke and mirrors. The enormous power of the tree completely destroyed the entire tree, and there was a burning smell coming from it. But all the members of the White Wolf Mercenary Corps, including the White Wolf, did not have the slightest bit of joy. Instead, they lifted their heads up to look at the sky, their eyes staring blankly. Crap, there are flying chickens? As the elite members of the Blood Wolf Mercenary Corps, they had all seen clearly just now that this chicken had actually directly lifted up hundreds of meters in place and flew away with a shock of its wings the moment their fireball bows and arrows were fired out. No way. Chicken, you're just a chicken, not a phoenix. How can you fly? White Wolf and the others felt almost dumbfounded. How can a pheasant fly? And also fly so high and fast, no different from a bird? Wolf, Wolf, good news, great news. And it was also at this time that a tall and thin man ran over. This man was none other than the team member with the sharpest nose and the most skillful in searching for treasures within their White Wolf team. His White Wolf's right-hand man. Wild Dog. Why Wild Dog? What's the good news? White Wolf's gaze retracted from the direction chicken had flown away from. He frowned slightly and inquired in a puzzled tone. What treasure have you found that you're so excited about? The rest of the team gathered around curiously. Blood Lotus. It's the Blood Lotus. Third order heavy treasure, Blood Lotus flower. Wild Dog, his whole body trembling with excitement, exclaimed out with a reddened face. What? Third order, Blood Lotus? The members of the Blood Wolf mercenaries all exclaimed in shock upon hearing this. Although their White Wolf squad was considered one of the top teams in the Blood Wolf Mercenary Corps, the treasures they had found from exploring and collecting in the wild area for so many years were at most second order advanced. Third order treasures had never been seen at all. When a treasure reaches the third rank, the price will increase by leaps and bounds, basically casually selling for $3 to $5 million. And for the good ones, even selling for tens of millions to hundreds of millions. And the blood lotus is one of them. If the general moment blood lotus flower, although rare, but replenish chi and blood only, the same can replenish chi and blood if heavenly materials and treasures are more than enough. A blood lotus flower sold to the level of 10 million has been capped, but special times are special. This was the time period when the nation's candidates were sprinting for the college entrance exams, and being able to provide a large amount of chi and blood while the medicinal effects were still mild and easy to absorb. The advantages of the blood lotus flower instantly manifested itself. If you were to make a bid at this time of year, it would have to be at least 3 or 5 times as much, or nearly $1 billion, divided into the hands of all the members of their squad. Each person can take an average of 5 or 6 million or so. Simply earn over okay. And more to the point, the young master of their Blood Wolf Mercenary Corps was not only celebrating his birthday in these 2 days, but he was also a fresh candidate for this session of the Kyushu College Entrance Examination, and would likewise be going to battle on the college entrance examination in 3 months' time. And if they were able to offer a blood lotus flower up at this time, one didn't need to think about it to know that in the future, their White Wolf squad would rocket up the ranks in the Blood Wolf Mercenary Corps. Good. The more he thought about it, the more excited he became. The White Wolf forgot about chicken and laughed out openly, hastily inquiring, "Wild dog, where did you find the blood lotus? Hurry up and lead the way. It's not far away, brother wolf. You guys follow me." Wild dog was also full of excitement, a little impatient to get a big credit. "Wait, Wolf, Master Mouse isn't back yet." At this time a member of the team behind him gave a reminder, and it was this reminder that made the excited White Wolf's feet lurch and stop violently. Not that he was thinking about the rats, instead, he suddenly realized something, and he turned his head to look at the wild dog, his brow furrowed as he asked, "Wild dogs, since you even saw the blood lotus just now, why didn't you just pick it back? Could it be that someone has already gotten there first? Or is there a ferocious beast guarding the place? And is the other party good for bullying?" It wasn't because he was cautious, it was really because White Wolf knew that he was backed up today. From the Wolf King at the beginning, to the Kung Fu Rabbit, the black-scaled giant snake, and the flying chicken just now, the beasts he encountered were all more bizarre than one another. And all of them were mutants whose combat power far exceeded that of their counterparts. Fortunately, this group of beasts are one by one out. By him to drive away the next only emerged. If a swarm of them, they really do not necessarily be able to suffer. That's why White Wolf asked a little more now, preparing to be a little more careful in everything. And if the blood lotus flower was too difficult to obtain, it wasn't impossible to give up. Ouch. Brother White Wolf, just don't worry. I wild dog do things you still cannot believe it. Although not close, but I just saw it all clearly. Just one person. Thieves, good bully. Oh, after hearing the 3 words of good bullying, White Wolf immediately nodded with satisfaction. Coincidentally at this time he also saw not far away, the rat brought people back to the team, and immediately waved his hand with great vigor. "Minions, move out. Go bully with me, Wolf. Ho hoo." The crowd of the Blood Wolf Mercenary Corps also raised their arms in an emotionally charged manner. I'm super. This mutant boar king is his pet. Summoner? A darkness summoner who can rub a black hole with his hands? While Su Chen went to fetch the blood lotus, behind the small dirt slope, Zhang Sanli Si and the others stared and ghosted out. It's no wonder they don't see the sense in yelling. It's just outrageous. Who would have thought that a darkness profession who can rub a black hole with his hands would be a bit of a summoner in his native profession? What level of talent is this? It's not going to be SS level, is it? Such a heaven-defying ability, but it's only the 24 heavenly stars. It's hard to imagine how terrifying the 16 vassal kings on top of them, the 4 emperors and 1 emperor would be. Mr. Wang, what are you doing? Suddenly Zhang Sanli Si and the others realized that Wang Mang stood out from behind the small mound of earth, with a look of striding forward wanting to compete with the figure. It made the group of students behind him panic. "Mr. Wang, forget it, or this blood lotus flower. Let's not take it. The only 24 heavenly stars in the other side's Kyushu aren't as simple as we thought. I'm afraid you'll go up and beg your death." A burst of well-intentioned discouragement from his classmates rang out in the Zhou dynasty, causing the corners of Wang Mang's mouth to twitch. But he still lectured. "Who says I'm going up there to get killed? The 3rd class of Mr. Wang's small classroom of wilderness knowledge is in session. I'm not going up there right now to seek death, but in order to demonstrate to you guys what we have to do when we see this kind of superb genius that is at least S-ranked or above in the wild, i.e. befriend the genius when you see him. Like this kind of hand-rubbing black holes of the darkness system summoner, there is definitely a greater potential for development in the future. Maybe although he is now only 24 heavenly stars level, 1,000 times the amount of combat power genius, but in the next 3 months after the college entrance examination battlefield to see the death again, maybe people have already sealed the king and feudal lords, and at this time we have already taken this opportunity to have already made a good relationship with others in advance. What do you think will happen when we meet on the battlefield of the college entrance examination in 3 months? If people give us a little boost, our ranking scores won't just fly upwards. Hiss. Wang Mang's shameless speech made Zhang San and Li Si and the others instantly lean back tactically as if they had grown to know better, obviously just now. He was trying to rob someone's blood lotus flower. It's time to hold the big one now. Can will be so brazen speak so for the teacher. They are also considered the first time to see. Really worthy of when the whole school teachers and students face betting to sell buttocks. Lose can play lie not fulfill the agreement of the man. Of course, although there was quite a bit of shame at Wang Mang for such a brazen act, they had to say that they were impressed. Just think about it. If one befriends such a good brother who was good enough to be crowned a king and a marquis in the future, when one encounters that bratty bastard Su Chen in the future, he can be counted as a hammer, cleaning the mech for himself. Wang Hao felt trashy. Zhao Xiaoya fantasized the same way. If one's future husband is a 10,000 times the amount of combat power, genius enough to seal the existence of kings and lords, so when she sees Su Chen again, how can she still be worthy of herself? Not to mention Zhang San and Li Si, they who had felt that Wang Hao was a bit pulled since he was killed by Su Chen in a single move, and who had recently been thinking about getting a new boss and hugging a new thigh before the college entrance exams. How can we stand still now that a new boss has emerged? This time, even if the old boss Wang Hao was still standing next to him, they couldn't hold down the stupid idea of worshipping the new boss in their hearts. The two of them looked at each other and nodded heavily at the same time. Deng took a step forward with both of them, prepare to take a big step toward the new boss and slide on your knees, but, wait. Suddenly, a hand appeared on their shoulders and Wang Mang called them off. What's wrong? The two turned their heads in confusion, but he saw Wang Mang staring ahead, his bearded, sighing old face full of gravity, and said, I forgot to mention that earlier. Mr. Wang, the fourth lesson of the mini-class. A dead genius is not a genius. Let's hide. Confused, Zhang San, Li Si and the others were again pulled by Wang Mang to hide back behind the small mound of dirt from earlier. What's wrong with cousin uncle? Why are we hiding? Wang Hao frowned, somewhat unable to understand. He was still rushing to befriend his good brother. Wang Mang didn't say much. He just pointed his finger. At the mouth of the opposite valley, the crowd turned their heads to look, only to see a group of people walking in from the opposite valley. About 40 to 50 people. This group of people were wearing white uniform armor, with a blood-red hungry wolf printed at the location on the chest of the armor, age level in the middle of 20 to 35 years old. Full of social people look. The average combat strength is at least in the late stage of the first order. More in the second order or more. 40 to 50 people walking together in groups look fierce. Very not good to provoke the feeling. It's the Blood Wolf mercenaries. Wang Hao exclaimed in shock. Blood Wolf Mercenary Corps is one of our White Cloud City's 3 major mercenary corps. Most of the members within the gang are mainly animal-based professionals, acting in a domineering manner, often doing some bullying of newcomers in the wilderness, relying on the strength of their numbers and grabbing treasures, and they are flawed, like a pack of wolves in groups. As long as someone offends them, they will be subject to their successive retaliation. Is in the wilderness absolutely not to be messed with the type, or not to mention the treasure. I'm afraid that even the life will be in danger. It seems that recently the young master of the Blood Wolf Mercenary Corps, He Hung Yu, has celebrated his birthday in the past 2 days, and the captains of the various squads in the Mercenary Corps are actively preparing birthday gifts for him. And in the past 2 days I've heard that quite a few of the treasures that people have found in the wilderness area have been snatched up by them. Oops. I just used the combat power tester to look at their combat power, and the average level is above the second rank, and the highest one has more than 5,000 combat power. My big brother just experienced a vicious battle. Physical strength would have been exhausted. Even if there is a Boar King summoning beast can battle power at best around 2000. I'm afraid it's simply not enough for them to kill. The third order Blood Lotus should not be able to keep it. After realizing this, the crowd hurriedly placed their eyes in the direction of the waterhole. It was as they expected. Ha ha ha. Wolf. See, I was right, it's a third order Blood Lotus. We're really lucky. Young Master Han Yu will be taking the college entrance exams in 3 months, and is also in the sprinting stage during this time, preparing for the arrival of the Kyushu auditor soon to receive the title of 108 generals. If we offer this Blood Lotus flower as a gift to the young master at this time, it will definitely help the young master to successfully sprint for the title of 118 generals. The birthday gifts offered by those people from the Black Wolf team can't even be compared to ours. After the group of people from the Blood Wolf Mercenary Corps arrived at the edge of the water pool, they ignored the Wild Boar King and Su Chuan on the side, and at a glance, they saw the Blood Lotus flower blooming at the edge of the water pool. Ha ha ha. Yes, Wild Dog counts you a credit this time. If it wasn't for your dog's sensitive nose, we really wouldn't have found out that this small valley was hiding a third-order Blood Lotus flower. The White Wolf laughed out openly. After all the bad things that have happened today, there's finally one good thing that came out of it. Where? Brother Wolf, this is all due to our White Wolf squad. from this blood lotus as a big gift. I think it won't take a month for our White Wolf squad to be able to surpass the Black Wolf squad and become the second strongest team in the Blood Wolf Mercenary Corps. When the time comes, brother White Wolf, you will rise up in the water. Just don't forget about the brothers. Ha ha ha. Well said. White Wolf laughed out playfully, and the other members also congratulated each other on their own views, smiling and talking as if this blood lotus flower was already in their pocket. But this kind of disregard did not cause any fluctuations in Su Chen's heart, as Su Chen was also ignoring them, paying no attention to the arrival of White Wolf and the others. Snap! There's a sound. At the edge of the water pool, probably not reaching the calf area. Su Chuan leaned down and plucked off the blood lotus flower, and it was such an anti-ignorance move that it made the Blood Wolf Mercenary Corps crowd instantly angry. Unbridled. Kid you who? Didn't you hear this blood lotus flower? We, the Blood Wolf Mercenary Corps, want it? Still dare to take it? Looking for death? The wild dog began to wail and bark furiously, and the smile at the corner of the White Wolf's mouth gradually subsided as he said with a somewhat gloomy face, boy, do you have guts, hearing the name of our Blood Wolf Mercenary Corps and still daring to rob things from us. Is it looking down on me, White Wolf? Said the White Wolf as a powerful aura erupted from his body, wanting to use it to deter Su Chen. The Blood Wolf Mercenaries? Never heard of it. Su Chen held the lotus flower in his hand and slowly spoke out between rising. He turned his head to look at White Wolf and the others, the pitch-black mask on his face emitting a dark and deep luster. Crap! It was also Su Chen's turn of the head in response that made the aura that erupted from White Wolf's body instantly stagnate for a moment. Not only White Wolf but even the members of the first middle school team that had been raging against Su Chen were all stunned. It was only at this time that they had the time to take a closer look at Su Chen, the dark mask, the shadowy robes, such a weird costume. It doesn't look like a good bully in any way. Oi. Are you sure he's not from the cult? White Wolf turned his head and glared at Wild Dog. Wild Dog also scratched his head awkwardly and smiled sarcastically. Nah, I just looked at it from afar, when his back was turned to me. Who knew that up close it looked like this? But don't worry, Brother Wolf, just listen to the voice. The other party is definitely not very old. Maybe it's the awakened of this term. It's only been more than 10 days since the awakening. How powerful can it be? At best, it's a second order level. And at the second order level of the district, which of the 30 to 50 elites in our White Wolf team doesn't have that strength? Humph. Never again. The words of the Wild Dog convinced the White Wolf. He lightly grunted after his eyes swept aside the Wild Boar King and his eyes flashed a trace of gravity, but still coldly smiled and spoke forcefully. I thought it was some kind of art. But I didn't realize it was just a calf boy who hadn't even heard of the name of my Blood Wolf Mercenary Corps. Listen up. My Blood Wolf Mercenary Corps is one of the 3 major mercenary corps in White Cloud City, the strength of the leader and even the peak of the third order, under the command of the masses of tens of thousands of people. If you do not want to die, hurry up and hand over the things, or else we will blame us for bullying people with our hands. Su does dress up so weird, mysterious, and it is obvious that that second order Boar King is his summoned beast pet. Can have a second order summoned beast in this time period, at least is also an A-level summoner. This kind of identity strength if placed in the usual moment, the White Wolf is absolutely will not provoke. After all, who knew what strength and what background the other party had? But now words, not the same. As the Wild Dog said, the other voice sounds very young. Even their Blood Wolf mercenary group's name has not heard of. In all likelihood it is a fledgling rookie. Awakening is only more than 10 days. On the strength of their 40 to 50 people casually out of an elite should be enough to abuse each other dozens of times. As for the background, wise is not wise. Do you think someone with a background would wear a mask and be afraid to show his true colors? Oh, the aggressive look of the White Wolf and the others caused the ghostly light in Su Chen's eyes to flicker. Not being able to see the expression under the mask, he just asked a rhetorical question. What if I don't? No. A cruel smile pulled at the corner of White Wolf's mouth. Kid, I know that you are a juvenile heavenly pride. An A-class summoner, awakened in just but more than 10 days can summon a second-order mutant Boar King. Maybe you can achieve bright results in the June college entrance examination and be accepted by the key academic institutions. The future is bright. Such excellent conditions, a little arrogance in the heart, can be understood. After all, there is also that capital. But young people here, you wolf brother, I teach you a sentence. It's better for young people not to be too angry. It's time to bow down. Otherwise, jia. Have you ever heard the truth? A dead genius is not a genius. If you don't give, then don't blame us for being merciless. It's not unusual for people to disappear in the middle of nowhere. The Blood Wolf Mercenary Corps group of people smiled cruelly, thinking that they hadn't done a lot of these things in the past. Tick-tock. Tick-tock. Clear water droplets rolled from the petals and flowed into Su Chuan's palm, and then flowed down from above Su Chuan's palm. The water droplets were crystal clear, and under the reflection of the blood lotus petals it was like drops of crimson blood dripping down into the water pool, splashing with ripples. and reflecting a scarlet-red color to the water pool underneath his feet. Su Chen's gaze was downcast and his expression was ghostly, although he had long known that such a day would come when he practiced in the wilderness area. He did not expect it to come so quickly and so suddenly. Are you guys sure? Su Dust finally asked. What? Scared? If you're afraid, hurry up and hand over the blood lotus flower. Our Blood Wolf Mercenary Corps isn't some unreasonable person. If you hand over the blood lotus flower, we naturally won't make things difficult for you. But of course we must also let us rummage through whether you have any space props. And if there's anything good in there we must leave it as well. Wild Dog and Mouse, who were next to White Wolf, added playfully, Brother Wolf, I think he looks just fine in these clothes and mask. Remember to take them off. Don't worry, there will be a panty for you. Phew. Although the conditions put forward by the Blood Wolf Mercenary Corps side were a bit bullying, Wang Mang and the others who were lying down and hiding behind the small dirt slope were relieved for Su Chen. It's better to lose something than to lose your life. See all? This is the standard answer when you encounter this situation in the wild. Don't feel embarrassed. It's okay even if you suffer a little bit of anger. So what if you're a star genius? Don't ever be arrogant and not know how to advance or retreat or bow down just because you're highly gifted. Our student here is doing just fine. As I said at the beginning, a bad brain is no good for any talent, and his approach continues to be the full 100-point answer to the situation at hand. So watch and learn. All of you, geniuses like this who can be judged at the level of 24 heavenly stars are not only superior in talent, but also in judging the situation and being able to bend and bend. This kind of wisdom is also something you have to learn from. Wang Mang again took the opportunity to educate up. Zhang Sanli Si crowd listened to the continuous nodding, full of admiration for Teacher Wang. But not yet wait for their Teacher Wang finished. In that case, what are we waiting for? You're all in this together. Su Chen's voice came from the distance. What? Wang Mang instantly widened his eyes. Zhang San, Li Si Wang Hao and the others also revealed extremely unbelievable expressions, all somewhat doubting whether they had misheard their ears. What did you say? I seem to have misheard just now. The White Wolf scratched his ears as he cocked his head and inquired again with a tight frown. You didn't hear me wrong. Come and get it if you want it. Su Chen held the blood lotus flower in front of him and slowly spoke the words, the meaning of which could not be clearer. Unbridled. White Wolf and the others instantly became furious. What great guts to provoke our Blood Wolf Mercenary Corps like this. Toast to the world. The two little brothers, Wild Dog and Mouse, pointed their fingers at Su Chuan, their faces full of ferocity. They, White Wolf Squad, had been mixing in the wild area for so many years, but they had never seen such an arrogant person. Let's get it together? It's really a newborn calf that doesn't fear the tiger. You think you can fight hard with our Blood Wolf Mercenary Corps just because you have a second-ranked Boar King summoning beast? What a stupidity. Where is the combat tester that the school sent you? Do you know to take it out and see what kind of person is standing opposite you before you speak? My White Wolf Squad elite members which battle strength is not in the second rank. 1,000, 2,000, 3,000 have. My big brother White Wolf is a full 5,000 points of combat power. You this kind of just awakened genius in front of us how are not understand. On your kind of strength of the Boar King summoned beasts, do you know how many heads we White Wolf Squad to hunt and kill a day? Ridiculous. That's normal. The short, sharp-tongued rat sneered conspiratorially from the sidelines. After all, the one in front of us could very well be a noble A-class summoner, awakening such a noble profession at such a young age. The heart swells, it's only normal. And he also has such a second-order Boar King summoning beast. Maybe yesterday's mock test was still the first place in their school. Sweeping his peers is at the stage of ambition. How can he bow his head and be humiliated by us people? What he rats hated the most was this kind of advanced career awakening. Ha! Still too young. Can't even tell the difference between his current situation. When he's been in society for 2 more years and has experienced some more social beatings, he'll naturally learn this. And naturally, those of us who are seniors are responsible for teaching him this. Cut the fucking crap. White Wolf cursed impatiently, then said with a wave of his hand, guys, teach him a lesson. The White Wolf gave an order. The two of them, Wild Dog and Mouse, immediately took the brunt of the attack, pulling out their weapons and leading the crowd to run towards Su Chen. Those who do not know are not afraid. 40 or 50 of our brothers had you surrounded a long time ago and couldn't even tell. Brothers, let's fuck his Boar King to death first and let him know what happens when he offends our Blood Wolf Mercenary Corps. Mouse licked over his dagger and laughed out cruelly. Wild Dog, you go get him. I'll lead the men against this Boar King. I'll let you watch your most powerful summoned beast die under us, so that you can experience what pain means. GGG. Who? Is that so? Su Chen's reaction at the edge of the water pool was flat, but the water pool behind him instantly exploded at this moment. Boom. Wow. A torrential downpour fell from the sky, countless pools of water smashed to the ground, and a black python tens of meters long and as thick as an adult's thigh appeared in front of the crowd. The giant python was pitch black, with a gloomy breath. The pieces of scale armor on its body were like a piece of obsidian emitting an oily luster under the sunlight, looking extremely hard, and a pair of scarlet vertical eyes revealed a cold-blooded color and a ferocious aura, causing the atmosphere of the scene to be stagnant. The pupils of the two men, Wild Dog and Mouse, suddenly shrunk, and their running steps both came to a violent halt. It's him, the white wolf at the back. A hint of shade immediately flashed in his eyes, his face unsightly. This black-scaled python even ran here as well. Earlier, he was sneak attacked by this giant python and accidentally suffered some internal injuries before he was beaten out of his old blood by Chicken behind him. And in the middle of it, this giant python also injured quite a few of his brothers and ate quite a few of their treasures, causing them to lose a lot of money economically in the Blood Wolf Mercenary Corps. Therefore, this moment can be described as a meeting of enemies, but enemies meet. White Wolf and the others had a teasing smile on their faces instead. Don't play it cool, kid. Look backward and see what it is. If you don't turn your head to avoid it, don't blame me for not warning you if you get swallowed later. Air. With a gloating look on his face, the rat wanted to say something else, but halfway through his words, his face suddenly stiffened because he saw the black python that had drilled out of the water pool unexpectedly spat out its snake letters and slowly lowered its head, meekly coming to Su Chen's side. What did you just say? What happens if you don't turn your head? Su Chen stood at the edge of the water pool, his stance standing proudly as he held the blood lotus flower in one hand, gently caressing the black-scaled python's cold head with the other, and spoke the words flatly, but it sent shock waves through the hearts of the people on the scene. Crap! This black-scaled python is also his summoned beast? Zhang Sanli Si and the others behind the small mound of dirt exclaimed out in disbelief. Just kidding, big brother. This is only just professional awakening more than 10 days. Many people, even the first order of the field, have not yet stepped into it. You can summon 2 second-order summoned beasts with no need to be so exaggerated? Not to mention the fact that Zhang Sanli Si and the others had such a sudden transformation, making the people in the Blood Wolf Mercenary Corps also have a moment of not being able to accept it. TMD. One's cultivation for over 10 years is not as good as someone who has just awakened for 10 days. Is there such a big difference between people? What an animal! Mouse twisted jealousy. Dao cursed out with a twisted face. Is that what you're leaning on? Good. I didn't expect this black-scaled python to be your summoned beast. Since that's the case, you shouldn't blame us for taking your blood lotus. Let's settle old scores with new ones. Brothers surround him. The vague pain in his chest caused White Wolf to shout angrily. You're naive to think that just because you have 2 second-rank summoned beasts that they can protect you. We have 40 to 50 brothers here. We've already surrounded you. Today you and your summoned beasts won't be able to escape. The Blood Wolf Mercenary Corps crowd instantly moved. Rumble. That's when it happened. The small cliffs on all sides of the valley had a sound of rocks moving, and the crowd of the Blood Sea Mercenary Corps, who were preparing to take action, were attracted by the sound and turned their heads towards the surroundings, only to see one fierce beast after another emerging from the edge of the 4 sides of the valley. Wolf King, Chicken, Slime, Dior Sheep. This group of ferocious beasts, a series of body pitch black, body exudes a faint magic chi, a clear second-order level mutant species. Look at the Blood Wolf Mercenary Corps and others are dumbfounded. Yes, you're right, you've got me surrounded. Su Chen's voice also sounded quietly at this time. The corner of White Wolf's mouth twitched. He did not expect that the young man in front of him, who should have only just awakened not many days ago by the sound of his voice, had so many powerful second-ranked ferocious beasts under his hands, and these ferocious beasts are old acquaintances: Wolf King, Chicken, Dior Sheep, Kung Fu Rabbit. There is also a Wild Boar King, plus the black-scaled python. All of them are ferocious beasts at the level of the 2nd stage, and they are also all elite mutant species. Such a lineup. If it were any other usual moment, even if they came across, the White Wolf would also choose to lead the team to take a detour. After all, the combat strength of the beasts would have exceeded the same level of humans, not to mention the other side is still mutated beasts, 10 second-order mutated beasts gathered together. Even if their White Wolf squad has 30 to 40 second-order elites, but also to try to avoid in the beasts of this group of head-on hard. But it's come to this. The arrows are in the air and have to be sent. Isn't it just 10 more second-ranked ferocious beasts? What's the big deal? Brothers together. Let him see the power of our Blood Wolf Mercenary Corps. White Wolf squad. The White Wolf gritted his teeth and shouted angrily afterward. Kill the Blood Wolf Mercenary Corps. The bloodlust of all the people was also aroused, and after they shouted, they rushed towards the ferocious beasts in the 4 directions and killed them. Boom boom boom. Arrows and magic, clashing endlessly. The entire tranquil little valley was instantly in chaos, as if there was a war going on everywhere. The roar of the ferocious beasts mixed with the killing shouts of the Blood Wolf Mercenary group, the destructive sounds of battle, and the cacophony was overwhelming. The eyes of Wang Mang and the others who were watching the battle from afar were confused. These are his summoned beasts? 1, 2, 3, 4, 10, 10-second order summoned beasts, all with an average battle power of more than 2,000 points. One person is a team, able to fight back and forth with this 40 to 50 person elite squad of the Blood Wolf Mercenary Corps. You're telling me that this fucking is a newcomer who just awakened 10 days ago, just like us? Is it possible that the battlefield of the college entrance exam in 3 months' time will be filled with this kind of monsters? Mommy, I want to go home. Don't want to take the test. Wang Mang looked at the Chaotic Valley battlefield. Cheeks were also twitching. He thought that he only had one second order summoned beast like the Boar King, but he didn't expect that there were 9 old men like this. No. Actually there should be 10 more heads, one less King Turtle. After taking the Blood Lotus flower back into the spatial necklace, Sichuan stood at the deepest part of the valley, on the edge of the water pool, and when he observed the situation on the field, he found that Chicken, Owl, Kung Fu Rabbit, and the Moon Wolf King, all of these magical beasts had arrived, and only the figure of Wang Beiji Turtle hadn't appeared in the center of the battlefield. The King's Bastard Turtle is still on its way. Sichuan, who probably knew what was going on, no longer thought about this, but began to seriously observe the battle on the field to assess the current strength levels of the Kung Fu Rabbit, Black-Scaled Python, and these magical beasts. The entire valley battlefield looked extremely chaotic though. Still, it can be broadly divided into 3 main areas. First, the White Wolf side, the 3 heroes versus Lubu. Have to say, the name of the Blood Wolf Mercenary Corps, although Sichuan had never heard of it, the squad leader named White Wolf did have 2 skills, whether it was the most aggressive Moon Wolf King under him, the Black-Scaled Python, or the Kung Fu Rabbit with the highest combat skills. They were not his opponents 1-on-1, even 2-on-1. It's a slight disadvantage, but now, the 3-ing battle Lubu, the Moon Wolf King, the Black-Scaled Python, and the Kung Fu Rabbit, all 3 interspersed with each other and cooperated with each other. The White Wolf, with only 2 brushes, responded to the situation and obviously gradually became a bit hasty, slowly at a disadvantage. Then there's the Boar King's side. The Boar King's task on this side is very simple. Just use its huge size to launch a savage dash, rampage across the entire valley battlefield. It doesn't matter if you hit the people you get. It will split the battlefield, create chaos, so that the other side can't support in the first place, and consolidate the team, which is its main task. On the ground there was his only plant-type ferocious beast, the Green Vine, with thousands of roots, unleashing the Green Vine Entanglement. The effect was a bit similar to Brother Cobalt's Blue and Silver Entanglement. Although the lethality was not great, others could easily break free as well, but at least it could serve to delay the action. It can be combined with the night combo of Silverback Ape and Dio Sheep Slime Words. This was equivalent to half a nanny. Whoever was seriously injured would pounce towards whoever to help heal. At the same time, after his heavenly demon transformation, its devouring and digesting function was also significantly more terrifying by a few points. Plus there was harassment support in the air from Owl and Chicken. On top of the overall battlefield, the other party outnumbered him 3 to 5 times though. But the advantage is mine. Su Chen nodded in understanding. Blanche, can't beat it. This obvious change in the battlefield. Su Chen could see that the battle-hardened White Wolf mercenary squad naturally saw it very quickly. There is controlled harassment on the ground and air support in the sky. And a fucking cavalry? There's the milkmaid. There's the main offense, with thick skin and thick flesh, each with a blood cow. How the fuck do you fight? Boo! A muffled sound rang out in the battlefield. White Wolf used his heavy sword to block the black-scale python's sweeping tail, and his figure used the force to retreat dozens of meters to get a breath of fresh air. Looking at the chaos and even the battlefield where casualties had gradually begun to appear, his eyelids twitched. Ma D. Missed the mark. Yes, he's overlooking one of the biggest problems. What they were facing now wasn't simply a matter of facing a second-order mutated ferocious beast, but an organization, an army, that had been built with the command of a summoner. Although their White Wolf squad is also considered to be 100 battles in the past to round up a lot of powerful beasts, but like this pure organization into a system, know how to cooperate with the beast's team, or the first time to encounter. It's hard not to suffer a big loss, especially that Boar King of TMD, scurrying around, meatball impact. It made it difficult to mix up their ranks and organize them into effective formations at all. And so far none of the male fucking nannies had rushed over to nurse themselves a mouthful of blood. Keep this up. Now. And he'll be fine though, but don't forget it between the same realms. The reason why the human's combat power would be inferior to that of a ferocious beast was that apart from many external factors, there was another point that had a great impact. That's stamina. In the past times before the awakening of all people, human sprinters could only sustain a super high intensity burst for 6 or 7 seconds, and after 6 or 7 seconds they would fall into a huge exertion and run out of stamina. And what about the ferocious beasts? TMD. They are not specializing in chi and blood cultivation of martial artists, humanoid Tyrannosaurus Rex, and ferocious beasts to fight a war of attrition. Then physical strength is obviously a cerebral palsy behavior. If this continues, our side is in danger. And the breaking point, The white wolf's ferocious eyes swept around the battlefield, finally fixing on Su Chen in the deepest part, at the edge of the water pool. It was well known that for professions such as summoner, the biggest weakness was the summoner himself, and what he was most afraid of was to be promoted. That was why he stood at the end of the line. After all, a strong summoned beast has nothing to do with your summoner. If we want to win this game, we have to take him down first. As long as we take down the summoner, the rest of these summoned beasts are a scattered mess that is no match for us at all. So what's next? Roar. After dodging a paw strike from the Moon Wolf King's pounce, the white wolf shouted in a certain direction in front of him. Rats! Brush! Roger that! As if his heart was in the right place. When the white wolf had shouted this, the figure of the rat actually did not know when it had already reached the deepest part of the battlefield, the edge of the water pool, and with just a flash, it instantly appeared behind Su Chuan, leaping up in the air, the dagger in his hand flashing with a sharp, cold aura. Tackled the thief. I'm going to kill this kid. The rat moving so swiftly made the Blood Wolf mercenary regiment's crowd's eyes light up, and even White Wolf was a bit surprised. I didn't realize how fast the rats reacted. True to form, our assassin, Master Mouse, gets to the point in a handful of shots. Very well. Finish him off. Toast to the death. Dare to start a war with our Blood Wolf mercenary corps. Today let him know what a dead genius is not a genius. Don't worry. I'll give him a hard time. The rat's face flushed with excitement as he laughed out loud. After he first returned to his distant companion, he then focused on Su Chen. Looking at Su Chen's exposed white skin, the rats couldn't help but reveal a sickly and cruel smile at the corner of his mouth. Jia jia jia. Accompanied by a sharp and ear-piercing strange laughter, the rat's eyes flashed with greed and cruelty. He stared tightly at Su Chen in front of him, but his mouth said in a fake manner, seeing as you're so delicate, I was afraid I'd hurt you. However, the incomparably sharp dagger he held in his hand stabbed straight towards Su Chen's neck without the slightest hesitation. For a mouse, there was nothing he liked doing more than abusing and killing those so-called geniuses who were just starting out and pretended to be extraordinary. This kind of behavior could bring him an unparalleled pleasure and satisfaction, making him feel as if he had become the master of the world. To be able to summon so many second-ranked ferocious beasts in such a short period of time, you guy is at least an A rank or above, maybe even an S rank summoner, right? If you were able to participate in the college entrance examination 3 months from now, you might really be able to make a big splash in that examination, and your reputation would spread far and wide throughout the entire continent of Kyushu. It's just a pity, you'll never have such a chance again. Thinking of this, the killing intent in the rat's heart became more and more intense. He no longer said much. The sharp blade stabbed out of his hand added a few points of harshness, as if he couldn't wait to hear the wonderful sound of that sharp blade inserted into the flesh and blood, ending the other party's life. However, just in the nick of time, the juvenile figure that had originally turned his back to him, as if it had suddenly sensed his intentions, turned back violently. In an instant, a mysterious and ethereal mask zoomed dramatically in Mouse's pupils. Immediately after, only ding, dang, two crisp sounds rang out abruptly in this chaotic valley battlefield. The dagger that flashed with cold light was firmly held in Su Chuan's hand at this time, and he was unexpectedly unable to move in the slightest. What? The original twisted and sickly smile on the rat's face violently froze in this instant. He simply couldn't believe his eyes. This person in front of him was not only able to react so quickly to his sneak attack from behind, even more amazingly, the other party was able to steadily grab his incomparably sharp sneak attack dagger with his bare hands alone. Moreover, the enormous force transmitted from the dagger made him feel an unspeakable pressure, making it impossible for him to continue advancing, and even trying to stab down became extremely difficult. One must know that although his mouse majored in the assassin-type profession, and his strength wasn't considered strong in the second rank, it was still a genuine second-rank powerhouse, a full 11 or 12 tons of force, but the power he felt from the other party right now was actually akin to his own. Such reflexes, this physicality, this strength. You fucking told me this was a summoner. Even if it's a professional who specializes in physical fitness, they'd have to be A-ranked, or even S-ranked, to be able to reach this level in such a short period of time. At this moment, the rat's heart simply turned over in shock, but what scared him the most had to be this most crucial point. Unarmed. TMD key unarmed. At such a close distance, he could certainly see clearly that the other party's hands were not covered with any nanotechnology at all, completely catching his sharp blade with his empty hand. This kind of behavior, not to mention he is a summoner, even if he is really a professional who specializes in physical training, under the power difference, he can't catch Lousy's white blade with his empty hand. The rat's expression was grim and ugly. The dazzling sparks were reflected in his eyes, but it was as if he suddenly thought of something, and his pupils suddenly shrunk as he looked at the ghostly mask on the face of the teenager in front of him. Wait, nanotechnology? Empty-handed? Such a series of keywords seemed to link up his memory, and he especially remembered that when he was idly brushing the live broadcast yesterday, he also saw a scene of déjà vu in the live broadcast of the first middle school's mock exam. So much physicality. The surface of the skin is white and delicate, like gold and jade, enough to protect against cuts from swords and sparks. Obviously control has such a strong summoned beast, but do not dare to show people with the true face. Wear a layer of mask, hide identity secrets, so that you are rumored to be that 1 in 100 years rarely encountered martial arts wizard Su. The more the rat reasoned, the wider his eyes opened that he couldn't imagine. If according to what he thought, the other party should just be a martial artist, how could he have mastered the method of controlling ferocious beasts that clearly belonged to the category of professionals, as well as this weird dress-up clothes? Not the ability of professional simple martial artists simply didn't have such a strange power, but even if the mind is full of questions, but the facts are in front of us. So much physicality. Skin as fine as gold and jade, feet to protect against cuts from swords and knives, obviously in control of such a strong summoned beast. Yet he dares not show his true colors and wears a mask to hide his identity. So to speak, you're Su. Mouse's eyes widened in disbelief and his mouth opened in disbelief. Boom. However, without waiting for his words to come out, seek death. Su Chen's eyes suddenly became incomparably sharp, and his icy gaze was like 2 streaks of lightning, shooting straight at the mouse. At the same time, the heaven-swallowing demon chi on his body violently erupted out like a surging torrent, instantly drowning everything around him. The rat only felt an irresistible and immense force acting on the dagger in his hand, and he was unable to react in time. Just like Zhang Feng before him, he was viciously thrown onto the shallow pool floor. Boom! Water splashed everywhere, as if it was a splendid fountain show. However, this time it was no longer a mock exam in the ring, but a truly brutal field fight. What's more, the rat had already guessed his identity, and Su Chen would never let go of this opportunity. Without hesitation, he stepped out immediately afterward and heavily stomped on the rat's chest. Boom! This kick was like a Tarzan crushing an egg. The ground cracked in response, and spiderweb-like cracks quickly spread out. The corners of Su Chen's clothes danced with the wind, and pitch-black demonic chi escaped from his body in a steady stream, like a huge lotus flower in full bloom, enveloping him and the mouse. Pooh wow! The rat couldn't withstand such a violent attack and spurted out a large mouthful of blood. He looked up at the mysterious figure with shock and anger in his heart, but at the same time, there was also a secret surge of unrivaled joy. Su Chen's identity was clear to him in the live broadcast. Absolute pure-blooded martial artist, not even awakened to his profession, but he is able to master the method of having control over so many powerful ferocious beasts. If I, the rat, can also obtain this method, wouldn't that be? A look of determination flashed in Mouse's eyes at the thought, and he tightened his grip on the short blade in his hand that he had barely been able to hold due to his impact injury and was about to detach from his hand in an instant. Mouse unleashed his professional skill, shadow-killing poison tooth, with his low voice. A green light enveloped the dagger, as if it had been quenched with poison, emitting a palpitatingly cold aura. Immediately afterward, the dagger was like a nimble viper, scurrying out of the hole at an astonishing speed, transforming into a residual shadow, and stabbing fiercely towards Su Chen's leg that was stepping on his chest. Ho ho ho! The rat let out a low, cold laugh. So what if you are gifted and harbor strange encounters? It's the gap in battle experience and must-kill mentality that determines the difference between life and death. In the past, Mouse had also encountered many professionals who were more talented and stronger than him. However, all of these people ended up losing their lives. The reason was simple. For those newbies who had just stepped out of school, they had received a greenhouse-style education and had never really experienced the brutal reality of killing. As a result, they simply would not harbor any killing intent towards rats that were also human beings. Have a heart and count on it. The rat was secretly pleased in his heart. You say, in this situation, if you don't die, who else can die? Jia jia. Of course, if you put the secret that you can control the ferocious beasts. The rat's expression was grimly angry, yet he couldn't stop grinning, and when he was about to say something, his eyes suddenly shook. This was because he suddenly saw that Su Chen had a pitch-black spear in his hand at an unknown time, and was stabbing straight towards his heart. The spear was so deep that it was like a dark prison. Its entire body was pitch black, and the tip of the spear was flashing with an eerie light like that of the god of death, causing alarm bells to ring in the rat's heart. Su Chen actually tried to kill him, and still so decisive and determined. From wrestling him backward to the ground, to landing his foot and stomping on him, and then to this fatal blow, there was hardly any gap in between, and it was accomplished in almost an instant. Such a stern and decisive killing intent was not at all like that possessed by a hothouse teenager who had just stepped out of school. I can't believe there wasn't even a little hesitation. This kind of genocidal little bastard who can be so ruthless even to his own kind should really die. The rat's eyes widened, the corners of his eyes almost cracking, his heart filled with extreme indignation. But it was too late to think about all this at this moment. and he could only shout out in horror. Sichuan, I know you have golden jade skin and are not afraid of ordinary blades, but this move of mine, Shadow Killing Tooth of Venom, takes the venom from the mouth of the 5th-ranked ferocious beast, the Shadow Viper, and creates it, instantly dissolving the surface skin of the human body, and injecting the venom into the body. Once poisoned you will surely die. Only I can cure it. The mouse's words caused the devouring origin spear that was violently stabbing in Su Chen's hand to stop for an instant, which caused the mouse to breathe a sigh of relief in his heart. But it was only after this instant that the darkness spear in Su Chen's hand stabbed straight down at an even more rapid speed. His eyes were glazed over without a hint of hesitation. If this rat hadn't seen through himself, he might have been able to keep him alive. But now you shall die. Otherwise there will be no end of trouble. Blanche, seeing the absolute killing intent in Sichuan's heart, the rat that was stepped on couldn't tense up anymore. His face was furious. His blood-filled teeth snapped, and the dagger that was stabbing towards Sichuan's leg was swung full of power. Since you want to die, then we'll die together. It's not like I'm losing out anyway. Put. No surprise there, the devouring origin spear in Sichuan's hand penetrated the rat's heart as soon as he did so, while the dagger in the rat's hand, under his surprised gaze, stabbed into Sichuan's leg with almost no obstruction or collision sound. The tip of the blade penetrating 2 to 3 centimeters deep of the rat's eyes burst with joy, and he cursed out angrily, "Serves you right. Damn, is it bad to be alive? Must seek death." But the touch that came immediately afterward caused his mouth to close instantly and his eyes to widen incredulously. No! The hand doesn't feel right. He looked at the dagger that he had stabbed in Su Chen's leg. It felt as if he had stabbed it in a swampy quagmire, obviously 2 or 3 centimeters deeper into the depression, but there was absolutely no solidity to it, and there was no blood bursting out at all. It was as if it wasn't Su Chen's body that he was stabbing into with one hand. Wow! Looking at Su Chen's dark and deep robes that resembled flowing water, the mouse seemed to have guessed something. I'm sorry, but you'll have to be asked to go on alone first. Su Chen lowered his eyes, and the spear in his hand turned violently pissed. Before the words were finished, a large mouthful of blood spilled out of the rat's mouth, and the dagger in his hand drooped down powerlessly, and his thieving eyes watched as the dagger that he had inserted into the clothes of Sichuan's leg for 2 or 3 centimeters was spat out again by the weird clothes, and the dagger fell into the water with a tinkling sound. The mouse is dead. Rats. Master Rat. Su Dust, and the battle between the rat life and death seems to be a long time. In fact, but just a short moment. The black magic gas interference, from the outsider's point of view, can only see. The rat wants to backstabbing sneak attack Su Dust, but was Su Dust backhanded grabbed the hand of a hand fell to the ground after a spear directly stabbed to death. Such instantaneous changes in seconds. It shocked everyone on the scene. Mouse on the strength of their team may not be the strongest, but a hand sneak attack trick, unrivaled in the world. Even their big brother, if the white wolf is not prepared for the situation, may be hit. But now his proud backstab was recognized by a rookie who had just awakened not more than a few days ago. Even so, he was even instantly countered. You have to realize that the other party is just a summoner who relies on summoned beasts to be powerful, but yet it was able to kill a rat whose strength had reached the 2nd rank. Doesn't that mean that even though the other party is a summoner, their main body strength has reached at least the 2nd, 24 heavenly stars? Suddenly the wild dog at the back of the chaotic battlefield yelped in panic. Wolf is bad. I just used a combat power measuring instrument and detected his combat power, and the resultant combat power evaluation shows that he's a star celestial pride, 1,000 times the amount of combat power genius, and will most likely be the only 24 sealed celestial stars we'll have next in the 9 regions. Crap! This yell from Wild Dog leaving everyone in the Blood Wolf Mercenary Corps without even time to grieve and mourn over the death of the rat. The rush was a shock. 24 celestial stars? No wonder. Just a few days after awakening. His strength is so outrageous. Naya. White Wolf's face turned green when he heard those words. The only 24 people in the 9 states could be encountered by them. And there was a great battle with them? If he had known, he shouldn't have believed the Wild Dog's assurances that he had scoped it out a long time ago and that the other party was easy to bully. That's what you fucking call being a bully. There are just 24 pieces of iron in Kyushu, and we've kicked the bucket and killed the rats. Blanche. White Wolf, now this feeling is like eating a secret small hamburger. Spit is not spit is not. A pair of eyes staring at the Wild Dog, some embarrassed snappy smile. Did not say anything. The White Wolf didn't bother with him at this time. Instead, I started thinking about the battlefield and the way back. First of all, the other party is a star-level heavenly pride. In addition to these difficult summons, they themselves also have the strength of the 2nd rank. Unless I personally make a move, I'm afraid it's hard to take down these people with the Wild Dogs under me in a short time. But he was also by the Moon Wolf King, Black Spirit King, Kung Fu Rabbit, 3 summoned beasts. Dead stare. There is no chance to get close. Can only slowly stalemate to wear down, and this state of wear down is very unfavorable to them. Physical endurance is not as long-lasting as this group of ferocious beasts, not to mention that they have also appeared casualties, 40 or 50 brothers. Counting the rats, to say the least, there have been more than 10 lying on the ground. The most critical is TMD team, only a few nanny do not know what is going on. Hiccups early, the casualties will only get worse if the team is not replenished to fight any longer. Even he himself is still suffering from internal injuries, and if he drags on like this, he might even be in danger himself. Not to mention the fact that the other side also has 2 flying ferocious beasts, chicken and owl, which means that no matter what the situation is, the other side can withdraw at any time if they want to, and there simply wasn't a single benefit to them fighting any longer. No matter which way they thought about it. Says, to summarize the considerations, although there was more than a little resentment in his heart, White Wolf gritted his teeth, raised his hand, and shouted, "Stop!" White Wolf's voice echoed through the valley as he summoned all his strength to call a halt. The chaotic battlefield suddenly became very quiet, seeing that these ferocious beasts had similarly stopped their attacks. The White Wolf sighed in relief. Then he looked towards Su Chen, took a deep breath, and spoke through clenched teeth. "I didn't expect your excellency to be a star-grade heavenly pride. This time we were wrong. We, the Blood Wolf Mercenary Corps, admit defeat. I hope that today's matter will stop here, or else if the fight continues, it will not be beneficial to either you or me." White Wolf's sudden plea for peace was somewhat unexpected by Su Chen, but it was actually just what he meant. The most terrifying place of the heavenly abyss 10,000 devils is the devouring ability. It can be devoured to become stronger, and it can also be devoured to recover from injuries. The more it fights, the stronger it gets. The more it fights, the more it gets mad. And the one it is not afraid of the most is this type of group battle consumption type, but therein lies the point where the hands are tied to eye and the past words. Both he and the group of magical beasts under him devoured wild beasts, ferocious beasts, but now there are people all across the street. Devouring can indeed be swallowed, just like the rat at his feet. A second-ranked professional swallowing it might still be a great tonic, even if he doesn't devour and replenish it himself. Simply putting it into the middle of the demonic abyss, he might still be able to quench a powerful humanoid demonic beast. Just, although he cultivated a devil's technique, he hadn't reached such a heartless point. Inevitably, there are still some psychological barriers. So not only he didn't swallow the group of Blood Wolf Mercenary Corps members lying on the ground, he also didn't let the Wild Boar King these magical beasts swallowed, and without these devouring supplements, at this moment, the Wild Boar King and Kung Fu Rabbit, these magical beasts and the ordinary second-order ferocious beasts don't have a big difference. The current battle situation looked as if he had the advantage, but these people from the Blood Wolf Mercenary Corps were not to be underestimated, and if the fight really continued, there might be some damage on his side as well. So after White Wolf offered to settle, Su Chen naturally agreed in a smooth manner. The black-scaled python, Wild Boar King, Moon Wolf King, Kung Fu Rabbit, Chicken, Owl, and a bunch of other magical beasts came back to their cages as much as they could, and coiled around Su Chen. The valley floor, a mess. Make way, make way. Looking at the only entrance and exit of the valley behind White Wolf, Su Chen beckoned to the people of the Blood Wolf Mercenary Corps, and as White Wolf and the others watched with twitching eyelids, they only saw a slow black king turtle crawling over from the entrance of the valley. It turns out that he still has a king turtle that didn't participate in the battle. Seeing that the Wangba turtle also belonged to the black red-eyed mutant type, without thinking about it, White Wolf and the others could guess that this Wangba turtle also belonged to the summoned beast of the person on the opposite side. The king's turtle returns to its place. By now 11 magical beasts were all coiled around Su Chen. The pitch-black demonic chi tumbled under Su Chuan's feet, as if it was an entrance to an abyss, taking in all of the Boar King, Wangba turtle and other demonic beasts. Only Chicken was left perched in mid-air. Su Chen reached out and grabbed Chicken's chicken feet, just as he was about to take off. "Wait!" White Wolf couldn't help but yell out. "May I ask your honor's name before you leave? We've accounted for so many brothers here today, so we can give headquarters a statement when we get back." Su Chuan's movements lurched, and then he turned his head. His heaven-swallowing demon clothes swing in the wind, and the deep mask emanating and oozing luster as if it were a black hole, and he slowly opened his mouth. "You may call me Magic Buzz." Chicken lifted his wings and carried Su Duan on his wings. "Magic?" White Wolf and the others were stunned. Heavenly Demon Star, Zhang San, Li Si, Wang Meng, Wang Hao and the others were also filled with shock, only feeling that they had opened their eyes. An ancient wooded and leafy mountain forest of green vines fill the sky and green grass abounds. Su Chen removed his mask and clothes, dressed in a white campus regular uniform. He sat under a large tree 5 people thick and pulled out the Chi Blood Lotus. The Chi and Blood Lotus flower has 18 petals. Each petal is like a ruby, as eye-catching, crystal clear petals, as if carved from jade, emitting a light fragrance. Let a person's mind and heart. The whole petal, blooming like a lotus, graceful, like a lotus fairy, just gently close to the smell. You can feel the body of chi and blood, accelerated surging feeling of heat. Every cell on the body are conveying a desire, a sense of hunger. wanting to devour all the impulse, a kind of desire, a kind of hunger, want to devour the impulse. It's truly worthy of being a third-ranked heavy treasure. It's hard to say how much the chi and blood values will increase this time, but reaching the realm of refining flesh to a small degree and having a body as heavy as 1,000 pounds should be about right. When I reach the realm where my body is like the weight of 1,000 pounds, I should be able to learn one of the attacking techniques contained within the divine elephant steps of the exalted king. I wonder what it will be. After a little assessment by Su Duan, then without hesitation, he took down a petal of the blood-removing lotus flower and swallowed it into his mouth. The fragrant and light floral aroma filled the mouth, and as he chewed, the liquid between the petals gradually overflowed, sweet and nourishing like agar jelly dancing in his mouth, and the momentum of chi and blood surging became more and more obvious. As Su Chuan swallowed the entire petal into his stomach, instantly endless chi and blood erupted within his body, as if it was as bright and brilliant as fireworks. This powerful force stirred everywhere within his body, surging like a tidal wave, impacting every cell and every meridian within his body. And right in the midst of the intensity, there was an extremely mild and icy cold sensation interspersed with it. It made one feel both painful and pleasurable, as if one was in the middle of an endless vortex, with the blood veins erupting and every cell becoming full and expanding under the impact of this endless chi and blood. And it felt as if the entire body had become much larger. Since then, Su Chen did not delay any longer and hurriedly jumped up from the ground, running the heaven-swallowing devil technique to collect and devour the medicinal effects that had escaped without any waste while practicing the Zunwang Divine Elephant Steps. The Zunwang Divine Elephant Steps totaled 9 postures and 9 paces. In Su Chuan's current condition he could only take 3 steps forward, but even just repeating the first 3 paces was enough for him to feel the rapid depletion of his body's chi and blood. As if in the process of his cultivation of the Zunwang Divine Elephant Steps, every cell in his body was crazily devouring its chi and blood for metamorphosis in general. His strength was changing and solidifying. His whole body was like a fire burning. Sweat fell like rain, soaking Su Chen's clothes. The impurities and sweat in the body were continuously discharged from the pores of the body surface, as if there was a fire refining burning in the body, and a faint vapor began to emanate above every pore, as if a strange energy was converging on the body surface. But a quarter of an hour later, he then already felt that the surging chi and blood brought by that chi and blood lotus in his body was almost actually consumed by himself, making it difficult to maintain this kind of high-intensity training. However, Su Chen's eyes were shining. It worked out well. Although I haven't specifically tried it yet, I feel that my current power is definitely a lot stronger than just now, and when I reach the point of small success in refining meat, a qualitative change should occur. The reason why go on. Without the slightest hesitation, Su Chen took out another lotus petal and swallowed it. The cultivation of the exalted king's divine elephant steps was still in progress. 1 petal, 2 petals, 3 petals. The latter Su Dust even felt that it wasn't enough to get the job done, swallowing the entire chi and blood lotus flower in one mouthful. In an instant the body was like a burst of active volcano erupted open. Endless chi and blood power erupted open. 60 trillion cellular mustard seeds. In the chi and blood replenishment and Zunwang Divine Elephant Department of the hammering and simmering, is rapidly undergoing a metamorphosis, becoming more and more thick, powerful, full of power. 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours, almost 3 hours later. Phew! The sun sets over the western mountains, the sheen of dusk spilled over the earth. Su Chen also didn't know when he had stopped cultivating. He sat on the grass with his back against a large tree and exhaled a long breath. Under the illumination of the setting sun, the whole body skin becomes more crystal clear, exudes a kind of pure luster, although just sitting there, but give a person's feeling is like going to the beasts to prostrate, full of a thick and dangerous sense of the man set among men. As if the creature in front of this back on the tree is not a person, but a terrifying humanoid beast, like just by a breath of heavy rhythm seemed to be able to set off a storm in the sky and the earth. No doubt about it, after experiencing an afternoon of cultivation and then consuming the entire chi and blood lotus flower, at this moment, Su Chen was definitely stronger than when he first came out. Several steps above the single body. If one had to make an assessment of his current strength, Su Chen felt that even if he didn't rely on the power of the heaven-swallowing demon technique now, he should have no problem beating a white wolf with just his own original power. Combat strength should be around 500, 4 or 5 times stronger than when I came out in the morning. Such a change can be welcomed. However, there was no joy on Su Chen's face. Instead, there was more than a hint of depression, because Su Chen raised his hand and looked at his palm. He could obviously feel the change in the weight in his body. It felt thicker and more stable than at the very beginning. It feels like a small mountain sitting on a plate here, but this heaviness and composure was just a little bit short of the membrane that would descend on this real world and give him tangible access to this power. But the result is just a little bit worse. Failed to poke through the last layer of membrane of refining meat into a small, so that although he can now feel the changes in his own body weight cellular metamorphosis, but there is a feeling of false weight. The weight of 1,000 pounds is not projected in reality. If anyone now has a weighing instrument, weighing his current weight will at most find that it is slightly heavier than when he came in the morning, but it will never be too much heavier. 15 tons of 1,000 pounds, so exaggerated. Simply put, it's kana. If one wanted to break through this last layer of membrane, one would need to continue practicing the Zunwang divine elephant steps, and it was necessary to do so inside and out with a large amount of qi and blood filling up the body, and violently break through under the impact of a strong force, and therein lies the key point for the current him. Even if he immediately went to catch a ferocious beast to devour it, I'm afraid that it would be completely unable to satisfy the huge amount of qi and blood needed for his breakthrough. Unless he went to catch a second-order high-level ferocious beast, it might be possible to help him pierce through this layer of membrane in one gulp. But a ferocious beast of the second rank advanced. First of all, Sichuan feels that although he has become very strong, but also a little bit stronger than the white wolf, still belongs to the second stage within the intermediate level, and high-level ferocious beasts confrontation. Even if the use of the heaven-swallowing devil technique, who wins and who loses is not really easy to say. After all, among the 10,000 devils of the heavenly abyss, whether it was the wild boar king or the moon wolf king, the kung fu rabbit, their current strength, in the face of high-level ferocious beasts, was unable to provide him with too much help, and could only deliver food. So if he really wanted to hunt high-level ferocious beasts, then he would have to personally go one-on-one. But if it's a solo fight. Su Chen assessed his current means. Regarding the Imperial Deva art attached to the Zunwang divine elephant step, it should be able to obtain one when I step out of the fourth step. And right now then, I can only walk to the third step, and the fourth step is barely. I'm afraid that I need to practice the meat to become a small success before I can fully step out. That means so far, aside from dragon scales and dragon teeth, I only know one set of the nation's 8th set of fighting gymnastics for elementary and middle school students. The improved 8th set of national primary and secondary school students' fighting gymnastics can be used to deal with people, and the effect can still be justified. But when you use it to deal with high-level ferocious beasts that are often 8, 9, or more than 10 meters in size, Sichuan feels that it is a little bit up in the air. Can't always start zooming. After seeing a second-ranked ferocious beast, you'll directly throw the devouring origin spear, right? Though it does look cool to say that the starter zooms in. However, just as Wang Mang analyzed the devouring origin spear, he really couldn't cast it too many times. Grounded in this moment, at his current state of full victory, he would also be able to throw it at most 3 times, and if he couldn't finish off his opponent after 3 times, he might be at risk of being finished off himself, coupled with the fact that one's strength had just changed so drastically, but one had not yet practiced and familiarized themselves with it, and had not perfectly grasped the strength of their current body. To go directly to fight a high-level second-ranked ferocious beast was not a sensible choice no matter how one thought about it. That's why Su Chen had already released a few magical beasts just now and asked them to help him go searching for heavenly treasures in the neighborhood. It doesn't need to be a heavy treasure of the 3rd rank like the blood lotus flower. It only needs to come with a high-level spirit medicine of the 2nd rank, and after swallowing it, it'll be enough to allow me to break through to the point of flesh refining minority completion very quickly. If we don't find it, then, looking at the sky, Su Chen felt that he would just have to have a hard time waiting for tomorrow. Kiri. At that moment the kung fu rabbit hopped over from the distance, holding a light blue fruit in its arms. It instantly attracted Su Chen's attention. Ha! It is? Ice-quenching refining fruit? Su Dust will kung fu rabbit handed to the fruit in the hands of a careful observation will be. The fruit is ordinary, exudes a faint cold. The energy contained in it does not seem to be much, barely reached the level of the 1st stage. But after recognizing the name of this fruit, Su Dust eyes suddenly flashed a touch of joy. Ice-quenching and refining fruit. It is divided into ice-quenching fruit and fire-refining fruit, the 2 fruits. Whether it was the ice-quenching fruit or the fire-refining fruit swallowed alone, the effect wasn't very great. It was just an ordinary first-order beginner's heavenly treasure. But if the 2 could be taken together, then the ice-quenching and fire-refining fruit would produce a violent chemical reaction, ice and fire, thus colliding with a great amount of energy that was comparable to second-order top-grade spirit items. Of course, the prerequisite is that the ice-quenching fruit and fire-refining fruit of these 2 fruits must be exactly the same years of growth, the same year, the same month, the same day. Difference of 1 day may cause the 2 fruits contain energy imbalance. Unable to form an effective ice-quenching fire practice, this condition is naturally extremely harsh. But, by the book, ice-quenching and fire-refining fruits, yin and yang, are born together. Where there are ice-quenching fruits there must be fire-refining fruits. The distance won't be more than 10,000 meters. It's a distant and natural companion. So says, where did you find this ice-quenching fruit? Sichuan hurriedly inquired whether or not he could break through to the flesh-refining minor achievement to reach the realm where his body was as heavy as 1,000 pounds today, as well as whether or not he could obtain some other means of attack from the exalted king's divine elephant steps. depended on whether or not he could find another corresponding fiery refinement fruit, Kirikou. Kung Fu Bunny pointed a finger in the right direction. Su Chen immediately stood up and followed the Kung Fu Rabbit towards the place where the ice-quenching fruit was found. I hope no one else has found out yet. His grandmother, it's been a bad day, to the young master to prepare the birthday gift, was snatched away by others even if, but also died so many brothers. Looking for a day easily found a fire-refining fruit. Thought that will be just fine. Put together an ice-quenching refining fruit to send up to the young master as a birthday gift is not a no-no. But TMD, which beast took the ice-quenching fruit? The moment I am the blue ice forest. Under a blue ice tree there were more than 10 to 20 members of the Blood Wolf mercenary corps standing scattered. And the one in the lead was none other than the White Wolf, only at this moment. Their numbers and condition were even worse and uglier than at noon. Each of them carrying more or less injuries and exhaustion visible to the naked eye. This was because earlier when they were fetching the fire refining fruit, they fought with the guardian beast that stayed next to the fire refining fruit, losing quite a number of their brothers and tiring themselves out. Their injuries were compounded by their wounds. And it would be good if they could now have a 50% of their peak strength. I thought that paying such a large price to be able to put together the medicinal effect comparable to the second-order top ice-quenching refining fruit is also considered worth it. But who would have thought that a bunch of them would come over here full of hope, only to find out the ice-quenching fruit that corresponds to this fire-refining fruit has already been taken by someone else at some point. There's no fucking use for this. The fire-refining fruit is only a first-order primary in terms of medicinal effect alone, only a little stronger than the chi and blood pill. I feel shabby even eating it myself. How can I give it to young Master Hung Yu as a birthday gift? The more the White Wolf spoke, the angrier he became. Of the fire-refining fruit in his hand was all but lifted high in the air, and he was so angry that he wanted to smash the fire-refining fruit on the spot. Wolf, wait. Luckily this time Wild Dog stopped White Wolf in time. What's wrong? The White Wolf said without a word of humor. I think I smell ice-quenching fruit. Wild Dog sniffs. What? Wild Dog, are you sure? White Wolf's face was delighted as he hurriedly inquired excitedly. Are you sure you smell the ice-quenching fruit? Wait, let me smell it carefully. The Wild Dog also knew the importance of the matter at this time, and did not exaggerate, but first then closed his eyes, pouted his butt on the ground, under the blue ice tree to the ice-quenching fruit of the growth of the ground, carefully sniffed, then he lifted his head back up and sniffed the air carefully before snapping his eyes open. Wolf, there's no mistake. I do smell the ice-quenching fruit. Everyone follow me. After the Wild Dog said excitedly, it immediately pouted its butt on the ground, sniffing and crawling at the same time. Just like a very high-quality hound dog seems to really be able to find the location of the ice fruit. Brothers, keep up. 1,000 miles to find the treasure. White Wolf greeted with interest. Who? The remaining 10 or 20 people in the mercenary group also raised their fists in excited agreement, and some even let out chants of reverence. You can still find babies like this. It's true that following Brother Wolf is the only way to get meat. This is Blue Ice Forest? At this moment, under the leadership of Kung Fu Rabbit, Su Chen, who was holding the ice-quenching fruit in his hand and wearing a white school uniform, arrived outside the Blue Ice Forest. He looked at the icy blue jungle in front of him with some surprise. The jungle and ordinary grass trees are very different. This tree is called Blue Ice Tree. The overall height is shorter. The original devil is only about 3 or 5 meters. But these trees, although they grow short, but it is like an ice sculpture. The trunk of the tree is a light blue color, crystal clear, exudes a faint cold. Step into it, as if walking into the ice and snow like a cool world. It makes the mind clear for a moment. No wonder the ice-quenching fruit grows here. This cool environment with a hint of coolness is perfect for ice fruits. You said you found the ice-quenching fruit under the biggest blue ice tree in the very center, right? Su Chen followed the direction of the Kung Fu Rabbit's finger to look at the highest in the Blue Ice Forest, about 10 meters of that blue ice tree, and nodded, and then commanded, where there is an ice-quenching fruit, where the yin and yang are 10,000 meters opposite each other, there should be a fire-refining fruit location. You guys go to the opposite side to explore first. I'll go to the place where the ice-quenching fruit grows ahead and obtain the detailed coordinates. After branching out the Kung Fu Rabbit and other heavenly abyss demonic beasts to look for the place where the fire-refining fruit grows, click. A light blue tree branch on the ground that looked like ice was crushed, and Su Chen took the ice-quenching fruit and walked into the middle of the Blue Ice Forest alone. Sniff sniff. Close. The brothers are getting closer. I can already smell the ice-quenching fruit. Deep in the Blue Ice Forest, Wild Dog was leading White Wolf and the others all the way back. He was on all 4 feet on the ground, his eyes slightly closed, sniffing in midair now and then, sniffing the grass and twigs on the ground all the way forward. A few excited grunts escaped his lips every now and then, until a certain point, Wild Dog got excited. Close. It's getting closer. It's getting closer. I feel like I'll be able to find the ice-quenching fruit soon. The Wild Dog exclaimed with a reddened face and trembling all over his body in extreme excitement, but unexpectedly. Wolf, why aren't you guys excited? Not answering me. Wild Dog opened his eyes in confusion. How come he's been playing a one-man show all by himself since just now? Doesn't know how to cooperate at all. He turned his head to look, but he saw a white wolf and a group of other brothers standing behind him, not in the intention of following closely, but only pointing towards his front and opening their mouths to explain. Because, we've seen it. See? A flicker of doubt crossed Wild Dog's face before he turned his head. That's when it suddenly dawned on me. At some point before himself stood a bountiful and handsome white-clothed teenager, and he was lying at the feet of this teenager like a dog. The Wild Dog raised its head, and Su-chen lowered his eyes. The two men looked at each other in all directions. The atmosphere was slightly frozen. Hello? Su-chen raised his hand and greeted first. Blanche. After the Wild Dog cursed in an extremely unqualified manner, he hurriedly stood up from the ground and took a few steps back. TMD, walking without eyes. Do you know what a good dog doesn't block the road? His face was angrily annoyed. Extremely angry. His own hallowed second-ranked powerhouse, with a combat strength of up to 3,000. The dog brother in the Blood Wolf Mercenary Corps. Master Dog. I can't believe I almost got into someone's pants. Luckily I braked in time, or my dog master's reputation would have been ruined. What a jerk. Ha! Suddenly the Wild Dog's nose moved. He followed the source of the scent, turned his head, and with a glance, he saw the ice blue fruit in Su-chen's hand. Scratch that. Isn't this the ice-quenching fruit? Wolf. Ha ha ha. The white wolf with the fire-refining fruit in his hand threw back his head and laughed out. What a way to get to the top. After a bad day of bad luck, our Blood Wolf Mercenary Corps is finally going to turn the corner, and the treasure is actually coming to our door of its own accord? Heaven help me. It wasn't just White Wolf who was laughing. Wild Dog and a group of other Blood Wolf Mercenary Corps members also laughed out loud with joy. There's a way to heaven if you don't go, and there's no door to hell if you break in. Kid, don't blame our Blood Wolf Mercenary Corps for making things difficult for you. Leave the stuff behind. You can roll. White Wolf waved his hand. His expression was fierce. He spoke in a domineering manner, and he was spirited, as if he wanted to vent all the anger he had suffered today. And he was full of arrogance and smoothness when he spoke these words. It left Su-chen a little speechless. How come it's them again, wool gathering on a team? Ha! And, the eyes swept over the dozen or so members of the White Wolves, not only the number of people than at noon, and he separated to some less. The rest of the group, whether it is the White Wolf or the Wild Dog, a glance can be seen are a group of remnants of the army. The body armor is dirty. Some people on the head. The arm is still tied with a bandage. There is no nanny to them to treat and add blood. A dusty, full of vicissitudes of life, highlighting a fatigue in poor condition. On the strength of the team, I'm afraid that compared to the noon, but also to reduce again, I'm afraid that the strength of the team will be lowered by 3 or 5 grades compared to noon. Su-chen couldn't even bear to bully them, but not without bullying. After all, he is away from refining meat into a small body. Like 1,000 pounds of weight is only one step away from the line. Stuck here not on and off is very difficult, coupled with the fact that he has already fought once. Knowing the white wolves of this group of people urinary, he is also very clear that he can let them go. They can let go of their own, so to speak. Under the huffing gaze of White Wolf, Wild Dog and the others, Su-chen backhanded the ice-quenching fruit into the spatial necklace. I'm sorry, you may have misunderstood something. Treading through iron shoes and finding no place, getting it without any effort. This line should belong to me. Hand over the fire-refining fruit. I can let you guys get one less beating today. What? The boy is reckless. How many days have you been awakened? Hair not even grown. Still dare to provoke our Blood Wolf Mercenary Corps. Don't know how to die. You think you're the 24 heavenly stars at noon. Su-chen's words caused the Blood Wolf Legion's crowd to instantly explode. TMD, they were first bullied by a group of summoned beasts in turn today, and then it kicked the can down the road for 24 days of star ratings, looking for the fire-refining fruit. But also on the opposite side of the Guardian Beast battle did not take the other side to sell money, not to mention, but also a heavy loss, scared them, holding the fire-refining fruit and ran. Almost all the army left there, and now it's not easy to meet a brat who looks like he's just out of school and is very easy to bully. And the other party doesn't give them the slightest bit of face for the Blood Wolf Mercenary Corps, and in turn, to rob them. What a TND, it's a tiger falling down and being bullied by a dog. We've gotten weaker, but it's not like any cat or dog can come up and step on us. Boy, who are you? Who are the parents? Where's the school? A cacophony of voices erupted from the Blood Wolf Mercenary Corps crowd. Wait, I think I know him. At the time when everyone was excited, after looking at Su-chen for a few moments, the Wild Dog suddenly blinked his eyes and exclaimed with some surprise on his face, "Isn't he the who? Yesterday the beautiful reporter from Baiyun TV station had reported it. It seems to be called something like the biggest man in Baiyun City." No, brother Dog, you say so. I also remembered. Seems not what the biggest man in Baiyun City, but called the biggest man in the whole world in the country of Kyushu. I heard that all of them scared an A-level professional out of the huge object phobia, now still in the hospital to live. If it is serious, I heard that it seems that even the college entrance exams can't be participated in. The people over there said that they want him to pay $100 million just to make him the grand prize of being number one in the mock exams has been withheld. Ha! What with the biggest man and the phobia of huge things? Shouldn't it be a rare martial arts prodigy that comes along once in a century? How come we're not watching the same news? Big net red. Crouch. Inside the team a crow. Say what all have. Listen to the white wolf forehead veins jumping straight. Shut up. All of you. Ice blue leaves fall to the ground. The white wolf interrupted the crowd with a roar. The sound of the scene suddenly quieted. Bayou number 1 middle school. Number 1 in mock exams. A rare martial arts wizard in 100 years. Pai Ruyu owner. The biggest man in the country. Su Shen. Right. The white wolf's voice was low, and his bloodshot eyes stared at Su Chen with a fierce expression. I don't care what you are. Once in 100 years. Or once in 1,000 years. The ice-tempering fruit must be handed over to me today. Otherwise, Brother Wolf, I don't mind teaching you a lesson today, letting you know what it is to say that a dead genius is not a genius. The Martial Arts League can't save you from this field. Su Dust. For some reason, Su Chen always felt that this sentence was a bit familiar, as if he had already heard this sentence at noon and now to him. Or after he had already devoured and digested the blood lotus flower, after digesting the blood lotus flower. Although he hadn't crossed over to the true point of flesh refining minor achievement yet, he could still call it a half-step minor achievement. His current normal combat power is at least 5,500 or more. Even if he doesn't use the heaven-swallowing demon technique and doesn't summon the heavenly abyss 10,000 demons, a punchdown casually has a power of 50 or 60 tons, comparable to a second-order intermediate martial artist. A humanoid self-propelled cannon in terms of single combat power. It was at least 3 to 5 times stronger than at noon. And with his Pai Ruyu's ability, it wasn't impossible to deal with the Blood Wolf Mercenary Corps in its heyday. In full condition, and with a full complement of personnel, not to mention now, what remnants. If he didn't have the certainty of abusing them on a regular basis, Sudust would have summoned Kung Fu Rabbit and the others back a long time ago. So there's nothing more to say to in response to White Wolf's group's thoughts. Su Chen beckoned. Come on, don't waste your time, take it from me if you can. Blanche, arrogant attitude, so that the White Wolf and others really cannot endure. At noon they accidentally kicked the Iron Plate 24-day star-level professional Heavenly Pride also recognized. But who are you? Not even a profession has been awakened. At most the strength of a first-order advanced martial artist, facing a group of us second-order professionals to say this kind of words. Really think that they are some kind of 100-year rare martial arts practicing wizards can float. Brothers, teach him a lesson. He, White Wolf, would not allow a man bigger than him to appear in this world. And after a furious cry, White Wolf drew the greatsword behind his back and took the lead, leading the team to charge towards Su Chen with a furious momentum. Old me is not only going to rob you clean today, I'm also going to strip you of your clothes and make you go back to the city in just your underwear to disgrace yourself. Boo! The scene shifts. Name? Occupation? Blood value? Battle strength, 5,500. The trees crumble and the land is sunken to in the messy blue ice forest. The White Wolf Wild Dog and the others had already puckered their asses and were fucked over by Su Chen, while Su Chen stood in the center of the chaotic battlefield. The universal model combat tester that grips the dingo off the dingo's head. A bemused smile appeared at the corners of his mouth. True enough, it's true that as my own strength increases, the effects of Pai Ruyu will also continue to grow. Both Pai Ruyu's defense and its ability to shield and collect aura will be strengthened. Through the data of his combat power that Wild Dog had just detected, it was clear to see that in the morning, his skin was like jade. Plus the devouring mask, the swallowing heavenly demon clothes triple cover, all still able to see his blood value and combat power, but now only with the skin is jade. This masking ability, on his data on the blood value column, also shielded, only a combat data embodiment. If he is in the mask with devouring should be able to put this general purpose model's combat tester thorough detection shielding it. That's not bad. Su Chen let out a light laugh and casually threw the Wild Dog's combat tester on the ground, his eyes downcast. Hey! Dust, Master Dust, this is the fire refining fruit you receive. At this moment, the White Wolf with a blue nose and swollen face, was kneeling on the ground with both knees, holding the fire refining fruit in his hands, holding it high in front of Su Chen, with a flattering and pleasing look. Exactly, Master Dust, don't be polite to us. We, the Blood Wolf Mercenary Corps, have gone to great lengths to obtain this fire refining fruit just to wait for this moment to hand it over to you. The Wild Dog with 2 panda eyes as well as the other mercenary corps members who more or less carried various injuries on their bodies also revealed a fawning and pleasing look. They had cheeky grins on their faces. However, if one could observe carefully, it would not be difficult to realize that whether it was the White Wolf Wild Dog or the others, at all times, they did not dare to look at Su Chen and the others head on with their eyes. Their gazes were fixed on the ground below, the toes of Su Chen's toes, and their eyes were filled with trembling horror. Monster! TMD monster! Hell knows what they just went through with their hallowed blood wolf mercenary corps. The White Wolves, whose elite squad's average strength was above the second rank, was actually fucked over by a 17 or 18-year-old teenager alone. A punch and a kick that didn't even look like it took much effort. The key thing is that TMD, he's not an awakened. He doesn't even have a profession. Just a martial artist. How can he be so strong? Even if our White Wolf squad has lost troops and all of the members of the group are in a state of exhaustion, it's not something that a mere martial artist can touch. It wasn't like this yesterday when I watched it live. Is a martial arts prodigy that is rarely encountered in 100 years really so terrifying? How does it feel that it's even more terrifying than that heavenly demon star that he encountered at noon? The hearts and minds of the people trembled. In a way, it's getting close to being psychologically abusive. Who would have thought that the strength of this harmless-looking teenager in front of him would be as terrifying as a monster? However, the people who were terrified in their hearts could not have imagined even more that Su-chen was weighing even more terrifying things at this moment. What shall be done with you next? To kill, or to keep? Su-chen's deep gaze swept over White Wolf and the others. This time he didn't use a killer. So White Wolf and these people were all just injured now. But the next step of whether or not to just let White Wolf and these people go was something that needed to be considered in depth. After all, he didn't want to leave any mischief for the future because of his soft heart. But if you kill directly, thinking of that killing at noon, Su-chuan felt that the heaven-swallowing devil kung fu had still slightly affected his disposition. He had obviously killed so many people at noon, but his psyche didn't fluctuate at all. As if he had eaten a few slices of bread, and hadn't even counted the exact number of people he had killed. And in retrospect, his own self at that time had indeed behaved in too much of a cold-blooded manner. Su-chen wasn't sure if he would cause this situation to worsen if he directly killed White Wolf and these people now. So, after a little contemplation, a gleam flashed in his eyes and the corners of his mouth curled up there. He thought of a way to do both. A huge shadow covered the head. Su-chen opened his big hand, taking the fire-refining fruit presented by the White Wolf in his hands. Bent in time, the White Wolf only felt relieved as if he was relieved. It's fucking scary. If you can, then face Su Dust. He even wanted to turn his head to deal with the noon of the Heavenly Devil Star to go. After all, the noon of the Heavenly Devil Star, although also very outrageous, but at least can be in the scope of his understanding. But Su Dust, what the hell is one person at a time? If it weren't for the pain still lurking in his face, he would have to wonder if he was having a nightmare today. Master Dust, other than the fire-refining fruit, all the treasures we have on us are also given to you. Do you see any other orders? If not, we will leave. White Wolf and Wild Dog and the others nodded and asked in a neat line after being searched. Su-chen did not show much politeness at this time. After putting the fire-refining fruit into his spatial necklace, his gaze swept over the armor of White Wolf and the others, and the corner of his mouth lifted into a slightly deep smile. Little Wolf, I see that the equipment you guys are wearing is quite good. Ha! White Wolf crowd first froze. Some heartache. Their body armor but joined the Blood Wolf Mercenary Corps issued professional suits, each set of several million. Even if these years there are a lot of wear and tear, worn out, durability reduced is a second-hand goods. But even if it is the price of the material to sell out, how to sell a few $100,000 in exchange for a new one, it is possible to get a 70% discount. Recently, he was looking at the first stage of the second stage of the top equipment. That set of equipment is worth $10 million. 70% discount can be to save a few $1,000,000. How could White Wolf not be heartbroken? But, looking at Su-chen's gaze that wouldn't let them leave without stripping them clean, still gritting his teeth, White Wolf said, holding back his heartache, everyone take your gear off. Master Dust needs it. There's no need to take off your underwear. I'll leave it for you guys. Su-chen's kindness caused the corners of White Wolf's mouth, who was about to take off his underwear, to twitch, and his heart was itching to bite, but in front of Su-chen, he didn't dare to show anything. Crackle. White Wolf Wild Dog's men piled up all the armor weaponry they were wearing, and with only a pair of underwear left, they rubbed their hands like flies at Su Dust. The weaponry is all here too, Master Dust. See if there's anything else you want. If not, we're really leaving. My mom still has to call me home for dinner. Get lost. Su-chen waved his hand at White Wolf and the others. He placed his gaze in front of him. Piles of equipment from which he casually pulled out a giant sword. This is exactly the White Wolf's weapon. The whole body white-silver color. Exudes a sharp luster. Is the standard second-order weapon, even if it is second-hand goods. But if it is sold, the price of how to say there must be 500,000 or 600,000, right? And with weaponry like this, he still has such a mountain of it that a truck wouldn't fit. When it will be shipped to the Chamber of Commerce of 10,000 treasures to sell a hand, at least tens of millions of dollars, directly earn a fortune. Ha ha, Su-chen grunted and laughed softly, and after a sound, his head was slightly tilted to the side, and his afterglow eyed the backs of White Wolf and the others as they hurriedly left, and the corner of his mouth could not help but pick up a dangerous smile. Wow, the deep and dark demonic aura rolled from its body like a tidal wave. Did Wolf really just let it go? The outskirts of the blue ice forest, shortly after running out of Su-chen's line of sight, The wild dog angrily retracted his gaze from the rear, his face filled with angry irritation. In all the years that our Blood Wolf Mercenary Corps has been traversing the wilderness, how have we ever suffered this kind of loss? Having our pants stripped down to a pair of underwear? How can we go back to the city like this? It will definitely be uploaded on video by others. Right. The Black Wolf side will not laugh us to death if they see it. Or what? What else do you want? White Wolf also had a gloomy and ugly face. Revenge. Brother Wolf can't let it go like this. This kid dares to bully our White Wolf squad like this. He simply doesn't put the Blood Wolf Mercenary Corps in his eyes. Let's go back to the city to the headquarters to look for Brother Tiger, so that Brother Tiger can help us to take the heat. Wild Dog was indignant, but stumbled when White Wolf slapped him on the back of the head. Stupid. Wild Dog, will you grow a fucking brain? Do you know who Su Chen is? A rare martial arts wizard of 100 years. The 9 Jedi Pyruyu. The Martial Arts Alliance has long since sent him an invitation. It won't be 2 days before someone will perhaps give him a match. Are you trying to make us, the Blood Wolf Mercenary Corps, and the Martial Arts Alliance touch each other? No matter how doomed to decline the martial arts in this era is, it's not something that my Blood Wolf Mercenary Corps can mess with. Just but more than 10 days time. Combat power from more than 100, raised to now more than 5,000. This kind of strength, background, talented monster. You also dare to provoke. Want to die? Do not even drag me. The White Wolf's flurry of reprimands made the wild dog realize the seriousness of the matter as well. But Wolf, I just can't swallow this. We've been robbed like this. We almost lost our underwear. What are we going to say when we get back if people ask? Just say. White Wolf also thought for a moment. Let's just say we were robbed by that heavenly demon star at noon. Saying it out, our White Wolf squad also counts as a bit of face. After all, other people who want to encounter 24 heavenly star level heavenly prides for them to rob themselves still can't do so. After White Wolf and the others finished stringing together their confessions, peacefully, he walked out of the blue ice forest, and the moment he stepped out of the blue ice forest, hiss, the wild dog suddenly endured a shiver. He sucked in a mouthful of cool air. The body sweat hairs are standing up, looked around, and did not find anything strange, and thought that the reason why he shivered was due to the alternation of heat and cold. So he looked at the verdant woods outside. Finally, out of the blue ice forest. It's kinda cold in just a pair of panties. You're not the only one who's cold. Dog, look at me. I've got goosebumps. After the White Wolf squad crowd left with a bittersweet smile, facing the devouring mask, Su Chen stepped out from behind a blue ice tree, his gaze deep in the dark as he watched the departure of the White Wolf. Wild Dog and the others, I don't know if I'm relieved or sorry. Any word, it's fortunate that this captain called White Wolf has a little bit of brains, or else another killing would have been inevitable today. Su Chen's eyes flashed, and his figure quickly disappeared into the blue ice forest. Damn it! Failed! Failed again! White Cloud City. Wanbao Chamber of Commerce. Inside the security room at the entrance stood a teenage security guard wearing a security uniform with a slightly handsome look and clear eyebrows. Looked at the news on his cell phone about his work being banned again and slapped the table with indignation, cursing in a low, angry voice in resentment and anger. Failed again. A bunch of fucking eye candy dogs don't write properly themselves and go around reporting on the old man. This slightly more handsome-looking security teenager, naturally, it was Su Chuan's classmate, an E-rank life professionist, the gatekeeper, Dragon King. The Dragon King grew up in an orphanage, fatherless and motherless, and his character in school was slightly withdrawn, with average grades, not good or bad, among the classes. He couldn't beat Yifan in martial arts, and he couldn't beat Wang Tang in literature, not to mention comparing it to Su Chen, always been one of the middle-of-the-class types. But who was he? The Dragon King? What Yifan, what Wang Tang? You think you too can be the protagonist just because you have a name that looks like the hero of a novel? Diao Mao. In the past, before his profession was awakened, although he, the Dragon King, was not better than the top, not to say that he was much better, but in the middle of the class, he did not even bother to play with this group of children, because everyone still need the family financial support to study. The main time, Dragon King has long been in the network novels. This road to kill his own piece of the world, has long realized the financial independence, and even about to become a god. So it used to be in their third grade second class. Yifan? Scum is nothing more than a construction site moving bricks and delivering takeaways practiced with a body of brute strength. Wang Tang? Garbage. Just a nerd who only knows how to read. As for Su Chen? Scrap. Well, Su Chen is out of the question. It's indeed a bit of a big dick. We're not going to compare ourselves to him. Therefore, in the past, the Dragon King had always had a transcendent "I'll just sit silently in the back row and watch you guys pretend to be something else" feeling in the class. Even behind that, the failure of the talent awakening, only awakening in E-rank security profession in the living department, did hit him extremely hard, but he still had hope in his eyes. There's a little sporadic light that hasn't been extinguished. So what if the awakening profession is gatekeeping? Does the old Dragon King need to be a security guard to make ends meet? As a soon-to-ascend netiquette god, the Dragon King had pride in his heart, and even though his talent awakening failed, an unprecedented blow, it was only on that night that he regained his vigor. Coded 30,000 words overnight. Prepare to fly straight up, but I never thought that when he consumed half of his life, stayed up until 4 a.m. to finish writing the words, and was about to upload it, but suddenly found that his great work of ascension was banned by the red-eyed dog report. Blanche. At that time, the Dragon King had a little crash and almost didn't spit out a mouthful of old blood. But what kind of heart was his hallowed Dragon King? Wouldn't he be defeated by this point of frustration? It's just another book that's been closed. What's the big deal? Nothing but a thought of heroism, and no long way to heaven. So that the next day he found the class teacher Lao Chen withdrew from school to go directly into a semi-closed mode. Crazy Yards, another book written from scratch, from 01, in just over 10 days, and this time with the support of a small army of self-published fans. The results were even better than the last one, which took off in flames as soon as it was published, but therein lies the problem. TMD. He vomited his heart and soul to write more than 100,000 words. This book has just made money not 2 days, but was reported off by the iDog again. Bloody hell. You bleary-eyed dogs. The beasts. The Dragon King was lying on the security room table, his hands pulling his hair, his eyes full of anger and resentment, failure to awaken the natural profession. The path to ascension suffered another setback after another. At this moment, it would be a lie to say that he didn't break down in his heart, and to add insult to injury. I can't fail again. Can't accept defeat anymore. If I fail again, the person I love, the relationship between me and fish might be completely disconnected and lost. The Dragon King, who was immersed in the midst of his little meltdown, didn't notice that a small, pitch-black snake was coiled around the vent of the security room, spitting out scarlet snake letters, and a pair of deep snake eyes were watching him, and just as the snake was about to make another move, bang, the door to the security room was pushed open from the outside. A palm mercilessly hit the Dragon King on the back of his head, causing him to bang his head on the table, interrupting his jumbled thoughts. What are you doing, Dragon King? Sneaking off to sleep at work again? Are you? Deduct 500 from your salary this month. The security chief, Zhou Qi, stood in front of the Dragon King with a face full of unhappiness. He was of average stature. His face was full of transverse meat. He looked to be in his 30s, and he was very vicious. It is. That's it. Kid's young. He's been playing around all day, sleeping in the security room. Captain, I suggest we let him levy another 50 and give something to the company. The dog leg that followed Zhou Qi, Xiao Wang yelled and called out, looking at the Dragon King with eyes full of pleasure. Serves you right. Who told you not to struggle at your young age and come to be a security guard to steal my job? After all, the profession of security guard is quite a role. Dragon King, this guy awakening talent is to look at the gate. Professional counterparts even so, and also so young. I heard that the company conference is interested in cultivating this kind of young talent to look at the gate. It was possible that this talent program would have fallen to him, but now that the Dragon King was here, the youngest in the entire security team was no longer him. It's a direct replacement for the Dragon King. So that for the Dragon King, Xiao Wang had long wanted to ostracize him, and this time he finally caught the opportunity. He had to report this incident today to the company and ruthlessly suppress this brat. The sparrow knows the will of the swan. The Dragon King lifted his head from the table. There was a slight red mark on his forehead. His eyes glanced over Zhou Qi and Xiao Wang. He could no longer understand the minds of these two so-called seniors, but just as he had in mind to swallow bird peacefully know the will of the swan, if it is not for their favorite person, in order to be able to give her a stable living environment. Otherwise, even if he wrote the book was closed countless times, starving and cold alone hiding in the rental house, eating noodles, gnawing steamed buns, chewing compressed cookies, he will not come out to be a security guard to suffer from these people bird gas. Captain, I wasn't sleeping just now. I was just thinking about something. The Dragon King didn't get angry, as if the slap he had just received hadn't happened at all. He just explained the inquiry in a light tone. Are you up to something? This bland appearance made the security chief Zhou Qi's eyebrows raised, and an angry finger rising in his heart pointed outside the security room, spittle flying wildly as he cursed. Something wrong? Hurry up and open the door. You know who you're blocking out. That's a few adults from the Blood Wolf Mercenary Corps. Hurry out and salute them with me. Salute. Manpower Group. Security Team 1. At your service. Happy trading. In front of the main door of the security room, Zhou Qi emotionally saluted with 3 or 5 security guards including Xiao Wang and Dragon King. Across from them about 10 meters away, a red chariot buzzed straight into the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce compound square. The people in the car didn't care about them at all, but Zhou Qi and the others still had a lick-to-the-face smile on their faces. Their gazes fondly retracted from the rear lights of the car, and looked enviously awe-inspired inside in admiration. See, That's the Blood Wolf Mercenary Corps, one of the 3 major mercenary corps in our White Cloud City. And that person in the car just now is the Grand Captain of the Blood Wolf Mercenary Corps' Blood Wolf headquarters, Red Tiger, and I've heard that his strength has already reached the 3rd order domain. Really handsome. I heard that not only their Blood Wolf general team, even other elite squads such as the Black Wolf, White Wolf, etc. are equipped with standard 2nd order armor uniforms on each team member. An average of $1 million per set it is. Joining the team welfare is so luxurious. TSK. If only I could have the chance to join the Blood Wolf Mercenary Corps. Even if I'm just showing them the door, it's still more prestigious than being here. Xiao Wang chatted excitedly with a few of his fellow security guards, and while he was dragged out and saluted, the Dragon King shook his head disinterestedly and prepared to go back to the security room to conceptualize his latest novel, and the scene fell right into Wang's eyes, inevitably. The young king was shady. Ouch, look at this first high school senior of ours who is just noble. Not envious at all. I think he simply looks down on this profession of gate watching. Ha! If he's so pretentious, he shouldn't awaken to the occupation of gatekeeper. He himself is a gatekeeper, and still can't recognize reality. As the head of security, Zhou Qi's #1 lapdog, and the honorary vice captain of the first team of security, as soon as Xiao Wang spoke, naturally 2 or 3 security guards beside him began to chime in. They also seem to have a little problem with the Dragon King. We are all security guards or all gatekeepers' occupation just you out of the mud, right? Exactly. There are people who don't have that life, and they're still not convinced. If you're really that powerful, why don't you learn from Su Chen? I remember this Dragon King student of ours seems to be still in the same school as Su Dust, but he was not able to awaken his profession and still be the first in the mock exams. Unlike someone who is in the same situation but pulls so much that he can only come here to be in the same boat with us as a janitorial security guard. Xiao Wang and the others' conspiratorial ostracizing sounds caused the Dragon King to slightly pause on his feet. His fists clenched up tightly, and his body slightly trembled. Hiss hiss. Small, dark snakes coiled and spat above the security room. Cold-blooded, unfeeling vertical eyes reflected the scene below. Su Dust? Su Chen counts as a hammer. At this time the security brigade leader, Zhou Qi's voice also rang out. His face was filled with disdain as he said, "It's just a martial artist without an awakened profession. Although I've heard that there's a little bit of talent, but a martial artist is a martial artist. How can it be compared to these adults of our Blood Wolf Mercenary Corps? In front of these adults of the Blood Wolf Mercenary Corps, Su Dust is a bam." Suddenly, it was as if a sound of heavy metal falling to the ground rang out, startling Zhou Qi and the others who were making dog-licking remarks. The small black snake coiled on the security room had a pair of snake eyes that suddenly flickered, seemingly sensing the extremely dangerous aura of the snake's eyes, and instantly buried its head to hide. The crowd turned their heads to look, only to see the ground at some point dropped a large sword. Large sword body, silver-white color, slightly dirty look, but still can clearly see the hilt of the sword engraved with a blood wolf pattern, so that the crowd doubly familiar. Oops, sorry. There was so much stuff that a truck didn't pull and fell out. Under the horrified gaze of Zhou Qi and the others, a white, slender palm gripped the sword, lifted it up, and then flung it toward a truck off to the side. Bam! The long sword landed on top of the truck. On top of this truck, armor, shields, cloaks, bows and arrows, scepters, helmets, chest guards, leg guards, knee pads, weapons and equipment like broken copper and iron garbage heap, enough to pile up a small truck. And without exception in all of the weapons and equipment above there is a blood wolf pattern engraved on it. This is a fucking robbery of a Blood Wolf Mercenary Corps squad. Zhou Qi, Xiao Wang and the others looked in search of the sound, and when they saw what was in the car, they were immediately scared out of their wits and their eyes almost didn't glaze over. "Master, please drive. Help me drive inside." "Yes, under the manpower building. I'm going to sell these." Su Dust stood aside. The master who directed the DD truck pulled in the gate, and behind Su Chuan, the security chief Zhou Qi and Xiao Wang and others looked shivering only to feel that their brains could not turn a corner. This should be the equipment on it that the Blood Wolf Mercenary Corps issues to its members. I recognize that armor style. It was imported from us 2 days ago. So, he really robbed the Blood Wolf Mercenary Corps? The people in the security team, their eyes widened and they looked at each other with shock in their eyes. Who is he? Such audacity to rob and sell the Blood Wolf Mercenary Corps' equipment? Wait, I see that his back and voice seem a bit familiar. Suddenly Xiao Wang's eyes widened a bit. He vaguely felt that the back of the teenager in front of him seemed a bit familiar. It feels a bit like Su Dust? The Dragon King's surprised voice sounded behind him. Su Chen abruptly turned his head. The Dragon King? The boyish teenager wearing a security uniform in front of him made Su Chen's eyes also have more than a trace of surprise. He didn't expect to run into the Dragon King here. 3 years in the same class. Unlike Yi Fan and Wang Tong, although he also knew that the Dragon King had been holding his breath in his heart wanting to surpass him, the Dragon King was better at holding back. and wouldn't say anything if there was something. So he basically had no conflict with the Dragon King. The impression was of a somewhat middle-aged teenager, often said when they couldn't beat him in martial arts class or couldn't pass his grades in culture class. A bunch of mortals would only cling to such false glory, the latter words. Probably still a little too young. Not enough ability to hold back. And one day again when he was taken down in martial arts class, in an extremely transcendent tone, revealed to him that he had been writing novels and had done well, and had long since achieved financial independence. As for which aspect of the novel is written, when he asked about it saying send me the title of the book, I'll go and support you to support it, the Dragon King would always stammer and look to his left without answering positively, although up to now Suchen didn't know what book he was writing. But this is a secret shared by the two of them. This relationship was actually a little bit better between him and the Dragon King than the two guys, Yi Fan and Wang Tong, who liked to trash talk all day long before the battle, only, and therein lies what makes Suchen strange. The Dragon King has long told him that writing novels with good results is less than $10,000 to $20,000 a month. More than enough to support themselves. How suddenly come here as a security guard with a monthly salary of $5,000? Suchen's gaze swept over the security uniform on the Dragon King. He opened his mouth, and when he was about to say something, the Dragon King spoke first. With the joy of seeing his best friend again on his face, he pointed at the mountain of equipment on the truck and said oddly, Suchen, where have you been and why did you get so much equipment? Oh, today, I went to the wilderness. Originally intended to have a good experience, but I didn't want to walk, but I found a field of equipment, as if no one wanted it. I thought to myself that it would be a waste to stay there. The young ferocious beasts that I tripped over are still just a small matter. If they ate them and ate their stomachs it would not be good. Besides, staying there would be a kind of pollution to the environment, and in the spirit of the principle of recycling garbage, I picked all these up, and was going to bring them over to sell them. Dragon King, huh? Suchen's explanation, not to mention the Dragon King, such a strange encounter. Even Zhou Qi, Little King and the others froze for a moment, but the whirlwind also came to light. Suchen isn't lying. He spoke without blinking his eyes. Such a sincere look was only one thing. More importantly, they who had seen yesterday's live broadcast probably had an understanding of Suchen's strength. Fighting strength is around 600 or 700, high-ranked martial artist. This kind of strength was already unattainable for them, the life system professionals. But for the elite squad members of the Blood Wolf Mercenary Corps who could afford to wear this kind of matching equipment, it was indeed unbeatable. The Blood Wolf Mercenary Corps was one of the three major mercenary corps in their White Cloud City, which elite squad member didn't have second-order strength. That's why they didn't believe that these equipments were picked up by Suchen. They couldn't speculate that it was Suchen who had robbed an entire elite squad of the Blood Wolf Mercenary Corps in the wilderness. Could they? Isn't that making a fool out of someone? Don't think they're just minor villains who just appeared in a chapter or two and treat them like brainless fools, okay? Therefore, after understanding what happened before and after, the security chief Zhou Qi and the crowd of dog-legged Xiao Wang, all of them immediately showed envious and jealous expressions towards Suchen, and in their hearts, they were incomparably chagrined and regretful, wishing that their mothers hadn't given birth to them a few years later. Why didn't they take the day off to walk around the wilderness area to take a break? If they had taken the day off to the wilderness area, they might have been the ones who found so much wild equipment. To know that the equipment on this truck, each piece is around the second rank level. Even if it's just a shoe, leg guards, knee pads, to say the least, they all have to be more than 100,000 to 200,000 to be able to afford it. Valuable ones like that heavy armor, captain-level greatsword, poisoned dagger, etc. are $1 million to start with anyhow. And with gear like this, he picked up a truckload. How much is this fucking money? Let's say $30 to $50 million at least. If there is so much money, I still go to work. When a hammer security Zhou Qi and others, the more they think about it, the more difficult it is. Their ice green expression is almost twisted with jealousy. The Dragon King's mouth twitched as well. For a moment there were no words, and Suchen also spoke the question in his heart at this time. There's not much to say about me, it's just a bit of luck. Instead it's you, Dragon King. Why are you here? You're not. Su Dust did not say outright that the Dragon King was writing a novel, but the Dragon King knew what Su Dust wanted to ask. He looked to his left and right, his face slightly embarrassed. Suchen's eyes swept over Zhou Qi and Little King and the others, understanding what the Dragon King meant. So he nodded and pointed inside the chamber of 10,000 treasures, inviting, it just so happens that I'm going to go inside and sell these things. It's the first time I've been here and I'm a little unfamiliar with it. Why don't you take me in? Cut. I thought how puritanical he was. In the end, you're still kneeling to others just like us. Seeing that the Dragon King was leading Suchen inside the chamber of 10,000 treasures, the Little King at the main gate immediately spoke in an irritated manner. I am the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce's sales system. These security guards can also take a commission if they can introduce people to buy and sell business. And Su-chan has shipped such a large truck of second-order equipment. The Dragon King can simply take a commission point of more than 100,000 to 200,000 anyhow. That's the equivalent of a year or two's salary, and the matter of commission is only one point that the young king is jealous of the Dragon King. More important is this relationship, although Su-chan has not awakened his profession, but it is a rare 100 years of martial arts wizard, but also invited by the Martial Arts Alliance. The future, no matter how to say, the achievement is certainly higher than these life department security guards of theirs. The Dragon King climbed on such a layer of relationship. The future of the company. If you want to promote whoever, as a security captain, the Dragon King is not the first one to be included in the top of the list, and sideline him. That was the point that Little King was most upset with the Dragon King at the moment. Don't get too happy about things, Xiao Wang. Don't be in a hurry. There are some things that are still a bit too early to say. Zhou Qi, who was on the side, stared at the backs of both Su-chan and the Dragon King and laughed out coldly. How? It's brother. Little King, have you forgotten the two adults who went in before them just now? That's the Grand Captain of the Blood Wolf Mercenary Corps headquarters. His character has always been brutal and ruthless. What do you think will happen if they see that someone is selling the equipment of their own team members? So that's how it is. After Zhou Qi's reminder, Xiao Wang and the other members of the security team instantly snapped out of it, and one by one, they all revealed gloating smiles. Hey, Su, dost you also know I'm writing a novel? As we all know, as a soon-to-ascend netizen god, it's inevitable that there will be many fans. And with fans, there will naturally be black fans. Above the plaza of the road leading to the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce building, the Dragon King was telling his love story to Su-chan. Fish and I met online. It was almost 6 months ago when we first met. At that time it was almost 6 months ago, I think, when I was in the middle of my daily perusal of my own book review comments section, posting myself 2 more comments and brushing up on my reviews, and realized there was always someone chasing me down and cursing me. Say what pervert? Dead pervert. Only a pervert could write a book like this. It pissed me off so much that I opened a small message to dislike it on the spot. Pervert, you're still looking. It's not like I'm forcing you to watch it, right? In the midst of a series of engagements in the back, the Dragon King gradually realized one thing. That is, the other party's brain seems to be a little bit not so good. Very simple. And also a girl. Dragon King immediately came to a new plan. Sini used the invincible IQ to crush you. He was ready to add each other's friends, cheat on a photo of each other, and when he succeeded, he shared it with the book group for everyone to enjoy. Mock hard and govern this little black female fan. Thinking that just because it's a female, the Dragon King, can't rule you? Watch me take you down with unrivaled emotional intelligence, but not to be thought of. It smells so good. The plan was implemented smoothly. With his Dragon King's unrivaled face value as well as his gifted 26-pack abs, plus his super high flirting quotient of up to 560,000 combat points, taking down a little idiot with a less than stellar brain wasn't a simple matter, but unbeknownst to me the other guy sent over a picture that was a little too scented. That black silk legs. Mature and intellectual temperament was simply not something he could afford at his age. One accidentally happens to be a solo food. It wasn't shared with the group as promised. And the back was even more carelessly and gradually taken back by this little black female fan. That said, but in the process, the two also become more and more familiar. Their goodwill increases, and their relationship heats up. The two men exchanged names and identities with each other. Little Fish knew that he was a part-time senior student who was going to undergo professional awakening as an online author. And he also knew that Little Fish was an ordinary life faculty professional who worked as a counter lady inside the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce, slightly older than himself by 3 years. A woman is a big girl. Neither one had anything to dislike. Everything is moving in a good direction. Even 10 days ago, before the awakening ceremony had begun, he all used to brag to the Little Fish. When your husband I awakened the S-ranked Shura war god profession, I'll be the first one to go to the Chamber of 10,000 Treasures to look for you to spend money and provide you with performance. Bragging. Don't say you've awakened an S-ranked profession. If you can come up with $1 million, I'll do whatever you want. Yeah, $1 million. $1 million is not too much or too little in this day and age for a powerful battle lineage profession awakened. 1 or 2 months could casually earn this much. But for an ordinary life lineage profession, it was a far-fetched dream. Ever since that day, the Dragon King has felt that his biggest dream right now is to get $1 million as fast as he can, go face to face with his Little Fish, and confess his love to him. At the time, he was spirited and confident, speaking provocatively to get the Little Fish cleaned up and waiting for him. One reason was because the career awakening hadn't started yet. The Dragon King was confident that he would awaken a powerful combat system career. Even if it wasn't S rank, it would be A rank. B rank, right? Secondly, because his original ascension work hadn't been banned yet. And even if his career awakening failed, He still had a final tout option. Either way, he's confident he'll make $1 million to give Fish a bright future, but alas. We all know about the latter. He failed in his career awakening and awakened a career as a gatekeeper. Novels have also been banned one after another, whether it's the last book's ascension or this one's rise to godhood. They're all beaten to death with a stick. I in the midst of the doldrums. But who is my Dragon King? It's not like he fans kind of recklessness or Wang Tang's kind of nerd. In fact, long before my book was banned, I had the worst intentions. Unable to give her a bright future, I can at least give her a peaceful environment. It seemed that this was the last of the Dragon King's courage, the bottom of his heart. And the Dragon King who said this sentence had his head hanging down. So you followed your profession and came here as a security guard? Working as a security guard while sticking to the novel. Su Chen walked beside the Dragon King with one hand behind his back and his eyes slightly downcast. He didn't turn his head to look at the Dragon King, but only said so, a touch of unknown feeling flooding his heart. Aha! After pouring these things out to Su Chen in a brainstorm, the Dragon King's essence seemed to have lowered, and he only gave a simple dot. So are you guys still in touch now? Su Chen's words caused the Dragon King's eyes to be stunned. Then he shook his head powerlessly. No, actually, there's been no contact since the day of the career awakening ceremony. She seems to be busy these days, so you didn't take the initiative to contact her either, right? Su Chen's gaze was cast, and after the two of them locked eyes, a bitter smile appeared at the corner of the Dragon King's mouth as he helplessly shook his head. How dare I? Just a security career, how dare I? Without needing Su Chen to remind him, he actually had a guess in his heart, with Little Fish's understanding of his character. How could he not know what kind of reaction he would have if he succeeded in his awakening? Surely he had just gotten off the awakening stage and would have to wait to send a text message to ask for blessing rewards. But I haven't dared to contact Fishy so far, and Fishy hasn't contacted me. She probably guessed it already. Are you going to stick around? Still going to persist in pursuing her? Su Chen's question caused the Dragon King to fall into silence. He raised his head after a long time, and a certain luster flickered in his eyes as he looked at Su Chen. Sure, the Dragon King laughed. Su Chuan, don't doubt your dragon brother's charm. The relationship between me and Little Fish is not as vulgar as you think, and I, the Dragon King, am not so easily defeated. Why else do you think I purposely became a security guard here instead of somewhere else? Su Chen's head tilted slightly. Hey! Manpower Chamber of Commerce. Under the magnificent building, the Dragon King smiled mysteriously as he pointed his finger towards a petite silhouette in the Chamber of Commerce hall in front of him and said in a smug and boastful tone, Nah, see, that's my Little Fish. Su Dust. Due to the behavior of the Dragon King trailing the demented man. For a time he could not say anything. Obviously the two people are just online netizens, without the other party's knowledge. The Dragon King lurked to the door of People's Company as a security guard to come with this kind of behavior. Su Chen really couldn't say anything. Finally, after the silence had passed, a silent thumbs up was given to the Dragon King. Bull. At least this kind of perverted thing he couldn't do. Su Chen didn't want to judge too much on this thing that the Dragon King had done, and turned to ask again. Novels keep getting reported and blocked. So, you wrote the Liu Bei text? It's not some Liu Bei's favorite text. It's pure love. I write pure love. Speaking of his novel being blocked, the Dragon King's face suddenly showed an exasperated expression. It's they who are nasty and don't understand. Shut me up. What I wrote is absolutely pure love. Did not cross the line, but there is always an iDog report I cannot help. Speaking here, the Dragon King sighed again. So are you going to write pure love next? After accepting the premise that the Dragon King was writing about pure love, Su Chen asked another question that made the Dragon King fall into deep thought. This was a question he had actually considered. Writing pure love would get him reported away by the iDogs. But not writing pure love. He tried some other genres in the past with less than stellar results. Although he, the Dragon King, was proud of himself, he was not conceited. He is very clear that his writing level is average. In front of the fire. A big reason is luck plus their own innate pure love saint body plus. If you want to transform, the road ahead is destined to be difficult, but if we don't turn, this road is bound to demise halfway. Maybe can make some quick money in a short time, but cannot last, cannot really go to the late stage to help him ascend to God. If he is just alone, like in the past, that unattached, orphans then turn or not, it does not matter. Continue to write his pure love. Blocked on blocked. Anyway, the money to the hands of the average is also a couple of 10,000 per month. According to the annual income to calculate the word, the equivalent of 8 or 9,000 a month. Orphan a monthly income of 8 or 9,000 can still live quite well in this world, but it's different now that he has a favorite person and a little fish he wants to keep. If he continued to write pure love, he would face the risk of being blocked at any time, cut off from his financial resources at any time, and would not be able to give each other a stable family environment. So it was inevitable that he would have to transform. He had to change the type of writing he was doing, even if the road ahead was difficult, and perhaps he would experience countless flops, but that's where the Dragon King had the most difficulty. He is not afraid of difficulties. For the Dragon King, who grew up as an orphan and alone, difficulties and troubles, he was never afraid of. The only thing that scares him is, during this time of my transition, during this time when I am blazing new trails and climbing mountains, can the bond between me and my own little fish wait until the day it blossoms? I don't know. Little fish has been exposed to too many wonderful people, and I'm nothing but a bottom-tier waste who failed in his career awakening. If even the novels flopped one after another, then I'm bound to not be as confident as I was in the past in the next connection with Little Fish, much less dare to show up in front of Little Fish and confess with Little Fish face to face or anything like that. People don't heat up indefinitely, and when they reach the highest point of emotional temperature, they are bound to fall if they don't undergo a change of mass. Between this coming together and this falling, the connection between me and the little fish may be suddenly broken at some point in the future. Broken while I'm still trying to transition to climb this mountain. This was the area where the Dragon King was most worried about being rushed. So when he said this, there was a deep blankness in his eyes along with a sadness as if he had already seen the future tragedy. Do you need me to help you? As earlier Yi found that, Su Dust asked the same words. Through the Dragon King's narrative, he also probably have an image of the small fish in the mouth of the Dragon King to understand. A month into the 8,000 female workers, the heart of the dream is not big. Just want to save enough to 1 million. Find a small place to live peacefully. No longer bitter life working. So do you need me to help you? Su Chen's eyes swept over his big truck. $1 million was nothing to him. This is something the Dragon King is well aware of as well. His eyes were downcast and his hands were slightly clenched into fists. As Su Chen's fellow student for 3 years, he knew that Su Chen was not playing a joke on himself. And this act did not mean to pity him or give him charity. Suduan is that kind of character. Yashashi, otherwise it wouldn't be possible to be popular with all the girls in the school and be named Su Shin. The Dragon King knew that in this moment, just by asking himself, Su Chen would help him, would give him the coveted $1 million, and help him stand bravely in front of his little fish. But after a long silence, the Dragon King shook his head. No need, Su Dust. Thank you for your kindness. $1 million obtained in this way has no meaning, and this bravery is false. Even if you give it to me now, I would not dare to stand in front of the little fish with a straight face and chest out and say, I will support you in the future. And, this is my girlfriend. What the hell are you paying to keep my girlfriend? Su Chen, don't underestimate your dragon brother. You don't have a career can press Wang Hao and Sun Chang, those two sand sculptures, on the ground in the mock exams and rub them on the ground to get the first place in this session. I, Dragon King, at least have a career as a security guard. What's wrong with transforming? Even if I don't write pure love, I, Dragon King, can still reach the top and seal God on the field of novels. Just watch. I'll earn $1 million in the shortest possible time, buy my little fish from his position as a company laborer, and make him my exclusive little mate to serve me every day. The more the Dragon King spoke, the more confident he became, and in the end, he pointed his finger at the petite figure in the middle of the Wanbao group's big center, his face glowing with energy, and he spoke out his dream with great vigor. Ha! Su Chen couldn't help but let out a light laugh, a soft smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. All right, stop talking about me. Say what's going on with you. Seriously, where did you get all this equipment? The Dragon King couldn't help but inquire again as he pointed at a truckload of broken brass and iron next to him. He was a bit unconvinced by Su Chen's earlier words, but, I'll pick it up. Bull. Su Chen's answer as before made the Dragon King give a thumbs up as well. He didn't pursue the matter any further. Instead he accompanied Su Chen and continued to walk forward for a few steps before. As if he suddenly remembered something again, the Dragon King put his hand into his bosom and took out an encapsulated qi and blood elixir from it. By the way, Su Duan still has this, qi and blood dan. The color of the dan is pearly and round. This was forwarded to me by Wang Tang, and I can't use it, so I'll give it to you. I heard them say that martial arts practitioners need more resources to cultivate than professional awakened practitioners do. And I know that you don't lack a single qi and blood dan right now, but cultivation resources? More is always better. So you can just eat it as a sugar bean, as strong as you can get. One more point. When the Dragon King uttered these words, his eyes looked at Su Chen, which carried a look as if the old man and his family seemed to be placing some kind of hope and luster on Su Chen. So even if it was insignificant to the other party and how insignificant it was, he was willing to take out this qi and blood pill, which was the most precious in his body, and give it to Su Chen. Not as Su Chen's black eyes flickered lightly as he looked at the qi and blood pills handed over by the Dragon King. And he also looked at the Dragon King, eyes slightly downcast. It seemed that through the Dragon King, he saw Yi Fan back when he was in the hospital, and the same faint luster flickered in their eyes. Su Chen had yet to see what this luster was, but it feels marvelous. It was the same as when he faced Yi Fan. After pondering for a moment, Su Chen pushed the qi and blood dan back. Keep it. You might need it again. That guy Yi Fan has said so. He's going to take next year's college entrance exam and try to win the title of number 1 in Kyushu. Bullshit. Just Fan's loser hair is still number 1 in the 9 states? What a big talk. The Dragon King, must go snipe him next year. When Suchin spoke out Fan's plan, the Dragon King's emotions were suddenly agitated, and he placed the chi and blood pill carefully into his arms again. The luster in his eyes growing even more, the atmosphere between the two fell silent again. One step at a time, soon ascending to the front of the 9 flights of steps of the Manpower Chamber of Commerce building, the Dragon King looked at the petite silhouette that was busy inside. His expression twisted, and after pursing his lips, he was still embarrassed and said to Su Chen, Su Dust, can you look for little fish when you sell your equipment later? He scratched his head, his eyes not daring to look at Su Chen again. His expression obviously a little nervous. Sure, it's not for sale at anyone's place. After Su Chen looked down at the figure inside the building, he blinked and answered without hesitation. Thank you, Su Dust. You're a good man. Su Chen's readiness caused the Dragon King to sincerely say thank you and give Su Chen a good guy card. Thinking of the rats that died in his hands at noon today, as well as more than a dozen members of the Blood Wolf Mercenary Corps, Su Chen was silent for a few moments before he opened his mouth again. Aren't you coming in with us? No. I don't want our first meeting to be so lame. Dragon King looked at the building of the fuzzy petite silhouette. Eyes flashed a trace of loss. Why he did not want to go to meet with the small fish. But who is he? He is now just a security not in the chat box, and the small fish bragged about that kind of ascension to the big god. But also not what a powerful combat system professionals. What face to see the small fish? Thinking of this, the Dragon King lowered his head again without losing his smile and asked somewhat coyly, Su Dust, do I look like a licking dog to you? It's clear that the two just met online, an online romance that countless people have called unreliable. We've never even met offline, yet I took her as a symbol of goodness and came here and did all this. And she doesn't even know that I've done all this. The Dragon King's tone seemed a bit bewildered as well. Seems to think he's a little too licky too, but yeah, lick it or don't lick it. What's wrong with trying to go after the people you love? The things you love and the things you love? Su Chen's slight words fell into the Dragon King's ears, letting the confusion dissipate from the Dragon King's eyes. His eyes glowed and he raised his head in a radiant manner. Yes, what's wrong with that? If a man who rises to the occasion to pursue his favorite can be called a lickspittle, then what does it mean to be a favorite? The Dragon King laughed out loud. He seemed to be doubly encouraged, and with an excited expression, he turned around and waved his hand towards Su Chen. Go Su Chen! Whether it's the 9 schools joint competition in a month's time or the national college entrance examination in 3 months' time, I hope you'll get good grades in both. I'll be cheering too. When I see you again, I will go on a brand new path and meet you at the top above another realm. That's quite a double whammy. Soon it will be our young master Hanyu's birthday. And not to mention the imminent arrival of the Kyushu Seal Auditor. We also discovered a copy of a secret realm with an extremely strange power some time ago can in a very short period of time let our Blood Wolf Mercenary Corps strength increased greatly. Over the Ghost, Tyrannosaurus Rex 2 major mercenary corps, in one fell swoop to become the White Cloud City. The first mercenary corps may also say, the big truck with a bunch of gear is parked downstairs. In Su Chen just and the Dragon King respectively into the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce building. Behind the position of 50 meters followed by 2 silhouettes, a person is 2 meters tall. Strong body will be on the body of the red blood wolf uniforms held full. A pair of tiger eyes exudes like a wolf like a tiger luster. Give a person a strong sense of oppression. I am this tall man next to. There is a body type lean. Breath fierce young man. Is laughing freely and report the results. These 2 people is the Blood Wolf Mercenary Corps. The headquarters of the Blood Wolf team's Chief Captain Red Tiger and Vice Captain Yen Bao. At the moment the 2 people are talking about their Blood Wolf Mercenary Corps in the future vigorously vitality of development. Black Wolf Squad, White Wolf Squad, Blue Wolf Squad, Green Wolf Squad. These affiliated squads have also performed quite well in recent years, especially the White Wolf Squad. Although it's still a little bit worse than the Black Wolf Squad, it's been developing strongly recently, and there are a lot of talents among them, Yen Bao recounted, and the Chief Captain Red Tiger on the side, who was also aptly named, nodded and opened his mouth. I remember that there is an assassin named Mouse inside the White Wolf Squad. The ability to sneak attack and backstab is very strong. When caught off guard, even people in the middle stage of the second rank will be struck can be cultivated as appropriate. There's another one called Wild Dog who I've heard is also quite good, has a pretty good nose, is good at treasure hunting, and is conscientious and careful in his work. So he's pretty reliable as a scout. Of course the men are able to bring together so many talents, and its squad leader, White Wolf, is also worthy of praise. Without him, the White Wolf Squad wouldn't have reached this level. So that means after we get the Maybach, we can go back and reissue a batch of equipment to the White Wolf Squad as an award given to them. Bam! Suddenly, The sound of a heavy object falling to the ground from a large truck next to the one the two were passing interrupted Akatora's words. The two turned their heads to look. Who pulled a bunch of crap over here? Hello? I'm here to see a girl named Fish. Can you call her for me? Inside the Chamber of Commerce of 10,000 Treasures. I in the splendid hall. Su Chen, who walked into the hall, realized that the figure called the girl called Little Fish, who was previously identified by the Dragon King, was no longer in the hall at some point. So he came to the front desk, ready to ask where the little fish was so he could sell the goods in his hand. Ghost. Can't you see I'm busy? Sitting at the front desk was an effeminate man, obviously a man, with a face covered in white powder, cheeks and even blush eyeshadow, orchid fingers and legs, plus orange nail polish on his fingernails, and his pretentious shrill voice to it made Su Chun frown. Incomprehensible. Wanbao Chamber of Commerce, such a big group. How would it put a dead sissy in front of the front stage? Although his heart was puzzled, but Su Chuan also did not want to pay attention to so much. Looking at this dead sissy was still playing with his cell phone with his head down. He could not help but hold back his patience and asked again. However, the sissy still had a bad attitude and didn't look up. He was still playing with his phone with his head down and didn't look up at Su Chuan. He just let out a tisk sound from his mouth and complained with a beep. You're talking really annoying, Nai. We don't have any little fish in our company. Intern. Where's the intern? The sissy called out twice in a shrill voice while chatting and typing on her cell phone. Lee, Sister Lee, you called me. A young girl wearing professional clothes with a ponytail and an innocent appearance, who looked like she had just graduated from college, ran over. In turn, you get him out of here fast. Take him to a girl called what's her name Fishy. Don't let him bother me. I'm here to talk to Lord Red Tiger about a big order of several $1 million. If I'm delayed, can you afford to compensate? Li Ming waved his hand impatiently at Xiao Mei. He was here for so many days, it was hard for him to catch a list of millions of performance once, and there was even the possibility of spending the night with Lord Red Tiger of the Blood Wolf Mercenary Corps, climbing up the ranks of the powerful and noble. How could he still be in the mood to receive other people? And these miscellaneous jobs were given to the interns to do. Ah, yes, Xiao Mei answered twice with some greenness. Then she bent down to give Su Chen a bow in a very professional manner, her mouth saying polite words. What is it that you have, this gentleman? However, the words were half-spoken. Katomi's words, however, suddenly paused. She looked at Su Chen in front of her. The young man's skin is like jade, and his appearance is unrivaled in its beauty. After refining the skin to a great extent, as well as refining the flesh to a half-step to a small extent, under the transformation of the flesh twice, Su Chuan at the moment, whether it was his body shape or his aura, there was an extremely high change, coupled with his originally handsome face. In turn, Xiao Mei could not help but look dumbfounded, and a touch of redness crept up on her white and tender cheeks. Intern, what are you doing? Intern? Why haven't you taken him away yet? Finding that Su Chen's shadow was still blocking the screen of his cell phone, Li Ming once again impatiently yelled twice. Xiao Mei's reaction of not responding, even more so, made his eyebrows wrinkle. For the first time he shifted his attention from his cell phone, and he raised his head just as he was about to teach a couple of lessons, just in time to see Su Chen's handsome and dusty face. The sissy's eyes immediately widened. Snap. A bang, the sissy's cell phone fell to the floor. Hey, wake up. 5 fingers waved in front of his eyes. Only then did Xiao Mei come to her senses with a delicate shudder and hurriedly apologized. I'm sorry, sir. I was the one who got lost in thought just now. When Xiao Mei said this, her cheeks were still red and hot. Her eyes fluttered. It was clear to see that she was trying her best to refrain from looking in a certain direction towards Su Chen's body, but it was clear that she did not have the restraint to do so, and the way she was looking at times and not looking at times, she was squirming and giving off a very tense feeling. This made Su Chen somewhat incomprehensible, thinking that this intern named Xiao Mei should not have had a good sleep last night. Otherwise, how could she suddenly freeze? It's okay. I am trying to find someone to prepare goods for sale from her. Su Chen didn't dwell too much on this matter and just said straight to the point. Can you call her for me? Fishy? Xiao Yu? Oh who? I know, you're looking for our Mr. Xiao, right? I'll go find her right now. Xiao Mei's face was red hot, and after saying so, she ran inside the Chamber of Commerce as if she was fleeing. Xiao Yu? Who is Mr. Xiao? Su Chuan's eyes showed doubt and wanted to ask something, but Xiao Mei had already run away, and there was only one person left in the vicinity who could ask. Su Dus turned his head right in the eye with the sissy with a wince, as if suddenly reacting to something. The sissy let out a squeal from her mouth, which was coated in ugly lipstick. Ah, my cell phone. It's my recently purchased Durian 250 Pro Max. Li Ming hurriedly picked up the cell phone, and while constantly wiping the screen of the phone with his hand, he pretended to show off as if he was scratching his head in front of Su Chen and said in a conspiratorial manner, fresh graduates are just stupid. Giving them a little chore to do is so serious. What's the point? Can't read minds at all. A fresh out of school. I'm afraid it's only been a few days since he awakened, has nothing to sell. At best, you can get a performance of 1 or 2 million. From the standard of transfer is still far from the standard. Unlike me roar, just now I have been connected with the Red Tiger Big Brother. People Red Tiger Big Brother but said to buy a Maybach to give the young master of Hangyuit. How to say is also 3 to 5 million of the configuration. Ha! Soon I'll be converted. Motherfucker over here muttering to himself, shaking his head and shaking his head. Yin and Yang. His expression is very beaten. Such a look. Not to mention letting Suchuan ask him what is going on with Xiao always things. Su Chen felt that he was already quite good if he could hold back from punching him, and could only wait for Xiao Mei to return for the time being. Who is it? Who brought all this stuff out there? And while Su Chen was waiting for Xiao Mei to call Little Fish over, behind him, an angry shout came from the entrance of the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce building. 2 figures walked in through the door. Yan Bao was holding a piece of dirty chest armor inside his hand. His face was full of anger. Although Red Tiger didn't say anything, he also had a gloomy face. A pair of tiger eyes, ferocious and brutal, as if he was repressing some kind of monstrous fury. Su Chen turned his head. Yikes! Big brother Red Tiger. Big brother Yan Bao. You're here? Seeing Red Tiger and Yan Bao come in, the sissy who had been sitting behind the front desk from the beginning to the end of the day suddenly stood up in surprise, jogging all the way closer. He smiled fawningly. Big brother Red Tiger. You guys had a hard time on the road. I don't know if I'm tired. Come and have a cup of tea. The Maybach that you want for Major Hungyu. I've already picked out a few models. Here are the photos. You guys can take a look at them first. Snap. Sissy gets slapped to the ground by Yenpa. Get out. Dead sissy. No ability to read people's minds at all. Can't you see I'm in the middle of a rage? The sissy who had been jerked to the ground covered his face and turned his head. His eyes filled with tears. His face full of aggression. He bit his lower lip tightly to try not to cry out. The eyes of the grudge are like those of a deep-rooted woman, but this time of year obviously no one is going to focus on a dead sissy. Who is it? I'll ask again. Who brought this armor? Whose truck is that outside? Daring to provoke our Blood Wolf mercenary corps? You really have a lot of guts. Don't hide behind a newly awakened student if you can. Yan Bao skipped over the closest leaning and most seemingly harmless Su Chen, who looked at the crowd of melon eaters behind him and said so angrily. The fierce eyes on his face seemed to be able to beat up all the crowds of onlookers and melon eaters on the spot. Wow. Yan Bao's angry questioning voice echoed in the hall, and many of the guests coming and going for shopping stopped and opened the eating mode. What? Why is this vice captain of the Blood Wolf Mercenary Corps so angry? The equipment he's holding seems to be the set of their Blood Wolf Mercenary Corps' White Wolf Squad. Oh, how do I say, a little familiar. It just entered the door. Next to a truck inside are this kind of equipment. I thought it was some kind of recycled second-hand rags. It turns out to be the equipment uniforms of their Blood Wolf Squad. No wonder. When I entered the city earlier there was a group of perverts wearing only their underwear trying to blend into the city being detained by the city guards. At that time, even though they were blocking their faces, I thought it was a bit familiar. Now it looks like, it couldn't be that someone looted this squad of the Blood Wolf Mercenary Corps in the wild area. Could it? Hiss. Who is so bold? Robbed people of their equipment and had the nerve to also transport it to the Chamber of 10,000 Treasures to sell it. And now it's been accidentally discovered by the rightful owner of someone else's Blood Wolf Mercenary Corps. Although it's not this team, but I've heard of this White Wolf Squad. The strength is also quite good. Even if it's a second-hand broken goods on the body of the equipment added up, how to say, it's also tens of millions of dollars. Surrounding the crowd of onlookers were talking constantly. They turned their heads left and right trying to find out the ruthless person who robbed the Blood Wolf Mercenary Group. Good. Tens of millions, while the sissy who was sitting on the ground with his face covered, after hearing that the broken truck outside was worth tens of millions of dollars, his eyes trembled, revealing a shocked and regretful look, and he was regretting that he hadn't kept his head down to play with his cell phone just now, and hadn't been able to see which big brother was the owner of that truck. Otherwise, if he had served that big brother, he would have been able to obtain a higher tens of millions of performance, not to mention that he wouldn't have been slapped by Yenbao now. The sissy was likewise looking from side to side, trying to figure out who the big guy was who robbed the Blood Wolf mercenaries. It's me. While countless people were searching for the culprit, Su Chen took the initiative to stand out. Motherfucker. The crowd was stunned. It had nothing to do with anything else. It was really that Su Chen was too young. One could tell at a glance that he was a student who had just awakened in this session, and his harmless appearance was hard to connect with the murderer who had robbed the White Wolf Squad. Is it really you? Not to mention Yen Bao. Even Chief Captain Red Tiger frowned after looking Su Chen up and down and asked in an odd tone. That's right. It's me. I brought all the gear out there. Su Chen nodded his head lightly and bluntly admitted this matter. Wow. The crowd instantly clamored out. Crap. Young people are so brave nowadays. Admit it straight away. Does he know who's on the other side? Red Tiger is the Blood Wolf Mercenary Corps, the chief captain of the Blood Wolf team, with a strength of more than 3 orders, fighting strength of up to 10,000. looking at the entire Baiyun city is also a top strongman. Its shape is like a vicious tiger, killing without blinking an eye. Although it is said that within the city there is the protection of the laws of the Kyushu, I'm afraid that this young lad who dares to provoke the Blood Wolf Mercenary Corps in such a way will have to shed a layer of skin today even if he doesn't die. A flurry of remarks from the crowd resounded through the hall. The Red Tiger also laughed out. Boy, do you have guts. Dare to sneak attack my Blood Wolf Mercenary Corps people, and openly sell my Blood Wolf Mercenary Corps equipment. Dare to provoke so much. I'm sorry, you may have misunderstood a little. Before Red Tiger could finish his words, he was interrupted by Su Chen, who explained in a proper tone, I didn't sneak up on your Blood Wolf Mercenary Corps. I picked up all this gear. Picked up? The Red Tiger was once again stunned as his pair of tiger eyes carefully sized up Su Chen's body and nodded. Indeed. In front of this kid, this fine-skinned tender appearance, at a glance or greenhouse flowers, how can they defeat their Blood Wolf Mercenary Corps elite squad snatch so much equipment? So although this kid's statement is very outrageous however, compared to making them believe that Su Chen had dried up their entire elite squad of Blood Wolf Mercenary Corps by himself, Red Tiger was still more likely to make people believe in this claim of picking up the pieces, but things have happened to the point where they are now. It doesn't matter how you got it. The important thing is that you dare to sell the lost equipment of our Blood Wolf Mercenary Corps members. I will make you pay for daring to provoke me like this. After saying that, the Yen Pao beside the Red Tiger, his figure was slightly lowered, with the tendency of wanting to make a move. Wait, at this time of tension. A clear voice came from not far away, only to see Xiaomei accompanying an urban woman wearing a black professional outfit with long wavy hair stepping on her high heels and walking over. She had a competent temperament, a clear face, and although her figure was petite, her aura was very strong and she had quite a feeling of an iceberg female president, and that's exactly what happened. As the woman approached, the staff of the manpower group on either side of her bent over. Mr. Xiao! Mr. Xiao! Hello, Mr. Xiao! Even the sissy who had been jerked to the ground stood up and called out hello, Mr. Xiao. Looking at this woman who came face to face, and then thinking of old Wang's description of the little fish in his mouth, Su Chen's eyelids jumped before a moment of silence, and he vaguely seemed to have guessed something. Things I've heard, the person who attacked your Blood Wolf Mercenary Corps was not this teenager, but a teenage heavenly pride named Devil. Xiao Yu's appearance interrupted the atmosphere of the scene that was about to clash, as she stood on the side of Su Chen and Red Tiger and the others, and slowly spoke words that caused the two people, Red Tiger and Yen Bao, to look puzzled. Magic? The crowd wondered. They hadn't heard of the name. Xiao Yu's eyes swept over Su Chen and continued to say in explanation, if this is the case that you guys feel that you don't understand, then you should understand if I change the title. Heavenly Demon Star. Heavenly Demon Star? Exactly. It's none other than the only 24-star geniuses in the 9 states. What? Mr. Xiao, do you mean that a heavenly star-ranked genius attacked our Blood Wolf Mercenary Group's people? How is this possible? How could the only 24-star geniuses in the 9 states appear near our White Cloud City and attack members of our Blood Wolf Mercenary Corps? Mr. Xiao, are you saying these things because you think that our Blood Wolf Mercenary Corps is easy to fool? Hearing Xiao Yu say that it was a star-grade heavenly pride who had attacked their Blood Wolf Mercenary Corps people, Yen Bao was completely unconvinced and only felt that Xiao Yu was fooling them. That's just the way it is. If you don't believe me, you can ask those people in your White Wolf squad when you get back. They should have been released from the city defense team by now. And in a short while the Imperial Capital's team of seal auditors will also go to Devil for a seal audit when they come to our White Cloud City, so you'll naturally know if what I'm saying is true or false by then. Xiao Yu's calm and cold tone of voice made Yen Bao's face expression change for a while, although in his heart he still felt that this matter was a little too outrageous, but its straightforward statement allowed them to inquire about the White Wolf Squad's attitude, as well as which involved such official departments as the city defense team. Yen Bao and the Red Tiger, two people in their hearts, not only believed in this matter for a few moments, but the matter of face continued to allow him to grunt angrily out loud. Humph. I don't need you to say anything about this matter, Mr. Xiao. I'll go back and ask them as well. It's just that we things are one size fits all. Even if he wasn't the one who attacked our Blood Wolf Mercenary Corps squad, but this kid is openly selling my Blood Wolf Mercenary Corps equipment and provoking insults like this. If I don't step in to teach him a lesson today, where is the majesty of my Blood Wolf Mercenary Corps? Yen Bao's tone was morose. The eyes that looked at Su Chen were filled with a fierce color. According to the laws of Kyushu, as long as it doesn't involve blatant arm fighting, items dropped in the wilderness area, whoever picks them up is whoever owns them, and since all of these equipments were picked up by this teenager, they all naturally belong to him, whether they are used to sell or wear them on their own. They all belong to his right. The fact that Xiao Yu slowly told the truth also caused Yen Bao's face to become completely gloomy as he said in a low voice, Mr. Xiao, so you are going to bail him out? 10,000 treasures exchange. Please do not cause trouble. Xiao Yu did not back down, but only spoke in a calm tone. Slowly uttering this sentence, instantaneous, several powerful auras radiated down from the upper floors of the manpower group, locking the two of them, Red Tiger and Yen Bao. Within, feeling the threat from these auras, Yen Bao's veins rippled on his forehead. Since the time when their Blood Wolf Mercenary Corps had become one of the three major mercenary corps in White Cloud City, how had he, Yen Bao, ever suffered from this kind of threat? Just as he was about to say something in the middle of saying something, forget it, on the side, Red Tiger, who hadn't said much since Xiaoyu came out, pressed Yen Bao's raised hand down again, and his pair of eyes swept over Su Chen without a trace, saying in a voice that only the two could hear, don't make trouble. The Chamber of 10,000 Treasures isn't simple. Don't let these things delay our business. But big brother, Yen Bao clenched his teeth somewhat unwillingly. I know you can't swallow this in your heart, but don't you think this kid across the street who is selling our Blood Wolf Mercenary Corps equipment looks a bit familiar? Red Tiger's mention caused Yen Bao to calm down a little, and he carefully sized up Su Chen with one pair of eyes. In fact, he thought the kid was a bit familiar from the start. I just never remembered where I'd seen it, but now after Red Tiger's reminder, Yen Bao instantly reacted. Holy shit! Isn't this the one inside the first middle school who is known as our White Cloud City's biggest martial arts wizard? Yes, that's him. Now that you know why, I say don't dwell on it. He has the backing of the Martial Arts Alliance. He also possesses some kind of 9 extremities talent. He was blown up by the group of people from the Martial Arts Alliance, and now that he hasn't done anything too out of the ordinary, he's just selling a bunch of equipment he picked up. If we make a big move against him, I'm afraid that the side of the Martial Arts Alliance will have to make a big move against us, and it's not worth the loss. It's still important to hurry up and buy young Master a Maybach now. At night young Master has to race with someone on the viaduct of the Outer Ring Road. Red Tiger's words caused Yen Bao to nod his head and put away the mentality of continuing to find fault. It's just that, I just watched the live weather forecast on Baiyun TV, and I heard that it's going to rain heavily again tonight, so young Master can't still go racing, right? Even if it rains tonight the young Master will drive up in a Maybach. Why? Yen Bao's face was puzzled. This afternoon, the young Master has found a new girlfriend. I heard that she is still one of the top 4 schoolgirls of Baiyun First High School, with an A-class priest profession. She is an unparalleled healing talent. If there is such an A-class priest assisting on the battlefield of the college entrance examination in 3 months, the young Master will surely be able to get a better college entrance examination score. That's why this match tonight, the young Master must participate. Red Tiger's words made Yen Bao even more puzzled. I understand that young Master has found a new girlfriend, but what does that have to do with racing someone in a Maybach at night? Ha! Speaking of which, Red Tiger snorted. Originally, it didn't matter much, but that young Master's girlfriend had a boiling goat next to her and refused to let go of it, and insisted on comparing them. What do you mean you want to take American Sheep away? You have to win over him first. Young Master is so kind and generous. There's nothing we can do but to abuse him in the night's betting. Ha! Hearing this Yen Bao suddenly laughed out coldly. A mere boiling goat also cooperates with our young Master Hongyu to gamble on cars. He really doesn't know the height of heaven. Doesn't he know that our young Master also has a title called the God of White Cloud Mountain Cars? Who knows? Red Tiger shrugged. We don't need to care so much. We just need to buy the Maybach that the young Master needs. So let's go and not waste time on this matter. Red Tiger turned around. Yen Bao also did not pursue Su Chen's idea any further. Only before leaving, his triangular eyes still stared viciously at Su Chen. A once-in-a-century martial arts prodigy? We'll settle the score slowly in the future. He, Yen Bao, would not allow a man bigger than him to appear in this world. Wow. Go away. Really left. The two of them, the chief captain and vice captain of the Blood Wolf Mercenary Corps general team, just left. The departure of the two people, Red Tiger and Yen Bao, caused the group of eaters in the surrounding area to seem a little lost. Boring. What's the point of sniping? They want to see bloodshed. Otherwise, I'll be jealous. The gazes of the crowd all turned to Su Chen again, their eyes filled with envy and jealousy. Mud. I should have known that the Blood Wolf Mercenary Corps is now handling things in this style. I'm going out to pick up my gear too. A random trip to the wilderness can pick up tens of millions of dollars of equipment. How come I'm not so lucky? Among the jealous eyes of the crowd, Xiaoyu also turned her head. She looked at Su Chen strangely. Her vermilion lips lightly opened and said, "You were the one who approached me earlier? Ding dong. Hey, how's it going, Su Duan? Did you find little fish? Isn't my family's little fish pretty? Tell you, you do not move a crooked mind. Oh, you have 4 big school flowers is enough. The future of the Martial Arts Alliance and the battlefield of the college entrance exams. The Kyushu Academy. The extraterritorial tribes, there are still countless, did not come out of the heavenly pride of the goddesses waiting for you to enter the harem. You were simply too busy to come." Outside the gates of the manpower group. Su Chen had just walked out of the gate not long ago. The cell phone penguin then sent out a voice of an incoming letter. And Suchen couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth when he saw the message on it. Not that the Dragon King said anything about him having a harem in the future. Instead, I'm thinking, oh Dragon King, your family's little fish is not some ordinary life department teller who earns 8,000 a month, but the president general manager of the Wanbao Group. I'm afraid the identity is not simple at all. This really is your iceberg presidentess now. You want to pursue her and be with her. Suchen didn't think any further. He just simply gave the Dragon King a sentence back. You go for it. The Dragon King's business has its own Dragon King's karma. He's not good at interfering. Since the Dragon King was so confident in the feelings between him and Xiaoyu, there was no need for him to say more. Maybe what the Dragon King said was true and the feelings between him and Xiaoyu were indeed pure love? That female president named Xiaoyu was indeed not toying with such a simple teenager as the Dragon King, rather. What about expressing true nature in another capacity? So after such a cheering remark, Suchen withdrew his gaze towards the security room and walked towards the distance, his gaze gradually sharpening. Oh Dragon King, there are too many surprises and less than ideal things in this world. You and I need to work hard to become stronger if we want just to pick our favorite fruit. Next. He prepared to go home and swallow the ice-quenching refinement fruit to break the bottleneck of the flesh refinement minor achievement. Dragon King? Inside the security room, after seeing the inexplicable words of encouragement sent by Suchen, the Dragon King couldn't help but freeze. Just as he was about to ask Suchen what this meant, ding dong. The only special attention in the Dragon King's penguins remembered the voice of the incoming letter. Fishy, reward yourself with a portion of roast duck for opening a big order today. After seeing this message, the Dragon King's eyes instantly lit up, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up into a warm smile as he hastily sent out an emoticon in response. Woo woo, Chief, you have to do it for us. After we reported the name of the Blood Wolf Mercenary Corps, instead of restraining himself, he said disdainfully that the Blood Wolf Mercenary Corps, some third-rate mercenary corps, was completely unheard of, and then summoned a group of second-rank summoned beasts to swarm and beat us up, causing us to damage quite a few brothers, not to mention robbing the third-order blood lotus flower we prepared for young Master Hongyu. And even more outrageous is that in order to humiliate us before we left, we were made to strip off all of our clothes and equipment, causing us to only have a pair of underpants to wear, affecting the city's appearance, and being detained by the city defense team to our Blood Wolf Mercenary Regiment to lose face. At this moment, the moon is on a branch of the headquarters garrison of the Blood Wolf Mercenary Corps. A lighted living room, White Wolf, Wild Dog, and the others were crying about their miserable encounters in the wilderness, hiding Suchen's presence the entire time and pouring the scourge on the devil's head. It's a confession they've conspired to make. It couldn't be helped. They would want to tell Suchen out, but would anyone believe them if they did? They couldn't say that a group of their elite professionals were beaten by a martial arts practitioner, even if the other party was a martial arts prodigy. It was still just a teenager whose martial arts talent had not been awakened for a few days. Although they had all personally experienced Suchen's monster-like strength, they definitely belonged to the type of people who said that no one would believe it. Instead, they would only be humiliated and add to the joke. Plus the other party had the martial arts alliance as a backdrop, so it would be useless even if they said it. So instead of involving one more Su dust, it would be better to pour all the dirty water on the devil's body. At least the other 24 heavenly stars would still have some face. White Wolf, don't make yourself sound so miserable. You led the White Wolf squad. This time you damaged so many of our brothers out there, not to mention that you also lost all of your equipment. Such a serious mistake in leading the squad. You still want to get away with it, don't you? It is recommended that starting today, White Wolf be dismissed from his position as captain and made to start practicing again from the base of scrubbing toilets. In the living room, not far from the position next to the White Wolf, there was a young man wearing a black uniform with a blood wolf pattern printed on his chest. The man's age didn't seem to be much different from that of the White Wolf. Both were 26 or 27 years old, but it was even more brash and arrogant, with long, slanted bangs, and the opening was a snide, verbal question to White Wolf. TMD Black Wolf, you mean to say that I, White Wolf, lied? No star geniuses were seen. Hearing the Black Wolf fall to the well to let the dismissal of his captain position, let himself brush the toilet, White Wolf suddenly broke out. Who knows? After all, we all know what kind of person you White Wolf are. The Black Wolf grunted lightly in disdain. What kind of people? What's wrong with my White Wolf? Black Wolf, you make it clear to me. Alright. While White Wolf was indignant and wanted to seek justice for himself, a rather oppressive voice resounded from the seat at the very top of the living room. I've heard about the demon. The White Wolf is not to blame for this. The person who spoke had a strange short red hair, a thin, middle-aged figure, and a simple outfit that looked plain, but everyone in the room knew it. The middle-aged man who looks ordinary. It is the head of the Blood Wolf Mercenary Group, the peak of the third stage of the strongman. Look at the whole Bayun city can be with the 5 to 5, but the number of 5 fingers, From the top of the White Cloud City, deservedly strong man, running into a wild star grade heavenly pride outside the city is indeed an unmitigated disaster. Yeah, Chief, only you believe in me. The devil, he is so arrogant. Robbing our brothers to look down on our Blood Wolf mercenary group. You must do it for us. The White Wolf cried out miserably. There were a few pretenses, but there were also a few genuine feelings that he was beaten up for no reason, robbed of his treasures, robbed of his equipment, stripped to his underwear, and was detained as a pervert by the city watchman when he saw him entering the city. Miserable. Our White Wolf squad is too miserable. However, although the White Wolf is selling misery and pretending to cry, but the main seat above the head of the head he did not take care of his intention. Just facing the crowd said, I've gotten the message. In 2 more days the auditors from above will be coming to our White Cloud City. This time because of Lang Ruyu's awakening of her SS-ranked occupational talent. The above is paying extra attention. And perhaps they will see to it that there will be 4 sealed audit officers stationed in our White Cloud City to conduct a review. I think, devils, with celestial star level qualifications are also within the scope of their vetting. Brothers, starting tomorrow until next Tuesday, the author is going to travel to a secret location to attend a mysterious meeting. During this period of time, temporarily 1 shift QAQ if he can pass the audit. The devil will be truly given the officially certified title of Heavenly Star and be protected by the officials. And even if he can't pass it, according to you guys, with his 1,000 times amount of combat genius, he can still securely obtain the title of 108 generals, and will be equally valued by the higher-ups. So the matter of the devil is over. During this period of time you all tighten up a bit. Otherwise, if it is discovered from above that our Blood Wolf mercenary corps is persecuting the sealed celestial pride, I'm afraid that things won't be so easy to resolve. Wow! For sealed auditors? I've heard that many other cities with a population of 10 million that are even larger than our White Cloud City will only go to 1 seal auditor at most, and even some smaller cities won't have an auditor go over at all. They'll just be waiting in the upper city, with the people from the lower city taking the initiative to go there. I didn't think that we in White Cloud City would actually come to 4 in one go. The 2 people sitting in the upper row, Red Tiger and Yen Bao, raised their eyebrows with some surprise on their faces. It does seem like it's time to tighten up a bit. The seal auditor dispatched by the Imperial clan of the 9 states was just like the great frontier inspection envoys in ancient times, riding on the Emperor's order, perhaps not having any real power, but its special status position had already doomed everything. The average person wouldn't dare to mess with it. What's more, I don't know their character. If they meet a censor who likes to meddle in other people's business and is just an upright, and see that their Blood Wolf mercenary corps is doing bad things, and they have to join them, they can't do anything about it. Therefore, at this moment, after hearing you said that the seal auditor will come in a few days, in the living room, a group of Blood Wolf mercenary corps, the senior management are flickering hearts. Obscure, even the White Wolves stopped selling their misery, and under this atmosphere, he turned his head to look at the right-hand side, where a teenager wearing an expensive suit sat in a seating area not far away. The man's appearance is a little green. It looks like he is only 18 or 19 years old, but his face is full of untamed demeanor. His lips are light and thin, and his body is permeated with a faint evil aura. Even in the midst of this serious meeting, he still maintains a playful smile throughout the whole process, and he has quite a bit of temperament. This man who looked 18 or 19 years old was naturally Hiyu's son, the young leader of the Blood Wolf mercenary corps. Ho Hongyu. Hongyu. You've heard about the situation. I wonder how the preparations are going on your side. Is there any confidence in passing the sealing audit of the 108 generals of the Kyushu? Hiyu's voice slowly sounded. Seal of pride. Enjoy official protection. Resources tilted. Will be the first time into the vision of the imperial family empire, by all parties to draw attention to the future of the feudal lords to worship the prime minister. Step into the dynasty. Is an unavoidable opportunity. If you can get the seal, our Blood Wolf regiment will therefore enjoy many benefits. With honor, this matter is only allowed to become, not allowed to lose. You can have confidence. Don't worry, father. Although there was some oppression in Hiyu's words, Hongyu heard it, and instead of feeling any pressure, he picked up the corners of his light mouth, revealing a touch of evil confidence, and laughed. I've been ready for this for a long time. With the strength of the Blood Wolf King and I, passing the sealing audit of what 108 generals isn't simple. If you're talking about star sealing and letting me touch base with that demon, I might even be a little stressed. But I heard that you just asked the Red Tiger Yen Bao Tu to buy you a Maybach. Are you going to drag race at night? He spoke out the news he had gotten, his voice low and rather serious. What if there's some kind of car accident at this time of year that affects the seal review? His own night to drag race for fun was discovered, but Hongyu was not nervous, just still evilly smiling. Father, that's something you don't know. I went out racing tonight just to, in the future, get a higher general rank title and get better high school grades. Oh, at Hiyu's interested gaze, the 2 men, Red Tiger and Yen Bao, took the initiative to stand up and explain to Yi Hongyu about going out for a car race tonight. Ha ha ha. So it's a boiling goat. Hearing that someone was going to race their young master on a suburban viaduct at night for a woman. The atmosphere in the living room was upbeat, both the black and white wolves heckled and jeered. I hate boiling goats in my life. What kind of status does he have to dare to steal a woman from our young master Hongyu? Class A priest profession. Or a school girl. It seems that our young master Hongyu is really blessed with good fortune. Take it. It must be taken. Priest professions are rare. Not to mention that the other party is an A-rank priest. With the assistance of such a big milky confidant, young Master Hongyu will definitely be able to achieve higher grades on the battlefield in the college entrance exams 3 months from now. Hiyu above the main seat also nodded in relief after hearing this. Aha! It was father who misunderstood you in the party. The night is up to you. Win beautifully or boiling goat will haunt you. And of course pay more attention to safety. Don't get into a car accident and affect the ceiling audit. Don't worry, father. Don't forget I'm the god of White Cloud Mountain Racing. How can you make a low-level mistake like a car accident? This game will be won. Yi Hongyu smiled evilly, a confident glow in his eyes. Go for it. Go for it. Go fatty. Go John. The moon and stars are bright. And the crow's feet are blank, White Cloud City below the star apartments. By a utility pole, atop which the owl cocked its head and watched, there was a group of elementary school students converging under the pole, not knowing what game they were playing, and 3 of them could be seen among the more than 10 elementary school students. Being surrounded by a group of people cheering in the center. 2 men and 1 woman. Humph. A sniffling little chubby guy among the trio pointed his finger at the darker-skinned Xiao Chang across the room with a bashful face. Xiao Chang, I'm telling you, Xiao Hong belongs to me. Don't you dare take her away. Let go. Fatty. She doesn't like you, so stop pestering her. You're bullshitting me. How could Red not like me? She even smiled at me then. Don't you think so, Red? I don't like you. I like Little John. I want to play with Little John. No. Damned little strong. You must have cheated Red with some trick that only a dirty adult would use. I must save Red from you. A group of children below were noisy. The owl blinked with a pair of big eyes and looked at them for a while before realizing that the main group of schoolchildren was the 2 of them. Fatty and Strong. Playing a tournament game. The name of the game is Lost Love. The rules for Lost Love are simple. The 2 men, Fatty and Strong, each had large bowls in their hands that they had smuggled out of the house. Both bowls are the same size. Pour the bowl full of water. Pour until you can't get any further. The water tension is bursting at the seams and has exceeded the normal capacity of the bowl, threatening to spill and overflow with the slightest shake. So much for testing both men's love for Red. Within a certain period of time, whoever has the steadiest end, the most patience, whoever spills the least, and whoever has the most water left in the bowl proves that he or she has more love for Xiao Hong. The one who loses is out. Let go. Leave Red. Ha ha ha. Fatty lifted the bowl of water up and let out an early laugh that belonged to the victor. To the little strong man across the room. He's been practicing for a long time for today. Buzz. On the side that Fatty is on, star apartment. On the 9th floor, a bedroom lit up with 2 faint glows within it. A color of pale blue, suffused with a cool chill. A color of fiery red, emitting a faint heat. Ice-quenching refining fruit. The closer the 2 fruits meet, the higher the energy produced. And now just holding one in each left and right hand is already able to produce such a vision. Inside the bedroom. Su Chen sat cross-legged in front of the bed. Left hand an ice-quenching fruit, right hand a fire-refining fruit. With the beginning of the ice-quenching fruit and fire-refining fruit when he just got completely different. At this moment the 2 fruits are emitting a glittering luster. Interplay. Landscape peculiar. At a glance on the non-extraordinary goods, which emits the energy, has also vaguely reached the level of the second stage. It was no longer the feeling of the early first rank when it was first taken into the hands alone. This was the characteristic of the ice-quenching refining fruit. The closer you get, the stronger the chemical reaction that occurs and the more energy you emit. Just holding each in 2 hands has been so. If swallowed, it will surely bloom a huge energy like magma rolling ice. Ice and fire, reaching the top level of the second order. Wishing me to break through the realm of the small success of meat refining is completely enough. I wonder if there will still be any qualitative changes after practicing meat to a small degree. Thoughts and thoughts. Su Dust took a deep breath and no longer delay. Well, ice-quenching fire-refining fruit in one breath will be swallowed into the abdomen. Ice-quenching fruit taste cool and sweet. The nature of the cold. There is a kind of blueberry with the taste of grapes. Dragon fruit has a warm and delicious flavor and is warm in nature. With a strawberry and apple feel. At the beginning of the mouth. The 2 fruits do not feel anything, but only feel the mouth. Melt in the mouth. The taste is good. Su Dust cannot help but give birth today if there are conditions. Buy as fruit to eat should be very good idea. But immediately after Su Dust pupil is a burst of contraction. Ice-quenching and refining fruits meet in the stomach. It felt like swallowing an iceberg and a volcano at the same time for a moment. Ha! Su Chen exhaled an extremely cold, hot breath from his mouth. Extremely hot and cold. 2 kinds of energy in the body flushing collision. as if through the ice-quenching refining sword. Constantly on the human body cells are extremely intense quenching. This ice and fire-like intense quenching degree. If the average person ate not to say that the body of the death, I am afraid that there will be countless cell necrosis which cannot be regenerated to withstand the extreme pain therefore. On the last page of the book, regarding the introduction of the ice-quenching and refining fruit, it was suggested that it should be swallowed together with a mild healing medicinal liquid, in order to be able to replenish the self-healing in a timely manner at the time of cellular necrosis, or else under this violent impact, the ice-quenching and refining fruit, if it is taken together, I am afraid that it would be more like a poisonous fruit than a celestial treasure to most of the people, but to Sue Dust, this ice-quenching refining is just the right amount of intense that he had just reached the point where he could feel the sensation of the cells in his body being insanely quenched without being burst and necrotic. His whole body was taut and full. His body was full of power, and his whole body vaguely felt as if it had expanded by a few points. Exalted King Divine Elephant Steps. Without any further hesitation, Suchen stood up and immediately cultivated the Zunwang Divine Elephant Steps, prepare to take advantage of this opportunity. In one fell swoop, he stepped out of the fourth step and broke through the realm of practicing flesh to a small degree. With a body as heavy as 1,000 pounds, under Suchen's traction with the Zunwang Divine Elephant Steps, this wantonly rushing energy in the body was guided in another way, as if the countless pairs of forging masters that originally existed in the body had a commanding leader. No more wild dislike towards one tissue cell haphazardly, rather, under the guidance of Su Chuan, it wanders up and down the body, penetrating the surface of the body inside and outside, and all the cellular media in the body up and down the body inside and outside go through a bout of ice extraction and fire refining of forging. A 1 weekday cycle and a 2 weekday cycle. When Su Chuan stepped out of the third step, this ice-quenching fire refining forging had completed the third circumference cycle in his body, and the entire body of 60 trillion cellular mediums received 3 times of ice and fire, the forging of the 2 heavens. And when Su Chen wanted to step out of the fourth step in one breath, a deeper level of forging. He raised his foot but stopped in the middle of mid-air. It was slow to fall. As if it was a robot that had gotten stuck. This kick landed extremely slowly, and Su Chen's movements weren't as smooth as the first 3 steps, appearing to be very stiff with beads of sweat emanating extreme cold and heat after overflowing from the pores of Su Chuan's skin and dripping onto the ground. It instantly turned into a vapor and disappeared without a trace. Su Chen's leg that was raised in mid-air also began to tremble gently. It was as if there was an invisible shackle that bound his body to death, making it impossible for him to take this step. Once out, poof, poof, poof. The blood in Su Chuan's body rotated crazily, and his heart pounded and pounded dramatically, like the morning bell and the twilight drum and like a god's elephant. The sound was getting louder and louder. More and more unlike the sound of a human's heart being able to beat out. The whole room seemed to tremble. The energy that flowed through the ice quenching and fire refining within the body was also under the compression of this huge heart, turning wildly as if it was an ice and a fire. 2 giant dragons in general, beginning to roar and crash wildly within every cell within Su Chen's body, to blast apart the cell medium that blocked them. Once you step out of this step, you will exceed the cellular carrying limit. The cells disintegrate and break down, and the human flesh collapses. The premonition of the underworld, as incomparable as a picture of the future, was clearly reflected in the middle of the mind. But boom! A dull and shattering sound resounded steeply in the room as the genetic chains that bound the limits of the human body collapsed, and Su Chen, who had forcefully stepped out of the fourth step, also turned into a blood mist and exploded in this instant. However, the strange thing is that when the blood mist disperses and fills the room after, under the haze of the blood mist, Su Chuan's body is revealed again. On the body is intact. The skin is crystal white and red, and it is not possible to see the slightest damage, as if it was in the moment when the cells were blown up. A shift occurs between the imaginary and the real. All cellular mediums are born out of thin air, refreshed, practicing flesh to a small degree. Your body is as heavy as 1,000 pounds, and it was at this instant that Su Chen, who had been keeping his eyes closed, violently opened his eyes. Boom! Whoa! It was as if the bedroom window couldn't bear the weight that erupted from Su Chen's eyes, suddenly shattered. As if he sensed something, his figure instantly shot out from the ruptured window opening like a stringed arrow right after him, leaping down from the 9th floor. Go for it! Go for it! Fatty, you can do it! Fatty, you can do it! Hold on! Don't give up! The open space below the Star Apartments, seeing the time passing by, the 30-minute countdown is about to run out of time. A drop of water in his own hands did not spill out, but the opposite small strong but has already spilled out once. Small short legs standing on the ground, stomach fluttering, small fat began to silently pump for their own hearts. 3 seconds. 3 seconds left. Hold on. Little John has already shown a few drops in front of him. All I have to do is keep it up for the next 3 seconds without spilling it and I'll win this match. Fatty couldn't be happier at the thought of his impending victory. 2 seconds. 2 seconds to go. Hold on, hold on, hold on. Hang in there, I can. Boom. Suddenly, not far from Fatty, a loud and heavy sound came out from an alleyway. As if an earthquake had occurred, the ground shook violently for a while, radiating the entire star apartment building was shaking. Ah! The children on top of the square let out screams of fear. Many of them were not able to stand still by this earthquake and fell to the ground. Even the onlooker elementary school students who were observing the match from the side, not to mention Fatty who had been standing for half an hour without moving, already sore and stiff-legged. His little short legs were the first to fall to the ground in this earthquake. All the water in the bowl naturally splashed to the ground. Woohoo! When the aftershocks stopped, and not surprisingly, Fatty sat down and cried out in pain, his nose and eyes running down his mouth. My water! My love for Red, I'm all set to win. Woo-hoo-hoo! Xiao Chang, are you alright? On the other side, Xiao Hong helped Xiao Chang up and wiped the sweat on his forehead. It's okay, Red just had a fall. Come on, there's an earthquake hazard here. I'll take you home in the car. With that, Xiao Chang pushed his own bunkman cart over to Xiao Hong, signaling her to come up, and the two of them would go back together. Wait, Red. Ha ha, Xiao Chang's water spilled clean too. I didn't lose this game. We're both still tied. Little Tubby, who suddenly noticed this, laughed out happily. However, Red had already stood on Xiao Chang's cart and followed him into the distance. Wait, Red, little Red, you can't go. What am I going to do if you go? The little chubby guy who was dumped, cried and shouted at the back and chased after him. However, with his fluttering, clumsy stomach, even if he ran harder, he couldn't catch up with Xiao Chang's cart. Cloud covers. Gradually there were cloudy clouds converging in the sky. The humidity of the air rose, and the air currents that gradually blew above the cloud city seemed as if they could blow down a city of pouring rain at any time. It seems out of his sympathy for the little chubby guy. It's cloudy. Boom, boom, boom. After little Tubby chased after little Red and little Chang and ran away, Sue Dust walked out from the alley next to him one step at a time, looking at Fatty's back as he cried and chased. He touched his nose in embarrassment. It seemed like he had accidentally caused some kind of human tragedy just now, but it can't be helped. I didn't mean to. Su Chen turned his head to look behind him. The back of the alley, the sandy playground that was usually the favorite playground of these children, little Fatty and little Chang, has long since been reduced to a crater. It is about 9 meters deep and 30 in diameter, smashing out such a huge crater in an instant. The entire crater was emitting thick white smoke. The air was scorching hot, and it was as if there was some kind of heavenly guest descending in the middle of this crater. A pair of humanoid footprints could clearly be seen, coming out of the crater one step at a time, stepping out one by one on the concrete rock floor, 3 inches into the ground. This footprint stretched from the crater all the way behind Su Chen. Flesh body minor accomplishment. Body as heavy as 1,000 pounds. At this moment, Su Chuan can obviously feel the change of his body density, as if every cell medium on the whole body has gone through 1,000 hammers of forging in general. Dozens of hundreds, thousands of pieces of pig iron, hard hammering into a piece of the same size of fine iron. The whole body cell must feel a qualitative leap, become more thick and solid, the weight of dozens of times larger than the previous one. So every cellular medium change converges into the body that now weighs 1,000 pounds and 15 t. Feelings. Su Chen took a deep breath, and like a whale swallowing a cow instantly set off a turbulent current in the surroundings. The sense of power that comes from such a massive weight, such an ultra-high density of body. Simply, Seiko. Su Chen opened his hands and looked up into the void. Then after closing his eyes and experiencing the changes in his body, the corner of his mouth couldn't help but curl up into a pleased smile. He felt that the current self only needed to play a brain crash. He could play the past self to death. Even if a Maybach traveling at high speeds on the viaduct crashed into him, he could crash the opposite side of the car and destroy the people, and he can't move a muscle. This powerful taste is truly mesmerizing, but with the drastic change in power brought about by the change in mass, the flaws that come with it are obvious. It feels like it's a lot clumsier. Su Chen gently waved his arm in the air. The wind whistled and slapped on top of the wall, making a crunching sound like a whipper from a third party's onlooker's perspective. The speed of Su Chen's hand-waving had definitely not slowed down, and was even a few points faster than before, but from Su Chuan's own physical senses, the body was much heavier, much slower, clumsy and inflexible, and just as he could not control his massive weight to stomp the ground into patches of depression, his mastery over his own body fell considerably. So after taking the 4th step, is it only the Exalted King's Divine Elephant steps that will give me feedback on the 2 cultivation methods? Viewing the 2 cultivation methods originating from the Zunwang Divine Elephant steps in his mind, Su Chen was not only a bit eager to try it out, but with his current situation there was indeed an even greater lack of this kind of kung fu technique art, not counting the system of devouring heavenly devil technique. In addition to originating from the Golden Jade Dragon Emperor's body of the Dragon Scale and the Dragon Tooth, 2 major techniques, there is nothing in his hands that can be taken out of the hands of martial arts techniques. And now the Zunwang Divine Elephant Steps breakthroughs. which is just a little bit of a remedy for his shortcomings in this area. Divine Elephant Breaking Fist and Lifting Heavy Weights Technique. The Divine Elephant Breaking Fist was also an offensive art, but unlike the Dragon Tusk and Dragon Scale, which were based on chopping sharpness, the Divine Elephant Breaking Fist was more inclined to be power-oriented, and a punch that came out like the might of a divine elephant could cause the sky to crumble and the earth to split. And it was a technique that could fully utilize his weight strength advantage, but for the current Suchun, more than the Divine Elephant Breaking Fist, what he needed to cultivate instead was the second cultivation technique, the Lifting Weights to Lightness technique. This is a dharma that favors body control techniques. Cultivation is very simple, but also very mysterious. Every move, every word and action, whether it is breathing and walking, or other, can be used to practice lifting weight like light art. When lifting weight like light book cultivation to a certain extent, it will allow him, even in the present this kind of thousands of kilograms of body weight, still be able to do. In the past, that kind of normal body weight when to do things. So for example, you won't make footprints on solid concrete when you walk. Wouldn't sit on a bench and collapse. It won't crush the bed when you sleep. It won't crush the stairs when you go up, and it won't collapse the house. Dispose of your own power as you wish. Mastery of the self-body. This was the effect of the weightlifting technique. And it was also the problem that Suchun currently needed to solve the most. Otherwise, with his current weight of up to 15 tons, home is not able to go back. In the future cannot be wandering out. Have a home, cannot go back to the wild area of the wind and sleep. Right. So that was why Suchun was next prepared to first cultivate the weightlifting technique to its grand completion to resolve the negative effects of his own weight. But, when considering where to practice, Su Dust cannot help but think of the matter of the little chubby man in the party. In order to no longer cause this kind of tragedy, but also to avoid himself being found by the TV station to be surrounded like an alien. Inside the city is out of the question. Still have to go to the wilderness for a few days first. Boo! Cell phones are accidentally pinched to the corner of Suchen's mouth that wanted to send a text message to Xiao Meng telling her that he was going out for a few days so that she wouldn't worry. Couldn't help but twitch. Eventually he commanded the owl to write a letter for him and then put it in his bedroom. After doing that, Suchen looked up at the gradually overcast sky. After tightening the clothes on his body, prepared to head to the wilderness area from the direction of the suburban viaduct. Walk all the way. Think of it as practicing the weightlifting technique. Bayanqing Prefecture level city in Guangzhou. It's a rainy night, and the sky is as dark as ink. The rain poured down as if to wash away the filth of the whole world. Suburbs close to the wilderness. The viaduct was empty and deserted. Bean-sized rainwater slapped and crackled on the viaduct, hands on top of the steering wheel. Bright alligator shoes pressed hard on the gas. Buzz off. The sound of engines roaring like beasts flew in from the distance. Two pitch-black Maybachs, flashing red lights, one after the other, swept past, leaving two stumps on the viaduct. As if two Mercedes racing beasts in general, in the rainy night, wantonly run, drifting, speed and passion, wild glory, so that all the onlookers of the crowd have ignited their own hormones, full of excitement and frenzy. Gentlemen, ladies, the Maybach night elimination match is finally in the endgame. The man in the lead needs no introduction. It's none other than our Maybach Night Gold Cup 9 champion, the god of White Cloud Mountain, the Blood Wolf Mercenary Corps' youngest, young master Hongyu. In a clearing not far from the viaduct, the exit, under an open tent temporarily erected, with a large live broadcast screen and a host, countless brightly dressed, stripped of their usual disguise of rich men and women, gathered together, looking at the live broadcast, the two Maybachs on the screen in close pursuit of one after the other. Crazy screaming carnival, countless people shouted the name of He Hongyu. His eyes are full of frenzy. Maybach Night, this was an event that was held every half a year or 3 to 5 months in the upper circles of their White Cloud City. Led by some rich kids, all participants in this event were limited to Maybachs and competed in a race of speed and passion on this remote viaduct after dark, and He Hongyu is the winner of their Maybach Night of the 9 championships. A well-deserved White Cloud Mountain car god. However, this boiling lamb challenger of ours tonight is also not to be underestimated. The Mecha Master profession drives the car with ease, and it is surprising to see that he can chase our young master Hongyu to such a point, which was really not expected earlier. Unpredictable. Is this dog licking? Is this love? Whether it's our young master Hongyu who ends up reigning as the 10-crown king and holding the beauty, or will the dog lickers have everything they need in the end? It's all about the last 10 kilometers. Wow! The scene was filled with the clamor of countless people screaming with excitement. Xiaoya, are you serious? Really want to be He Honyu's girlfriend? In the midst of this clamoring and noisy crowd, her best friend Xiao Chui, whose face was a bit baby fat, covered her ears and shouted loudly at the young girl in front of her. What about Su Chen? Did you forget straight away? Then didn't you say you still want to chase that heavenly devil star at noon? How come? Now? The BFF's voice drowned out the screams of the crowd, but Zhao Xiaoya still probably heard her best friend's worry. She has a beautiful appearance, flat figure, a long white dress, like a white lotus flower in full bloom. Her light lips have a light powdery luster, And her face looks like she is wearing some light makeup. Colorful lights flashed on the body, eye in the face of her best friend's inquiry. Zhao Xiaoya's pretty face didn't change much and just denied it. Xiao Chui, you're thinking too much. What does whether I find a boyfriend or not have to do with Su Chen? It's not like I'm familiar with him. As for that heavenly demon star at noon, I would like to chase people, but I don't even know where they are. Instead of looking at the poetry in the faraway places, why don't we catch the woods in front of us first? He Hong Yu can be much more excellent than Su Duan or something. As for what you said about being in Hong Yu's girlfriend, I never admitted it. I told you long ago that I have no intention of finding a boyfriend before I go to college. I just treat him like Wang Hao, as an ordinary male friend. Ha! Zhao Xiaoya's statement caused her best friend Xiao Chui to freeze, but her small face still quickly tightened together in a worried shout. But I heard that this He Hong Yu has a bad reputation. Now with all the racing and stuff, I'm afraid he'll take advantage of you when he gets you in the car later. That's why I brought you along. Zhao Xiaoya's response caused Xiao Chui to be a bit at a loss for words, but without waiting for her to misunderstand, she only saw Zhao Xiaoya wearing a smug smile on her face as she slowly opened her mouth to teach. Humph, Jade, you don't know that, do you? When a guy is alone with a girl, he may have dark little thoughts about taking advantage of her or something like that, but once the girl is with her BFF, the guy tries to act like a gentleman, trying to use that to catch her BFF's eye and gain favor with both of them. Even if He Hong Yu judges the wind badly, but when he sees the two of us together, he will naturally put his small mind away. That will show the bright and honorable side in front of us. Zhao Xiaoya shared out the boiling goat control tips, so that her best friend Xiao Yu heard open little mouth speechless. 3 kilometers. The last 3 kilometers. No contest. No difference. How incredible this is. This challenger of ours. Boiling goat. I heard that just the first time he drove the car he was actually able to keep up with our young master Hong Yu's drifting skills, and in the previous 6-kilometer section of the death spiral remained close to the back of the car, not being completely thrown off. Such an achievement. One can only say that it's really worthy of a man who has piloted a mech. The host in the middle of the tent shouted out in fiery excitement. Only the large live screen in front of the crowd was visible. 2 speeding Maybach's. 1 after the other made a sewer drift. Only 0.1 seconds difference between the front and rear of each other threw off the spiral curves into the final sprint stage. The death spiral has passed. The next 3 kilometers is entirely viaduct straight sprint stage. We as the boiling sheep challenger so strong I'm afraid may not be unable to win. In the end, it was young master Hong Yu who completed the 10 crowns. Or is it the new challenger who ascends to Kingslayer? It's all about the last 3 kilometers. The host's voice was impassioned, and the audience on all sides was screaming, feeling that the match was still in doubt and incredibly exciting. But a continuous stream of raindrops slapped against the windows of the car, turning into a line of rain that streaked over the car and flung it down to the earth, falling to pieces exactly as within Maybach. Wang Hao's agonized face couldn't hold back the tears that fell. Can't catch up. Can't catch up. Still 0.1 seconds off. Just this 0.1 seconds alone placed on their speed at the moment would be enough to throw the other party out by hundreds of meters. The next 3 kilometers are all straight lines, unless the other party suddenly accidentally hits someone or what happened in a car accident. Otherwise the vehicle configuration is very different. How can I finish the final overtaking? No, my Xiaoya. Thinking of this, Wang Hao shouted out in incomparable agony, his eyes red and his heart regretful that he shouldn't have gone looking for his good buddy, Demon, at noon. If he hadn't taken Zhao Xiaoya to find the devil, they wouldn't have run into He Hong Yu. If he hadn't run into He Hong Yu, his own goddess Xiaoya wouldn't have been deceived and mesmerized by He Hong Yu, and naturally wouldn't have left him. But now words a buzz. In front, the window of the Maybach driven by He Hong Yu was opened. A finger with a middle finger stuck out of it, wearing a small black suit, with light lips and an evil face. He Hong Yu looked at Wang Hao's car in the lake mirror and sneered out disdainfully. Ha! Boiling goat, are you a good driver? Sorry, fast in a straight line is really fast. Your goddess is mine to laugh at. Ha ha ha. He Hong Yu laughed out wildly. No. Rainy night. Viaduct. Maybach. Wang Hao let out a cry. Ha! Unconscionable. This is what happens when you dare to provoke our young master Hong Yu, thinking that just because you're a mecha master that you can beat our young master Hong Yu in driving. A boiling goat don't hang around. Ha 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 ha. Not far from the exit under the viaduct, near the finish line, Black Wolf, White Wolf, and some other people from the Blood Wolf Mercenary Corps couldn't help but let out a laugh after seeing this scene. Young Master Hong Yu has already driven away from the exit of the viaduct and entered the suburban fast lane. There are only 800 meters left from the finish line. At most 3 to 5 seconds to finish. Winning this race is already a nail in the coffin. All of a sudden, under the viaduct, beside the dark suburban expressway, Ho Hong Yu must pass above the driveway. The White Wolf seemed to have discovered something as his pupils suddenly shrunk and he shouted in panic. Young Master, be careful. Beep. Loud horns blared across the suburban fast lane, lights flashing, illuminates the silhouettes of people in the fast lane ahead. Grrr. Inside the Maybach He Hungyu couldn't help but curse out in anger. He couldn't have imagined it in any way. It's amazing that anyone would cross the street in the suburban fast lane under the viaduct with all this rain and still at night. TM. Only 800 meters left in the final sprint. At their current speed, a zone of 800 meters is no more than 3 to 5 seconds. Not to mention slowing down and stopping. Once he goes around and avoids it, this game will be a sure loss. Ha ha ha, truly God has helped me. He Hungyu, you still don't slow down and hit the steering wheel. Wang Hao in the second lane. After seeing a figure appear in the lane where He Hungyu was, the original mask of pain on his face instantly turned into a mask of ecstasy. Mad. Wang Hao, you're underestimating old me too much. Slow down? I minus Nima. Buzz. There was a deafening roar from the four-seater engine of the Maybach driven by He Hungyu. Instead of slowing down, He Hungyu by the gas pedal completely stepped on the death. His eyes tightly staring at the silhouette in front of him. His face showed a hideous smooth smile. Serves you right. Who let you sneak around on the road in the middle of the night and get in the way of my racing? Let's see if I don't run you over. Jia. Ah, look out. After seeing He Hungyu's intentions, a group of liberated men and women in the tent behind the finish line cheered and screamed out in joy. And there were also Zhao Xiaoya and his pro-bestie Xiao Chui who both screamed out in shock. And the two of them covered their eyes, not daring to look at it again. Boom. Rainy night. Viaduct. Maybach. An unsurprisingly loud thud rang out across the empty suburban wilderness. Brothers, I'm back. The secret meeting is finally over. It's raining so hard, and you're skulking around the suburbs in the middle of the night, getting in the way of this young man's victory. It's so self-inflicted. Die for this young man. Jia. After He Hungyu let out a cruel laugh, his foot gas pedal wildly stepped on the Maybach will be full of horsepower, towards the silhouette of the person in front of him, straight into the collision point. 250 seconds. And as the duo approached, the headlights shine through. The silhouettes of the figures on the road became clearer and clearer. The sound of a raging engine whistling in his ears caused Su Chen, who was crossing the road, to turn his head. The light reflected on his handsome face. It's him. Is he? How could it be him? Su Dust. The headlights shine. The crowd at the bottom of the live broadcast screen also saw Su Chen's face, and they were all shocked and disoriented. During this 0.01 second gap, the white wolf Wild Dog and the others stared wide-eyed. And Zhao Xiaoya and Xiao Chui exclaimed in shock, not waiting for them to react a second time. Then you can see a rainy night. Under the viaduct. In front of the speeding Maybach. Su Chen, who turned his head in surprise, and He Hungyu, who was laughing cruelly, exchanged glances. 0.01 seconds. Captured by a high-speed camera. 3 frames over. Boom. Loud flames and explosions rose up in the fast lane. The pouring rain that fell from the sky was all cleansed away in an instant by this violent collision explosion. Ah! Many people covered their eyes, not daring to look again. Still, there were also those who watched the scene with open eyes, and after the initial reaction, then suddenly realized something else. Why was there an explosion? Wait, wouldn't it be normal for young Zhang's car to instantly knock the other party tens of meters away without stopping? But why has it stopped now? The car is still on fire. It seems like there was a car accident. The crowd of White Wolf and Black Wolf and other mercenary corps, after glancing at each other, gradually, crap, underneath the open roof. There was an outpouring of shock from the crowd that realized something was wrong, whether it was the host or other liberated rich men and women. After reacting to this, they all stared dumbfounded at the picture on the broadcasting room. As the smoke and fire from the Maybach explosion was quickly extinguished under the pouring rain, unlike what they thought, Su Chen was directly knocked out hundreds of meters, spiraling into the sky. When the fireworks went out, the real situation that was revealed to the crowd was that Su Chen was still standing in the same place. Ripple. How is this? No way. The group of rich men and women who clearly saw this scene through the live broadcast big screen were all shocked out loud with unbelief. Su Chen's appearance was recognized by most of them. After all, White Cloud TV's triple push and the whole giant object phobia thing IT had long since made Su Duan explode on the internet, sweeping through the 9 states. Even those who didn't pay much attention to network news had vaguely heard some rumors about Su Chen during this period of time. So it is also because of the understanding. That's why the people present were even more shocked when they saw the scene. They who had deliberately watched the live broadcast of the first middle school mock exam were all very clear. Although Su Chen was 100 years of rare martial arts practice wizards, but in the end, it was just a martial arts practice. In terms of strength, at best, it was a high-level martial artist is right. Fighting strength of 6 or 700. How is it possible for this kind of strength to remain motionless under the impact of a high-speed Maybach? Let alone a first-rank martial artist. Even a second-rank martial artist can't do it. Right. Not to mention being knocked tens of meters away. Well, at least you have to take 2 steps backward to be normal. But now, through the expressiveness they could see on the big screen of the live broadcast, it felt as if Su Chen's feet were rooted to the ground. As if they were stuck in the center of the road like steel columns, not moving at all under the Maybach's rush of itself and across the street. Suddenly, The crowd that was shocked by Su Chen at this time seemed to finally realize what they had overlooked, and the opposite side seems to have been a car wreck. The crowd dumbfoundedly moved their gazes from Su Chen to the burning and exploding Maybach, only to see that the entire Maybach bumper had been deeply dented, the car body is twisted and deformed, completely as in the high-speed road. Accidentally hit a utility pole as the case. The flame explosion. The body of the car under the charred black. It is difficult not to let people worry about the lives of the people in the car, after all. He Hung Yu how to say is only a first-order professional. Flesh has not been detached from the mortal tire. High-speed driving under the sudden collision of such ferocity. The car is destroyed. This possibility is not no one. Ha ha ha. While the crowd was still in a state of worried shock over the crashed eye and the Maybach at the back of the second lane, Wang Hao was laughing in ecstatic. Su Chen, you've finally done something good. I won this time. The bright crocodile shoes slammed the gas pedal under his feet, and the Maybach driven by Wang Hao swept past from the rear, instantly surpassing He Hung Yu's position and going straight to the finish line. Tonight's Maybach Night Duel Cup winner, Wang Hao. But it was clear that at this time no one cared who won or lost except for Wang Hao, and everyone's attention was drawn to the car accident under the viaduct in the fast lane. But that didn't stop Wang Hao from being happy. Ignoring the pouring rain that descended from the sky, he opened the door directly after stopping the car and walked out of the Maybach with an excited face, especially when he saw Zhao Xiaoya running towards him. He couldn't help but ruffle his hair and laugh. Ha, Xiaoya, I won. You're happy for me too, aren't you? I knew you were into He Hung Yu. Zhao Xiaoya directly skipped Wang Hao and ran all the way towards the direction where He Hung Yu had a car accident. Wang Hao, at this moment, the smile on Wang Hao's face instantly froze. Zhao Xiaoya left, and she ran along with the crowd to the location where He Hung Yu had his car accident, and Wang Hao, the cold rain slammed to the ground along the wet, salty tears on his face. As if his heart had broken open. Wang Hao's mouth issued a wail of grief, and he did not chase after him like the little fat peer, but ran all the way, drilled into his Maybach, turned 180 degrees and drifted, and then drove to the viaduct. Mercedes-Benz left. Rainy night. Viaduct. Maybach. Cold. Icy rain slapped haphazardly against the car window. Su Chen, why are you here? Did you hear about me? And that's why, where the accident occurred, there were professionals holding up an invisible barrier to block the rain with the sky. Black wolves and white wolves. Wild dogs. And a group of people surrounding the burning Maybach were rescuing it, and on the side of the road Zhao Xiaoya looked at Su Chen with complicated eyes, thinking about the possibility that Su Chen was jealous and rushed here because he heard the rumors outside saying something about whoever wins the car race tonight will be his girlfriend. A few complex colors could not help but spread on her face. It only felt that Su Chen had come too late. If she hadn't talked about the 108 generals today and hadn't seen the 24 heavenly stars, this kind of true pride of heaven, maybe she would even consider the possibility of remaining with Su Chen after all. Although Su Chen hadn't awakened his vocational talent, but the 9 extremities skin was like jade, and with the martial arts alliance giving so much importance, Su Chen was considered worthy of her. But for now, late, she, Zhao Xiaoya, was a rare A-rank priest profession, somehow comparable to S-rank professions, and her future boyfriend, her husband, had to be at the level of 108 generals or even 24 heavenly stars anyways. Sichuan martial arts talent is no longer high, but in front of this kind of true pride of heaven, it is still far less than that. It is not worthy of her at all, not to mention the far away. Even if it is He Hung Yu who has not been sealed as the 108 generals at this time, it is not something that Sichuan can win over, although I don't know how he managed to stay motionless under the impact of a Maybach traveling at high speed, and got He Hung Yu in a car accident instead, but that's just the way it is. As for the background on the side of the martial arts alliance, Zhao Xiaoya felt that she was still considered smart. The things of the old era are destined to be replaced by the new era. Although the martial arts alliance has a big background, but in her judgment the future is destined to be the end of the road, withering, and can't last long. So, Su Dust, if you are rushing over here in order to redeem me, then I can only say that I'm sorry. You and I are not in the same world after all, and the last mock exam was nothing more than an accident. What did you say? On the road, Su Chen slightly patted the clothes on his body that had been burnt to a crisp by the explosion, and raised his head in some surprise, unable to understand what Zhao Xiaoya was saying just now. What came for you? I just happened to be passing by. Saying this up, Su Duan also felt bad luck. Encountered the drag racing party at night, and blew his clothes to paste. He couldn't even control the force right now, but it's a struggle to get dressed. It's so easy to tear your clothes, and there's no way to get a new set. So I'll just have to make do with what I've got for now. Su Chen, you don't have to pretend. It's the middle of the night, and it's pouring with rain, and you're passing by without even an umbrella. Passing by for whom? Do you think that if you intentionally drench yourself like this, I will stay with you because of sympathy? Don't be so childish, okay? It's impossible between us. Although you haven't awakened your profession, your talent in martial arts is also okay. In the future, although it may be far from being able to match fire, It's more than enough to match fire. It's not good for you to go and look for other people. Is it good for you to go and look for other people? Have to pester me. Zhao Xiaoya made some remarks, left Su Dust speechless to say. How the whole love brain. What together may not be possible. I simply have no idea of this aspect of you, okay, and you came here in the rain on purpose. Do you think I want to? If he didn't control the strength of the umbrella handle was pinched rotten, he wouldn't be drenched in the rain. How to Zhao Xiaoya's mouth he is intentionally drenched in the rain to find her to sell sympathy to come. The relationship brain is like this. Su Chen only felt that his conversation with Zhao Xiaoya was completely in the middle of two worlds, and that the language was incompatible. Words are not enough. He shook his head, with no further explanation in mind, and prepared to leave. It was still important to cultivate the art of lifting weights as if they were light, not as important as if he were to encounter someone provoking him in the future. And it would be bad if he accidentally lost his hand in public and didn't control the force to beat the shit out of them. Wait, hitting someone and trying to run away. How in heaven's name can it be that easy? He Hongyu was dragged out of the car by Black Wolf, White Wolf and the others. At this moment, he had blood-stained bandages tied around his head, and his body was a scorched black mess. After shaking off the assisting hands of the two Black Wolves and White Wolves, he Hongyu arrived in front of Su Chuan with a fierce and angry face. Shit, you want to leave after offending this young man? Causing him to lose this betting match. His 9 consecutive victories had been ended thus far, and it was even if he lost the chance to obtain the 10 Crown King title. It also almost didn't kill him inside the car. Today this matter want to go. You first leave me a pair of, aren't you that who? Suddenly, he Hongyu's tone paused. He took a closer look at Su Chen's appearance, and then looked at Zhao Xiaoya on the side. Suddenly revealed an astonished look. The corners of the angry mouth on his face suddenly picked up an evil smile. Who do I think it is? So it's an ex-boyfriend. I'm sorry, we really don't know each other. Introduce yourself. My name is He Hongyu. I'm Zhao Xiaoya's current. Su Chen's matter spread widely, and the matter about the breakup between Zhao Xiaoya and Su Chen had naturally spread long ago. He Hongyu naturally recognized Su Chen at a glance. Therefore, when he said these words, he reached out and wanted to go to Zhao Xiaoya's waist, want to humiliate the ex-boyfriend in person. But unexpectedly He Hongyu reached out to the salty pig's hand, but Zhao Xiaoya subconsciously dodged, reached out and embraced a lonely. He Hongyu's expression froze ever so slightly in this moment. Zhao Xiaoya also seemed to have a somewhat apprehensive expression because of He Hongyu's sudden action, and her gaze looked at Su Chen's face several times. However, all that could be seen was Su Chen's calm, expressionless face, as if he hadn't seen it at all, and responded indifferently, ex-boyfriend? I'm sorry, you've got the wrong person. If it's okay, I'll leave now. The line of sight swept over the two people, White Wolf and Wild Dog, who were hiding on the side with their heads lowered and covering their faces, not daring to meet his eyes. And even if he didn't need to ask, he probably guessed the identity of the people in front of him. But what does that have to do with him? Or as soon as possible to reach the wild area. Will lift weight like light art? Cultivation of the great success is the primary focus. So after leaving behind a sentence of you won't have to pay for the medical expenses of the accident, Su Chen left one step at a time under the gloomy gaze of He Hongyu's face. Rain sprinkled among the footprints, gradually accumulating a puddle of small puddles. The crowd looked down at these footprints on the driveway that were stepped out by Su Dust with different expressions. Cut. Pretend. Leaving is leaving. What's the point of stomping so many footprints on the ground to show us that he's strong? Dismount? After the slanting bangs, Black Wolf next to He Hongyu, who had long wanted to show his head, said with disdain in his mouth. He then leaned over and said in a cold voice in He Hongyu's ear, young master, this kid is really capable of pretending. How dare you give before you pretend to step on the footprints? Give a downward spiral. Should I bring someone over later? Group in it. With that he made a gesture around his neck. At the same time, he raised an eyebrow at White Wolf and the others with a smugly provocative glance. I in the Blood Wolf Mercenary Corps. His Black Wolf squad had always been the strongest supernumerary squad, but in recent years, because of the rapid rise of White Wolf and others, coupled with the fact that White Wolf's ability to skulk about was also first-rate, and was on a par with his slanting bangs, leading to his Black Wolf's position being vaguely threatened during these few months. That's why he usually steals the show when he's with White Wolf, and this time it was clear that the White Wolf was one step behind him. Such a good chance to perform had been wrapped up by their Black Wolf squad. After all, our Black Wolf squad isn't like a certain disabled squad. The team is full of injured, weak, sick and disabled people. Even if the number of people is only a dozen or so, this kind of configuration is not to mention what is the second squad of the Blood Wolf Mercenary Corps, compared to our Black Wolf squad's elite configuration of hundreds of people. It's simply garbage. Ha! Slanting Bangs laughed out contemptuously, smugness in his conspiratorial tone. Feel what a godsend. This squad led by this idiot White Wolf had kicked the bucket in the wilderness and was crippled, and it actually didn't pose much of a threat to his Black Wolf squad anymore. But this is the time to take advantage of your illness. He oblique Lu Hai to make good use of. This heavenly opportunity in front of Hung Yu young master performance will be that kid will be disposed of. At that time, his position as the first squad of the Black Wolves would naturally be a permanent foothold in the Blood Wolf mercenary corps. So how are you considering it, young master? At your command, I'll bring someone to do away with him right away. Absolutely, God forbid. The Black Wolf licked over the corners of his mouth in excitement as he looked at Su Chen, who gradually disappeared into the dark curtain of rain, a bloodthirsty luster flashing in his eyes. He Hung Yu's face was also cloudy. As Black Wolf said, first, he was thwarted in a car accident, and now he still has a bandage on his forehead. And then he intentionally stepped on the main road to pretend to be a bully and give him a hard time. In the past it's never been him who's given anyone the boot. But now I haven't even said a few words, and you're flinging footprints at me to see? What do you mean? Showing off that you're strong and awesome? Ha! As the Blood Wolf mercenary regiment's young leader, how had he Hung Yu, ever suffered such humiliation? The Black Wolf's offer made his heart stir early on, but glancing aside at Zhao Xiaoya, whose attention was also on Su Chen, recalling what happened when his arm around his waist unexpectedly fell short, Hung Yu not only forced down the anger in his heart, a pair of eyes staring at Su Chen's back that disappeared in the night, raised his hand and said interruptingly, "No, what's the point of taking him out in the dark again? You guys don't have to do anything, just keep an eye on him for me. Isn't he claiming to be some kind of rare martial arts prodigy in 100 years? I think he's really been drifted by a mock exam of some kind. Thinking that by beating up a bunch of miscellaneous wastes, he thinks that he's really quite good, and he dares to step on the footprints in front of this superior and show his strength. Watch this Xiao Tang crush him head on. Black Wolf, White Wolf, you guys go and contact White Cloud TV for me right now. I'm going to start a live broadcast and fuck him up in front of everyone fair and square." Hung Yu said sternly. The battle intent in his eyes was high, and he looked genuinely angry. To personally defeat Su Chen, this move may seem troublesome. Under the anger, Hung Yu also has his own considerations. That is Zhao Xiaoya. The current boyfriend. He knew very well that Zhao Xiaoya definitely still had some hang-ups about Su Chen, the ex-boyfriend. Or else she wouldn't have avoided his waist-wrapping hand and cared so much about Su Chen's thoughts. That's why he said that he wanted to open a live broadcast on TV, to rub Su Chen on the ground and humiliate him in a fair and square manner. Only in this way can Zhao Xiaoya recognize clearly that this current boyfriend of his is in the end how many grades stronger than her ex-boyfriend. In this way he completely took Zhao Xiaoya under his wing and used her for himself. Help him to take the high school entrance exam to the dragon. Of course, aside from that, there was another very important reason, and that was that he Hung Yu, would not allow a man bigger than him to appear in Baiyun City. Yes, young master. Although losing an opportunity to perform with his own hands made the Slanting Bang's Black Wolf a little disappointed, he was still in high spirits at Hung Yu's command and answered, "No, thou shalt not. Young master, you can't fight him, much less contact a TV reporter to go on air and fight him." Unexpectedly, after Hung Yu said that he wanted them to contact a TV reporter to start a live broadcast, White Wolf objected out loud with a flustered face. "Slanted Bangs? White Wolf, have you taken the wrong drugs?" As an old enemy, White Wolf what character Lu Hai still cannot know it. This time absolutely, and he is the same. Pat a horse's ass on the finish. How to oppose up? Amo the Black Wolf kind of wondered if his ears had heard wrong. Even Hung Yu frowned when he heard it, with an expression of "Are you alright? Who the hell are we in a car accident? Mild concussion. Su Chen, this bastard, he's like this. What's wrong with this young man giving him a lesson?" Centerfold man. The center-parted man was none other than White Wolf's name. Hung Yu's tone lowered. He was already angry, and now White Wolf was even opposing him. Wasn't he a little too good-tempered lately? No, it's not wrong. Hung Yu's sudden grim call of his name caused White Wolf's heart to panic, and he hurriedly waved his hand and said, "Young master, I didn't say what you did was wrong. But, alas." Recalling the incident where their White Wolf squad was punched one by Su Dust in the wild area, the center-pointed man gritted his teeth and finally hardened his heart, sighed, and didn't directly speak out about the matter, but instead vaguely hinted at it. "Young master, Su Chen, the strength is very strong. It's not as simple as us watching." "Strong?" Hung Yu cocked his head as he swept his gaze over the footprints that Su Chen had stepped out on the ground, and a powerful aura instantly erupted from his body as his feet took a similar step forward. Boo! The solid concrete ground instantly issued a tremor, and the ground within a 9-meter radius centered on this, along with the footprint pits that Su Chuan stepped on the ground when he left, all crumbled in an instant. Slanting Lu Hai and the others immediately exclaimed in shock. "Late first order. No, it's a half-step second stage. A short awakening time of just over 10 days. The young master's cultivation has actually stepped into the point of half-step second order, and it's one notch stronger than it was during the mock exams in the 3rd middle school. I'm afraid that ordinary second-order professionals won't be the young master's opponents." The combat power of that kick just now reached at least around 1,000. Is this the heavenly pride that is enough to seal the rank of 108 generals, when it's as terrifying as it is? The crowd all marveled at He Hanyu's kick and were incoherent. Yet He Hanyu didn't pay any attention to the crowd's bragging, but just turned his head evilly and asked with a smile, "White Wolf, you're underestimating your young master me. Su Chen, he's very strong? How do you feel about comparing this kick to this young man?" White Wolf, thinking back to when he was in the Blue Ice Forest, he, a second-ranked intermediate combatant with a combat power of upwards of 5,000, was knocked to his knees by Su Chen with a single strike belly punch, foaming at the mouth, and almost failing to get up. Then compare it to the strength that He Hanyu was displaying now. The corners of the White Wolf's mouth twitched in disbelief that he wanted to grab He Hanyu's collar and say something loudly. Don't go, you'll get shit for going up there with that strength." Today, Su Chen was hit by a high-speed Maybach, but managed to remain motionless and unharmed. This bizarre thing, although it was defined by He Hanyu, slanting Lu Hai and the others as Su Chen having bought some kind of super technological defense system on him like a single-armed stance or something like that. However, the center-parted man, who had just learned how powerful Su Chen was today, was more willing to believe that the opposite side of the car was destroyed after Su Chen was hit by the car simply because Su Chen was too strong. "Young master, you didn't even bump him." And although he didn't dare to look at Su Chen squarely just now, he vaguely felt as if that monster had gotten stronger again. It was countless times more dangerous than the aura his body gave him when they met in the afternoon, and there was even some absurd feeling that the other party could completely punch him into eternal sleep if he wanted to. "That's why, young master, don't go touching him. You'd be shooting yourself in the foot to touch him. You're going to be just as fucked up as the Maybach you had today." Dry crushed. We all underestimated his once-in-a-century title. The White Wolf's mind had begun to freak out beyond belief though, constantly spitting out words and desperately wanting to say what was really going on inside of him. However, the gap in status and position prevented him from saying those words, so the two of them, White Wolf and Wild Dog, fell into silence. For a moment, he didn't know how to respond to He Hanyu, and this look of silence was perceived by He Hanyu as being shocked by himself. After all, awakening just but more than 10 days of time can reach their own. Such a degree of people look at the whole of the 9 states as also a phoenix. The White Wolf, they have little insight. Was shocked is also very normal. So this young man doesn't blame you. Don't worry about contacting the reporters from Baiyun TV. A wicked smile appeared at the corner of He Hangyu's mouth as he patted White Wolf's shoulder and said as such, "Dumb duct tape. I'm the strongest in the 3rd grade. Packed to win. Lifting weights, heavy on the control. The power of 1,000 pounds comes out like a feather floating on the shoulder. A seemingly light palm, but it can mobilize all the muscle power of the whole body. Moving as if the breeze brushes the face. Ringing as if vibrating drums and flood bells." 10 days later, outside of White Cloud City, the grass was lush. Under a solid hill tens of meters high made entirely of rock. Su Dust happened to pass by. When he passed by, he did not turn his head, but only raised his right hand and casually pressed towards the rocky wall lightly, looking at its action as if it was a person who was tired of walking and wanted to hold up the mountain wall. This palm could not see any force at all to speak of, and the speed was extremely slow, but it was such a light slap. The momentum created was a boom. The moment Su Chuan pressed his palm on top of the mountain wall, the entire smooth and sturdy rocky mountain wall, as if it instantly suffered a violent and invisible impact, with the place where Su Chuan's palm was pressed. It was momentarily concave and cracked by inches, and the entire mountain suddenly collapsed, with a sound that shook the heavens and the earth, and the strong shockwave overwhelmed the piece of grass and trees in the surrounding area. This blow is at least 1,000 tons of force. This is the effect of the weightlifting technique. Su Chen turned his head, withdrew his palms, looked at the mountain rocks crumbling to pieces in front of him, and nodded in satisfaction. Such a skillful and controlled use of the same as the dragon scale, bringing about such a disorienting attack, is truly an unexpected delight. The violent surge in body density has brought the skin like jade further under the effect. Just as the other night when I was hit by the Maybach, there were no traces of abrasion, and the flaming dust from its explosion didn't make me feel even the slightest bit of scorching heat. Flesh body pole breakthrough brought about by the power changes to this point is also probably able to fully grasp. Now I should be able to be comparable to the 3rd stage from the power alone, even if it did not reach. I now base comprehensive combat power should also be in the 9,000 up and down. Su Chen assessed his own current strength. It just feels like a dream. Who would have thought that a teenager who hadn't entered the rank more than 20 days ago would have reached the level of the 3rd rank in strength after more than 20 days? This kind of horrifying speed of progress? I'm afraid that only the special lineage of the S-rank professions as well as the top professions of SS rank and above that possessed the professional talent would be able to reach it. But Su Dust, outsiders' eyes are refining martial arts can also do such deeds if exposed out. Even if known Su Dust has 9 absolute skin like jade talent, I'm afraid it will also cause an uproar in the outside world. I can't help it. It's normal for my generation of monks to be a little bit dickish, right? However, Su Chen's strength changed so much this time. Besides the fact that he held the immortal cultivation law in his hand, another point was because he chose to refine the meat first, which made the whole body input cellular mustard undergo an essential change. Not to mention other things, just the weight of up to 15 tons was already enough to astonish the world. This was the result of refining the blood, the bones, the viscera, and the sinews. It was an effect that could not be brought about. It is also for this reason, perhaps the follow-up of his refining blood, refining bone, refining tendon. On the surface of his strength changes may not be so drastic increase, if the back of him to reach the refining meat into a great body like the top of Mount Tai's ground. More so, after all, the pool expanded too large. What a breakthrough will ultimately be difficult. Of course it's a bit far to talk about that now. For Su Chen, the biggest gain of these 10 days of life in the wild area was still the successful cultivation of the weightlifting technique. It was under his conscious control at the moment. Walking has been no different from the usual. Will not leave any footprints on the ground. From the appearance of the ordinary people, I am afraid it is difficult to imagine that his weight is as high as 15 tons. It's finally time to go home to a soft bed and get some sleep. Such news was tantamount to good news for Su Chen, who had been sleeping in the wilderness for more than 10 days, and beyond that. In addition to the weightlifting technique, the offensive art brought about by the breakthrough of the fourth step of the Divine Elephant step of the Exalted King, the Divine Elephant Breaking Fist, he has also gained a certain amount of knowledge in these 10 days or so. Just as Su Chen was about to find a target to experiment how powerful his Divine Elephant Breaking Fist was, a dandelion floating not far away attracted Su Chen's attention. Dandelion, floating lightly, soft yellow buds and white velvet. It looks beautiful, but when Su Chen reached out and pointed his hand on that dandelion, roar! The dandelion floating in midair suddenly let out a violent animal roar. Dandelion's size instantly expanded. Its color also quickly became blood red and dark red from the original white, as if the blood vessels swelled and proliferated, and eventually turned into a 5-meter high, dark red body with more than 20 tentacles of muscle monsters of bang, bang, bang. This monster was brutal in nature, just like a muscular devil mountain. Its tentacles waved crazily on its body, smashing the surrounding earth and trees, and the aura emanating from its body had unexpectedly reached the level of a first-order advanced level, with a combat power of 800. Boo! The dull voice echoed suddenly. This muscular tentacle monster that had changed from a dandelion was popped by Su Chuan's finger bending through the air, turning into pieces of dandelions. The petals float in the sky and the earth. Blind box dandelion. There's no difference in appearance from an ordinary dandelion, but as soon as it is slightly pressed by an external force, it instantly transforms into a muscular monster full of tentacles, frantically destroying every object in front of it. For its invisibility in not opening the blind box and not knowing the strength level of the muscle monster inside. Therefore, in the wild area, neither ordinary mercenary groups nor elite mercenary groups will casually touch this kind of dandelion. And sometimes they will even avoid it. After all, although most of the changing monsters inside the blind box dandelion were weak, if one occasionally accidentally hit the jackpot, a second-order or third-order muscular monster popped out, then it would be a terrible disaster for an average mercenary group, or even an elite mercenary group plus a muscle monster like blind box dandelion. After death, it will be turned into a dandelion again and float in the sky and earth and fall into the soil, unless it is a professional. It is difficult to see the grade of this dandelion in life, and it is difficult to identify the treasure. It's natural that no one would want to deal with a blind box of dandelions on a regular basis in such a two-faced situation, but to Su Dust, the blind box of dandelions floated up, but it caught his eye. One after another there were blind boxes of dandelions floating from that direction. Not far ahead, there should be a patch of dandelion bushes just so I can use it to test the results of my lifting weights and lightness technique cultivation. If I can step on it without inspiring a muscle monster, then in that case, I'll be able to go home without worry. If it inspires a powerful monster, then, just in time for me to experiment the power of the Divine Elephant Breaking Fist, Su Chen clenched his fist and looked at the 2 or 3 more dandelions that floated one after another from the front. His heart was eager to give it a try. He also wanted to assess his current strength, excluding the heaven-swallowing demon technique, after using all his means, whether he had reached the true 3rd rank level or not. Crap. Bull. Ha ha ha. Congratulations, young master. Congratulations, young master. Second order. In just 10 days it turned out that I had truly reached the 2nd stage level from the half-step 2nd stage at the time, knowing that when I was stuck at this step, it took me half a year to break through. Grass. With the young master's current strength of up to the 2nd rank, won't he hang that guy Su Dust single-handedly now? I think the reason we haven't found Su Chen these days is that he's scared and knows that our young master is powerful, so he's deliberately hiding. Ha ha ha. Wilderness. In a mountain forest with large trees towering over it, the shocked and constantly admiring voices of Black Wolf and the others were heard. In the clearing in front of them. He hung. He was dressed in a small zebra suit, with an evil smile at the corner of his mouth, blood-red energy rolling on his body, and his second-order aura was on display. It was incredible. Can there even be such a big gap when you're the same A-class professional? Again, in the viewing circle, Wang Mang led the way, and Zhang San, Li Si, and Zhao Xiaoya were standing together, looking at the situation in the arena, and when they saw He Hongyu suddenly display a powerful aura of the second rank, everyone present exclaimed in shock. To know that the same as the A-class professionals, their oldest Wang Hao now is only the first order of senior. From the second level there are 30 levels to rise it, but the opposite Blood Wolf Mercenary Corps' young master, He Hongyu, has actually broken through to the second stage domain. That's too strong. Since the career awakening in just but more than 20 days, up and down the country of Kyushu, those who can break through to the second rank at this point in time are definitely a phoenix. Just a handful of them. Is this a professional heavenly pride that's good enough for the ceiling level? It's only been 20 days and he's already stepped into the second order domain. It's simply unimaginable to think that if it's 2.5 months later, when the National College Entrance Examination is held, its strength will reach such a terrifying point. Mid-second order, advanced second order, or is it third order? Even the 108 generals level sealed heavenly pride may be able to be powerful to such an extent. In the past it was possible to be at the level of the top 10 of the college entrance examination, but now it can only be ranked after 100. It seems that this term of ours is really the strongest of the online legends, the most voluminous of a term. No wonder we haven't seen Su Chen these days. It seems like he really didn't know where he got the news and is deliberately avoiding He Hongyu. I heard that he doesn't even dare to return home at night. It's normal to wimp out. After all, he's no more talented in martial arts cultivation, no more magical like those people in the Martial Arts Alliance have rumored. But in the end, he's just a martial arts refiner, and his upgrading speed definitely isn't as fast as those of us who are professionals, let alone comparing him to He Hongyu, who was number 1 in the 3rd middle school's mock exams. If you ask me, Su Chen's current combat power is hovering around 900. How can he compare to He Hongyu, whose combat power has reached thousands of domains? 2 against 2. It's definitely going to be seconds. Zhang San and Li Si's group of people were discussing over here, and Zhao Xiaoya, who was on the side, also let out a light hum in her nose as she lifted her proud chin after seeing the strength He Hongyu had displayed. It seemed as if as long as someone said that Su Chen couldn't compare to her new male friend, she would be very happy from the bottom of her heart, as if she always had a touch of pride on her face. Ho ho ho. Boiling Goat now knows the difference in strength between you and me. The same A-ranked profession also has a difference between high and low. To tell you the truth, in your first middle school, the only one who can give me a little bit of pressure is only Zhang Feng, but now that waste was scared out of huge object phobia, still hiding in the hospital to receive treatment, has been behind me for more than 10 days, even if later cured out, but also forever only look up to me, not qualified to lie in my same stage competition. And as for you, Wang Hao, although your A-class mecha master profession is good, Boiling Goat driving a mecha is a bit too funny. Ha 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 ha. This pre-fight trash talk from He Hongyu made the surrounding group of people with slanted bangs, Black Wolf and others burst out laughing, not to mention the pop-ups in the live stream. Even the fat and thin head of the live broadcast is being set up, did not hold back a laugh, but in the side of the professional reporter Xioli's glare, the two still quickly covered the mouth to continue to set up the live broadcast equipment. Then Ray turned her head this way, facing the live stream for the viewers in the live stream. He explained the reason for this situation in the scene. So it's our Boiling Goat, unwilling to let go and ready to use more direct strength to prove who's actually stronger between him and He Hongyu. Hence today's duel. He Hongyu, you wanna be with Xiaoya unless you defeat me first. Even though He Hongyu's exposed second order strength had shocked the entire audience, Wang Hao remained undaunted as he shouted out before leaping up in his training machine. Young master is really persistent. After searching for 10 days without finding any sign of Su Chen, the young master surprisingly hasn't forgotten about this. Brother Wolf, do you think it's really good for us to just hide it like this and not inform the young master of the truth about Su Chen's matter? To put it mildly, young master Hongyu is like the glow of a glowing fire competing with the white moon when compared to Su Chen. Even we are no match for him. If we were to really fight, I suspect that young master would definitely be fucked in the ass with one punch. While He Hongyu and Wang Hao were dueling in the live broadcast, the other direction in the field, in the middle of a wild area with grass everywhere, green trees, and quite beautiful scenery, two silhouettes appeared. A wisp of grass caught in the breeze, a fresh scent to the nose. The two of them, White Wolf and Wild Dog, stepped on the ground of flowers and grasses, mercilessly trampling the originally beautiful flowers and grasses while talking about He Hongyu's desire to livestream his battle against Su Chen. But what can I do? You can't just tell him, young master, don't fight. You're not Su Chen's opponent. Live broadcasting the fight serves no purpose other than to humiliate people. Even if we tell him that Su Chen is very strong and beats us one punch at a time, do you think they will believe it? Plus there's Black Wolf's stupid fork, Who's been flirting with us all day, and is also eyeing our white wolf team, variously wanting to annex and divide us, so that's why it's better to do less at this time rather than do more. Let's just pretend we don't know anything and help young master look for Su Chen's trail. As for what will happen later, wait until later. The white wolf shook his head helplessly. He didn't want to think about this anymore. And a pair of eyes looked around as a light and flowery dandelion floated in the middle of the sky, fluffy and light. Yellow and white. It's like a leprechaun floating in mid-air. It makes you want to reach out and want to touch it. Don't move. Wild Dog's outstretched hand was violently pressed down by White Wolf, who with a grave expression took Wild Dog back a few steps and opened his mouth to explain after sidestepping these fluttering dandelions. It's a blind box of dandelions. The blind box dandelion doesn't look much different in appearance from an ordinary dandelion. The flowers are bright yellow, tiny and delicate. Each flower consists of many small petals. The edges of the petals are soft and delicate, as if they were carefully painted by an artist. As it grows and matures, when the blind box dandelion blossoms, it will emit a charming fragrance, and the dandelion flowers will turn into white cotton wool, like a group of little elves in little white dresses dancing lightly and ethereally in the breeze. It looks very pretty, but in reality, the blind box dandelion is a terrifyingly ferocious plant full of uncertainty, and with just a little bit of force applied, it will instantly transform into a mountain of muscular demons filled with countless tentacles. The white wolf pointed to the dandelions flying in the sky, and looked scornful as he copped a look at the Wild Dog. Among the hundreds of dandelions, maybe there are 999 dandelions that are just ordinary dandelions, and even after they are touched, nothing will happen, and even if a blind box is opened, it will only pop out ordinary uninitiated. First order, small muscular magic mountains. But herein lies the most scandalous aspect of the blind box dandelion, because before opening the blind box, no one can know whether there is an ultimate prize among the flying dandelions. I heard that some time ago the Phantom Ghost mercenary Corside has accidentally opened a third-order blind box dandelions, hit the jackpot, resulting in their elite squad almost wiped out. If not the support to come in time, their family's name known as the Ghost King of the name of the Wu Hao Young. I'm afraid that we'll have to stay into the wild. Hiss. The news recounted by the White Wolf caused the Wild Dog to suck in a breath of cold air, and when he looked again at the string of dandelions floating from the distance, his face had grown more than a little scornful. Is it even that dangerous? Although the probability of this kind of winning the lottery jackpot is extremely low, but no one cannot gamble with their own life. The third order is not at all an object that they can resist. If they are really unlucky and accidentally hit the jackpot and open the ultimate prize, they do not have any strong assistance to help them, and they will definitely die, so to speak. Wolf, why don't we look somewhere else? The Wild Dog's proposal made the White Wolf a little hesitant, but thinking that if he didn't look for this area, the Black Wolf might come over and take the credit. So the center-parted man frowned for a moment before frowning, still decided. Search a little further. Just now, the positioning of the heavens I showed that there is a high chance that Su Chen is in this vicinity. If we retreat now, when Slanting Lu Hai and the others come over and find Su Chen here, won't we be doing something unfavorable? Moreover, the kind of possibility of opening a third-order jackpot, as I said, is not even 1 in a million. So that's why it's reassuring to say that there's no need to worry too much about it. The two of us are lucky to buy a lottery ticket is never just thank you for patronizing us, and we still need to worry about winning the jackpot. White Wolf after a slightly comforting sentence, then, in a flurry of bouncing and jumping and windy walks, he dodged the blind boxes of dandelions that were growing sporadically on the ground. As the Wild Dogs looked on in admiration, that's a cool stance. Wolf, after the Wild Dog patted a horse's ass, also followed the White Wolf's pace, sometimes stooping and dodging, sometimes swaying from side to side, sometimes close to the ground crawling. Although the big jump and high leg, a burst of windy and flexible position, not only will the sky and the ground growing or drifting over the blind box, dandelion all dodged. This achievement caused a few feelings of pride to rise in the duo's hearts. Old man's walk is awesome. That's all of the two walked slowly from the outer perimeter of the dandelion area to the center perimeter, almost after walking more than 3,000 meters. A wild grass as high as half a meter. White Wolf Wild Dog, two people squatted behind it. They wiped the sweat on their foreheads and looked ahead. An endless dense blooming blind box dandelion bushes. The expression was extremely grave. The landing does have a place, but it's too small, and it's also almost half a meter away from one. And the density of blind box dandelions growing is a complete step up from the middle and outer periphery. We can keep going forward though, but if one accidentally touches a blind box dandelion, and if but one first order or second order muscle devil mountain appears inside, it is likely to cause a series of chain reactions. At that time, even if there is no third-order ultimate grand prize, if there are more second-order muscle demon mountains, I'm afraid that the two of us won't be able to stand it well, or even stay here, so say withdraw. We have already tried our best. Even if that guy Su Dust is a little bit stronger than us, But facing a group of second-rank muscle demon mountain will also fall to the point of 2 fists cannot beat 4 hands. So I think he should not seek his own death to this mango and dandelion bushes line, huh? Suddenly Wild Dog seemed to have suddenly realized something. He interrupted White Wolf's speech and pointed his finger ahead to lightly eke out Wolf. Do you see a figure there? A silhouette? The White Wolf let his eyes go. A patch of dandelions fluttered by in the wind like a curtain of white. Sure enough, behind this white curtain, there was a figure. Walking among the blind box of dandelion flowers, his posture was upright. And he walked as if he wasn't afraid of touching these blind box dandelions. Walking straight towards the depths of this blind box dandelion area. With an indescribable rhythm between each step. Sue Dust? The White Wolf rubbed his eyes. It's really him? The 2 White Wolf wild dogs looked at Su Chen's distant back, although he didn't understand why Sue Dust appeared here. But along the way, the dog whooshed and dodged for fear of running into the blind box of dandelions of the White Wolf and the wild dog after seeing Sue Dust's idle steps, making the 2 of them look at each other left and right. A trace of embarrassment flashed across White Wolf's face and he coughed lightly as he stood up from the grass and lifted his pants before he continued to look at Su Chen in discussion with Wild Dog, who had also stood up. What's he doing running into a blind box of dandelion bushes? Is he not afraid that his foot accidentally stepped on the dandelion too hard? Open muscle blind box. Or that he is an illiterate. Do not recognize that this is a blind box dandelion? The wild dog's eyes had more than a touch of ridicule and smugness in them. You don't care if he knows. Now you follow behind and keep an eye on Su Chen. I'll go back and report to young Master Hung Yu. White Wolf tapped Wild Dog on the shoulder. No, Wolf. I'm keeping an eye on Southern. The wild dog looked at the dense dandelion bushes in front of him. Swallowed hard. He turned his head, just wanted to express his difficulties. But he saw that the White Wolf had already slipped away and had already run out of sight. Wild dogs, there's no way around it. You just have to tough it out at a time like this. Looking at Su Chen's dying back in front of him, the wild dog had to follow the blind box dandelion bush even though in his heart he really didn't want to go deeper into it. Dandelions flowed in midair, the ground was full of green grass and red flowers. Clusters and clusters of dandelion bushes bunched together. Numerous but still with a place to land. A hop, a skip, a flash between the wild dog's anthropomorphic posture's windy walk. He carefully dodged all the dandelions along the way, and followed Su Chen's back as he continued to go deeper and deeper into this blind box dandelion area, and as the wild dog followed Su Dust deeper and deeper, the dandelion clusters ahead just got thicker and thicker, so numerous that they were almost everywhere, and the places to which they could land and lead were fewer and fewer and smaller. In the process, the expression on the face of the wild dog hiding behind Su Chen, however, grew more and more puzzled as he first raised his nose and sniffed in the air. No odor? Then he put his ear to the ground again and listened carefully. No sound. And then he turned his gaze to the path Su Chen had advanced all the way, his face becoming even more puzzled. No odor emanating from the body and no sound when you walk, it's all forgotten. But this large blind box of dandelions. The wild dog sneaked in, and he squatted on the ground to look at the place where Su Chen had just stepped on, and the dandelions were still dispersing towards the wind, swaying gently as if no one had walked by at all. And the wild dog's face was full of puzzlement as he scratched his head. Did he really not step on these blind box dandelions? Not even a trace of footprints on the ground? But even if I'm wrong and he didn't step here, it can't be in front of him as well. Wild dog craned his head to look ahead at a white expanse of earth. A blank look in his eyes. Blind box dandelion bush at the very center. The land was flat. A plain terrain that stretched for 10,000 meters as far as the eye could see, and in this area of tens of thousands of meters above the earth are all a silver. As if just under a goosefeather snow general. The whole piece of earth is full of flowers. White-colored dandelion bloomed all over the earth. Not to mention the landing place. Within this area, there wasn't even a single other green grass or tree. It was completely covered by snow-white blooming dandelion bushes, with a single blooming dandelion flower floating sporadically in the sky. Such a beautiful and fragile area. Whoever walks in will be left with a footprint, but shadow covering. A big footfalls. The dandelions growing under his feet were bent as far as they could go, yet the weight of the foot seemed lighter than a balloon. And as soon as the paw left the dandelion's bent waist stems gently rebounded back, the branches of the flowers quivering and swaying gently with the wind as if no one had ever walked on them at all. If flying flowers and leaves are nothing more than that. Su Chen was dressed in a white dress, just walking on top of the white earth, treading on snow all the way. Its back is ethereal and its body is full of color. The sun shines on the earth, the light shines on the banishment. He seemed like a true immortal from heaven descending to earth, walking above the vast expanse of land without leaving a single footprint. I knock. Treading snow. Martial masters. In a green grass at the edge of the white sea of flowers. The wild dog that this time really saw clearly how Su Chen was walking moaned and barked out with a dumbfounded groan, all the way through the process of following Su Chen. Wild dog, he had actually been puzzled. Su Chen clearly didn't seem to be avoiding these blind box dandelions, just walking normally. But why did he not trigger the pressure mechanism of the blind box dandelions at all and didn't stimulate out a muscle tentacle monster? Earlier, in order to not let Su Chen realize that the distance was a bit far away. Although he was puzzled in his heart, he also all thought that Su Chen had discovered some ingenious shortcut path, so he was able to go all the way to the depths unharmed. But now that he finally got a good look, so it was walking directly on top of the dandelions without stepping on a single one at all. Nima, is this something people can do? Wild Dog only felt that his worldview was a little shaky. In the 500 years since the era of professional awakening came, he had never heard of any professional who could do this kind of step. So at that time, after seeing Su Chuan's snow-treading feats, Wild Dog thought of the legendary martial arts masters at the first time. Step on the snow. Previously, when he watched some of the archaeology of the last era of the TV series, also thought that these are just bragging, hanging above the wire line, self-promotion. The new era of his contact with the martial arts, there is no one who can do this kind of step. Basically all the same as their professionals and big and thick to go as the hardman kung fu. Move your hands, shaking the sky and moving the earth. How can it be done to walk in the snow without leaving a trace of the footprints? But now he believed, so an expert in the martial arts can really do this. No wonder he dared to go deep into the dandelion bushes. So it's not that he's not at all afraid of triggering out the powerful Muscle Devil Mountain, but he's confident that he won't open the blind box. Suddenly, the Wild Dog again seemed to have some new discovery. He hastily put away the shock in his heart, lowered his head and hid inside the grass, revealing a pair of eyes wondering at the peeping Su Chen. Stopped? What does he want? The center of the sea of flowers. Su Chen stopped and stood, feeling the dandelion flowers under his feet dragging his body up and down, gently trembling. He slightly tilted his head, letting the sunlight flutter on top of his cheeks. His skin seemed to be flooded with a halo as if it were gold. The corners of his mouth gently curled up in a pleased smile. The art of lifting heavy weights like light weights, cultivated to this point, should be considered complete. Next we can try the results of cultivating the divine elephant breaking fist. Su Chen slightly glanced sideways. His narrow eyes seemed to have seen, long ago, the Wild Dog that had followed him all the way, actually and not just today, in the past, when he was practicing the lifting weights and lightness technique to practice controlling his body. He had already, many times, found out that these people, White Wolf Wild Dog, were looking for him, although he did not know why they were looking for themselves. But Su Chen only rely on guessing, but also probably can guess. Nothing more than because of that car accident thing. He hung. You cannot swallow that breath. You want to find him. Revenge. At that time, he had not completed the cultivation of the art of lifting weights. Su Chen did not have the time to take care of them as one aspect. Afraid of not being able to collect the force of a punch to kill Li Hongyu is also one aspect. So he has always adopted a strategy of avoidance, but for now, the art of lifting weights has been perfected. The force is also controlled so that there's no such thing as accidentally killing someone with one punch. So naturally, Su Chen had no need to dodge. Nonetheless, there's no need to hide. A slight outward display of my power at this time will instead avoid a lot of trouble for me. So says, Su Chen's gaze swept above the sea of white flowers around him. I wonder if I can open a third-order jackpot. So the thought fell abu. After taking your attention away from maintaining the weightlifting technique, the ground under Su Chuan's feet instantly cracked and dented. The dandelion flower clusters under his feet were crushed by him along with the earth. And those muscle monsters that should have appeared after being stimulated were also trampled to death without a ripple under Su Chen's feet. But other than that, in addition to these unlucky blind box dandelions that happened to be underneath Su Chuan's feet, the other peripheral to eliminate the blind box dandelions fell under the sudden onslaught and changed into a head of muscle monsters. Some of them don't look more than 3 or 5 centimeters big, some are the size of a stool, some are the size of a table, and some are the size of a washing machine. It varies. These muscular monsters made of blind box dandelions waved their tentacles in mid-air. It was conceivable that once these muscle monsters landed on the ground, the chain reaction created would definitely turn this blind box dandelion area into a swampy swamp made up of countless muscle tentacle monsters. So upon seeing this scene, the Wild Dog hiding in the back was instantly scared out of its wits, rolling and crawling as it turned around and tried to run. But, what's he doing? Why don't you run away? The doubt in his eyes made the Wild Dog not run away at the first opportunity. Just see the center of the 10,000 meter white sea of flowers. Su Chen didn't pay any attention to the muscular tentacle monster that had mutated in midair, but instead closed his eyes at this moment and took a deep breath. Its figure is small. It was not worth mentioning above this 10,000 meter field of dandelion flowers. But when he took a deep breath, this calm area, under the gaze of the Wild Dog with some trepidation, a gale was instantly set off. The wind was like a dragon, and the whale swallowed and drank, as if some ferocious beast of enormous size had taken a deep breath. A light wind was lifted from the entire heaven and earth. Then Su Chen accompanied this breath with a huge sound wave. A mouthful of spit. Drink. Buzz. A huge sound wave instantly swept out with Su Chen at the center. The dozens of muscle tentacle monsters that landed beside him were actually shocked to fly dozens of meters away under this impact, and some were even directly exploded. Dandelions everywhere. In a flash, all of them were lifted away by an impact. Endless. Floating in heaven and earth, the IT was as if a touch of dark red had dripped into the snow-white ocean, continuously dipping and infecting, like a virus, centered on Su Chen, radiating in all directions. All the snowy white beautiful dandelions Sydney turned into a dark red color, flesh and blood surging, turned into millions and millions, endless, as if an ocean of flesh and blood like hell space, which is filled with a variety of small and large, such as mung beans and sesame, such as the size of the house vehicles, varying muscle tentacle monsters. It's all over the place. Dense, not to mention dense phobics. Even the wild dogs that didn't have an intense phobia were scared to death of 3 corpses at this moment. Crap. What the hell? What kind of monster was roaring just now? So loud that it shook and activated all the blind box dandelions in a 10,000 meter radius. Blanche. Wild dog face pale. A pair of wide eyes filled with fear and trepidation. Also do not care whether it will be found by Su Chuan. He instantly jumped out of the bushes, turned around and ran in a way that simply hate his parents did not give him an extra leg. Roar. However, the wild dog, who had just run out not 2 steps, suddenly heard an earth-shattering roar from behind him. The earth trembled violently, the land shakes, the wild dog fell straight to the ground with an accidental doggy style, and he turned his head to try and see what was behind him, only to find that the originally sunny sky darkened at this moment. A massive shadow covered him. It was only seen in the midst of that endless hell of flesh and blood. A muscular demonic mountain that was fully 50 meters tall with hundreds of tentacles, each of which was at least as thick as an iron barrel, appeared in the middle of this purgatory, and he seemed to be furious at being disturbed from his deep sleep, and it was as if he was feeling provoked by Su Chuan's just now bang. Therefore, after this head of muscle devil mountain appeared, then to Su Chuan similarly returned a heaven-shaking horror roar, towards Su Chuan close at the same time, waving dozens of root tentacles violently, all the way through. All the small muscle tentacle monsters blocking the path of the attack were crushed into a blood mist. 3. Third order. The wild dog's eyes went wide. The number of blind box dandelions was huge, but normally, it was not easy for a regular person to open a third-order blind box. It was like winning the jackpot in the lottery. 1 in a million. The probability was extremely low. Sometimes even hundreds of slices inside might not be able to open a muscle monster whose strength reached the level of the third order. But he didn't expect that such a very low probability had been encountered by Su Dust. It is possible to drive a monster of this strength. Wild dog gazed in pity, a sigh of relief. I'm really lucky. Jean looked at the muscular monster that was comparable to a small mountain. Su Chen grinned out. Monsters that have reached the 3rd rank in strength will have a qualitative change for those of the 2nd rank. Just like this kind of muscle demon mountain. If it appears in the city and there is no corresponding 3rd order powerhouse to arrive, it will definitely be an annihilating catastrophe for ordinary 1st order and 2nd order professional awakened people. With its huge 50-meter size, it is enough to easily topple any high-rise building and ravage the earth. And I'm afraid that it will be difficult for even the city's wall gates to hold back his attacks too many times. Therefore, 3rd-ranked ferocious beasts are also known as siege level, meaning that as long as there is such a ferocious beast leading the way, it is possible to take down a city in a short period of time. To deal with such a monster, it's difficult to do so without a strong person of the same level stepping in, just with the widespread thermal weapons that humans are using now. Therefore, after seeing that Su Chun was so unlucky to have opened a 3rd-order muscle monster, a trace of pity and booing could not help but show in the eyes of the wild dog. Pity. Can't wait for the young master to come over. The legendary once-in-a-century martial arts genius is about to fall. The wild dog looked back at Su Chen one last time and was about to immediately turn around and flee the scene when he did so. Instead, he saw a scene that he will never forget. Ha! Wang Hao. I told you long ago that you are no match for this young man. Now you're convinced. In the wilderness area, the mountains are a mess, dirt and debris spilled all over the place. Potholes everywhere. The scorched black land still emanated the smell of flames. The surrounding trees had long been broken, as if they had been ravaged by 2 ferocious beasts. The sight was extremely messy, and in the center of this messy battlefield, he hung you, dressed in a small zebra-striped suit, patted his slightly dirty clothes and laughed out with a jerky smile. A mechanical head that was still sparking with electricity at his feet. On the opposite side of him, the training machine piloted by Wang Hao had long since collapsed to the ground, with deep claw marks all over the mecha's torso, as if it had suffered the attack of some ferocious beast. The 4 mechanical arms also seemed to have all been twisted into a twist. Sparks splashed and squeaked, and even the head was taken off. So both sides of the battle. No doubt, Wang Hao lost, completely humiliated and incapacitated. Such a huge gap was something that no one in the room had expected, not to mention Zhang Sanli Si and the others. Even White Wolf, who had hurried over, froze in place because of the strength he hung you had just displayed. Though in terms of rank, it's only just stepped into the 2nd rank level. However, the true battle power was enough to make him a battle-hardened 2nd order intermediate expert. Feel fatal danger. A rank occupation. Wolf Spirit Emissary. Being able to summon wolf spirits to fight alongside one another is equivalent to being half a summoner. But unlike a summoner, He Hung Yu, who has the talent of being a wolf spirit messenger, can also merge with his own summoned wolf spirits to merge his power into one and become one. Physical fitness and strength increased dramatically, attacking and defending, whether it's a group battle or a single fight. A messenger-level talent like He Hung Yu is truly an invincible talent. There is no shortcoming at all of any summoner not being good at melee battles like this. Instead, fusing with the wolf spirit and personally going down to battle is He Hung Yu's strongest stance. Just now, He Hung Yu was the one who fused with the wolf spirit and started with a big move. With great speed and great power, he twisted off the limbs of Wang Hao's training machine and removed his head almost instantly. Seconds, naked seconds. This is a crushing without a doubt. With the body of a beginner of the second rank, he instantly dismantled the training-type mecha into this miserable state. And the power that erupted from it has at least reached the level of nearly 100 tons. My God, is this the terror of a heavenly pride that is enough to be sealed at the level of 108 generals? Normal people entering the second stage of the blood value is only 100. The power can have 10 tons would be good. And our young master Hong Yu just broke through the second stage, can summon a strength comparable to the second stage of the middle of the Blood Wolf King, even if it is not enough. In the fusion of the Blood Wolf King, even in the second stage of the field instantly erupted hundreds of tons of force. Simply horrible like this that instant young master He Hung Yu burst out of the combat power of at least 6,000 above. Even if that kind of limit fusion state cannot be maintained for a long time. But in any case, this kind of strength is undoubtedly. Wang Hao loss is not wrong. Boiling goats are just boiling goats after all. There was a shock in the live feed pop-ups.as ordinary people. They were completely unable to imagine that there could be such a big gap between the same second rank. How could the strength of our own young master be so strong? The white wolves were stunned for a long time after seeing this, before they trotted all the way closer to tell He Hung Yu about Su Chen's news. Oh, found Su Dust. Well, it's quite the opening today. He Hung Yu, who was already laughing rampantly, felt wonderful after hearing such good news, and kicked the head of the training machine under his feet onto the broken mech as he beckoned to the live camera on the side. It just so happens that it's still on live here. Come with me. I'm going to show you who's the strongest in the upper school in front of everyone. He Hung Yu suddenly exposed his purpose to it, instantly caused a surge of pop-ups in the live broadcast. They didn't expect that He Hung Yu would just abuse Wang Hao today. But he even had to go find Su Chen. I've long heard that this young master of the Blood Wolf Mercenary Corps seems to have started searching for Su Chen more than 10 days ago. Only that he hasn't been able to find him. Is it finally going to be war today? Crap. He Hung Yu is so powerful. If he really fights, Su Chen shall not be abused. I'm afraid that it will be the same as Wang Hao, being killed in one move. Hearing this matter, and not to mention the audience in the live broadcast room, the beautiful reporter Shaoli and the fat, thin and headstrong two people were also instantly energized and hurriedly followed behind He Hung Yu. Zhao Shouya looked at the scene while her eyes were complicated, but after biting her lip, she, too, took a quick step to keep up. Brother Wang, are you okay? On the other hand, Wang Hao, who hadn't shown up, climbed out of the mech at this time with the assistance of Zhang San and Li Si. It's okay. He shook his head, looking calm, but those bloodshot eyes seemed to have revealed that he had already cried for love inside the cockpit earlier. What are they going to do? Wang Hao looked at He Hung Yu's back as he led a group of people to rack the live broadcast room in a voluminous manner, his voice a little hoarse as he inquired out. They're going to fuck Southern. Zhang San Li Si answered so simply. Fuck Su Chen? Such a reply caused Wang Hao, who was originally in an extremely low state of mind, to freeze for a moment. Can we win? A packet win? Looking at the vast crowd, and with the conversation between him and He Hung Yu echoing in his mind from that rainy night, White Wolf's eyes blinked, and the corners of his mouth unconsciously grinned a proud smile. Yeah, although he had already seen Su Chen's power, he had never seen his own young master, He Hung Yu, in his prime. So he had previously felt that He Hung Yu could not defeat Su Chen, fearing that He Hung Yu would be killed by Su Chen's punch. But for now, it's not certain who punched who to death. White Wolf, who had seen He Hung Yu's human wolf unity form in the party, couldn't help but laugh out loud. Boom! 36,000 meters in the field. A loud pop suddenly launched from an empty mountain forest. The empty valley and the darkness of the underworld reverberate with more than huge sonic whistles cascaded and swept in all directions. The huge 50-meter-tall monster exploded into a sky of dandelions under this punch, underneath the shower. Phew! A handsome-looking teenager gasped softly twice. So this is the Divine Elephant Breaking Fist. Su Chen looked at his clenched fists, a look of exhilaration in his eyes. Divine Elephant Destruction Fist, that is. The body as a whole. The whole body 600,000 cells mustard seed power, all the pressure out. Gathered in a fist above. Fist out like a Divine Elephant Destruction. Destroy all the enemies in front of you. Previously in this muscle monster entangled in the time. Su dust for the understanding of the God Elephant Destruction Fist has not been so deep, just by virtue of the previous understanding of the God Elephant Destruction Fist wielded to use. That is, although the power is not small, but for the 50 meters big muscle magic mountain but ultimately is a lot worse, able to injure the other side, but it is difficult to kill the other side. Coupled with the other side can be devoured by the other bushy-tailed monsters as flesh and blood for the super speed regeneration. Basically the last second to hit out the wound, the next second the other side will be able to heal. Basically, the injuries that were inflicted in the last second can be healed in the next second. So it is difficult to deal with the other party in this situation. Su Chen had originally all but given up on the intention of beating the other party to death, only wanting to use this muscle demon mountain to practice the divine elephant breaking fist for a little while to increase some real-world combat experience, and then retreat when his physical strength was almost depleted. But who would have thought that when he changed his mindset and devoted himself to practicing boxing, he gradually entered a wonderful state. His whole body's chi and blood have entered a boiling state due to the fierce battle. The spirit was focused and the chi and blood were running at high speed. The physical body and spirit both stepped into full bloom in the kind of state, under attacking and being attacked again and again. It was as if he had a flash of light, peeping through the fog to see the sky. A fist blast actually unconsciously mobilized all the power of his entire body, and struck his strongest punch so far, the divine elephant breaking fist, to shatter this muscular demonic mountain with a single punch and froth the flesh. It looks like a great and boundless power, but the power starts from the smallest detail. No wonder the weight-lifting technique and divine elephant breaking fist appeared together. So that's what it means. The true meaning of the divine elephant breaking fist is to mobilize all the cells of the body mustard seeds to squeeze the power of which, there is no doubt that the user needs to have a high degree of control of their own body. Otherwise, not to mention the power of the human body to squeeze the 600,000 billion cells mustard seeds. The human body can be 639 muscles to play out the power of the good. Even just now when Su Chuan entered that marvelous state of dual peaks of flesh and spirit, the punch he threw was only mobilizing the power of the muscle fibers of his entire body, and it was still far from being able to squeeze the power of every cell of the mustard seed, with his current level of control over his body. Unless he had a good warm-up beforehand and entered an advanced fleshly body activation state, it would basically be difficult to throw another punch of such power, and on top of that, tired indeed. Su Chen lightly panted 2 more times. A punch that squeezed the muscle power of the entire body was indeed a great drain on one's physical strength, and trying to continuously strike an attack of this power was also a challenge for the current him. But it's exhausting, but it also feels great. After turning his entire body's strength into a punch and squeezing it out, Su Chuan only felt that his entire body had entered another marvelous state. The sound of his heart beating, the sound of his blood flowing, the sound of his cells breathing. He closed his eyes and looked up at the sky, and after focusing all of his attention on himself, he only felt that he had become incredibly sharp with regards to all of his 5 senses, as if he could not only hear all of these movements of his body, you can also see the beating cellular life within yourself, inch by inch, row by row, vibrant and freaky, full of life and energy. It's like he's never known his body so well. It was so wonderful. The teenager tilted his head back, embracing the void as a soft murmur of comfort escaped his lips. Dandelion petals fall from the sky. The teenager will be set off more and more ethereal and dusty, so that the heart and soul of the heart. Is this hitting a climax? Ah, no. As the only man on the scene who saw this scene, Wild Dog was the one who came to his senses with a jolt after a strand of withered dandelion petals drifted down on top of his head, and he looked horrified and shocked, looking at Su Dust with fear in his eyes. One punch, just one punch to the, ah. The dingo was pissed. After a scream came out of his mouth, he turned his ass around and ran away, as if he was scared into a demented child, with his mouth constantly so yelling, "Young master, run, don't ever come over, you're going to get the shit beat out of you." Aha! Bang! A large foot kicked over, knocking the wild dog aside. "Dog, what are you talking about? You're the one who's gonna get the shit beat out of you." The wild dog that was kicked to the ground looked up just in time to see He Hung Yu's gloomy face. In a split second wild dog's heart went wild. There's only one thing on my mind, and that's this. It's over. The young master is already here. He Hung Yu stared at the stupid wild dog on the ground. "I'm angry right now. When he brought people over just now, he was still in front of the camera discussing with his live housemates about how many moves to solve Su Duan would be more effective for the show, but who would have thought? He has not yet come over." Far from the wild dog can be heard on this side of the shouting, saying, "What, don't come over? He will be beaten shit." Loud live audience heard, causing him to lose this big face. What a piece of shit. Humph. He Hung Yu blared at the wild dog in order to not let the pop-ups in the live broadcast room continue to discuss that he would not be beaten shitless. He Hung Yu wasn't talking to the wild dog after glaring at him, but instead set his eyes on Su Chen, who wasn't far away. his face no longer unsightly as he swept his eyes over a piece of dandelion petals that had fallen in the surrounding area. The corner of his mouth hung up in an evil smile as he opened his mouth. Suchen, this young man heard that you stayed in the wilderness for more than 10 days without going home in order to cultivate. After searching for you for so long without finding anyone, I thought you were doing some kind of devil's training, but I didn't realize that you were here fighting with a few dandelion monsters. Dandelion monsters are awesome, aren't they? Ha ha ha. Hihanyu's humorous words immediately made many people inside and outside the live broadcast room burst out laughing. As we all know, the blind box dandelion is scorned by many people in the field mercenary groups though, but at the same time, the blind box dandelions are also recognized as one of the weakest groups. Basically more than 90% of the blind box dandelions are all small dregs that have not entered the rank point. 10,000 blind box dandelions can open a first-class muscle monster is already considered good. So in such a low probability of winning the lottery, unless you burst of luck to buy a lottery ticket can be the jackpot. A hand opened 100,000 picks of the second class or even millions of hard to find the third class. Or else the blind box dandelions for the majority of the people is a symbol of the weakness of small garbage. Otherwise, the blind box dandelion is just a weak trash to most people, and no one would even pay attention to them on weekdays. Therefore, after Hihangyu purposely pointed out Suchen and playing with blind box dandelion in the wild, the families in the live broadcast room couldn't help but laugh out loud. Haven't been home in over 10 days? It couldn't be that he knew our young master Hangyu was looking for him and was too scared to go back. Ha! Is this the so-called strongest in the first middle school? Shrinking head turtle is more like it. Compared to our third middle school's young master Hihangyu, it's simply not up to par. Fighting our young master Hihangyu, does he have the ability to do that? Blind box dandelion characteristics. After death will be transformed into a piece of dandelion. Petals fluttering down and withering, unless it is an expert in the relevant field, no brother, or else it is difficult for outsiders to judge the level of strength in their lifetime. Coupled with a few battlefields are not known to change how many, and now where they are there are not many traces of the battle at all. Therefore, when it is known that Su Dust is actually here to open the blind box and the weak dandelion monster fight live inside and outside, the crowd are laughing. Cannot help but playful mockery. At the scene Suchen was somewhat speechless that he knew that Hihangyu had been looking for himself though, but why are the TV people here too? With the live broadcast on, and what do they want with so many people coming together to find themselves? Ha! What for? Hihangyu smiled evilly. His gaze was on Suchen, looking up and down. The corner of his mouth revealed a playful smile and said, "Of course I came to meet you, the once-in-a-century martial arts wizard. This young master would like to know, a while ago you were able to achieve the first place in the mock exam in the first middle school. Is it because you're too strong or? The people in the first middle school are too rubbish, ha 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 ha." As Hihangyu provoked Suchen, he also didn't forget to open a map cannon, saying that if he could let a waste like Suchen, who hadn't even awakened to his natural profession, ascend to the number 1 position, all of the awakened people in the first middle school were garbage, and had no qualifications at all to be compared to them in the third middle school. Crap. 666. Previously, it was my pattern idea that young master was flawed and small-minded that kept staring at Suchen. So it turns out that young master Hangyu actually had this kind of purpose. First he stomped on Wang Hao, and now he's going to violently beat up Suchen. Wang Hao's A level is considered the representative of the professionals within the first middle school, and Suchen is the number 1 in the mock exams, which is considered to be the strongest in the first middle school. And if young master Hangyu will hang them both and beat them up, wouldn't it mean that our third middle school has stepped on the bottom of the first middle school? Oh ho! Young master Hangyu is mighty. I cheered when many of the third grade students in the live room saw it. One is the strongest in the third form. The other is the strongest in the first form. Strongest versus strongest. Who exactly is the final winner? A lot of people on the scene lit up at once. Suchen, who understood Hihangyu's meaning, also nodded his head. He didn't shirk the meaning of dodging Hihangyu's challenge to him. After all, Hihangyu had already stared at him for more than 10 days. If he dodged again this time, Hihangyu would have to stare at him again in the back. Thinking about it, Suchen felt troublesome. So it's better to just hang the thief rather than let him think about it. Come on, start early and finish early. Suchen waved at Hihangyu. Lifting weights like light art has been practiced almost. He is not worried at all that he will miss to beat Hihangyu to death. As for the consumption of the previous battle with the muscle magic mountain, has not yet had time to recover to replenish the matter. The matter of dealing with Hihangyu was not in Suchen's consideration at all, however. Shoo! When Suchen beckoned to Hihangyu, but Hihangyu didn't launch an attack on Suchen at the first time. Instead, he first put his hand on his mouth and lightly shushed, attracting everyone's attention. Then he pointed his finger at Suchen and corrected himself. I'm going to go ahead and say it here. Suchen, don't misunderstand. You're the challenger. Su Dust, wow. Such a statement from Hihangyu immediately made the audience boil. I knock. Truly worthy of being our young master Hangyu. He is just pushy. That's right. You're the challenger. Letting our young master Hongyu challenge you. Do you have that qualification? Slanted Lu Hai called out with a group of members from the Blood Wolf Mercenary Corps. Do it. This young man will try to be merciful and make this fight somewhat watchable. Hongyu waved at Su Chen. It meant for Su Chen to do it. Otherwise, if this young master strikes first, one move will be a second. Nothing to see. So that's why Su Chuan hurry up and do it. Don't say that this young master didn't give you a chance. Hongyu's confident words left Su Chen speechless, but it suits him to do it early and get it over with. So after understanding what Hongyu meant, Su Chen clenched his fist and took a step forward, just as he was about to make his move. No, can't. Young Master Hongyu. A figure stopped in front of Hongyu. The wild dog glanced at Su Chen in horror and hurriedly got up from the ground and blocked in front of Hongyu. He wanted to persuade Hongyu not to seek death, just now a third-order muscle magic mountain. But by this monster a punch to burst. On the young master, you this small body. Really, if you eat a punch, still not in the live room on the spot to dry out the shit. Get out. What's not to like? Blocking my shot. However, before Wild Dog could say more than a couple words of persuasion, he let Hongyu kick out with an ugly face, with a somewhat displeased expression. He glanced at the White Wolf, meaning, how do you manage people? Not a bit of eye candy. Can't you see that everyone is on a roll? All hoping to see what this young man is going to do next. And he's the only one who sings the opposite and throws cold water on it. Hongyu's reproachful eyes. The White Wolf's face quickly showed a fawning smile. A burst of nodding. Meaning that I will look after him in the future will not. Ha! People. Sometimes when they want to die, others can't stop them. On the side has been looking for an opportunity to step on the White Wolf squad of foot slant bangs Black Wolf. See, the White Wolf side of the people actually made such a retarded mistake cannot help but gloat. Snorting attracted the White Wolf a burst of angry eyes. But the center man at this time also did not say anything. Just after glaring at the Black Wolf, he came to the Wild Dog's side, helped the Wild Dog up from the ground, patted the Wild Dog's shoulder and said, Wild Dog, I know what you mean. White Wolf, was as wise and valiant as he was. Of course he knew that Wild Dog had just stood out because he wanted to remind Hongyu about Su Chen's strength. But trust the young master. Although Su Chen is strong, young master Hongyu isn't as simple as we think. White Wolf spoke meaningfully to Wild Dog. Having seen Hongyu's human wolf merged form, he no longer had any worries about this duel at the moment. And the answer would be sure seconds. The young master will get a sure second. Brother Wolf, we were all wrong. Su Chen's strength is not that simple. We all underestimated him too much. Wild Dog shook White Wolf's shoulder, anxiously explaining a spittle-flecked account of what he had seen earlier. What? You're saying that Su Chen just opened a third-rank dandelion blind box and punched his opponent to death? You're saying that Su Chen just opened a third-rank dandelion blind box and punched his opponent to death? White Wolf froze when he heard that, and after he removed Wild Dog's hand from his shoulder, he reached out and touched Wild Dog's forehead. Wild Dog, are you okay? The look on the fool's face made the Wild Dog look anxious. I'm fine. Wolf, I'm telling the truth. Believe me. Yet no matter how much the Wild Dog explained, the White Wolf had no intention of believing it. After all, Third Order, in their White Cloud City, is already a deservedly strong. Their Blood Wolf mercenary group is only such as Red Tiger. Yen Bao's top layer has this level. In the past, in the battlefield of the college entrance examination, are stable into the top 30, or even the top 10 level. You're now telling me that only 20 days or so have passed since the career awakening, and Su Chen's strength has already reached the third rank? White Wolf, wasn't brain dead. How could he possibly believe such a thing? But Su Chen doesn't even have professional talent. But if he has some professional talent, maybe I'll believe it. But he really doesn't have this talent. Martial arts talent is high. What does it matter about upgrading? As we all know, under the same circumstances, martial arts heavenly pride upgrading speed is far behind professional heavenly pride. So say no more, Wild Dog. I think you've been frightened by Su Chen in the past 2 days. Don't worry. The young master will break the shadow of the past for you later. Seeing that the White Wolf would not listen to anything he said, and had a complete look of oil and salt, the Wild Dog was in despair. The reason why he and the White Wolf did not talk to Hongyu about Su Chen being very strong in the very beginning was because they were worried about this situation, but he didn't realize that Wolf didn't believe him now either. The low strength of the canine son has caused the Auditor-sama to be ineffective. Across the live room, inside an exquisite living room at the Blood Wolf Mercenary Corps garrison, Hongyu's father, laughed out. Opposite him sat a man in a black uniform, his figure slender and straight, his face cold, a pair of eyes often half squinted revealing a haughty color. From the time he entered the door has always been a dignified attitude, not the slightest bit because of Hiyu's status of hospitality and not have any posture. After all, Wei Yu is what people, that is the 9 states designated as a sealed auditor, the ambassador, identity status special, not to mention what you are, a small city of 1 million level mercenary regiment leader. Even if the city of 10 million level city to see him also have to be polite. So from a moment ago to now, no matter how you complimented him, he was just casually deal with two voices, but when Weichoyu saw Hanyu's man-wolf performance through the live broadcast, his eyes lit up, and the haughty look on his face disappeared, replaced by a smile of intimacy. Where, Mister, he is joking. If your son's strength is still low, then I'm afraid there aren't many people in my Kyushu who can be called geniuses. The seal auditor, admiring the seal of the 9 states, enthroned the seal heavenly pride. For every sealing of a heavenly pride, they themselves will have no small benefit. The stronger the strength and higher the talent of the sealing of the heavenly pride, the more reward they can get, plus any heavenly pride that has the ability to obtain the sealing of the title. As long as they do not fall in the future, they will certainly become the most dazzling group of stars in this era of the 9th state. So when he saw the potential of Hanyu, he instantly switched his attitude when he faced Hiyu. This was something that Hiyu naturally felt very clearly, and after he let out a laugh, he once again spoke out and inquired, I wonder, in Lord Wei's opinion, can Hanyu hope to pass the next 108 general sealing audit? If nothing else, it should be fine. Wei Mao here to congratulate Mr. He in advance. The family gave birth to a good son. The future soaring, don't forget the old brother. Wei Choyu raised his tea to congratulate the sound. Let Hanyu suddenly feel cheerful and laughed out. Wei Choyu before and after the change in his attitude is one aspect. Can learn from Wei Choyu mouth his own child without surprise has been steadily into the 108 general sealing level is also one aspect. But, I don't understand one thing. Who is Su Chen? Looking at the move of Hanyu in the live broadcast room, Wei Choyu said the doubts in his heart. He is still waiting for Hanyu to hurry back to carry out the sealing audit, but it looks as if the other party is still a bit of a matter that has not been resolved. Su Dust? Hiyu's laughter stopped for a moment, and he also seemed to have thought for a moment before reacting to who Su Chen was. Oh, just a martial arts practitioner. Afterwards, Hiyu made a rough description of Su Chen's matter, but only halfway through his words, he was interrupted by Wei Choyu, who raised his hand and said with an arrogant demeanor and contemptuous eyes, a martial arts practitioner needs no further comment. Hurry up and let Linglang Hangyu take him out in seconds. Hurry up and come for the sealing audit is the right thing to do. That's right. No matter how high the martial talent is, how can it compare to the marvelousness of the professional awakening? I'll tell Hangyu to make it a quick battle. Don't delay the main event. Hiyu nodded and immediately picked up his cell phone to make a call to Hangyu, who was far away in the wild area, and in the process 9 Jedi Pai Ruyu? The Martial Arts Alliance is taking it very seriously? 2 months later. It's hard to say if the Martial Arts Alliance will still exist. Wei Choyu's eyes flickered as he looked at Su Chuan in the live broadcast and laughed out a contemptuous sneer as the Kyushu Seal Auditor. He naturally knew some insider information that regular people didn't know. The 9 States Emperor clan and the 9 great imperial clans have joined forces and are prepared to use this national college entrance examination as a boundary to eradicate the tumor of the Martial Arts Alliance that is eating away at their 9 states' new era's chi. And the 1 emperor, 4 emperors, 16 vassals, 24 heavenly stars, and 118 generals who are all sealed celestial pride have been prepared for this purpose. That's why Wei Choyu was disdainful and wanted to laugh when he heard that Su Chun was some kind of martial arts prodigy. How can a mere product of the old times compare to the awakening of the profession? Oh, right. Speaking of which, Mr. He, there's something I want to ask you about, demon. Next, Wei Choyu began to ask He Hangyu some things about the Yi Devil. The tone did not have the slightest arrogance, but instead some mapped out the enthusiasm to please. After all, 108 general level sealed heavenly pride, although rare, but how to say there are more than 100 it, but 24 heavenly star level. The entire 9 states can be only 24 people. More importantly, the blood value and strength ratio can reach a perfect 1-to-1 behind the meaning. Not the average person can understand. I heard that this off or the opening of a human body hidden. Today's royal family to reach the top of the 6th order of the 7th order of the strongest people do not open the key. So a certain degree of blood value and the strength ratio to reach the perfect 1-to-1 is the promotion of the 6th order or the 7th order of the necessary conditions for orphans to face. The orphans are facing such an existence. If they don't kneel down now, when will they kneel down? Oh, I know, don't worry. It'll be quick and won't take too long. Wild area. In front of the live camera. In the eyes of the crowd, He Hangyu answered a phone call. And when he hung up the phone and put it away, and then raised his head when the eyes obviously more serious. Excuse me, I suddenly had an emergency and can't continue to play with you. Let's make this quick next. Wow. He Hangyu's sudden shift in tactics caused the crowd in the broadcast room to talk for a while. A quickie? Does that mean we'll get to see young Master He Hangyu in his prime again? That said, why does young Master He Hangyu suddenly want a quick battle? Didn't he just say that for the sake of the show's effect he would let Su Chen attack first to show off to his heart's content? I think I heard something like auditor when I called. What? Could it be that the seal auditor of the 9 states has already come to our White Cloud City? I've heard there are a total of 4 reviewers. In that case, the reason why young Master He Hung You suddenly wants a quick battle is to go back and complete the sealing audit as soon as possible. Hiss. Wouldn't this mean that young Master Hung You will soon become a sealed heavenly pride handpicked by the 9 regions? Big brother begs to be taken in. Young Master, the old slave is late. Don't forget about us old slaves when young Master completes the sealing audit. Since He Hung You deliberately pressed the speakerphone button when he answered the phone, the viewers who heard the content of the 2 men's conversation instantly went into a frenzy of discussion in the live broadcast room, with some even calling themselves old slaves. Good talk. Good talk. The kneeling pop-ups in the live broadcast room made He Hung You secretly feel good in his heart for a moment, and he had just opened the speakerphone button to have this effect. Of course, this kind of kneeling pop-up is just a small episode of pleasurable mood for him. How can he have any time to pay attention to these old slaves who came out from nowhere now? Although He Hung You loves to play, but the priorities of the matter are still very clear. So say, announce the start. I'm waiting to catch the bus home. He Hung You to the reporter Shaoli so urged said see He Hung You and Sue Dust both sides are almost ready. The camera in front of Shaoli also no longer delay. She took a deep breath after taking out the style belonging to the host to explain said, hello viewers, this is White Cloud TV. As you can see, there's a duel ready to happen here. On one side of the dueling parties, it's our old acquaintance, the so-called once-in-a-century martial arts prodigy, the owner of the 9 Jedi Pyruyu, the strongest in the first middle school, the number 1 in the mock exams, and the man known as the God of Su Chuan. The other side of the duel I believe you should all recognize. He is none other than the young master of one of our White Cloud City's 3 major mercenary corps, the Blood Wolf Mercenary Corps, the owner of the A-rank profession Wolf Spirit Emissary, the strongest of the 3 middle schools, the first in the mock exams, and the strong contender for the 108 generals level of sealed heavenly pride, He Hung You. The next 2 will have an unprecedented showdown in this field. One is the strongest in the 1st grade and one is the strongest in the 3rd grade, the strongest against the strongest. The final innings that should belong to the 9 schools joint examination. Is it going to start early today? In the end, who is the strongest? Let's wait and see. Shaoli's emotional speech mobilized the audience in the live broadcast room, and a large group of pop-ups flew through the live broadcast room. Must second. Young Master Hung You will definitely second Su Chen. Seconds gross. Su Chen will definitely second He Hung You. Bullshit. The one who said Su Chen would surely take a second should have never seen our young Master He Hung You in his prime. Our young Master He Hung You has already entered the 2nd rank domain, and his strength is comparable to a 2nd rank intermediate, and he has the qualifications to attack the sealed heavenly pride. So what makes you Su Chuan able to take a second of our young Master He Hung You? Ha ha, if I were to say that those who supported Su Chen in front should be people from the 1st middle school, a bunch of losers in the 1st middle school, a group of professionals being beaten by someone who didn't awaken their profession. It's simply a disgrace to us professionals. TM, who are you calling a loser? If I hadn't been careless in the first place, how could I have been won by Su Chen? White Cloud City. At a stoplight, the green cloak shines in the sun, and as a first center F4 Sun Chang saw that someone actually opened the map cannon in the live broadcast, and immediately could not help but speak. That's it. Who the hell are you talking about waste? We're the 1st high school, but we are recognized as the highest quality group in Baiyun City. I don't know how much higher than your 3rd high school. If we're waste, what do you count as? The little friends of the 1st middle school saw that there was a big brother to take the lead and immediately all united to dislike each other with the 3rd middle school's pop-ups. Of course, in this process, they were the ones who never acknowledged the matter of Su Chen being very powerful. The matter of Su Chen being the strongest in their 1st middle school and being number 1 in the mock exam was also avoided, because indeed, as the people from the 3rd middle school had said, it really wasn't something honorable for a group of their professional prides to be beaten up by someone who hadn't awakened his profession. Even if Su Chen was some kind of martial arts practicing wunderkind that was rare to come across in 100 years. So for the matter of Su Chen being the 1st in their 1st mock exam, the unanimous attitude of the students of the 1st middle school was, it was just carelessness on our part up front. It's Su Dust tactics shameless, relying on his innate advantage than us, in our just awakened profession is still a baby period malicious and we grab monsters to break our milk powder, delaying our growth and upgrading progress to lead to this kind of accident. You guys just watch. Yesterday's shame I will be in the tomorrow's 9 schools joint examination personally to pay back. Wow. Hospital curtains flicker in the hospital bed. The old Zhang in his blue and white striped suit blinked far out, although the traffic light seems to have not changed. But Sun Chang's words, but in the live broadcast room instantly caused a burst of exclusively belonging to the 1st middle school buddies of the carnival. Wailed straight. The 3rd middle school people want to interject all the language cannot. Name, He Hung You, occupation, Class A Wolf Spirit Emissary, level, 2nd order elementary, blood value, 100.5, combat power, 2000, evaluation, 200 times the amount of combat power genius. The same realm can be 100 enemies. Have the posture of a general, 2000 points of combat power or error. Please be careful when you face, after the students of the third middle school realized that the first middle school side was always posting irrelevant and trashy pop-ups. In order to draw everyone's attention over, someone had posted a screenshot of the combat strength data belonging to manhwaedit. In a split second there was a clamor in the live broadcast room, and the sound of people sucking in a breath of cold air was everywhere. I'm knocking second order? So strong. A short awakening but more than 20 days surprisingly someone's strength reached the level of the second stage? My god. I now also just upgraded to the middle of the first stage. Combat power just broke 300 points off. Big brother, you're still powerful. You talk like this makes us who just broke through more than 100 points in combat power and more than 200 points live like this. Nima. Is this the strongest strength in the third form? 2,000 combat points. Sealed heavenly pride. It's really as terrifying as it is. I remember Su Chen some time ago, but also the late stage of the martial artist. The combat power of 7 to 800. Now it's only the past 10 days or so. Even if his talent is no longer high, there is no way he can break through to the second stage of the martial artist realm. Right. After all, the biggest disadvantage of the martial artist over us professionals is the slow upgrade. He Hung Yu's exaggerated combat power stats among his peers drew the attention of everyone in the live broadcast room back to discussing the strongest combat mechanics. Grip it. If that's the case, wouldn't Su Chen be fucked to death with one punch? Is it really going to be a sure second? Upon realizing this, there was an instant riot in the live broadcast room, with countless people urging. Even Sun Chang and the other students of the first middle school couldn't help but send pop-ups live. Hurry up! Send up Su Chen's current combat power data. In the wild area, in the middle of a lush ancient tree secret realm, Su Chen's good friend Gongzi, after seeing the opposite side of He Hung Yu's strength is so exaggerated, almost catching up with him, immediately anxious to send a message to the scene Wang Hao. So that Wang Hao on the spot to measure Su Chen's combat strength to send him to seed out if his brother Dust couldn't make it. He would rush over to protect his brother Dust even if he gave up this secret realm. Ding dong. The combat power tester made a sound of test completion. The combat strength data belonging to Su Chen was also uploaded. Name, occupation, blood value, combat power, air. The spectators, who were originally boiling with blood and anticipation, saw the series of question marks on the data belonging to Su Chen, and their faces froze. Many experts in the analysis of cricket fighting mechanics had a tasteless expression on their faces. It's speechless. He did it again. At the time of the mock test he covered up the combat power, and now he is still covering up. You say you, a broken martial arts practitioner, have nothing to do to cover up what combat power data, but not what professional gods we rare peep your combat power data. White Cloud City. At the stoplight, the green light turns red. Sun Chang, whose attention was all on the live broadcast, started crossing the road without paying attention. And when he saw that Su Chen was up to his old tricks of buying shielding props to bring on his body, his mouth not only snorted, but also lowered his head to play with his cell phone while sending out a pop-up screen to take the lead in mockery. TSK. Everyone, don't pay any attention to him. I've been his class president for 3 years, and I know Su Chen's character like no other. He just likes to be so pretentious and secretive. If you ask me, if he covers up his combat power like this, he should just have a weak heart. Get out of the way. Get out of the way. Suddenly a sharp shout came from his ears, and Sun Chang, who was posting pop-up taunts, looked up to see a takeout truck coming in at a rapid pace. I'm super. Sun Chang's eyes instantly widened, and he hastily dodged from side to side, which prevented a car accident from happening. Buzz. The strong wind whistled in his ears. Su Chen, you have to work hard, but you said you wanted to be number 1 in the 9 states. You can't lose here to this so-called sealed heavenly pride of He Hung Yu. Yifan looked at the picture in the live broadcast on the cell phone bracket, nervously gripped the trolley handle down with all his might, and the takeout rose like the wind, and he disappeared into the midst of the traffic like a yellow lightning bolt. WCNMD. Delivery drive so fast, looking for death. Although he didn't hit it, the fact that he was almost hit by a car still made Sun Chang couldn't help but curse on the main road, and he was a shrew to the yellow back in front of him, but neglected to do so. Now it's actually a red light. Beep. 100 tons of the king's siren warning sounded at this time. The ground shook violently, trembling. Is splashing the shield. Brave Sun Chang could not help but turn his head to look. Huge lights, ear-piercing car belt and ground friction sound, huge size and the might of the king of the strait. These are all Sun Chang dumbfounded. Mom, I'm craving takeout. In the end, Sun Chang only had time to say this afterward, and all you hear is a Z. Dang. A loud bang rang out at the intersection, and Sun Chang's cell phone threw a graceful curve out of the air. Hey, slow down. I told you to slow down. The brat drives so fast every time he delivers. In front of the Yang family noodle house, Old Jiang couldn't help but shake his head because he saw this traffic accident between the 100-ton king who didn't brake and shield brave. He sighed twice before turning and walking back to the store. The store was still empty, but it was different than when Su Chuan came at the very beginning. This time, in addition to sending out a takeout order just now, there was a thin, clean-looking teenager with big box glasses who looked civilized and weak with his back to the store entrance. Wang Tang ate the noodles while caring about the live TV feed on the store wall. Su Chen, you have to work hard. I, the Dragon King, still have to meet you at the top. Wan Bao Group. In the security room, the Dragon King, who had just finished ordering takeout, once again opened his cell phone's live broadcasting room. Worried. Okay, Ms. Kisaragi, there's nothing to see here. The Imperial Seal Auditor from the Imperial Capital is still waiting for you outside. Inside the city lord's mansion, the old housekeeper bent down with a salute and reminded Leng Ruyu, who had come out early. Thus, Su Chen, you should have seen everyone's comments. Sorry, I'm in a hurry next. I still have to take the bus back to attend the sealing audit. I don't have time to play slowly with you, so don't blame this young man for hurting your self-esteem in a quick battle. The nearly one-sided support in the live broadcast room made the corners of He Hongyu's mouth curl up as he swept his gaze over Zhao Xiaoyao's face to the side, deciding that the next move would be to directly second this ex-boyfriend in a single move, so that he could completely subdue Zhao Xiaoya and assist him in achieving better grades on the college entrance exams. Oh, the Kyushu Seal Audit? He Hongyu's words caused more interest in Su Chen's eyes, and he retracted his sight from the two Zhang Sanli Si, who were detecting their combat power data on the side, and inquired, you mean the 108 general level seals? He Hongyu nodded, although he didn't understand why Su Chen suddenly asked such a question, but he still said without an evil smile, yeah, right, it's none other than the only 108 general level seals in the 9 states. This is a position you can never reach. As he spoke, He Hongyu's chin was slightly raised, and there was more than a smattering of superiority in his eyes. After all, the entire White Cloud City could pass the 108 generals of the 9 states level of scrutiny added up to perhaps no more than 3 people, and He Hongyu, was one of them. The official seals issued by the Kyushu state are all for those who have awakened their professions. No matter how talented you are in martial arts, without an awakened profession, you will never be able to obtain this seal, not to mention that you're highly gifted in cultivation. Can it be higher than us professional sealed celestial pride? So when answering Su Chuan's question, He Hongyu's tone carried a strong feeling of superiority and nobility. Su Chuan didn't care about the superiority in He Hongyu's tone. He just looked up and down at He Hongyu with his eyes, and after thinking about it thoughtfully, he asked another crucial question that made him care. Will it pass muster? He Hongyu, damn, looking down on who? He Hongyu was almost half exasperated by Su Chen's words, and his face turned ugly to the naked eye. This young man is gifted. A-rank occupation. Wolf Spirit Messenger. Whether or not it passes muster is not for you to worry about. Oh, seeing how confident He Hongyu was, Su Chen suddenly let out an O sound as he nodded in understanding, and then he waved at He Hongyu. In that case, then let's do it. I'd like to know the level of the 108 general level sealed heavenly pride of the 9 states. After all, the college entrance exam is on the field in 3 months. If he wanted to win the championship #1, he would inevitably face off with the 108 generals of the Kyushu. And now that he knew in advance, the caliber of the so-called 108 generals was just as he wanted it to be. Su Chen's attitude and tone caused He Hongyu, who was in a good mood, to instantly have a trace of haze on his face. What kind of person was he? He Hongyu. But he was a supreme celestial pride that was enough to enter the level of the 108 generals of the 9-state seal, and Su Dust? A scum who didn't even have a profession. Even if he had some talent for practicing martial arts, he was still 100,000 miles away from him. He had now entered the realm of the 2nd rank, with a normal combat power of 2,000, and could also summon a 2nd rank, 3rd stage Blood Wolf King, and his combat power would soar even more after utilizing his professional talent skills. Where did Su Chen, a tiny martial artist who isn't even a 2nd-ranked martial artist, get the courage to have this kind of attitude in front of me? Yes, not only He Hongyu, except for the 2 White Wolf and Wild Dog. In everyone's eyes, Su Chen's current cultivation is just a martial artist realm, not even a 2nd stage. How high can his combat power be? At best, I'll count you as 900, okay, but it's also still 28 times short of this youngster's 2,000 combat points. So what makes you dare to be so calm in front of this youngster under this incomparable disparity in strength? It can't be that by virtue of you thinking you're the strongest and I'm the strongest, we can be on the same level, right? That's ridiculous. If you still want to see the strength of the SEAL 108 generals, this day I will let you know what it means to be the strongest with a gap. Dang! This moment when the bell for the duel was rung, a powerful aura instantly erupted from He Hongyu's body, and blood-red energy swept across the entire field. Su Dust, don't blame me for not warning you. Prepare a healing potion or you might be killed if I throw this punch. The words fell. He Hong Yu's figure instantly shot out like an arrow off the string. The speed was so fast that it left a string of residual shadows in the air, and his fist came out like a wolf, with a howling gale, as if he was a ferocious wolf demon that opened its bloody mouth to Su Chen, revealing a ferocious aura in his fist momentum. It's amazing when you don't move. It really was just as he said. He Hong Yu was relentless when he struck out, making the surrounding onlookers such as Slanting Lu Hai couldn't help but gasp out in surprise. Speaking with pride as he explained for the live broadcast audience, this is precisely our young master Hong Yu's specialty, a rank vocational skill. Wolf's teeth wind fist. Fist out like a wolf's tooth. Not only is the power amazing, but there is also a penetrating effect. A punch is like a wolf king opening his mouth. If the other party's strength is too weak, it is not impossible to be punched through. Ha! This time Su Chen is finished. Wolf teeth wind fist is supposed to be both speed and lethality, flexible and agile, like a wolf king that hunts with great speed. You see, young master Hong Yu has attacked over. Su Chen are not moving at all, obviously not reacting to the meaning. Words can't say that. After all, Su Chen is just a martial arts practitioner, while our young master Hong Yu is a second-order professional awakened person, and also used the rapid attacking wolf tooth wind fist. He didn't react to it, and it's normal to be killed in one hit. And just now that was just the boiling sheep that was piloting the training machine. Didn't react to it and was brutalized by a flurry of attacks. Alas! I had thought that the strongest in the third middle school versus the strongest in the first middle school would be some kind of a battle of the century, but I didn't think that it would turn out to be a one-trick pony. What's there to see? Some of the families in the live broadcast room couldn't help but be a little excited to send a pop-up when they heard that He Hong Yu's punch was actually so powerful, but not noticed. When Su Chen saw He Hong Yu's attack, he couldn't help but frown. And it wasn't so much a look of gravity and scorn on his face as it was a hint of an unspoken "this is it." He Hong Yu's punch might have been quite powerful in other people's hands, but in his eyes, slow as a turtle crawling. I'm afraid the power can't even break his defense when the skin refining is accomplished. The skin is like jade, which can prevent the chopping of swords and knives. A flesh body is small and weighs 1,000 pounds to withstand weight impacts. Under the two complement each other. At this moment, his defense power than before he first took the mock exam can be several times higher. At this moment, even that kind of polymer ultra-frequency shocking bio-based nano-alloy sword, I'm afraid that he can really catch it with his empty hand. Not afraid of being chopped off the palm of his hand. After all, at this moment, after the breakthrough of the physical body, even if the skin epidermis is chopped off, with his current ultra-high density of the flesh is also sufficient to hold the sword body in place. So after seeing this punch from Hong Yu, Su Chen's brows were all wrinkled, already a bit skeptical that the other party was not also Wang Hao, Sun Chang. This kind of mouthless, exaggerated stream. Even at your level you can be titled 108 generals? 108 general level heavenly pride, also known as 100 times the amount of combat power genius. How can I say that the chi and blood value to strength ratio must be 5:1, 3:1 or something like that? But what He Hong Yu is showing right now is at most 7:1, and compared to ordinary professional awakened people, it's not much higher at all. Such strength simply makes me look forward to this for nothing. Su Chen sighed lightly in his heart. His feet moved slightly, and his aura around him changed slightly, ready to strike out to directly resolve this clown that was wasting his time. No good. Full power. Young master, use your full strength. Just as Su Chen was about to make his move, a panicked voice abruptly sounded. That was the white wolf, who couldn't help but alert with a cry of alarm after seeing He Hong Yu venture out on Su Chen without summoning the Blood Wolf King to fuse, although he didn't believe what the wild dog said to him about Su Chen's one-fisted blowing up a third-ranked muscle demon mountain, this kind of heavenly thing. But having experienced it himself, he also knew very well that Su Chen's strength wasn't as low as He Hong Yu said. How could he say that his combat power was also around 5,000? If He Hong Yu didn't summon out the Blood Wolf King to unite man and wolf, or else he would have charged towards Su Chen like this, it was highly likely that he would have been killed in a single move. There was no longer even a chance of summoning the Wolf King to flip it. So that at this time the white wolf's face are greatly changed. The heart is both anxious and regret not reminding He Hong Yu real full strength earlier. Now he is only personal full strength. Even the Blood Wolf King has not summoned out. In this case there is a fart to Su Dust. Grief. Young master is going to be killed by seconds of force. The white wolf wailed out. His miserable voice seemed to go into labor. Not only did it startle the black wolf and the live broadcast audience, even He Hong Yu, who had already reached Su Chen's side and was swinging his fist out, heard it. White wolf, what do you mean? Who wants to be seconded off the force? These words made He Hong Yu's face instantly more than a color of annoyance. The attack in his hands were violently lurched. Motherfucker himself is playing here. Everyone is shouting loudly. As a result, the other person didn't say anything. The live broadcast audience didn't say anything. Just the people on his side said that he's going to be seconded? It seems that it's really the fact that this young master has done so little that has made you guys forget about this young master's terror. White Wolf, give this young man open his eyes to see who the hell is seconding who. Wolf teeth wine wind fist. He hung you let out a low drink. The fist that was originally aimed at Su Chen's chest swung away, suddenly switched direction like a hungry wolf, pouncing swiftly, hitting Su Chen's head. The power and speed was even higher. The crowd that realized this was suddenly in a state of shock. Phew, so strong. I had thought that just now was young master Hong Yu's full strength, but I didn't realize there was still a hide. My goodness. Su Chen was already unable to react when facing our young master Hong Yu's wolf tooth wind fist, and now young master Hong Yu has even exploded such a strong power on top of the original. Is he trying to kill Su Chen at such a close distance? There was a gasp in the live feed. At the scene, Zhao Xiaoya, Xiao Li, and other females couldn't help but cover their eyes and didn't dare to look any further. While people such as Black Wolf, Slanting Lu Hai and other Blood Wolf Mercenary Corps revealed cruel smiles at this moment. Kid, if you don't die from this blow you're lucky. That's not what I meant. Quickly summon the Wolf King. Young master. Seeing that instead of summoning the Wolf King, Hong Yu swung his fist even more vigorously. The Edge Commander White Wolf was going crazy with anxiety. It's too late to say it's too soon. Hong Yu, a fist swung to the wolf's teeth, raw wind. Around the noise rose. Gazing at this oncoming fist, Su dust wrinkled eyebrows. But instead of stretching down it, he seemed to understand something as well. No more tangles, just the rear foot toes as the pivot point, small margin side to dodge to avoid Hong Yu's punch. Buzz. The air trembled with the swing of a fist. Hong Yu's punch even made a circle of ripples visible to the naked eye in the air, and its power could be imagined. Definitely exceeding that of many first-time second-order professional awakened. But Hong Yu didn't have the slightest bit of complacency on his face, and even the annoyed expression on his face was violently condensed at this moment. Missed? There was a gasp of surprise in the live room. Hong Yu's eyes widened as he raised his head in shock, his expression somewhat astonished as he stared at Su Chen, who had sidestepped his punch in front of him. The strong wind of the fist blows Su Chen sideburns. Su Chen, who had dodged sideways, looked down at Hong Yu, who had an incredulous face in front of him, and sighed. Is that all you've got? What? Wow. Su Chen's soft sigh brought a huge shock to the crowd at the scene. What the fuck does that mean? Let me translate. What he means by this is that the strength shown by young master Hong Yu was far from being his match. No way? So wild? What is Su Chen's current cultivation level? Say, isn't he a martial arts practitioner? Why was he able to dodge young master Hong Yu's punch just now? There was a clamor in the live room. Hong Yu himself was even more red and warm to the naked eye when he heard Su Chen's words. Head, neck, ears, eyes all red. Su Chen. The veins on his neck rippled as he shouted angrily. Don't look down on people. Do you really think that if you are lucky enough to dodge one of this young man's moves, you will be able to speak with impudence here? Eat my real wolf's teeth wind fist. Hong Yu's right hand that had swung out was violently retracted, while his left hand from under his right hand struck towards Su Chen's abdomen at an extremely tricky angle. A punch comes out like a wolf's tooth sharp. It comes with both punching and penetrating damage at the same time. Powerful, fast and penetrating. These are actually just the surface foundation of the wolf's teeth wind fist, not what makes it truly powerful. The true power of the wolf's teeth wind fist, in fact, it is in its continuous, impermeable powerful offense. The face of this fist, as if alone, into the wolves, will face from all sides of the wolves continue to pounce on the bite, continuous, unceasing attack, facing the attacks of tens of ferocious wolves at the same time. There is simply no way to avoid them, and a regular person who is deeply trapped in them will definitely end up with the result of being carved up by the wolves. Even if I were to face this kind of airtight attack from the young master, I wouldn't dare to say that I would be able to dodge it completely. Outside of Hong Yu and Su Chen's battle circle, Slanting Lu Hai, Black Wolf, who was acting as the commentator for this battle, was explaining to everyone the power of Hong Yu's wolf tooth wind fist, except that the tone of his commentary seemed to be a bit dull, and his pair of eyes weren't even looking at the audience squarely, but rather staring blankly at the situation in the center of the battlefield. The surrounding onlookers didn't care about this either, and their attention was all focused on the bizarre situation on the battlefield at the moment. And even the pop-ups in the live broadcast room became sparse and empty. Everyone stared dumbfounded at the center of the battlefield. There Hong Yu, two hands dancing wolf wind, rolling around, footsteps flexible, obviously just a person, but played out the effect of a soccer team. Moves ferocious, the spirit of shocking, easily can be a big tree through, will be the rock burst, looks very scary. However, it didn't work, because, can't hit it at all. Hong Yu's attack continuous, amazing power, but in which Su dust one hand behind the back, or toes pointing the ground to retreat, or slightly sideways to avoid, or pat on Hong Yu arm will be thrown away, such as butterflies. The whole process is easy to write, and even back in the back of a hand did not come out. Cannot see half a point of strain. and even in the one-handed will be swung by He Hong Yu's fists after the press. Mouth began to comment that after he had pressed down the fist with one hand, his mouth began to comment, your backhand is weak, your forehand is unrefined, your footwork is loose, your reflexes are slow, and your chakra to strength ratio is no more than 7 to 1 inch just like you. You still want to pass the 9 regions sealed celestial pride audit. Go in your wet dreams. Su Chen lightly drank out. Su dust. Su dust. Su dust. Ah. Wolf tooth wind whined fist ah. He Hong Yu's eyes were red. His mouth roared out. His attacks became messy and frantic. He was in a hurry, thoroughly stimulated by Su Chen's words, and also by the fact that it was expected to be very different. Wow. There was a buzz among the crowd looking at the center of the battlefield. No matter how much he attacked, He Hong Yu, whose ugly demeanor could never touch Su Chen. The crowd of onlookers at the scene all stared with wide eyes. How's this? Wasn't it said that Su Chen was just a high-ranking martial artist with a combat power of 7 to 800 to at most 900? How now? The crowd looked at each other in shock. Mr. He Yu, this isn't funny. In White Cloud City, where the Blood Wolf Mercenary Corps was stationed, in the middle of the living room, the expression on Auditor Wei Chouyu's face lowered. You should also know a thing or two about the significance of the existence of the sealed celestial pride of the 9 states. Your young man has now been so scandalously teased. If he really loses to a martial arts practitioner, I won't be able to deliver my words to the top. 9 states sealing the pride of heaven is in order to suppress the martial chi and exist. But now He Hong Yu was a pure practice of martial arts forced into this, is really against the original intention. To a small extent, it is the success or failure of He Hong Yu. To a large extent, it will involve the upper level of the chi competition. In this way, even if He Hong Yu really has the qualification to pass the 108 Generals audit, he would not dare to register this qualification to him. Please rest assured, Lord Wei, the canine son has not yet given his full strength. He Yu's face was also incredibly gloomy, but knowing He Hong Yu's strength well, he was still able to say this. Wei Choyu also nodded. He had just seen He Hong Yu's strongest stance. It was still no problem to beat a small gaga practicing martial arts in a small place, and Fang was only slightly reminded, hurry up and give it your best shot. Don't expose any more ugliness. Su Chen, you forced me to do this. In the battlefield. He Hong Yu, who realized that he couldn't touch Su Chen no matter what, was completely enraged. He stopped his attack after shouting angrily at Su Chen in front of him. Blood-red energy was rolling and surging, spewing out, forming a hexagram spell formation in the mid-air above his head. The spell formation was scarlet in color, with a hexagram inscribed in the center. As the 6 stars in the center slowly rotated, it was as if a door to the other world had been opened, and a bloody and brutal atmosphere emerged from the spell. The Wolf King summons. Kill the living Blood Wolf King. A wolf paw with sharp luster flashed out from it, and a huge pressure gushed out from the formation, and those who were present at a slightly lower level could feel goosebumps exploding on their bodies at this moment, as if there was some kind of horrifying existence that wanted to descend. It's coming out. Wang Hao, who had seen the power of the monsters in it, murmured with a grave expression on his face. In Zhao Xiaoyao's worried gaze. 2 meter high, 3 meter long, blood-red eyes emanating a brutal and murderous atmosphere of the Blood Wolf King. From the formation out of the ferocious appearance, sharp claws and teeth seem to be able to tear anything to pieces, so that people do not shudder. Wang Hao mechatronic exoskeleton of the several deep claw marks. Is the Blood Wolf King left? Certainly for those who were there more than the Blood Wolf King's powerful speed and sharp claws and teeth. What they could intuitively feel was the powerful aura emanating from the Blood Wolf King. Surprisingly, it's the 3rd stage of the 2nd rank. Race, Killer Blood Wolf King, level, 2nd order. 3rd stage, Bloodline, Grade A. Blood value, 300, combat strength, 4,500, wow. When the viewers in the live broadcast room saw the slaying Blood Wolf King's combat strength data panel, they couldn't help but gasp out in shock. Just 300 points of blood value, and the combat power is surprisingly as high as 4,500. This kind of strength is not to mention an ordinary 2nd stage. Even a strong person in the middle stage of the 2nd stage will be injured or even die if they are not careful. That's really strong. Could this be young Master Hong Yu's full strength? Ha! Unbelievable. This young man is actually a summoner. He Hong Yu laughed out coldly as he stroked the Blood Wolf King's fur with one hand while saying kanji. Su Dust can force this young man to summon out the Wolf King. I admit that you do have 2 skills, but that's as far as it goes. This killing Blood Wolf King of mine has not only reached a cultivation level of 2nd stage, 3rd stage, but also possesses a Class A bloodline that is second only to the Beast Kings, with a combat power of up to 4,500. Especially in terms of lethal speed, let alone at the same level. Even more advanced martial artists, awakened ones can't compare. Su Chen, you're very capable of hiding, aren't you? I'll see what you do next. Is this the only extent? Before He Hong Yu finished his long speech, Su Chen lowered his eyebrows and sighed. a hint of disappointment flashing in his eyes. He thought that He Hung Yu was so confident that he could pass the 108 general's audit, that he had some undercard big move that he had not released, but he did not expect that it was just a Blood Wolf King, although it was said that this Blood Wolf King's bloodline grade was very high, far exceeding that of his peers of the same generation, but compared to the 108 general level sealed heavenly prides, it seems as if they haven't touched the threshold yet, right? Otherwise, if the sealed celestial pride of the 9 states can't even deal with a Blood Wolf King, that would be a real laugh. Heartily disappointed, Su Chen took a step forward, ready to end this boring farce as early as possible. Between one step, the wind and clouds throbbed. He Hung Yu, who was pleased with his words, suddenly felt an unspeakable sense of danger rising from his heart. It was as if the person in front of him had suddenly turned into a flood beast that was generally dangerous, causing him to subconsciously and instinctively take a step backward, and the hair of the Blood Wolf King beside him exploded even more, bending down and lowering his head in a retreating defensive stance, while at the same time baring his teeth at Su Chuan, eventually issuing a ferocious warning sound. What's going on? This feeling? The warning from his sixth sense made He Hung Yu instantly alert, and he looked around left and right with a wary expression. As an A-class wolf spirit messenger, he almost had a beast-like fighting instinct, and this meditative sixth sense was also considered one of his professional talents, which he called the Wolf King sense. With this sharp sense of the Wolf King, he was almost able to dodge bullets with his eyes closed, and was not afraid of others shooting him in the dark. This talent could not be said to be strong. He Hung Yu also trusted this talent of his, so at this moment, a 10,000% alert color appeared on his face, because just now, in that instant, it was as if he felt a deadly threat, as if he was about to be killed in seconds if he didn't pay the slightest attention. Where does this danger come from? Could it be that some terrifying ferocious beast has appeared around? Or maybe it's something else? He Hung Yu's eyes in the mountains and forests around the rapid sweep through, but all did not find any abnormalities. If really say there is any abnormality, the only point may be just, He Hung Yu placed his gaze on Su Chen, just as He Hung Yu was about to explore on Su Chen, and the feeling suddenly disappeared. Full power. Young master, move your full strength. The white wolves on the periphery of the engagement circle once again yelled out anxiously. Full power? Su Chen, who was about to make a move to resolve He Hung Yu, turned his head to look in surprise. Young master, quickly use your full strength. Hurry the fuck up and merge. Young master, or else there's no point in summoning the Wolf King. You're still going to be killed in seconds. In the White Wolf's cognition, Su Chen's combat power is at least 5,500 or more. Then He Hung Yu summoned the Blood Wolf King. Combat power is higher than 1,000 it. A whole 1,000 points of combat power. This hit the hammer. Hurry to merge and use your full strength while you can, or else the Blood Wolf King will be killed later, and you won't be able to merge even if you want to. The White Wolf is anxious, but unfortunately in his heart these words, he did not dare to really say out loud, can only be on the sidelines. He kept shouting full power. Quickly move with all your strength, young master. Quickly move with all your strength. Don't hold back any longer. These excited words, making Su Chen, who was originally a bit disappointed in his eyes, couldn't help but raise his interest again. He collected the restless power in his body and turned to ask curiously, oh, so, you haven't gone all out yet, have you? Su Chen's question with a probing tone made He Hung Yu only feel humiliated. There are two sources of humiliation. The first point of humiliation is the White Wolf, TMD full power. Full power. Can't you see that I've already used my full power? He Hung Yu glared at White Wolf. If it wasn't for his familiarity, otherwise he would have to wonder if White Wolf had been bribed by Su Chen or not. Earlier, Wolf Tooth Wind Wind Fist used all its milk strength, but it just couldn't hit Su Dust. Didn't you fucking see it? Still screaming there. Now that this young man has summoned the Blood Wolf King to help, this is not full power. What do you mean by full power? Fucking taunting this young right. Against Su Chen, He Hung Yu never thought to use the final card of human and wolf merge. Otherwise the cannon to hit the fly is not. Therefore, in his opinion, he has already used his full strength, but the White Wolf, this stupid thing, is still on the sidelines forcing Lai. Simply annoyed to death. Certainly compared to the White Wolf. He Hung Yu felt a greater humiliation naturally still coming from Su Chen. So although he had a lot of words built up in his heart to scold the White Wolf, at this time he was still focusing more on Su Chen. The expression of disappointment in Su Chen's eyes had not escaped him just now after he had summoned the Blood Wolf King. What do you mean? What's with that disappointed look on your face? What's with the tone of voice that you're now curious whether or not this young man has used his full power? All look down on this young man, right? Go to hell. He Hung Yu, who felt himself being humiliated, let out a furious cry, and with a wave of his big hand, after the life-slaying Blood Wolf King let out a low growl at Su Chen, he instantly drew a blood-red lightning bolt, and with a speed that was extremely beyond the norm, he leapt towards Su Chen. Damn, that was fast. The crowd in the live broadcast room let out a gasp. The The Blood Wolf King's sharp teeth and claws, which have always lived to kill, have extremely sharp characteristics, enough to easily cut iron and break clay. I'm afraid Su Chen is in danger this time. And even the slightest carelessness could be life-threatening. When Jiang San and Li Si both thought of the miserable state of their own Wang's mechs all being scraped out by the Blood Wolf King like tofu with various marks, they couldn't help but raise their nerves for Su Chen. Ha! Serves you right. Who made you look down on this young man? Su Chen, aren't you able to dodge? If you have the ability, try dodging with this young man again. Under He Hongyu's excited and morbid shouts, the Blood Wolf King unsurprisingly bit on Su Chen's head with a click sound. But Su Chen, as if he hadn't reacted at all yet, still stood at the same place, not realizing that there was already a life-slaying Blood Wolf King stuck on his head. The appearance of such a scene, the audience in the live broadcast room all exclaimed out loud, "There are bloodsick," and even immediately covered their eyes. Do not dare to look down, for fear of looking at one more second. We'll be able to see Su Dust's brains. Far away in the secret realm in the middle of the good friend of the Gangxi Sea is even more painful. Incomparable regret that they did not protect the Dust Brother. We'll only think that for the Dust Brother vengeance. Ha ha ha. And the opposite. He Hongyu and the crowd of the Blood Wolf Mercenary Corps couldn't help but burst out laughing maniacally when they saw it. Su Chen, you hide. You hide. Why don't you dodge? Aren't you the best at dodging? This time you can't dodge. You've been bitten. Ha ha ha. Ha? Really bit it? Even White Wolf scratched his head in some confusion. Could it be that Su Chen was so powerful that day? Was he high on some kind of drug? Was I overestimating him? How come you didn't dodge it? In his opinion, even if Su Chen couldn't dodge the Blood Wolf King's attack speed, it wasn't so bad that he completely didn't even have the time to react. But now it's all bitten on the head. It can't always be full power. He Hongyu, what full power do you still have that you haven't used? Hurry up and use it. While everyone thought that Su Chen was going to be bitten to death, he spoke in an even tone and waved at He Hongyu. The flat tone was as if nothing had happened. Ha! Looking at the Blood Wolf King that was biting on top of Su Chen's head, and then looking at Su Chen's bland demeanor as if he didn't feel anything at all. A sense of theatrical absurdity caused the smile on He Hongyu's face to freeze and his eyes to freeze. I don't know what happened. This is, Wang Hao was the first to discover the problem. His expression was a little stunned looking at the bite on Su Dust's head, constantly selling, tearing and gnawing, but it seems like a toothless cub biting on the craft. No matter how much the Blood Wolf King tore and gnawed, the method were unable to leave a trace on Su Dust's skin, not to mention that the bite didn't bite the blood, whether it will collapse out of the brain and things like that. Pai Ruyu. The people who knew about this martial arts talent of Su Chen all exclaimed out in shock. It wasn't that they didn't understand the power of these talents of Su Chen, they just hadn't thought about how it could be so perverted. Young Master Hongyu, the strength of this second-ranked Blood Wolf King can even gnaw on a mech as a bone. How could he not even be able to bite through his skin like jade? So Su Chen's skin surface defense is harder than TM mechs? No way. This is too exaggerated. Pai Ruyu had such a counterintuitive and unreasonable effect. Not to mention the crowd of onlookers at the scene. Even across the live broadcast room, Blood Wolf Mercenary Corps garrison, Auditor Wei Chouyu's brows were furrowed, and his eyes also revealed a deep suspicion. A pair of deep eyes, and it was only then that he carefully looked at Su Chen for the first time for a few moments. Skin like jade. Of course he knew, but as far as he knew, the effect of a martial arts talent like Pai Ruyu's was related to two aspects. The first aspect was the degree of development of the talent. Beginner, minor, major, and complete. The second aspect is related to the talent owner's own cultivation. The higher the level of cultivation of the talent owner, the better the effect of the talent will naturally be. This is a universal theory. A talent like this Martial Dao 9 absolute talent, when converted into a career talent, is at best a half-baked S-rank career talent. Although it does have its own unique features, it hasn't yet reached the level of demonic potential of an S-ranked career. At least not Pai Ruyu. It's impossible to block the bite of the life-slaying Blood Wolf King in the same realm. Even if you can block it, you should at least break some skin and leave a few drops of blood to mean something. But now not a single drop of blood was shed. With a completely oblivious attitude, as if it couldn't hurt him at all. This is a bit of a surprise. Such strength is simply no less than the core disciples of those ancient martial arts families in the imperial capital that have been carefully cultivated since childhood. Wei Qiuyu spoke meaningfully to Hiyu. Don't worry, Mr. Wei, please watch. My son still has a masterstroke. Although Hiyu's face was ugly to the extreme, he still said so, and there was still a bottom letter in his tone. The messenger calls the spirit, the bloodthirsty Wolf King. Man and wolf as one. Kill the living Shura. Wilderness. After knowing where Su Chen was perverted, the corners of He Hongyu's mouth twitched, but it was as if he was facing Su Chen squarely because of this. His expression was no longer manic and exaggerated. Instead, it became calm and cold, and as He Hongyu's mouth muttered out a whisper, the killing Blood Wolf King that kept tearing at Su Chen's head turned into a ball of scarlet energy that swept in, attaching itself to Yi Hongyu as if it were a ferocious wolf soul filled with the aura of killing. In a split second, the wind was blowing and the sand was flying. Intense and blinding scarlet light erupted from Yi Hongyu's body and rose up to the sky. And the powerful pressure caused countless mountain spirits and monsters in the surrounding mountains and forests to quickly scurry away as if they sensed some horrible creature about to descend. The raven shrieked its voice and lifted its wings and flew off into the distance. 2,000, 3,000, 3,500, 4,000, 5,000, 5,500, 6,000, 6,100, 6,200, 6,300, 6,454. On the combat power gauge, the constantly pulsating combat power data, Zhang San shouted out with a horrified face. At this moment, Yi Hongyu's combat power has unexpectedly soared to a terrifyingly high 6,454. It's a full 400 higher than when he fought with Brother Wine earlier. How is this possible? 6,454? Wan Hao's body trembled when he heard this ridiculously high combat power data, knowing that the same is a level 1 professional. His own combat power at this time is only 7 or 800 almost did not catch up with people. 0. Su Chen, congratulations on the fact that you will be seeing me in my prime. As a low, hoarse voice that seemed like the roar of a beast came out. The scarlet light that enveloped Yi Hongyu's body dispersed. Yi Hongyu's brand new image appeared in front of Su Chen. He was 3 meters tall, half man, half wolf, and his naked upper body was covered in scarlet fur, with a metallic sheen shining on it in order to seemingly defend against any bullets and other hot weapons. 10 fingers, claws and teeth sharp. In the sunlight flashing cold. Seems to kill the Blood Wolf King's claws and teeth than the party. To be more sharp on a magnitude. Its strong physique, athletic body, every piece of muscle on the body is more without revealing the ferociousness and wildness of the atmosphere. Powerful, weird, brutal. This was the first thought in the minds of all those who saw Lao He in this form. Messenger level summoner. Can be fused with the summoned object. Superposition of combat power. Strength increase. I control the wolf spirit messenger. Can be summoned by the wolf spirit fusion, so as to greatly enhance their own quality, whether it is attack power, defense, recovery or other professional talents and skills will have a full aspect of a great increase. So this state is not so much a fusion as a fusion. I prefer to make it a brand new profession, one that is comparable to an S-rank 1-by-1 kill life Shura. After fusing with the Blood Wolf King, the brand new image of Yi Hongyu, on the contrary, did not have the same sensitive emotions as before. His voice was low and hoarse, a pair of vertical eyes staring tightly at Su Chuan. Leaning forward, his body was like a wolf demon lurking in the bushes waiting to be hunted, seemingly smooth and quiet. In fact, like a long bow taut, waiting for the momentum to be launched. The dangerous atmosphere was almost overflowing. Aha! Not bad, although the front of a little accident, but kill the life of Shura. This state I have previously seen. Your son, such strength to take the title of 108 generals in no time. Naturally, it is also impossible to lose to a practicing martial arts. In the White Cloud City, Auditor Wei Chouyu nodded with satisfaction after seeing Yi Hongyu's new image. To be honest, he was actually surprised. Yi Hongyu, the strength shown in this new form had already surpassed many of the great clan prides in those top cities of the imperial capital, Devil Capital, and it was indeed a bit of an unexpected pleasure to meet this level of genius in a small place like White Cloud City. Awakening time is only more than 20 days, yet it can burst out with more than 6,000 combat power. How can this kind of strength be compared to any martial arts heavenly pride? Little Pai Ruyu, crush him. As a royal imperial family appointed seal auditor, Wei Chouyu didn't like Su Chen, who was born with a biased filter for practicing martial arts, much less the other party, who also claimed to be some kind of the biggest man in the 9 states. And he, Wei Chouyu, wouldn't allow anyone to be bigger than him. Therefore, after seeing Yi Hongyu once again use the form of the life-slaying Shura to kill Su Chen in a single move, Wei Chouyu's heart could not help but feel a little more relaxed and cozy. On the side, Yi Hongyu's father, Hiyu's face at this time also had more than a few moments of consolation, silently blessed. Go ahead, Hongyu, go and tear Su Chen apart to redeem your earlier loss of temper and reclaim your heaven's remarkable seal. In the middle of the field, the appearance of the killing Shura state had long since caused many people to cry out in shock, and the pop-ups were even more shocking. But after fusing with the Blood Wolf King, Yi Hongyu's character seemed to have been affected as well. And he didn't care about these outside voices. A pair of beast eyes are still placed on Su Dust, hands naturally hanging down, 3 meters tall body gradually bent, sharp claws and teeth in the sunlight cold flashes. Up the waist, abdomen and leg muscles began to obviously tense up to expand and store power, as if loaded with explosives. Powder kegs generally seem to be able to explode at any time to burst out of unparalleled power. I won't be able to maintain this state for long, so let's make this quick. Yi Hongyu let out a whisper. That's right, that's it. It's this state of invincibility. Not far away, the White Wolf, seeing his own young master, finally using his full strength, couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief and shouted excitedly, "Young master, quickly kill him in seconds." The white wolf's words of reminder caused a sheen to flash across Su Chen's eyes. Boom. Immediately afterward, the crowd could only hear a thumping sound that echoed in their ears. He hung you stored power to end. His feet violently stomped on the ground. The powerful recoil will instantly step on the ground, collapse and explode. Its figure is transformed into a residual shadow. Instantaneous acceleration as if shooting out of a cannon. Almost make people cannot see clearly. The sharp claws of the beast had also been raised long ago, as if it wanted to claw Su Chen to death with this strike. Damn! That was fast. So strong. This is our old and young master's full strength. It's really as terrifying as it is. I'm afraid Su Chen is going to be killed by seconds of force this time. Many people cried out in shock because of such terrifying strength and speed of He Hung Yu. Yet the weird thing is, after the crowd cried out in shock, they suddenly realized, under such a swift acceleration, He Hung Yu didn't move far before stopping violently. To be precise, his body only moved 3 centimeters. He Hung Yu, who wanted to solve Su Chen with a single blow, found that the earth on the opposite side of him where Su Chen originally stood also instantly collapsed, and the earth and rocks that crumbled and flew out were reflected in He Hung Yu's pair of beast eyes. But Su Chen's figure was not visible. What happened to disappear? Where he is? Thoughts flashed in He Hung Yu's mind, but soon the intense pain coming from his abdomen. It then made his pupils suddenly shrink, and He Hung Yu looked down before he realized something else, that he didn't try to stop the running action on his own. Divine Elephant Breaking Fist. After learning from the white wolf that He Hung Yu was already at full strength in this state, Su Chen did not hesitate to approach swiftly, and struck He Hung Yu's abdomen with a move that was a low-profile version of the Divine Elephant Breaking Fist. In a split second, He Hung Yu only felt as if he had been kicked by an elephant weighing thousands of tons. The enormous force almost made his whole body, tendons and bones, wail. The abdomen, which bore the greatest impact, was even more deeply hollowed out under this punch, in which his angular abdominal muscles were twisting. Terrifyingly powerful chi came out through his body. The powerful impact caused He Hung Yu's mouth to be sweet. While blood popped out of his mouth, his eyes could not help but roll upwards. His physical body along with his consciousness seemed to be broken apart by Su Chen's punch. This, how? He Hung Yu, who hadn't quite rolled his eyes up yet and was still able to realize what was happening, couldn't help but let out a bewildered question in his mind, but no one would answer him. Even if he answered, I'm afraid he wouldn't hear it. Boom! He Hung Yu's figure instantly flew backwards out. Kill Life Shura's state in this moment suddenly collapsed. The Blood Wolf King's spirit trauma disappeared, leaving only He Hung Yu, a person ruthlessly hit in the back of a dozens of meters big green-gray boulder to above. A huge boom exploded through the forest. The whole piece of earth is trembling. Countless grass and trees shaking. Boulders crashing and exploding. Countless rocks landslide general falling from the sky. Set in the stone cracks in the middle of the He Hung Yu, a mouthful of old blood spit out, in front of the face of all the audience of the broadcasting room. The eyes rolled over, directly fainted dead past. 1 move in seconds. What's there to say? The crowd stared at the scene in disbelief. Lapis lazuli debris fell from the sky and smashed on his head. The white wolf didn't even react to any movement. It seems as if the brain is out of touch. Brother Wolf, look, I told you that the young master would be killed in seconds. Wild Dog's voice sounded grudgingly from the side, drawing White Wolf's bewildered gaze. A little something, truly worthy of being the sealed 108 generals. Su Duan's voice rang out in the scene, its flat tone making everyone shift their attention from He Hung Yu. Zhang San, Li Si, Wang Hao, Zhao Xiaoya and the others looked at Su Dust, who was currently grounded on top of the shattered earth, with the corners of his clothes untainted by dust, dumbfounded and lost in thought, their lips opening and closing, but they could not say anything. Quiet. The scene was deathly quiet. Even the pop-ups on the live feed cleared the screen. In White Cloud City, the Blood Wolf Mercenary Corps was stationed. Wei Chouyu and He Yu, both of them were also speechless in this moment. The atmosphere was dead silent. One move in seconds. Is it really just 1 move? I don't know how much time has passed since then. Only then did the White Wolf make a shocked outburst out of disorientation. His eyes filled with disbelief as he looked at He Hung Yu, who had almost collapsed the entire boulder and was lying dead in it. See, Brother Wolf, I told you. Young Master Hung Yu will be given a sure second. Wild Dog's words reminded White Wolf, but, looking at the withered and faded dandelion petals all over the place, the White Wolf's eyes were bewildered. How could he dare to believe such a thing? Su Chen has the strength of the 3rd stage? Suddenly at this time a scream rang out. It turned out to be Slanting Lu Hai and the others, who screamed out after running to He Hung Yu's side. Young Master! Young Master! How are you doing, Young Master? Ambulance! Call an ambulance! Young Master has rolled his eyes and fainted. TM, don't use my cell phone to call. Use your cell phone to call the ambulance. With Slanted Lu Hai's roar, the entire scene was instantly chaotic. A cacophony of activity. The original atmosphere of dead silence was completely broken. Crap! 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 Zhang San and Li Si opened their mouths with 3 nationalisms. They feel the world has gone mad by and large. What kind of monster is Su Chen TMD? Why was he able to knock out He Hung Yu with one punch? I'm reporting someone driving. This nifty, Wang Hao, who had lost his love life and suffered blows one after another. Couldn't even be taught, still driving the trainer myself, people were already able to take out He Hung Yu, who had a combat power of over 6,400, in a single move. Fighter. TMD, go home right now and trade for a top-of-the-line fighter. I want to be strong. Wang Hao was deeply stimulated. How can this be? Zhao Xiaoya, who was on the side, was lost in thought. She looked at He Hung Yu, who had already been carried on a stretcher and was waiting for an ambulance to send him to the hospital to be rescued. And then she looked at Su Chen, who was towering in the center of the deserted crowd like a sea-setting god pillar. Zhao Xiaoya couldn't help but be a little confused. Even a sealed heavenly pride like He Hung Yu, who is strong enough to reach such a level as sealed 108 generals, is not a match for Su Chen. So what kind of boyfriend should she look for in order to prove that she's better than Su Chen and that Su Chen is not worthy of her? Super. Not good. Big deal. Captain, look. Super. Not good. Big deal. Captain, look. White Cloud City. In the middle of a dimly lit sewer, sludge and dirty water, full of filth. A voice so shocking that it was unbelievable suddenly rang out, startling all the rats in the sewers into fleeing. Liu, what are you ghosting all of a sudden? We're looking for rats to be scared off by you. Enforcer Cho Korin, dressed in black tights, sternly scolded as she approached. It's been bothering her lately. On the one hand, because of the matter of the evil god religion, the reason why she was transferred from the imperial capital side is to deal with this matter. Just did not expect these days of investigation to look for, did not find the snake god religion of the people also, even if, on the contrary, as she investigated more and more in depth, and gradually found another evil god religion of the traces rat theocracy. A little White Cloud City even at the same time converged the snake god sect and the rat god sect, the two evil god sects. The snake god sect compels people. The rat god sect eats human flesh and blood. Which of the two evil god sects is not something good? Once one of them is not handled well, resulting in things exploding out. In the like case, the group degenerated a large number of mass martial artists and awakened people into the snake god cultists, and in the heavy case, the entire White Cloud City might be slaughtered and sacrificed by the rat god cultists. Something so bad had kept her literally so busy for the past 2 days that she had even left behind the only important task assigned to her in the family. Of course the reason for the throwback. Or was it because she wasn't prepared for how she should approach Su Chen? The thought of Su Chen annoyed her even more. Even if the old ancestor doesn't show up, old dad doesn't care. Only one call back to say, let her drag it out. Our Zhao family may not want it, but we absolutely cannot release Su Chen to other clan forces. Nuts. This cerebral palsy call from her old man almost made Zhao Chuyin so angry that she cursed on the spot. What's there to get tangled up in with the 9 absolute gifts of martial arts? Didn't the first call say to take it down directly? How come the second call came back with a direct change in attitude? You don't want it if you don't want it. And what do you mean you're asking me to stall? How am I supposed to drag Su Chen from joining other martial arts forces? And by what right do I stall? Just thinking about this made Zhao Chuyin feel like her head was spinning, completely unable to understand what out of consideration on her own father's side could have given her such a brain-dead order. Alzheimer's, by and large. It was also for this reason that ever since the day of the first mock exam, Zhao Chuyin had been hiding under the pretext of dealing with the evil god cult and hadn't been in contact with Su Chen. Right. Suddenly Zhao Chuyin seemed to think of something else, and she lit up. More than 10 days have passed now. The chi and blood pills rewarded by the school. Su Chen should have already finished eating them. And the $100 million mysterious prize Zhang's group side shouldn't have given it to him yet either. So far, for the time being, there are no other martial arts forces in contact with him either. And he hasn't formally joined the Martial Arts Alliance. The introductory benefits aren't being distributed. In that case, now then Su Chen thought that he should also recognize the difficulty of bottlenecking in martial arts cultivation. Zhao Chuyin's mind flickered. The most important thing needed for martial cultivation was that the resources were more massive than many professional awakened. After all, career awakened could gain experience to upgrade by killing monsters. But it wasn't so simple for a pure-blooded martial artist like Su Chuan to make a breakthrough. You can only rely on a large supply of resources to break through. Otherwise, even if you have high talent without resources, why ever talk about cultivation breakthroughs? So that's why in Cho Korin's opinion, this more than 10 days past, Su Chuan's cultivation probability is still in the late stage of the martial arts. At best, the combat power from the original 600 or 700 reached the current 800 or 900. Just want to break through the second stage of the martial arts master realm is impossible. After all, that is the combat power to reach the 4-digit and the combat power of the 3-digit chasm watershed. The general martial arts do not have enough resources. There is no master teacher, is not possible to break through the past. So that now then, Su Dust probability should be in the wild, roaming around searching for cultivation resources, or fighting with wild beasts selling materials in exchange for resources. In short, it is the scattered cultivator mode is very miserable. and even bullied in the wild may not be, put it this way, I can totally send him a little bit of cultivation point resources in my personal name first, and pull some strings first. How can the icing on the cake be as good as the snow? Now is the time when his cultivation level is stuck and he is still being bullied in the wild, and he is most lacking in cultivation resources and teaching. If I give him certain resources and guidance now, then, the more Zhao Chuyin thought about it, the better. It even seemed as if she had already seen the appearance of Su Chen being grateful to her after she gave her cultivation resources to him. Su Dust cultivation talent again high, also at most just to 17 or 18 years old students only. The mind is still simple. To my Zhao Chuyin's ability to take a pinch him is not simple. Captain, look, something big is wrong. Something really big is wrong. Zhao Chuyin was still thinking about these bright futures when Li Yu, who was on the side, yelled out again, and he waved his cell phone in front of Zhao Chuyin. What's the matter? Li Yu, what are you mad about? What's the big deal? Zhao Chuyin frowned. Captain, look. Su Dust. Li Yu spoke a bit incoherently, but Zhao Chuyin, who heard the keywords, still focused on her phone and muttered, what happened to Su Chen? Su Chen, he's perverted. After handing over the live broadcast, as if this calmed him down, Li Yu spoke in an extremely absurd tone about the causes and consequences of Su Chen and He Hung Yu Jordan in the live broadcast. He Hung Yu in his slaying Shura form was seconded by a single move. The combat power is upwards of 6,400. It's all higher than some of our scouting members, but it was still secured by Su Chen in a single move. No way. It's only been more than 10 days since we've seen each other. How could Su Chen become so strong? Even the 9 absolute Pairuyu couldn't have changed so much. Upon hearing something so outrageous, Zhao Chuyin's eyes widened and her body shook violently. Her first reaction was to try to deny it. But Captain, I watched this live stream as well. A small hand rested on Zhao Hatsune's shoulder, and a female member of the scouting team wearing round-framed glasses with a twisted braid, who looked as if she was a perception type, calmly spoke out after pushing her glasses up. Li Yu is right. Su Chen's strength has indeed greatly exceeded our expectations, and I'm afraid that what we've seen is far from his limit. What do you mean? Under the watchful eye of Zhao Chuyin's eyelids, this twisted female team member's fingers resembled fading dandelion petals in a live broadcast room. This is the withered petals of the blind box dandelion after its death, and I heard that it was taken out by Su Dust before the live broadcast started. After the death of a blind box dandelion, it is difficult to judge its specific strength level through observation, but according to my perception understanding, this blind box dandelion level was at least in the late second stage when it was alive, with a combat power of 7,000 or more, or even approaching 10,000 might be possible. Ah, the inferred guess from the twisted braid caused Jo Hatsune to slowly turn her head. Feeling numb as a human being, just now she had said that without her guidance Su Chen's combat power would only hover between 3 digits. It was impossible to reach 4 digits. How come in the blink of an eye it suddenly reached 5 digits? Combat strength of 7,000 or more, even approaching 10,000? No way. Absolutely not. White Cloud City. Inside the Tyrannosaurus Martial Arts Center. In a quiet room. A sealed auditor wearing a black uniform similar to Weiqiu's, Lin Dongxue waved her hand and denied it. Although the martial arts 9 absolute talent has its unique features, but with us professionals are different. Martial arts cultivation is more a pragmatic school, step-by-step strength or slowly advancing. In addition to the martial arts talent, awakening development can usher in a wave of upsurge. Other times want to be fast also cannot be fast up. If this Su Chen that you guys are talking about grew up in a martial arts family, I would believe that his current combat power could be 7,000 to 10,000, and even higher would be acceptable. But you guys also said that he is not an heir to any martial arts family, and Pairuyu's awakening was only just over 20 days ago, so even if he is even more demonic, it is impossible for him to reach a combat power of 10,000 levels. At most, I'll count 7,000 for him. That's right. Opposite the auditor Lin Dongxue, there was also a large man who was 2 meters tall. He had bald, gnarled muscles, sitting there as if it were an iron tower. His body revealed a sense of power oppression. He looked like he was in his 30s, and he was a bit anxious looking, but you can't judge a book by its cover. This man, who looked to be in his 30s and was actually 18 years old, was none other than the head of the 3 major mercenary corps in Baiyun City, the young leader of the Tyrannosaurus Rex mercenary corps, the strongest of the 2, Chen Daqiang. He was also the only male S-class professional awakened in this White Cloud City awakening ceremony, and was self-appointed as the strongest man in White Cloud City. It was for this reason that Chen Daqiang nodded in agreement with Auditor Lin Dongxue's judgment. Elder brother Lin is right. Even I, the strongest man in White Cloud City, only have a combat power of just over 7,000 at this stage. How can Su Chen reach 10,000? At best I count him as being over 7,000 just like me. He clasped his hands in front of his face, and his fretful tone was old-fashioned. But, young master, beside Chen Daqiang and Lin Dongxue, there was another butler-like character, who was none other than Chen Daqiang's father's right-hand man. The butler who was used to hand over the matter of Chen Daqiang undergoing the ceiling audit today, it was also he who judged the likely fighting strength of Blind Box Dandelion through the live feed. Alas, butler, you don't need to say anything. Chen Daqiang lifted his hand to stop the butler's words in the mold of his father, and Su said, I know what you mean. Don't worry, I've already treated Su Chen as someone on the same level. I won't take it lightly. Having said that, Chen Daqiang's tone always carried an unreliable undertone. In fact it was true. He really was just saying it with his mouth. And in his heart he didn't put Su Chen in his heart. It wasn't because he had doubts about Su Chen's current combat power, but he had doubts about Su Chen's future combat power. It is known to be equal. The cultivation speed of a martial artist is far inferior to that of a professional. Su Chen is a rare martial arts wizard in 100 years. And I, Chen Daqiang, am still a rare S-class gifted professional in 1,000,000. In terms of upgrading speed, Su Chen was definitely no match for him. Ha! Waste, he hung you. Defeated by Su Chen, a martial arts practitioner. You wait. I will avenge you when I watch the 9 schools joint competition in another 10 days or so. Chen Daqiang laughed out softly with disdain, and in a very proper tone, he uttered an extremely shameless sentence. It's natural, elder brother Chen. You are now our Kyushu sealed heavenly pride. In terms of upgrading speed, in terms of personal potential, how could it be that Su Chen, a martial arts practitioner, can compare? Right now he looks as if he can still stand shoulder to shoulder with you. The outcome of you going over to him recklessly might be a bit up in the air, but the future, it doesn't need to be too long. He'll only have the chance to look up at your back, so there's no need for us to go up and brainlessly fight with him now. As you said, in 10 days' time when the 9 schools joint exams are held, we'll naturally see who's strong and who's weak. Auditor Lin Dongxue gave a timely praise to Chen Daqiang. Just a moment ago when he hung you and Su Chen dueled, Chen Daqiang's side had already passed his 108 generals level ceiling test, and the review was extremely unexpected. Sequence 33. Sealed Tyrant. There were only 108 sealed celestial pride in the 9 states. Yet Chen Daqiang was able to squeeze into the 33rd place under the code name Tyrant. The strength of its potential can be imagined. So even though Lin Dongxue, as a sealed auditor, had a special status, she couldn't help but face Chen Daqiang at the moment with more than a little bit of friendship, and the two of them called each other old brother and old brother. That's natural, elder brother Lin. Don't worry, I, Chen Daqiang, have infinite potential talent. I can increase my strength by 100 pounds every day by doing nothing, and I may increase it even more in the future. There's not much of a bottleneck to speak of at all. Sequence 33 is my starting point, not my end point. As for Su Chen, a martial arts practitioner is not yet qualified to be disregarded in my eyes. If you replace him with a demon, I'll still be able to raise a few points of interest. Demon, thinking about the emergency notification they suddenly received when they were rushing to Baiyun City on the plane. Lin Dongxue at this time also immodestly looked ready to ask Chen Daqiang if they had any information about the identity of the devil, but he didn't say it outright though. There was actually an insurmountable gulf between the 108 generals and the 24 heavenly stars. Of course there is no need to say, because his talent potential for Chen Daqiang is really also very optimistic about the future. Every day nothing can increase the strength of 100 pounds? This is what kind of bullish plus ability, absolute potential stock. The future to reach the level of 24 heavenly stars, or even higher, is not impossible. Let's call it the star of heavenly healing. In the temple of light, the soft, holy white light disperses a soft-looking, beautiful woman-type auditor, with a smile on her face, enshrined the seal, and the old woman in the temple, Lu Yun, and the knight commander, Jack, nodded their heads lightly, with gratified smiles on their faces. Depending on the ability of the professional, the way of sealing audits are naturally all different, such as by Ruoxue, a healing professional. The main test is the healing ability, and combat strength is only secondary. With Bai Ruoxue's S-rank light high priestess profession plus the cultivation of the Temple of Light's large amount of resources during this period of time, it was very easy to pick up a person who had been cut in two by the waist, and now that person had already won the resurrection match and was living and breathing outside with such a powerful healing ability. Even the auditor's beauty, who was also a healing profession, couldn't help but feel a pang of envy, with the Temple of Light cultivating her and such a powerful talent. In the future, Bai Ruoxue would definitely become a great person that she wouldn't even be able to meet. At the same time, while exchanging pleasantries with Lu Yun, this beautiful woman auditor had some sighs in her heart. She didn't expect it. A small white cloud city is actually so full of crouching tigers, hidden dragons, and heavenly pride. It's likely that 3 108 general level sealed celestial pride will appear. Even so, there's also an S-ranked heavenly healer star like our Ruoxue. and a heavenly demon star of the mystic summoning lineage. There's even the possibility of an emperor being born. Wow. Suddenly a huge energy fluctuation erupted from a certain direction in Baiyun City, drawing all the attention of the beautiful woman, the old woman, Jack, and Lin Dongshui and Chen Daxiang located in the Temple of Light, as well as Lin Dongshui and Chen Daxiang inside the Tyrannosaurus Martial Arts Hall. That's direction of the city lord's mansion. The sun was high in the sky. An angular iceberg rose up from the ground, and the entire city lord's mansion was instantly covered in ice. The mountain is 100 meters high and covers an area of nearly 1,000. An angular mountain peak plunged into the clouds, emitting a deep chill under the sunlight. The ice age is upon us. Flakes of ice crystal snowflakes drifted from the sky. All the people who could see this deep cold ice mountain couldn't help but shiver, as if the temperature of the whole city had been lowered by a few points at this moment. Countless pedestrians on the road couldn't help but stop and marvel at this strange scene. Stop. Inside the city lord's mansion, green grass glistening. The large martial arts field has long been covered with a thick layer of frost and snow cover, emitting a deep cold ice spikes as if a javelin general interlaced vertical and horizontal covered the earth. Quadripartite walls. It had long been blocked off by a thick layer of cold ice. The edge of the lawn-covered martial arts arena, a glacier like a tsunami wave, was about to beat down when the imperial auditor, who had been forced into a corner, hastily raised his hand to stop. The glaciers are still and the ice is falling. Looking around at the vastly changed scenery of the heavens and earth, the corner of Summer Yang's mouth twitched. As the leader of the 4 auditors who traveled to White Cloud City, he who had the authority to conduct a sealing audit for the imperial level prides came here with the task of naturally conducting a sealing audit on Lang Ruyue. To assess whether Lang Ruyue had the qualifications to be crowned the 4th emperor. The audit method is combat. As has a 4th order strength. Combat power has long reached 100,000 quantum levels of him. Taking into account Lang Ruyue's current level strength, he assessed the moment intentionally suppressed his own strength, suppressing his own strength to the late 2nd order combat power of 8,000 or so. He had thought that this was already considered very conservative, but he had not realized that he had still greatly underestimated the significance of SS rank talent, combat power 8,000. He was hung up the whole time, if not in time to improve his combat power, to raise the combat power, the 3rd order domain to 10,000 quantum levels, or I am afraid that he will have to make a fool of himself. But even so, Summer Yang still never expected it. Lang Ruyue also turned out to not use her full strength at all. At the beginning she was just warming up her body, and this time when she got a little more serious, she instantly turned the entire city lord's mansion into an icy sky and snow. Hundreds of feet of icebergs, rising up from the ground, glacier ling thorns, crisscrossing the length and breadth. It's nifty, and test a hammer. A walking heavenly calamity is nothing more than that. This is not a 4 emperor level. What is a 4 emperor? Those what he has seen in the past who boasted of being powerful professional heavenly pride in front of Lang Ruyue. I'm afraid that none of them would be a match for him. Snap! A round of applause came from above the walls of the city lord's mansion, and the old butler, dressed in a tuxedo and white gloves, applauded with delight. Congratulations, miss, having been honored with the title of 4 emperors. I wonder what word you would like to be honored with, miss? Bone-chilling glaciers hovered over the drill hall. A young girl with long slender legs, a marvelous figure, and a stunningly beautiful and cold appearance was based on the glacier. Her rooted silk hair is icy blue as jade, gently fluttering with the wind. Lang Ruyue's pair of deep blue eyes looked down with a noble demeanor, just like an iceberg goddess. Even when she heard herself being sealed as the title of the 4 emperors, there wasn't the slightest ripple on her expression. Instead, she turned her eyes to ask, "How's the situation with Su Chen?" It seemed that in her opinion, what title she should be crowned with was not as much of a concern to her as knowing a little bit about who won or lost the duel between Su Chen and He Hongyu. The old butler's applauding gestures were frozen in delight. "Miss, you still say you don't like Southern?" The old housekeeper he naturally knew the result of the duel between Su Chuan and He Hongyu. The strength Su Chuan showed was indeed very unexpected. He did not expect that after the past 10 days or so Su Chuan was still able to pop up, and the strength that popped up was considered to be top-notch. Still Mississippi. How can the glow of a firefly compete with the light of the white moon? He. See, I told you my brother was the strongest. That what the strongest He Hongyu in the 3rd grade doesn't even have the qualifications to shine my brother's shoes. In 2nd grade, the cheerleaders' change room, Lin Xiaoming cheered out happily, her entire body jumping and dancing. "Humph, Lin Xiaoming, do you want to see what you're talking about? Who's your brother? Your surname is Lin, but other Sushin's surname is Su. Who is your brother? You're here to recognize your relatives indiscriminately, and I even said that the other Su god is my brother." On the other bench, a young girl with fair skin, a shapely body, and a wonderful appearance, wearing a blue and white cheerleading uniform that exposed her slender belly button and snow-white legs, let out a laugh, and she mocked Lin Xiaoming in a disdainful tone. "Pout." Lin Xiaoming instantly acted like an irritated little she-cat, her mouth emitting a strange ferocious mo sound. "He Xiaoye, What are you talking about? Su-chen has always been my brother. Okay, it's just that I didn't tell you guys. Yes, the matter of Su-chen being her brother, Lin Xiaoming only told his good girlfriend Xiaoyu. Others she has been hidden. After all, the teenage adolescents, their brother and so good in a middle school insider sealed God. Inevitably there will be some elusive teenage mind. Let Lin Xiaoming do not want to let classmates know that she and Su Chuan is a brother and sister relationship, but due to the fact that it was too loud when Xiaoyu informed her about your brother getting gang beaten in the ring for being too cocky during the last first mock exam, accidentally let her opposite he Xiaoya these people heard. Plus now she also grew up, when the teenage girl mind is also a lot smaller. So this time in the cheerleading squad to change once inside anxious to see the live broadcast of the she did not bother to cover up again, only then did she blatantly expose the brother-sister relationship between her and Su Chen. But she didn't expect that this fellow he Xiaoye wouldn't believe it and wanted to steal her brother from her. What a delusion! He Xiaoye, you still say my last name is wrong. Your last name is He. I think your brother is He Hongyu. He Xiaoye, who was brushing her pretty fingernails, was instantly enraged when she heard this. Whose brother are you calling this big dumbass? I don't know him. Unlike you, you're obviously not your brother. And you're still here recognizing relatives. That's it. That's it. Lin Xiaoming, just don't be such a lovey-dovey. What are you pretending? Okay, you don't even have the same last name. How could Su-shin be your brother? He Xiaoye is the big sister in the cheerleading team. In the second middle school not only has countless older students pursuing, is the second middle school of the four-school flower of the first not to mention. Its character is also very hot girl strong. She spoke naturally around a lot of people. All stood out. You guys are really pissing me off. Who's being vain? I'm telling the truth. Ha, you're saying it's true. Show me the proof instead. He Xiaoya let out a light laugh as she continued to brush her shiny nail polish, not believing that Xiao Meng's words were true at all. Hoo. Isolated Lin Xiaoming was so angry with them that she was in a bad mood. Her chest rose and fell violently, and she pointed her finger at He Xiaoye and the others for a moment of trembling, in a fit of anger, straight out of the cell phone. Okay, you guys want proof. Believe it or not, I'll call Su Chen right now. Lin Xiaoming acting so confidently made He Xiaoye a bit surprised. But she wouldn't be intimidated by Lin Xiaoming. You fight. If Su Chen is really your brother, I'll be your sister-in-law. Giggle. There was a burst of uproarious laughter from the beautiful young girls in the cheerleading changing room. Who wants you to be my sister-in-law? The mocked Lin Xiaoming's face immediately turned red, and after saying both shyly and annoyedly, she dialed Su Chen's phone number in person. Toodaloo. Although in his heart, he didn't really believe Lin Xiaoming's words. After when Lin Xiaoming dialed the phone, He Xiaoye and the others were still focused on the live broadcast. They wanted to see if Su Chen would answer the phone, but it's a shame. Wah. In the live broadcast room, Su Chuan had already gotten on He Hongyu's ambulance along the way and was ready to go back to the city, and still didn't do anything to answer the phone, and didn't even ring the phone. Ha. Lin Xiaoming, what else do you have to say now? Next, shouldn't you be trying to weasel out of us by saying that you remembered the wrong number and made a wrong call, right? Don't be so lovey-dovey. Dream. We all know you. You guys. Xiao Meng was so angry at He Xiaoye and the others that tears were coming out of her eyes, and she hadn't expected Su Chen's call to go unanswered, but that's okay. I still have proof. Do you all dare to come home with me tonight? I have pictures of him all over my house, and lots of pictures of us together, from childhood to adulthood. Ha, Dream, you really don't see the coffin. It just so happens that we still need to discuss the matter of having a field to follow the teacher senior out to practice in the next couple of days. So everyone will follow Xiao Meng to her house tonight to discuss the matter and take a look at the group photo that this Lin Xiao Meng student of ours imagines. He Xiaoye said flirtatiously. Ding dang. Not overweight. I'm not overweight. White Cloud City. I in the ambulance to the hospital. A bridge front. He Hongyu's ambulance was stopped by several traffic enforcement officers. The bridge ahead has just experienced an unnatural damage and has a weight limit of 15 tons. Please obey the traffic rules. Sir, I'm not a big truck or bus. There's only one injured person in the car and 4 family members. How can I be overweight? Just let me through, or the wounded will not be able to be resuscitated. Overweight. Please, master driver, obey the traffic rules or take a detour. Although the master driver was sweating profusely from the explanation, the vehicle weight robot beside the enforcement officer kept giving red card warnings. Boo. Damn it. How can you be overweight? We just have one ambulance. Counting the 2 drivers, there are only 7 people. How can it be overweight? Even if we add another 10 people, it can't reach 15 tons. It can't be. The onboard detection robot is broken. Damn it. This kind of thing, how could this kind of thing happen to us? Young Master Hongyu, he can't even hold on anymore. A slight delay could put his life in danger. Inside the ambulance, there was a steep jolt, but as slanting bangs Black Wolf saw the ambulance was stopped. Angrily whacked the body. White Wolf. Wild Dog. Two people looked at you constantly beating electrocardiogram display map. Also cannot help but hang his head sadly and painfully scratching his hair. They wouldn't have guessed. In such a life and death situation the enforcer's onboard robot unexpectedly malfunctioned. Says we're overweight. No crossing the bridge. What else can they do? They can't fight with the law enforcement officer. 5-star good citizens they don't dare to do. Or I'm afraid that before young master is sent to the hospital, the helicopter will catch up with him. Could it be that the heavens are trying to kill our young master Black Wolf, White Wolf, and Wild Dog? The three of them couldn't help but sigh powerlessly to the sky after scratching their heads together. This made Su Chen, who was also sitting inside the ambulance, touch his nose in some embarrassment. Sorry, the ambulance was rocking all the way, trying to sleep, not maintaining the weightlifting technique full time, and letting the weight down a little. It's my fault. As for why Su Chen appeared in US ambulance, he had been in the wilderness for almost 10 days, and was already a bit tired. So he couldn't walk back to the city by himself without taking a car. It doesn't matter. Important. Looked at the route outside, finding that it wasn't too far from his home. Su Chen, who had enough of hitchhiking, didn't want to cause any more trouble for Yu's first aid time. In the process of the onboard robot constantly saying overweight and overweight issuing red cards, Su Dus took the initiative to bid farewell to the Black Wolf and White Wolf trio, opened the ambulance door, and jumped down from above the Yikes. As Su Chen jumped down from the ambulance shifted left and right, and the car belt, which had been flattened all the way, suddenly bounced back. Ding dong. Passable. After Su Chuan got out of the car, the red license plate given out by the onboard test robot also turned into a passable green license plate. Ha, I told you there was something wrong with the robot. Now it's passable again. Why don't the two silly cups hurry up and release it quickly? Although they didn't know what was going on, Su Chen's getting out of the car as well as the normal recovery of the car's loaded weight made the three of them, Black Wolf, White Wolf, and Wild Dog, all smile happily, and in the midst of their excitement, they gave a loud shout to the traffic enforcement officer at the choke point. Strange, is it really a problem with our onboard robot? The enforcers were a combination of an old man and a young man. Although being scolded made the two of them frown slightly, but the two of them were relatively impartial. The younger-looking enforcer didn't continue to look for trouble from White Wolf and the others. He looked at Su Chen, who got off the car, and then looked at the carborne robots on his side, and scratched his head in a somewhat puzzled manner. It was clearly showing overload originally, but as soon as this teenager gets off the bus, the weight of the bus shows only the normal 5 tons, so it can't be that this teenager alone is taking up 10 tons, can it? The mind was confused though. However, the law enforcement officer still gave Ho Hangyu's ambulance a pass, allowing only one vehicle to pass at a time due to the bridge's load-bearing risk, and Su Chen was a pedestrian. Crossing over the bridge will naturally not be hindered by anything too much. Oh ah. The red and blue lights kept flashing. The ambulance raced past impatiently. Su Chen, who was walking on the small bridge together with the lifting weights like light technique, slowly put on a duck-tongued hat for himself, concealing a small half of his face. The night is like water. His pace was slow, one step at a time, surrounded by flashing headlights and sparkling under the bridge, walking in this noisy and bustling urban environment that is so different from the wild. Su Chen's state of mind, however, was exceptionally calm. The ambulance overweight thing in the party gave him a reminder to realize something he had been ignoring all along. If you don't utilize the weightlifting technique and don't intentionally pay attention to lifting your body, your weight will still be exposed, and your control of power will still be suspected of being out of control. Earlier in the wilderness, I had been paying attention to this point, so this problem had not been exposed. But now as soon as I relax, my control over my body decreases and my weight comes up. So it seems like I haven't fully practiced the weightlifting technique yet. The next step is to quickly practice the weightlifting technique to the point where it goes from conscious control to unconscious control before I can do it, or else, boom, the bridge behind him, which had a weight limit of 15 tons, collapsed in response. When Su Chen went from one end of the bridge to the other, the bridge behind him also broke and collapsed at that moment in response. Suddenly looking back, crap, collapsed, really collapsed? The huge commotion behind them drew the attention of Black Wolf, White Wolf, and the others inside the ambulance. And after they saw that their ambulance vehicle had just pulled out of the bridge not long before it collapsed, the three of their eyes instantly widened. What the hell? It's not supposed to collapse on us, is it? The bridge restriction only allows one vehicle to pass through at a time. Who else do you think it could be if we didn't collapse it? Even if we wanted to blame it on Su Chen, the law enforcement officer wouldn't believe us. Who the fuck built this bridge? $1 million to greed 900,000. Right. And too much tofu drag construction. After the two of them, White Wolf and Black Wolf, Spat out a couple of words. The two of them looked at each other and as if they realized something at the same time. Their faces changed abruptly and they opened their mouths to each other. Oops. Not good. Run. I told you there was something wrong with the weight of that car. Quickly chase. Tens of meters behind the ambulance. On the side of the collapsed bridge. An old man and a young man. The two law enforcement officers instantly had a look of fury at being teased on their faces because of the bridge collapse, as well as being scolded by the trio for the stupid cop earlier. Do you know how many W's it takes to build a bridge? Bastard! Come with us to the law enforcement bureau. These two law enforcement officers seemed to have not low strength and both had second-order cultivation. Jumping over from the opposite side of the bridge with a few leaps, driving the law enforcement vehicle and chasing towards the ambulance in front of them. Stop ahead. Walk with me to the law enforcement office. Master, run. It's already like this. All the more reason not to let them catch it. As long as you can send my young master Hun you to the hospital. This $10,000 will be yours. The ambulance sped by the noisy voices of the three people in the car. The black wolf, the white wolf, and the wild dog. Su Chuan could hear them from far away on the main road. Squeak bucks in the bank. 10,000 bucks. The sound of a $10,000 transfer arriving. Driver, teacher and the next passenger on the young man changed position. The young man with milk tea in his hands looks a little blonde and slightly fat. Even in the face of law enforcement car chase also face waves. Seems to be not afraid of will be caught up with the same. Change to the driver's seat on his hand full of milk tea to the hand brake lever. The tone of voice with a biker accent called out. Brain, put on a song for me to catch shrimp households. As this send your mother flying music played, the ambulance, which was all set to be overtaken by the law enforcement officers, instantly drifted in overdrive. You come and go. You chase me. The ambulance and law enforcement car in this busy city traffic staged a wonderful and exciting chase. The two constantly flashing red and blue police lights quickly disappeared in dust in the line of sight. Lin Xiaomeng said her house is on the 9th floor. Big sister, do you think Lin Xiaomeng is telling the truth? Inviting us to her house with such confidence. Does it mean that Su Chen is really her brother? Star Apartments, inside the wide, brightly lit elevator. A slim, beautiful hand pressed the button for the 9th floor of the elevator. Inside the elevator stood 5 youthful and beautiful young girls, slender and fleshy body, long and snow-white legs, or ripples, or help the wind and weak willow, warbling and swallowing, each with its own style, and the most beautiful among them was none other than He Xiaoye, who stood in the center of the four. She was simply dressed. The upper half of her body was a small pink shirt, the lower half of her body was wearing a set of denim hot pants. Her tall figure made her look like she was full of youthful vigor. Her skin was fair and delicate, revealing a healthy luster. Her long hair was dark and beautiful, emitting a light teenage girl's aroma, and her fingernails were embellished with bright crystal nail polish, and with a little bit of powder. She gave off a feeling of amazement, exuding a fashionable and little hot girl's temperament. The temperament of the fashion and little hot girl emanating from her body was completely the two extremes of Lin Xiaomeng, and it was even easier to arouse a man's desire to molest her. Ha, Yun, if that's what you guys think, that means you guys are too naive. We have been with Lin Xiaomeng for almost 2 years. What kind of character can we not understand her? Nothing more than, He Xiaoye spoke eloquently. The corners of her pink lips hooked up, a confident smile on her face. Just as she was about to state her deduction, ding, the elevator let out a beeping sound. A white as jade, as if carved in glaze, slender and beautiful palm reached in through the door. The elevator door that was about to close, open it again, drawing the attention of the crowd. Excuse me, I'll come in for a minute. The man who walked into the elevator, with a light fragrance, polite voice is also easy to give a good feeling, but he was dressed in black, low head, duck-tongued cap cover a small half of the face. After walking into the elevator, the man just glanced at the floor bright lights, but also do not go to press the floor, as if it is also living on the 9th floor. The behavior is very bizarre, although the man's figure is high, but the physique is not He Xiaoye they often encountered in the school martial arts hall of the kind of muscular men, just do not know as the role of the psychological or how it is. In the unfamiliar man walked in but brought them a kind of ineffable sense of oppression on the body is filled with a kind of I'm a dangerous molecule feeling. It made He Xiaoye and the other cheerleader beauty girls not even dare to discuss it, and somewhat fearfully lowered their heads to lean towards the edge. Drip drip drip. Overweight. Overweight. The elevator is overweight. This sense of oppression came and went quickly, as if it was an illusion, and the next second the elevator resounded with the sound of overweight. Breaking the subconscious activities of He Xiaoye and the others, they looked up. It was only then that I saw that a small, chubby boy with a large school bag had likewise followed the man, and the chubby little man whose left foot had just stepped into the elevator scratched his head. There was a bit of confusion in his eyes. Overweight? My mom said we can fit 10 people in this elevator, and it's only 7, so how is it overweight? It turns out that this little chubby guy with a backpack is the same little chubby guy who lost his love life in 10 days. I shouldn't be this fat, right? Little Tubby sniffled and looked down at his fat belly again. Confusion in his tone. You're the fattest of the 7 people here. And if you're not the reason you're overweight, who is it because of? Hurry down. He Xiaoye, whose atmosphere had recovered, once again played out her big sister side, and gave a direct order to the little chubby peer. Without the slightest bit of mercy from her mouth because the other party was an elementary school student, the little chubby peer was shrunk like an ostrich by He Xiaoye's ferocity, and his head said with some fear, Sister, I don't think I'm the heaviest in this. Little Tubby's cowering gaze swept over Su Chen. So you mean you're saying we're fat? However, this vaguely scowling gaze caused He Xiaoye and the other cheerleader beauty queen people to explode. Instantly glaring and staring away, little Tubby had never seen such a battle. A moment of fierceness went out the window. Drip! The elevator's reminder that it was overweight ceased to alert, and the doors began to slowly close. Ha! Look little Tubby, you're not overweight once you get off the elevator. You say it's not because of you. Because of who? He Xiaoye and the others sneered out at little fatty with disdain, having just experienced a breakup. The chubby little man, who was already distant from women, and who had thus suffered a serious heartbreak, looked down at his fleshy stomach. No wonder Red doesn't want to play with me, preferring to play with Xiao Chang. So it's because she dislikes me for being fat. Lose weight. I'll lose weight tomorrow. So cried the little chubby man in his mind as he swore silently. The elevator doors gradually closed, and the originator of all this, Su Chen, couldn't help but touch his nose after seeing it. He always felt that this little chubby guy had seen him somewhere. It seemed like he had heard him before. Again and again. Multiple splash damage to a little chubby guy in elementary school made Su Duan, as an adult, feel slightly embarrassed, but he didn't mean to. The reason why the elevator was super heavy just now was because he had been trying to transfer the lifting weights as light technique from a conscious and deliberate operation to an unconscious and natural realm along the way. Inevitably, this process will result in some weight leakage and untimely adjustments. This was not after he noticed the incident in time. The elevator was instantly not overweight. It's just a shame that the chubby ones have all been kicked out and have to take the stairs or wait for the next elevator. I also wonder what floor this little fat kid's family lives on, right? Big sister, you weren't done with what you just said. She's so confident that she dares to ask us to come to her house to show us pictures of nothing more than that? The elevator doors closed completely. It's starting to rise slowly. The young girls continued to begin their earlier discourse that had been interrupted by Su Chen's sudden thrust. It's nothing more than the fact that we've been pushed around today, and that's why we're being so tongue-tied and talking nonsense. Or else you want to. Sion, if you say you have such a wonderful brother, can you bear to hold back the secret for 2 years and not tell it? The young girl called Sion shook her head. Don't say hold it for 2 years. If I want my brother to be that good, I have to let the whole school know on the day I first enroll. And show love every day. Show brother-sister love. Send pictures to the class group, to the cheerleading group, to envy those little hooves to death. Su Chen now, although career awakening failure, in the eyes of many people just a martial arts practitioner, no future. But for He Xiaoye, Xiaoyan, such age of the little girls, is still in their hearts and minds, never wavered in the perfect male god. Right, Xiaoyan, you say even you are like this, not to mention her. If I guess she invited us to her home today to see what photos are completely just a delaying tactic. You guys just wait and watch. Later she will definitely find an excuse again to say what photos are missing and so on. He Xiaoye's wonderful voice rang out clearly in the elevator. Inside the confined space, there is a faint fragrance of the young girl's body lingering on the tip of the nose. Abiding by the elevator etiquette, the law of men's priority, standing in the forefront of the Su dust lightly sniffed 2 mouthfuls, and the ear tips moved slightly. What brother is so good? It's amazing how many girls like it. How dare a sister hide her brother from her classmates for 2 years? Su Dust is really did not think that he can sit in an elevator time, can also listen to a small gossip, but also feel quite interesting. This kind of youthful life for the wild area stayed for more than 10 days. Su Dust is a good seasoning. Of course, he is not a pervert intentionally eavesdropping on the conversation between girls, high school students. On the one hand, the elevator space is so small, he wanted to not hear it, cannot. On the other hand, it is out of the consideration of lifting weights like light art cultivation to do so. Regarding the weight lifting technique, Su Chen's next cultivation goal was to transfer it from conscious control to unconscious natural operation, and in order to reach the generation of this qualitative change from consciousness to unconsciousness, a certain accumulation of quantitative changes is necessarily required during the period. The so-called quantitative change, putting it here, would naturally be a distraction for Su Chen. He was both here listening to the conversations of He Xiaoye and these people, as well as carefully sniffing the aroma wafting in the air. His eyes were still watching the elevator ascending floors. At the same time he was also paying attention to the rhythm of his breathing, peeping into the internal landscape of his body. 1 mind, 2 minds, 3 minds, 4 minds, 5 minds. In short, it wasn't the whole body and mind running the art of lifting weights. As such quantitative changes continued to accumulate, Su Chen believed that it was not impossible to completely turn the lifting weights as light technique into the instinctive operation of breathing in the future. 4 layers, 5 layers, 6 layers. As the elevator floors continued to rise, the voices of the young girls chattered and talked non-stop, looking as if they didn't care at all about the presence of a boy. However, although Su Chuan had collected his own aura in time after entering the elevator, the appearance of such a big man like him still inevitably affected the atmosphere of Xiaoye and the other girls in the elevator. The conversational voices of the teenage girls talking all seemed a bit pre-verbal, or the voices were rather slow and elongated. Quite a few hidden gaze lines surreptitiously peeked over. Even Xiaoye's tone was a bit careless when she answered the previous question, as if she was just like Su Chuan, who had also split out a few minutes of her attention to focus on Su Chuan. Can't see the whole picture though, but I know he's so handsome just by the way he stands. Only half a body position behind Su Dust Xiaoye, but also vaguely able to see Su Dust perfect jawline. The hands of the cell phone clenched. Never add a boy Weixin Xiaoye. For the first time, there is a kind of want to add a boy WeChat idea. Heart pounding. As the floor continued to jump, as the big sister Xiaoye finally gathered enough courage to take a step forward and was about to open her mouth. Ding. Elevator, 9th floor. Here it is. The sudden opening of the elevator door made Xiaoye sigh regretfully in her heart. And the steps she took in order to try to add WeChat turned into steps out of the elevator in a smooth manner. Lin Xiaoming's house is here. Let's go and take a look. A group of teenage girls embraced Xiaoye and chirped out of the elevator doors. A young girl's mind is always hard to guess. Not everyone can have the courage to take that step. Su Chuan? Looking at this group of beautiful girls who were exiting the elevator in groups, a dazed color appeared on Su Chen's face. Oh, no wonder I heard them say something about my brother being so good. But I was talking about myself. Lin Xiaoming, what are you doing? 9th floor in front of the door of room 903. Xiaoye and the others who walked out from the elevator didn't take long to see Lin Xiaoming, Xiao Yu, and the other 4 people strangely standing in front of the room door and not entering. Lin Xiaoming's expression was a bit squirmy, as if something unexpected had happened. Embarrassed to say that it was bad, dreamy she forgot her keys. As a good best friend Xiao Yu explained for Lin Xiaoming, forgot your keys? Xiaoye and Xiaoyan and a few others looked at each other with odd expressions, then burst out laughing cheekily. You're really right about Big Sister. She's making excuses again. Big Sister is truly a godsend. Who made excuses? Lin Xiaoming blushed as she was teased and spoke out in shame. Su Chen is really my brother. If you don't believe me, ask Xiao Yu, she knows. A hugged Xiao Yu's arm and pulled Xiao Yu over. It's true, I can testify. Dream is right. Su Chen is really his brother. Xiao Yu nodded and testified for Lin Xiaoming. But Xiao Yu, you and Lin Xiaoming are close. Who among us doesn't know that? So don't perjure yourself here. Xiaoye placed his gaze on Lin Xiaoming and said in a somewhat displeased tone, don't pretend if you're not. Still haven't brought the key. Letting so many of us make a trip for nothing. Lin Xiaoming, you really only have yourself in your heart. Because of this matter of Lin Xiaoming, Xiaoye all felt that just now in the elevator a person in her life who might be important to her was brushed aside by her. And as a result, after arriving, Lin Xiaoming said to them that she forgot to bring her keys, although he knew that Lin Xiaoming had been telling lies from the beginning to the end. This feeling of being teased would upset anyone who heard it. I'm really not pretending. Su Dust is really my brother. The key is also. Lin Xiaoming tone has some aggrieved. Beautiful big eyes filled with a layer of water mist. Water mist condensation beads will fall when. A flash of light flashed in Lin Xiaoming's eyes. Brother! She waved her hand and looked with some surprise at the figure coming from behind Xiaoye and the others, who turned their heads in confusion. A tall figure came from the back. The young man's figure was upright and dignified, and his walking posture and pace seemed to carry some kind of unique rhythm that made it impossible to ignore. Is he? Xiaoye's eyes flashed with a ray of light, and the color of joy flickered. Hello guys, are you guys friends of Dream? Su Chen took off his hat to reveal his true face, and took the initiative to greet Xiaoye and the others. His standing like a magnolia tree, smiling like a bright moon in his arms, his extraordinary demeanor, so that the people present were all shocked. It was as if the little fan saw his idol at the doorstep. His expression was a little lost in thought. The big sister who was greeted by Su Chen was even a little shy and lowered her head. Her heart was in turmoil. She didn't dare to meet Su Chen's eyes. Squeezing past a group of beautiful girls. Su Chuan came to Lin Xiaoming and was somewhat puzzled. What are you all standing in the doorway for? Not going in? He. Lin Xiaoming laughed excitedly as she said heartlessly as she hugged Su Chen's arm to swear sovereignty. Brother, you're back. Open the door quickly. I forgot my keys. You can even forget your keys when you go out. When will this carelessness of yours change? Su Chuan withdrew his hand from Lin Xiaoming's arms and placed one hand on the door handle, preparing to open the door, and in the matter of Su Chen rummaging in his pants pocket and finding the key. A whisper between teenage girls sounded behind them. Whoa! No way! Dream! Su Chen is really your brother. I told you that what I said was true. You guys still didn't believe me. Now you know. Lin Xiaoming laughed twice in triumph. Her face filled with a showy glow and said, "Go! I'll show you the pictures. There are a lot of photos of Su Chen as a child in there. This is top secret. If you guys don't come today, I won't show them to anyone else." Boo! Suddenly as Lin Xiaoming was showing off, a sound of metal being instantly twisted and crushed suddenly rang out. Startled, Lin Xiaoming, he shouted, and the others hurriedly turned their heads to look. Room 903 entrance. Su Chen stood and placed in front of him. The solid alloy door to the room had opened, but separated completely up from the frame. The entire door screwed into a spiral shape, only the doorknob itself was still clutched and intact. "Excuse me, I was a little distracted just now and didn't pay attention to the force," Su Chen said with a somewhat embarrassed smile. Ha! The appearance of such a sudden scene, inevitably, Lin Xiaoming's little friends were stunned. Shit! Damn it! Into the night. The stars are in the north. He Blood Wolf Mercenary Corps. Inside a messy martial arts hall. He Hung Yu was angrily kicking the table over, breaking the china, and slamming all sorts of things within reach on the ground in a crackling manner. The whole person's eyes were red and covered with blood, and he was in the midst of extreme anger, because just now, after he sobered up in the hospital, he rushed back and the ceiling audit he conducted failed again. It didn't pass muster. As Su Chen said that, without the assistance of the Blood Wolf King, his body strength was only 2000 combat power at the early second stage, and the ratio of chi and blood to power was only 7-1. Which was simply not up to the auditing standards of the 108 General's level. Sealed Pride of Heaven. As for the Blood Wolf King's words, earlier in the battle, he was severely injured by Su Chuan's punch, and now he was still in the wolf spirit form, which was incomparably weak and could not be summoned, basically belonging to the crippled state, and wanted to carry out the human-wolf unification, and could not even enter the mode of the slaying Shura. Plus he was originally punched into the hospital by Su Chuan. Lying all the way in the ambulance, the road is still fucking because of the bridge to collapse things by the law enforcement officer chased hard. All the way wildly caused him to fling in the inside to fling around. Injuries on injuries, not at all recovered. To the head are still wrapped in a bandage. How could he have passed the ceiling audit in this case? So just now, unsurprisingly, appraisal failure. Auditor Wei Yu has left. Su Dust. It's all you. It's all because of you. If it wasn't because of you, how could I not have been able to pass the ceiling audit? He Hung Yu's voice hissed and roared low, his frantic tone filled with resentment. And TMD, is this auditor's eyes also blind? Old me peak full strength. Didn't he see it through the live broadcast? Just so rigid. Doesn't know how to be accommodating at all. Really damned. He Hung Yu's expression twisted in anger. His eyes filled with resentment towards Su Chen as well as the auditor, and on the sidelines. He Hung Yu's father, He Yu, was also standing next to him, and although he didn't say anything, his face was as gloomy as ink and filled with oppression. Hearing these resentful words from He Hung Yu towards the enforcement officer, He Yu's gaze glanced over. He certainly knew why Wei Yu was so unsympathetic just now, executing the audit that stereotypically, because He Hung Yu lost to Su Chen, the 9-state ceiling number Heavenly Pride is in order to suppress the martial arts chi and seal. But on the contrary, his son is so unlucky. In front of the auditing officer in the whole live broadcast lost to Su Dust, so a pure practice of martial arts. This situation, the other side of the heart naturally has not too much want to send down the seal. What is the strength is not enough. What the talent is not enough. What the chi and blood of the power ratio conversion is too low. What the actual combat state will not care whether you suffer injuries or not. Insufficient. What chi and blood is too low compared to the transformation of strength. What real combat state will not care whether you are injured or not. Is it a full strength state? And so on. Excuses. These are all excuses. Through and through. It was all an excuse for Wei Yu not wanting his son to pass the ceiling audit. What a bastard. In vain I sent you so many good things. He Yu also suppressed an indignant rage in his heart. There was against Wei Yu, the asshole who received money and did not do anything. But this anger was more directed at Su Chen. If it wasn't for this little beast Su Chen, my son wouldn't have lost such a big man today, much less be reduced to the present. Unable to pass the ceiling audit, He Yu's suppressed anger flashed through a trace of killing intent that could not be suppressed. The auditing officer, he may not be able to move, but Su Chen, He Yu's eyes flickered. Jia. Junior, do you crave power? Suddenly at that moment, two strange laughs rang out from the empty Budokan. First time I heard this evil laugh. He Yu's face suddenly changed, only to see two figures wearing black robes and hoods, one fat and one thin. Unable to see their faces emitting an ominous and evil aura all over their bodies appear within the chaotic arena. Who let you guys out? Get back! Upon seeing these two figures, He Yu's expression visibly tensed, his gloomy face becoming even more unsightly as he chided in a low voice. Mr. He, don't say that. As a valuable partner, we're doing it for your own good. For the good of your son, Hiyu's gloomy rebuke didn't make these two figures converge, but instead, after laughing, the figure with a thin figure, with a tone that was scholarly and organized, said to He Hanyu, Jr., I'm going to ask you again, do you crave power? Father, what is this? He Hanyu was obviously unaware of this, and was somewhat confused by the sudden appearance of the two. Placing his questioning gaze on Hiyu glanced at He Hanyu and then back to the two of them, a cloudy expression on his face. The cult of evil. The Feathered Serpent cult. It was almost a month or two ago that someone from the Feathered Serpent God cult came to his door and talked to him about a partnership. The evil God cult. Infamous. Even if his Blood Wolf mercenary corps didn't have a very good reputation to the outside world, but for this kind of national-level evil elements that were truly wanted by the officials and could not be tolerated, the Blood Wolf mercenary corps, which they were only famous for in the vicinity of White Cloud City, was much smaller. Therefore, He did not want to get too involved with these people of the evil god sect. So at the time he was trying to refuse. But there's no help, the other side is giving just too much. The secret realm of blood sources. In the past 1 or 2 months, their Blood Wolf mercenary corps announced internally that they had discovered a new secret realm. The Blood Source secret realm. This secret realm was extremely special. It contained precious blood that could help one to rapidly raise their cultivation, but in reality, it's false. The secret realm is fake. And so is the precious blood. The so-called secret realm was nothing more than an ordinary secret realm, a place he had left for these followers of the Feathered Serpent God sect to hide. And the precious blood was what the two parties had traded. He provided the Feathered Serpent Divine Sect with a place of refuge to deal with the Enforcer's search. And in return, the Feathered Serpent Divine Sect, through their Snake Evil Divine Sect's unique sacrifice method, was going to help their Blood Wolf mercenary corps to rapidly increase their strength. During this period of time, Hiyu has been careful to hide the existence of the cult of God to the outside world. Even within the Blood Wolf mercenary corps, he did not tell anyone. The team members all thought that it was really found what contains the secret realm of the precious blood. It, hidden discreetly, and thrice exhorted the cult of God of these people do not appear at will, or if it is found by the enforcement officers. Don't blame me for the flip-flopping, but I didn't realize he had warned like that. This group of people from the Feathered Serpent God sect had even appeared recklessly, even appearing in front of his child, trying to compel his child to join the sect. Junior, do you crave power? King Cobra, gluttony, you guys, crossing the line. Hiyu's voice was low, and the powerful aura belonging to the peak of the 3rd rank erupted from his body, and the air in the entire martial arts hall seemed to freeze, filled with a heavy pressure. The cult of evil has its chaotic horrors though, however. Hiyu was well aware that these people from the Feathered Serpent God sect that he was working with were not yet at a level of strength that he could not deal with. Otherwise he would not have lured the wolf into the house. Calm down. Mr. He, your son has grown up. I think there are some things that can let him make his own decisions. Otherwise the parent-child relationship is too dense. The parent's control is too wide. Cannot be conducive to the growth of the child's self-personality. Under the pressure of Hiyu's authority, the King of Glasses but shrugged his shoulders and smiled, did not feel intimidated, and continued to talk eloquently. Besides, it's not like we're trying to do anything to him. What's with the power in our mouths? Don't you know that very well, Mr. Ho? The Spectacle King's words caused Hiyu's eyebrows to twitch, and although he didn't say anything, he didn't make any further movements either. You are members of the cult? While King of Glasses, Gluttony and Hiyu were confronting each other, He Hanyu on the side seemed to finally see the situation, his gaze carefully sizing up both King of Glasses and Gluttony before he made a somewhat shocked guess. Bin, go! King Cobra snapped his fingers and said with more than a little glee in his tone, young Master Hanyu is truly intelligent. A quick glance reveals our identity. As you can imagine, we come from the Feathered Serpent God cult, and are in friendly cooperation with your father, as partners who help each other. Today I see that you, young Master, have suffered such unfair treatment, being killed by a martial arts practitioner in a second with a single punch in an ugly manner, and also being deliberately singled out by the auditing officer to make things difficult and not passed. It's really hard for people to look at. Therefore, I have come here to show you a clear path. Young Master, what do you mean? Being poked out so openly of his own ugliness today, He Hangyu's face turned ugly. His voice gloomy. King Cobra's middle finger pushed the glasses on his face and gave a wry smile. Junior, do you crave power? You guys can help me? He Hangyu's spirit lifted as he understood what King Cobra meant. That's natural. If you don't believe me, you can ask your father. He Hanyu looked up. Hiyu nodded with an unreadable expression. Although the evil god cult is all a group of rats in the gutter, not to be seen in the light, but have to admit that they still have 2 brushes in their hands, and its means of offering sacrifices to the evil god to quickly raise their cultivation to become stronger is indeed bizarre. That was what Hiyu was looking at before he cooperated with them. In just 2 months' time, the strength of their Blood Wolf mercenary regiment had nearly doubled, especially the high-level combatants, such as Red Tiger and Yen Bao, who were assisted by the cultist sacrifice. Their strength had reached the third order advanced and third order intermediate domains, which were also the top group in the entire Bayun city, and his goal was mainly to use these people of the feathered serpent god sect to break through to the realm of the fourth order. Only, the plan hasn't started yet, and there came the unexpected situation that we have now. Can you guys help me recover my wolf spirit in a short period of time? Upgrade and become stronger. Defeat Su Duan, and pass the 108 generals ceiling audit again. Sure, King Cobra spoke as if he were a top salesman with a hint of compulsion in his tone. That's what we do, as long as you want. Ha ha ha. After hearing King Cobra's introduction, Hongyu burst out laughing with excitement and couldn't wait. Okay, come help me. I want to get stronger. King Cobra laughed out loud. Young Master Hongyu, if you say it so dryly, you're not afraid of what the cost will be. The cost? Martyr today, whether it's the auditor or Su Chen. Humiliating me like this, no matter what the cost, I'm going to make them pay. Hongyu gritted his teeth with a hideous bloodthirsty look in his eye. Snap. King Cobra applauded and praised. Good point. Young Master Hongyu is truly worthy of being our White Cloud City's only emissary class special lineage summoner. Such vigor is much more appreciated than your father. The King of Glasses smiled at Hiyu as he spoke. Hiyu's face was expressionless, silent at this scene, and he neither stopped nor spoke. Of course he knew what the purpose of these people of the feathered serpent god sect coming out now to help his son improve his strength was, nothing more than wanting to completely and deeply bind with their blood wolf mercenary core, to facilitate the development of their next unseen covert operations, but mutually beneficial. All along his cooperation with these people from the evil god cult had been a mutually beneficial relationship. King Cobra and Gluttony wanted to bind deeper with his son by helping him improve his strength, but why wouldn't he want to use the cult of cultism to give his son a quick power change in a short period of time? It's difficult to check the demon trail, whether it's Wei Yu or any of the other seal auditors. I don't think they'll leave White Cloud City until they've searched for traces of the demon, and this period of time is Hongyu's great opportunity to apply for a sealing audit again. As long as he can openly and honestly show strength far beyond the average general level, then even if Hongyu is dusted off because of his defeat to Su Chen, but in plain sight, the auditing officer has no reason to refuse and can only issue the title, yes, I will conduct another sealing review of the 108 generals. Hongyu nodded, not resisting the matter. What's mine I'll get back eventually, only the premise is, I want Su Chen to die. When he said this, Hongyu gritted his teeth, his face as angry and fierce that Hongyu grew up. There had been no such humiliation received, to be punched in front of the countless family members in the live broadcast until they rolled their eyes and fainted. Shame. It's abject shame, and shame can only be washed away with blood, otherwise my heart will not be satisfied. My heart will not be satisfied, and I cannot use it to quench the hatred of my heart. Aha! I will immediately send people to clean him up. He nodded his head in an indifferent tone. For Su Chen he had also long wanted to get rid of him. No, however, Hongyu refused to use offer. I'm going to do this one myself. It's just right to use it to test if the power you guys are talking about is really that amazing or not. Hongyu's reddened gaze looked towards the two of them, King Cobra and Gluttony. Ho ho ho. Don't worry, young Master Hongyu. 10 days, in less than 10 days, we'll let you see a brand new version of yourself. And by then what Su Chen? What once-in-a-century martial arts wizard, the biggest man in the Kyushu, and the 108 generals of the Kyushu audit will all be trash. Wouldn't be a match for you. King Cobra pushed the glasses on the bridge of his nose and let out a confident light laugh. Flesh refining has become a small success, weighing as much as 1,000 pounds. Flesh refinement completion. The body is like the top of Mount Tai. The weight is at least above 10,000 pounds, 150 tons, more than 10 times the weight of the current body. Like the top of Mount Tai, thick and infinite, and the force of heaven and earth. If one cultivates to such a point, one can no longer be called a human being at all, but a monster whose appearance is coolly humanoid, but whose body weight is actually already comparable to that of a 100-ton king, and whose body organism density is so high as to be frightening. A breath of breath, I am afraid, that can set off boundless gale, raise their hands and feet, will be able to create a landslide. With such a huge weight, the power that can be brought about is bound to be stone cold, and will be another huge change in strength. But alas, I won't be able to practice again anytime soon. Star Apartments, inside the bedroom room. Su Chen was reflecting on his shortcomings along the way. Overloaded ambulances, collapsed bridges, chubby little people kicked out of elevators by unmitigated disasters, and new doors that I've screwed into a spiral and just replaced. All signs point to the fact that my control over my own power has not yet reached the point where I can do as I please. The slightest miscalculation could cause the power to leak, causing all kinds of harm. Even the power mutation brought about by the small success of flesh refining has yet to be fully grasped, let alone thinking about breaking through to the large success of flesh refining now. To pursue power while giving up control of one's own body, this is undoubtedly the most foolish choice. Therefore, before thoroughly digesting the power brought about by the small success in meat refining. Su Chen was not prepared to make another breakthrough in meat refining, but time is precious. You can't practice meat. We didn't say we wouldn't practice anything else. Phoenix Nirvana method. Inside the bedroom. The curtains flickered. Su Chen leaned on his knees against the side of the bed as he focused on the blood refining technique and the perfect body forging technique. Phoenix Nirvana method. This method was created based on the Nirvana treasure art in the Phoenix clan, which can drastically enhance one's chi and blood, grow one's vitality, and mobilize an unceasing stream of power. It is described that when cultivated to the highest, a drop of blood can collapse the heavens and earth. A drop of blood can burn mountains and boil the sea. A drop of blood can be reborn as if it were a true bloodfire phoenix. An incomparably powerful method of refining blood, but what he could see with the version in his hands was less dramatic. Refining blood into a small success. Blood like lead like mercury. Chi and blood-borne wolf smoke. Ghosts and evils are all easy. Vitality. Chi and blood burning. As if boiling water. Once the outbreak of the general, is the most rigid to the yang, to the most powerful to the fierce, just based on the scorching hot masculine chi and blood. It is enough to the corpse. Ghosts and evils will be incinerated to the end. Refining blood into a great success, like gold and jade flow wang. Chi and blood into dragons and phoenixes. God's power can be revealed. Drops of blood can be burned mountains, boiling the sea, blood like magma, burning untainted. Aha! The wonders of the blood refining method caused Su Chen to nod his head and mutter to himself, flesh is the foundation. Blood is like a vein. Huge chi and blood operation will make it easier to mobilize this fleshly power. And the metabolism speeds up drastically, so that both the self-recovery ability and self-healing and growth ability can be improved tremendously. On the contrary, if the strength of the physical body does not match the operation of the chi and blood, it is a small horse-drawn cart, and inevitably there will be some utterances and deflations that do not go well. As he understood more and more about the blood refining method. Su dust also the more you can feel their current situation. At this time to choose to practice, but also a wise choice. As if the composition of the human body locomotive was replaced by him from the original car into an armored car, to the car loaded with gasoline, although also together with a wave of small upgrades. But how can this? If you want to drive an armored car like a sports car, it's not a matter of you adding 92, 95, diesel, or gasoline. It's a matter of changing the propulsion system from the essentials, such as installing a nuclear-powered propulsion system or something like that. At the same time, there was another point in the Phoenix Nirvana method that made Su Chen feel interesting, that is, blood refining is a small success. Chi and blood rises in wolf smoke. Ghosts and evils are all repelled with ease. There are many professions in this world, and the number of awakened people is as countless as the hair of the ox. So naturally there are not a few of all kinds of bizarre abilities. It's not like there aren't ghosts and evil spirits and stuff. There was even a spectral ghosts mercenary group in their White Cloud City, specializing in this kind of netherworld profession of awakened people. And the gusty winds all day long gave people a very uncomfortable feeling. It was also recognized by many in White Cloud City as one of the most unwanted mercenary groups. After all, ghosts and evil spirits and monsters, this thing is difficult to deal with but also scary. Especially some special system of ghosts and monsters. You can touch me, but I can't touch you. This kind of special system of ghosts and monsters for has not mastered the spirit, soul power. Will only be physical. Elemental attack of the low-ranking professionals is definitely a downward spiral blow. In the past, Su Chen had also considered how to deal with the attacks of this particular ghost. However, there was nothing good to do. After all, although he had been cultivating immortality, he was still at the stage of refining the body and building the foundation. His divine sense had not been developed, and it was difficult to mess with this kind of soul-level thing, other than the heaven-swallowing demon technique to try and see if it can be swallowed. There really isn't much else that can be done, but it seems like there's no need to worry about it if it's now. I only need to reach the point where I've reached a minor success in blood refining, and the most rigid and masculine chi and blood in my body will be enough to burn away any sprites and demons that come near me, hindering the invasion of all evil chi and curses. For Su Chen, this was no less than making up another short board. So the matter of blood refining has been settled. It was just that what made Su Chen couldn't help but sigh as he looked at his bedroom. Going out again, having not yet reached full control of his body. His own weight may be exposed when he concentrates on refining his blood, collapsing the room for one thing, and then there's this, like boiling water, like magma. It was probably clear to Su Chen through the description in the Phoenix Nirvana method that if he started refining his blood, he was afraid that the surrounding temperature would have a drastic increase, reaching tens of hundreds of degrees, thousands of degrees, maybe even tens of thousands of degrees. This kind of movement was obviously not suitable for practicing in a residential building, plus the cultivation resources were also one aspect. Without a large number of ferocious beasts for him to devour, How could he have any resources left in his hands for blood refining? It's just going to have to head out into the wilderness to wind up there again. Such is the case with the king of cultivation rolls. Click. The door to the room pushed open. Su Dust, you said you were going out again. That fast? Not taking a break? Su Chen, you're leaving so soon. No rest? In the living room, Lin Xiaoming, who was showing off her pictures with her cheerleader friends, beamed out when she heard that Su Chen was going to the wilderness area for a few more days of practice. And she hadn't had the chance to say more than a few words to Su Chen yet. No need. I came back this time mainly to pick up a few things. Su Chen shook his head, although he also wanted to sleep on the bed. But my generation of cultivators have always stayed up late to cultivate immortality. Wow. Seeing that Su Chen's mind was made up, Xiaoming also stopped persuading and just lowered her head and let out an ooh. Then she seemed to think of something else. Her eyes lit up. That's right. Su Dust. In a couple of days, our school is also organizing an adventure to the wilderness area. So we might even run into you then. Your school? Aha. It says that the school has organized this event in order to give us a preview of the threat of the wilderness and to grow some experiential knowledge, led by the 2 teaching directors themselves, plus 17 homeroom teachers, as well as a lot of this session's newly awakened seniors. I heard that there are also 2 brave seniors in here who have awakened to A-rank professions. Lin Xiaoming chattered about their school trip plan this time. Su Chen nodded slightly after hearing this. The heart wasn't too worried, because in this era of universal awakening, excluding the connections, an existence that could become a teaching director level had at least a third-order strength, with a combat power of up to tens of thousands, comparable to a party of lord-level ferocious beasts, coupled with 17 top-class director-level experts. Bringing a group of students to practice and grow their knowledge in the nearby wilderness area was not something too dangerous. Su Duan was still at ease with the activities organized by the school, not to mention that since he already knew where Lin Xiaoming and these people were moving, the underworld forest, when the time came, he would send the owls over there to keep track of them at all times, and he would be able to give timely feedback if there were any problems. Therefore, after admonishing Lin Xiaoming, follow the team well after arriving at the wild area. Don't run around. Pay attention to safety, and so on. Oh yeah, don't forget your keys. With a final mention, Su Chen picked up his backpack and prepared to go to the underworld forest to step in advance. Whoa, it's so late to be practicing in the wilderness. Dream your brother is working so hard. No wonder people are so powerful. The friends of the little sister cheerleaders in the living room resounded with the sound of exchanging whispers. Delusional Su Chen, eyes full of admiration. Wait. This Su Chen pushed the door to go out. A voice came from behind him. He turned his head to look. Xiaoya twisted and stood up. She lowered her head. Her cheeks were red, and her voice stuttered a little. Can you add a wiki? 3 days later, early in the morning. The morning mist breaks through deep in the underworld forest. A pair of big feet stepped on top of the earth, making the sound of the procession advancing, and a middle-aged man's voice rang out at that moment. Rumor has it, above the address where the underworld forest is located was originally an ancient city with a population of hundreds of thousands, and the city's governor was virtuous. And although it was located in a remote area and food was scarce, it was still able to put the ancient city in order, and the people lived and worked in peace and happiness. Yet heaven forbid, once the ancient city experienced a rare snowfall in 100 years, the snow blocked the city, blocking the people's economic sources, food sources. Seeing that the family's food storage is getting scarcer day by day, but the snow still has no intention of stopping, but rather the more it falls, the bigger it gets. So the governor, who was concerned about the people, opened the barns and released grain to provide relief to the victims, hoping to survive the snowstorm. Unfortunately, the snow continues to fall. The food in the city, including the governor, is near the bottom, and each person eats 1 meal a day and 1 meal in 2 days, and there are even those who starve and freeze to death alive. Finally, one day, some people couldn't stand the hunger and started to kill their own kind. Although the Imperial Guard strictly prohibited it after realizing it, the people in the city had long been like evil spirits when hunger was at the forefront of their minds, and the matter was repeatedly prohibited. The garrison side even started a riot, under the leadership of their generals. They have gone so far as to take the initiative to conduct hunts, treating all the people as rations of food, and have been completely reduced to undead and evil spirits. They were slaughtered wherever their iron hooves passed, baking, searing, performing acts of animalism. The people who suffered in just 2 days were nearly 10,000. As a long time ago the people as their own flesh and blood of the governor, and how can the general of this behavior to see? Immediately summoned the government service. Generals and men fought for 3 days and 3 nights. Ultimately, at the cost of sacrificing himself, he sealed the general and a host of other undead evil spirits in a cave. Changing times and circumstances. The ancient city after the snow has long been extinct. A big tree rose up. The mountains and rivers changed. The people in the ancient city have long been unknown. That cave was called the Nest of 10,000 Ghosts by the descendants. do not dare to approach. In that change suffered disaster was eaten people also because of the resentment in the heart turned into ghosts, wild ghosts wandering in the mountains and forests, devouring the lives of those who come and go. And that's where the underworld forest came from. In the middle of a dark forest, squeak squeak squeak, the sparse and messy footsteps stepped on top of the earth, crushing the green and black grass on the ground with a creaking sound. It seemed as if neither side had expected to suddenly run into strangers here. Both sides stopped in their tracks at the same time. The middle-aged man leading the group also stopped telling about the source of the underworld forest. Both sides were watching each other. The other guy is a brat. Gender male. White casual clothes. Age about 17 or 18 years old should be the candidates in the middle school within Bayun City who just completed their career awakening to take the current Kyushu High School entrance examination. 6'5". Weighs, as his eyes swept over the ground behind the teenager. The middle-aged man raised an eyebrow. There's something odd about weight. The feet stepping on the ground surprisingly does not leave traces. Either is related to the other party awakening occupation. Maybe assassin and so on sensitive type occupation. Either the other party is a martial arts practitioner, practicing the art of body lifting. Either way, the other party top be extremely good at body speed. Uniform in form. Not a big and bold type. Thought to be a well-rounded type. Sensitive or speedy. Either way, strength is definitely his shortcoming. But, at this time of the year, to be able to spend the night alone in the underworld forest without armor and how clean his clothes are, I'm afraid that this brat has some strength, and possesses at least a special B rank, or even A rank or above. Occupational talent. The middle-aged man. Thunder grinned and laughed silently. Lei Ming was sizing up Su Chen, and why wasn't Su Chen sizing them up? The number of opponents is 251. The uniformed gear on them looks like a mercenary group, but not a native of White Cloud City. There are two leaders. The short man on the left should be considered a deputy, and the middle-aged man in front of him is the leader of this team. The man a national face, plate spirit, 2 meters tall, stout body, looks as if it is a military figure. Just the type, but that's just scratching the surface. Things come in groups. And the little dwarf next to me has a pair of triangular eyes, and after seeing me, his eyes constantly flashed with an obscure light, obviously having a bad heart. Looking at the rest of the team, the eyes after seeing me are like seeing prey, constantly flashing with a stupid luster. I think it is a stream of thieves who have been doing murderous things for a long time, and yet it's not as low-end as wild bandits. Su Chen's eyes opened and closed, and he lightly recited in his heart, "Good morning, class. It's quite diligent to come to the field for practice so early in the morning." The light in Lei Ming's eyes flickered and passed away, and he took the initiative to wave his hand in greeting to Su Chuan, with a kind smile at the corner of his mouth, just like an ordinary mercenary uncle with a self-centered personality and no hard eyes in the wild area. Aha! Su Chen nodded his head without saying anything. The two sides missed each other on this, as if they had met on the street. And there was no conflict. Lei Ming also had no intention of finding trouble with Su Chen. After rubbing shoulders, then he continued toward his destination with his team. After walking out almost 300 meters, the little dwarf next to Lei Ming looked back at Su Chen's disappearing back and inquired with some regret, "Why didn't Lei do anything just now? Awakening is only for more than 20 days, and he dares to spend the night alone in the underworld forest. He's at least a level B specialized occupation, or even a class A. If we can take him down, maybe another level 1 specialized occupation, or even a Class A occupation, can appear in our team." Hunt for Heaven. IT is a group of organizations that are as infamous in this world as the cult of evil. The difference between the two is this: the evil god religion is a group of crazy people, believe in the evil god, in order to provide sacrifices to the evil god, to obtain the power of the evil god. Demagoguery. Massacre the city and destroy the country. Of what can be done. The evil god sects, according to their own belief in the evil god, needs different sacrifices, do different things, do what all have. Unlike Carry 10, their organization holds an ability or technology unknown to outsiders that allows them to transfer one person's occupational talent deprivation to another. Therefore, the purpose of hunting in this world is very pure. That is, hunting professional awakening people. The more advanced, the more powerful, the more top B class, A class, S class, SS class, SSS level career awakening pride, the more they want to hunt the target. Therefore, after Fong was able to guess that Su Chen's might have a great professional talent, Heizei couldn't help but feel the urge to make a move. It was because his current natural profession happened to be a peak B rank, wanting to raise one's B rank gifted vocational talent to an A ranked one. There were two ways to do so with the means they had at their disposal in Carry 10. The first is to abolish one's original professional talent and directly replace it with an A-level professional talent. The second, that is to crush the A-ranked talent and turn it into nutrition to nourish one's B-ranked talent, helping it to metamorphose and advance into an A-ranked talent. There are advantages and disadvantages to both approaches, but either one would be able to help him raise his professional talent to a rank. So just now, as he watched an opportunity that could help him advance to an A-ranked talent slip away, Kurosawa was simply anxious and tetched. It seemed like he could even smell the aroma from Suchen's body that belonged to top professional talent. Kurosawa, don't forget what we came here for. That brat is quite professionally gifted though. He might be a special department B rank or an A rank, but the weight of one genius and the weight of a group of geniuses. I hope you can tell the difference. If we succeed in our plan this time, not to mention your promotion to an A rank professional talent, everyone in our entire squad will be promoted. Thunder's voice was steady yet he didn't feel any regret for missing Suchen. Instead, he reminded Kurosawa twice, knowing his goal and direction very well. Let's not make a scene at this time. Beat the bushes. It's not good to lose a lot of money for a small reason. Carry 10? After Thunder, Kurosawa and the others walked by. They were 50 meters away from their feet under a large tree. A rabbit in the grass, with its back to them nibbling on a carrot, turned its head. The scarlet eyes reflected Suchen's face, looking at the information that the kung fu rabbit was handing out to him. Suchen blinked his eyes and seemed to be rummaging through his memory for information about this organization. Although this was the first time he had come into contact with it, he was probably clear about what kind of organization it was by combining the information that had been passed down on the internet and the information that he had learned from the book. So what purpose do they serve in coming here? Surrounded by forest. In a slightly empty patch of grass, Suchen sat cross-legged, different from the outside world's green and lush. The grass in the underworld forest as a whole appeared to be rather dim, as if every blade of grass was covered with a layer of haze, and the whole was a greenish-gray color, and Suchuan was sitting in it in a white suit, which made him look extremely conspicuous. Constrained by information, he was still unable to accurately know the purpose of Lei Ming's group. But it's okay. Be still, and respond to change. According to Little Dream, there should be a teacher who will bring them here today to practice. The owls had long been sent out by Suchen to keep a constant eye on them, and they should be on their way here at this moment. And now words. Go! Suchen pointed his finger in the direction that Lei Ming and the others had left. A pair of black feathers lifted their wings. Have chicken keep a high-altitude stakeout. If Lei Ming and the others hadn't gotten close to Xiaomeng today, he could have pretended that he didn't see it. But if Thunder and these people are hitting on Little Dream, Buzz, with Suchuan as the center, 100 meters in circumference, the grayness on the grass was instantly swept away, as if there was a big invisible hand that shot away all the haze covering the small grass on the ground in an instant, revealing the original crisp appearance of the small grass, and a cloudy gray mist instantly rose above the grass in 100 meters in circumference, rolling waves of air, like steam boiling. The dragon has reverse scales. If you touch it, you will die. Suchen's eyes burned, and a deep chill was revealed in them. He only had one relative in this world, Little Dream. If someone dared to misbehave with Little Dream, no matter who it was and for what reason, he would get rid of it. The grayish evil aura rising around them was like water vapor, gradually dissipating under the light of the rising sun. Blood refining is a small success. The blood in the body is as heavy as lead in mercury, and the chi and blood boil as if they were born as wolf smoke, dyeing the clouds and haze in the sky, so that ghosts and evils can be wiped out as easily as possible. The gray mist evaporated around them. The grass is lush. As Suchen's eyes opened and closed, collecting the coldness in his eyes, reviewing the introduction of the Phoenix Nirvana method regarding the minor completion of chi and blood, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but add a faint smile, perhaps because of the cultivation of the Zunwang divine elephant steps. The results of refining meat brought him a thick foundation. This time the blood refining for Suchen instead felt incredibly easy, almost no bottleneck to speak of. These 3 days, he only needed to constantly devour all kinds of ferocious beasts, ferocious plants, heavenly materials, and geomantic treasures to replenish the energy in his body, and then cultivate Phoenix Nirvana method. All of this energy used to quench the chi and blood will be enough, coupled with the 1,000 pounds of weight brought to him by the small success of the flesh, making his flesh carrying capacity also greatly increased, almost allowing him to even swallow 100 boars without stopping. If previously his flesh carrying capacity is only the size of a barrel, the water poured full of water to immediately start digesting, otherwise it will be propped up to a back and forth process. It is inevitable that there is some cumbersome delay, and now that the capacity of his physical existence was the size of a swimming pool, he was perfectly capable of eating 100 wild boars, 100 bison, and 100 coconut sheep to fill up the swimming pool before practicing the Phoenix Nirvana method. Under such a huge supply, the cultivation speed of the Phoenix Nirvana method was naturally extremely fast. After 3 days and 3 nights of cultivation, Suchen had managed to almost reach the point of blood refining minor accomplishment. The reason why I say fast, and not yet, that's because right now he hasn't broken through that last membrane. Although every drop of blood in the body has long been heavier than lead and mercury by several times, it is not yet possible to do so to the extent that the blood rises to the level of a wolf's smoke, and the flames of the chi heave to the point of staining half the sky red. This is a large part of the reason for practicing meat small success and practicing skin big success. The blockade and restriction of the body's chi and blood, Simply because the foundation is too thick, resulting in my body's chi and blood has not yet reached the limit. There is still room for enhancement. The only way to do so is to reach the limit. And only after this limit is shattered and broken through can I do it with chi and blood outwardly manifested. Such as a wolf's smoke rises up to the point. That is to say, blood refining has become a minor success. And Su Chen, who had long ago filled his body with energy, was waiting for this moment above the grass. Su Chen withdrew his sight from the distance. He sat cross-legged with his eyes slightly closed, preparing to take advantage of this opportunity to break through the blood refining minor achievement realm in one fell swoop. When blood refining is completed, the vitality is monstrous, and the chi and blood are scorching, like boiling water. Once it explodes, it is the most rigid and the most powerful. It can greatly enhance the metabolism, improve the vitality of the human body, recover from injuries faster, and thwart the invasion of the evil curse. Su Dust had a premonition. If he broke through to the blood refining minor achievement, the Phoenix Nirvana method might feed back to him an unexpected surprise. I wonder what kind of divine ability technique it will be. This is it. Somewhere on the side of the western region of the underworld forest, Lei Ming stopped with his large troop. There was a huge mountain wall of hundreds of meters in front of them. The mountain wall is gray color. Looks as if it is a craggy cliff in general. A bare look. Hidden in gas overflow. The surrounding environment is slightly cool and gray, as if the sunlight does not come in the same. A cloudy wind blowing, like a child woman's cry, give a person a kind of hairs on the back of the head feeling. According to the canon, this should be the place where the ancient city ghost general and his 10,000 ghosts minions were sealed back then. Black Zephyr handed a map of the underworld forest in front of Lei Ming, who took out a pen from his pocket, and after containing it in his mouth and licking the tip, he dotted and drew the combat arrangements on it. This is where we are. Favor the west. And here, where we met up with that little brat just now, is located between the east and west lines, directly west of center. The nearest road for people to enter the underworld forest if they want to start from the White Cloud City side is the eastern entrance. So if nothing else, the group from the second middle school will also enter through the eastern entrance. We just need to wait for the signal to go out and break the seal here. Plus there's the attraction of the Ghost King's call in the east. In an instant, a wave of ghosts could form, drowning and surrounding the group in the second form. A wave of ghosts into a ghostly realm. Even though hundreds of years have passed, the sealed ghost general may be long gone, and the other sprites and ghosts don't have much power, but it doesn't require them to have too high a strength to be able to slightly have 2,000 or 3,000 first-order level ghost soldiers. They will be able to form a ghost domain space that blocks all signal transmissions. By then, Thunder and Kurosawa looked at each other. The distress signal won't go out. Call it a day. Call it a day. Jia. Think of the sumptuous meal later. The members of the Hunting Sky organization couldn't help but laugh out loud in anticipation. Class follow. Up ahead is the underworld forest. Class follow. Up ahead is the underworld forest. Sunrise. A lot of figures came one after another on the grass on the outskirts of a gloomy forest. These people were childish in appearance, wearing the uniforms of the second middle school, and each of their sweat-stained faces looked at the dark forest in front of them with some trepidation. The director of instruction smiled at this, explained in detail. Next, we're going to enter the underworld forest, the venue for today's experience. This was an A-class trial area in the past. As the head instructor slowly told the historical origins of the underworld forest, the students who had come along for the experience couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. Although they admired the story of the great righteousness of the Taisho who sacrificed himself for the sake of others, the thought of the land under their feet burying an ancient city of flesh and blood where people ate people only made them feel a little bit of coldness on their necks. That said, but don't be alarmed, students. The powerful ghost general and his men were sealed long ago when the Taisho fought for his life. It's not even known if it still exists since today, and even if it does, at best there are only some ordinary lonely ghosts left, not enough to pose a threat to us. The current underworld forest has long since been reduced to a sea-level trial site, and the strongest ones in there are only first or second rank ghost soldiers. Not enough to fear. For the safety of the students on this occasion, our second middle school has specially sent out to 2 strong people at the level of head teachers, 17 top-class level masters. The strength of the 2 instructional director level powerhouses are all above the 3rd order, and the strength of the 17 classroom teachers are all at the late 2nd order. So with such strength, pushing the entire underworld forest sideways is no big deal. Not to mention, in addition to our strong team of directors and teachers, there are also your senior schoolmates who have been practicing on the sidelines. 500 to 600 of them to protect you. So as long as nothing unexpected happens with ghost tides, beast tides, or anything like that, all of you second years just relax and study and visit. With the introduction of the director of instruction, some in the line of sophomores turned their eyes in the direction of where the seniors were. Hiss! That's Hosagai-senpai, a student exclaimed. I've seen him when I watched the battle on the first mock exam. Although Senior Fine Dog's awakening was only a B-rank profession, his speed is extremely fast. He walks like the wind drifting, noiselessly, and is undoubtedly a good hand in assassination. And Tank Senpai. Although Sister Tank is only a woman's body, she has infinite strength and a defensive ability that is thicker than the armor of a tiger tank. But she was a top 10 figure in our second middle school in the last mock exam. Wait, look who it is. It's Senior Redhead. The red-haired senior is an A-class profession, a flame archmage, with a strength that has long reached the peak of the first order, and is the top 5 geniuses in our second middle school's mock exams. And with his strength, I'm afraid that he's already reached the field of the second order by now. And it's even highly likely that he'll achieve even better results in this 9-school joint exam, and may be able to make it into the top 3. A gasp of shock resounded through the group of second-year students. They didn't think that this trip organized by the school had gathered all the newly awakened seniors and sisters of this term. And although these seniors and sisters had only been awakened for more than 20 days, the strength of the talented ones among them had already reached the late first order or even the second order level. So hundreds of seniors are protected. What a sense of security. Let's not talk about a small underworld forest. Even if there is a real ghost tide affected by the tide, with such reliable teachers and seniors protecting us, I don't think we need to be afraid. A group of second-year boys laughed and talked playfully, completely letting go, their minds guarded and no longer as tense as they had been earlier. Instead, they were more curious than the danger they might have encountered in the underworld jungle. Has the one come yet? Has that legendary senior of ours from the second grade come yet? The one they were talking about was naturally the strongest in the second middle school, the first in the mock exam. The only male S-rank career awakened in Bayun City, the one who won the 108 generals of the 9 states in the name of the tyrant, the 33rd sequence of the sealed heavenly pride, Chen Daqiang. If we have our big strong seniors, let alone crossing this underworld forest, I'm not afraid even if the ghost general breaks the seal. But alas, after searching for half a day, the crowds longed for Senior Daqiang did not appear. Also, a teenager in backpacking pants sighed, Senior Daqiang, but he's already been named sealed heavenly pride. He must be busy preparing for the Kyushu College entrance examination right now, so how could he have any time to guide us through our experiences? Wait, who's that? Suddenly the body of this backpack pants teenager shook as if he had seen an extremely unbelievable figure, and his emotions were visibly agitated. The fiery red cape shone in the sunlight, the wind blows and rattles. A tawdry, greasy-headed teenager with a lance in his hand and a red cape appeared in front of the crowd. It's Senior Hong Young. The crowd all gasped out in shock. Hong Ying, A-class occupation. Gun brave. This is the second place winner of our second middle school's mock exam this time. Excluding the S-class super specification sealed heavenly pride tyrant Chen Daqiang, it's already deservedly the strongest in the second middle school. The A-rank strongest professional has appeared. Hong Ying's appearance caused the team of second-year schoolmates to talk and be incredibly excited, only to feel a sense of security. But at the same time these schoolchildren are a little confused. They weren't sure why there was someone standing next to Hong Ying. Similar outfits that seem to go hand in hand feel a bit familiar. Who is he? Again? The green cape shone in the sunlight, the wind blows and rattles. It's him. It's him. It's him. Dude, are you okay? Don't push yourself if you really can't. On Sun Chang at the moment, head bandage, the hand is in a cast, looking like he was in a hurry to get out of the hospital even before the car accident had healed. Gung Hung, who was a good friend, couldn't help but inquire with concern. Don't worry. It's fine, Hong Ying. Don't underestimate brother. Sun Chang waved the hand that could still move and said with some pretense, brother, I'm a shield brave. A mere 100-ton king is nothing to worry about. As for the real situation, I'm afraid that only he knows. Hong Ying only know that Sun Chang broken cell phone screen to now have not repaired it well. Brother, I didn't realize you could do this for your brother. Touched. From now on, you'll be my Hong Ying's friend for life. Good friends for life. Hong Ying wiped the non-existent tears from the corner of his eyes and said with some emotion, alas, for the sake of my brother's love, not to mention being bumped into the hospital by a mere 100 tons king, even if I'm lying in the ICU, I still have to get up and boost for my good brother. Sun Chang returned with a very righteous voice, and then his eyes began to start searching among the group of schoolgirls in the second middle school. Dude, where's your goddess schoolgirl? Which one is it? Point me in the right direction, brother, so I can wingman assist you later. Oh. It turns out that the reason why Sun Chang ran out with a cast on after not 2 days in the same ward as Zhang Feng was not because he was afraid of affecting the recovery of Zhang Feng's gigantic objectphobic condition, but rather in order to run out to be a teasing machine to aid in the love for his good friend Hong Ying in the second middle school. Touching. That's the one, see? The one with the small round face, double ponytail, innocent type. Hong Yingji pointed over. Hiss. When Sun Chang even cast his gaze over, he immediately sucked in a breath of cool air. Crap, Hong Ying. The quality of your second high school siblings is so high that you don't know to share it with your brothers. Give them a word earlier. Those schoolgirls are our second middle school cheerleaders. They are the face of our second middle school. Hong Ying tilted his head with some pride. When I was in middle school, I told you a long time ago not to go to the first grade. Don't go to first grade. There's that monster Su Chuan inside the first middle school. Those of us who can't roll over, much less steal a quality girlfriend from him. And isn't that exactly what happened? The 4 school beauties of the first high school, all of them were taken by him. Did you snatch one of them? The soulful questioning of his good brother made the corners of Sun Chang's mouth twitch, and in his heart, he did have so many regrets that he chose to go to school in number 1 middle school, or else how could he, Sun Chang, spend his 3 years of high school under someone's shadow? But my feelings for Ruoxue are single-minded. Even if I don't have a chance in the 3 years of high school, I believe that Su Chen can't compare to me after all. And in a few days it will be Ruoxue's birthday, and at that time I'm going to confess my love to Ruoxue directly. Wow! Hong Ying's mouth opened wide in shock at the courageous statements of these good friends, then it was 2 thumbs up in a row. Cow. Even by Ruoxue's S-rank profession still dares to chase after him. He really deserves to be my Hong Ying's good brother. It's about having that confidence. The two exchanged another slight commercial boast before getting to the main topic of the day, and Sun Chang asked in a serious manner, I still don't know the name of your goddess schoolgirl? What's her name? Lin Xiaoming. Oh, understand. Although it's not as good as my family's Ruoxue, but the name is quite nice. Sun Chang nodded and didn't find anything strange about it. After all, it wasn't as if the other party was named Su Xiaoming. Yes, the class is now in attendance. Next we form up and enter the underworld forest to officially begin today's excursion. Director of instruction at the front of the line, seeing that the personnel were ready, he did not delay any longer, and after giving a loud shout he led the team and walked into the middle of the underworld forest. Meanwhile the 2 directors of instruction at the very front and very back of the line, arranged to be reminded. Classroom teachers on alert. Career awakening students, walk on the periphery. Protect your schoolmates and behave well. They are watching you. Make a good impression. Our second-year students, just relax as much as you like. Your main task today is to visit a day belonging to a professionally awakened person. This will be a valuable experience for you, and could potentially help you increase your chances of awakening to a combat profession by a few points. So pay attention to take advantage of it. As for the issue of danger, you don't have to think about it at all, because there's nothing to think about it. Because I have a hardened team of teachers and students to rely on for you in my Big 2. Enough to help you withstand all dangers. Hear me clearly. Clear. The group of thousands of people let out a loud shout in unison, sending the greenish-gray leaves in the underworld forest flying down. I don't know if it was because the leaves fluttered down and happened to fall into the neck collar, or what. Obviously, so many people were together and the atmosphere was hot. But the moment he walked into the underworld forest, the boy in the backpack pants still couldn't help but shiver. Hey, that's pretty young and hot. Not far from the entrance to the underworld forest, a pair of fiery eyes on a large, leafy tree silently watched the second grade team walk into the forest. Brothers can't. The author went to spend Children's Day. Bye-bye. How can one not be pleased when the prey walks into the trap? Therefore, underneath the pair of eyes hidden behind the leaves, there was a wide grin. GGG, young Master Wu Hao. I've said long ago that there are great benefits to cooperating with us. It's a pity that you didn't agree at that time. If we had done this before, how could you have failed the ceiling audit of the 108 generals of the Kyushu? At the forefront of all lay 2 figures. One of the characters who looked as if he was the leader of the group burst out laughing. Shut up. There was a teenager lying next to this leader. The teenager looked 18 or 19 years old, with a shadowy face, especially after being poked through his own pain. His face was more than a touch of violent color, and he was not the least bit polite because of the other party's identity strength. The young man's name is Wu Hao, is the young leader of the Phantom Ghost Mercenary Regiment, one of the 3 major mercenary regiments in Baiyun City. As an A-ranked professional ghostbuster, when he used his occupational skill to sign a contract with the Imperial Ghost, he was extremely fortunate to sign a contract with a Ghost King level bloodline. Creepy. If nothing else, his Ghost King alone was enough to get him through the 108 generals of the Kyushu, but very unlucky. The other day, while peeing in a wild area, he accidentally ran into a blind box of dandelions, hit the jackpot, opened up a third-order muscle devil mountain. His black and white Ghost King was seriously injured. Not to mention, even he himself was also beaten into the hospital. Almost did not hiccup. With his identity as the young leader of the Ghost Mercenary Corps, recovering from his injuries is not a problem. He lived in a luxury VIP ward, and he was fine in less than 2 days. But the problem was that the black and white Ghost King's injuries were not well healed. Many of the medicines in his hands were useless to Creepy. Seeing that the seal auditor was about to arrive, in order for the Ghost King to recover from his injuries as soon as possible and help him deal with the examination, he could only let the Ghost King use his yin yang eyes again. Yin and yang eyes. The black and white Ghost King's special aptitude could recognize each person's talent potential, and after putting on the yin and yang reversal seal, he could absorb the other person's talent potential, and could turn it into sustenance and absorb it for his own use. which could be used to enhance his own bloodline's talent, or used to recover from injuries, and so on, and it was also because of his frequent use of the eye of yin and yang that he had gotten to know these people from Huang Shan. At that time, Huang Shan wanted to invite him to join the hunting sky, only to be rejected by him. He was a man who wanted to become the sealed heavenly pride of the 9 states. How could he join this kind of sewer organization that everyone was shouting at? Just what he didn't expect in any way. When a sealing audit is performed, his ghost king, though fully restored and positively evaluated by the auditor, said to him, "You're too weak. Apart from the demon king, what do you have left? Not enough to be a sealed heavenly pride as well." Although the auditors called Wei something didn't say it so bluntly. The general meaning was this: TM. These words directly irritated Wu Hao. That's why today he agreed to cooperate with Hunting Sky to hunt some professional geniuses and use their natural talents to use to enhance his own qualifications. Let's show you what's left of the old man. He. Although he was disliked so nonchalantly, Huang Shan wasn't angry, but just smiled a hefty smile. The smile on his face more or less bizarre. Always the Hunting Sky organization hunted awakened people who had already awakened their professions, and never asked about those who hadn't yet reached the age of awakening their professions, because career awakening originally has a randomized career. No awakening before who does not know the future of the other party is what occupation. They just want to hunt. In the case of not knowing what the other party is the occupation of the situation, there is not much sense, but it's different now. The black and white ghost king in Wu Hao's hand could even directly see through the high potential of a person's future heavenly talent. Although the correct rate was not 100%, it was still as high as 70 to 80%. And what this ability of the black and white ghost king meant to their organization, hunting heaven, could be imagined. This strategic sense of the ability, if it is not because Wu Hao hands of the ghost king to take away, or in the knowledge of this when the secret of the day above the organization will send people to come to loot. Now considering that, with the ghost sentinel talent, it was completely random when performing ghost summoning, and no one was sure if they could summon this ghost king bloodline again. So out of this consideration, the attitude of the organization above towards Wu Hao right now was still based on pulling him in. We need people like you at Carry 10. This action today against the second form, although at the beginning, it was their squad organization planning, but now because of Wu Hao's joining, above the organization, there are quite a lot of big people concerned about the results of this hunt. If it can be determined that the black and white ghost king in Wu Hao's hand does have the ability to accurately identify the potential talent of a person, then naturally there will be a big person on the organization descending to take Wu Hao to the organization to be reused. As for whether Wu Hao would say yes. How can a hunter still stop when he has tasted the deliciousness of his prey? When he first met this kid was secretly sucking people's talent. There were already hints of this, and now after the auditing officer's stimulation directly joined them in this hunt for the second middle school students. Such a step across. How could the future turn back? You'll love the forbidden taste. Huang Shan's sure and ambiguous gaze made Wu Hao's face look a little ugly. He didn't want to continue the conversation, and somewhat annoyed, he inquired, "Let's talk about this nonsense later. What's the situation on your side? How come there's no movement yet? When are we going to do it? Don't worry. Hunting, we are professionals." Huang Shan smiled proudly as he looked at his watch and said slowly, "The moment this group of people from the second middle school entered the underworld forest, I had already notified Big Brother Thunder and the others, and now 5 minutes have passed. If nothing else, the seal of the 10,000 ghost cave should have been opened soon. The bizarre domain is different from our human races, inherently possessing the ability to shield all young signal perceptions. Although it is said that in the past unknown hundreds of years that brutal ghost general rumored to feed on people, even if it hasn't dissipated yet, I'm afraid that his strength is less than the third order difficult to open up the ghost domain, but we don't have a high requirement. We only need to have 1,000 ghost soldiers above the first or second order, plus 10,000 ordinary ghosts and wild spirits. We can form a natural ghost domain. The matter of how to design it so that a stream of these thousands of lone souls would meet up with the second form team was originally a bit of a problem in our design, but the addition of you, young Master Wu Hao, makes this step much simpler. Ghost King bloodline, to ordinary lone ghosts, it is inherently oppressive and leading. At that time, once the seal of the 10,000 ghosts lair is broken, Big Brother Lei Ming's side will send us a message. At that time, young Master Wu Hao, you will directly summon the Ghost King, release the pressure of the bloodline that belongs to the Ghost King, and roar in a netherworldly manner, which would be enough to attract all the 10,000 ghosts to come over. The route forward in the second form is to walk towards the center of the spectral forest. We are located at their rear, which is the east, while Big Brother Thunder and the 10,000 ghosts lair are located in the far west, east and west align. 10,000 ghosts are attracted on the way. Naturally we'll meet with the large force of the second middle school. We just need to wait for these thousands of wild ghosts. The body ghost chi connected to form a ghost domain will be surrounded by the large force of the second middle school, forming a situation that screams day to day. and the ground to the ground. At that point is when we strike. Huang Shan recounted and informed Wu Hao of the battle plan in a clear and organized manner. And such a careful and meticulous battle plan really made Wu Hao look at this organization of Carry 10 in a high light. But that's not what I'm talking about. I mean, where are the people? Where are your people from the hunting sky? It can't just be the dozen or so of us. Wu Hao looked at the dozen or so silhouettes behind them. His brows furrowed. On the side of the second middle school, we have deployed 2 strong instructional director-level experts, 17 top classroom teacher experts, plus 100 of the new class of career awakening students. Such a powerful faculty and students. Can you fight with this group of people behind you who are a mix of first and second order strength? Wu Hao's questioning was unforgiving. You seem to have underestimated my strength, Huang Shan said as a wisp of ghostly aura flashed in his eyes. Even if you're at the 3rd rank, but the other side has 2 instructor-level powerhouses. Can you deal with 2 on your own? Ha! Huang Shan shook his head and let out a soft laugh. I know what you're worried about. Don't worry. I said we hunting sky are professionals. Today this matter we but also carefully planned for a long time, and is to check the history of ancient books, and is to survey geography, and is to produce a battle plan. How can it be that in this last link made a mistake? Don't worry. In order to quick battle, not let a person to escape, leak a little bit of the wind. The real big troops are in my lay brother side, total 275. Among them, there are 15 people whose strength reaches the late 2nd rank, 35 in the middle of the 2nd rank, 75 in the early 2nd rank, and the remaining 150 in the 1st rank. Brother Lei, me, and Black Zephyr are all at the 3rd rank, and Brother Lei even has a mastery of the A rank thunder talent, and their talent strengths are all among the best of the 3rd rank. The 3 of us against 2 directors of instruction is not a simple matter. Not to mention, for this operation we have specially brought with us a big killing weapon belonging to the one targeting professionals. What is the effect of which I think you should know a thing or two in the book. You can rest assured with such preparations. Young Wu, grade A thunder talent, a great killing weapon against professionals. The information exposed by Huang Shan's words caused Wu Hao's pupils to shrink violently. The thunder talent goes without saying. It is recognized as the strongest offensive talent in all the natural system talent. A level thunder is afraid that the most common thunder, a little special, the attributes of the S level or more. But even so, a level of thunder talent can be called 1 in a million. The same sector of the war, nearly invincible, basically seldom encountered, and the gold content of the high. It can be imagined. I had long heard that there were all kinds of rare and powerful occupational talent possessors within the organization of Carry 10, and today, when I saw it, it was indeed true to its name. TMD, a team's first captain could have this luxurious talent that felt even stronger than his A-level ghost sentinel. At this moment Wu Hao had so much envy and jealousy in his heart that he wanted to bite his teeth, but what really made the color of scorn flow out of his eyes was still the big killer in the mouth of Yellow Mountain. Heavenly Enemy. This is a weapon of terror recorded in the 9-year compulsory education handbook known to all students who have gone through compulsory education. The name of this weapon is called Natural Enemy, meaning the natural enemy of all professionals according to the book. Once any professional, no matter what level, is targeted by the divine enemy, his or her professional abilities will be bound. And I heard that they will be suppressed to a maximum of 50%, means that their own strength can only play half. Do not underestimate this half. Masters of the move a tiny bit, difference of 1,000 miles. The same level of fighting your strength can only play half. How to fight. Even if the heavenly enemy that Huang Shan and the others brought out this time wasn't the main body, and the ability to bind a professional might not be that strong, but it didn't need to be half of it. It only needed to be suppressed by 3 or 2%, and the impact on a professional's strength was already great. And more importantly, the impact on the mindset was even more terrifying. Any professional, once targeted by the heavenly enemy, would be like a fish in a net, a bird with broken wings, and a toothless beast with nowhere to run, which was one of the reasons why hunting sky was feared by many professionals. After all, no one in this world wants to run into their natural enemy. 3 third-ranked powerhouses, including an A-ranked thunder ability, plus heaven's enemy as the final card. So it seems, this plan is foolproof today. After experiencing the initial shock of scorn, Wu Hao's mouth unconsciously smiled. He didn't want his involvement in this to be exposed by any survivors. Chirp bang. Suddenly, someone on Huang Shan's smartwatch sent out a cloud-piercing arrow. The sound of a cloud-piercing arrow exploding it lifted Huang Shan's spirits. The signal's coming. Brother Lei's side has successfully broken the seal. As soon as Huang Shan's words had fallen, he could only see the distant west boom. Vaguely, a huge roar seemed to resound between heaven and earth, as if something had been forcibly shattered from the outside. Countless fury chi erupted, which seemed to contain thousands of ghosts and wild spirits, and the clouds in the sky were all washed away under this fury chi. At the sunlight tinged with gloom. In an instant the brightness of the entire heaven and earth was steeply darkened as if it had all been turned down. Ho! Ho! Countless eerie hissing sounds rang out like a tidal wave. The seal is broken. 10,000 ghosts have emerged. Ha ha ha. Wu Hao, get ready. Roar. Seeing such a tense scene through his smartwatch, Wu Hao didn't dare to delay. After Huang Shan reminded him, then he summoned the black and white ghost king. Ahead of the whole body shrouded in a cloud of black gas in the bizarre emergence. He has a black and white pair of eyes through the black gas through the light out of the eyes. Although you can't see the specific appearance, but the body reveals the breath but the cold to the extreme. Once appeared, will vaguely reveal a king's pressure? To the western spewing out of the eerie ghosts hostilely roar Shasta, the original eerie ghostly aura that went straight to the sky. As if they had found some kind of leader. They changed direction abruptly and came straight to the east. The seal has been broken. 10,000 ghosts have come out. Ha ha ha. The underworld forest. West Point, one side of the cliffs above, Kurosawa and the other members of the sky hunting organization came out laughing maniacally. At their feet diagonally opposite. The previous cliff wall at this moment has been turned into a puddle of debris smashed to the ground. The original clean cliff above appeared a more than 30 meters square huge hole, and in this hole, countless dark black gas spewed out. In the midst of this in-chi, mixed head after head of ghosts and wild spirits. In just a few moments there were hundreds of spooky ones emerging. Such a quantity. It seems that our previous worries were still redundant. Getting together 10,000 lone ghosts, and 2,000 to 3,000 first order ghost soldiers shouldn't be a problem, and may even be exceeded. I just don't know if the ghost general in there is still around. Ha ha, beyond good. The greater the number and strength of this group of bizarre ones, the more solid and closed off the natural haunts formed will be. Which is just convenient for us to act. Jia. What are you waiting for? Follow it. Go for the kill. Go and hunt for the talent. It's a big cake this time. There's more than 2,000 people on the other side. Whoever grabs the most will eat the most. So don't go grab it yet. Oh, as Thunder and Black Zephyr raised their arms and called out, more than 200 elite members of the squad behind them immediately revealed cruel and bloodthirsty smiles, such as bandits in the mountains, like in the frenzied strange laughter, jumped up, covered the sky and densely packed, such as locusts crossing the border in the mountains and forests to quickly shuttled, closely followed by the wave of ghost energy. Jia. Little fatties, here I come. Ho! The underworld forest, the position of the center west of the center. A bright oasis floated in the middle of a green-gray forest. The oasis is a kilometer squared grass on the ground. Verdant and green, grass verdant appearance, and the underworld forest should be gray grass color formed a sharp contrast. The entire oasis appeared to be all extraordinarily abrupt. Silk white mist rises from the oasis, such as the cloud shroud, such as the immortal blessing, such as a dream. These weapons such as boiling water steaming, dazzling scalding temperature, as if there is a cauldron in the steaming, the whole oasis as well. The steam was few and far between, and the air distorted by the burning steam made the whole oasis look more of a mirage effect, as if it was going to disappear at any moment, giving it a sense of unreality. The presence of such an oasis in the forest of the underworld, extremely bright and attention-grabbing, and in the middle of this oasis. Su Chen sat cross-legged. His eyes were slightly closed at this moment. His upper body was naked, revealing an extremely perfect body form, a piece of muscle like a knife and axe chiseled angular, solid and heavy, although not bloated, but gives a sense of unparalleled strength, as if at the moment sitting on the ground is not a silhouette, but a terrifying humanoid beast. An exhale and an inhalation. The chest and abdomen slightly undulate. There are wisps of blood-red steam through the body. Huan rose above the oasis, drifting in the air, forming a blood-red cloud. The danger of the feeling nearly naked. Blood refining is a small success. Chi and blood rises in wolf smoke. At this moment, if someone could lay their ears on Su Chen's chest, they would be able to hear that the sound of blood rolling within Su Chen's body was just like a monstrous river rushing and raging, turning madly within his body. In the midst of constant rotation and quenching, the blood gradually blossomed with a precious light, like boiling water, with chi and blood power constantly bursting out from it. Without a doubt, Su Chen was in the midst of breaking the boundary at this moment. Half a foot had stepped into the ground of blood refining mini completion, and chi and blood were constantly running, filling the body and overflowing the surface to the limit. It could break the limit at any time. Wolfsbane storms. Ah, what was that commotion just now? What a horrible scream. The location to the east of the underworld forest, there was a scream from the crowd of the second high school team, and a girl inside the cheerleading squad made a fearful noise. Put. A lone ghost that had not entered the rank was penetrated by a red lance, and its soul was scattered. The red cape shines alongside the green one. The two of them, Hong Ying and Sun Chang, appeared in front of Lin Xiaoming, He Xiaoye, and the others, slightly ruffling their hair in a reassuringly reliable manner. Don't be afraid. As seniors, we will protect you. Oh. Lin Xiaoming nodded in response, then continued to play with good girlfriend Xiaoyu. Did not want to take care of the idea of Hong Ying. Sun Chang, not to mention the meaning of fear. Just now was not at all her call. Okay, Lin Xiaoming's reaction made the two men posing handsomely pose a little awkward. Sun Chang turned his head to look at Hong Ying and said out of consideration for his good brother, "Dude, this isn't going to work. The little monsters along the way are all too weak. They're all lone ghosts that haven't entered the rank. There aren't even any little ghosts of the first rank. They can't even show the divine might of you and me brothers." Hiss. Hong Ying held his lance in his armpit, rubbing his chin with one hand. Staring at Lin Xiaoming's departing back also nodded thoughtfully. Indeed, this is not going to work. But the underworld forest is only a C-rank trial site. Not to mention the second-rank ghost soldiers that match our strength. Even a first-rank brat might not be able to touch one for half a day. Why don't we wait and see? According to our tour route, later on we will be slightly closer to the central region of the underworld forest, where I heard that there is a merit monument erected by the descendants for the Taisho. But then again, because of the evil spirit's grudge against the Taisho, there are quite a number of slightly more powerful ghost soldiers stationed over there. We should be able to run into a ghost soldier or two by the time we get to that area. Hong Ying gave his thoughts, but as a little love master, a king of ghost ideas, and a dog-headed strategist, how could Sun Chang possibly let his best friend make such an honest choice? Ugh, brother, it seems to be that these 3 years without me by your side have degraded you, that you would have such thoughts of leaving things to fate. I'm asking what you're going to do when we get closer to the central area later and no ghost soldiers or ghost leaders show up? This, Hong Ying frowned, showing some silence. Without waiting for Hong Ying to answer, Sun Chang patted Hong Ying's shoulder, eyed the front and said with one hand clenching his fist, "I'm telling you, brother, opportunities are earned. It's like the love between Ruoxue and me. If I don't make an effort, won't Ruoxue be cheap to Su Chen for nothing? So that means if you want to get Lin Xiaoming's liking, you have to go and strive for it. If you don't have a chance, you have to create it yourself." Hong Ying's eyes lit up as he seemed to understand something. "Dude, you mean it." "That's right," Sun Chang said with a crooked smile, giving Hong Ying a confident smile. "It's a good thing you brought your brother today, otherwise you'll never make it without brother me in this matter today. Don't worry, as a love master Jedi wingman, I'll go to the central region ahead of time to draw monsters for you, and perform well in front of my younger siblings when the time comes." Sun Chang, good brother. After hearing Sun Chang explain the battle plan, Hong Ying was instantly moved to tears. "Brother, don't go. Danger. I'm afraid you'll get hurt." "Ha! Injured?" Sun Chang laughed out softly, and his green cloak violently flung out, snapping. All that was heard was a crack of plaster. Sun Chang's left hand, which had shattered the plaster, unexpectedly appeared intact in front of Hong Ying. "Don't forget, brother, I'm an A-class shield brave. The word hurt is not with me. The bandage falls." Sun Chang was very pushy and slowly said so. Hiss. Hong Ying's eyes widened at once. Speechless, there is only one last thing to say. "Well, be careful, brother. Don't need to lure too many small monsters. Just lure me 1 or 2 small monsters of the first or second rank." "Poof, don't worry, with my brother's ability, luring just 1 or 2 small monsters of the first or second rank is not a breeze." "Wow." Against the light, the green cloak fluttered again. Sun Chang waved his hand with his back to Hong Ying. The back is quite a bit taller, and then he ran all the way to the front of the line with his stomach covered and his legs clenched under Hong Ying's watchful eye, and found the head instructor who was leading the team with a move. "Ouch. Ouch. Ouch. I'm going to poop." The realism of the performance is completely indistinguishable from the real thing. Naturally, he managed to break away from the group very easily. After giving Hong Ying behind him this OK-coded hand signal, he drilled headlong into the dense forest on the side. There's something odd. However, Sun Chang, who was rushing to take a shit, did not pay attention to the fact that when he was reporting back, the leader in front of him was not a head teacher, but 2 head teachers. At the very beginning of the distribution, the 2 grade directors, the 2nd and 3rd years, were distributed in front and back of the team, but now the 2 of them converged together, looking at the darkening forest ahead and frowning, pissed, waving his hand to slap out a pouncing second-order ghost soldier. The 2nd year's head of year frowned deeper and deeper as he couldn't help but wonder a little. "We are now at most also in the central eastern region. Not quite to the central region. How to feel? The strength of the little ghosts here is a bit strong. Have been continuously pounced over 3 second-order ghost soldiers. Normally, this kind of situation would only occur in the central region." The 3rd year's head of year was also a bit puzzled, his stern gaze looking ahead at the deep, secluded forest. Some of them took it in stride. "Could it be because there are too many of us? Thousands of people converged together with too much vitality, attracting the ghost soldiers from the central region." "Well," the 2nd year's head of year nodded after a moment of contemplation. "It's possible. These ghosts are most sensitive to chi and blood vitality, and with so many of us gathered together, we might be as conspicuous in their eyes as lights in the darkness of the night." And it's not impossible to draw some of the ghost soldiers from the central region over, and we don't need to worry so much. The underworld forest is but a sea-level trial site unlikely to appear third-order ghost generals. With the strength of the two of us to come, one or two more orders of ghost soldiers, ghost leaders are useless. Horizontal push are enough. What's the point of thinking so much? The grade director of the third grade laughed smugly. The grade he managed was in the midst of its spiritedness except for the tyrant. Such a Kyushu seal grade heavenly pride. Would he not be afraid of this district C-grade trial site? The team moves on. Just the director of third grade instruction, when the atmosphere waves. A pig-killing scream suddenly came from the road ahead. It made everyone's spirits tighten. Hundreds of schoolchildren looked over. What's the situation? It's Sun Chang's squeal. His good friend Hong Ying heard the identity of the owner of the pig-killing squeal, and his spirit was suddenly shaken. His eyes shining brightly. Nice guy, so quick to draw the monster in. Brother is truly worthy of having practiced in the Great One. Hong Ying picked up his head and probed, only to see a head. In the dark forest, Sun Chang ran out with his little legs stirring wildly. He had a panicked expression and a grimace. His face was covered in sweat, snot and tears were running down his face. And the speed of his two legs running wildly made people look and feel like they couldn't wait for his mom to stretch out one more leg for him. The most crucial thing was that Sun Chang was still shouting like a pig killer while running. Help! Mom! Yellow lightning! Delivery boy, I'll never yell at you again, take me with you. Director of instruction. Class president, save me. I'm your favorite class president. Behind him, 3 or 5 spooky ones could be vaguely seen in the eerie ghostly aura. Nice one. The appearance of such a scene made the good friend Hong Ying shocked. He did not expect that the attraction of monsters in Sun Chang's mouth even had a performance nature. But only 3 or 5 lonely ghosts only. To brother's strength, not to mention 3 or 5. Even if it is 30 or 50 are not afraid of. But now it is Sun Chang acted as if stabbing the ghost tide. Snotty wild soaring pleading for help looks simply absolute. With such real acting skills, Hong Ying decides that he needs to give his brother a small Oscar later on. You've gone to a lot of trouble for your brother's love. The two grade directors at the forefront of the team also breathed a sigh of relief, thanks to which they thought that Sun Chang had encountered something when he screamed so miserably. That's what it turned out to be. 3 or 5 little ghosts. Look what it's done to you. Sun Chan, didn't you take a shit? The year head of the second year, who was slightly older and more thoughtful, frowned and just wanted to ask, how did you run ahead of us and invite these 3 or 5 ghosts? Boom. Boom, monstrous ghost chi erupted behind Sun Chang. It stretches over 1,000 square miles, countless mournful hisses, mixed among them, resembled a tens of meters high tsunami wave lashing out. In a split second the director of instruction's pupil snapped. Help me, help, I'll never poop again. Under the waves, Sun Chang frantically raced against time. The inside of his mouth was already babbling. 10,000 ghosts raging. The fear spread instantly. Everyone in the group's face went white at this moment. Quickly form a formation. The director of instruction still reacted quickly. After a moment of shock, the third-year head of grade steps in to save Sun Chang from a tidal wave of ghosts. The second year's head of year then turned around and let out a bellow instantly, with the 2 grade-level directors and 17 top-class teachers as the core, and the surrounding 500-plus seniors as the support. A blue curtain of light, hooked out, covered the entire team. Boom! Almost the next moment the formation was completed. The tsunami-like wave of ghosts collided with the light curtain of the formation in the second center. A mountain shook. The formation that had just been formed was like a blue pudding boinging with a wobble, and pieces of ripples rose above the formation, keeping the swarming ghost dynasties outside of it. Phew! Blocked. Sun Chang, who had managed to retrieve a dog's life, breathed a sigh of relief. This layer of blue light boundary, a B-grade boundary that they had applied to the school specifically for this event, had 2 major cores that could be split into countless copies, and only needed to infuse energy into these core copies to activate the boundary. Before they came, they had already sent a copy of the boundary to every class teacher and student, so that they could activate it once they encountered danger. It could withstand any attack below the 3rd rank, even if it was the 3rd rank, if they wanted to break this boundary, unless they were the kind of 3rd rank powerhouses who were extremely good at the art of attacking and destroying. Otherwise, if they wanted to break this kind of boundary, they would have to put in a lot of effort in any case, and this period of time was enough for them to call for help from the outside world. And that was precisely why the 2 head teachers would not be worried about any accidents that happened in this operation. But this time, what's with the wave of ghosts? The 2 grade heads looked at the tide of ghosts that were attracted to them and surrounded them before them. Their brows couldn't help but furrow as they keenly sensed a hint of oddness from it. The underworld forest. It's just a C-ranked trial site. Not to mention forming a ghost tide. Normally adding all the little ghosts in the underworld forest together wouldn't necessarily be able to make much of a wave. But now, looking at the ghostly space that covered the sky and made almost the entire heaven and earth dark except for the interior of their boundary, the 2 teaching directors, in their hearts, vaguely felt some uneasiness, for creepy, the blood of the living is a tonic medicine, has a fatal attraction. The team of thousands of people in the second middle school, thousands of people gathered together, on their own do not know how many years of sealing the new out of the hungry ghosts. It is simply a feast at the level of a full banquet. So even if you can't break through the boundary, all the evil ghosts are also all gathered in the boundary on all sides, will be filled with the whole piece of the sky and the earth, full of grimace at the boundary to continue to attack. In the boundary to beat out the ripples were created on the boundary, causing it to fluctuate. 10,000 ghosts surrounded the city, and it was dark, such a horrifying scene, not to mention the second-year students who hadn't yet awakened their careers. Even many of the third-year seniors and sisters who had awakened their careers were all scared to the point that their faces turned white, their whole bodies trembled, and their hearts were filled with fear and uneasiness. They had only been awakened for more than 20 days at full count. When had they ever seen such a battle? Hey, no way. How did we run into a ghost wave? This blue light boundary won't break, will it? Don't. My career hasn't awakened yet. I'm only in second grade. I'm still a kid. Oh, I should have known I wouldn't have signed up for this crap school trip. I'm going to die. Mom, I want to go home. Panic spread through the crowd. Voices of fear, panic, dread, and regret competing to be the first to be heard. And there was a commotion among the ranks, even Lin Xiaoming and He Xiaoye and the others. Their little faces were white with anxiety. Dream, you said we shouldn't die here. Best friend Xiaoyu's trembling hands spoke up. Don't. I haven't been in love yet. Someone among the cheerleaders wailed out. Little Dream, why don't you call me Brother Su Chen to save us? Didn't he say that Wild was practicing in the wild? Xiao Yan's reminder caused the originally sighing cheerleaders to have a light in their eyes and hurriedly surrounded Lin Xiaoming. Yeah. Little Dream, you quickly call Brother Su Duan. Let him save us. Lin Xiaoming covered the phone with her hand and took 2 steps back, although her small face was also pale. She was still a little worried about Su Chen's shaking head. What's the use of me giving him a fight? He can't deal with so many ghosts. Hearing someone say that her male god couldn't deal with these ghosts and monsters, Xiao Yan was instantly angry. Lin Xiaoming, what do you know? Luckily you're still Brother Su Chen's sister. You don't even know Brother Su Chen's strength. You didn't see these bizarre, although they look quite scary, but the strength of most of them didn't enter the realm. The highest one is only the second rank. Just now I've seen it all with the combat power tester. The highest combat power is only like 2 or 3,000, and Brother Su Chen's combat power could have reached over 6,000 a long time ago. Even He Hongyu, who has a combat power of over 6,400, was killed by a single punch. These ghosts and monsters are nothing in front of Brother Su Chen. That's it. Lin Xiaoming, don't be Brother Su Chen's sister in the future. You still live with him every day, but as a result, you don't even know what kind of strength he has. Replace me. The attack of the surrounding group of little fangirls made Lin Xiaoming beep her mouth, a little angry in her heart. This group of little slutty hooves really don't want to steal her brother from her all the time. They really want to be beautiful. Of course I know what you guys are talking about, but, Lin Xiaoming hesitated. The tide of ghosts in front of them almost covered the sky. As far as the eye can see, all are some hideous-looking wild ghosts. Who knows in the place they cannot see? There is no hidden powerful ghosts. If there is, she called Su Dust over is not it. Stupid. He Xiaoye calmly spoke at this time. If you're worried about Brother Su Chen, you can just ask Brother Su Chen to call someone over. Yeah right. Lin Xiaoming seemed to have been suddenly awakened as she nodded in dawning understanding. I'll make the call. Tell Su Chen not to come over himself, and call some more powerful people over. After saying that, Lin Xiaoming hurriedly made the call without delay. Only zip, zip, zip. The shrill sound of electricity rang through the phone. Can't get through. No signal? How can there be no signal? In the middle of the second middle school's team, the backpack pants teenager somewhat despairingly shouted out some. When he was surrounded by the wave of ghosts just now, he called to the law enforcement department of Baiyun City, yet all he got was a chaotic sound of electricity zigzag. Zip zip zip. Another student who called to try to get help or leave a last message gradually found out about it as well. The netherworld ghost realm inherently carries the ability to block communication signals. Being in the middle of a haunted area, unable to communicate with the outside world. Contact. Help. The surrounding darkness into the eyes. As far as the murderous souls and ghosts, such a scene is really let a person despair. Beyond the ghostly realm, above the big tree in the sky, Huangshan stood on a thick tree branch, overlooking the shadowy ghost domain not far away in a radius of 1,000 miles. The corners of his mouth curled up. Jia out. Quite an evil sense of bloating in speaking sarcasm. Evil ghost purr. The ghostly aura was unceasing. The kilometer-sized eerie space was still spreading and expanding. And one vicious ghost after another swarmed to surround the second middle school's team with ghostly cries and mournful screams that were frightening. Such a wicked spectacle. What a turn-on. Wu Hao, who was personally involved in this plotting and designing on the side, could not suppress some of his excitement and trembled, but after continuing to watch for a while, Wu Hao frowned again, and the curled-up corner of his mouth let go. inquiring with some doubt. How come all the ones who came are some lonely ghosts who have not entered the realm, and there are only so few ghost soldiers and ghost leaders? About 2 to 300 first-order ghost soldiers, 30 to 50 second-order ghost leaders, can form a ghost domain. All rely on the number of lonely souls and wild ghosts to support. Such a ghostly spirit cannot be solid. According to the raging degree of this ghost tide, there should be a stronger and more ghost soldiers and ghost leaders. The leader is right. Where are the other ghosts? Why hasn't it shown up yet? And, where's the large troop you mentioned? Wu Hao turned his head to look. Owl feathers float down from the sky. Ah, somewhere in the underworld forest, there was an extremely mournful and miserable cry west of center. Over a grassy field visible to the naked eye, a dark, black wave of ghosts in the air from west to east, is rushing toward the east, as if by what instructions, and as if there is something there to attract this group of lonely souls and hungry ghosts. Dark ghosts and the ghosts. These ghosts of the expression of one by one, excited and grim, as if they have been locked up for hundreds of years without eating, gathered together, such as a big river, flowing east. The speed is very fast. The speed was extremely fast. However, what made this wave of ghostly energy unanticipated was this: while they were passing through a certain area, boom, above the ground suddenly came out a loud bang like an explosion, followed by an incomparably hot wolf smoke and gas flame radiating up to cut off the entire wave. The countless bazaar that could not break the car and the ghost chi before and after also crashed into this blood-red flame. Blood stains the sky, the blazing heat spreads here, the air sizzling and twisting and distorting within a radius of 1,000 meters of grass, wood, bamboo and stone. The surrounding evil gas was evaporated. A strand of scarlet blood like a scarlet ribbon from the bottom up was scattered radiation in the sky clouds and haze dyed in blood, as if the entire world has been reduced to a blood-red space. Ah! Ghostly, mournful screams echoed between heaven and earth. The sinister ghost chi collided with the surging power of chi and blood, as if dripping water into hot oil like a creaking explosion, turning into a wisp of green smoke disappeared into the world. Swarming in, the ghosts and wild spirits in this space were also vaporized by the power together, and the cries of woe continued. Blood refining has been completed. Chi and blood rise up in wolf smoke. Ghosts and evils are all repelled. Under the blood chi ribbon that stretched from the sky above, Su Chen was sitting on top of the emerald green grass. His body was haunted by wisps of blood-red steam, which was radiated like boiling water due to the overly surging and abundant chi and blood in his body. There's no doubt about it, at the moment Su Chen had stepped into the ground of blood refining minor achievement and also received feedback from the Phoenix Nirvana spell. The moment he reached the blood refining minor achievement, it wasn't what he thought it would be. The arts that the Phoenix Nirvana law fed back to him this time were different from the dragon scale and dragon tooth's kung fu felling art fed back by the golden jade dragon emperor body. The lifting weights and lightness art fed back by the Zunwang divine elephant steps, and the divine elephant breaking fist. What the Phoenix Nirvana law fed back to him this time was not the same. It feels as if it doesn't need to be deliberately practiced. As long as one maintains a better state of mind, one can just be able to use it as if by instinct in a single thought. Goo-doo, goo-doo. With a light thought, the naturally rotating blood in Su Chen's body quietly pulsed twice, and the flow speed steeply accelerated by a few points. But it quickly leveled off again, because now is not the time to experiment. A whisper escaped Su Chen's mouth. His eyes slowly opened, and the divine light in his deep black eyes surged, taking in the heart. Ho! A cry of excitement and scorn in its ferocity rang out before him. A first or second rank ghost soldier wearing tattered light armor and holding a tattered weapon. The ghost leader was staying not far away, full of grimace, excited and eager to hiss at Su Dust. The chi and blood of a living person was a tonic for the spooks, let alone the amount of chi and blood of such a level like Su Chen. For these spooks that had just been released, it was simply a deadly poison, but it's also because the poison is so deadly. Therefore, even though the opposite side had already gathered hundreds of first and second stage ghost soldiers and ghost leaders, but none of them dared to step into the range of Su Chen's domain first, and only dared to salivate outside the space where Su Chen's chi and blood were spreading, slowly encircling and accumulating power, and overhead thousands of low-ranking ghosts and wild spirits such as a river hit on top of the gas and blood wolf smoke. Ghost gas and blood gas, each other constantly collision grinding. Creaking sounds ceaselessly. In addition to these did not break the car, accidentally hit on the gas and blood wolf smoke on the bazaar, except other has found this place as different lonely wild ghosts. Although the heart has a desire but more deadly sense of danger and blood from the Ghost King's summoning sound, or let them did not stay in time, such as the two Bloom General, split into two pieces of ghost tide, bypass this dangerous gas and blood smoke place, continue to the east of a place to go. First Order Ghost Soldier 563. The Second Order Ghost Leader has 56 for now. His eyes swept over the waves of ghost chi splitting out from his left and right sides, and then judged the ghost leaders of the ghost soldiers that were converging in a steady stream of stupidity in front of him. Su Dust, who probably knew what was going on through Chicken and Owl, got up from the ground. A dark, Pitch-black demonic aura flickered from its body, long robes with fluttering shirts and black stripes embroidering the mountains, raising his head again. Su Chen's face was already wearing a devouring mask as deep and infinite as a black hole. Go! You guys go help Dream. Roar! Underneath the dark shadows foreign beasts appear frequently. The ghost troopers that surrounded the area were immediately knocked out of a huge gap, and the demonic beasts that were hiding in the heavenly abyss ran away as fast as they could. Su Chen's gaze, on the other hand, was fixed further ahead, located after the ghost soldier ghost leader. The eyes were morose. A whisper without a trace of emotion. The dragon has reverse scales. Touching them will lead to death. You asked for it. Ha! Brother Thunder, look who I see. No wonder the waves of ghostly chi suddenly changed. So there are devils in this place. All the way running on the side, like apes and monkeys prancing from side to side in the forest to follow the more than 200 members of the Heaven Hunting Organization who were below the wave of ghostly chi. There was a sudden stop. Kurosawa said with nearly glowing eyes. Brother Thunder won't? I don't think we're mistaken. Exactly. Lei Ming, who had always acted calmly as a captain, couldn't help the expression of fiery exuberance on his face at this moment, and his eyes stared straight at the figure surrounded by the ghost soldiers in the center. How could you possibly be wrong about that? Ancient quality black robes and ebony masks. Who else could it be but him in such a weird getup? In this era, even the intellectual brain, God brain have, its technology developed degree naturally need not be said. Like, devil, this kind of sudden appearance will show the extremely high talent of professional pride. How can they hunting day will not know it? How can there be no inclusion of note information it.I? In fact, the reason why Lei Ming had brought a large group to this side of White Cloud City to implement this plan was somehow in his mind that he also wanted to conduct a hunt on the devil. He just didn't make that his main task because the devil information trail is really difficult to find. As if it is suddenly popped out of the stone. Even the 9 states want to seal the audit of its audit officer for a short period of time did not find where, not to mention that they hunted the sky. So although Lei Ming has the meaning of hunting the devil in this regard, but the plan has not really thought about it so much. I just didn't expect it. Happiness came so suddenly. Upon recognizing the identity of the silhouette in front of them, Thunder Black Zephyr's group felt like they were going crazy with excitement. Although the information is missing, it was just a shocking appearance some time ago, but only based on those mere words. Darkness profession, and can also hand rub black holes. The lowest is S rank profession, or the most top, the closest to the S plus rank kind. Plus the other party is also a summoner at the same time dark summoner. The devil is a professional heavenly pride recognized by their hunting heaven as a minimum of S plus rank, and there is even a great probability that it is SS rank. A senior level in the organization has long since cast its eye over it. There were even people bidding and posting excessive bounties wanting to obtain the magic, darkness summoner's profession talent. No exaggeration at all. If they could bring back the devil today, the gain they could make would be more than 200 times the amount of money they would get if they ate the cake clean out of the second grade. There is absolutely no comparison between the two. The breathing of the crowd became rapid, and their bodies unconsciously revealed a forward-leaning hunting stance like a wild animal. Times like this. There's nothing to hesitate about at all. A senior captain Lei Ming's eyes stared straight ahead at the figure. That seemingly upright face could no longer hide the thoughts in his heart. Grinning furiously, change of plans for all. The first hunting object was changed to magic. Boom! Surrounded by ghostly aura, monstrous chi and blood intertwined with demonic chi and erupted. Su Dust raised his head. Eyes. There are gods and devils living. The black and white ghost king's natural aptitude. Yin and Yang ghost eyes, possessing the ability to see through a person's talent potential. Once it is turned on, the talent potential of all people in its eyes will be labeled in 9 colors: white, orange, yellow, green, blue, purple, gold and red. Basically cyan blue represents a B-level gifted professional awakening. Purple is a grade A talent. Gold, on the other hand, is an S-rank gifted profession. The forest of the underworld, east of center. On top of a large greenish-gray tree. Wu Hao was explaining his black and white ghost king's ability, also reported based on probing. It has been able to be determined, excluding those who have already awakened their professions. There are 2 golds, 6 purples, and 74 blues in the second-year team, a side of Yellow Mountain. After hearing this, rather surprised, he laughed out loud. 2 gold, 6 purple, that means 2 S ranks and 6 A ranks? That's quite a bumper crop. There was no need to mention the gold content of an S-rank career. There were only 2 in the entire White Cloud City this term, and now in the second-year team of the second middle school, there were even 2 students with S-rank potentials, plus 6 A-rank potentials, so how could it not be considered a bumper harvest? Even if the accuracy is only 70%. It works out to be a big profit. Okay, I don't want the others in this operation. 2 gold ones, I just want one. That's her. Wu Hao pointed his finger towards Lin Xiaoming in the crowd. The black and white ghost king told him that the golden light on that girl's body was the most prevalent, and it was definitely a great tonic for his qualification enhancement if he was able to absorb it. his own qualification. Even if he didn't enhance it to the S level, how could he say that he reached the A+ level? Oh, so this girl is an S-rank potential. Pay attention later, don't hurt her. Huang Shan stared deeply at Lin Xiaoming, who was at a loss for words in the crowd, and gave a warning to his men at the back before he turned his head to look at Wu Hao and said graciously, "The Black and White Ghost King's ability is really amazing. If it wasn't for you assisting young Master Wu Hao in this operation, we wouldn't have known that there were so many potentially good seedlings in this class of second-year students in the second middle school. You're a big contributor. How can we only have one of the two golden ones? You're welcome. You can have both. We're short of people like you in Carry 10. Huang Shan issued another invitation to join the team to Wu Hao. Wu Hao frowned and didn't respond directly or open his mouth to reject, but said with a change of topic, "Why hasn't it come yet? Where's that big army you were talking about? When are we going to start moving if they don't come?" There was some confusion on Huang Shan's face as well. "Indeed, it's reasonably long overdue. I'll ask," said Huang Shan. Dialed Kurosawa's phone. "Hey Kurosawa, where are you guys now? What for? Why hasn't, demon? We've met a demon." Before Huang Shan could finish his sentence, he heard Kurosawa's excited and frenzied shouts across the phone. "Change of plans. We'll talk about the second form later. First let's wait until we're done with the demon hunt." It seemed as if the opposite side said they were too surprised to see themselves. Black Zephyr's voice revealed a strong tinge of ecstasy. "Magic?" Huang Shan's face was stunned. A look of shock appeared in Wu Hao's eyes, also completely not expecting this to happen. He certainly knew something about this professional genius who had suddenly appeared in the vicinity of their White Cloud City. Darkness ability or a summoner. The minimum rating is S. The auditor hasn't even come yet, and he's already been rated by the crowd at the sealed Heavenly Star level. Such and such could be described as their White Cloud City's most recent famous topic of conversation, second only to Su Chen. And Wu Hao naturally paid attention to recognizing it, especially when the auditor surnamed Wei said that it would be better to find the demon as soon as possible instead of wasting time on him. Wu Hao even engraved this name deeply in his mind. Magic? Ha, what a deserving. Damn it. A hint of cynical joy inevitably arose in Wu Hao's heart regarding the Yi Devil, suddenly being encountered by Hunting Sky's large force. Magic is highly rated for talent though, but in the end, it's just a student who just awakened. Not to mention the captain. Then there is also the natural enemy of the professionals, the big killer. With the strength of the captain and their strength, I think they will be able to solve it soon. Then we will start to move. Huang Shan said so joyfully. Boom! At the western part of the central part of the underworld forest, there was a loud sound of movement, and dozens of ghost leaders with strengths as high as second order were blasted into a cloud of ghostly chi in an instant. Without a word, Su Chen took the initiative to approach in the direction where He Zhe, Lei Ming, and the others were. Any little kid in front of him is no more than a foe, even if he did not use any ability, just running his chi and blood, wherever his fists and feet went. Whether it was a first-order ghost soldier or a second-order ghost leader, they were all blown up in one move, and together with their armor and weapons, they were all turned into ghost chi, which was consumed in the majestic chi and blood due to Su Chuan's proactive behavior, located all around, waiting for the right moment to be weird. They also swarmed as much as they could. It's just a few moments, then there were hundreds of ghost soldiers and dozens of ghost leaders surrounding Su Chen, trying to block Su Chen's advance in all directions as if the waves were hitting the rocks, but it still didn't help in the slightest. The skin refining is a great success, the flesh refining is a small success, and the blood refining is a small success. For the present Su Dust, its combat power has long soared to a high 5 figures, where these ordinary ghost soldiers, ghost leaders can block. Not to mention the power of chi and blood on these sinister bazaar has suppression. So even though deep in the ghost army, Su Chuan showed the strength is still easy to use. Courageous, magnificent chi and blood under the eyes of the people can see. This group of bazaar cannot stop him. Not long before he will be massacred to death. Such strength. This is the devil? Looking at the demon that was getting closer and closer to them and whose aura was becoming more and more prevalent, Kurosawa swallowed, his eyes revealing a frenzied light, and inquired with some morbid excitement. This is, devil, this is the 24 heavenly star level heavenly pride of the 9 states. I heard he's a darkness summoner, but now summoner? What he showed, boo! The last layer of ghost chi encirclement was blasted away by Su Chen. His body's chi vigorously erupted, and his spewing chi and blood shot straight up into the sky, scorching heat waves, setting off the wind and clouds in all directions. Both sides are facing each other straight on. Chi collision. Such flesh, such chi and blood. Magic. Where is this still a summoner? Black Zephyr shouted out in excitement, and the crowd behind him, instead of being cowed by the stand and aura that Su Chen displayed, were incomparably exuberant. The moment when the chi met, the crowd could not hold back their feelings and instantly swept out. One by one, they were like top hunters, scrambling to snatch their own prey as if they were proud of the means they had exerted towards the devil, for their group of hunters who were able to plunder the talents of others. An existence with top-notch talent like Demon was simply the best gift this world had ever bestowed upon them. Such a situation, how can it still be tolerated? Fire Dragon Technique, Ice Ghost Art, Monolithic Golem, Qigong Palm, various and varied. Hundreds of gorgeous vocational skills blasted head-on. The other side is the devil. With our strength there is no need to hold back. Blast him with all our might. All the first and second ranked organization members in the Hunting Sky organization shouted fervently. Phew! Under the vast might. The wind was wild and chaotic. His robes hunting. Suchen lightly exhaled a mouthful of turbid air, and his expression could not be seen under his dark mask as he slowly whispered. Golden Jade Dragon Emperor Body. Zunwang Divine Elephant Steps. Phoenix Nirvana Method. Demonic Skill Heaven Swallowing Technique. Boom! Hundreds of powerful vocational skills before Suchen took a step forward. The weight of 1,000 pounds was completely released. The earth instantly crumbled, and the crimson burning chi and blood intertwined with the shadowy and deep demonic chi transformed into dark red energy that erupted out. Raising his hand, he swung a fist violently forward. God's Elephant, the Fist of Destruction. The moment Suchen's 5 fingers clenched and his fist took shape, all of the members of the first and second order sessions of the Heaven Hunting Organization on the opposite side of the room felt as if their hearts were being violently pinched tightly by a large hand, causing their breathing to stutter violently. Immediately afterward they saw a scene that they would never forget. Demon lands a jab. This punch is a big sound. At first did not target anyone, just hit the space in front of it, but the huge movement caused by it seems to set off the whole piece of atmosphere. A horrible wave of energy in the space erupted, all the vocational skills swarming to them. All of them were engulfed by this horrible wave of energy, and the trend did not decrease, rushed towards them, as if the whole sky and earth had lost their colors at this moment, becoming a pale. Boom! A great commotion rose out of the underworld forest, countless grass and ghosts under this punch. All were ravaged. The earth was plowed out of a 30 to 50 meter wide huge gully, and in front of Sichuan gloomy dense jungle has long been broken into pieces and messy. Heaven and earth are open. There are still blood-stained limb fragments in the middle of that fragmented jungle. And there is also a group of people, standing on top of this piece of earth, with more and more hot and perverted expressions on their faces, and a pair of frenzied and twisted eyes are just like a group of evil ghosts that have been starved for more than 10 years who have seen the most scrumptious delicacies under the sky. Not until the smoke clears, then he came swiftly and close. Magic! Magic! Demon! With Thunder and Black Zephyr, the two headbangers with strengths as high as the 3rd rank, as their leaders, all the surviving 2nd rank elite members of the organization all rushed towards Suchen. The Great War was a total blast. Dragon scales, dragon's teeth, lift the weight, if light art. Sichuan weaved in and out of the staggered attacks of the Hunting Sky organization, striking out nearly all of the offensive techniques he had acquired since his immortal cultivation, soundly and in full flow, and with the exception of the 2 3rd-rank leaders, Lei Ning and Black Zephyr, no one of the remaining members of the Hunting Sky organization was able to withstand a single blow from him. The lightest thing is a broken arm or limb, and the heaviest thing is a mist of blood. The flower of killing blooms here. Suchen's gaze was icy cold, and without a trace of mercy, he swung out another punch. Divine Elephant Breaking Fist. Boo! The blood mist exploded. Ha ha ha! Under multiple collisions, Kurosawa was knocked backward and spat out blood, but he laughed out maniacally with a sickly twisted face. Awesome! Awesome! With one's own strength, it is close to wiping out all of our Hunting Heaven's elite troops. Devil, is this, devil? Ha ha ha! Such talent! Such strength! You're definitely not just at the 24 heavenly star level, 16 vassal kings, or the 4 emperors. And just what level is your talent profession? S rank, SS rank, or SS? Ha ha ha! Unexpected! Surprise! What a surprise! What a pleasant surprise! If you had met someone else today it would have been possible for you to kill them back. But very unlucky. Devil, you have met your natural enemy. Lei Ning let out a loud laugh before his eyes regained their lightness, his entire body hovering above midair as his words fell. Endless heights above, miles and miles of clouds. 9 heavenly domains beyond the stars, a sufficiently large island, a total of 33 large and small disks constructed by the space satellite, steeply accelerated rotation, 33 disks to help, a little bit of dark blue luster from the extraterritorial space fall, such as light like instantly will be Su Dustlock descended on its body. Boo! Suchen, who raised his hand and sent the Black Zephyr blocking in front of him flying out, lifted his head. A bit of dark blue luster was reflected above the devouring mask. Before Suchen could react, the blue column of light instantly spanned 10,000 miles through the sky and through the earth. It is pillars of light that come and go, did not cause any impact and damage to the surrounding environment, as if it was like an illusion. Suchen only felt a flash in front of his eyes. In front of him there was only a blue starry light began to dissipate. Such a sudden abnormality made his hand movement stop. It was not clear what the sudden fall of the pillar of light did. Ho ho ho. You should feel it by now, demon. Isn't it a feeling of weakness, clogging, and poor functioning of occupational power? Kurosawa spat out a mouthful of blood towards the ground, wiped the bloodstains on the corner of his mouth with his thumb, and sneered out with a smug smile on his face. This is a big killing weapon that we specially apply for this operation. It was originally used as a base card to prevent accidents. Prepared for the group of people in the second middle school, but I didn't expect it to be used on you. To be able to die at the hands of a natural enemy. You are enough to die in peace. Black Zephyr's voice slowed down, no longer morbid and no longer frenzied, viewing Su Chen as if he was viewing a prey that had already fallen into the net. Without the kind of passion that he had earlier, the remaining surviving members of the elite, all of them were also thankfully relieved. And their gazes in looking at Su Chen had been like lambs to the slaughter. The power of demon was indeed quite unexpected, but any powerful creature has no choice but to bow down and give its head before its natural enemy. 33 heavy daily enemy circular satellites. It can suppress a professional's strength by 33.33333%, removing as much as 30% of one's strength. So bound, they believed that even if the devil could not turn over, even in how anticlimactic it was. Natural enemies? Restrictions? Bad form. What are you talking about? Earlier was just a warm-up. The battle has just begun now. Although the blue pillar of light that descended on his body just now was quite puzzling, but it felt as if it didn't have much of an effect on him. Su Chen also no longer dwelled on this matter, and just spoke truthfully to this group of members of the Heaven Hunting Organization who were suddenly confident again for some reason. Ha! Demon! Words fell on Kurosawa's ears, but it was like a taunt, making his hunting heart, which had already calmed down, jump once again. His eyes widened and the corners of his mouth grinned as he exuberantly laughed. Warming up. No impact? Arrogant. He's showing off. Everyone together. There was no need for Black Zephyr to say more. The Essence Guard members who had been suppressed by Su Chen at every turn in the previous battle had long been unable to resist harvesting the fruits at this moment. At this moment, he has been suppressed by the heavenly enemy by 30% of his strength. Long gone is that power from earlier. A sickly tiger will always show its claws and teeth at the end in an attempt to scare away the hunters. But unfortunately we are not scared. Dozens of silhouettes instantly and move. The only surviving these people, undoubtedly, are in addition to the Black Zephyr Thunder, in addition to this squad in the most top experts. Each person's strength is in the late second stage, and even approaching the third stage. The combat power is as high as 8,000 or 9,000. Not to be underestimated, the might caused by dozens of strong people of such strength acting together was naturally a burst of ground shaking. Su Chen also did not have the intention to retreat. His eyes flashed with a brilliant aura, wanting to step out to completely solve these people. Buzz. Su Chen seemed to have suddenly sensed something again. His pupils contracted violently, and his figure hurriedly flashed towards the side. Wow! A strange fluctuation from 4 kilometers back instantly radiated. With this fluctuation came there is a several feet high knife light. Knife light above. Ghostly, cold. The whole was dark color, from thousands of meters away all the way to the attack. Like a Ain River Pylian. Knife light wherever. Grass and trees in the earth were chopped in half. Several strength almost reached the peak of the second stage of the hunt for Heaven Organization members to dodge. In the light of the knife. But also the same was cut in 2 flesh and blood essence for the knife light on the ghost gas swallowed. Buzz. The light of the blade dispersed. The entire heaven and earth was yet well and truly darkened. The sky is dark and the land is green and gray. The ghostly atmosphere is so strong that the severe ghosts cry out. A ghostly domain covered from afar, suddenly taking shape. A powerful and bizarre pressure descended on Su Chen. What an aromatic scent of flesh and blood. Human, are you the one who was killing this marshal's generals? An eerie voice rang out between heaven and earth. A terrifying ghost general wearing heavy armor, holding a 3-meter large butcher's knife, his entire body shrouded in shadowy ghost armor, appeared in front of Su Chen riding a ghostly warhorse. One of the eyes of the ghost fire, blue ghost fire eyes, looking down, as if the commander of the army, overlooking the enemy grass, revealing a deep indifference and ruthlessness, a strong sense of oppression as if the king of all ghosts, ghosts of the source of the gas, a steady stream of dark and evil gas from the body of its outpouring, raised high as if the next second will fall on the big butcher knife. More people from the feeling of endless oppression and a sense of danger. The ghost general has appeared. Under the ghostly pressure, the eyes swept over the deep knife-scarred gouge in the ground to one side. Su Chen raised his head and spoke silently. The slowly rotating mask emitted a shocking spectral light like an abyssal hell. A demon and a ghost stared at each other. The atmosphere in the ghostly world froze abruptly. The butcher's knife, swinging down. No, this is not going to work. The underworld forest, east of center, within the blue boundary where the second middle school was located. The 2 directors of instruction looked at the 2 rivers of shadowy ghosts that were constantly attacking around their boundary and were quite anxious. If we stay like this any longer, There will come a moment when the blue boundary will be broken. These first and second order brats may not be able to hurt us and will soon be cleared away by us. But don't forget that more of us are still unawakened children who have no power at all. So if they are invaded by ghosts and evils, they are bound to have extremely negative effects. Not to mention, since the matter of the 10,000 ghosts lair is true, the matter of the ghost general is bound to be true as well, and may also have broken the seal being on its way here, and may even be very likely to be hiding in the tide of ghosts on the side right now. These ghost soldiers and ghost leaders are all at the first and second rank, and the ghost generals must be at the third rank level anyways, enough to break our blue light boundary once we get to that point. There's simply no way that our precious children will be reduced to spooky food without casualties. What should I do? Why don't I go out and break these two rivers of ghostly chi? The third year's grade master, who had a hotter temper, made a proposal suggestion. No. The second year head of grade hurriedly pulled back the third year head who wanted to rush out and said with a cautious face, that ghost general might be hiding amongst these two ghost rivers. Once we go out, it's highly likely that we'll fall into his trickery, and if anything happens to you, the stalemate that we're in at the moment will be broken in an instant. What to do? It's neither out nor out. The ghost general doesn't show up, waiting to give our blue light boundary the final blow, and we'll face the worst end just the same then. At the time when the two grade directors and several homeroom teachers were bickering in front of them, and all of them couldn't come up with a good idea who couldn't convince anyone, an old pedantic homeroom teacher on crutches with a long white beard walked over to give a proposal. According to the historical record, back then, evil ghosts were prevalent. The ghost general brought his subordinates to plague the city. The Taisho fought a desperate battle with the ghost general in order to protect the people, and after that battle, the ghost general was sealed, and the Taisho sacrificed his life for the people. But the story doesn't really end here. There's another line after that. In order to be thankful to Taisho, the people built a statue of Taisho in the ancient city to worship and give thanks. I heard that anyone who is grateful to the statue can be sheltered by the Taisho, and even when the petition of the people is carried out again, it is very likely that the spirit of the Taisho will be summoned to guard the people of one side. I used to think that this was just a historical ghost story made up by whoever randomly made it up, but now since the 10,000 Ghosts Lair and the Ghost General are both true, there's a good chance that the thing about the statue of the Imperial Guardian is also true. Hiss! The old pedant's remark instantly reminded the two directors of instruction and the classroom teachers next to them. I know. There's a statue altar right in the central core of the underworld forest. Does that mean that's the Taisho's statue? That's right. The old pedant nodded. It's that statue. In the past, the White Cloud City had once had someone to explore that statue, but the conclusion that came out was that it was just a sacrificial statue with no special use. But I didn't realize that the person that statue was originally carved by was the Taisho. Are the rumors really true? You'll be able to get shelter from the Taisho by worshipping him? Questions were raised, and the old pedant could not give a definitive answer. But it's come to this, so we'll just have to give it a try. Otherwise the ghosts are dark and I'm bright, and staying where I am will only lead to death. As for moving back, they believed that as long as they dared to move backward, the ghost general hidden in the river would surely launch an all-out attack on them immediately. The ghost general is sealed in the front, and the statue of the great guardian is built in the back, so the probability is that the ghost general doesn't know about the statue of the central Taisho, and even if he does, he shouldn't know that we can ask for orders towards the Taisho to call upon the Taisho's spirit. Therefore, in order not to immediately break this stalemate, all students on command, we're moving on to the central region. Seek help from the Taisho Yingling. Our current location is almost to the central core area. Going deeper to the front and looking for the Taisho to save our lives is the wisest choice. After roughly explaining the strategic route to the students in the second middle school's team who were still somewhat desperate and collapsed were suddenly revitalized, and all of them slowly advanced towards the central core area against the waves of ghost chi with one heart. Wow! What a touching Taoist! What a touching people! What a touching story! Grandpa, are all these stories you're making up true? Imperial Capital, Imperial University. Inside the library. A good-looking girl wearing glasses handed an old man a story from an ancient book. The old man was a bit unkempt. It felt a little sloppy and unreliable, being questioned by his own granddaughter with a book about whether his archaeological studies were professional enough. The old man couldn't help but blow his beard and eyes out in anger at once. Little girl, you're underestimating your grandfather, and you don't go out and ask around. Throughout the entire 9 states, how many secret copies of the background history were inferred and organized by your grandfather? Me. Without your grandfather's information provided by me, the supply of information, how could those adventurers rely on the historical information time and time again, turning misfortune into good fortune, and passing through the trial grounds? But, Grandpa, people outside say you're the ghost Santo. The literary girl hesitated for a moment, but still told what she had heard. Online reviews are saying that taking the historical background information you deduced into the copy, one life can be lost 3 times. specializing in sending performance to Hades. What? Bullshit. And who is slandering your grandfather? The old man was anxious, took the book and said, this Taisho and also the Ghost General. Absolutely all true. Impossible to be wrong. I have been on the ground. Aha! The literary maiden nodded, for this point is no one will not agree, because the outside world of her grandfather Ghost Santong evaluation. Is that the inside of the strange absolutely all true? One will not be missing. Very professional. Information reliable. But here's the thing, Grandpa, are you sure the Taisho image is so magnificent? Are the Taisho and the Ghost General really hostile? What kind of character Taisho is? Have you really analyzed it clearly, Grandpa? Yes. At this point, the information her grandfather provided for others never seemed to be correct, which was why he was criticized by countless people. Well, as much as the old man defended himself, he seemed to know what was wrong with him, so he didn't give an immediate answer. Ugh, Grandpa, if the Taisho is really as good as you say in your story, then why is it that the creeps in ragged cloths in the underworld forest prevent people from getting close to the Taisho's statue, whereas the creeps in ragged military armor that occasionally appear outside of the underworld forest help people to travel to the central region instead? This, Ghost Santong, stared and couldn't say anything. The literary girl sighed helplessly at this, holding her forehead. It was because of this that she spent all day in the library these days, correcting misinformation material her grandfather had written down in the past. Grandpa, do you think that if the Taisho in the underworld forest, a testing ground, were an evil spirit, his strength would probably reach a few ranks? Such an expression and inquiry from his own granddaughter made Ghost Santong a little embarrassed on his face as well. He coughed lightly and analyzed with a wink. If the Taisho is actually an evil spirit according to what you said, then since it can suppress the vicious Ghost General, I guess the Taisho's strength is at least above the 4th order, or even on the verge of the 5th order. Maybe, of course, after so many years have passed, the Taisho can't possibly guarantee the peak state. Now the strength then, while Ghost Santo was analyzing it in one pass. Shit. No good. In the middle of the underworld forest. The center east position, Huangshan called out in shock as he watched the movements of the second middle school team. What's wrong? Wu Hao inquired doubtfully. They are trying to find the Taisho to save their lives. Huangshan's eyes glittered with wisdom, and he naturally knew the backstory about the underworld forest, so with a single glance, he saw through where the purpose of the second middle school's team's movements lay. After giving Wu Hao a rough explanation about the character of the Taisho's heart for the people. Wu Hao's face was also tangled. What's to be done about it? According to what you said, the Taisho's strength is at least above the 4th order. Even though there has been a weakness over the years, the Ying spirit has a long breath of life, and as long as it is worshipped, it can instantly replenish a large amount of energy. With so many people in the second middle school, as well as the 2 third-year teaching director-level powerhouses, if they worship and pray to the Taisho, they might summon the Taisho Wing spirit with a strength of the 3rd order or even stronger. And by then how can we deal with it then? Huangshan was also speechless for a while as his eyes shifted. The Taisho, this variable, is indeed out of their expectations. After all, who does not know how much strength Taisho can still remain now? If really after accepting the worship, the strength can be played out of the 3rd order level, then they are afraid that hunting day today's action will have many changes. No, we can't let them near the statue of the Imperial Guard. Where's that big group you were talking about? Why aren't they here yet? We're going to try to start moving before the second form team reaches the Taisho statue. Wu Hao urged. Huangshan also nodded, agreeing with Wu Hao's idea. Indeed, they must not be allowed to go any further. I'm going to contact the brigade to see how they're doing now. Get them there as fast as you can. Tick-tock. The phone rang 3 times before being answered. Hey, Kurosawa, what's the situation on your side? Why haven't you come over yet? Our side. As soon as the phone was connected, Huangshan hurriedly urged to inquire, but not waiting for him to finish his words, he could only hear the hysterical and almost frantic roar of Black Zephyr ringing out from the opposite side. Demon! Demon! We've met the devil! He boom! A loud roar sounded in the background sound. Huangshan didn't hear what Kurosawa was saying there, and was about to ask another question when it came from his cell phone. Zip! 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 It was as if the phone had been shattered, and the current squeaked and snapped off continuously. What the hell? Shit! What the hell are Kurosawa and the others up to? Huangshan's brow was furrowed and his face was a bit annoyed. Things are so urgent on your own side, but this Kurosawa guy is talking out of his ass. Demon is barking blindly over there. Didn't you guys already say earlier that you've encountered a demon? I am not unaware of it. Knowing that you have encountered a demon, is there a need to be so excited? Feeling as if you're going to die. Give me that again. Repeaters, and hang up on me. Blanche. Huangshan spat in an irritated mood. Boom. West of the center of the underworld forest, there came a banging movement. In midair, countless telephone debris crumbled out, with one of the same fly out of the Black Zephyr woefully flying backward figure. flying backward in the middle of his teeth tightly clenched as if not to let blood spit out of his mouth. A pair of eyes and shocked and angry tightly staring at the front of the dark magic shadow. A strong look of incredulity filled his eyes, because just now a demon and a ghost looked at each other afterward the appearance of the majestic ghost general. The hands of the butcher knife have not been completely swung down, but even by the devil a fist with the ghost with the horse flew out hundreds of meters away. Even the body of the ghost's heavy armor were hit by the collapse of the cracks, crashed into a piece of jungle, and immediately after that, it wasn't enough to finish moving against the ghost general. But the demon unexpectedly seized the opportunity again and didn't hesitate to attack both him and Captain Thunder at the same time. A punch and a kick. Oh wow! The drilling pain coming from his chest made Kurosawa, who was flying backwards, still couldn't hold back a mouthful of old blood and vomited it out dry. TMD monster. Kurosawa gritted his teeth. Blood flying in the air. For that matter, he had wanted to say something for a long time. Isn't demon a darkness summoner according to the information provided? But now, your summoner can kick me like I've been hit by a 380 miles per hour high-speed train. A power-enhanced professional may not even be this fierce, and even more incomprehensible to him. Why? Why didn't he feel his power being restricted? Why isn't he bound by a celestial enemy? What's going on? Puff, puff, bucket-thick ancient trees, one by one, were collapsed, and Black Zephyr smashed to the ground, splashing smoke all over the place. His eyes twitched, his mind puzzled by this. It is clear that it is irradiated by a natural enemy, but the power does not feel weakened in the slightest. There are only two possibilities for this situation to occur. First, the other party is a martial artist who doesn't rely on any talent. This type of person was the last thing they wanted to run into and carry-sky.to them. The hunting heaven. What they hunted were powerful occupational awakenings. The more powerful the occupational gifted, the younger and fresher the occupational heaven's pride demon was, the more sumptuous and delicious in their eyes, and as long as they hunted successfully, they were able to obtain countless benefits. Never a bullshit martial artist, because it is well known that martial artists are a group of old things with little professional talent. Martial artists to them, especially the heavenly pride demon in the martial arts, the more martial arts geniuses, the more it is a stinking stone in the pit to them, hard to gnaw and hard to touch, not to mention that even if they gnawed it off, there is no benefit, not to mention that, but also caused a lot of trouble. So normally, after encountering such odd things where the other party was clearly bound by a celestial enemy, but their power did not change at all. As a member of the Kagemusha, the second guess was more favored in their thinking, and a second guess, boom, in the midst of the ruins, a pillar of thunder exploded through the sky, and with it came the incomparably exuberant laughter of Lei Ming. Ha ha ha, so that's it, I know, such an unnatural speed, such massive strength, terrifying chi and blood, mastery of a darkness ability, or a bit summoner, such a pang, such a powerful ability, a short awakening, but a month's worth of time to dare to provoke all three of our third-ranked domainers at the same time, and still be able to remain unbound by our celestial foes. So, demon, you're not even an S-rank or SS-rank talent, but that supreme SSS-rank talent professional, right? Thunder growled out at demon. With red eyes, infinite thunder power exploded on his body. Endless currents flowed through the cracks of his bronze-colored muscles, and his hair was sticking up at the roots, completely in a state of frenzy. 9 states have a supreme SSS level gifted person thing, has long been known, but the identity of the other party has been very mysterious, as well protected. Even their hunting days, and even a lot of the royal family internal, are not the slightest information. Even the other party belongs to what family, is a man or a woman, do not know, let alone the other side of what ability. Who is it? Where is it? Regarding the identity of this mysterious SSS ranked talent possessor, they, the higher-ups of Carry 10, had always been investigating, only that there had never been any news. But now words. Lei Ming looked at the teenager named Devil in front of him, and in his heart, he decided that there was a great probability that the other party was the SSS ranked supreme professional talent possessor that they had been searching for so hard. There are 3 reasons for this. For one thing, the point in time when the other party appeared was exactly the day after Kyushu announced the existence of SSS class gifted people. The other party wore a mask to prevent prying eyes every time he appeared, deliberately hiding his identity. Secondly, the darkness profession ability or bit summoner at the same time flesh and blood is also so majestic. This kind of nearly perfect sex profession, in Lei Ming's cognition, whether it is S level or SS level, there are not a few can be achieved. Either is the profession ability is strong, flesh and blood is weak. Either is the profession ability is to strengthen the flesh and blood. Either is the individual ability is very strong, the group battle is weak. Or is the group battle is very strong, individual does not stand out. From his insight, both group and single, demon, were the strongest gifted people he had ever seen, knowing that up to now, the other party hadn't even released those summoned beasts yet. He didn't believe that the summoned beasts that were already of the second rank grade as early as more than 10 days ago could be weaker in rank now, whether it's group combat or individual combat power, whether it's professional ability or physical body and blood. The 4 dimensions are all top-notch. This kind of ability profession is not SSS level, what else can it be? The third, and the most important point, under the 33 heavy heavenly enemy circle binding, the ability battle power unexpectedly does not fall in the slightest. On the contrary, there is still said to be uplifted professional heavenly pride. In addition to the SSS level, it is impossible to have another. Even if it is SS level in the 33 heavy heavenly enemy binding, it is not possible to be unaffected at all. So much for the triple factor. Lei Ming identified the demon, otherwise could he still guess what kind of martial artist, demon, was Lei Ming from the ruins of the middle of the stand-up, hands more than a handle of bronze thunder blade on which constantly jumping ferocious electric current. The battle spirit is excited. A pair of eyes as if the 2-ring general surging countless lightning thunderbird. Huge thunder current turning the sky cloudy. The dangerous atmosphere nearly overflowed. Demon, you are strong. Both professional ability and physical strength are impeccable. To be able to push us to this extent, worthy of the name of SSS class supreme talent. But unfortunately, you're not of the 3rd rank after all. And you don't know the divine might of the 3rd rank. He suddenly let out a whisper. And his entire body was actually suspended in mid-air, slowly floating up. The thunderblade in his hand raised high, the arcs of electricity pulsing above the thunderblade nearly echoed the thunder curling from the cloudy clouds in the sky. A water-thick rushing bolt of lightning slammed down to eye in the midst of the electricity. Thunder unraveled a hand gesture. The field unfolds. Wanjun Thunder Realm. Wow! A gale has sprung up, countless lightning and fire snakes crossed the sky above. And with thunder as the center, a domain space that was light blue in color, as if it had been constructed by countless channels of thunder, was suddenly formed. The field is 100 feet. Space is full of electrical factors. There are countless horrible thunder constantly smashing down, as if a head of fierce beasts from the sky, generally want to all the living things within the realm of his footsteps as much as possible torn to shreds. The wind was howling and the thunder hissed, the ghost domain on the ground and the sky on the future of the thunder domain, as if to avoid the positive and negative poles. Water and fire are incompatible. Under the 2 collision issued a violent contradictory reaction. And Su Dust is in the center of the 2 domains of the center of the focus of the mutual conflict. The ghost domain and the field of the thunder seems to Su Dust as a vent to the existence of this foreign body in the middle of them to be completely crushed, so that both erupted with a strong energy. Scarlet chi and blood spread out. Su Chen raised his eyes to look at the field of thunder that was pouring down from the sky, and a glimmer of luster could not help but flash through his eyes. Fields? Interesting. Just as the martial arts master will have the master's intention aura, professionals reach the 3rd level according to their own professional ability to learn the field space. When the field is unfolded, it will be able to turn the field into the most favorable spatial terrain, pull the other party into the field of the fight. There will be a clear home field advantage, just like this thunder field of thunder. The field is covered with the power of thunder, as long as there are outsiders to step on, which will be a constant stream of thunder in the field of the bombardment. There is almost nowhere to hide. This is the 3rd order professionals, an ordinary 1 or 2 order of the largest qualitative change in the professionals. It can be said that as long as the 3rd order professionals can open the field, then for ordinary 1 or 2 order professionals, the 3rd order professionals have already been based on the innate invincibility. To come more is to send food. It is difficult to crush it. Roar! An angry growl from the distance. I in the ghost domain. A cloudy wind whistled. The ghost general reappeared from the distance. Only this time, the strange warhorse under his crotch was obviously a few points weaker, and the heavy armor of ghost chi on his abdomen was also obviously cracked and crumbled, and the whole ghost was in a state of extreme fury. Human, you have angered me. He serves as the general of all armies. He was actually inadvertently sent flying hundreds of meters away by a human brat's punch, which was simply a naked humiliation for him as a ghost general. I hate the power of thunder. Don't meddle. However, before making a move on Su Chuan, the ghost general's ghost fire in his eyes of the ghost blue, or first looked at the opening of the domain of the thunder for their kind of bizarre for the most hated. This kind of intermingled with the power of the heavenly might of the thunder. General, do not underestimate the opponent before you. Although he is young, this is the highest talent possessor in my Kyushu nowadays. With your current state, I'm afraid it's not enough to pose a real threat to it. Why don't you and I join hands to take it down together? When the time comes, Thunder wants to cooperate, because he is clear about the strength of the devil. Fight to the devil or still only by virtue of the strength of the body. Slightly used some darkness ability, the summoner on the one hand, but the ability is not used at all. So in order to be on the safe side with the ghost general, cooperation together to deal with the devil is the best strategy. When 2 major domains appeared together, They would normally only collide and tumble into each other until one side was completely consumed and collapsed altogether, but if both domain masters allow each other, then the domains can also be fused. And after the domain fusion, the power is not as simple as 1 plus 1. It can be more ensured to take down the demon. No need. Before Lei Ming's invitation to cooperate was finished, the Ghost General's legs violently clamped the warhorse, and his figure instantly appeared beside Su Chuan. The butcher's knife in his hand was raised high, and after an indignant growl came out of his mouth, the doorplate-like 3-meter-long greenish-gray butcher's knife fiercely slashed down towards the top of Su Chuan's head. When did this general need to combine with a human blood meal like you? Clank! Suddenly, a clear and heavy sound of metal clashing with metal rang out. General Ghost bowed his head in consternation. Su Chuan did not know when a pitch-black spear appeared in his hand. The spear was dark and deep like a black hole that could devour everything. Generally, even the ghost energy in the ghost domain space seemed to be devoured and disappeared without a trace when it touched the spear. With this spear as the center, an unnatural wind was set off in the ghost area. Of course, the Ghost General at this moment didn't care about these subtle changes. He was more concerned. Blocked. One swing of his own at almost full strength, surprisingly. It was blocked by this weird human teenager with a spear. Squeak squeak, the butcher's knife and the spear were wrestling with each other at zero distance. And the constant friction and collision between each other erupted countless sparks and the constant light trembling. The Ghost General actually felt that his knife was like splitting on the corner of a thick city wall. No matter how hard he exerted, he was unable to press the spear down by the slightest bit, though that said he only used one hand, but he rode a warhorse. In the hands of the butcher, knife 3 meters long, high up on the ground, was located in the best place of power. There is no reason cannot suppress the other party's spear, because below him, the seemingly skinny human teenager was also single-handedly holding a spear across the front of his butcher's knife. Whether it was the up and down position or the spear in the butcher's knife's hand, no matter which aspect was clearly favorable to him, but he was unable to press the butcher's knife down at all. Wouldn't that mean this bizarre human teenager on the other side has far greater physical strength than this? You might as well cooperate. Boo! The earth crumbles. The Ghost General felt that the delayed fall of the butcher knife sank violently and landed on top of the earth. The voice of the human teenager suddenly rang in his ears, and then back to the Ghost General. A pair of pupils of the spectral orchid ghostfire are violently condensed. A white as jade, does not seem to have the slightest force of the palm of the hand. In his ghostfire eyes constantly enlarged, the Ghost General's figure instantly flew backwards a rumble. There was an explosion from a hill 50 meters away. In midair, the spear gripped tightly in Su Chen's hand projected out like a lightning bolt, following closely behind, and his eyes were deep beneath his mask, emitting a stern luster. Devour the origin spear. Swallow the sky and devour the earth. Seeing that the devouring origin spear was about to nail the Ghost General to the mountain wall, a blue arc of electricity slashed through, only hearing a metallic crunching sound. Su Chuan's eyes condensed, and a thunder blade flashing with thunder power blocked in front of the Ghost General, disrupting Su Chuan's original plan of detonating the devouring origin spear to devour and resolve the Ghost General in one breath. Ha! General, now do you realize who you are facing? SSS grade supreme talent, placed in your era. That is the predetermined person who is at the top of the list of the top students of the Kyushu selective examination. In the face of such a heavenly pride to cooperate with US humans, what are you waiting for? Before Lei Ming could finish his sentence, a burst of ghostly energy erupted amidst the dust and smoke, and the Ghost General roared angrily, "I'm going to let him die." Upon hearing this, Thunder smiled heatedly. He didn't speak much, and thunderous light shot out from his body, ghostly in chirping originally, such as water and fire are generally incompatible with the field of thunder and the netherworld ghost domain, in the mutual repulsion of the collision, but gradually produced a fusion of the trend I in the ghost domain, the eerie ghost chi constantly grinding collision with chi and blood, wanting to invade Su Dust body. The sky also gradually have thunder bombarded down. Su Dust successively jumped back 3 steps to avoid the bombardment of the thunder, but around the pervasive demonic flames chi and blood, but in the tyranny of the thunder under the bombardment of the piece of the bombardment of the broken and dissipated, grinding in the ghost domain. Ha ha ha, Kurosawa, how much longer are you going to lie there? Thunder rallied with a loud laugh and a shout. 100 meters away, the grass collapsed beneath the wretched ground. Kurosawa jumped out of the depths with a hideous grin on his face and slammed his hands on the earth. The field unfolds, the dark swamp, boo surge. One sound, within the field, the earth beneath Su Chen's feet set off a wave. The entire land of the netherworld instantly lost its point of gravity like a swampy quagmire. Su Chen, who was trying to dodge the thunderous blast from the sky. A moment of inattention, ankle suddenly into the earth, lost the point of force and then pulled out when the sky has arm thick thunder boom fell straight down on Su Dust body above. Thunderbolt realm, the dark swamp, ghostly ancient battlefield. The 3 main areas of the upper, middle and lower spheres suddenly merged like a cage. It bound the demon within the domain space. This way, I've heard that demons are often out in the wild. According to those first eyewitnesses, It was in this area that they first saw the devil. Wilderness. A valley, traces of the battle remaining on the ground could still be vaguely seen, and 2 pairs of black combat boots stepped on top of the earth, looking around at the traces from left to right. Although more than 10 days have passed, the traces of the original battle can still be seen, and there were roughly a dozen or so second-ranked ferocious beasts. It seems that what those people said was true. The devil is really a bit of darkness summoner, a short awakening, but more than 10 days can summon more than 10 second-order ferocious beasts. This kind of natural strength, if his main body fighting strength is slightly higher, may not be unable to seal the king and vassal. Wei Qiuyu and Lin Dongxue, the 2 auditors, were looking at the traces around the valley to give proper evaluation, although previously they had already passed through the understanding, probably knew the information of the devil, but after really seeing the traces of the past battles, but still behind some surprise. After all, 10 days ago, the new candidates have just awakened not long ago. Most of the people are also just in the first rank of the first stage of the former middle stage wandering time. Surprisingly, there were people who were already able to summon more than 10 second-order summoned beasts. This huge gap, even as people who had long been used to seeing the pride of the heavens, they couldn't help but sigh. Not only is his own chi and blood value to strength ratio at a perfect 1-to-1, even his summoned beasts are this strong, and he also possesses some of the professional abilities of the darkness department. Such a gift, it is indeed qualified enough to seal the heavenly star. Now that more than 10 days have passed again, I don't know what level he has grown to now. The duo had reveries about the devil's current situation, but they also had some distress, because they did not know the devil's specific identity information, and when they asked the others did not know either, whether it is the White Cloud City's 3 major mercenary corps of the Snow Wolf Mercenary Corps, the Phantom Ghost Mercenary Corps or the Tyrannosaurus Rex Mercenary Corps. The understanding of the demonic information is not much worse than theirs, and the city lord's office side of the captain of the city has also asked for nothing useful information. So these days, they have been searching for the devil's traces, but there is never much result. They can only continue to look for it. After all, like this 24 heavenly stars level of the supreme pride, they basically die to pursue the principle of living to see people die to see the body, no matter how it must be found. Otherwise it cannot be accounted for to the head. For this they ran around the city and beyond for many days, but there was still no sign of the other side. Old Lin, you say, where exactly would demon he be? Wei Qiuyu couldn't help but inquire, but what made him feel odd was that Lin Dongxue didn't respond to him, but instead lifted her head to look at the western clouds, not knowing what she was looking at. Old Lin, Wei Qiuyu shouted twice, shook his hand in front of Lin Dongxue's eyes, and said suspiciously, what are you looking at, Old Lin? Flying chicken. Lin Dongxue was still looking at the clouds in the west. He pointed his finger in that direction, voiced some light trembling, as if he saw a flying saucer, as surprised as something said, there's a chicken flying with a king turtle on its back. Ha! Wei Qiuyu froze at his words. A chicken carrying a king turtle in flight? You might as well just tell me there's a flying saucer behind me. I'll be more likely to believe the head turn. No, old guard, I'm telling the truth. Believe it or not. Wei Qiuyu will be skeptical, although there was some doubt that the other party was not playing with him. But looking at the realistic expression on Lin Dongxue's face, he still couldn't help but turn his head in curiosity. And in an instant, Wei Qiuyu's tiger body shook. Under the blue sea and blue sky, amidst thousands of meters of clouds. A nearly 10-meter-long black pheasant was carrying a 5 or 6-meter large black king turtle as it sped through the high-altitude clouds, as if it was rushing in a certain direction. What's up? Chicken has become a sperm? Or has the king become a sperm? Such a strange and astonishing sight made Wei Qiuyu, who was the official certification auditor, unconsciously speak a foul language. Lin Dongxue on the side was similarly bewildered, apparently also seeing this strange sight for the first time. The pheasant is flying with the king turtle on its back. Who could have imagined such a thing? They are afraid that even if they take pictures now and send them inside the group of reviewers to talk about it, someone will have to say they are peas. Ha! Wait! Suddenly, Wei Qiuyu seemed to have suddenly thought of something, and he and Lin Dongxue violently glanced at each other. Chicken? Bastard turtle? Black? Isn't that what a summoned beast looks like in a devil's hand? Does it mean that? The two had a thought in their minds at the same time. After them. Maybe if we follow them, we'll be able to find the devil. The silhouettes of the two of them moved instantaneously, as if they were two sharp arrows, flying up and down through the mountains and jungles, closely following Chicken in the direction of the underworld forest at breakneck speeds. Boo! The underworld forest, central core. A lone ghost dressed in ragged cloth was dispersed. Ha ha ha! Finally! The place. Everyone see? That is the Lord Taisho's inscription statue. Everyone quickly close to worship, if not unexpected, should be able to summon the Taisho's spirit. The Taisho love the people like children, as if they were flesh and blood, will surely guard us from being harmed by the ghost general and his evil ghost subordinates. Among the hordes of the second high school, whether it was the teacher or the classmates, At this moment, all of their faces were ecstatic, and their eyes were glowing as they looked toward an ancient altar not far in front of them. The surrounding area is open and the land is flat. Under the soles of the feet can be seen vaguely covered with gray-green moss-cracked slate tiles covered with the ancient vicissitudes of the atmosphere, and in the middle of this nearly 1,000 meter square area of emptiness. An altar statue was erected. The altar is about 50 meters square size, on which a dark, green vine winding, engraved with the text pattern has long been in the years under the abrasion became blurred, and in the altar on top of a 30-meter high human statue, the appearance has been blurred, but vaguely can be carved out through the clothes and costumes, to see its noble identity. This is definitely the ancient city Taisho we're looking for. That's wonderful. Everyone, work harder and get rid of all these little ghosts that are blocking the way. The students of the second middle school who had already stepped inside this field all looked invigorated after seeing the statue of the Taisho, and worked even harder to blast the undead brats in front of them to death. Ha ha! The 4 little ghosts of demons and monsters dare to block the road. Not a single piece of ghost chi equipment. Dress like a beggar and still dare to obstruct our path of advancing to awaken the Taisho. It's really ridiculous and laughable. Among the warning hisses. A second-order ghost leader was beaten into a cloud of ghostly energy. Sunshang burst out laughing in triumphant mockery. That's it. Underworld Forest Central Region bizarre strength on this. Not as good as outside. The ghost tide inside randomly pull out a ghost soldier. At least people on the body, although rotten, but still wearing ghost armor. I did not think that the central region of these bizarre body even a decent equipment is not even. You see this burst or what thing? Ho dung. Fork chopper. What a miscellany of army. Ha! It should be that all their elite troops are in the middle of the ghost tide, and now all that's left here are old and weak. That's why they're so trashy. After stabbing the blocking ghost butcher apart with a single shot, his good friend Honging laughed and responded, while after stabbing the scrawny dry ghost butcher to death, he turned his head to Lin Xiaoming and ruffled his hair, revealing 8 shining teeth. Not exactly what was planned though, but at least it let him pretend it wasn't. It's so strange. Xiao Yu, why are these ghost tides outside suddenly not attacking the boundary nor approaching us? However, Lin Xiaoming didn't even look at him. Her big watery eyes looked around, discussing these issues with her best friend Xiaoyu, with more doubts above her small face. I think it's because of fear. After all, we can now come to Lord Taisho's place of worship. It's only normal that these undead brats are too scared to approach. Hong Ying's voice sounded again. It was clear that no one had asked him, but he continued to stand up for himself in a deadpan manner. This was the girl pickup stunt that his good buddy Sun Chang had just taught him. A strong woman is afraid to stalk a man. Ha ha ha. So it is. It's wonderful. We are saved. Everyone quickly joined together to worship Lord Taisho and summon out Lord Taisho's spirit. We'll be safe then. The students such as the backpack pants on the side were instantly surprised when they heard this, and they ran forward in a hurry, and the front of the team led by the director of teaching and some grade teachers, and found outside the boundary of the ghost tide actually really stopped attacking, no longer close to them, surrounded and do not attack as if not dare to go forward to violate the appearance. Then the previous green-faced fangs, full of vicious in their boundary on the state of constant attacks relative to simply too good. The classroom teachers and the director of instruction were also relieved. It seems our reasoning was correct. This is indeed the statue of the Taisho, capable of awakening the Taisho Yingling to guard the party, or else the ghost soldiers, who are outside in the group, won't suddenly stop attacking. In that case, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and pay your respects to the Taisho. Several of the teachers looked at each other. With a big wave of his hand, he began to command the team. Attention, second and third graders. We're saved. Don't rush. Follow my lead. All students line up as a class, as a group in running drill formation, with second-year siblings who haven't awakened their careers in the front, and third-year seniors who have awakened their careers in the back. Follow us and worship the statue of the great guardian. Be respectful in your tone and honest in your heart. How much wishing power we can provide will make us safer when the Taishoing spirit is revived later on. How much stronger it will be. Got it? Got it. The group of thousands gave a shout. At the time of life and death, all of them moved very quickly, stood neatly under the statue of the Taisho, and after organizing the team, the head of the third year's teaching staff nodded his head. He said solemnly as he locked eyes with the old school classroom teacher with the long beard, "You're the one who knows the most about these things. Elderly, you take the lead. We'll follow you." Aha! Elderly nodded as he looked up at the 30-meter tall statue of the Imperial Guard above the altar. Hiss! In the middle of the second year's team, the backstrap pants students sucked in a breath of cold air. They hadn't looked very closely just now, but now that they were close enough to take a closer look, they realized, I knock, what's with the statue altar? Perhaps because of being in the center of the underworld forest is often drenched by ghosts, the entire altar exudes a deep sinister atmosphere. If there is no understanding of the source of the underworld forest, this background history of the people that come over, perhaps the altar is a place to suppress evil things, but knowing the history of this place well, The teachers and students of the second high school naturally do not have such thoughts. They only think that even if they are drenched in ghost gas, they do not hesitate to suppress the evil gas with the power of one person. It is really pants. Taisho, you are my dripping god. For a while the backpackers and some other students' eyes were moist with emotion. A feeling of admiration came out from his heart. One bow. As the most knowledgeable old pedant inside the second middle school elderly let out a shout, the group was led to start worshipping the statue of the Taisho. Shit. What to do? They've already begun to worship the statue of the great guardian. And no one from your side has come yet? Thousands of meters away on top of a large tree. Wu Hao, who had trailed all the way over, asked with a face full of anxiety after seeing the actions of the second middle school. If the Tai-showing spirits were truly summoned by them, I'm afraid that their strength would be above the third rank anyways, or even on the verge of the fourth rank. Can we really even get started then? Don't be anxious, I am contacting. As the chief commander of the action at the moment, Huangshan's face is also full of anxious and annoyed color. Can be the entire team of thousands of people? Eat, the timing is not every day. Not to mention that there are 7 or 8 inside the A-level talent. 2S level potential pride of heaven. It would be a shame to miss this. The phone number that Huangshan kept dialing, desperate to find out what was going on over at the brigade. Why hasn't the rendezvous gone as planned? Is it such a waste of time to deal with a mere demon? Even if the other side is really a bit strong. But you could have gotten the other 200 or so elite troops in our group over here first. There's no need to waste time there together. So long has not rushed over. Does it mean that all dead? Not. Just when Huangshan had this angry thought, beep beep, the phone that end suddenly connected. Huangshan, impatient face, suddenly showed a happy face, and hastily inquired, Brother Thunder, what are you doing? Haven't we gotten rid of the demon yet? Ha ha ha, ha ha ha. The sound of maniacal laughter echoed on the other end of the phone, and Huangshan was a little confused by what he heard. Why is Lei laughing? Oh, so it's Huangshan. Ah, I didn't see the call just now. You said that the demon thing, well, it's already almost solved. Kurosawa and I will be right there. With that, Thunder's side hung up. Huangshan cocked his head, filled with confusion. He felt that there were a lot of things in what Lei Ming said that he couldn't understand, but it didn't matter if he didn't understand. At least listening to the laughter of his brother Lei and Kurosawa both seemed to be should. It's the situation. Ha ha ha. The wind and thunder whistled. The thunder fell from the sky, and the earth was turned into a quagmire. And the sound of Black Zephyr's wild laughter came from among the gloomy ghosts. Tricky domain space. Thunder world. Plus my dark swampland. Triple domain pressure. A triple domain fusion. Not to mention that you can't open a domain. Even the arrival of a third-ranked expert who can also open a domain would have to temporarily avoid the front line. Devil, you still don't surrender. Boom. Thunder let out a loud cry, diffuse in the air from the lightning factor in all directions converge. Avoid unavoidable fall on the devil body in a flash of lightning, flashing thunder, piercing eyes. There is such a saying amongst the awakened powerhouses whose strength reaches the third rank and above. Only a field can fight a field. That is to say, as long as the other party in the battle opened a personal field, then we want to fight against it. It is also necessary to open their own field. Otherwise in the field of others, facing the field of this ubiquitous energy factor. If the other party launched an attack, the party is almost unavoidable state. As it is at this moment, above the sky thunder bombarded. In all directions there were countless lightning factors like a storm sweeping and crashing on the demon body. The entire figure was buried in the tide of lightning light. I'll see how long you can last in this situation. Black Zephyr pressed his hands on top of the earth, and in order to control Su Chen's movements, he was trying his best to make the black swamp in the area that Su Chen was in easier to fall into. There's still too much tension right now. It was just the level of an ordinary swamp. What Kurosawa had to do next was to first turn the piece of swamp under the demon's feet into something that could sink as easily as water. And then immediately after both of the demon's feet had sunk into the swamp, he would immediately go back to restoring the tension by making it sticky. His dark swamp is not only the effect of trapping people. Anyone who falls into his dark swamp will be slowly sucked power energy, gradually become weak. That is to say, anyone who stands with both feet in the field of his dark swamp will be subjected to a continuous weakening of the debuff, until the final complete powerlessness to sink in the swamp in the midst of the drowning and suffocation. Until that was the most terrifying characteristic of his dark swampland. It's all over. The reason for your defeat, demon, is because you were awakened too late, and although you are strong, you have not reached the third rank level in terms of rank, and you have not yet acquired the ability of the domains to fight against the power of the domains. A cold light flashed in Kurosawa's eyes. The ability was instantly activated. Hydration, taking the place where he pressed his hands as the center. The field of the dark swamp once again set off a wave. This time the mud puddle tension like water. The earth rolled, and the entire land was more like a pool of black sewage than a swamp, and no one could stand on the water. Magic, get stuck in. The blue-white light of the thunder constantly exploding pierced the eyeballs, but Kurosawa's eyes remained fixed on the figure wrapped in thunder. In his perception of the devil's feet, only one foot had fallen into the earth, and the other foot had only slightly fallen into 3 to 5 centimeters. This level of mud absorption ability, with demons' perverted physical strength, if not for Captain Thunder's constant obstruction with lightning and thunder to numb the force, Kurosawa believed that demon definitely had the ability to pull his feet out and escape in an instant. That's why Kurosawa knows how to cooperate, to hydrate the earth first, and when the devil's feet are deeply plunged into the muddy water, the muddy water will be instantly turned into a swampy quagmire, so as to be safe and secure. Fall into the net demon. Seeing that the fluctuation of hydration had reached the bottom of the demon's feet, Kurosawa gazed down with a low voice. Snap! A crisp ringing sound rang in Black Zephyr's ears. The black water surface above the ripples. The whole body used to perceive the devil in his swamp field into the degree of Black Zephyr's eyes snapped wide open, as if he saw something beyond the scope of comprehension. The double eyes were filled with the color of unbelievable. What? One foot was on top of the water. He actually took advantage of the moment I watered down the mud puddle to pull out the foot that had been sunk deep into it, and took a step forward with the other, slightly dented foot, both feet standing completely above the water. The light of thunder was blinding and eye-catching, and the naked eye could not see the exact state of the demon at the moment, but it saw such an absurd scene within Kurosawa's domain perception. How is this possible? I've clearly hydrated the dark swamp. But demon how can he stand above the water? There was shock, surprise, and confusion in Kurosawa's wide eyes, but he wouldn't be surprised if the demons were flying out. It was not an uncommon thing for some professions to be able to fly. As in the case of thunder, where both feet do not carry on the ground is indeed tank his dark swamp field, but demons can't fly, and he didn't fly? Although the front of the 4 colors of thunder and light cannot see clearly as the field of the executor of the Black Zephyr, but the perception is very clear. He perceived it clearly. Pieces of quagmire rippled beneath the demon's feet. This kind of feeling, not what seems to be stepping on the ground, is actually in the middle of the interval of 0.01 millimeters, such as flight skills. More like the weight of the devil is only 0.01 grams. Such as a dragonfly-like stepping is stepping on the surface of the water, but just did not sink. On the contrary, is still standing on it. How's it going, Kurosawa? Is it done? While Kurosawa was slightly confused and a bit skeptical as to whether or not he had misperceived, an inquiry from thunder came from midair. Although the attacks within the domain were difficult for the enemy to dodge, the attacks also required consumption, and the big moves also required focus and energy storage. Now it was only to better match Kurosawa's action of restricting the demon that he continuously used this low attack and high consumption to temporarily control the opponent's movements for a while. For the real killing move, he still had to wait for Kurosawa's side to mastermind the demon first before he could conveniently cast it. Otherwise, with the killing power of his current attack, Lei Ming estimated that at best, he would only beat the demon inside to death, and to truly take down the other party, he would still need his killing blow later. How's it going on your end, Kurosawa? Magic he's stuck in? Kurosawa, with some embarrassment on his face, opened his mouth and was about to say something when he did. Wow! Suddenly, Lei Ming's pupils shrunk violently, and he turned his head in shock as his gaze was once again placed in the center of the field, in the area that was covered by the constant bombardment of light blue since white-colored thunder above the blue-white-purple curtain of thunderous light. A bit of black ink like luster like a lotus flower quietly bloomed, as if dripping into the water pool of thick ink, and the milky white water pool suddenly spread wherever it passed. The white water turned black. Prick! La! A piercing and dazzling curtain of thunderous light followed. A snow-white jade-like palm seemed to pierce the light curtain as if it was sticking out from the back, and with this palm as the center, the entire light curtain began to be eroded by darkness. The palm of his hand was swept away as if he were ruffling the curtains. The majority of the curtain of thunder light suddenly disappeared and dimmed, being swallowed up without a trace, while the other half of the curtain was similarly eroded away by the dark inky colors. After the devil stepped out with a foot, the devil's figure reappeared in front of 2 people and a ghost. He was dressed in black robes as if to thick ink. Dark magic lingers around, flickering with a faint ghostly light incomparably deep. Feet lotus bloom as if the limit of the black hole will be surrounded by all the surrounding everything. Thunder and light, mud pools and swamps, ghosts and ghastly winds are all engulfed in the end. This is Black Zephyr and Thunder. Both of them were staring with wide eyes, more shocked than the fact that the devil was actually intact and unharmed under the continuous thunder attacks of the party. They were even more shocked at this moment. Fields? So have I. Underneath the mask, Suchan laughed softly, devouring the heavenly abyss, swallowing the sky and devouring everything. This was an ability that he had had since he started practicing the heaven-swallowing demon technique. He just hadn't thought to refer to it with the word domain, but now in words that Thunder, Black Zephyr and these people could understand. It's kind of my domain. Boom! Monstrous demonic chi blossomed out from beneath the demon's feet, pure and flawless, not mixed with a trace of impurities, more cold than the ghosts of the netherworld, more profound than the Black Zephyr of the earth. Once appeared, will be covered by everything as much as possible swallowed up? Mud pools, swamps and thunders, winds, ghosts, all of them all the speed swallowed up. As if I cannot see the end of the heavenly demonic abyss in general. All the things that touch all be swallowed up empty Shasta, with the devil as the center. A circle of several hundred meters was reduced to a magic space. Such a sudden accident caused the Lei Ming duo to be blindsided, feeling that the development of things was completely out of their control. Fields, it really is a field. He clearly hasn't reached the third rank. How could he possibly unfold his domain and have such a terrifying effect? The appearance of their own domains being swallowed up almost without resistance under the unfolding of the demonic domains was almost a hammer blow to the two, because this phenomenon meant that their domains had been completely crushed. And in a situation where the domains were completely crushed, either the opponent's strength was far higher than theirs, either that or the quality and level of the opponent's field. Boom. It's too late to think about it. Much of the ghostly aura flashed, the devil's chi stirred, large waves rose in the muddy pool water. And the moment the devouring heavenly abyss unfolded, the devil swept towards Black Zephyr, twisting and pulling his fist out. He threw a punch, divine elephant breaking fist. Boo! A heavy muffled sound echoed, although timely hands to parry, but Black Zephyr was still by Sue Dust. This powerful punch instantly knocked out dozens of meters away. As if being sent flying out of the cannonball like do not know where to hit. Su Chen did not engage in a pursuit. Instead, after sending the shorter Black Zephyr flying out, a pair of cold eyes turned to stare at the ghost general not far away. It's been so long since he tangled with Kurosawa Thunder and these people here that he probably had a clear idea of the power level of these people as well. The dwarf that I just sent flying out has a strength of almost at the second stage of the third rank, with a combat power of around 20,000. While the middle-aged man who has mastered the power of thunder has a strength of almost at the third stage of the third rank, with a combat power of more than 30,000 inches for the ghost general. The combat power is likewise around 30,000 units. The two combat strength of 30,000 on is considered to be the most difficult too. If it is in accordance with the general way of fighting, it must be a priority to solve the strength of the weaker dwarf. However, Su Chen's gaze remained fixed on the ghost general. His eyes were stern. The demonic chi around his body stirred. In his hand a devouring origin hair instantly condensed. His feet violently stepped on the ground. The spear flew straight to the face of the ghost general, shot to the door. And his figure also followed closely at the moment the spear was thrown out. The ghost general is in charge of the ghost dynasty. As long as the ghost general is eliminated, the ghost tide will be leaderless, and Xiao Meng's side will be basically safe. It is with this in mind, only then did Sichuan choose the ghost general as his first target. And the ghost general, who didn't know the reason for this and thought that he was being underestimated, saw that this human teenager was actually using himself as a breakthrough point. And the ghost general immediately fell into a rage. How dare a human insult this marshal with such contempt? What nerve! The furious ghost general's mouth opened. All the lonely ghosts and ghost soldiers and ghost leaders wandering within the entire ghost domain were all swallowed up by his mouth. Dense ghost chi erupted from his body. The ghost general's figure quickly became more solid and sturdy as if it were a solid entity. And the ghost weeping heavy armor on his body was restored as if it was the first time. And the butcher knife in his hand exuded an extremely dangerous luster, and slashed at the devouring origin spear that was shooting at him. This marshal will make you regret your choice today. The central region of the underworld forest. An open clearing surrounded by tall trees, ghosts and monsters in the sky, an eerie atmosphere, and dim light above this dimly lit earth. Thousands of students and teachers at the second high school, divided into dozens of squares. They were arranged in a neat and orderly fashion, facing forward. In the direction directly in front of them, there was an ancient altar, which was made of rough stones piled up, with the surface covered with moss, appearing to be somewhat broken and ancient. Above the altar, towering above a circle of stone pillars engraved with strange symbols, blurred, bronze chains around the weak has long been broken modeled, and in this chain around the center of the stone columns set up a human statue tall fuzzy years of Celadon, so that people cannot see its face, can only vaguely recognize its identity from its gorgeous clothing above. Everyone join me in worshipping the Taisho. 1 bow, 2nd bow, 3 bows. Soon under Elder Li's leadership, the crowd completed their bowing and worship to the Taisho. I hope the Taisho comes out stronger, can get us all out. There are so many ghosts outside. I'm so scared. Lord Taisho, hurry up and come back to life. I'll give you joss sticks to eat. Everyone make a wish with a more sincere heart. Try to provide our Taisho with as much wish power as possible. With a group of people putting their hands together in a prayer position. After telling their requests wishes together, Elder Li nodded and gave his judgment. That should be about right. There are so many of us, including many of you second and third order powerful strength people. The wish power so provided should be enough to raise the Taisho's strength to the third order level to help us break the predicament we were in when before. Elder Li turned his head to face the statue of the Taisho. His face flushed. He looked up at the Taisho's face. and exclaimed out in excitement with one big hand, "Resurgence! Revive! Bar! My Taisho!" A cloudy wind was raised between heaven and earth. A turbulence emanated from the tide of ghosts on the outskirts of the blue boundary. Does that mean the Taisho is coming out? On top of the big tree, both Wu Hao and Huang Shan were tense for a few moments, their eyes gazing ahead. A few leaves fluttered down gently in the breeze. Time passed by, and the crowd was somewhat embarrassed to find that the scene had not changed in the slightest. The statue of the Imperial Guardian was motionless, with no intention of manifesting itself in the slightest. Oops, what's going on? Li Lao scratched his head, eyes containing surprise, but still calm to everyone, waved his hand and said, "Don't panic everyone. It should be the tone. I'll yell one more time. Resurrect! My Taisho! Resurrect it! My Taisho! Resurrect me! The Taisho!" One rare tone after another resounded in the silent forest. I don't know how long after the past, Li Lao, which was under the crowd's questioning gaze, stopped shouting. He lightly coughed twice, his old face slightly red, and hastily diverted everyone's attention and said, "It's not right. How come there's no movement? People's worship and wishes can cause the spirits to gain power and awaken and revive. And with so many of us here, it's reasonable to think that even if we can't provide too much power to the Taisho, we won't be able to move at all." There was also a murmur amongst the second form team. "Is it about this statue? I've heard that although the statue can condense thoughts, the same can trap the spirits, and in some places when they summon the spirits, they need to break the altar statue first before the spirits will appear." The backpacking pants student offered his wise perspective. Oh, this perspective made the fellow teachers of the second grade nod in instant understanding. So it is, there are indeed places that say that the bigger the statue the more it can gather powerful wishing power, but at the same time it will also form a kind of binding on the Yingling itself, unable to come out of the statue. So let's break Taisho's statue to help him out, and then when it's done afterwards, we'll build him a bigger statue to commemorate him. Elder Li and the others nodded in recognition of this statement. Shit, not good. They discussed the real method of releasing Taisho. Aren't we going to make a move yet? If we don't make a move, they're really going to summon Taisho out. Seeing that the teachers of the second middle school were going to break the statue, Wu Hao acted a bit anxious. If we really let them summon the Taisho, how can we even begin this operation? 2 instructor-level powerhouses, plus a Taisho of unknown strength. In this case, even if the large force arrives behind him, it will never be as intact as planned beforehand again. There will definitely be survivors who will run out, or even the entire plan will fail outright. In which case how else can he absorb other people's natural qualifications to become stronger? I know, but right now, there is no movement from Lei and Black Zephyr's side, and the large army is not coming. What's the point even if we go over there? Huang Shan acted a bit annoyed. He was only a third-ranked powerhouse, but the other side had 2 instructors. He could at best deal with one. He could not execute the plan at all. Going out now was purely a death sentence. Fucking punk! Wu Hao cursed in his heart, unwilling to give up on him for this. His gaze was placed on Lin Xiaoming in the crowd, and a fierce color flashed in his eyes. "You don't dare to do it." "I will." The black and white ghost king floated above Wu Hao's head. One person and one ghost. Their hearts were already connected. No need for Wu Hao to speak. Just after turning his head to look at him, the black and white ghost king understood Wu Hao's meaning. His one black eye grew brighter. The line of sight was locked onto Lin Xiaoming. Turning seal. Soon there was a black rose mark that surfaced on top of the white skin at Lin Xiaoming's neck, and this process was quick. Almost just a matter of an instant. Lin Xiaoming only felt a coldness on her neck. "Reach up and touch your neck." Strange? Little Dream looked around with a pair of big eyes and didn't find anything wrong. And the pitch-black rose mark gradually disappeared from the surface of her skin and hid inside her body. A negative transfer printing to IT was the black and white ghost king's talent aptitude that was divided into a yin seal and a yang seal, which were like 2 entrances to a pipeline. And the innate talent of the person who had been struck with the shadow would gradually flow into the other side along this pipeline. This method of people absorbing talent was slower than the juicer on the side of the heaven hunting organization, but it was better in that it was stealthy and safe. Silent and thin. As it is now. Wu Hao swept his gaze over Huang Shan and the others. The corner of his mouth hooked into a disdainful smile. A waste of a man who can't make things happen. But who can't make things happen? In the end, it's this young man who will have to take the law into his own hands. You guys can't move. I'll eat it first. Wu Hao, who had already felt the infusion from his talent, took a deep breath, and since he felt that the air had become sweet-smelling, his face was no longer in a hurry. Anyway, regardless of whether the next plan on Huangshan's side was still open or not, he had been able to steadily absorb an S-ranked gifted potential person. Yes. Boom. Among the blue boundaries, the statue of the Imperial Guardian was broken and blasted under the hands of the teachers, and the altar exploded, with countless pieces of debris crashing out and landing on top of the greenish-gray grass. Ghosts fill the air. Ha ha, it's finally broken. Now the Taisho should be able to come out. Central underworld forest. Under the nervous and expectant gaze of the crowd. A wave of energy fluctuation came from below the broken altar, and the tide of ghosts haunting the periphery of the blue boundary instantly transmitted a sound of terrified commotion, spreading a few more points to the periphery. Out! Out! It's really coming out! You see, the ghost tides are running away in fear. I wonder how strong the Taisho-sama will be at our petition. The people who felt this fluctuation were all surprised and burst out laughing. Boom! Under the altar erupted a powerful ghost chi fluctuation. Dark rich mixed with a trace of brutal ghost chi rises up to the sky. In order to prevent these ghost chi invasion of the student's body, several teachers hastened to collect the blue boundary, the entire altar excluded. At the same time, they also have some doubts in their hearts. Isn't that the statue of the Taisho? Why is there so much ghostly energy down there? This is normal. Wasn't the purpose of the Taisho statue established to suppress the ghost chi? Now that the statue has been destroyed by us, the ghost chi naturally gushed out all over the place. But it's not a big problem. Don't worry. Look at that ghost chi amongst the ghost chi. There's a shadow, under the finger of a little know-it-all. People look away. As expected, there was really a shadow that descended above this world along with the gushing ghost chi, suspended in mid-air. This figure wore a black and yellow ancient robe, 8 feet tall, with a majestic face and a rocking curtain bead hat on his head, exuding an air of honor and dignity that made people feel a sense of worship. This is the Taisho? That's so cool! After the Taisho appeared, the tide of ghosts became noticeably more turbulent and uneasy, and some of them were so bizarre that they even began to break away from the tide of ghosts and fled into the distance. Ha ha ha, goons! You guys! As soon as the Taisho came out, they wimped out and ran away. A few. They were so powerful when they were chasing us just now. Don't wimp out now if you have the ability. Someone in the second middle school's team playfully jeered at the turbulent tide of ghosts in the periphery. My lord! The juniors are in distress. I have no choice but to disturb your lordship's peaceful sleep, but I would like to ask you, Lord Taisho, to take action to purge these rebellious brats. Give us back a clear sky. The backpacking pants student bowed with his hands in the air in an exemplary manner. Brush. In midair, Taisho violently opened his eyes. Those unusually cold eyes, looking at the backpack pants and other group of students. Body a cold. 3,000 in combat? However, what was strange was that when someone tested the Taisho's combat power with a combat power meter, the combat power data they got made them wonder if their combat power meter was wrong. How can there be only 3,000 combatants when so many of us are worshipping and petitioning? According to the standard of spirit summoning to become stronger with wish power, those of us who worship and provide wish power to the Taisho spirit when it comes out must break 10,000 anyways. Was it caused by whoever's mind was not stored during the petition? Or is it that too much time has passed and the Taisho Ling has already weakened to such a point that even after eating so much of our wish power, it has only recovered to the level of 3,000 combat power? What about this? How can Taisho be so weak against so much shenanigans? The crowd produced a wave of pessimism due to Taisho's low combat stats. I thought what I summoned would be an SSR, but I didn't expect it to come out as a white card. How can this be acceptable to them? Some people in the team were devastated by this harsh reality and broke down and sat down and cried out. Woohoo! Taisho, this is too weak for you. It doesn't come in handy at all. The two people in the distance, Huang Shan and Wu Hao, also breathed a sigh of relief. Just now I thought how strong it was by looking at the aura, but I didn't expect it to be a weakling. After absorbing so much wish power, there is still only a mere 3,000 points of combat power. It's simply not enough to affect the big picture. The plan can still continue. Ho! All of a sudden the Taisho in midair let out a mouthful of eerie turbid breath, and the black and white ghost king located behind Wu Hao was immediately flooded with frightening turbulent ripples. Finally, out. It just so happens that the king is hungry. You guys will pay for this king first. The Taisho's gaze was placed on top of the tide of ghosts on both sides as he grinned up and opened his mouth wide, and a sudden fierce wind blew between heaven and earth. The two ghost gas trend as if sucked by something in general, but instantly like 100 rivers into the sea like rolled backwards, all surging into the mouth of the guardian. During the period of whether the ghost soldiers or wailing ghost leader, all the power of resistance with the heaven and earth pervaded by the ghost gas was swallowed by the guardian into the abdomen. Fuck. What the hell? What the hell is this? Taisho, didn't he only have a combat power of over 3,000? How did he swallow two ghost tides in one breath? Such an inverted heavenly astral scene made the team of teachers and students in the second middle school directly shocked. A pair of eyes staring round. With 3,000 combat power to swallow and suck up all the two weird converging tides of at least 20 to 30,000. They would have never seen such a bunker ghost. No, it's the spirits. It couldn't be that there was a problem with our combat power gauge earlier. Could it be that in reality, the Taisho's combat power wasn't even more than 3,000 but more than 30,000? A plausible hypothesis was put forward. but it was quickly dismissed. No, the combat power tester didn't make a mistake. The Taisho's combat power when he came out was really only 3,000 or so, but now it's among the students. Someone nerded out and projected their latest combat stats from their test against Teiyukai 3. 500, 8, 000, 17, 000, 25, 000, 30, 000, 36, 000, 44, 000, 50, 000. Crap. In such a short period of time, Taisho's combat power soared from 3,000 to 50,000 levels, directly devouring the ghost tide. These thousands of only bizarre, unexpectedly no resistance. Taisho, this is also too strong, too fierce it. At the very beginning of the fighting strength of only 3,000 to be able to do this degree. Is it the bloodline suppression? Taisho was such a strong performer that it shocked a group of students inside the second middle school for a moment. They didn't expect the rumored Taisho battle to be so simple and brutal, directly opening his mouth to devour such a ferocious tactic. I've never seen it before in Yingling. That said, can an engine swallow a ghost tide? While the crowd of students were overwhelmed with shocked surprise at the terrifying strength shown by Taisho, at the very front of the group, Elder Lee, along with the two directors of instruction and the teachers, had their faces turned white with concentration, fingers shaking slightly. These students behind them had seen less, and it was normal that they couldn't tell the difference between ingenious and creepy. But how could they, who were teachers, not see it? Ingenuity is positive. Weirdness is negative. How could the Yingling's combat power soar from devouring the ghost tide? Yingling eats the fucking incense, eating the fucking wishes of awe. No wonder Taisho's combat power was only 3,000 as soon as he appeared. It turns out that he simply didn't receive the wish power from our worship. He'll be damned if a ghost can eat wishes. That's why he came out and immediately devoured the ghost tide to use for recovery. The directors of instruction and classroom teachers present were not fools, and the moment Taisho began to devour the ghost tide, they had already realized the severity of the problem. We're being punked. The Taisho story is false. Treating the people of the city as if they were their own flesh and blood turns out to be real flesh and blood. The kind you can eat. The altar and the statue are supposed to be used to suppress the sealing Teiyukai. And yet we seem to have accidentally let it out by accident. Various mental thoughts flashed by one. Elder Lee and the group of teachers glanced at each other. Already beginning to sweat, the strongest third-year grade director among them had a combat power of just over 30,000. But now the Taisho's combat power had soared to the 50,000 level. A whole 20,000 difference. Buzz. The ghostly chi that whistled between heaven and earth and the gloomy wind abruptly stilled. The sky is clear and the earth is bright and clear. People looked up and looked around the ghost gas strange. But all were swallowed into the belly of the Taisho. The sunlight sprinkled on top of the ground. The line of sight once again became the light. But for some reason Lin Xiaoming always feel that these sprinkled on the body of the light is a little cold. What a delicious scent. It's been a long time since I've tasted it. The Taisho took a deep breath and licked across the corners of his mouth. His ice-cold vision, crossing over the ranks of the second middle school to look at a large tree 1,000 meters away. One moment, being targeted by the Taisho. Wu Hao and the Black and White Ghost King only felt the hairs of sweat on their bodies. And the Black and White Ghost King instantly disappeared from this world. Not daring to stay any longer, it was as if he knew that if he stayed a second longer he would be eaten. Pity. Taisho regretfully withdrew his eyes. Although meager, the Ghost King's bloodline can restore this king's strength to 20% if eaten anyhow. But unfortunately, the Black and White Ghost King, with his sharp senses and decisive escape, prevented the Taisho from making his move. But he wasn't in a hurry to dwell on that, because there was a big plate of sumptuous feast waiting for him below. The Taisho looked down, the corners of his mouth grinned, revealing sharp teeth inside. With so many fresh delicacies, how can we say that his strength will be restored to 30%? Taisho Lord, do you mean us when you say delicacies? After seeing the Taisho's demonic and bizarre appearance, the students of the second middle school gradually realized that the situation was not right, and the original enthusiastic cheering gradually stopped, and the surroundings became unusually quiet. At this time, a teenager cautiously opened his mouth and asked. Taisho smiled, and there was a creepy chill in his smile. He slowly opened his mouth at the teenager, followed by a crisp click sound. In the crowd's horrified gaze, the teenager unexpectedly disappeared into thin air, leaving only a shocking trail of blood slowly spreading on the ground, and between the snow-white teeth of the Taisho's mouth, blood continued to ooze out. As if he had just devoured some delicious food, the Taisho chewed while revealing a hideous and twisted smile as he said in a hoarse voice, "Your wishes have been fulfilled for you by this king. And next is the time for you to offer your sacrifices." His words were as cold and merciless as if they came from the depths of hell, causing everyone present to shudder. Murder, murder. The sudden surprise caused an instant screaming riot in the crowd. Super. Who made up that story? Who the fuck said that Taisho was an engine? It's a fucking ghost. How is he still spaced out when he's clearly in the protection of the boundary? Shush. Bastard. Witnessing their school's students being eaten by one in the blink of an eye, the eyes of the two instructional directors instantly turned scarlet as endless rage surged up from the bottom of their hearts, instantly drowning out all of their reasoning and fear. Their hair flared with rage, their veins bulging, and angry roars emanated from their mouths, as if they wanted to shatter this heaven and earth. At the next moment, they did not hesitate to leap forward, rushing out of the boundary as fast as they could, wanting to fight with that damnable Taisho. However, just a moment after they had rushed out of the boundary, they only heard a crunching sound of pop. That sound was like a thunderous explosion, reverberating throughout the entire space. It turned out that the terrifying Taisho hadn't even moved a bit at all, merely waving his hand casually through the air. He had exerted a powerful and unrivaled force. This power was as heavy as a mountain, ruthlessly smashing into the bodies of the two teaching directors. They didn't even have time to make any reaction before they were directly jerked to the ground by this huge force, and their bodies fell heavily on the hard ground, splashing up a cloud of dust. Don't be in a hurry. It's not your turn yet. The Taisho's voice was cold and merciless. With a hint of teasing, he slowly turned his head and looked at the two instructional directors who had fallen to the ground, a hint of contempt flashing in his eyes. Then, he stuck out his tongue and licked the blood and minced meat remaining at the corner of his mouth, as if he was quite satisfied with the food he had just eaten. Eat the tastiest first. After saying these words, the Taisho swallowed the bloody meat in his mouth, then swept his eyes filled with greedy desire at everyone present. His gaze was like substance, and wherever it passed, everyone felt a piercing coldness come over them, and they couldn't help but feel fear in their hearts. Retreating backward in panic. In the midst of this chaos, the Taisho's gaze eventually rested at the back amongst the group of teachers and students of the second middle school. His line of sight was like that of a hungry wolf, staring dead on at a specific area, as if he had found some target there that made him salivate. As he gazed, the crowd in that area began to stir, and they could clearly feel the Taisho's greedy gaze falling on them, an unprecedented panic gripping them, making them want to flee from this terrifying place uncontrollably. Sunday, you're shield brave. You should be able to block it. Finding that the Taisho's gaze was looking at them, Hong Ying was sweating coldly, his voice stuttering a little. I don't know. My arm isn't healed yet. Sun Chang was also ashen at this time, and did not try to be brave and say big words. The opponent's combat power was as high as more than 50,000. Even the two directors of education whose strength had reached the level of the third order were smacked away. He had only just entered the second order not long ago. It would be strange if he could block it. No, I don't want to die yet. Oh, someone in the cheerleading team members cried out in fear. He Xiaoye and Lin Xiaoming's two small faces were also white, their eyelashes trembling. Stop crying. It would be an honor for you to be the king's food. The crowd watched in horror and trembling as the Taisho opened that bloody mouth again. As if it had crossed space. A bloody mouth with the same fangs all over it wrapped around Lin Xiaoming and the others as much as it could and bit down mercilessly with a click. Ah! The Taisho's teeth are closed. The crowd burst into shocked hugs and cried out. A few moments later, oops, I'm not dead. Sun Chang, who was holding his good friend tightly, looked up strangely as he looked around and realized that there were no fewer people on his side of the fence. Another look to the Taisho in midair, crimson blood spilling out of the Taisho's teeth. Is it not our group that is eating? Sun Chang just had this thought in his mind. There was a click. As the crowd watched in horror and shock, one of the Taisho's snow-white teeth, chipped blood is flowing. At this instant, everyone's eyes were wide open, filled with disorientation and incredulity. What's the situation? Tooth out? Could it be that the Taisho tried to eat Sun Chang and they got one of their teeth choked off instead? Crap. Sun, from today you're not shield brave. You're my god. Sun, save me. Sun, protect me. Brother Sun, do you still lack a girlfriend? I can go for the operation. The crowd, who probably guessed what might be going on, cheered out in surprise, and Sun Chang instantly became the meat and potatoes of the crowd, with countless people approaching towards him to hug and beg for protection. Hardly. Could it really be me? When did my defense get so good? Sun Chang raised the small shield on his arm, although he also didn't believe that he had the ability to block Taisho's attack, but the current situation seemed to be apart from him. Shield brave. After all, who else on the scene besides me could have blocked the Teiyukais? At this time, Sun Chang suddenly realized that the good-looking pattern on his green and oily shield did not know when. Two horizontal and two vertical black tic-tac-toe patterns. When did my shield turn into a turtle shell? Ah, bastard! Angry roars resounded in the sky as the Taisho touched the blood flowing from the corner of his own mouth. Instantly glaring angrily at the sky with a scowl on his face, Ghostly slammed his palm. The ghastly wind whistled as a ghostly palm print hundreds of meters in size pierced through the clouds above. It was only then that people finally saw why the Taisho was angry. 3,000 meters above. A black king-8 turtle jumped down from the chicken. The whole body shrunk in the turtle shell, as if a boulder from the high-altitude fall. the turtle shell scales such as steel pouring, in the sunlight glittering with black luster. Thick and sturdy, the more the decline of the king 8 turtle size is becoming huge, and finally turned into a 30-meter large. Like a small mountain of giant king 8 turtle, there was a loud bang, the clouds stirred to the smashing down. Wangba turtle collided with this huge palm print struck by the taisho. Wangba turtle was sent flying by the palm print, but it seems to have not suffered any substantial damage. Was shot out not long. The crowd only heard a bang, the earth a tremor, smoke and dust in all directions. The king's 8 turtles inclined out of the deep pit. The movement slowly and steadily. Did not see what injuries. Holy shit, it's turtle. Upon recognizing the king's 8 turtles, the students in the second middle school were all shocked out of their minds. Could it be that brother turtle protected us? Honging looked at Sun Chang and the same turtle shell that had been put on his back at some point, and burst out in tears. Earlier it should have been this bastard turtle that put a turtle shell on us the moment Taisho bit down. So we were spared and clucked off one of Taisho's teeth. The boy in the backpack pants analyzes the sound. I see this turtle. His strength doesn't seem to have reached the 3rd rank either, but he was able to defend against 2 of the Thai guard's attacks. What a strong defense! This is of course, although the 8 tortoises cannot do anything, but the head when the 8, the shell hardness is the first place, is 99, 999 kinds of novice monsters in the top defense level. Not to mention, it looks like this is still a mutant 8 tortoises defense is certainly higher than the general 8 tortoises. The average person encountered in the field are too lazy to pay attention to them. But I did not expect that we do not pay attention to them. The turtle but the initiative to come to our rescue. To save us. Hearing that this bastard turtle might have come to their rescue, someone in the second middle school's group was instantly moved to cry out with tears in their eyes. Turtle. Eyes locked tightly on the center of his palm. His own palm just now surprisingly did not cause much damage to the other party. This caused the Taisho's face to instantly darken as he slowly raised his head. His expression icy cold as he stared at the king's bastard turtle on the ground and lightly spat out a voice. Just a mere wangbang. Hiss. Suddenly the sky darkened, and the originally bright sky became cloudy, as if it was shrouded in a black mist. A bucket-thick black shadow like a lance violently darted and stabbed. Extremely fast like lightning, the hundreds of meters long black scale python opened its bloody mouth, revealing its sharp fangs. Unbridled, the Taiguan turned his head violently, his face showing anger. His eyes filled with majesty and rage. He let out a loud shout, and the aura on his body abruptly erupted, as solid as a mountain. In time, he struck out with a palm, and the palm wind whistled, carrying a stern aura as it pressed on top of the black-scaled python's beak. A wave ripple flashed by, and the black-scaled python's body trembled violently. Every piece of patterned scale armor on its body unexpectedly began to change, and 2 horizontal and 2 vertical turtleback patterns appeared on the originally smooth scale armor, which flickered with a faint light, forming a layer of hard shield that blocked the Taisho's blow. Boo! Ground Wang Beiji turtle's turtleback. For no reason came a muffled sound. The earth instantly collapsed a few 10 meters. Wang Beiji turtle again was buried in the deep pit. So it is. The Taisho's eyes retracted, and the corners of his mouth quirked up in amusement at the realization of this end. The 2 beasts actually know how to cooperate. Phew! There was a cracking sound. Black-scaled python's huge snaketail jerked, as if a hundreds of meters long steel whip waved in midair. Whistling winds will be on the ground. Uprooted trees. This kind of horrible destructive force is enough to easily will be a high-rise building shattered, but hit in front of the Taisho. But was Taisho casually slapped down? Hiss. The black-scaled python let out a hiss and once again opened its bloody mouth to pounce and bite. The Taisho turned his eyes, his demeanor majestic, as if he were a towering god's residence, and backhanded the black phosphorus python above its beak, thumping the black-winged pouncing and biting attack to send it flying backwards. The beast is a bit strong, but it's not even close to hitting the king. The Taisho's figure flashed, like a ghost, as he swept rapidly towards the front, his eyes flashing with a sharp light, as if he wanted to break the python into pieces. However, just as he was about to catch up with the python, a sudden change occurred, only to see that the python violently spewed out a black residual shadow from its mouth the moment it flew out backwards. This residual shadow was extremely fast, just like lightning, and in the blink of an eye, it arrived in front of the Taisho. Due to its speed, the Taisho could not even react in time and could only swing out a palm by instinct. But when that black residual shadow seemed to have life, it suddenly turned in midair to avoid the palm he swung out. What is this? Taisho's eyes widened as he struggled to see the object in front of him. At first, he only thought that it seemed to be a black ball of fur, but as it gradually stretched out, he finally saw its true colors clearly. Surprisingly, it's a rabbit. The Taisho was stunned. How could he have never imagined that this seemingly weak rabbit would be able to burst out with such a powerful force? And at that moment, that rabbit had lifted its foot without mercy and kicked the Taisho's abdomen viciously. Boo! Accompanied by a dull thud, the air within a 100-meter radius trembled violently. The originally imposing Taisho was actually hardened under this kick. causing him to fall back 2 steps. Sins! With a roar ringing out, the Taiguan's originally lowered head snapped up, and a monstrous rage immediately appeared above his majestic and incomparable face. To think that he, a king of a party, would be kicked by a rabbit to the point of taking 2 steps back, this was simply a strange shame for him. What a shame this is! Accompanied by the rising anger, the Taiguan's mouth once again let out a furious cry, while his broad palm violently swung downward, only to see a ball of extremely densine light begin to rapidly converge in the center of his palm, as if it contained endless might. Humph! You sinner! Today this king will make you go up in smoke. Before the words fell, the taisho had already struck, and the cloud of light shot towards the kung fu rabbit like a cannonball. At this moment, even if this beast was carrying an incredibly hard turtle shell on its back, he was bound to shatter it in one fell swoop. However, just at that moment, a sudden change occurred. Seeing that his attack was about to hit its target, the taisho suddenly let out a sound of disbelief. It turned out that after the strike, the kung fu rabbit had actually utilized the force to stomp its legs backward and jump away, wanting to distance itself from him. However, what was even more strange was that when Taisho similarly slapped out a palm in an attempt to stop it, he accidentally discovered that this rabbit seemed to have a tiny seed stuck to its feet. This seed took on a greenish-green color and was covered in black lines, looking rather mysterious. At that moment, only to hear a rumbling sound came. Taisho's eyes snapped shut as he witnessed the small, unassuming seed in front of him explode violently in an instant. Countless thick vines erupted from within the seed like a volcanic eruption, covering the entire sky and earth in the blink of an eye, forming an impermeable dark green barrier and completely separating him from the kung fu rabbit. A tiny seed, countless steel vines erupted, instantly forming a vine cage that stretched for 100 meters in midair, trapping the taisho in it, before the crowd below had a chance to exclaim at this sudden change. Immediately afterward, only a deafening roar could be heard. 3 energy beams that were pitch black and emitted a thick and dangerous aura, like lightning, sped from the ground in 3 directions. These energy beams carried the might of destroying the heavens and destroying the earth as they blasted straight towards the vine cage. Boom! A loud sound, like thunder from the 9 heavens, resounded through the clouds and shook the heavens and earth. The Moon Wolf King on the mountain peak held his head high and emitted a biting aura all over his body. The silverback ape on the tree had a sharp gaze, and between its arms dancing, it seemed as if there was endless power surging, while the Dior sheep in the meadow curled up into a ball, and spewed out a black beam of demonic energy from its mouth, which gathered with the power of the other 2 to form an incomparably powerful torrent of energy. This torrent of energy gushed out like a volcanic eruption, instantly drowning the vine cage in an explosion. The tremendous commotion caused the rocks on the ground to jump up and down, as if the earth was trembling for it. The boy in the backpack pants lost his balance and fell to the ground under this impact, but he still raised his head with difficulty, his gaze shockingly looking upwards. Crap! That's awesome! With this kind of power, I'm afraid even the 3rd rank wouldn't dare to take it easily, right? I wonder if we can just blow up the taisho straight away. A loud clamor came from the ranks of teachers and students in the 2nd middle school, all of them stunned by the scene in front of them. The 2 head teachers, who had just climbed out of the deep ditch, wiped the dust off their faces and looked at the violent commotion above them with a grave expression. They glanced at each other, secretly marveling in their hearts. Such a terrifying attack. Even if we were to suddenly encounter it, I'm afraid it would be difficult to withstand. Where is this big brother group of ferocious beasts coming to save us? A student among the group was moved to speak out. No, it's not a ferocious beast. Did you all not see clearly just now? Whether it's that bastard turtle, or that chicken brother, or the black-scaled python and kung fu rabbit just now, they are all black mutant species, and they also know how to cooperate tactically, which is obviously unlikely to be wild beasts, and it must be that someone is deliberately doing this, and has given these summoned beasts special training and guidance. Ah, summoned beasts? Can it be that there is a summoner of our human race nearby, who immediately came to help after realizing that the situation was critical? I don't know which big brother's summoned beast is actually so ferocious. If this big brother can show himself, little brother, I am willing to kneel and worship on the spot. Hearing these words, a number of people in the crowd immediately began to look left and right, as if they were trying to find that legendary big brother. Don't you know? Chicken, bastard turtle, black-scaled python, kung fu rabbit, this combination of summoned beasts, and all of them are also black mutant species. This kind of big brother level summoner, we only have one in White Cloud City. The boy in the backpack pants, with a high expression, climbed up from the ground, his face full of excitement as he gave some reminders to his neighboring students. Does that mean magic? It's the devil. My new boy god has come to my rescue. There were several girls in the cheerleading squad who screamed with such excitement that they could hardly contain themselves. Yes, the devil. Ever since the matter of the demon was made public, almost everyone in White Cloud City had heard about it. After all, Such a cool existence as a darkness summoner was just too dazzling and eye-catching. What's even more impressive is that the person's chi and blood value to strength ratio actually reached a perfect 1-to-1. And right after his debut, he was rated as a sealed heavenly star level by the combat power test system. This is one of only 2 heavenly stars in our White Cloud City. Heavenly Demon Star. How can such a remarkable person not attract great attention? And how could there not be many fervent little fangirls? For these girls on the cheerleading team, if Su Chen was the male god they could reach in plain sight and in real life, then the devil was the unattainable shining star in their hearts. I didn't realize that now my second male god has come to our rescue in person. Where the hell is the devil? Where on earth does a male god hide? Can it be that the devil is hiding in our second middle school's queue? Could it be one of our second middle school students? Someone boldly put forward such a guess, as if a stone had stirred up 1,000 waves, triggering a wave of clamor in the crowd, so noisy that it was deafening. If that's true, it's a real bully. I've heard that he has more than 10 summoned beasts, and the level of each of them is actually close to the peak of the second stage, and the cooperation between them is so tacit. This series of skills released, I feel that it's enough to break the bones of the 2 directors of our school. If a super genius of this level comes from our second middle school, then in this 9 schools joint examination, our second middle school will be the only one to ride out the dust, with an existence like Tyrant and a heavenly demon star. This is much cooler than that so-called martial arts prodigy named Su Chuan from the first middle school. Magic? How is that possible? How did the devil suddenly appear here? The crowd in the second middle school was talking excitedly, and on a big tree 1,000 meters away, Huang Shan was full of doubts, his mouth slightly open, as if he was having trouble understanding what was happening in front of him. As a professional sky hunter, he knew the occupational information and occupational ability traits of magical creatures like the back of his hand, far more so than this group of students in the second middle school. Demon indeed, chicken, kung fu rabbit, and bastard turtle. These strange and weird summoned beasts are undoubtedly devil's summoned beasts. But if devil has brought his summoned beasts over here, then what exactly is the situation on Brother Lei's side? Does that mean that something bad has happened to Brother Ray? It's not really in the mail, is it? Huang Shan's mind was filled with question marks, completely puzzled by the current situation. For a moment, high in the sky, high into the clouds, above the clouds that were 1,000 meters away from the ground, chicken and owl stood on either side of them, each of them clinging onto the Boar King's incomparably large body, and together they flew through the sky with violent shaking motions. When they finally aligned themselves to a specific target, suddenly, owl and chicken simultaneously loosened their hands and threw the Boar King violently without hesitation. The Boar King that was thrown out quickly curled up its body and formed a ball, as if it was a huge meteorite rushing straight towards the already tattered green vine cage in midair. It crashed down at an astonishing speed, as if it was going to smash everything to smithereens. I wonder if we've gotten rid of the Taisho? People look up to the sky above. Even if it didn't work out, it should have hurt him. I tried just now to make a call to the outside world, and I've gotten through. And I've reached out to law enforcement, and I don't know if I'm still going to need them to come out. In mid-air, the originally dense green vines were almost burned out by the blazing fire at this moment, leaving only some remnants of branches and leaves still smoldering with wisps of black smoke. The rolling smoke gradually became thin, as if a light wind could blow it away. The crowd tilted their heads and gazed upwards, their eyes revealing a hint of hopefulness, eager to know what was going on inside. The backpack pants student's hands were clenched tightly together, palms slightly sweaty, his expression both nervous and full of anticipation. Although it was now possible to make a phone call to contact the outside world, if the demon's group of summoned beasts were unable to withstand the Taisho's attack, then the time it took for the law enforcement team to learn of the matter and come to their aid would be enough for the Taisho to eat them alive 800 times. Therefore, while it was certainly gratifying to be able to make the call now, it didn't actually mean much. Their survival still depended on the fierce battle in front of them, and if they couldn't solve this big trouble of the Taisho as soon as possible, they were afraid that their little lives would be cut short at any moment. Everyone's hearts were in their throats, silently praying that the summoned beasts would be able to defeat the strong enemy and win them a ray of hope. I'm afraid it's a bit difficult. How could they not know the anticipation in the hearts of the students? But as the only 2 third-order powerhouses on the scene, these 2 directors of instruction had seen the situation clearly. The strength of the behemoth summoned by the demonic creature had completely exceeded the scope of their imagination. And even they themselves didn't dare to easily go and take that behemoth's attack. However, once they thought of the terrifying strength displayed by that Taiguan just now, the 2 of them couldn't help but frown, their hearts filled with pessimism. Suddenly, a cold, chilly wind whistled by. The smoke that filled the midair gradually dissipated. As expected, that Taisho unexpectedly stood there unharmed. At least from the surface, there was no sign of any injury at all, and even his teeth that were broken off before had grown back. He was seen with green boots, wearing ancient robes, a gold belt around his waist, and a beaded cap on his head. Stepping into the air, his majestic face seemed to be more than just an ordinary governor, revealing a princely and noble-like arrogance. Nice. As a few beasts in the district, to be able to do so much is really beyond this king's expectations. The Taisho's cold and condescending eyes swept in turn from the three directions of the Moon Wolf King, the Silverback Ape, and the Dior Sheep. His emotions were no longer as angry as before, and his tone of voice became flat, but mixed with a hint of rapture. Eating all of you must be able to restore this king's strength to the 4th level realm. As the Taiguan's words slowly fell, the scene fell into a dead silence. The students of the 2nd middle school who were originally full of expectation and nervousness. At this moment, the blood color on their faces faded, their bodies shook, as if they had seen the end of the world coming, their lips trembling and chanting, "It's over! It's over! The Taisho is actually safe and sound." It seems that even if one is as powerful as a demonic creature, he is by no means the enemy of an old man like Taisho. It's true that even a demon is no match for a stale old man like Taisho. Help! Someone help me! I really don't want to die yet. It was hard for me to awaken an A-rank career, and I have such a great future ahead of me. There was a commotion in the ranks of the 2nd form. Someone threw back their head and cried out, "Buzz!" The clouds in the sky suddenly began to collapse. A huge shadow instantly enveloped the earth, and the student who had just been crying to the sky suddenly stopped crying. His mouth was wide open, and he was staring straight up at the sky. His lips were parting, and he didn't know what he was saying. And those who didn't understand the situation might even think that he couldn't make a sound because he was crying too hard. It is really a bit worrying. "Hey, Redhead, what's wrong with you? You're not crying until you choke, are you?" Redhead's best buddy hurriedly pushed his shoulder to show his concern. "Brother, do you believe in such things as luck?" "What luck?" Redhead's best buddy was puzzled by the question, but instead of bothering to explain more, Redhead's eyes were dull and robot-like as he stiffly pointed overhead. "There are meteorites, stones." Boom! With a loud bang, the clouds instantly collapsed away. At this moment, the Boar King that had rolled down from 1,000 meters in the air was like a huge meteorite, speeding towards where Taisho was at an astonishing speed. The impact it brought was extremely powerful, and the scorching airwaves generated by its violent friction with the air caused an unprecedented turbulence in the atmosphere. The Taisho, who was originally preparing to step forward and make a move, suddenly felt a powerful pressure descend from the sky. His pupils contracted dramatically in a split second, and a strong uneasiness surged in his heart. He hastily raised his head and looked into the sky. Only a dark cloud loomed above his head, as if it was going to swallow up the entire world. Immediately afterward, there was another deafening roar. Boom! With the momentum of a Tarzan crushing an egg, the Boar King ruthlessly slammed into the Taisho, and then smashed straight down on top of the ground. In this instant, the surrounding grass and trees collapsed, and mud and rocks splashed around like raging waves. The huge shockwave set off a chilling tsunami of mud and rocks on the ground, and its power was simply beyond imagination. Under the effect of this powerful force, the terrain changed drastically. The originally flat ground instantly sank, forming a crater that was 3 kilometers long and so deep that it was impossible to see the bottom. This crater seemed like a wound that had been torn open in the earth, shocking to the eyes. "I knock! What is this?" Accompanied by a cry of alarm, the gazes of the crowd turned to the huge crater in the distance, only to see that the originally calm ground began to tremble violently, as if a powerful force was gushing out from underground. Could it be an ICBM? Someone said incredulously. However, before they could react, monstrous ghost chi suddenly erupted from beneath the crater. These ghost chi was like a fountain that surged out, spraying the Boar King straight into the air. The dense ghost chi, black as ink dye, quickly spread out and dyed the entire heaven and earth a dark color. The sunlight became dim, and the visibility of the surroundings was much lower than before when it was surrounded by the ghost tide, as if it had suddenly entered a dark night where one could not see anything. The piercingly cold wind whistled by, carrying a gust of eerie terror. The terrifying pressure enveloped everyone, causing their faces to turn as white as paper and their lips to tremble involuntarily. They tilted their heads up to look into the sky, their hearts filled with fear and despair. Taisho was angry. Right in the center of the crater, the vortex of ghostly chi was constantly spinning while Taisho slowly rose up from it. At this moment, his face was twisted and his eyes were icy cold to the extreme as he stared deathly at the wild Boar King and the other group of demonic beasts. "You hateful beasts! You actually dare to provoke this king again and again. Do you really think that this king can't break your defense that is as hard as a turtle shell?" The Taisho's voice was filled with anger and majesty, sending shivers down one's spine. "Today, let you pay with your own blood and bones." Just as the aura on the Taisho's body became more and more menacing, with ghostly aura overflowing, and he was ready to make his move, all of a sudden, it was as if a cry for help came from the underworld. "My lord, help me!" The voice appeared to be very urgent and terrified. The Taisho sniffed and jerked his head around, looking towards the west. "What a useless thing! After he cursed in a low voice, his figure disappeared without a trace in the blink of an eye. It was as if it had never appeared. Gone. Gone? The rich ghostly aura that filled the sky gradually became thin and dull, the sunlight poured down again, the crowd of people who had been robbed of their lives were more than a little bewildered by the Taisho's sudden departure. And they couldn't figure out what to do, whether they were teachers or classmates. Obviously he was just about to go on a rampage. Why did he suddenly leave? Dang! The sound of two pieces of metal clashing rang out like a deafening bell above the broken earth. The ghost general stood like a demonic god. The spear in his hand flashed with a cold light as he violently stabbed at Su Chen. Jia, there's a break. Human, die for this marshal. Dense ghost chi spread across the blade like ink, and the ghost general took the opportunity to violently swing the large door-like butcher knife in his hand towards Su Chen's vacated neck. His smile was hideous and unrestrained, as if he had already seen Su Chen's head rolling down. According to the ghost general's anticipation, his slash should be able to sever the neck of the human teenager along with the earth, wood, mountains and rocks behind him as easily as chopping melons and cutting vegetables. Dang! Another metallic delivery sounded and sparks flew like fireworks. The sharp blade light sliced out horizontally, dividing all the earth, wood, and 3 stones behind this human teenager into 2 halves. But bizarrely, the imagined scene of a knife cutting the head did not appear. How is this possible? The ghost general's eyes were wide open. The ghost fire in his eyes was burning. He couldn't believe that his overwhelming blade was blocked by the other party's empty hands. And blocking was even if it was not enough. And even the blade slashed at the human's body splattered out not with blood, but with sparks. It's not scientific. It's not that it's unscientific. It's that the weapon in your hand is too lousy. Su Chen slightly sidestepped his head, his eyes raised, in which an elite light crossed like lightning. This large butcher's knife in the ghost general's hand looked intimidating, but it was actually not very sharp. The reason why it looked unusually sharp, as if it could easily cut through anything, was entirely because of the ghost general's powerful strength. This enchantment is quite handy for clearing out stragglers. However, in terms of the sharpness of the blade, you can't break my Pyryu. In terms of power, you are equally less powerful than me. If I hadn't intentionally revealed my flaws, do you think you could have broken a layer of my skin? Human, don't get carried away. Su Chen's mockery caused the ghost general to become furious, and the butcher's knife pressed against Su Chen's palm violently erupted with even denser fluctuations of ghost chi. This marshal is going to cut off your hands along with your neck to see if you can still be so arrogant. Thumbs up. Suddenly, sharp, ear-piercing sounds, as if 2 pieces of sharp metal were cutting into each other, resounded suddenly in the broken, eerie space. The ghost general who was about to launch his hand suddenly gave a start that he was surprised to find out. Under his further pressure, Su Chen unexpectedly advanced instead of retreating. He pressed his left hand on top of the ghost general's butcher's knife, and with 1 foot bowing and pulling his horse, he took a step forward, and between this step, the friction between his palm and the blade of the ghost sword produced a violent golden chirping sound, and there was crimson blood slowly flowing down from his palm. However, Su Chen was oblivious. Why do you think I wanted you to reveal this breach? I've waited for this moment. Beneath his pitch-black mask, his eyes were glowing with divine light. His right hand gripped the spear tightly, and a dense and dangerous black ghostly aura blossomed at the tip of the spear, just like a black meteor, stabbing out fiercely at the ghost general's heart. Devouring origin spear. Devour the black hole. Few the breeze was as soft as a light veil. This spear stabbed out by Su Chen was not amazingly powerful, and compared to the previous movement when the ghost general wielded his butcher's knife, it was nothing. And yet, somehow, upon seeing the dark luster blooming at the tip of the spear, alarm bells rang in the ghost general's heart, as if he had seen the flower of death blooming brilliantly in front of him. At this moment, even though his heart is not willing, however, the rich combat experience accumulated on the battlefield made the ghost general subconsciously want to step back and dodge the blow. Clang! The powerful pulling force was applied on top of the butcher knife, and the butcher knife permeated with ghost chi emitted a crisp metallic tremor. What? General Ghost looked on in shock, only to see Su Chen's hand that was pressed on the blade, transforming from a palm into a fist. His 5 fingers pinched tightly on top of the blade, the powerful force preventing him from pulling the butcher knife out in the first place. It was also in this instant, the devouring origin spear in Su Chen's hand was like lightning against the jade plate floating in his heart. A bit of pitch-black ghostly aura gradually bloomed like a blooming lotus flower, the flow of air accelerated, and the strong aura of death surged like a tidal wave, and the ghost general could no longer maintain his composure and cried out in terror, "My lord, help me!" Boom! Endless ghost chi like a volcanic eruption erupted from above this jade plate, like a bomb, and the sudden impact, like a Tarzan crushing eggs, instantly shook the ghost general away from in front of Su Chen. This killing move was like a viper spitting out its mail, aiming straight for the vitals, but stabbing in the air. The devouring origin spear dissipated from his hand, but Su Chen was too late to produce a mood of pity. His gaze was as heavy as a falcon as he looked tightly ahead. About a few hundred meters away, there a dangerous figure appeared in front of the ghost general like a ghost, as if it was a demon that came out of hell, carrying an endless aura of killing intent and death that sent shivers down one's spine. Waist. The dark yellow robe hunted in the gloomy wind, like a flag of death. The Taisho's figure appeared eerie and majestic under the wrapping of the robe, his gaze as cold as a cold pool, mercilessly reprimanding the ghost general in front of him. To be beaten by a human like this, and use the space jade to ask me for help. What a loser. I deserve to die. Please punish me, my lord. The ghost general's body was huge, and the black armor on his body shone with a cold light, but at the moment, it was covered with cracks and blood, as if he had gone through a gruesome battle. His helmet hung low, revealing eyes filled with fear and shame. He flopped to his knees, his head hanging low, not daring to look directly at the Taisho's gaze. So that's the ghost tailor? And 200 meters away from the ghost general, Lei Ming and Kurosawa were gathered together. Their clothes were broken and covered in dirt and blood, and their faces were covered in fatigue and vigilance. Lei Ming was holding a broken thunder blade in his hand, and the light on it had dimmed. Black Zephyr's body, on the other hand, exuded a weak aura, and it was obvious that he was not lightly injured. Their eyes revealed their exhaustion from the battle they had just fought and their vigilance towards the ghost Taisho that had suddenly appeared. According to the replica backstory presentation, there is no hostility between the Taisho and the ghost general. But now how? Kurosawa's brow furrowed deeply. Overwhelmed with confusion at the scene before him, Lei Ming's eyes narrowed. His lips slightly opened as he was about to speak. However, right at this moment, his pupils shrunk violently. The Taisho, whose back was turned towards them, unexpectedly turned his head suddenly and grinned. Look out! Thunderous voices exploded in the air, and in an instant, the hairs on his body stood up. The entire person transformed into a blue fox electric light, storming back out at an astonishing speed. Rei-yu. Kurosawa turned his head to mouth his questioning head, and before he could finish, he only felt the sky spinning before his eyes. Pust. Blood gushed out like a spring, splashing down on the ground and forming a shocking puddle of blood. And Kurosawa's head was twisted off in its entirety like a twist by the Taisho who had suddenly appeared at his side. The Teiyukai held Kurosawa's head high in his hands and tilted his head back to drink the thick blood dripping from above. Gobble gobble gobble. The sound of a rolling throat was eerily clear in the still air. Crimson blood dripped down from the Taisho's mouth, flowing down his pale neck and staining his robes red. However, the Taisho was completely unconcerned as he drank almost all of the blood that naturally dripped down before he turned his head and wiped his mouth at the furious Lei Ming, grinning. It's been a long time since I've had this kind of deliciousness. The Taisho's smile revealed a palpitating madness, as if he had fully immersed himself in the delicacy of blood. As for Heizei's death, it was so sudden and tragic that one could not help but be frightened by it. The entire scene was filled with a terrifying and eerie atmosphere, as if time had frozen at this moment. Oni Taisho. Lei Ming was shocked and furious. His body was filled with lightning, and his hair was like a hedgehog rising up, and in his eyes, there was the anger of Ghost Taisho killing Heizei mixed with the deep fear of the strength Ghost Taisho had shown just now that if he hadn't dodged quickly maybe it's about to get its neck wrung off by a ghost lifting its hand along with Kurosawa. Ho ho ho! Accompanied by a sinister laughter. The Ghost Taisho seemed to have gained insight into the characteristics of Lei Ming's abilities. He was well aware that in terms of speed, Lei Ming had a unique advantage, although he felt slightly regretful that he had not succeeded in breaking Lei Ming's neck just now. The Ghost Taisho did not have any intention of continuing his pursuit. At this moment, one could only see rolling ghost chi surging from the Ghost Taisho's body like a black whirlwind. On the other hand, the flesh and blood essence of the Black Zephyr corpse at his feet was quickly devoured. A trace of wonderful chi and blood continuously surged into his body, causing his aura to become more and more powerful. The Ghost Taisho turned his head, his gaze like a torch, locked onto Su Chen. You're the master of those beasts, aren't you? His tone carried an undoubted certainty, as if everything was under his control. As a matter of fact, regarding the kind of innate connection between the human in front of him and those beasts, the Ghost Taisho could easily recognize it with just his intuition. The consistency of this kind of aura filled him with a feeling of disgust towards Su Chen and bam, as a loud bang came, a huge and incomparable butcher's knife smashed down heavily on top of the ground, splashing a cloud of dust. Su Chuan looked at the scene in front of him, and softly murmured under his breath, Ghost Taisho. He had more or less heard about the story behind the underworld forest, and naturally knew that such a figure existed in it. But what he had never expected was that this mysterious and unpredictable Ghost Taisho would actually be involved with the Ghost General, and the strength. Su Chen frowned slightly, his gaze fixed on the figure in front of him, his heart secretly speculating. At this moment, wisps of creepy and terrifying auras were emanating from the Ghost Taisho's body in a steady stream. These auras were cold to the bone, unfathomable, and gave people a strange feeling. They seemed to be different from ordinary ghost soldiers, ghost leaders, and even ghost generals. More like a qualitative metamorphosis. Su Chen's eyes became unusually grave just now. Between that shocking glimpse, the battle power displayed by the ghost Taisho had been as high as about 50,000. This kind of battle power had already surpassed the realm of an ordinary mid-third stage powerhouse. What was even more chilling was that after it finished devouring Black Zephyr's flesh and blood essence, the aura emanating from its body suddenly rose by several points, revealing an unrivaled menacing intent. The thick ghostly aura that originally surrounded its body became more and more eerie and dense, as if it could freeze the entire space. With my current condition, I'm afraid that it will be difficult to fight against it. Su Chuan secretly estimated the strength gap between the two sides, and a hint of alertness unconsciously flowed out of his voice. To be able to train such a difficult beast at such an age is quite a bit of talent. If placed in the past, this king might consider keeping you alive and letting you serve this king. The ghost Taisho's voice slowly rang out, his expression calm and haughty, as if a towering lord was giving orders to humble ants. A suffocating arrogance flowed from that pale, bloodless face, but when he turned his words around, a hideous and ghastly smile appeared on his face, and his tone became cruel and bloodthirsty. Yet at the moment, this king has just awakened and is in dire need of the blood and flesh of a genius like you to replenish the energy I have consumed. Therefore, use your flesh and blood to atone for your previous rudeness and offense to this king. The ghost Taisho roared angrily, his eyes staring deathly at Su Chen. A strange light suddenly bursting out from his eyes. The light was like a strange pattern that was expanding in the depths of his mind, accompanied by an invisible shockwave of power that surged along his gaze like a tidal wave. The art of witnessing, accompanied by this low roar. Su Chuan was shocked to find that the ghost Taisho's eyes suddenly flashed with a dazzling light, followed by a powerful and invisible impact force that swept towards him like a raging torrent. Although this force was undetectable to the naked eye, the impact it contained was exceptionally astonishing, just like an invisible mountain coming out of the sky, smashing into the defenseless Su Chuan with a thunderous momentum. Die in an instant, only to hear a loud bang. Su Chen's entire body flew out backwards like a kite with broken strings, and rushed straight to the dense woods dozens of meters away at the back. As his body violently collided with the trees, gusts of smoke and dust rose up in the air, forming a cloud of dust and fog that covered the sky. Ha ha ha! Witnessing this scene, the Taisho laughed out in triumph. His body slowly rose into mid-air, his head raised towards the sky as he deeply inhaled a mouthful of the rich chi and blood power that permeated the surrounding space. An incomparably intoxicated look appeared on that hideous and twisted face. What kind of wonderful chi and blood is this? So blazing and so majestic. It is truly a rare delicacy in the world, especially for a teenage heavenly pride like you. It's a great tonic. After I devour you, I'll turn back to enjoy those beasts and those people, and maybe I'll be able to restore 60% of this king's strength. Gulp! Blood rushed and flowed like a rolling torrent through the veins of the human body, and a bubble suddenly appeared on a stream of blood that was in transit. You want to eat me? And you want to go back and eat all the people in the second grade? In the rolling smoke, a white jade-like palm landed on the tree trunk like a light butterfly. The ghostly governor looked for the sound, gobble gobble. There were two more bubbling sounds, and the blood bubbles were just halfway up from the stream of blood before they exploded like brilliant fireworks, releasing searing vapors. If that's all you've got, just don't think about it so much, because Su Dust walked out from the dust and fog. His eyes were cold, his pitch-black mask carried a hint of cracks, like lightning in the night sky, tearing through the darkness. You can't do it yet. Goo-doo, goo-doo. Gobble, flow in the body of the blood vessels in the blood like gradually being boiled hot water. There are constantly dense small bubbles from the bottom of the gurgling out. More and more big, dense, one after another. The ghost Taisho seemed to have sensed something. His brows furrowed and his gaze was like a deep starry sky, as if he wanted to look through Su Chen's body surface to something deeper. Phoenix Nirvana method, blood boil. As Su Chen let out a low gulp, the blood flowing in his body instantly boiled like an exploding pressure cooker, and scorching blood steam erupted out like a volcanic eruption. And with his body as the center, the temperature of the surrounding environment rapidly increased. The eerie ghost chi that filled the air, under the boiling chi and blood, such as ice and snow encountered a blazing fire, quickly melted. The chi and blood rose like wolf smoke. The mountain fire spread to the sky, as if the sleeping beasts opened their eyes, and the flooding force erupted out. Su Chuan surrounded the body and lingered with a rich blood chi. The pupils turned into a deep red color, and his hair became more and more black and bright, like a waterfall, like a crazy upsurge. How's it going? How's it going? Is the signal connected? In the central region of the underworld forest, after the Taisho left, the team of teachers and students from the second middle school didn't leave in a hurry, because they are all very clear about Taisho, although they don't know why Taisho suddenly left. But with Taisho's strength, the difference between whether they run or not is not big. If Taisho comes back and runs, they will also have to die. If Taisho doesn't come back, Wait for the law enforcement team rescuers to arrive and they won't be fine if they don't run. Now it's better than rushing to take advantage of the opportunity to run back. More than a few of those present were still skeptical. Where the hell did the Taisho go? Why did it suddenly disappear without a trace? And those summoned beasts of Brother Turtle, why are they all swarming towards the west? What about the devil? Why has the devil not shown his face so far? Has he already left? Or is it? Countless doubts are like a tidal wave surging up to the mind, leaving people puzzled. At this moment, in the middle of this huge team in the second middle school, Sun Chang, Hong Ying, and Lin Xiaoming and other people have gathered beside Elderly. And you urged him with a word. Take it easy. Take it easy. We'll soon be able to connect smoothly. Elderly covered his eyes with his hand while waving his other hand to signal the crowd to be at ease. As the most learned veteran classroom teacher in the 2ND, Elderly wasn't a professional ability of any kind in the combat department. Leaning more towards the reconnaissance department, the eye of projection, you can project the things you see outward, like a projector, directly projected in midair for the crowd to watch. Weekdays in class with this trick to put the courseware PPT old convenient. But in addition to being used to put up a PowerPoint, there was a more advanced step in the use of his projected eye, which was to track the target he saw, as if Hokuto was directly projecting outward signs of the opponent's whereabouts. If it were not for the fact that there are a lot of restrictions on the advanced usage of this trick, such as only being able to track one target at a time, only being able to save the target character for an hour if it is not tracked within an hour, and being unable to track it, and only being able to use the projection of the target that he has seen with his own eyes and so on. If it were not for these limitations, then with his tracking ability he would have probably already been invited by the Ministry of the Army to go over there. Projecting eye ability activated. As a low voice rang out, time passed by, and after about several minutes, good news finally came. Elderly, who had been tracking the Taisho's trail, slowly loosened the palm of his hand that was covering his left eye, only to see his eye suddenly open, and a dazzling, eye-catching, gigantic curtain of light was projected out from it. This curtain of light seemed to contain an endless mysterious power that was astonishing, and in that huge curtain of light, the image that was presented was surprisingly the place where the Taisho was currently located. It's connected. There's a picture. People around them shouted excitedly, their eyes widened as they stared intently at the clear and incomparable curtain of light, as if they were afraid of missing a single detail. Wow! The picture quality is fantastic. It's like 24K HD quality. Someone exclaimed. Yeah. Let me see Taisho. What the hell is he doing now? The other man said impatiently. Everyone's eyes were gathered above the mysterious curtain of light, expecting to see the Taisho's figure and what he was doing. Elderly reminded a sound, and a group of teachers and students also hurriedly looked up to see. However, a group of students who had just put their sights on the screen, the curious expressions on their faces froze and stiffened in an instant. In the picture, heaven and earth were reversed, and the river and the sea were sinking. As if the world was coming to an end, huge mountain like a giant from the break, angles hanging upside down, in midair in the falling trend, countless pieces of soil and mud thrown all over the sky, a large tree like a tornado lifted off the general flying in the air, endless leaves and wood debris dotted the sky, rivers and earth, grass, trees, mud and stones, as if a puzzle in general, was randomly broken and sprinkled devilish flames were in the sky, ghostly chi was rampant, and the two forces rolled over like dark clouds of ink, as if they were going to devour the entire world. In the middle of this apocalyptic scenery, there were two figures like ghosts colliding and entangling together. Their battle was fierce and unusual, fighting to the sky clouds collapse, will be 100 meters of mountains and rivers collapsed, or into the ground as the earth dragon rolled over like, hit the gullies and pits stretching thousands of meters 100 meters. The two figures were like two ferocious beasts. Each collision left a huge sound in the sky and earth, destroying the surrounding environment. Wild and rough and horrible boom. A loud crashing sound came as if it was a thunderous explosion. A terrifying force seemed to pass through the image, and the projected image was distorted and fluctuated. Such a shocking scene appeared in front of the eyes, so that all the teachers, students of the second middle school were stunned, their mouths open wide ho but could not say a word. This is actually the ghost Taisho. Only after a long time did the teenager wearing a pair of pants come back to his senses from the shock, staring wide-eyed at the ragged clothes, disheveled hair, spitting blood out of his mouth and with a twisted and hideous face, looking unusually lousy and wretched in the picture of the ghost Taisho, and shrieking in disbelief. Right, that's him. It's really Ghost Taisho. After hearing the shouts of the boy in the backpack pants, the other students also came back to their senses and confirmed with equally shocked shouts. But, why has he suddenly become so miserable and wretched? Who in the world has such power to beat him like this? Could it be that there is some powerful human expert hidden around us? For a while, all kinds of speculations and questions came to mind, and the students were both confused and filled with anticipation and curiosity. They couldn't wait to know the truth of the matter and the identity of this mysterious expert. In the midst of the noisy, high-pitched and impassioned clamor, everyone's gazes coincidentally looked towards the figure opposite the ghost Taisho, only to see that person, just like the ghost Taisho, similarly hovering steadily in midair, his entire body surrounded by black and red interplaying chi and blood energies. His posture was upright, like a lofty mountain, a simple robe added to his body, showing its solemnity, long hair black and bright, like a waterfall hanging down to the heel, each hair emits a disordered chi and blood breath, fluttering recklessly, as if to tell the endless wild and dangerous, who the hell is he? The mysterious figure that appeared so abruptly in front of the crowd caused a huge question mark to instantly surface in the minds of the teachers and students of the second middle school after witnessing it. It wasn't that they were unable to surmise the identity of the other party, but rather that the other party's appearance and attire were simply too unfamiliar to them living in this era, not to mention the ancient robes in the same style as Taisho's. Just the hair that was longer, thicker, and more wild and unruly than Taisho's was enough to send them into deep confusion, because in their inherent memories, excluding those who acted in TV dramas, the person in this outfit seems to be a bit incompatible with this super technologically advanced era. If the other party really acted in TV dramas, they would no longer feel anything when they saw it. But now your family acted in TV dramas so fiercely that one punch made the Taisho dry and spit out blood. Magic! It's the devil! At that moment there was a sudden cry of alarm. A voice as sharp and shrill as if it were a startled bird. The boy in the backpack pants pointed his finger at the mask of the small half of the demon broken in the picture and reminded out. His voice exploded in the crowd as if it was a thunderbolt, causing everyone to be shaken. Magic? It's not that the devil's hair isn't this long, but how did it suddenly grow so much in the past 10 days? Someone questioned, their voice filled with incredulous shock. But who knows about that? The hair thing is different from what we know, but with such a strange costume and mask, as well as the darkness-based energy that lingers around us all the time, this person in the picture should be a demon without a doubt. As an internet expert who often surfed on the internet, the words of the boy in the backpack pants were like a heavy hammer that struck hard on everyone's heart, drawing a lot of people's agreement. Indeed, in their impression, it seemed like there was no one other than Demon who dressed up so bizarrely, and although there were changes in the hair, the clothes and masks were indeed exactly the same as the ones in the photos. It should be the devil. Someone flipped open his cell phone and found a photo on the internet, and corresponded with each other on the screen. And it was only then that the crowd finally identified the identity of the figure in the screen that was fighting against the Taisho in opposition to the Taisho. Crap! When this identity has been established, immediately afterward, there was an outcry, and many people exploded in shock. Magic! The devil was actually able to fight that ghost Taiyu. It's fucking terrifying. You know that the ghost Taisho's combat power is upwards of 50,000. So how is it that the devil can fight him 50 to 50? It's also been more than 20 days since the same awakening. Is the difference between people so great? Say, isn't magic a bit summoner? Even if it's a darkness summoner, it's still a summoner. How come the physical compatibility is so strong? Ghost Taisho. It feels like he can't even suppress him. What a horror. The younger generation is formidable, including Li Lao, the two directors of the second middle school. At this moment in the old eyes cannot help but be shocked out of color. Incredulous exclamation. Devil, after a short awakening of just over 20 days, has the combat power already soared to this level? This is the 24 heavenly star level heavenly pride. Although he's a bit of a summoner, don't forget that his chi, blood, and power ratio is a perfect 1-to-1. And it's not incomprehensible that he's slightly stronger in physical combat. Ah, man God, the God of Man has indeed come to our rescue. Whoever said in front of us that my God of Man himself couldn't defeat the ghost Taisho stand out? The combat power displayed by devils made a group of male teachers and students in the second middle school look on in shock and disbelief. But for the female students in the second middle school, especially the cheerleaders, it was a direct orgasm. Countless girls screamed out, so cool, so handsome, that's my boy God, I'm going to give him a monkey. After her best friend Xiaoyu screamed, she hurriedly grabbed her cell phone and took a wild shot at the broken mask on the demon's face in the picture. Sisters, hurry up and take some pictures for me. The mask on his face is breaking. I'm going to document what my man God really looks like. The mask on the demon's face in the picture had long been tattered, and it was covered with dense cracks, as if it would completely shatter at the slightest touch, especially at the left eye position. There were several places that had already crumbled, revealing the white snow-like skin underneath, as well as a pupil that was as scarlet as blood. Emitting a bizarre light, the face hidden under that mask loomed large, revealing a mysterious and dangerous aura. Its perfect jawline curved like it was carefully carved by a master sculptor, with smooth and natural lines without a single flaw. Such a perfect appearance was simply breathtaking. When the crowd of cheerleaders present saw this scene, their eyes instantly glowed, and they cupped their hands around their faces, with shapes of love glittering in their eyes, as if they had been enchanted, and they were completely immersed in their adoration of this magic face. So handsome, just by looking at his jawline. I know he's so handsome. Wow. I can't believe it's red eyes. It's beautiful. Little dream. Do you think whether the devil or your brother Su-chen is more handsome? Xiao Yu hugged Lin Xiaoming's arm, bouncing and jumping, excitedly asking a mouthful of questions. Devil handsome or my brother handsome? Lin Xiaoming looked at the sporadic facial features revealed by the demon in the picture, her big round eyes blinking. In fact, for the magic of course she and her good sisters have discussed, but also very curious about the magic mask after the appearance in the end. How? A few days ago Xiao Yu asked her, do you think the devil or her brother Su-chen is more handsome? At that time, she said that she also had a good feeling about the devil, and very much hoped that the other party was a big handsome man, but when it came to this issue, she still felt that her brother Su-chen was a bit more handsome. After all, in Lin Xiaoming's eyes, there weren't a lot of people in the world who were as handsome as her brother. But in hindsight, Lin Xiaoming was a bit deep in thought. It didn't come out as the first answer as it did last time. How come it feels like this perfect jawline of the devil is indistinguishable from Su Duan's? The one who also had this feeling was He Xiaoye on the side. Her eyes flickered. Her intuition as a woman. Her heart all vaguely had an unrealistic guess. But then she ended her thoughts when she saw the demon's horrible eyes of scarlet blood in the picture. One's favorite male god is not so brutal and bloodthirsty. Magic. Heavenly demon star. I didn't expect him to be able to battle this Taiguan to this extent. This is the only 24 heavenly star level demon in the 9. Thousands of meters away on a large branch. Huangshan put down the binoculars with mixed emotions. This huge talent gap was enough to make anyone suffer a blow upon seeing it. Still him? It's not right. Suddenly Huangshan again seemed to think of something. His body shook, and he hurriedly picked up the binoculars, once again looking from the screen, his heart thumping, his face anxious. His heart gradually had a bad idea. If the devil is so powerful, so what Ray and the others said earlier about hunting demons? Boo. It was as if two giant trucks had violently collided at the top of the dome. The deafening roar caused the clouds to tremble. At this moment, there was only one survivor left in the field, Lei Ming. He witnessed this amazing battle with his own eyes. His heart was shaken, and his eyelids couldn't stop jumping due to his nervousness. This rough middle-aged man was filled with astonishment, unable to believe what was happening in front of him. What the hell is going on here? What the hell happened? Why are they so powerful? And what is this state he's in now? How could he suddenly become so powerful? The chi and blood rolled over, like the red-blooded remnants of the sun burning, incinerating the entire heaven and earth. The blood chi and the demonic chi were entangled with each other, and they mirrored each other. The waterfall like pitch-black long hair danced wildly in the air, while the silhouette in it was like a devil god descending from the sky. Lei Ming, who had once fought against a demon, was at this moment all but unable to comprehend the scene before him. What the hell happened to him? Why has it suddenly become so powerful? Deep questions flooded his mind like a tidal wave, filling his mind. At this moment, the sound from the clash of fists and feet was as deafening as the roar between heaven and earth. Amidst the dull, heavy ringing sound, Su-chen's figure flew out violently backwards. A fragment of broken internal organs was spat out from his mouth, while the scarlet bloodshot eye hidden under the mask emitted an awe-inspiring luster. Blood boiling. This was precisely a minor divine ability technique that was returned to Su-chen after the Phoenix Nirvana method's blood refining minor accomplishment. Through his subjective consciousness, he could cause the chi and blood of his entire body to completely boil like boiling water. And in this instant, the originally sleeping body completely awakened and entered a state of awakening, instantly transforming from extreme stillness to extreme movement. Although such a change could not fundamentally alter the strength of his own power, it could allow the cells of his entire body to enter a highly activated state in an instant. This state of cellular activation was able to bring about two distinct changes for him: resilience and mastery. Although he has been refining skin into refining meat into a small, thick skin. Not afraid of the Ghost Guard's general attack, but I'm afraid that the origin of this guard is not simple. IQ is very high. In the judgment of the normal attack on him does not matter. It has been able to use a kind of mountain to hit the bull in general vibration, through the body and into the body, and constantly attacking his internal organs and peripheral meridians and bones. At the moment he broke through the refined flesh, minor achievement. Although his entire body had a metamorphosis, compared to the blood and flesh that had been focused on the metamorphosis, these important organs of the organism and supporting bones and meridians were ultimately still shortcomings, and they were able to shatter his internal organs and meridians almost every time they collided. But therein lies the advantage of whole body cellular activation. Under the state of cellular activation, Su-chuan's own self-healing ability almost skyrocketed. The metabolic rate was nearly 100 times, 1,000 times the usual rate. Just like his hair that suddenly skyrocketed after he entered the blood boiling state. Under this metabolic rate, as long as he had enough chi and blood, A small injury from a ruptured viscera in the district could be repaired almost in the blink of an eye, and it wouldn't affect his basic combat power except for the pain, and in a blood-boiling state the second enhancement brought to him mastery, with the cells of his flesh body activated and his 5 senses enlightened. Su Chen in this state could almost feel every inch of his body, every inch of his breath, every rhythm of his heart, and the leaping of the blood in his body, thus enabling him to have an extremely high degree of control over his body. For example, he was now able to achieve the ability to cross over in the air with his weightlifting technique by using the chi and blood underneath his feet or his demonic chi as a pedal, something he was unable to do before he underwent the awakening. At the same time, the substantial increase in control over his body brought him, Su Chen, who was flying backwards in mid-air. His face was grave, his eyes were resolute, he used all his strength, and his foot violently stepped on the blood and chi underneath his feet, wanting to forcibly stabilize his swaying figure. With the fall of this foot, the blood chi under his feet violently agitated, just like the surging sea waves, emitting a roaring sound. As for Su Chen's body, he took advantage of this force and made a violent pause in the air, and then once again exerted his strength, and with a fierce bit of blood chi under his feet, the whole person was like a cannonball, and sped towards the opposite side of the Taisho, who had also flown out backwards at an extremely fast speed. At the same time, Su Chen let out a low gulp from his mouth. Divine Elephant. The voice was low and powerful, as if it contained endless power. Immediately afterward, he bellowed again, breaking fist. With these two cries, the blood in Su Chen's body began to turn wildly, like a high-speed engine, constantly outputting powerful energy. Every muscle and muscle fiber up and down his body became abnormally active at this moment, as if they were all following his command. The neurons were constantly flickering as many as 1 billion times per second. Such a terrifying computational ability allowed him to precisely control his body and maximize every bit of power. When Su Chen swung out this fist, the air around him seemed to freeze in an instant. The entire space became abnormally heavy, as if there was a huge mountain pressing down on it, leaving people breathless. At this moment, the ghost Taisho felt like he was trapped in a cage. No matter how much he struggled, he could not escape the lock of Su Chen's punch. Seeing the fist getting closer and closer, the ghost Taisho's face became hideous as he cursed angrily. Humans, you're reckless. However, his curses didn't do any good. Even though he had tried his best to block his body with both hands, he still could not stop the power of Su Chen's punch, only to hear a click sound. The Taiguan's arms were directly blown off by Su Chen, and his sternum was also deeply sunken. His body was like a kite with broken strings, flying backwards, spraying a mouthful of blood, forming a blood mist in the air. Powerful forceful chi erupted from Su Chen's fist, setting off a near-piercing sound whistle that resounded throughout the entire heaven and earth. With his wild hair fluttering about underneath the broken mask, a scarlet luster emanated from Su Chen's pair of bloodshot eyes. In the activated state of his entire body's cells, he almost casually struck with a full-force outburst, and with a single punch, he was able to casually strike the deep-leveled god image-breaking fist that he had luckily struck when he was facing that muscle demon mountain at that time. Powerful attack, powerful recovery and great defense. It is also because these three stand side by side, only then could he battle this ghost Taisho to this state. After sending the ghost Taisho flying with a punch, Su Chen did not stay here and once again bullied his way up. That injury just now was simply not enough to cause damage to this ghost Taisho of unknown origin. It's only when you give it continuous heavy blows. What nerve! Ghost gas fluttering. Although each other previously dimmed a few points, but the ghost too much guard was hit by the sunken area of the chest and arms. In the blink of an eye will be restored. By this human teenager punch out such injuries, the ghost too much guard heart there is shocked and dismayed. He did not think that earlier in his eyes is still just a plate of food in the blood meal. After the hair crazy long, but it seems to be like a new person in general, actually able to burst out of this kind of attention to injure his strength. But more than shock and dismay, when he saw that Su Chen had gained the upper hand and dared to step forward to continue chasing him, the ghost Taisho's heart was still filled with more anger and shame. He was a king of a party who had fallen to such a state. Junior is rampant. If not for the fact that this king has just come back to life and his strength has not yet reached 30%, would he have let you do whatever you want? Witnessing techniques, invisible chopping strikes, ghost devouring bites, insidious curses, and all the other techniques he was good at were completely ineffective in front of this bizarre human teenager. It's a bit of a struggle for either a chop or a bite to break through the defense, and the wounds inflicted on its outer flesh and blood are simply too meaningless to hurt it in any significant way. The infestation of ghost chi was again restrained by the overly exuberant chi and blood of the other party. Curses and insidious poisons are hardly very effective against it either. The impact of spiritual power was again absorbed by his weird clothes and the black gas around his body. All over this king, it's amazing that he can only use the monotonous shot power to be able to inflict effective damage on his opponent. This bizarre situation completely limited his means, and it was precisely for this reason that he fell into such a disadvantage, or else a slight change, even if the combat power was one step higher than the opposite side. He had no fear. But it was just as well that he encountered this kind of nemesis. It's really a holding pattern. But even so, this king is not something you can provoke either. Even if I can only use shock power, this king will still shock you to death, only to hear the Taisho let out a roar, like a tiger descending from the mountain. He pounced towards Su Chuan in a furious manner. Without fear, Su Chen met the Taiguan head-on and engaged in a thrilling duel with him. Boo! A loud bang came, followed by a series of intense collisions resounding between the two. Each impact seemed to tear apart the entire space, making people unable to help but feel chilled. And at this moment, Su Chen's internal organs were already shattered beyond repair, and his bones were emitting creepy creaking sounds. However, he did not have the slightest intention of retreating, and with his powerful physical body and tenacious will, he forcefully pushed his body to continue fighting. Divine Elephant Breaking Fist. Divine Elephant Breaking Fist. Divine Elephant Breaking Fist. Su Chen swung out several punches in succession, each one containing endless power. These punches smashed into the Taisho like a cannonball, sending the ghostly aura on his body crumbling and overflowing. His light gradually dimming, all the surrounding mountains and rivers began to jump violently under this force. The grass and trees collapsed and fell to the ground as if they were being pressed by an invisible force. In the face of such a ferocious attack, Taisho did not choose to escape or admit defeat, but rather went out on a limb and counterattacked with all his might. Shocking air palm. Shocking air palm. Shocking air palm. The ghost Taisho continuously slapped out 3 palms, each of which carried a powerful wind in an attempt to stop Su Chen's attack. These 3 palms were like thunderbolts and were incredibly powerful, causing the surrounding air to become distorted. Knowing that the other means would not be of much use to Su Chen, the ghost Taisho resolutely gave up all other bizarre abilities and focused his entire body's strength to bring together a huge shocking force. These vibration forces were like surging torrents, penetrating Su Chen's surface skin and penetrating deep into his thick flesh and blood, then further penetrating into his 5 viscera and 6 bowels, destroying the odd meridians and 8 veins, and finally penetrating deeply into his bones and bone marrow. Shocking air palm. Divine Elephant Breaking Fist. With 2 furious shouts, a series of collisions erupted like a thunderclap. Su Chen's eyes were so bloodshot and scarlet as blood that the whites of his eyes had disappeared without a trace. His eyes were like a deep pool swirling with blood at the moment, making it impossible to distinguish the pupils from the rest. At the same time, the chi and blood rushing from Su Chen's body and the ghost aura permeating the ghost Taisho's body were both rapidly fading and dimming at a speed visible to the naked eye. At this very moment, a devil and a ghost were engaged in a thrilling battle. Their battle triggered the shaking of mountains and rivers. The ground shook, and the entire heaven and earth were stirred up and shattered. Terrifying collision sounds resounded through the clouds, like thunder from the 9 heavens, echoing out in the picture one after another, as if they were about to tear apart the entire space. Each of their attacks was like a volcano erupting, carrying the power to destroy the heavens and the earth. As their fists and palms clashed, the airwaves that were set off swept over them like shocking waves, turning everything around them into rubble. Their figures crisscrossed in the air, each collision accompanied by dazzling light and endless might. Su Chen's clothes shattered in the fierce battle, revealing his bruised and battered body, but his eyes grew more and more determined, as if they were burning with endless fighting spirit. The ghostly shadow of the ghost Taisho loomed in the light, exuding a bizarre aura, but his attacks became more and more ferocious and unrelenting. Both sides fought with all their might, without reservation, and the entire land trembled. The development of the battlefield and the unusually intense evolution of the battlefield, so that those who are far away from an unknown number of miles away to watch the battle of the second secondary school teachers and students cannot help but watch in awe, shocked in their hearts, cannot help but let out bursts of gasps. I'll be damned. Is this the 24 heavenly star level? I still didn't have any concrete image of the concept of whatever the only 24 people in Kyushu were before. I just thought it sounded pretty dope, but I didn't realize how dope they really were. But now words, Mom, I know, it's fucking horrible. The unmistakable clamor of shocked chirps that came from the group of teens in the second form were more shocked by the cognitive impact than the intensity of the battle at the moment. Didn't someone earlier say that the opposite Taisho's fighting strength was upwards of 50,000? So what's going on here now? Devil, how was he able to fight the Taisho in such a situation? Evenly matched? Not vaguely prevailing? Doesn't this mean that Devil's fighting strength is equally above 50,000? TMD also awakened in the same term. My combat power is only 500. Crap, are we going to compete with such monsters in the college entrance exams later on? I won't even be able to reach 5,000 in my combat power after 2 months. This is still a competition. Damn, don't want to take the exam. Senior classmates among the group of students are wailing everywhere. Crying father and mother, many people staggering do not want to take the test. But this kind of time aside, the teacher is not in the mood to take care of them. Because this group of teachers are the same because of the screen on the battle between the devil and the Taisho. Back to God. 24 celestial stars? More than that, with the state that devil is showing right now, even if it's not as good as the 4 emperors, it should still be in the forefront of that handful within the 16 lords and kings. Elder Li, who was slightly more knowledgeable than his classmates about the division of strength between the various seal ranks of heavenly pride in the Kyushu region, murmured out with his eyes lost in thought, How can it be so strong? The handle of the telescope became twisted and deformed under Wu Hao's unconscious kneading, and his eyes kept staring at the battle on the screen, the whole person falling into a state of disorientation. The same people were all awakened within a day. Why was the difference in strength between each other so big? So big that it was simply a world of difference. This was really hard for Wu Hao to accept originally. He was naive enough to think that his black and white ghost king was already strong enough. However, when he witnessed the black and white ghost king shivering and curling up into a ball in front of that mysterious Taisho, it was as if he had turned into a helpless lamb waiting to be slaughtered, and he directly shrank back in fear. On the contrary, this mysterious devil was actually able to fight a fierce battle with the Tai guards in such a difficult situation, and even vaguely gained the upper hand. This strong sense of contrast made Wu Hao, who had always been high-minded and proud, completely lose his balance, and he felt that his mind was about to collapse. Ugh! Huangshan couldn't help but let out a sigh as he similarly saw his big brother Lei Ming's lone figure through the projection screen. Judging from the current battle situation, he roughly guessed what might have happened to the large force on the other side that had been slow to show up. Look away! Look! I'm afraid our squad is dying out. Do you see what I'm saying? A 24 heavenly star level demon is indeed not something you and I can treat with common sense. He patted Wu Hao's shoulder, wanting to comfort Wu Hao's already broken Dao heart, and then took this opportunity to invite Wu Hao to join their hunting sky organization so as to replenish the fresh blood lost by their squad. However, only halfway through his words, Huang Shan's eyes suddenly widened, and his body shook violently, as if he had sensed some kind of danger. He hastily reached out and grabbed Wu Hao's shoulder, anxiously and softly shouting, "Run!" Before the words fell, he pulled Wu Hao and leapt down from the big tree. Right at the moment they landed, Huang Shan's entire body unexpectedly drilled directly into the earth with Wu Hao like an earthbound grandson. The falling leaves fluttered, and in the blink of an eye, the two of them disappeared without a trace. Not long after the two of them had just left, bursts of mournful and extremely miserable screams came one after another from among the bushes behind them. In an instant, scarlet blood burst everywhere, bang, accompanied by a dull ringing sound. A figure with all of its limbs broken was viciously flung out from behind a flourishing tree, and heavily smashed down in front of the second middle school's team. And this sudden scene immediately triggered a wave of panic in the crowd. The two directors of instruction arrived at the scene of the incident as quickly as a gust of wind. What happened again? They inquired with faces full of horror and nervousness. People don't have to be afraid. We're official. Two figures appeared on top of the tree trunk as if they were ghosts. They were dressed in black uniforms. Their combat boots made a light sound of falling feet. Their heads were covered with black and red military hats, and below them, their eyes were as sharp as eagles. Their voices were calm and steady, and they exuded a strong aura of shrewdness and competence and decisiveness all over their bodies. It's the Seal Auditor. The Lord Auditor himself has come to our rescue. Wei Qiuyu and Lin Dongxue, two special official uniforms. The crowd recognized at a glance. The nervous mood suddenly turned into a piece of excitement. 9 states sealed auditor strength at least in the 4th order. Combat power hundreds of thousands of quantitative level. And their White Cloud City's strongest city lord have a spell is absolutely strong. There is such a strong person to come, they no longer need to worry about 2 guards to go and return to the matter. Whoa, I didn't think the auditor adults would come specifically to save us. It was so moving. I can blow this thing for a year. The team in the second middle school was filled with a euphoric atmosphere. But as a teacher director of teaching they were still very pushed, knowing that the auditing officer, a special person analogous to the position of the Kyushu inspector, could not come over here specifically to save them. Therefore, looking at the strange man who was smashed on the ground, limbs twisted and screaming, Li Lao stepped forward with doubt on his face and took the initiative to ask, "Lord Auditor, this is just a bunch of rats who don't know what they're doing and have the guts to do it. The ghost tide you encountered was orchestrated by them. When you return to White Cloud City, immediately escort them to the law enforcement department, torture them, and inquire about where the rat that escaped by burrowing into the ground actually fled to." Wei Qiuyu's eyes drooped slightly, and the words spat out of his mouth were cold and disdainful. Garbage organizations like the Hunting Sky had long been explicitly banned in Kyushu. If it wasn't for the fact that they hadn't paid too much attention to it over the years, how could these sidewalk-jumping clowns be so arrogant and domineering? I didn't expect that not only did they not keep a low profile this time, but they even dared to design a ghost tide in a vain attempt to murder thousands of teachers and students in the school. Simply don't know how to die. After His Majesty finishes dealing with the matter of the Martial Alliance, the chi of the 9 states will be returned to 1, and at that time, it will be the end of you jumped-up clowns. It has been an unchanging truth since ancient times that to resist foreign aggression, one must first pacify the interior, with the unsealing of the 10,000 races quarantine zone imminent. A thrilling 10,000 races melee was about to begin. It was foreseeable that those clowns who were trying to disrupt the chi of the 9 states wouldn't be able to jump around for much longer. One must know that the imperial and imperial races were currently focused on the martial Dao alliance, and had no time to care about these insignificant little players, after the matters of the martial arts alliance were properly dealt with. Bugs like the hunting sky and the evil god cult that hid in the dark corners would inevitably be thoroughly purged. Therefore, for this kind of organization that was arrogant and domineering on the surface, but was actually nothing more than a grasshopper in the autumn, but still complacent, Wei Qiuyu simply could not look at them. Wow. Although there were some more words involving secrets that were not said much later, the information revealed from Wei Qiuyu's disdainful tone in the front alone was already enough to cause an uproar among the group of teachers and students of the second middle school. They could not have dreamed that the horrifying wave of ghosts that they had encountered was actually carefully designed by someone. The crowd stared dumbfounded at what was in front of them, their hearts filled with endless doubt and anger. This group of bad guys, what exactly is their purpose? Obviously we don't know each other, but they want to victimize us, someone said indignantly. This world is really scary. Many people chimed in, patting their chests with palpitating hearts. But Wei Qiuyu didn't care about any of this as he calmly observed his surroundings just like Lin Dongxue. There was a battle in the Zhou dynasty. Wei Qiuyu frowned, keenly aware of the strangeness in the air. It has the scent of the group of summoned beasts just now. Lin Dongxue echoed. It should be those summoned beasts that helped them tackle the ghost tied together. The two came to this conclusion after some analysis based on the traces of battle left at the scene. A judgment that lifted the duo's mood by a few points. Our guess was indeed correct. A trace of joy flashed in Wei Qiuyu's eyes, and his originally taut nerves relaxed slightly. Chicken and that bastard turtle are indeed devils summoned beasts. Otherwise they wouldn't have purposely flown so far over to help this group of people from the second middle school to solve the matter of the ghost tide. There is obviously a devil behind this matter. So where's the group of summoned beasts? Where's the devil? Wei Qiuyu and Lin Dongxue both looked at the director of instruction of the second middle school in front of them with an eager face, their tones filled with anxiety and doubt. Magic? After hearing this question, the two instructional directors first looked at each other, and after realizing why they had encountered the seal auditor here, the instructional director froze slightly before pointing with his hand to the large projection screen behind him. There it is. Looking in the direction of his finger, a trace of doubt surfaced on both Wei Qiuyu and Lin Dongxue's faces at the same time. A question mark popped into their heads in unison. As a matter of fact, they had noticed the large projection screen in the center of the second middle school team as early as when they first entered this area, but at that time, they didn't pay too much attention to it, and thought that the students of the second middle school were organizing some kind of campus activity like watching a movie in the field or something like that. What does this have to do with the devil? The two muttered under their breath, their hearts filled with doubt as they raised their heads, their gazes somewhat blankly looking at the projected image in the center. However, the moment they looked up, time seemed to freeze, their bodies shook violently, and the expressions on their faces became rigid and incomparable at the same moment. Shocking air palm, a furious roar, like thunder above the 9 heavens, resounded through the clouds and shook the hearts of the people. Divine elephant breaking fist. It was followed by another roar, louder and more powerful than the previous one, as if it was going to tear the entire world apart. Shocking air palm, divine elephant breaking fist. The bloodlight flickering in Su Chen's eyes was like a burning flame, hot and dazzling. He clenched his fists tightly, each of his fingers whitening from the exertion. As he fiercely blasted forward, endless power gushed out like a volcanic eruption, carrying a might that destroyed the heavens and the earth. The power of this punch set off a gale in the air, and the wind wrapped around the Taisho as well as the ghostly chi gloom in that 1,000-meter range behind him. The layers and layers of butterfly waves, like tsunami waves that rolled backwards, surged and surged, yet collapsed and dissipated in an instant. The ghost Taisho's body flew down like a meteor under the power of this punch. Its body continued to twist in the air, as if it was suffering from unbearable pain. The ghost Taisho let out an angry roar, and its already tattered body was even more shattered under the impact of this punch. Its black mist continued to tumble as if it was about to be torn into countless pieces. As the ghost Taisho fell at a rapid pace, the ghostly aura behind it gradually dissipated like smoke being blown away. When the ghost Taisho ruthlessly smashed into the ground, the entire ground trembled. The countless dust that splashed up blossomed like fireworks, forming a huge dust fog mass, and in the midst of this dust mist, the figure of the ghost Taisho loomed as if it had lost its life. My lord, Taisho-sama, are you okay? The ghost general rushed towards the side of the deep pit where the Taisho had fallen with a face full of panic, shouting loudly with an anxious heart. His voice was filled with anxiety and worry. As if his entire being was about to collapse, the thrilling battle scene just now was still vivid in his mind. How could the Ghost General not believe that the Taisho Lord that he admired and relied on would actually lose in an encounter with that mysterious teenager? Such an outcome was really too unexpected, making him feel as unreal as a dream. In his mind, Lord Taisho was by no means comparable to an ordinary weak scholar. He was originally the king of a party of nobles, and his cold, ferocious and arrogant personality as well as his terrifying king-level strength had long been deeply imprinted in people's hearts. However, now, such a dramatic turn of events had occurred. The strength of such a powerful Lord Taisho, even though he had not yet fully recovered to his peak state, was actually knocked into the ground by a human teenager with the power of one punch, and fell into a predicament of defeat. This is all simply unbelievable and ridiculous. Asshole! 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 Accompanied by a furious shout. The roar of the Taisho's extreme anger continuously came from the middle of the deep pit. The sound was deafening and resounded through the heavens and earth, as if it was going to tear this space apart. Dust and smoke rolled around, and Inchi floated around. In the midst of this chaos, the Taisho's figure finally appeared. His originally tattered body had once again recovered, but the ghostly aura surrounding him was much dimmer than before, and his entire aura had also become shriveled and decayed. At this moment, this once formidable Taisho had already lost his former elegance, and his cloaked hair and face full of fierce anger sent shivers down one's spine. To think that he, a king's noble, was so humiliated by a tiny human brat after his recovery was simply a strange shame. The anger in his heart burned hotter and hotter, as if it was going to set the entire world on fire. Truly assholes, he said through gritted teeth, his eyes flashing with endless hatred and rage. Are you alright, Taisho-sama? This person is not trivial. It should be the human race's absolute heavenly pride. You have only just recovered. It is inevitable that one person will suffer a loss when facing such a heavenly pride. Seeing the Taisho climb out of the deep pit, the Ghost General was relieved and rushed to meet him, while uttering his reminder advice. Why don't we all, together? Put. Greenish-gray blood spurted out. The ghostly heavy armor crumbled in midair, and a gray heart thumped in the Taisho's pale hands. You're right. The king has just revived. The strength is less than 30% of his heyday, and it is inevitable that he will be slightly weaker against this kind of human pride. So, sacrifice everything you have for the king. A chilly voice rang in his ears. Your Excellency. The Ghost General who came to the Taisho's side stumbled. His body staggered. The ghost fire in his eyes stirred, and he incredulously lowered his head. But he could only meet the Taisho's endlessly cold and violent eyes before the Ghost General could finish his sentence. The Taisho's hand had already passed through his chest and held the still beating heart. The Ghost General's eyes were filled with despair and fear as he tried to struggle, but realized that his body had completely lost control. The Taisho's hand tightly gripped the Ghost General's heart, as if he was enjoying the cruelty of the moment. A hideous smile appeared on his face as he muttered under his breath, your existence is no longer meaningful. Contribute everything you have to this king. As the Taisho's words fell, his hand fiercely exerted force, and the Ghost General's heart was crushed. The Ghost General's body instantly went limp, and the last glimmer of light in his eyes disappeared. Taisho put the Ghost General's heart into his mouth and chewed hard. Gloomy blood spilled out of his teeth and dripped onto the ground in a bizarre puddle. His face was full of satisfaction and cruelty, as if he was enjoying this rare delicacy. After eating the Ghost General's heart, the Taisho's shriveled aura quickly began to raise back up, surging in knots, and his ghostly body, which had originally been beaten to the point of weakness and dullness, also became solid once again, emitting an even more terrifying aura. I don't know why your skin and flesh are so strange, but it's not a perfect body after all, outside of gold and jade, but inside of it, you won't be given time to rest and recover here. There's not enough chakra to support it. This king would like to see how many times your broken internal organs and bones can recover. The Taisho's pair of extremely cold eyes fiercely threw themselves at him. His tone of voice was eerie and cold when he spoke, as if he were an evil spirit crawling out of hell, and the aura around him instantly erupted, with a terrifying might shaking the sky and dome, as if doomsday had come. At the same time, the dark and gloomy ghostly aura also began to diffuse once again, gradually covering the entire sky. In mid-air, Su Chen's fist retracted, and his chest rose and fell dramatically, as if it was about to explode. He opened his mouth, and a scorching and intense blood mist fishy gas violently spewed out, as hot as the magma spewed out from a volcanic eruption. At this moment, the blood in his entire body was like boiling, surging madly, making his entire body look like a powder keg about to explode. The air around him also became distorted due to this high temperature, as if the entire space was about to be torn apart. His hair fluttered in the air, each one stained with blood, as if it had been fished out of a sea of blood. His eyes were deep and terrifying, and his crimson eyes were like pools of blood, emitting a palpitating light. He was suspended in mid-air like this, just like a demon god from hell descending to earth. His voice was low and hoarse. You could have tried. True as the Ghost Taisho said, under the blood-boiling state, although it provided him with unparalleled recovery power and control, but the same consumption of his physical strength was also dozens of times higher than the normal state, especially in this case where almost every collision would cause internal injuries to his internal organs, meridians, bones and other internal injuries. In order to repair these injuries to the body's chi and blood consumption was even more drastically increased. Taisho after the Ghost General 8. The physical state has been vaguely higher than him, coupled with the body of the bizarre innate ability, are able to devour the life of the flesh and blood essence for recovery, under the circumstances, but if continue to be dragged down, perhaps it will be unfavorable to many normal people, if not specialty professionals. Otherwise human professionals is very difficult to be so efficient to recover consumed chi, blood and energy. However, this did not include Su Chun with the heaven-swallowing devil technique. He was more efficient than the Ghost Taisho when it came to devouring the flesh and blood of living creatures to restore himself. The reason why he hadn't used the devouring devil technique much up until now. Point 1 is because the Ghost 2 guardian body or ghost chi. This kind of cold ghost chi in his own pure yang nirvana blood attribute collision, if not through the purification and refinement of direct absorption, will only be on his own chi and blood consumption. Therefore, the previous battle with the Ghost Guardian Su Chuan did not open the field, directly devouring the power of the Ghost Guardian. The second point is limited by the scene environment. He is now located in the location of the underworld forest, and the underworld forest is not a few normal flesh and blood living beings. The surrounding scene, in addition to some of the netherworld of the ghosts and wild ghosts, the only counting the flesh and blood living beings reserve food is, Su Chen had a pair of bloodshot eyes, turned to the only living person on the scene, Prickla. With a sound, the arc of electricity flashed, and thunder transformed into a bolt of lightning that vanished far away at great speed. A flicker of fluctuation flashed through Su Chen's blood pool like scarletized. I don't think I've ever thought of breaking out of cannibalism myself. Why just run away? Do my intention show so clearly? Run! Big brother thunder, run! An auditor is rushing towards your side. Huang Shan's urgent and tense reminder kept echoing in his headset, and Lei Ming also realized in an instant why he suddenly felt a nasty chill coming from his neck. It turns out that it's actually because there are official people from the Kyushu state who are coming this way, the auditors of the 9 states. The strength of their strength was at least above the 4th rank, and with his current strength, there was no way he could be a match for these people. So after learning this news, despite his heart being filled with unwillingness and reluctance towards the devil, Lei Ming chose to flee without hesitation. After all, continuing to stay where he was, only death awaited him. Without any hesitation, Lei Ming quickly exerted his fastest speed, transformed into a dazzling lightning, and sped off into the distance. Wow! Also sensing something was the Ghost Taisho. Originally, he was about to continue to make a move on Su Chen, but his gaze suddenly looked somewhere behind Su Chen, and his body's ghostly chi tumbled and rolled like a tidal wave. What a bummer! Accompanied by a furious shout, the Ghost Taisho's voice echoed throughout the entire space, as if it was going to shatter this heaven and earth. Kid, this king will remember you. He stared at Su Chen with a deadly stare, a ferocious light flashing in his eyes, as if he wanted to eat Su Chen alive. However, in the next moment, the Ghost Taisho did not stay any longer, but turned around and whistled towards the distance like a gust of wind. After a few days, when this king recovers a little, he will eat you all along with him. His voice came from far away, carrying endless killing intent and threats that sent shivers down one's spine. Not a day later? A little recovery? The Ghost Taisho's sudden escape caused Su Chen to raise his eyebrows slightly, and he did not pay any attention to Thunder's sudden escape. After all, its threat was relatively small. And you, how dare you want to wait until not a day later, and trying to keep recovering? Could it be that you naively think that I will give you such an opportunity? Su Chen roared angrily, just like a thunderclap rising from the flat ground. His hair behind his back stood up, his feet violently stomped on the atmosphere, and the whole person sped out as if he was a dark red beam of light compared to the unidentified Thunder middle-aged man. The Ghost 2 guardian ferocious, addicted to killing, the many curses it cast, insidious and vicious art for ordinary people, strange and difficult to prevent. More can be devoured through the living spirit blood to restore their own strength, and even aimed at him as well as the small dream and so on the crowd. In the face of such a situation, if today cannot put this evil animal to death, then in the future will certainly leave endless scourges, unbridled. Su Chen's sudden pursuit caused the Ghost Taisho and the cloudy wind to turn back abruptly, his face bursting with anger. Kid, you still dare to chase? Do you really think that this king is afraid of you? With a roar, the Ghost Taisho's voice echoed in the air as if the entire space was shaken. He was a king of a party and possessed absolute strength. How could he easily retreat? It was only just now that he suddenly sensed 2 incomparably powerful auras rapidly approaching in the distance, and the strength of that aura was by no means an existence that he was currently able to fight against. If not for this reason, how could he have chosen to retreat? This king has descended to this world and is lacking a suitable physical body. If not for the disturbance, this king would have used you as a vessel long ago. You can stop if you can. Let's see which one of us uses which one as a vessel. I was just about to add a ghost to the heavenly abyss. Su-chen raised his palm high, and a powerful aura surged up from him. Only a layer, if any, of light golden light flickered at the edge of his palm, and upon closer inspection, it was actually a pattern of dragon scales. These dragon scales were lifelike, as if they could come to life at any time. At this moment, although he was slightly weaker than the ghost Taisho in terms of breath, the ghost Taisho then did not have an entity after all, and was merely a ball of ghostly chi. It was like rootless water in wood without a source, only able to continuously consume its own power without being able to be replenished, even though he had just devoured the ghost general, allowing his power to recover slightly. If he continued to fight, the first one who couldn't support himself would undoubtedly be the ghost Taisho, and since the ghost Taisho was obviously of such an extraordinary bloodline, if he could swallow into the heavenly abyss and transform it into his own magical beast, he might become the strongest fighting force under his command in one fell swoop. Dragon Scale. Accompanied by this furious cry, Su-chen violently swung out a powerful and incomparable dragon scale sword chi towards the Yin wind that the ghost Taisho was sweeping towards. This sword chi was like substance, carrying an unrivaled sharpness as it whistled out. Wherever the sword chi passed, the void was torn apart, emitting sharp and ear-piercing sounds. Its speed is even faster to the extreme, almost 100 meters away in an instant. Only heard snort a light sound. The dragon scale sword chi was like cutting tofu, easily cut off a small part of the ghost 2 guardian of the Yin wind, and not far away from a small mountain directly cut flat. Asshole! With a roar, a wave of anger surged up from the bottom of the Taisho's heart. At this moment, his eyes became scarlet as if they were about to spew out fire. At the same time, the ghost chi around him also looked as if it had been enraged, and began to roll around wildly, flailing and clawing, as if it wanted to devour the enemy to the ground. However, despite his heart being filled with anger and humiliation, the Taisho still clenched his teeth and forcefully suppressed the urge to immediately turn around and start a life-and-death battle with Su-chen. This was because he deeply knew that this was not the best time, and if he acted rashly, he was afraid that he would fall into an even greater crisis. Kid, you've done a great job. The Taisho's voice was ice-cold to the extreme, and the killing intent contained within it was chilling. What you did to this king today, this king will definitely remember. He continued, the threatening intent in his tone growing stronger. I only hope that you won't regret today's behavior in the future. These last words were like a sharp sword, stabbing straight into Su-chen's heart. After saying this, the Taisho no longer delayed and sped towards the distance at an even faster speed than before. His figure was like a gust of wind, instantly disappearing into the sky. Seeing this situation, Su-chen did not hesitate to follow closely behind. He stepped on the void. His body shape was like electricity, and he chased furiously all the way. The distance between the two gradually shortened, and a thrilling chase battle began. Crap! 666 in the live broadcast room. The netizens who saw such a powerful scene in the opening game were instantly shocked and dumbfounded, and countless 666 pop-up screens were madly brushed. Before clicking in, I couldn't believe that someone had actually encountered a demon in the wild and said something about how the demon's combat strength could be upwards of 50,000. At the time I thought it was someone's eye candy, but now I think just that one sword breath could slash and beat 100 of me. My little brother gives a knee. It turned out that during the time waiting for the rescue of the law enforcement team, someone was bored, or perhaps feeling a little too nervous and scared. So they called the family members of the live broadcasting room together and accompanied them to watch the projected images. And also up to this point, about the devil's things, completely in the network explosion propaganda open, to be able to chase that horrible ghost Taiyu and fight. How is this possible? How can it be so strong? Is this still human? I think with that ghost Taisho's strength, 1 second is enough to kill me 800 times. But it turns out that he is still not a match for the devil. Could it be that there are already people perverted to such an extent in this era? Are all 24 celestial stars such dicks? If this is really the case, the district of the 10,000 races mixed battle, there is what is difficult. In the future, when the 10,000 races battlefield opens, the 9 states, name 10,000 to fight. Put. A loud roar came from the air as a helicopter hovered above the crowd. This teacher, may I ask if that's really what happened? Is it really true that you guys encountered the devil as shown in your live broadcast? And he showed that terrifying combat power value? A thick and black microphone suddenly appeared in front of Li Lao and almost disliked him in his mouth. Elderly fixed his eyes on it, and it turned out to be Xiao Li, a beautiful reporter who was quite famous within White Cloud City, who was rushing to the scene along with Zhao Chuyin and other law enforcement members of White Cloud City, ready to provide the audience with first-hand information and answer questions. Xiao Li was wearing a set of competent professional clothes, wearing exquisite makeup, beautiful, but at this time her eyes were full of eagerness and curiosity. In the face of Xiao Li's questions, Elderly looked a little helpless. He took a deep breath and tried to keep himself calm. That's right. It's true. As you all can see, we have indeed encountered the devil, and the strength he has shown is truly shocking. In front of the camera, Elderly, who had a long white beard, was talking about this matter with a serious face. To be able to fight with that terrifying ghost Taisho in that kind of difficult manner, according to our estimation, the devil's combat power has reached at least 50,000 quantum levels or more. Wow! 50,000. I can't believe it's really 50,000. Even though there had been such rumors before, when Li Lao, a highly prestigious and respected teacher in the second middle school, personally confirmed that the demon was so amazingly powerful in combat, the live broadcast room couldn't help but be flooded with a series of shocking pop-ups. It's only been just over 20 days of awakening. Don't be so exaggerated. 50,000. I've heard that Sequence 33 tyrant from our White Cloud City only has a combat power of 7 or 8,000, and the Devil 24 Heavenly Star level combat power have all reached 50,000 quantum levels. The gap in between is also too big for such a role. I'm not. Don't be ridiculous. I'm just over 20,000. Who asked you? Who asked you? There was a clamor in the live broadcast room, in which there was also a brother understanding, where he said that he just had 20,000 combat power, attracting a group of pop-ups of contempt. Asa professional host, Ray didn't dwell too much on the confusing pop-ups after she stabilized her mind once again. A topic of great interest to all was asked. Since the appearance of the devil, its identity has been very mysterious and unknown, and this time when the second middle school encountered an attack, it just happened to run into the devil who came to its aid. So may I ask, teacher, in your opinion, is this just happened to be really just happened to be? Do you have any speculations about the identity of the demon? The microphone disliked the mouth again. Gelderly nodded. Still serious, that's a good question you're asking. It is true that we do not know the exact identity of the demon, but I have always believed that there is no such thing as just the right thing under the sky, and we just encountered an attack on the demon and released the summoned beasts to help us. So with my guess, the devil should be the genius who secretly awakened inside our second middle school this term. Maybe he's among our group of students. Boom! Elder Lee's statement was like a thunderbolt that exploded in the live broadcast room. For a time, the entire screen was covered with densely packed pop-ups ever since Demon came out of nowhere. Speculations about his background never stopped. People had wondered which school had produced such a fierce ministry. However, none of the 9 major high schools in White Cloud City had admitted to it, making this mystery remain unresolved and confusing to everyone. But now, Elder Lee's words were like a key that unlocked this long-troubled mystery. Solid. The identity of the devil is solid. Definitely from the second grade. It couldn't have been such a coincidence otherwise. And this old man is also right. They just encountered Danger Demon's summoned beast released. Under the sky there is no such a coincidence. In my opinion, the demon could really be inside this group of students in the second middle school. Mad. Are you nuts upstairs? What do you believe in what people say? Just now did not see the devil as Ghost Taisho, do not know where PK. To be really the second middle school students group less a person. Now everyone still cannot know. The pop-up screen is mixed. Some of the quality of the very low direct cursing up just changed into a new type of fighter armor. Wang Hao at this time is sitting in the sense of science and technology of the new type of cockpit typing wild spray. The devil was a good brother that he, Wang Hao, recognized. How could it be this group of dickheads from the second middle school? If you ask me, it's definitely from our first middle school. That's right. We're the strongest in freshman year. There's no doubt about the highest overall quality student body in White Cloud City. TMD comes to grab everything. You first middle schools are here to eat shit, aren't you? Our fourth middle school hasn't even spoken yet. The pop-ups in the live feed were unbearable. As far as the eye could see, almost all of it was trash talk. And other than being able to see that their quality education in Kyushu still needed to be strengthened, basically 99% of the rest of it was meaningless dialogue. But as a professional reporter moderator, Shaoli was still keen enough to find a useful piece of information from this group of trash pop-ups. There's one missing. The appearance of the Oni Teiyukai has brought a casualty victim amongst our students in the second form. I wonder what you, as the head of instruction, have to say about this? Ray's microphone went to the mouth of the third grade president. In response, the third year's head of the grade blushed sternly and angrily in accusation. Severe punishment. This matter must be severely punished. That Ghost Taisho is brutal and ruthless, killing and eating one of my classmates at the drop of a hat. Revenge. This matter must be avenged. We are prepared to unite the forces of all the major official and civilian mercenary organization groups in White Cloud City to round up this extremely harmful Ghost Taisho. No death, no rest. The head of grade stood in front of the camera. His beard and hair stood up at the roots. His voice was deafening. Like an enraged lion, he was exposing to the world the Taisho's sinful behavior and the great harm it had brought about. and he strongly appealed to the various forces in the Baiyun city to be able to swiftly unite and launch a large-scale search operation to jointly encircle and annihilate this evil ghost Taisho. Aha! There's no need to talk about this matter. We will definitely do our best. The evil deeds of the ghost Taisho are well known to all. During this period, if not necessary, everyone must not go to the field to loiter. And after we have successfully eliminated this Feng, we will give everyone a satisfactory answer. The enforcement officer Zhao Chuyin, dressed in a tight leather jacket, appeared in the picture, her face cold, her tone icy and majestic as she made a promise to the people. Afterward, she turned her head to that director of instruction and opened her mouth to inquire, but before we get to that, do you guys know where the demon and that ghost Teiyukai are running off to now? Mid-air projection screen has long exceeded the signal range. The content of a snowflake black has long since lost the previous clear 24K picture quality. The last scene that the crowd can see is the devil with a wild whistle and then disappeared into the screen after the ghost Tai show. What exactly is the situation now? What happened to one man and one ghost? How was the win? Is the ghost guard dead? Is the demon in any danger? Is it safe for me to go out now? Ghost Taisho's combat power they have seen. As high as 50,000 quantitative level. Such a horrible combat power in their White Cloud City has been considered nearly top level. If not, hurry out of it. There is a weird outside. How do they still dare to go out to play the field? All sorts of issues that people are most concerned about are not known, but it's okay. These we know nothing about though, but we have prisoners. In order to divert everyone's attention for a bit, under the guidance of the director of instruction, the fat-headed one carefully turned the camera in his hand and slowly moved it to another direction. As the camera moved, a tattooed bald man who was tied up and tightly bound like a dumpling appeared in the middle of the camera. Everyone, please look. The instructional director's voice carried a hint of anger and majesty, and was transmitted through the microphone to the ears of everyone watching the live broadcast. The camera zoomed in and the bald man who was tied up was clearly visible. His face was full of horizontal meat. His body was tattooed with various patterns, and he looked menacing. Especially his bare head looked particularly harsh under the light. This dead bald head is one of the culprits who planned this ghost tide and released the ghost tie show, the head teacher said with righteous indignation, his tone filled with hatred for this criminal. Hearing this, the netizens exploded. They spoke up in the live broadcast room, condemning this hateful bald man. Some scolded him for having a cruel heart. Some said that he should be punished to the fullest extent, while others called on the law enforcement authorities to bring him to justice as soon as possible. The director of instruction of the second middle school continued to declare impassionedly, "Next, we will join forces with the law enforcement department to rigorously torture this dead bald guy. No matter what, we will uncover all the masterminds behind it and make them pay the price for what they did." For a while, the atmosphere in the live broadcast room became extremely heated. The netizens' emotions were completely ignited as they kept sending out pop-ups, expressing their anger and dissatisfaction. The entire scene became chaotic and unbearable to watch. Cockpit Wang Hao, who was tired of cursing, picked up the cup of ice-type white water in front of him that was no longer bubbling with cold air, and gulped it down with a gulp on his head before stopping his mouth to rest a little. Iced white water really is the best. He wiped his mouth and had planned to continue cursing with the group of idiots in the second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh, eighth, and ninth middle schools for a little while longer when Wang Hao suddenly noticed that the dead bald guy in the live broadcast footage seemed to have seen something extremely terrifying, and his body began to violently roll from side to side as he struggled. "What about bald, you got caught?" A curtain of electronic light unfolded across the retina, and a cold voice came from it. "Lord left? Lord right?" The bald tattooed man, who was tied up with 5 flowers, exclaimed out in wide-eyed shock as he looked at the 2 youths in white suits in the picture. His eyes filled with shock. "It seems a little hard to believe one can have such a great face. Lord left and Lord right. Are you here specifically to save me?" "No." And it really wasn't the case. The youth known as Lord Left and Right directly denied the bald tattooed man's fantasy and instead shook the live feed in his hand and said, "I just happened to see that you were there on the live stream, and thought that since I'd seen it all, I might as well just get rid of it, so as not to interfere with the organization's plans." "What?" After hearing the thoughts of the youth in the picture, the bald tattooed man immediately showed horror, and he begged for mercy and struggled as if he knew the horror of the duo, yet that didn't stop the white-clad youth in the retina image from raising his finger at him. A wry and icy smile curving the corners of his mouth, said in a seductive manner, "What did you remember after Baldhead saw me?" No. Around, was tied up like a dumpling bald tattooed man, eyes round, while struggling, while terrified and shouting for mercy. This sudden turn of events, so that the director of teaching at the scene, the reporter Shaoli and other people have cast a surprised look. We really cannot figure out how this dead bald man suddenly like bumping into a ghost general shouting and screaming among this group of people. Only Zhao Chuyin, who came from the imperial capital and was said to be well informed, frowned slightly before her beautiful eyes widened violently as if she had suddenly realized something. Does it mean that? Before Zhao Chuan had the chance to go forward to check the situation, suddenly, only a buzz. Suddenly, all that could be heard was a loud bang, and a burst of incomparably hot flames blossomed in front of the crowd. The bald-tattooed man let out a miserable scream that echoed throughout the live broadcast room, unbelievably. His entire body just bizarrely and strangely spontaneously combusted out of thin air, and in the blink of an eye, he was transformed into a dark, charred and crispy corpse. How could this happen? Seeing such a bizarre scene in front of them, everyone at the scene couldn't help but look at each other with confusion and fear in their eyes. They had absolutely no idea what had happened. Nor did they understand why this bald tattooed man would suddenly spontaneously combust into ashes. The originally noisy and boisterous live broadcast room also became unusually quiet at this moment, with almost no pop-ups appearing, as if time had frozen at this moment. The slightest hint of facing the fear of the unknown welled up in everyone's heart. Above a barren wilderness, what meets the eye are large and small pieces of dirt and stone, which tower above the ground, one after another, some as high as 30 to 50 meters, some as long as 2, 3 or 4 meters. Like a horizontally placed skyscraper, staggeringly spread above. The puzzle of this wilderness, originally should be lush green grass, at the moment has become a withered yellow. The surroundings seem particularly empty and lonely. Without a trace of vitality, the winds of the wilderness blew relentlessly through the mountains and clumps of earth, whistling toward the sky above. Moo! Suddenly, in the middle of the air about 50 meters high, there was a terrifyingly loud bang. A huge, 3-meter large wasteland bull let out a deafening scream from its mouth. Its thick and powerful limbs struggled desperately in mid-air, as if it wanted to escape from this endless darkness. However, no matter how hard it tried, it was unable to get rid of the slender palm that tightly choked the back of its neck. Su Chen's 5 fingers were like iron pincers, firmly grasping this wasteland bull, leaving it with nowhere to escape. A palpitating, devouring vortex emanated from the center of his palm, covering it like flowing water in a continuous stream, as if he wanted to completely devour this bull. Run! Along with this roar, Su Chen's naked upper body was displayed in front of everyone's eyes. The mask on his face was tattered and torn, and a mixture of blood and sweat flowed down his sturdy muscles as if it was going to drown him. His long, thick, black hair that was as thick as a waterfall fluttered lightly under the mutual entanglement of chi and blood and demonic qi. At this moment, Su Chen was like a demonic god crawling out of a pool of blood, devouring the wasteland cow to replenish his chi, blood and strength while gazing at the barren wilderness with those bloodshot eyes. A hint of sternness and unwillingness flickering in his eyes. I can't believe I let him get away. The ghost Taisho is ferocious by nature, and his methods are even more bizarre and unpredictable. Not only was he proficient in spiritual attacks, he was also good at physical combat, and he even knew how to use such despicable tricks as curses and poisoning, and was even able to release creepy ghost chi for erosion. It could be said that his various means were simply varied and endless. Moreover, in terms of his ghost race king bloodline, he was definitely described as a top-notch existence. As for how strong he really is, no one knows. He had just awakened, and his strength had already exceeded 50,000 quantum levels. Such a powerful and dangerous enemy still had his sights set on him, and if he couldn't be eradicated in time, he would surely become a great danger to his heart. Therefore, in terms of the strategy for dealing with the ghost Taisho, Su Chen had 2 directions. One was the best strategy, which was to throw the ghost Taisho into his devouring heavenly abyss, so that it would transform into a demonic creature like the Boar King, and be driven by himself. In this way, he would be able to instantly obtain a powerful devil, whether it was to fight enemies or protect those around him. It was a wonderful strategy. However, although the upper strategy was excellent, Su Chen did not forget that his primary strategic goal was still to eliminate the ghost Taisho. Because of this, during the process of chasing down the ghost Taisho, Su Chen did not hold back in the slightest. Even if he was unable to send him into the heavenly abyss in the end, he must not let him escape. But just as he had said before about the ghost Taisho, the means are bizarre and endless. He started chasing him since the underworld forest, traversing through the blue crystal ice forest, the heavenly mountain snow sea, and the fire tree maple forest, and chased him all the way to this barren plain. The ghost Taisho was fighting and fleeing with him along the way, his strength getting weaker and weaker and his aura getting weaker and weaker. He was about to catch him up completely on this barren plain. After hitting his chest with a divine elephant breaking fist, Ghost Taisho surprisingly did not condense the ghost body again, but chose to go for broke, following his punch to explode, transforming into thousands of ghost chi to escape in all directions. Faced with such a bizarre situation, although Su Chen reacted quickly, he immediately stimulated all of the devouring power of the heaven-swallowing devil technique and his own remaining chi and blood in an attempt to stop the ghost chi from escaping. However, due to the series of intense battles he had experienced previously, Su Chen's chi and blood had been greatly depleted. With these remnants of chi and blood power alone, It was simply impossible to incinerate all the ghost chi, despite his best efforts to chase and eliminate those escaping ghost chi. In the end, nearly a dozen ghost chi still managed to escape. Strategic plan failure. Phew! The devouring vortex in the center of his palm was withdrawn in a swirl like a gauzy window curtain. And the wasteland cow that had been strangled by the back of its destiny's neck no longer existed. Gobble gobble. The blood boiling in his veins gradually calmed down. In midair, after Su-chen exhaled a mouthful of scarlet turbid air, he slowly fell from midair. His black hair flowing down, the mask dissipated, those scarlet eyes like pools of blood. It's also fading to her it becomes black and white. It can't be helped. And since he's already run away, there's no point in dwelling on it. Su-chen withdrew from the state of blood boiling. His eyes were no longer fixed on the direction in which the Taisho had disappeared and fled, although he was not able to completely eliminate the ghost Taisho, making him feel very regretful. But by that heavy blow he had dealt, there were only a few ghost chi left. In Su-chen's estimation, even if the ghost Taisho wanted to recover to a normal level by any means, he would need 10 days and half a month to do so, and that's 10 days and a half. Boom! Accompanied by a loud bang. With Su-chuan as the center, the lush wilderness under his feet looked like it had been kneaded by an invisible hand, and densely packed cracks appeared, which continued to extend, spreading out like a spider's web. The withered yellow weeds that originally grew on the wasteland were also unable to withstand the impact of this force, and they all crumbled and flew out, flying all over the sky when Su-chuan withdrew from blood-boiling state of cellular activation where his entire body and mind were left to his own control. He obviously felt a drastic drop in his control over his own organism. A strong sense of weightlessness surged to his heart, making it difficult for him to maintain his body's balance, and he involuntarily stepped heavily on the earth, hardening the ground and pressing out a deep turtle pattern, refining flesh to a small degree. The body is as heavy as 1,000 pounds, and in these 10 days and half a month, the big deal is that I'm striding to break through to the point of flesh refining grand completion. With his chest slightly heaving, Su-chen once again exhaled a long breath, his eyes radiating an awe-inspiring luster, refining flesh to great completion. The body is like the top of Mount Tai. It possesses at least the weight of 10,000 pounds. That is, weighing 150 tons or more will enhance my body density at this moment by at least 10 times more. If I can achieve such a transformative change, then at that time, even if the ghost Taisho recovers and comes to my door once again, who will win, who will lose, and who will win, is yet to be seen. After adapting to his level of control over his body at this moment, pulling his leg out of the earth, Su-chen no longer stayed, turning around and walking towards the back, prepare to take a trip back to the city to recuperate first. After all, although he had the heaven-swallowing devil technique, which could help him devour chi and blood, and could also use the huge power of chi and blood to repair his own physical body damage. However, the mental exhaustion from this battle with the Taisho was unavoidable, and at the same time, this way of insanely consuming one's own chi and blood to use to repair one's own injuries was also a kind of damage to one's own foundation. So Su-chuan was prepared to return to the journey tonight to rest for a night before saying so. Of course there's a bit more to it than that. Wow. A wild wind blows roots of long, inky black hair, behind itself drifted ahead, and Su-chen held a strand of long hair in his hand. Sigh, it's too long. With such long hair, the significance is too great. If an outsider were to see it, wouldn't he be recognized on the spot as a devil? Above the palm blade, a faint pattern of dragon scales was present. Like cutting alloy steel wire, a burst of sparks spattered. Su-chuan, a hand knife, dryly chopped off the long hair behind him. The devilish gas lingered, and the fluttering black hair was swallowed up as much as it could be. But Su-dust was not a professional after all, and still, you're doing it to yourself, without a mirror, and inevitably some of the scribbles are on the long side. The rest will just have to go back to the city to Mr. Tony for pruning. Well, where's the devil? Lost them? As Su-chen turned back to leave, at the entrance of the plains, Wei Qiuyu and Lin Dongxue, both of whom had followed closely along the way, finally arrived here. They stopped to catch their breath for a couple of moments, and their gazes fell on top of this endless barren plain in front of them. The eyelids of both of them fluttered at the same time. They looked at each other with a slightly embarrassed look on their faces. It was so hard to meet the devil, but he just lost the other party without even seeing their face. It's really a bit embarrassing that this kind of thing has fallen on them, but there's no way. Who would have thought that the ghost Taisho could fly just as well? The devil could also fly. Even the middle-aged man who played with thunder and lightning could fly. Together with the two of them inside the entire battlefield, they couldn't fly. On the contrary, both of them were still fourth ranked, but there is a gross use of the fourth order. Perhaps in pure speed, they can indeed be faster than the devil or ghost Taisho, but the face of a variety of ice and snow jungle, mountains and peaks, people are directly flying over. They are to climb across the past. The middle of the delay, how many times, how much time, can be imagined. It shouldn't be unfathomable to accidentally mess up and lose them now. I think the captain will be sympathetic. The two soothed themselves. How can it be so strong? In White Cloud City, inside the city lord's mansion, a young man wearing a black auditor's uniform was sitting on a sofa, staring intently at the projection screen in front of him that had been intercepted from the live broadcast. The scene in the screen was staggering. The devil and the ghost Taisho were engaged in a fierce battle, fighting until the sky was dark and the mountains crumbled. Every attack carried a heaven-destroying power, causing the entire battlefield to tremble. Summer Yang couldn't help but frown deeply as he muttered under his breath, "That's a bit overpowered. Don't look at the picture in the magic energy and Ghost 2 Guardian fight scene so grandiose. At every turn the mountain crumbles into the ground. Just think that anyone can do it. Now only awakened more than 20 days. Ordinary professionals are still struggling on the level of opening monuments and breaking stones. The existence of a casual fist and foot can break mountains and crack the ground has long been far beyond the level of normal people. And if the 24 heavenly star level heavenly pride is categorized," his eyes narrowed in a large and small way. "Others might not have a specific concept of the specific strength of a sealed heavenly pride, but as the captain of the audit squad, he was very clear with the strength the demon was showing now. It was already completely over the top and not at the heavenly star level. At least it's only if it's a vassal king in the top 5 levels of the sequence." This popped out of nowhere. After arriving at this judgment, Summer Yang heart only feel a strong incredible 24 heavenly star level. The continent of Kyushu every week spread down a state can also be divided into 2. But 16 vassals king of the large state of Kyushu 2 are not enough to share. The reason why the 16 vassal kings were purposely divided from the 24 heavenly stars was that there was naturally a gulf of reasoning. And one of the qualitative changes between the two was that the 24 heavenly stars had a great probability of being able to break through to the 5th order, while the 16 vassal kings were bound to be able to break through to the 5th order, although that great probability basically means more than 90%. But no matter how high the probability, 99.999% and 100% of the qualitative gap between this point cannot be ignored. This is also 16 vassals king why was divided out of one of the reasons. This kind of talent is nearly overwhelming. In the future if there are no accidents then grow and grow again. Maybe it can be a hindrance on this young lady's college entrance exam. A cool voice interrupted Summer Yang's shocked thoughts opposite him. On the exquisite sofa, Ling Ruyue sat like an iceberg. Her snow-white slender legs were cocked up like the bright moon in the same cold night, radiating a cold light. A pair of blue eyes like a spring, cold and deep, such as silky smooth blue hair, gently brushed the white skin. More set off her face clear and elegant, her lips rose slightly, revealing a hint of imperceptible condescension. Ling Ruyu looked at the scene of the battle screen between the devil and the ghost Taisho in the live broadcast room and commented without waves in her eyes. It seemed to her that what the devil had done was nothing more than that. Indeed, miss, your judgment is correct. We don't deny the demon's high professional talent, but compared to you, miss, the demon is still not enough to be your competitor. Miss, one of the simplest truths. The old butler stretched out his hand and pointed to the live screen, commenting and analyzing with a serious face. That ghost Taisho looks powerful, with a deeping chi and an extraordinary bloodline, but the whole time, he will only have one move of some kind of shocking empty palm, and his skill arsenal is really low to the point of not being able to do so. Obviously as no entity bizarre, do not use spiritual attacks as just, but also when the devil front physical body against the bombardment of hard, to is short, attack its long, IQ does not seem to be good. Such a bizarre is just empty power and do not know how to use the reckless just. The combat power is higher but also just a waste. If you are present miss, I am afraid that not out of the 10 rounds, this Leia Shenzi ghost Taisho would have already been frozen and cracked. The old steward spoke eloquently of his experienced opinion. Lang Ruyu did not deny this, just a faint nod. As the sealed 4th emperor, she had this confidence. Demons aren't enough of a match for her. A master and a servant interacted in this manner, and the duo's critique dialogue made the corners of Summer Yang's mouth twitch when he heard it. But there was no way to refute it. There are still double-digit numbers of lords and kings who are even more gifted and rarer, but Lang Ruyue was the only 4 sealed emperors in their Kyushu, and it might not be impossible to take the first place in Kyushu on the battlefield of the college entrance exam soon. It's how the devil can't compare, however. Despite this, like the devil, this kind of strength, if no accident, not long after the Kyushu college entrance examination may be able to squeeze into the national top 10 results. This is already considered their Kyushu top heavenly pride. Even if it is not compared to Ling Ruyue should also be subjected to the highest attention. The emergence of such a genius is not only the fortunate of their Kyushu. At the same time, it is also his luck digging out a heavenly pride that was strong enough to be at the level of a sealed king, but there are quite a few rewards. The rewards given were far more generous than those given by simply conducting a seal audit and verification. He would also be able to take this opportunity to break through the 5th rank, or even glimpse the threshold of the 6th rank, not before being taunted daily by the group of cerebral palsy inside the group about being the lowest ranked auditor squad leader who came in through the back door. Thinking of the Summer Yang mood cannot help but a little uplifted up, quite pleased. I haven't been able to find any sign of the demon in the last 2 days. no matter how hard I've been looking. Now as soon as you show up you give me such a big surprise that the needle doesn't poke. Therefore, Summer Yang began to optimistically speculate. If there are no surprises, by now Wei Chouyu and Lin Dongxue and the two of them should have already brought back the devil. I have to prepare to apply for the title of King Seal before I can do that. Humph. Thinking this way, Summer Yang couldn't help but hum a little tune with pleasure. As for Wei Chouyu and Lin Dongxue too can't fly. There is no possibility to lose with did not bring the devil back. This kind of imbecile can only do things Summer Yang is never thought of. Otherwise, he was afraid that he couldn't help but want to punish some people to run a 500 kilometers to warm up. So you guys failed this mission because of the demon thing? Within White Cloud City, the camp of the Phantom Ghost Mercenary Regiment that Wu Hao belonged to was located in a secluded place at the edge of the city. In the center of the camp, there was a spacious and gorgeous living room, which was brightly lit, illuminating the entire space. Suddenly, a set of advanced projection screens lit up, bringing a vivid field scene to life. In the picture, behind a huge rock, dirt and stones were intertwined with lush grasses, just like a natural painting. At this time, pieces of flaming red maple leaves like dancing elves floating down from the air, adding a touch of romantic and mysterious atmosphere to the whole scene. In the midst of this wonderful setting of a maple forest on fire, there were three heads that appeared in the middle of the screen, the very ones that had escaped from the auditor, Lei Ming, Huang Shan, and Wu Hao. And across from the projected painting, an air of luxury and extravagance came over the room. On top of the comfortable and exquisite single sofa sat three figures. Two of them were wearing uniform white suits with white leather shoes, their scarlet bow ties jumping like flames, and their entire attire revealing a different kind of refinement and elegance. These two people looked exactly the same, as if they were twins. One person was sitting in the center of the sofa, while the other was leaning lazily on the armrest. They were both youthful looking with handsome faces, and this strange get-up and indifferent voice seemed to have shrouded them in a mysterious aura, exuding an ineffable and noble aura. Yes, Lord Left and Lord Right, the strength of the devil is completely beyond our expectations, able to wipe out all of our elite squad, but also able to fight with that ghost Taisho and an even fight hidden in the upper hand, in such a short period of time, such a big change, such a strong fighting force, and even able to not be subject to the blockade of our 33 heavy celestial enemy circles bound by the, he's definitely not an S-rank darkness summoner in the organization's assessment. According to my estimation, the devil's occupational level is at least at the SS level, and it's even possible that he's that mysterious SSS rank supreme professional from Kyushu. Lei Ming and Huang Shan, who were in a sorry state and covered in dust, were facing the projection screen, trembling with fear and trembling as they recounted their respective inferences and what they had seen and heard. They kept their heads lowered, not even daring to raise their eyes to look at the two characters in the screen that they called Lord Left and Lord Right. If someone was able to look down and see their faces at this moment, they would have realized that whether it was Senior Captain Lei Ming, who had always acted very calmly, or Vice Captain Huang Shan, their eyes were filled with a deep color of fear. Their tone of voice was slightly trembling as they spoke, and their faces were as pale as paper. Although they knew that Wu Hao's strategic significance of possessing the Black and White Ghost King had already attracted the attention of the higher-ups within the organization. However, what they never expected was that this action had attracted the personal attention of the two adults on the left and right. This was really beyond their imagination, and they had never expected it, the left adult and the right adult. This is their Hunting Sky organization and the two extremely mysterious existence, specifically responsible for the defection of the organization's members or was captured by the official members of the 9 states to sanction the extermination. It is said that although the strength of the two only 4th order, look at the entire organization of the Hunting Sky, the strength is not really top, but the two have an extremely strange special SS level professional ability, infinite potential. The specific ability is what almost no one knows. But according to the organization of the rumors seem to involve the law of cause and effect. In the past, there was a traitor who wanted to leave their organization, and the two adults on the left and right, far away from how many thousands of miles of video call provocation, do not know why, for what reason, and what kind of attack, but suddenly died. Some of the death is extremely tragic, like being burned by flames. People like charcoal, the whole viscera are cooked. Some died very cleanly, as if experiencing extreme cold. The whole body is frozen into ice sticks, a touch all broken. It was clear that they did not know how far apart they were, or even where the other party was hiding, but they were able to directly erase the other party across countless hours of time and space with just a single video call. A bizarre ability involving the law of cause and effect that was feared by countless people, especially just now. They were watching the morning news, already knowing that the bald tattooed man in their squad who had been captured had been reduced to a charred mess on the air. This kind of ability that was even weirder than weird might not be known for the time being on the official side of White Cloud City for what principle it was motivated by, but as the ones who had also implanted one-way communicators within their retinas, they knew it very well. It was definitely these two adults who did it. As a result, with the slight loss of this mission, The two main persons in charge, Lei Ming and Huang Shan, who kept their heads down while talking, did not dare to look up at the two people to their right and left, lest they should suffer the same fate. Ta-da-da-da-da. The sound of fingers rhythmically tapping on the tabletop came after the two men had finished elaborating their respective reason guesses. The scene fell into silence, except for the one on the left who kept tapping the table with one finger. His dark and deep eyes were cold and calm, making it impossible to peek into his true inner thoughts. There was no response, much less the slightest indication. There was only the rhythmic sound of dead knocking on the table, which brought great psychological pressure to the duo of Lei Ming and Huang Shan. Sweat began to seep from their low foreheads, and their bodies trembled involuntarily. Without the need to raise their heads, the two of them could feel a beam of cold gaze sweeping over their bodies. The color of fear blossomed in his heart just as the two men were inwardly terrified, trying to look up and say something to explain themselves. Needless to say, the plaintive voices of the left and right came from the screen. You're not to blame for what happened to the demon. He's really surprised by his talent and ability. I'll report this to the top. Re-establish a hunting serial number for the demon, and assign a higher-level hunting squad to handle this matter. All you need to do is bring back that teenager next to you as soon as possible. After Lei Ming and Huang Shan heard these words, the big stone in their hearts finally fell to the ground, and their nerves that had been tightly tensed also loosened up. They raised their heads and after looking at each other, they patted their chests to the left and right and assured, "Please don't worry, my lord. We will definitely fulfill our mission and bring Wu Hao back safe and sound." Click. The screen that was playing the picture instantly turned black. The screen is interrupted at this point. Mr. Wu, I think now, we can renegotiate the matter of convincing your son to join us. Hunting sky. In the middle of the room covered by the broken pieces of ice corpses, the left and right gazed indifferently, simultaneously looking at the obese figure on the other sofa. Magic. What a scary guy. Black wolf. White wolf. You all see clearly. In the future, go out and do things with your eyes polished brightly. Encounter such a gifted monster like the devil. Stay away from him. Don't invite disaster for our Blood Wolf Mercenary Corps, or else in the future, if whoever is offended by the devil and invites disaster for our Blood Wolf Mercenary Corps, don't blame this leader for not remembering the old times and taking the initiative to clean up the door at that time. The situation was very different from the situation on the side of the Phantom Ghost Mercenaries. Blood Wolf Mercenary Corps side, still inside the familiar large conference hall. Hong Yu's old man, Yu, was giving a meeting to the crowd. The main content of today's meeting is to discuss the policy guidelines towards the demons. Although their Blood Wolf Mercenary Corps gave people the impression that they were brutal and cruel, they weren't like this to everyone. They didn't want to mess with a demon like Devil, who was most likely a SS-level talent. After all, everyone knew that this level of talent demon, in less than 2 years will become their Blood Wolf Mercenary group, cannot afford to offend people. Even said that now the 9 states official has given the Devil a special positioning, has been from the high-level ICE.AT. This time the whole of the 9 states who dares to make a move on this level of pride will certainly be subjected to a devastating blow from the Imperial clan, the Emperor clan. So have you all memorized what this headmaster said today? Whoever is not long-eyed enough to mess with the devil should not blame this headmaster for personally twisting his head off to use as a night pot. Yu's eyes flashed with a hint of ruthlessness as he asked in a fierce voice, remember, Black Wolf, White Wolf, dozens of small leaders, including Red Tiger, Yen Bao, 2 presidential leaders, including all the leadership of the Blood Wolf Mercenary Corps, shouted in unison, their voices as loud as thunder, shaking the chandelier in the conference room for a while. Great. Very spirited. I still don't have to worry about your words. Yu nodded with satisfaction. Everyone here is his carefully selected talents. He believes that these people will not make such a cerebral palsy mistake. So after getting the response of the crowd, Yu will not continue this topic. He knocked on the table. Originally relaxed expression instantly became serious. The tone of voice also became low. Said, so much for turning the page on demons. Next we move to the second item on the agenda of this meeting, a resolution related to how to euthanize Su Chen and how to rip his head off. Wow. The moment these words came out, like a huge stone thrown into the surface of a calm lake, the scene immediately exploded, and people began to talk in whisper. Su Dust? If I remember correctly, he seems to be that what's his name, our White Cloud City's once-in-a-century martial arts prodigy. The one who just seconds our family's young master Hung Yu not too long ago. Going to make a move on him? I've heard that he stands behind the Martial Arts Alliance and is highly regarded by the ancient martial arts world. Isn't it a bit, for our Blood Wolf Mercenary Corps to make a move on him at this time? Wish to speak but then stop at idiom, to say what one must say, although the crowd did not continue to say. But the meaning of it is obvious. Although the martial arts are declining, but the Martial Arts Alliance is not. Their Blood Wolf Mercenary group can touch the porcelain. At this time for their own personal revenge to find Su Dust revenge, obviously is a little less wise. The crowd wore expressions of embarrassment. He silently observed everything that was happening in front of him, and in his heart, He had already predicted the reactions of the crowd, so he did not immediately make any remarks. It was only when everyone stopped talking and focused their gazes on him that he slowly raised his head, a majestic and solemn look on his face. I know what people are thinking. Su Dust as 100 years of rare encounter of martial arts wizard by the Martial Arts Alliance valued. And the ancient martial arts world of the group of old clappers, what short-guarded character everyone is also clear. We Blood Wolf Mercenary Corps, but a million-level population city inside the Mercenary Corps only. If the force and the Martial Arts Alliance across the continent of the 9 states collision is bound to be an egg against a stone, is no less than self-seeking death. It is unwise for me, as the leader, to make this decision and drag the entire mercenary group into the quagmire because of my own child's personal vendetta. He who first went along with everyone's heart and made a review, then said with a twist of words, "But, this is a different time." He reached out and pointed to the side of the conference room, and the eyes of the crowd followed his gesture to the door of the conference room, only to hear a bang. With a loud bang, the door of the conference room was pushed open from the outside. 2,000, 3,000, 3,500, 4,000, 5,000, 5,500. The regional combat power monitor installed in the conference room began to blink as a series of alarming numbers continued to jump from the lighted screen that had suddenly appeared on the conference table. The sound getting higher and higher as if it was going to burst through the roof. Eventually a clear value was projected on the light screen, 5,500. Ding ding ding. A creature with a combat power of up to 5,500 has been detected approaching. Please be careful in the conference room. The warning sounded, shocking everyone. The Black Wolf and White Wolf and the rest of the crowd looked surprised and incredulous as they looked at the teenager who walked through the door. They felt both familiarity and a deep sense of strangeness towards this teenager, and this teenager was none other than He Hongyu, who he hadn't seen for a long time. He walked into the conference room hall, the breath on the body as if he had just experienced a huge breakthrough, as imposing with an unspeakable sense of oppression. The pace of calm and self-confidence, shoes polished, reflecting the lights in the conference room exceptionally compelling. The corners of his mouth rose slightly. His face with a sinister smile, said in a spirited manner, "This is a different time. Don't worry, I'll kill him myself. There's no need for you guys to do it. I'll personally kill Su Chen." He Hongyu's words were like a thunderbolt that exploded in the conference room. The atmosphere of the scene was first plunged into deathly silence, and then the entire conference room seemed to have been ignited, erupting into a huge clamor of shock. Hiss. 5.5500. Young Master Hongyu's combat power has actually reached 5,500. It's on par with even me. How did it get so high? That's just the norm, not fused with the Blood Wolf King, right? My god. Without fusion it has already reached 5,500. If it is fused, it shall not break through the sky. No wonder he dared to say that he would personally kill Su Chen. Thinking of this possibility, the leaders of the Blood Wolf Mercenary Corps, captains of all levels at the conference table, were so shocked that their eyes were about to fall out, and their mouths were so open that they could stuff down an egg. 10,000 combat power, not to mention hanging Su Chen. I'm afraid that at this time even the one from the Tyrannosaurus Mercenary Corps hasn't reached it yet. He above the main seat was very satisfied with the crowd's reaction, and only after He Hongyu came to the conference table and took his seat, did he follow up with an explanation. You guys guessed right. Right now, under Hongyu's normality, his combat power reaches 5,500, and if he summons the Bleeding Wolf King to fuse into the Killing Cultivator mode, his combat power can even soar to more than 10,000. With the power to withstand the third rank, Hongyu's combat power has long since surpassed that kid from the Tyrannosaurus Rex Mercenary Corps. Although it's not 108 generals yet, it's stronger than 108 generals. Wow! Hiyu's words were like a boulder entering water, creating a storm in the conference room. White Cloud City's 3 major mercenary corps. In order of strength, the Tyrannosaurus Rex Mercenary Corps' veteran forces had been deeply cultivated for many years, and was the strongest. The Phantom Ghost Mercenary Corps was in the second place, and their Blood Wolf Mercenary Corps ranked last. In the matter of the Kyushu Seal audit, the only person who had obtained the title of 108 generals was only the young master of the Tyrannosaurus Rex Mercenary Corps, Chen Daxian. It was a pity that both their young master He Hongyu of the Blood Wolf Mercenary Corps and Wu Hao of the Phantom Ghost Mercenary Corps had gone wrong and failed to make the cut. These days there were some rumors amongst the team that the Tyrannosaurus Rex Mercenary Corps was worthy of being the #1 mercenary corps in Baiyun City. Was just awesome. And quite a few of the organization's members had a wavering mind and wanted to change teams. After all, discerning people know that the title of 108 generals in the state of Kyushu is not just a simple honorary title, which is from the most authoritative official recognition of the state of Kyushu, although it has not been explicitly said, but only by virtue of this title, exposing the mercenary corps of the Chen Daxian will be able to get on the court. Under the convenience of the entire mercenary corps will be because of his title of blessing of the thousand and thousands of people, which can be said to be a benefit of a lot of people, is also more situationally. The Tyrannosaurus Rex Mercenary Corps? The first of them, the first position of their Tyrannosaurus Rex mercenary corps it even made their Blood Wolf mercenary corps become disorganized during this period of time. Without the wild fighting spirit of the past when they were able to unite as one and clamor that they would trample the Tyrannosaurus Rex mercenary corps under their feet to become the number one in Bayun City. After all, people had the sealed heavenly pride in place. The one from the imperial capital had personally inscribed the title, and just an imperial decree hanging on the beams was enough to make them not be able to afford the slightest bit of resistance. But it's different now. Holy shit. Over 10,000 combat power after fusion. Rounding up is on a par with Mordor. Young Master Hongyu hasn't seen each other in the past few days. What kind of medicine has he secretly gotten high on behind his back? Battle power soaring so fast? At this stage more than 10,000 combat power absolutely can be sealed 24 heavenly star level. Right. Even if it cannot reach. But also absolutely stronger than that what sequence 33 Chan Daxiang. At least the top 10 in the sequence. This is a sure thing. With young Master Hongyu here, our Blood Wolf mercenary corps will soon be able to obtain the Holy Seal as well. And soon, surpassing the Tyrannosaurus Rex mercenary corps to become the number one in White Cloud City will be just around the corner. The conference room was filled with laughter and everyone was red with excitement, pumping their fists and jumping into action. That group of short-guarded old denizens from the Martial Arts Alliance is annoying though, but according to them the ancient martial arts world has the rules of the ancient martial arts world. Peer-to-peer competition, death and injury regardless. By this young master personally kill him. Su Dust is not as skilled as a man to die. I believe that the group of half-in-the-earth old dengs in the Martial Arts Alliance can't say anything. If in this situation they still dare to bully their way to the door, then the Awakened One guild behind our Blood Wolf mercenary corps is not something to eat. In front of the conference table, on the first right-hand side he Hongyu, who was sitting up there, listened to the remarks of the crowd, the corner of his mouth picking up as he leaned back in his seat with his hands clasped in his arms. His evil smile carrying a few dangerous overtones. In the eyes of the new generation of professional awakened people in Kyushu, the Martial Arts Alliance is the kind of strength is not good, but the seniority is very deep. The company's patriarch, leaning on the old things. And if we really want to talk about the strongest force in Kyushu, then we still have to talk about the Awakened One guild behind the Awakened One guild. There are the main 9 royal families and the emperor personally control almost all the professional Awakened One up and down the 9 states. All the organization's mercenary corps, all registered, can be issued through the Awakened One guild of the various tasks to complete the task, to get the rewards, the power of the huge strength of the depth of the unspeakable, not to mention to look at the 9 states, even if the whole world is also enough to say that it is the strongest, and naturally, the Blood Wolves are under the name and protection of the Awakened Ones guild. That's why it's normal for Hongyu and Su Chen to have deaths and injuries from their peer-to-peer rivalry. If the Martial Arts Alliance side still dares to provoke trouble after Su Chuan's death, beating up the younger ones and coming after the older ones, I believe that the Awakened Ones guild side won't turn a blind eye to it. He took over the conversation. The matter was analyzed in detail for the crowd. Of course one of the things he didn't say was about the gaming from above. The Awakened One Union was fundamentally controlled by the 9 royal and imperial clans, and the royal and imperial clans' attitude towards the Martial Arts Alliance was slightly channeled. And people with a little bit of brains could pretty much learn about it. So this whole thing isn't really that complicated. If he Hongyu could really kill Su Chen, then there would be no need for them to even think about whether or not the Martial Arts Alliance would retaliate. Because no matter what, the Awakened One guild would stand in for them, strangling a once-in-a-century martial arts prodigy in the cradle, which was something the imperial and imperial clans would like to see. At the same time, this was also the path that his son, he Hongyu, had to go through if he wanted to regain the seal of the 9 states. The only way to get rid of Su Chen is to get rid of him. It was only then that he Hongyu was able to erase the stain of losing to Su Chen in the past, and not be told that you were seconded by Su Chen when he tried to obtain the seal later on. Not good. This is not a good thing. However, in the midst of this joyous, cheerful and peaceful atmosphere, 2 opposing voices rang out abruptly at the conference table. The crowd followed the sound and looked. It turned out to be the 2 people, White Wolf and Wild Dog, only to see that they looked anxious and full of worry. Originally, when they heard that he Hongyu was actually going to go to Su Chen again to start the second battle, their hearts were so anxious that they hastily raised their hands to vote against it, and anxiously advised young Master Hongyu, "I don't think this matter is right. I hope you will think twice. You should stop looking for trouble. Just Su Chen's battle power. They are afraid that he Hongyu will be killed by another move in seconds. What's wrong with 10,000 combat power when that third-ranked muscle demon mountain wasn't? It was also killed by a single move. Therefore, after knowing that he Hongyu upgraded and felt that he had a line, and wanted to find Su Chen to provoke a second fight, the White Wolf and Wild Dog 2 people were anxious. They were really afraid that he Hongyu this time was killed by Su Chen with a punch. With these words, the atmosphere of the scene was like falling into an ice cellar. The evil smile on He Hongyu's face instantly disappeared and was replaced by a gloomy ink-like color. His back left the back of the reclining chair. His body leaned forward slightly, and he swept his cold eyes with a sense of oppression. White wolf, wild dog, what do you mean by this? Is it possible to think that there is an oversight in our strategic analysis? Or is it fundamentally wrong to think that this young man is not a match for Su Chen? He Hongyu's questioning was as cold as the cold wind, causing White Wolf to be instantly speechless as he opened his mouth and brooded for half a day before finally uttering a complete sentence. No, young Master Hongyu, I do believe in your strength. A 10,000 level combat power is already stronger than many of us here. Passing the ceiling audit should not be a concern. But, speaking of but, the White Wolf face showed a difficult expression. He looked at the eyes aside wild dog. There is a sentence do not know whether to say, but what you say. He Hongyu coldly pressed the question, to which White Wolf no longer hesitated. He gritted his teeth and said stiffly, but young Master Hongyu, as far as wild dog and I know, I'm afraid that Su Chen's combat power has already broken 10,000 as early as a week ago days ago. And that muscle demon mountain that put Wu Hao in the hospital in the first place was all punched to death by Su Chen. No way! Before White Wolf could finish his words, he was interrupted by He Hongyu raising his hand. Absolutely not! His eyes were cold, his face was ugly, and his voice revealed a few dangerous auras, as if he wanted to freeze people. White Wolf, wild dog, are you guys unable to see that this young man is good? It seems like you guys were the ones singing the opposite tune last time as well, and you're still here this time? And you said something about Su Chen's combat power breaking 10,000 as early as a week and a day ago? Are you taking this young man for a fool? That's it. White Wolf, if we don't know the information, don't report nonsense, okay? But also as early as a week ago, the combat power broke 10,000. A week ago, the combat power broke 10,000. Do you know what concept this is? I'm afraid that even the devil is no more than that. And Su Chen, he's just a martial arts practitioner. Even if he's a bit talented in martial arts, how could he have broken 10,000 combat power a week ago? Are you treating young Master Hongyu as a fool when you talk like that? Or are you treating us all as fools? The Black Wolf across the conference table seized the opportunity to squeeze the White Wolf a few sentences. Said the White Wolf face a burst of green, a burst of red, speechless. He finally realized the mood of the original wild dog. You all don't believe me when I tell you. What else can he say? You ask me why Su Chen is so strong? I'd fucking like to know why he's so strong for a martial arts practitioner. Humph. Seeing that White Wolf couldn't say anything, He Hongyu then hummed lightly, leaning back on the back of the reclining chair once again, his expression slowing down as he said, last time Su Chen was able to defeat this young man admits that he is somewhat powerful, but at that time, his combat power was only 7,000 or 8,000 at best, and it was impossible for him to reach the level of breaking 10,000, and now only 3 or 4 days have passed. How much do you think Su Chen, a martial arts practitioner of his, can increase his combat power? This young man being able to give him 9,000 was already considered giving him face. Otherwise you still think he can break through to 10,000? Martial arts master? He Hongyu's question made White Wolf, who was already having trouble explaining himself, even more at a loss as to what to say. Martial arts master? Yes, normally speaking, the third-ranked professional corresponds to the martial arts master realm. Only after a martial artist reaches this realm will their combat power break through 10,000, and they have the ability to open up mountains and crack the ground when they raise their hands and throw their feet. But therein lies the problem. From the name alone, you can see what the 4 words martial arts master mean. A master of the martial arts path. Enough to start a sect of the kind. The need is the accumulation of time, realm perception, the need for an extremely deep understanding and perception of a certain aspect of the martial arts. What's more, if you want to break through to the realm of the sovereign master, you still need to realize the martial intent, form the sovereign master's aura, and so on. In short, it's very, very troublesome. In short, it was very, very troublesome. It was many times more time-consuming and troublesome than for them to break through to the 3rd rank. Hundreds of thousands of martial artists may not even be able to appear as a grandmaster. So one can imagine how difficult it is to break through to the realm of martial Dao grandmaster, even if Su Chen possessed a kind of what was the 9 absolute talents. White Wolf couldn't convince himself in any way that Su Chen had now broken through to the sovereign realm. That's not possible, fundamentally not very likely. But Su Duan's fighting strength is indeed. Thinking back to being kneed by Su Chen with a single punch in the blue ice forest, as well as what Wild Dog said to him after He Hongyu was knocked out with a single move later on, White Wolf still stiffly tried to hold on to his claim. But Su Chen's combat power is really, recalling what he was kneed by Su Chen with a punch in the blue ice forest, and what Wild Dog said to him after He Hongyu was knocked out with a single move later on. The White Wolf still stiffly tried to hold on to his statement. However, there, sitting in the forefront of the main seat, has not said anything. Hiyu at this time suddenly opened his mouth. Although the voice is not big, but with a kind of unquestionable majesty, the White Wolf's words came to an abrupt end. White Wolf, what you've said is not something I haven't considered. So the next step is about the tactical arrangements for us to carry out the operation. It's not good to do it in the city. You guys will be the ones to keep an eye on Su Chen next. Once Su Chen heads to the wilderness, report the sightings to Red Tiger and Yen Bao and the others. I'll have the two of them, Red Tiger and Yen Bao, lead the team and blockade the surrounding area to prohibit outsiders from entering. And Hang Yu will go and fight against Su Chen. If things are successful, then there's no need to say much. The Awakened One Guild side will hold off the pressure from the Martial Alliance for us. And Hang Yu will smoothly pass the 9-state seal audit to receive His Majesty's own holy decree. If things fail, Father. When he heard Hiyu say that there was even a possibility that he would lose to Su Chen again, Hang Yu instantly called out in dissatisfaction. Hiyu cast a glance at Hang Yu, pressed his hand. Hang Yu lightly grunted, although not very happy, but at this time also did not go to brush off his father's face but continued to listen to Hiyu said. If things fail, Hang Yu is no match for Su Chen. Then, Hiyu's pair of shadowy and sinister gazes looked towards the two people, Red Tiger and Yen Bao, who were on the first and second seats on the left-hand side. The Red Tiger Flame Leopard Su Duan will leave it to you guys to settle. Make it quick and don't leave anything behind. After disposing of Su Chen, claim to the public that it was Hang Yu who took care of Su Chen. Roger that. Red Tiger and Yen Bao nodded. Their ranks had long since reached the middle to late third stage, with a combat power of 60,000 to 70,000. Solving a student practicing martial arts couldn't be simpler. Even if the other party is some kind of once-in-a-century martial arts wizard, even if the other party really has tens of thousands of levels of combat power, killing him by our hands will be like killing a chicken. Yen Pao grinned a cruel smile, for what happened in the Wanbao group back then. He had endured it for a long time, and now he finally had the chance to take revenge. Don't worry, Chief, if things really get to that point, I will personally break his arms and legs and hand them over to young Master Hang Yu to deal with. You control these detailed aspects. I won't say much. He waved his hand for Red Tiger and Yen Bao's. From the beginning of the establishment of the Blood Wolf Mercenary Corps has been following his two generals. He still trusts them, there is no doubt about the ability to do the job. It's just, Headmaster, I wonder if you have taken precautions against accidents, such as the ghostly governor who escaped from the underworld forest. First seat on the left. A red tiger that closed its eyes and did not act, opened its eyes at this time, a pair of tiger eyes gleaming, his thick arms clasped above his chest, his face stoic, and uttered his own insights. Regarding the Ghost Taisho, I've just had a general understanding through a certain audio short video. Although he doesn't have a high IQ and may only know one move of the shocking air palm, but sucking in people's essence and swallowing people's chi and blood, as a weird universal ability, I think this Ghost Taisho still has it. His bloodline is extraordinary. The specific strength is not known. Now just come back, and the devil that big battle, no matter how the result, as long as he is not dead, must be extremely eager for human blood yan chi to use to recover. Now the whole White Cloud City of professionals are, because of this matter, is on edge. Do not dare to go out to the wilderness to hang around. This time when so many of us from the Blood Wolf Mercenary Corps poured out, it fell into the eyes of the Ghost Taisho. It was as obvious as a bonfire in the dark night. And it's not possible to say that we'll be attracted over to launch an attack on the members of our team. Although the two of us, Yen Bao and I, are not afraid, I'm afraid that if the Ghost Taisho comes to cause trouble while we're carrying out our mission, we'll be in trouble as well. As the bright number 2 of the Blood Wolf Mercenary Corps, Red Tiger's voice was as strong as a bell. His physique was strong, and the 2-meter-tall brawny man was sitting on the chair, saying all this, even though he had a calm tone. It was hard for people to ignore his words, even after you heard Red Tiger's analysis of the possibilities. He nodded his head in satisfaction at this thoughtfulness of Red Tiger's. Akatora, your concern is indeed warranted. After all, none of us know exactly what the Ghost Taisho's situation is right now, and with a combat power of 50,000 quantum levels, even if only 10,000 or 20,000 are left now after fighting with the demon, it can still cause great killings to our ordinary team members. So I have other arrangements regarding this matter, so you need not worry. Takiyu's gaze rested on the seat next to his own. The eyes of the crowd turned to also located at the front row of the entire conference table. A master chair was placed at the shoulder-to-shoulder position with Hiyu, and in this eunuch's chair there was an old man with a thin and dry figure sitting right in front of him. He was dressed in a black garment, and his appearance was plain and unimpressive. One could even say unimpressive. The passage of years had left deep and shallow marks on his face, and gray age spots crawled all over his cheeks and forehead during the entire meeting. This old man always had his eyes slightly closed and did not say a word, seemingly indifferent to the content of the meeting. But the people present all looked at this old man with awe, because this old man was none other than Hiyu's father. Hang Yu's grandfather. the chairman of the group. Ho Qianlong. The reason why the crowd cast a gaze of awe at He Jianlang was not only because of this layer of He Jianlong's identity, but also because of He Jianlong's own strength. Grade A professional. Totem Sword Wolf King. It's a combat profession belonging to the sword art department, different from the sword art in the martial arts. He Jianlang, who has the profession of Totem Sword Wolf King, only needs to constantly kill all kinds of wolf creatures, and then use this blood, flesh, and bone to make a totem into his own sword, so that he can give play to the characteristics of different races of wolves, such as extreme speed, such as the thirst to kill, such as poisonous fangs, such as the sharpness, etc., and all kinds of totem abilities explode out, and according to rumors, it is said that at its peak, it can harden the 4th rank, and now Lianpai is old but still able to eat. Even though He Jianlang doesn't have the strength he had at his peak, the one time he struck out 10 years ago, He Jianlang had exploded with a strength of 80,000 quantum levels, second only to He Yu, and was the second most deservedly hidden combatant in their Blood Wolf mercenary corps. I just don't know how much is left now. Swish! On the eunuch's chair, He Jianlong's eyes snapped open. His sharp gaze was like a sword, stabbing straight at White Wolf, who was so frightened that he hastily covered his mouth, cold sweat pouring out from his forehead. Fortunately, He Jianlong's gaze did not linger on him too much, but rather, his eyes dropped, and that sharp gaze became cloudy once again as he twisted his head to look at Red Tiger, his voice slightly aged. You've thought this through well, little tiger. Quite thoughtful. This time the old man personally accompany you to walk outside. You just follow the plan. As for that what Ghost Taisho, full power to the old man to deal with. If he doesn't show up it's just a matter of time. If that he really dares to come close to make trouble, the old man will help his soul to fly away and go back to the netherworld hell. He Jianlong's voice was not loud though, but the Red Tiger heard but immediately sat upright, nodded and did not say another word. Other people do not know the strength of the old man, thought that now far less than 10 years ago can only be in the mercenary corps in old age, but as a group of the second in command on the surface of the group he is aware of, the old man's sword is not yet old. Especially after the recent absorption of a few drops of that kind of blood from the realm of the secret is more glowing, hidden, ushered in the second spring, the real battle power how, even he was afraid of, but he was also afraid of, and he did not know that he would not be able to do so, the real strength of the battle, even he was afraid. Grandpa, are you going out with me? He Han Yu who was on the side seemed to be a little surprised. They say that relatives from one generation to the next, his favorite when he was a child was his grandfather. So knowing again that his grandfather was also going to go out with him to witness how he killed Su Dust, He Han Yu was instantly excited. Hello, my precious grandson is being bullied. So of course old me is going to take a look at that little brute and see if that little brute, this time, can still bully my precious grandson. He Jianlang gave a kind smile. His old Ho family has a single lineage. For his own this just adult also awakened the A-level occupation future potential grandson. He is precious tight. 2 days ago, after hearing that his grandson was humiliated and defeated by Su Dust, if it wasn't for He Yu pulling him back, or else with his explosive temper, if someone dared to bully his grandson like this, he would have long gone to kill Su Dust's entire family. But that's fine. One repayment for another. One's own precious grandson's personal revenge. Slaughtering that little beast called Su Chen is quite good. I don't know if you have confidence in Pasun? He Jianlang asked with a smile. Don't worry about it, Grandpa. He Han Yu fighting spirit full of mouth corners showed an evil smile. Confidently said, this time I will kill him in one move. Looking at this grandparent-grandson duo's conversation, White Wolf, Wild Dog and the others were all speechless. Fighting a tiger is like fighting a brother. Going into battle is like fighting a son. They hadn't thought that for the sake of this action against Su Chen, He Han Yu and his grandchildren, the family of 3, had gone all in. This is going to be a stud. I told you I'm not hurt. You see, after a shower, not all of your body is clean. In the quiet and tidy corridors of the hospital, changing into a new outfit, Su Chen's black hair was wet. Water droplets slid down the tips of his hair, flashing crystal under the light. His skin was as white as snow, crystal clear, as if it could be broken. The fragrance of the shower gel lingered on his body, giving a fresh and pleasant feeling, as if he had just taken a bath. And beside Su Chuan, Lin Xiaoming hugged Su Chuan's arm, her small head almost lying on Su Chuan's body, condensing Chion's small nose constantly gently sniffing, Snow White tender little hand poking this side and that side to see, as if checking whether there are any injuries, her big eyes blinking and blinking, like 2 bright jewels, flashing with innocent light. That serious look. Let Su Chuan can only helplessly explain on the way back to White Cloud City. He by the way and Lin Xiaoming they will meet together back to the city. But after all, even the big battle, all his clothes at the beginning of the explosion, the back, although there are new clothes, but the rapid rush, Plus the middle and Lin Xiaoming will meet in before the road in order to replenish a bit of qi and blood to fill up the bottom of the road. He also caught a lot of ferocious beasts devouring on the way. So a lot of toss down and Lin Xiaoming will meet. It is hard to avoid appearing a bit woebegone. So as soon as we get back to the city, before he could get to Mr. Tony to fix his hair, Lin Xiaoming dragged him to the hospital and said she wanted to check his health, but how dare he let the doctor examine him physically. As far as his current body structure was concerned, Su Chen himself didn't feel like a human being anymore. He can get away with weight, but he can't disguise the density of his body. And then the doctor will take an x-ray and ask him, "Do you think you're human?" How should Su Chen answer such a question? He can't say, "I think I am," although it was said that he could also continue to use his own martial arts wizardry and innate divine power to explain. But after all, it would take a lot of verbal effort. And Su Chuan, who was originally mentally exhausted and just wanted to rest because of the ghost too familiar matter, still had this mood. So on the spot, he went to the bathroom in Yi Fan's sister Yi Xiao's hospital room and took a shower, changing into clean clothes and coming out. Don't ask him why he didn't go to Zhang Feng's luxurious VIP ward to take a bath, but instead went to someone else's ward of a little girl to take a bath. Whether he was a pervert or something like that, people Zhang Feng has a phobia of huge objects, don't you know? Su Chen didn't want to be relied on by this oddball again, so that's it. Not much explanation needed. Now do you believe it? I'm not even hurt. The blood on my body is all from the ferocious beast. Lin Xiaoming, with a slightly baby-fat bun face, murmured, and finally lifted Su Chen's clothes and touched the perfect abs inside before nodding in satisfaction. I'm just concerned about you. You were covered in blood when you first came out. By the way, Su Chuan, what's up with your hair again? Why is it so long after not seeing it for a few days? Lin Xiaoming reached out her small hand and touched the hair around Su Chen's ear again. Her small face somewhat enviously muttered in a small voice, "Good hair quality, it always feels like time flies when you're out and about. I don't know when my hair," without realizing it, got so long. Su Chen also touched and felt the length of his long hair covering half of the back of his neck was quite a bit shorter than under the blood-boiling state. But I'm afraid that it still looks like a messy scribble in the eyes of modern people, dominated by a wild and unruly style. That's why I said I was going to see Mr. Tony when I got into town. Teacher Tony? Upon hearing this title, Lin Xiaoming's delicate face instantly bulged into a cute bun face, and she spat at Su Chen with some exasperation. Su Chen, you mustn't go to that Mr. Tony. Last time I asked him to cut my bangs, and what happened? He almost cut it into a half-helmeted pothead, and my beautiful cockroach whiskers, almost cut off by him. It really pisses me off. He simply has no aesthetics at all. How can he live up to the name of Mr. Tony? The more Lin Xiaoming said, the more angry she became, and her little face turned red. Then, she tightly hugged Su Chen's arm, and those big round eyes lifted up, her black and bright eyelashes blinking gently like butterfly wings, her eyes full of anticipation. Why don't I cut it for you when we get home? Lin Xiaoming hugged Su Chen's arm, a pair of big round eyes lifted up, her dark and bright eyelashes blinking gently, her eyes containing anticipation, dropping his eyes to look at the lovely young girl. Somehow Su Chen always felt that Lin Xiaoming had become even more clingy to him after coming back this time, and thinking that since the career awakening ceremony had passed over these days he had rarely accompanied her again like before. Su Chen couldn't help but reach out and touch Lin Xiaoming's hair, and responded with a smile. Yeah, you said Mr. Tony can't do it, so show me your aesthetic this time, and don't give me a bad cut. Don't worry Su Dust, is after that day I am all by myself to trim my own hair? The technology can be much higher than those Tony teacher can be. Lin Xiaoming confidently patted the chest bouncing, beautiful eyes containing light, very happy, cannot wait to pull Su Dust. Want to go home to Su Dust haircut, just barely 2 steps. Ha! A soft deep escaped from Su Chen's mouth. Wang Tong? A familiar figure was slowly propelling a wheelchair forward at the cross entrance to the corridor. That teenager was slim, with a pair of large square-framed glasses on his face, and his clothes were plain and unadorned, revealing a faintly bookish air. But at the same time, he also appeared to be a bit thin and fragile, and next to the teenager was a middle-aged man with a slightly blonde figure who had started to look a bit out of shape. The man's head was lowered, his face was vicissitude, and his eyes showed a hint of fatigue. He looked like he should be Wang Tang's father. Taking another look at the wheelchair that was being pushed by the father and son duo, there was a middle-aged woman with the same slim figure. Her face was thin and her skin had an unhealthy yellow color, giving the impression of malnutrition. She was dressed in the hospital's uniform gown, with a thin blanket covering her legs. This sudden shout broke the originally tranquil atmosphere, causing the family of 3 to turn their heads in unison, their eyes meeting. Su Dust! A flash of surprise flashed across Wang Tang's eyes, as if he had completely not expected to run into Su Chen in this place. Su Dust, how do you? He just wanted to continue, but he suddenly stopped only halfway through his words and shifted his gaze to his parents. Is that your friend? Mother asked softly, Her eyes revealing a hint of curiosity, Wang Tian did not open his mouth to reply, but only glanced faintly at Su Chen, then used his other hand to take over Wang Tang's hand that was originally placed on the armrest of the wheelchair, and propelled the wheelchair slowly forward. Su Chen's gaze flickered slightly, then he turned his head and leaned over to whisper a few words in Lin Xiaoming's ear. Oh, got it. Lin Xiaoming pouted her little mouth and somewhat reluctantly turned around and walked towards the other side of the seat, leaving Su Chen and Wang Tang to take 2 more steps in the opposite direction from her. Su Chen, why did you come to the hospital? Could it be an injury? Wang Tang inquired Su Chen twice with considerable concern. No, it's just that when I first came back from the field with a bit of a mess on me, Dream preferred to say that I was hurt and dragged me to the hospital to get checked out, which I really wasn't. Just back from the field? I heard that there is a ghost taisho outside the wild area. Now it's very dangerous. The official has issued a notice that many mercenary corps and professionals have all retreated back from the wild area, and now many people are on edge and don't dare to go out of the city. Wang Tang spoke out what he had seen, somewhat kindly. During this period of time, Su Chen, you'd better not go out of the city as well, or else it would be bad if you run into that dangerous ghost taisho. Aha! Su Chen softly answered, although he couldn't wait to run into the ghost taisho tomorrow when he arrived at the wild area, and prevented him from getting killed in advance. But in front of Wang Tang he didn't say more about this, just nodded his head and after that, pointed his finger in the direction that Wang Tang's parents had left, and inquired, Wang Tang, what's going on? If Su Chen is not mistaken, Wang Tang's family is average, parents are ordinary people, is considered to be a poor household in the first high school, almost no new clothes throughout the year, box large black glasses, black and white striped plaid shirts, sewing and mending uniform pants, is Wang Tang's standard in their class, which has not been less by the Yi Fan and the Dragon King that the 2 guys taunted. Of course, this mockery can only flow on the surface, because Wang Tang's cultural achievement is always the second class, the school's third. Every semester there are a lot of scholarships, but no one has seen him use, so the class in addition to ridicule Wang Tang poor gas, is to laugh at Wang Tang stingy, can still remember every time? Wang Tang will push his big glasses, revealing a disdainful explanation of a high-profile, contemptuous spit out 2 words, scum. Only, things are different. See Wang Tang again, but Su Chen can no longer see the arrogance of Wang Tang at that time, can only see from Wang Tang's face after the maturity of the teenager's fatigue and vicissitudes. Hey! The teenager's inferiority complex caused Wang Tang to lower his head in embarrassment as he grabbed the hair on the back of his head and a bitter smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. As you can see, my mother had an accident. She was accidentally rubbed by a car when she was off work at night, and her leg was hurt a little. I'd been here with him these days. Is it serious? Still, it's okay. I just got discharged today and I'm on my way home. Su Chen's gaze flickered lightly. The heart couldn't help but sigh softly. Wang Tang, you really can't lie. And the Dragon King, Yi Fan. These 2 in the class said big words without blinking. Thick-skinned goods are different. Wang Tang in the past, although also proud, but belongs to the elegance and arrogance of the literati, cannot do what vulgarity, but also do not care about lying. Sometimes a little bit of encounter, was followed by Yi Fan. Dragon King framed to tell a lie. The year red half a day did not go down, and now, although not as white as then but can vaguely see Wang Tang red face, Wang Tang mother legs of things how can escape Su dust eyes. Even with a blanket to cover him a glance can be seen. Serious fracture of this injury. In this day and age, not too big, not too small. As far as he was concerned. And the Ghost 2 Guardian against the attack in the process of internal organs and bones do not know how many times the cycle was broken to recover. The harder shock to burst off 7 or 8 times. He is still not dead. Not to mention the district fracture is just. It is not worth mentioning at all, even if you didn't have such a strong recovery power like him. With the current level of technological medical care and the existence of healing professionals, not to mention broken bones, a dead person could be resurrected for you, and these things that were said to be big or not big were only for the group of big names of combat professionals, for Wang Tang's ordinary and average family situation. The problem of broken bones was said to be small or not small from the beginning of the hospital to surgical treatment, and then to the final recovery. A rough estimate also have to be small hundreds of thousands of it. And which ordinary family has a breath out of so much money? Su Chuan can remember Wang Tang. Their family seems to be from other cities to move to the city of Baiyun. Because of the accent of the outsiders, Wang Tang has not been less by the Dragon King and Yi Fan laughed at. Naturally, Wang Tang's family in the city of Baiyun, there are no relatives and friends. In order Wang Tang family's situation, it was simply impossible for them to come up with so much money. I'm afraid that the discharge procedure he talked about was simply a simple caste immobilization and some treatment to prevent the condition from worsening before he was discharged. And there was no cure at all. After gaining insight into these, Su Chen's eyes were slightly lowered, and a sigh rose in his heart. Need help? Anyhow, He was also a classmate for 3 years. These things were insignificant, and he didn't mind helping, although Su Chen's voice was slight. It exploded like thunder in Wang Tang's ears, startled. Wang Tang raised his head sharply, face stunned. Couldn't seem to believe what he was hearing, that he had changed a lot now. But in the past, there was a competitive relationship between him and Su Chen, and although he hadn't succeeded, as a 10,000-year-old, self-professed top school bully, and arrogant and jagged, how could he not put a harsh word on Su Chen before every exam? It was just that he couldn't compare to Yi Fan. The other Dragon Kings, and Su Chen's relationship was a little bit better than his. At least the Dragon King was more able to hold back than him. In his heart, although he didn't know what he was thinking, at least he didn't say anything on his mouth. He just crooked his mouth and smiled from time to time. Therefore, Wang Tang did not think about it. It was surprising that Su Chen would want to help himself. No need. But despite this, after hearing Su Chen utter these words, after reacting, Wang Tang subconsciously refused Su Chen's help. I still have a scholarship. People do not have far-flung worries. There must be near worries. Su Dust, you all are saying that I am very stingy. These years won a lot of scholarships, but not a dime out. In fact, I have always saved for this moment, in order to prevent the possible future accidents and the existence of the future. And now it is just the right row of the use of. Wang Tang had a fake relaxed smile on his face. But, I heard you dropped out of school. You'll never get a scholarship again. You can't get a scholarship anymore. You can't receive the scholarship anymore. Su Chen's tone was unusually calm, but these words were like a huge stone falling into a well of water, making a dull sound and smashing Wang Tang into speechlessness. He stood still as if he was frozen, slightly hanging his head down, making it impossible to see the expression on his face at this moment. Time seems to freeze. The whole world is quiet. After a long silence, only then did Wang Tang utter a word. Su Chen, I'm going to take the literature exam. Wan Zhou. Su Chen's brows twitched and his eyes deepened a few points. Ever since the age of universal awakening descended, the Kyushu higher education examination has been divided into 2 parts, martial arts and literature examinations. The martial arts examination is, needless to say, this is the most concerned about the whole population. The most important examination. The Kyushu College entrance examination people default refers to the martial arts examination. However, although today's era is the supremacy of combat power, the system of cultural examination has not been abandoned, and has been retained, only that it is not as popular as the martial arts examination, because of the difference between the 2 exams time, than in the classroom on the pencil. On the whole, silent cultural exams, no matter out of what mentality, people appear to be more like to watch. The ability to watch the whole live broadcast, to watch the tension and excitement of the national martial arts examination. The civil exams in comparison are not as highly regarded as the martial arts exams though. Yet it was also undeniable that the cultural assessment was really the only way up for non-combatant professionals. If you can achieve good results in the cultural examination, the future can also have a broad future. And even according to the law in previous years, when the results of the Kyushu College entrance examination list the scholar of the arts by the attention, and will not be less than the scholar of the martial arts on the number. The feudal lords and worship ministers, step in the dynasty is not permitted to say, just. Su Chen's dark eyes flickered gently. Throughout the generations, any professional who can take the civil examination, they are special type living professionals, even though they are non-combat professionals, like experts, scholars, professors, researchers, and other life-based professions. People study this in their own careers. There is no excuse for taking the literature test, or the reason why the Kyushu literature examination still exists and hasn't been abolished until now is that it's reserved for these science-based life faculty professionals, to select geniuses in the liberal arts. But if Su Chen remembered correctly, Wang Tang's awakened profession should be, just be a screwdriver, right? Seemingly guessing what was in Su Chen's mind, Wang Tang suddenly laughed out. He pushed his large square-rimmed glasses with his middle finger, pushing his low-slung head up. A pair of glittering eyes reflected Su Chen's silhouette, and said with more than a bit of arrogance, like a classmate's teenager of the past, Su Chen, don't look down on people. Playing screws is just my profession. Studying is my specialty. Who says screw beaters can't go for the civil exams? Oh. The light in Wang Tang's eyes caused Su Chen's eyes to widen by a few points, actually feeling a bit dazzling and familiar. It's now March 23rd. There's almost more than 2 months before the start of the Kyushu literature examination. These 2 months are enough for me to review. I heard that Guy Yifan wants to participate in the next martial arts examination, and he still wants to get the first place? What a big talker. If he, a delivery boy who works part-time as a bricklifter at a construction site, dares to say that he can be number 1 in the martial arts exam, then why can't I say that I, Wang Tang, will be able to be number 1 in this session of the literature exam? And why can't the position of the top student of the literature subject be mine? Su Chen, you have to cheer up. In a few days it will be the 9 schools joint examination, right? At that time, you have to work hard. Don't get to the end And when you benchmark your high school grades you're still not as high as I am ranked. Wang Tang said a lot in one breath. It was quite similar to the demeanor of the past, who used to talk a lot about himself in every class subject test, except that it was different from the past when he was simply confident and wild, and seemed to have a few more expectations and hopes. In that case, then you go for it too. Wang Tang, I also want to see if you are as great as your name suggests. Su Chen and Wang Tang did not talk too much. With that said, the two quickly parted ways. Su Chen's heart was blessed. As he said, he was also looking forward to seeing what kind of results Wang Tang, such a life skill profession that beat the screws, would end up scoring on the Kyushu literature exam. Can you compete with that group of professionals against the odds? Change your life. Asleep? A young girl sat on a bench on one side of the hallway. Her hands were resting on her white knee-high socks, and her delicate face was slightly downcast, her eyes slightly narrowed, looking a little sleepy. The little head trembled a little from time to time, as if it might pass out at any moment. After separating from Wang Tang. Su Chen, who had come here, lightly eeped out after realizing this state of Xiao Meng's. It seemed to have heard Su Chen's voice. Dream opened those sleepy eyes as she stood up from her seat, stretched and rubbed her eyes again, yawning as she said, I don't know, just felt a little sleepy earlier. A little sleepy? Is it that you are tired of following the school into the wilderness this time to practice? Su Chen's eyes blinked. Lin Xiaoming usually in addition to the martial arts class. The other time is not much exercise at all, either lying on the sofa to brush the short video, or soak in the bathtub and chat with girlfriends. Typical of the nerdy girl. This time following the activities organized by the school went out on such a long trip, but also encountered the Ghost 2 guardian of the scare. A few twists and turns. Tired and sleepy is normal. Maybe. The black rose mark was hidden at the back of her neck. Xiao Meng was also confused and didn't know what was going on. She shook her head and no longer thought about it, and asked with her sight towards Su Chen's back. Su Chen, have you finished with him? Can we go home now? Aha, finished. It's okay to go home. Su Chen smiled and gently touched Little Dream's head. He turned, half crouched, and said gently to Dream, come up here. Little Dream's eyes blinked, and the tiredness that was originally on her face instantly disappeared without a trace. She revealed an expression of surprise and squealed happily, yeah, that's what you said. Don't go back on your word. Don't worry. The strength to carry you home is still there, still too weak, and get stronger again. Gotta get stronger a little faster to do that. After sending Xiao Meng, who had fallen asleep halfway to the bedroom to rest, Su Chen, who had returned to his room, plopped back against the side of the bed and closed his eyes to begin a review of his battle today. First of all, about the devouring heavenly devil technique. Devouring origin spear thing? In the past he encountered opponents are basically far weaker than he was crushed directly the kind of. So the use of the devouring origin spear, do not need to be too subtle. The speed of power, are all he has the advantage, only need to break all the laws of the force, will be devouring the origin spear to the front of the poke, and then a little detonation. It is enough to devour the black hole is enough to help him to eliminate all the enemy. But after this battle, the first time he tried to shoot the ghost general, he was blocked by a middle-aged man using the power of thunder with his thunder blade. The second time he tried to stab General Ghost, but was saved in time by the Ghost Taisho. 2 air majors in a row. Undoubtedly an undeserved drain and waste. Behind these two wasteful phenomena is that his proficiency in the use of spears or lances has not kept pace with how else would he have been able to miss 2 big moves in a row. This flaw was even more apparent when dealing with the Ghost Taisho in the back. When battling with the Ghost Taisho, knowing that he was not proficient in this area, Su Chen did not even pull out his devouring origin spear again. Or else taking a weapon that he had not studied in depth to battle with a strong person of the Ghost Taisho's level would only cause himself to fall into a disadvantage. That was why in the fight with the Ghost Taisho, Su Chen had only been punching the entire time, and was unable to instantly deal lethal damage to the Ghost Taisho before the fight was so difficult. If he had been proficient in the battle method of a spear and lance type of weapon at that time, when he fought against the Ghost Taisho, he would have directly pulled out the devouring origin spear, and if he could have stabbed a spear into the other party's body, perhaps the Ghost Taisho, by now, would all have been gone. That's why this relevant weapon warfare method regarding the spear and lance clash should be added as soon as possible. As far as whether you pay for it immediately or what, Su Chen was not in too much of a hurry to make a decision right now, because he was still unsure and didn't know if there were any supporting battle techniques behind the heaven-swallowing demonic feats. If there was, with the level of battle techniques that the heaven-swallowing devil technique fed back, he naturally didn't need to look at the other ones to waste his energy. So that means that this matter, though urgent, is not immediately indispensable. What really made Su Chen care was still flesh refining is a small success. Blood refining minor achievement. There was no need to mention the power that the flesh refining minor completion brought to him. And the blood boiling state of the blood refining minor completion also made Su Chen incomparably satisfied. Whole body cellular activation. The metabolic rate is increased 1,000-fold. This divine ability technique not only brings me strong recovery power, but also brings me unrivaled control over my physical body, which can help me enter a state of extreme stillness to extreme movement in an instant without warming up. Not only am I able to step into the air in this state, but more importantly, under this kind of control, I have been able to fully adapt to the weight of the organism brought about by the small success of meat refining, able to fully utilize every piece of force on my body, sensing the contraction and diastole of every muscle fiber, and squeezing the power of billions of muscle fibers of the human body out to the fullest extent of the power of every punch can be punched in a super peak state. This was the aspect that increased his combat power the most. So says, since I've been able to fully adapt to the power of the flesh refining minor achievement, it's about time that I prepare to continue cultivating the Zunwang divine elephant steps and break through to the flesh refining major achievement realm. Su Chen opened his eyes, the light in his eyes was like thunder, flickering in his dark pupils. The battle that took place today, while he fell short in many ways, was ultimately no more than a sentence. Still not strong enough? If he was strong enough, even if he hadn't mastered the corresponding spear-type martial arts battle method for the time being, just by punching today that Ghost Taisho would have been included in the heavenly abyss or exterminated by him, which would be the turn to leave a hidden danger now. Therefore, in Su Chen's opinion, although in this battle, his internal organs, bones, tendons and veins, which he had not yet cultivated, were reduced to weaknesses, and were forcibly shattered by the Ghost Taisho many times. However, the most important thing is to increase one's hard strength, and the fastest way to increase one's strength and realize a leap in quality is to cultivate the Zunwang divine elephant steps as soon as possible. Wait till then, the body is like the top of Tarzan. The power that could be erupted from the 10,000 pounds weight of his flesh alone was enough to shake the heavens and deter the earth, and it was the fastest way that could enhance his hard strength, which was the expansion of his battle power that was far from being able to be brought about no matter whether he refined his bones, his organs, or his tendons and other things next. That was why Su Chen's main goal for the next step was to cultivate the Zunwang divine elephant steps to a grand completion as soon as possible. But in terms of cultivation speed, one in a short period of time will Zunwang divine elephant step cultivation to the great completion and some difficulties, the middle of the need for a huge amount of resources to replenish not to mention, but also need him time and again to cultivate refining to be able to do. Need to consume time is not just 3 or 5 days to be able to do it. And even the normal development of the 1 or 2 weeks will not necessarily be able to reach this step, but the opposite is true. The Phoenix Nirvana technique, cultivating from a minor accomplishment to a major accomplishment, is much easier in comparison. After all, the foundation of the flesh is here. Breakthrough up almost nothing. Flesh body cannot hold up chi and blood content must stop and such bottlenecks. Just need to follow the steps of constantly devouring the accumulation of refining chi and blood. Will be able to smoothly break through to the point where the blood refining is a great success. The appearance of the blood boiling state even allowed Su Chen to discover from it a cheating method to speed up cultivation, that is, in the cultivation time also open blood boiling mode, all the cells activated state for cultivation. Su Chen believes that his cultivation speed will be at least more than 10 times the usual state. The specific how much still need to actually go to the experiment to know, but in the end, his cultivation speed should be able to have an increase. If in this mode, full force first proceed to use to choose to continue to cultivate catch Phoenix Nirvana law. According to Su Dust estimate himself from tomorrow to go to the depths of the wilderness area, such as the fire tree maple forest kind of higher wilderness area all over the higher ferocious beasts of the wilderness area. There are enough chi and blood for him to devour words about the same. Then, that is, they will be able to do it in 3 or 5 days, cultivate to the point of great success in blood refining greatness, the blood rolled and heaved like magma and incandescent water, which could burn mountains and boil the sea. And a drop of blood could boil a blue lake. Putting aside how much such a change could enhance his battle power, the most important thing was, blood boils. Su Chen raised his head and looked out the window. A little scarlet sheen flickered in the dark pupils. Refining blood to a small degree. Phoenix Nirvana sent feedback to give me blood boiling, such a partial auxiliary aptitude technique. What about after the great success of blood refining? After the blood refining had become a great success, what kind of new divine abilities would the Phoenix Nirvana method give him back? Would there be a whole new state of increase? Could it accelerate his cultivation speed a bit more? This was something that Su Chen was more curious about and inclined to think in this direction. 1,000 birds in the forest are better than 1 bird in the hand. Instead of grasping both hands, it would be better to first make one door proficient, realizing the transformation from skin like ox leather to skin like gold and jade as in the case of cultivating the golden and jade dragon emperor body. So for the next cultivation guidelines, Su Chen decided, first, cultivate the Phoenix Nirvana method, which is the fastest that can be cultivated, to its great completion, and after comprehending the divine ability techniques of the feedback, then immediately begin the cultivation of the Exalted King's divine elephant steps. As for what kind of divine ability techniques could be fed back to him behind the Exalted King divine elephant department, this matter, although Su Chen was also curious, could only be lined up towards the back. It's just going to have to be tolerated for a little while longer. Keep punching. Ha! The night passed, and the next day, the sun shone brightly and brightly, and at 7:30 in the morning, at the early morning dining table, Lin Xiaoming, whose hair was slightly disheveled, opened her mouth and let out a big yawn. Why did you wake up looking so drained today? Did I go to bed too early last night and get up in the middle of the night to start swiping those short videos again? In front of the dining table, Su Chen gently pushed the breakfast that had already been prepared in front of Lin Xiaoming, and had long been accustomed to her appearance, casually asking such a sentence. No, I slept so well yesterday, I didn't even wake up. Okay, and look at me. I didn't even change my pajamas. Sleeping soundly? Su Chuan sat down across from Lin Xiaoming, casually picked up a bucket of bright milk, which was a must for sluggers every morning, and tilted his head back to drink it all in one go. Why are you yawning when you're sleeping so well? I don't know. Lin Xiaoming, with a crepe in her mouth and her cheeks puffed up like a cute squirrel, muttered vaguely as she ate. Maybe I was really kind of tired yesterday. Get some rest if you're tired. It's okay if you don't go to school for a day. Do you need me to ask the school to give you a vacation? No need. It's just a yawn. Lin Xiaoming rolled her eyes, but her heart was sweet. If it was normally the case that Su Chen was not easy to be at home today, she would have definitely gone along with her vacation, but the 9 schools joint competition is coming soon. That is, the second simulation test. In this simulation test, Baiyun City First High School, Second High School, Third High School, Fourth High School and other 9 high schools will be jointly ranked in the competition, to select the real Baiyun City first person. This thing belongs to the already awakened career freshman candidates between the competition event. Normally it is not related to the second-year students like her, but who made her a cheerleader. She's going to have to come along on that day. Of course, refueling object, certainly when dedicated to Su Dust refueling. The reason why she went to school today is to rush to discuss with girlfriends to discuss how to give Su Dust refueling to the day of practice a practice. Aha, it's good that you feel fine. Tidying up the dishes on his side, Su Chen nodded and said in a soft voice, I'm going out later. You be careful at home alone these days. He was not afraid of the invasion of the Ghost Taisho, because every city in Kyushu had a regional combat power test detector covering the entire city under the personal control of the central think tank. This kind of regional combat power detection device is just like a city's moat boundary which normally will not be opened, but as long as once it is opened, but unregistered identity characters and ghosts stepping into the city will be instantly recognized by the central brain and different levels of warning broadcasts will be carried out according to their combat power. The entire law enforcement bureau, the city lord's mansion, and even the residents of the entire White Cloud City could instantly know. The central think brain within a city was also connected to the imperial god brain at the same time, with extremely high recognition performance. Even some 5th or 6th ranked high-level assassin faculty professionals would not necessarily be able to infiltrate a city without alerting the self-brain god brain. Therefore, Su Chen did not need to worry much about whether or not the Ghost Taisho would silently break into White Cloud City to cause chaos, plus he would also leave the owl to watch. If there was really any situation, let the owl take Lin Xiaoming and run towards the city lord's mansion. I believe that with the battle power of the city lord's mansion side, it would be enough to deal with the vast majority of situations. Therefore, Su Chen was not too worried about Lin Xiaoming's safety, and this was also the premise that he could go out to cultivate at ease. A trip out? Lin Xiaoming raised her head. Her big watery eyes blinked gently. She seemed to understand what was going on. Her face had an extra layer of loss. Su Dust, you're going into the wild again? I haven't gotten around to cutting your hair yet. Touching the long hair on the side of his ear, Su Chen smiled helplessly. He would have liked to stop for a day and keep Lin Xiaoming company, but the matter of the Ghost Taisho simply did not allow him to rest and stagnate like a sharp sword hanging over his head. Although he wasn't too worried about the matter of the Ghost Taisho silently sneaking into White Cloud City, the problem was that if the other party walked in squarely after recovering their strength to carry out a strong attack, then the warning reminder from the regional combat strength measuring instrument wouldn't be of much significance. The strength of the Ghost Guardian in his heyday is still unknown. The other side of the IQ is not on. Also is not a fool. If really dared to attack Baiyun City, it must be in the strength of the absolute confidence. Absolutely. Then yesterday just recovered that state to be more than tens of times stronger. So if this state of affairs does occur, that Ghost Taisho was still onto him. If he really came at him, he and Lin Xiaoming were together. But instead, it would spread to Lin Xiaoming. Therefore, next time, Su Chen got up and rubbed Lin Xiaoming's upturned hair and said in a gentle voice, there's no telling how many more days this trip to the wilderness will take. And the hair might grow back. We'll cut it together for me next time I'm back. Lin Xiaoming pursed her pink lips. She knows that immediately is the 9 schools joint competition from the college entrance examination cannot take long. Although Su Dust is a martial arts wizard, but after all, did not awaken occupation. If you want to win the 9 schools joint competition or the college entrance examination on the good results can only be in this period of time for the last efforts of the sprint she has no reason. Because of their own a little capricious drag down Sue Dust. Good blah. Lin Xiaoming nodded her head in response with a small beaming face, and sweetly instructed but you be careful out there. Don't get hurt. I'm going to have to cheer you on in the 9 schools joint competition. So don't let your injury affect your results. Don't worry. I'll be fine. In front of the sofa, after putting the packed packages into the middle of the space necklace, Su Chen waved his hand at Lin Xiaoming, looking forward to cheering you on. Originally, I didn't have much information about the 9 schools joint competition, but if there's you, Dream, there to cheer me on, maybe I'll be able to take the first place test. Oh, really? Su Chen's relieved words caused Lin Xiaoming's eyes to light up, her downcast expression instantly disappearing, her delicate little face filled with joy, full of youthful vigor. Really? Su Dust, I'll cheer you on then. Can you still get first place? Of course. How can a brother disappoint his sister? Su Chen sidestepped his face and smiled softly at last turning. He walked out the door, leaving Lin Xiaoming sitting at the dining table with a couple of hefty giggles before stuffing the rest of the kolache into her mouth in one big gulp. She had to get to the school quickly to get ready for cheering on Su Dust. The young girl pushed her way out, the sun shining where the back of the snow-white neck was. The black rose pattern shimmered with an eerie, ghostly light. Out. Reporting to young Master Hongyu, Su Chen is about to leave the city. After Su Chen walked out of the star apartment behind a pole downstairs, the camera moved down in Su Chen's direction, flashing with a scarlet luster as if a hungry wolf ambushed in the bushes had stared at its prey. The Blood Wolf mercenaries inside the Budokan where all kinds of instruments and equipment are available. Wolf Tooth Crazy Fist. Suddenly, a low cry echoed through the martial arts hall, only heard a loud bang. As if thunder exploded in the ears, the entire martial arts hall trembled. The glass trembled and the beams rattled. The surrounding dumbbells, barbells, gantries and other fitness equipment also seemed to be driven by an invisible force, constantly jumping and making creaking sounds. And what jumped with these equipments? There was also the fist strength tester set on the wall, only to see that on its screen, the intelligent numbers were like being ignited, jumping crazily. 1 ton, 2 tons, 3 tons. In the blink of an eye the numbers crossed the double-digit mark and are not stopping. 20 tons, 30 tons, 40 tons. It didn't stop until 45 tons. The power of a single punch is as high as 45 tons. Such strength can be fully called a terror as such. The White Wolf and Wild Dog and the other members of the group of mercenary corps couldn't help but be dumbfounded and shocked after seeing their young masters casual punched. It was important to realize that squad leaders like them, whose strength was above the middle of the second rank, could fight no more than that. And how long had they been awakened? And how long had he Hongyu been awakened? I remember only a few days ago young master Hongyu could only hit a dozen tons of power. How just 2 days have not seen combat power from 2000 soared to 5500. Also just the power on the surprisingly not the slightest sense of deficit. The bottom of the solid. A fist even can hit 45 tons of power. This in the middle of what happened in the spirit of the time house. 666. Young master's wolf's teeth wind fist, which he copied from others, has gotten stronger again. Young master Hongyu is invincible. The crowd of mercenary corps members in the martial arts hall frantically clapped their horses. However, in the face of the shocked and bragging voices of the people around him, Hongyu only lightly glanced at the numbers on the boxing power tester before gently shaking his head, the corners of his mouth slightly raised as he let out a disdainful light laugh. What is this? His eyes shone with confidence and pride, as if these accomplishments were nothing to him. Wolf's teeth wind fist is not a skill that focuses on strength as the main direction of attack. The continuous attack is its essence. In other words, if I'm willing to, a sharp glint flashed in Hongyu's eyes. Wolf's teeth wind fist. As he shouted, his hands began to dance rapidly as if they were two lightning-like stumps. Each punch slammed hard into the fist power tester with a speed that was astonishing. The value on the fist power display screen jumped crazily, like a construction team's pile driver working non-stop, and the entire floor shook violently because of his powerful attack. The crowd was deeply shocked by the scene in front of them, their eyes wide and mouths open in disbelief as they watched Hongyu's performance. The atmosphere was instantly abuzz with gasps, cheers and applause. Unbelievable. The weight of each punch of young master Hongyu surprisingly reaches more than 40 tons. With such a powerful attack, not to mention a human, even if it's 100-ton king, I'm afraid that he won't be able to hold out for more than 3 seconds under such an intensive attack before he's reduced to a pile of scrap metal. It's simply horrible as hell. I feel that with young master Hongyu's current strength perhaps he doesn't even need to summon the bleeding wolf king again in order to blast hammer Su Chen. Exaggerated. Actually, the strength Su Chen displayed back then should be slightly higher than young master Hongyu's current strength by that much. In the midst of the crowd of fawning and flattering voices, an untimely and unusually abrupt objective voice rang out. The gazes of the crowd turned to White Wolf. Even Hongyu, who was frantically outputting into the fist power tester, stopped his hand movements and opened his mouth with a grim face to ask, "Oh, White Wolf, so you know Su Chen's strength very well. Then tell me, how many times do you think this young man has to be stronger on top of his current performance of strength in order to win over Su Chen?" He Hangyu's sudden questioning caught White Wolf a little off guard, and for a moment he didn't know how to answer. But out of consideration of whether He Hangyu would be punched to death by Su Chen because of his carelessness, he still stood out with a stiff upper lip. Fingers trembled in a yay sign meaning, twice, young Master Hangyu, if you want to win over Su Chen, in my opinion, you have to be twice as strong as you are now in order to be insured. Right after you and the Blood Wolf King merge and go into slaying Shura mode. Though again, it's a reminder, but this time, White Wolf was not as headstrong as earlier. His tone was more polite, and even expressed his trust that He Hangyu could win over Su Chen, only though however, He Hangyu's face did not turn the slightest bit warmer. Yesterday's meeting peripheral people like these members of the Black Wolf Squad, or the captains of the Red, Yellow, Blue, and Green Wolves and other squads were all talking about their own win-win-win. Only the White Wolf Wild Dog. These two guys saying the opposite, saying that it was possible for him to still not be able to compare to Su Dust now though. White Wolf has changed his tune. It said that he could win over Su Chen after fusion. But how could he hear it and feel that the White Wolf was a bit against his will when he uttered those words? Twice? White Wolf, you're saying that this young man can win over Su Chen if he's twice as strong as he was previously, right? He Hangyu's cold voice rang out. White Wolf didn't know what He Hangyu meant, but the words had already been said, so he could only nod his head. Yes, young master. I'm also doing this for your safety. I prefer to see you crush Su Chen than an even match. Out of consideration for the atmosphere of the scene, White Wolf covered his conscience and uttered such a compliment. Crush? You mean this young man can only crush Su Duan by entering the life-killing Shura mode, right? White Wolf. No. Young master, you're really answering it? He Hangyu's next words caused White Wolf to freeze, his mouth slightly open, wanting to say something but unable to spit out a single word as if he was choking. In fact, after learning from Wild Dog that Su Chen's combat power had most likely surpassed 10,000, he didn't think that He Hangyu had any chance of defeating Su Chen at all, even if he fused with the Blood Wolf King again. He was afraid that it would be difficult enough. Previously said that the fusion can win. Just want to give He Hangyu to leave a few points of face, but never expected. Just as well. Seeing White Wolf's dumbfounded look, He Hangyu mistakenly thought that White Wolf was frothing because he felt that he had to fuse with the Blood Wolf King in order to be able to defeat Su Chen, and he suddenly let out a cold laugh, the corners of his mouth raised upwards, and he said in a voice that was full of evil and seductive, "Truly the ignorant have no fear. White Wolf, today, I'm going to let you properly see the true results of this young man's closed-door cultivation for the past 2 days." What? The crowd was in a state of shock. Could it be that the amazingly powerful wolf-tooth crazy fist just now was actually not young Master Hanyu's full strength? The White Wolf was even more wide-eyed and full of unbelief. Can it be that he's going to summon the Blood Wolf King for a fusion attack? No. He Hangyu, however, suddenly raised a finger and gently shook it, a contemptuous smile on his face. Fusion? Oh, White Wolf, you can't be so naive as to think that that fellow called Su Chen is just an ordinary martial artist, and that it's worth it for this young man to summon the King of Blood Wolves to fuse with him against the enemy, right? You guys have also underestimated me too much. Since that's the case, today, I'll let you all have a good look at the biggest gain that this young man has gotten from this closed-door cultivation. The words were not yet spoken, only to see that in He Hangyu's dantian, a black and red spherical object that had appeared at some unknown time began to slowly rotate. The spherical object was only about the size of a thumb. Its appearance is plain and ordinary, like an ordinary stone. If it is placed under the X-ray of the hospital, or use the combat power measuring instrument to probe the whole body, there will be absolutely no abnormality found. However, just as the spherical object began to slowly rotate, it was as if some mysterious switch had been quietly activated. In an instant, the evil god violently opened his eyes, and a bizarre to the extreme black and red energy surged out from within the sphere like a tidal wave. These black and red energies wrapped around the surface of the sphere in strands, exuding a creepy and frightening aura of terror. And as this black and red energy spread more and more chaotic and violent, gradually spreading to the surface of He Hanyu's body, 5,500, 6,000, 6,500, 7,000. My god, what is this young master? He Hanyu's combat power is actually soaring rapidly. A sidekick with a battle gauge on his head, after realizing the numbers that kept jumping on his combat power gauge, he couldn't help but cry out in shock. And even White Wolf, Wild Dog, and the others couldn't help but be horrified after seeing the numbers displayed on the combat power gauge. A bunch of mortals. This is the true power of the Lord Evil God. The crowd's reaction caused He Hangyu to laugh lightly in disdain, this time following those people from the feathered serpent god sex King Cobra to the secret realm for cultivation. His greatest gain was not in how much combat power he had raised through the King Cobra's help and sacrifice, But in this evil god Dan in his body, this kind of evil god pill was only possessed by the top echelons of the evil god sect operating. The evil god Dan would be able to stimulate the evil god energy contained within, able to achieve the effect of rapidly increasing one's combat power within a short period of time. Or at least with the power he was able to channel out right now, he would be able to directly double his combat power to the 10,000 quantity level. Just the thing to satisfy the yay of the White Wolf by, which meant that if he wanted to, he didn't need to fuse with the Blood Wolf King at all. He only needed to invoke the power of the evil god and match it with his original combat power. It would be completely enough to crush Su Duan. The black and red power of the evil god diffused and spread out, as if the top predator was looking down on the ants on the ground. The cold and majestic evil aura contained therein made the body of White Wolf and the others tremble, and the eyes unconsciously revealed a look of fear. What kind of power is this? How can it be so? Snap! The lull. A crisp ringing sound, like thunder, exploded inside the martial arts hall. The sound of this hand clapping seemed to possess endless magical power, instantly slapping the fear in the eyes of White Wolf and the others completely out of existence, and at the same time, also slapping out the evil god's aura spreading out from Yi Hongyu's body as easily as a flame. Young Master Hongyu, your mastery of this power has not yet reached the realm of roundedness. If you use it easily in the city, it will be easily detected. Please be cautious. The King of Glasses, who was dressed in black robes and whose entire body was shrouded in a misty black drama, was like a ghost, appearing in the center of the crowd at an unknown time, with a hint of laughter in his voice. He seemed to be kindly reminding He Hongyu. As King Cobra's words fell, the evil god Dan that was originally rotating at a high speed slowly stopped rotating. However, the evil god powers spreading within his body didn't stop there. They rolled back like a tidal wave, giving Yi Hongyu an indescribable sense of emptiness. This discomfort caused by the up and down fluctuation of his combat power made him unable to help but frown, his expression appearing somewhat displeased. Just when Yi Hongyu was about to open his mouth to say something, Billy, a calm from Black Wolf sounded. What? Su Chen went out so soon? Well, you've done well. Black Wolf, continue tracking. After receiving the notification from the Black Wolf, Yi Hongyu instantly became exuberant, his eyes revealing a cruel and bloodthirsty luster, his voice gloomy as he commanded the order. Right. I've heard that Su Chen's family still has a sister, right? Likewise, send someone with me. I'm going to make the two siblings die together. Roger that. As Black Wolf's voice rang out on the other end of the communicator, the great incoming communication was cut short, and Yi Hongyu hung up his cell phone, looking up with an evil sneer on his face. Ho. Heaven has a way of doing things, but you can't do things to yourself. Su Chen, this is your own rush to seek death, and I won't blame this young man for being cruel and merciless. Originally, because of the matter of the ghost Thai guards outside the city, in the plans of Yi Hongyu and the others, they unanimously judged that Su Chen should not leave the city during this period of time, and would linger on for a while. However, they did not expect that they had just finalized their battle plan yesterday, and today, Su Chen had left the city. It's not picking a lantern to go to the latrine. What for? Last time opening a live stream in front of the family so-and-so humiliated this young man. This time Su Chen, this young man will let you know what is called despair. After White Wolf sneered, he no longer dwelled on the matter with the King of Glasses, but directly looked at White Wolf and the others. You've all heard the things. Su Chen is now out of the city. The time for revenge has come. White Wolf, wild dog, you go inform my grandfather and the others. Red, orange, yellow, green, blue, and purple wolves, take your troops and follow me. We'll gather at the city gates. This time I'll make it hard for him to escape with his wings. Dark clouds drifted by, and the originally bright and blazing sun was gradually covered by a smattering of overcast clouds, and the light between heaven and earth became dim and depressing. Su Chen, who had already walked out of the city gates for most of the way, stopped and looked back behind him. The sky was overcast in the distance, with dark clouds like ink, tumbling towards the city as if they were going to swallow the whole world. The wind howled, rustling the leaves, and the streets were so dusty that people couldn't open their eyes. Although he didn't recognize the group behind him, though not white as it was, it doesn't seem to have changed much in terms of armor style other than switching to black, as well as the blood-red wolf seal branded on the chest of the armor. Su Chen couldn't help but frown slightly. It's from the Blood Wolf mercenaries? Could it be that they've been following me? In fact, the moment he stepped out from the star apartment, he could vaguely feel a sense of being spied on, although he also guessed that there might be someone spying on him through the camera on the pole. No matter how divine Su Chen was, he could not know exactly who was spying on him. Thought it was someone from the Martial Arts Alliance's side finally coming to meet him. I just didn't expect it to be someone from the Blood Wolf Mercenary Corps. What do they want? Su Chen narrowed his eyes slightly. The light of the eyes in his eyes flowed. Although he could have many guesses, but at this time, honestly, Ghost Taisho, currently he really had little interest in fighting with these people from the Blood Wolf Mercenary Corps. So, buzz. The wind and dust rose, and a magnificent feather fluttered to the ground. Report. Brother Black Wolf. Su Chen is gone. In the middle of a dense jungle, Black Wolf, who was in the advance team, suddenly received an urgent report from his team members. What? Gone? Just now he was not far ahead. How did he disappear without a trace in the blink of an eye? Did he grow wings and fly away? But young Master Hung Yu has instructed to make it difficult for him to escape with his wings. Black Wolf was anxious and led his men to rush ahead. Launching a carpet search through the grass and bushes, the jungle below was thrown into chaos, and at this moment, high above the city of clouds, Su Chen was sitting firmly on Chicken's broad back. His gaze cast deeper into the distant wilderness, for him now that if he wanted to cultivate the Phoenix Nirvana method to its great completion in the shortest possible time, then these low-grade wilderness trial sites were no longer of much significance to him. The level of the wild monsters inside was too low, and the amount of chi and blood they could provide him was far from enough for his needs. So this time, let's go cultivate in the Fire Tree Maple Forest. Fire Tree Maplewood, sort of one of the few high-level trial areas near White Cloud City. The mountains are covered with fiery red maple trees, and when the maple leaves blow down, it's like a big fire burning the sky. Extremely gorgeous, and that's precisely why this area is called the Fire Tree Maple Forest. And within this Fire Tree Maple Forest, there are countless fire attribute ferocious beasts inhabiting it, and there are almost no ordinary wild monsters that exist that have not yet entered the rank. The lowest are first-ranked ferocious beasts, and second-ranked ferocious beasts are very common, and every now and then, they can pop out from behind a fire maple tree or from behind a big rock. Even if it's a field elite squad consisting of 40 to 50 people, walking in this area also requires caution, otherwise it's possible to accidentally incur a group of second-order ferocious beasts siege, such as this elite squad under the command of the 3 major mercenary corps of Baiyun City will also have the possibility of being wiped out after encountering it. Of course, the reason why the Fire Tree Maple Forest can be called a high-level wild area is because of the second-ranked ferocious beasts alone. Of course, it's not enough, and what's really scary inside is still a group of ferocious beasts with strengths that have reached the 3rd rank level, although the strength may not reach the late 3rd stage. Combat power as high as 80, 000 to 90, 000 kind of appearance, but the 3 realms before the middle stage of the ferocious beasts, but there are quite a lot of, like the lava canyon just now we just encountered over the fire dragon. The strength is definitely up to the middle stage of the 3rd stage. Combat power to say the least more than 50, 000. It should belong to the dominant level of the ferocious beasts of this Fire Tree Maple Forest area. Normally even we will not enter this area at will. The danger is too great. But little brother Wu, don't worry, since the left and right adults have already given the word, then my brothers and I will naturally bring you back safely. Squeak squeak squeak. With a gust of breeze, the fire-red maple leaves in the tall maple forest fluttered in the sky like dancing butterflies. They lightly rotate and float down, as if in a magnificent dance. As far as the eye could see, the earth was covered by a thick layer of maple leaves, resembling a fiery red ocean. These maple leaves were layered and piled up like mountains, giving people a sense of endless depth. At this moment, a pair of shoes stepped on the maple leaf ground, making a crisp and unique sound. That sound was like stepping on snow, with teeth bared, reminding people of the silver world in winter. In this beautiful and mysterious maple forest, the voice of a familiar middle-aged man came. He was standing in front of us, looking serious and giving us a detailed description of the background, difficulty and possible dangers of this Fire Tree Maple Forest. Only talking about it, Thunder suddenly stopped speaking. The sound of teeth-baring footsteps stopped as well. The 3 of you look up. A similarly familiar figure walked up to the front of the room. The narrow road meets again.